Chapter 1, starting off by donating 100 million to the school. Spending 100 million to build this indoor sports stadium isn't bad at all. It certainly didn't waste my investment. Shin Fong muttered to himself as his gaze swept across the stadium. His attention was drawn to the dazzling giant crystal chandelier on the dome. Thousands of crystals refracted the light, scattering it into a soft glow that illuminated the entire venue as bright as daylight. The seat cushions are all made of genuine soft leather. The oversized central air conditioning ensures a comfortable indoor temperature. He was very satisfied with both the venue setup and the design. This gymnasium was pre-invested and built by Shin Fong before coming to the school. Today was his first day as a freshman, arriving at Jiangnan to register. Just then, two beautiful senior girls walked gracefully toward him. The leading senior wore a white sports miniskirt, its hem swaying lightly, radiating vitality. Her exposed legs were straight and slender, brimming with youthful energy. The fitted short-sleeved top accentuated her slender yet not frail waist. Her delicate, oval face small enough to fit in a palm featured bright, expressive eyes, and when she smiled, shallow dimples appeared, making her look sweet and charming. Another senior was wearing light blue denim shorts paired with a simple letter print t-shirt, her high ponytail bouncing with each step. Her wheat-colored skin exuded a healthy glow, and her tall, well-proportioned figure radiated youthful charm that was impossible to look away from. Shin Fong couldn't help but feel dazzled. I've heard Jiangnan University has an abundance of beauties, and today proves it just casually running into two lovely, pure-hearted seniors. The two beauties before him were none other than Liu Piaoxue, the campus belle of Jiangnan University in her short skirt, and Shi Rojing, ranked 19th on the university's list of most stunning women, with her high ponytail. Shi Rojing gazed around with admiration. Piaoxue, I can't believe the school built such a luxurious gymnasium in just one summer. It rivals a private high-end cinema. Liu Piaoxue took over the conversation, her red lips parting slightly. I heard from the teacher that it was donated by a freshman this year. Ah. Shi Rojing looked shocked, her small mouth opening as she exclaimed, oh my god, that's way too rich. This gymnasium must cost at least tens of millions, right? Someone who can casually donate tens of millions to the school must come from a very wealthy family. Liu Piaoxue smiled faintly. I heard it was 100 million. Shi Rojing's eyes sparkled as she declared with certainty, he's definitely a rich young master. I wonder which family's young lord he is. It'd be great if I could become his girlfriend. Then, with a dreamy expression, she added, even if I can't be his girlfriend, being his close confidant wouldn't be bad either. Just a little trickle from his fingers would be enough to save us 10 years of hard work. Liu Piaoxue poked Shi Rojing's head and said with a laugh, stop dreaming about being a young mistress. That kind of fate isn't meant for us. Shin Fong overheard this, and his impression of Shi Rojing immediately dropped. In contrast, the senior student beside her left him with a rather favorable impression. Two beauties stood 2 meters away, and Shin Fong could already catch a faint, pleasant fragrance in the air. Ahem, are you the student assistants arranged by the school to meet me? Shin Fong asked softly. To show their regard for him, the school had specially arranged for someone to meet him here, even sending Liu Piaoxue, the campus belle, to receive him. So you're Shin Fong? Liu Piaoxue's beautiful eyes carefully examined Shin Fong, revealing a hint of curiosity. She couldn't understand why the principal had specifically requested her to receive such an ordinary-looking young man. Shin Fong nodded, his sunny and handsome face lighting up. Hello, senior sisters, I'm Shin Fong. May I have the honor of knowing your names? Liu Piaoxue suppressed her doubts and replied calmly, Liu Piaoxue. This is my roommate, Shi Rojing. Shi Rojing frowned slightly, thinking to herself, his clothes are so outdated. The entire outfit probably doesn't cost more than 300 yuan. He doesn't even wear any accessories. A man without a decent watch is such a failure. Junior, your outfit is so outdated. Are you perhaps a financially struggling student from the mountains? Shi Rojing asked curiously. Liu Piaoxue felt Shi Rojing's words were somewhat impolite and worried they might hurt Shin Feng's self-esteem, quickly interrupting Shi Rojing's remark, Rojing, let's first take our junior to the dormitory. Then I'll trouble senior Liu. Shin Fong didn't offer much explanation either. At that moment, the crowd erupted in murmurs. A dashing freshman appeared, exuding an extraordinary aura. Dressed in Armani designer clothes, wearing a limited edition Rolex gold watch on his wrist, a jade ring on his finger, and holding a custom gold case latest model iPhone, his noble demeanor instantly drew the attention of countless female students. This person was Jiang Xiaofeng, the most talked about freshman of the year. At this moment, a faint smile played on Jiang Xiaofeng's lips as he thoroughly enjoyed the women's fervent gazes. Soon, his eyes landed on Liu Piaoxue and Shi Rojing. His gaze swept past Shi Rojing indifferently, but when it settled on Liu Piaoxue, his eyes instantly lit up. Her breathtaking beauty resembled an ethereal fairy untouched by mortal dust, utterly devoid of any vulgarity. She was incomparably superior to all the women he had ever slept with. Jiang Xiaofeng's heart raced as he abruptly quickened his pace toward Shin Fong. Hi, beautiful seniors, could you tell me where the most expensive restaurant on campus is? Jiang Xiaofeng asked with a roguish smile, his eyes fixated intently on Liu Piaoxue. As for Qin Feng, he was simply treated as if he were invisible. Lu Xiaoxue frowned. She didn't like such a scorching gaze. Shi Rojing said excitedly, "Handsome, I know the place. Do you want me to take you there?" Zhang Xiaofeng's lips curled slightly upward. This kind of woman was clearly easy to charm. Narrowing his eyes with a smile, he said, "Then I'll trouble you two beauties to take me to the most expensive restaurant. In return, I'd like to invite you two beautiful seniors to dinner if I may have the honor." Shi Rojing was overjoyed, her face flushed with excitement. This handsome guy was rich and good-looking. Wasn't he exactly the perfect boyfriend she'd been desperately searching for? Of course I'd love to. The words had barely left her mouth when she seemed to remember her promise to take Qin Feng to the dormitory. Instantly putting on a hypocritical smile, she said, "Sorry, Junior, I've already agreed to have dinner with this handsome guy. I'll give you the address. You can go to the dormitory by yourself." Qin Feng smiled faintly, not minding at all. He had no interest in meddling in others' affairs and said, "Thank you, Senior. I won't disturb you any further." Lu Xiaoxue, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up, "Junior Qin Feng, the campus is quite large. I'm afraid you might get lost. Let me take you there." Zhang Xiaofeng froze for a moment. Few women ever turned him down. What irked him the most was that such a stunning beauty would rather accompany a penniless guy to the dormitory than go to dinner with him. Instantly, he felt as if someone had stolen his woman, which was utterly humiliating. His gaze towards Qin Feng immediately turned hostile. "Senior, no need to trouble yourself. I don't plan to stay in the dormitory. I want to rent a place outside. I'm just here today to report," Qin Feng said calmly and confidently. Zhang Xiaofeng scoffed, "Buddy, I know you're trying to show off in front of a beauty, but you're overdoing it. With that outfit of yours, do you really think you can afford to rent a place around here?" Shi Rojing had never liked Qin Feng to begin with, and she particularly despised men who pretended to be wealthy despite being broke. Raising her delicate chin haughtily, she said, "It's fine if a man has no money, but what's truly shameless is pretending to be rich when you're not. Do you even know how expensive rent is near the school?" Qin Feng smiled faintly and replied, "Those who walk different paths cannot work together." Not bothering to explain, he turned and walked away with effortless grace. Shi Rojing wasn't willing to waste another second on Qin Feng. Instantly, her face lit up with a flattering smile as she warmly linked arms with Zhang Xiaofeng. "Handsome, let me take you to dinner." "Don't bother with this." Zhang Xiaofeng gave Lu Xiaoxue a deep look before putting on a gentlemanly smile, "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, Senior." Though he hadn't succeeded in dating the goddess this time, starting with her friends wasn't a bad alternative. Qin Feng had just stepped out when he received a call from the principal. "Qin Feng, thank you so much for your donation of 100 million yuan. At the freshman assembly to be held in the same stadium tomorrow, I hope you can speak as the representative of the new students. Do you agree?" It turns out that Qin Feng obtained a tycoon system right after the college entrance exams. As long as he spends money, the system doubles the amount in return, causing him to have more money the more he spends. It's simply impossible to spend it all. 2 months ago, he donated a stadium to Jiangnan University simply because he loves sports. "Alright, I'll be there on time." Qin Feng calmly hung up the phone, looked up at the bustling street in the distance, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. As a wealthy man, of course he should enjoy life to the fullest. Then go buy a house nearby. Chapter 2, The Beauty at the Sales Office. Shangtian Real Estate Sales Office. Qin Feng got out of the car and glanced at the billboard above the entrance. The prices of several properties were listed above, with the lowest being 37,000 per square meter. The most expensive one surprisingly reached an astonishing 200,000. Then, Qin Feng stepped in with a calm and indifferent expression, his heart completely unruffled. "Welcome." As soon as he entered, a sweet female voice greeted him. Qin Feng looked up and saw a salesperson whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial maiden. Qin Feng paused in his steps and followed the voice to see a woman dressed in professional attire. Her face resembled a meticulously crafted work of art by the heavens, with eyebrows arched like crescent moons and eyes sparkling like autumn waters filled with stars, brimming with liveliness and intelligence. Despite having just encountered a stunning beauty like Lu Xiaoxue, Qin Feng was still awestruck by her appearance. "I never expected to meet a woman as beautiful as you in such a place." Qin Feng's eyes were filled with admiration, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, his passionate gaze as if appreciating a flawless work of art. Just like other men, he too enjoys admiring beautiful women. Shenruoi's starry eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Feng. When she saw him enter earlier, she had greeted him professionally without paying much attention to his appearance. Hearing his words, her delicate face flushed slightly, and her calm heart stirred with waves of unusual emotions. "Sir, you're quite the joker. Do you often use such lines to charm girls?" Shenruoi's limpid eyes gazed curiously at Qin Feng. She had been working part-time here for half a month, and all the people she'd met were big bosses wearing designer brands. Yet this Qin Feng before her was dressed plainly, though he carried himself with remarkable confidence and presence. "Is he here to buy a house from us?" Qin Feng took a deep breath, and a faint fragrance of orchids quietly drifted in, instantly making him feel refreshed and invigorated. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of his lips as he said, "Of course not. I never casually compliment girls on their beauty. But with someone like you, I just can't help myself." His gaze discreetly swept over Shinruoi's towering, jade-like peaks, noticing the work ID hanging on her chest and the girl's name. The smile on Qin Feng's lips grew even brighter, truly delightful and pleasing to the eye. A woman's sixth sense is particularly strong, especially when being watched in certain places. There's always an unusual feeling. Although Qin Feng's movements were subtle, Shinruoi keenly noticed them, a faint blush flashing across her face, making her look even more charming. Perhaps many girls take pride in being well endowed, but Shinruoi is the opposite. She often feels troubled by her own size. "Are you here to buy a house? What kind are you looking for? Let me introduce you to some options." Blushing, Shinruoi quickly changed the subject. Feeling deeply troubled, why do guys always stare at that spot? Qin Feng withdrew his unrestrained gaze and said confidently, as long as the house here suits you, the price isn't an issue. Confidence stems from assurance, and assurance comes from the numbers in the bank account. Hearing this, Shinruoi's face blossomed into a smile, excitement shimmering in her eyes. After working part-time here for half a month, I haven't sold a single house. If I can close this deal today, I won't have to endure my colleagues mocking me as just a pretty face, and I'll also get a decent commission. What kind are you looking for? Could you share your requirements so I can help you choose? Shinruoi's tone carried a hint of urgency, as if afraid Qin Feng might leave. Shinruoi, how could you be so disrespectful to our esteemed guest? A dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the conversation between the two. A strikingly beautiful and mature woman walked toward them. She glared sharply at Shinruoi, her face both mature and enchanting, radiant like snow, with luscious red lips that exuded an irresistible charm. Her figure was voluptuous and well-proportioned, her plump thighs sheathed in flesh-toned stockings, while her impressive bust stood proudly, even more eye-catching than Shinruoi's. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. This woman appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. Though her looks were slightly inferior to Shinruoi's, her figure was extremely alluring, exuding a mature charm reminiscent of an elegant older sister. If Shinruoi could be described as a pure white lotus, then the poised woman before him was akin to a blooming red rose. Shinruoi's delicate brows were furrowed, her smile completely vanished. The woman standing before her was none other than Yi Yanhong, her direct superior and the company's top sales performer. To maintain her dominance as the top sales performer, Yi Yanhong has always been extremely assertive, even towards her colleagues. As a result, many privately hold grievances against Yi Yanhong. "Manager Yi, I don't understand what you're saying." With a displeased expression, Yi Yanhong said, "The guest has been here for so long, and you didn't even think to make him a cup of tea? Have you forgotten all about the company's rules and regulations? Hurry up and make tea for the guest." Shinruoi suddenly realized she had forgotten even the most basic etiquette and quickly apologized, "I'm sorry for my neglect. Please wait a moment." With that, she hurriedly got up to prepare the tea. Yi Yanhong instantly switched to a charming smile, wafting a fragrant breeze as she sat her curvaceous figure next to Qin Feng. Her watery eyes fixed on his face, and her alluring red lips parted slightly. "Handsome guy, we rarely see someone as young as you coming to buy a house here. What do you do for a living?" Qin Feng only felt a warm, fragrant breeze brush past his ear, making his earlobes burn. "I'm a student at Jiangnan University." Qin Feng's inner restlessness caused his blood to race, and his heart betrayed him with a few wild beats. This woman was standing too close, her shoulder pressed tightly against his, allowing him to feel the incredibly soft and comfortable sensation emanating from her. The most fatal thing was that this woman seemed completely unaware of the view revealed by her open collar. Qin Feng swallowed hard and openly admired the sight. If she didn't care, why should he be coy about it? Might as well consider it a free gift. Yi Yanhong's lips curled slightly with a faint smile, her sweet gaze carrying a silky, lingering quality as if she were tenderly gazing at her beloved. As the top real estate salesperson, she naturally knew what was on men's minds. Once lust clouded their judgment, they would impulsively make decisions nothing more than coveting beauty. Such men were incredibly easy to manipulate. "Oh my, you're the first Jiangnan University student to buy a home here. You're truly young and accomplished." Yi Yanhong's charming face showed genuine shock. It wasn't an act. She was truly astonished. "Everyone who buys property here is at the billionaire level. But I've never heard of any college student buying a house at Xingtian Real Estate. The prices here aren't cheap." Yi Yanhong even suspected for a moment that Qin Feng might have come to the wrong place. The thought flashed through her mind only briefly before she suppressed it. With years of sales experience, Yi Yanhong had long honed a sharp eye for detail. Xingtian Real Estate is luxuriously decorated, and generally, people without money wouldn't dare to set foot inside. Moreover, the property prices are displayed at the entrance. Anyone with eyes can tell whether they can afford the houses here or not. Yet, the young man before them was calm and confident, showing no signs of nervousness. Such confidence is something the poor simply cannot fake. Apart from being a bit of a flirt, the man in front of them had no other flaws. "Sir, please have some tea." Shinruoi brought over the tea, interrupting their conversation. Chapter 3: The Seduction of a Mature Beauty. Yi Yanhong glanced sideways and said indifferently, Shinruoi, this has nothing to do with you. Go greet guests at the entrance. Shinruoi's face darkened as she pressed her lips tightly together. She fully understood Yi Yanhong's implication. It was nothing more than an attempt to drive her away and steal clients. This wasn't the first time Yi Yanhong had pulled such a stunt. Shinruoi looked down upon Yi Yanhong's behavior with utter disdain. A woman who relies on seducing men with her looks to boost sales performance, such actions were beneath her and would never cross her moral boundaries. Shinruoi quietly walked away, unwilling to stoop to competing with a woman of that sort. Watching Shinruoi's graceful figure depart, Qin Feng shook his head slightly in silence. This is a matter between companies, and he wouldn't be so bored as to talk about upholding justice or anything like that. In sales, you need to be bold and assertive. Lost in thought, he heard Yi Yanhong's soft, sweet, and captivating voice beside him. Then I have a recommendation that would be perfect for you. Near Jiangnan University, there's a residential area called Tinglong Academy, specifically designed for students. The environment there is quite tranquil, and it's not too far from the university. Most importantly, there aren't any factories nearby, and shopping at supermarkets is convenient. It's considered a high-end school district property, so the price is slightly higher, over 50,000 per square meter. If this price doesn't suit you, we also have more affordable options, though they're located a bit farther away. Yi Yanhong kept her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Feng as she spoke, trying to gauge his purchasing power by observing the changes in his expression. Meanwhile, a sullen Shinruoi stood at the entrance as a greeter. Her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from her mother. Mom, I'm at work. What's the matter? Shinruoi lowered her voice. A woman's tearful voice came through the phone. Your father's health is getting worse. The doctor said he needs surgery in a few days, or something serious might happen. But the surgery is expensive. It costs 50,000. You know our family's situation. Can you think of a way to borrow some money to cover your father's hospital expenses? Shinruoi suddenly felt dizzy, torn between worry for her father's health and the crushing burden of 50,000 yuan weighing on her. Given her circumstances, where could she possibly come up with 50,000 yuan? If she had money, she wouldn't have to come here to work part-time. Mom, I'll figure something out, just give me some time. Shinruoi suppressed the urge to cry and tried to comfort her mother gently. After hanging up the phone, Shinruoi felt completely lost. Where could she get 50,000 in just a few days? Shinruoi suddenly thought of someone. Zhang Xiao, the school's rich second-generation heir, had been pursuing her relentlessly. But this guy was notorious as a playboy, having dated hundreds of women. He had gotten several girls pregnant and refused to take responsibility. No one even knew how many girls had undergone abortions because of him. Would she really have to sell herself out and get that 50,000 from Zhang Xiao? Shinruoi's heart was torn with conflict. She couldn't bear the thought, nor was she willing to submit herself to someone like Zhang Xiao. But father must be saved. Suddenly, the voices of Qin Feng and Yi Yanhong reached Shinruoi's ears. Shinruoi raised her eyes and fixed them on Qin Feng. A bold idea began to take root in her mind. If I could sell a house, it might solve my urgent financial problems. Taking a step back, even making a deal with the person in front of me would be better than submitting to Zhang Xiaoxiang. Shinruoi's gaze gradually grew resolute. She took a deep breath and strode firmly toward Qin Feng. Then, setting aside her feminine reserve, she sat beside Qin Feng with an unnatural smile and said, Hello, boss. I just heard you say you're a student at Jiangnan University. I'm also a student there, and I'm very familiar with Tinglong College. I even have friends living there. How about I take you to see the place? Instantly, Qin Feng and Yi Yanhong turned their gaze toward Shinruoi in unison. Qin Feng looked surprised, unable to comprehend how this woman, who had been so timid moments ago, could suddenly become so bold. Yi Yanhong, on the other hand, wore a hostile expression and said coldly, Shinruoi, what do you mean by this? Shinruoi showed no trace of retreat in her eyes and replied calmly yet firmly, Manager Yi, didn't you teach us before? To be a qualified salesperson, one shouldn't act aloof but should set aside their dignity and use every means to win customers over. I'm just learning from you now. Yi Yanhong's lips curled slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of disdain. Just a part-timer, daring to challenge my dominance as the top salesperson? How presumptuous. Today, Big Sister will show you what real sales champion tactics look like. Qin Feng, don't pay him any mind. I'll take you to Tinglong Academy right now. With that, she warmly took Qin Feng's arm, as intimate as lovers. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up. Following his principle of never refusing what comes his way, he enjoyed the soft touch of the beauty and said with a smile, Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, sister. Shinruoi grew so anxious she felt like sitting on pins and needles. This was her only chance. If she couldn't seize it, she would have no choice but to sacrifice her purity. Shinruoi, oh Shinruoi, what time is it now? Stop acting so high and mighty. With determination in her eyes, Shinruoi lightly bit her lip, suppressing the bitterness in her heart, and said with a cheerful smile, Junior, you're this year's freshman, right? Let your senior sister take you to Tinglong Academy. Maybe I can even introduce you to a few pretty female classmates. After saying this, Shin Ruoi felt disgusted with herself. To please the man before her, she had even uttered such words. Shin Fong keenly noticed the change in Shin Ruoi's emotions. It seemed this woman had something weighing on her mind. It's more lively with more people, so why don't you two come with me to see the apartment? Yi Yanhong glared fiercely at Shin Ruoi, but since Shin Fong had already spoken, she couldn't easily refuse. In an instant, her expression softened into a charming smile. Handsome, what's your name? Shin Fong. The spirit of the great Shin, with its unyielding strength, what a fitting name. Yi Yanhong's ease and grace in conversation were truly a delight to behold. Did you drive here? Not yet. I just arrived at Jiangnan University. Buying a car is something I'll consider later, Shin Fong replied casually. I'll definitely buy a car, but only after purchasing a house first, then I'll find time to get a car. A cunning glint flashed in Yi Yanhong's eyes. If she could build a good relationship with this person, it might help expand her social network. With a charming smile, she said, then let's take my car. I'm quite familiar with the car dealerships here. If you're looking to buy a car, you can come to me, I'll take you there for free. Shin Fong glanced at Yi Yanhong, who was smiling cheerfully and naturally wouldn't refuse the invitation from the older sister. Going car shopping together wouldn't be lonely. Great, I'll trouble you to introduce more then, sis. Let's add each other on WeChat then. Yi Yanhong swiftly opened her WeChat QR code. Shin Ruoi's mood was extremely complicated. She felt like an unnecessary presence. If he doesn't take the initiative, Shin Fong would definitely not choose to buy a house on his own. Something must be done. Chapter 4, Tenglong Academy. Yi Yanhong's car is a BYD. Shin Fong didn't mind it either and sat in the back seat with Shin Ruoi. The car slowly started moving. Senior, which department are you from? Shin Fong crossed his legs, gazing with interest at the beauty before him. Shin Ruoi replied in a pleasant voice, the Fine Arts Department. Tenglong Academy also houses several girls from the Fine Arts Department, all of them great beauties. Shin Fong blinked and casually asked, is she as pretty as you, senior? Shin Ruoi forced a smile, you're joking, junior. I'm just an ordinary girl. Shin Fong didn't speak further, lost in thought. He noticed that the senior before him seemed preoccupied. The conversation lost its flavor, and his interest in talking waned. They quickly arrived at Tenglong Academy. The environment at Tenglong Academy was indeed pleasant, featuring artificial rock landscapes and several tall buildings arranged in an orderly manner. The roads were smooth, and it wasn't far from the school. Shin Ruoi took the initiative to ask, Junior, there are many vacant rooms here. How many bedrooms and living rooms do you need, and roughly which floor? I can arrange everything for you. Yi Yanhong smiled and took over the conversation. Shin Fong, if you trust your sister, come with me first. I'll show you a property. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. If you're not satisfied, you can ask me to do anything. Yi Yanhong's charm was natural, every word and smile capable of captivating hearts. Shin Fong felt completely at ease. Coming here to buy a house and having someone provide emotional value, he was more than happy to enjoy it. As for Yi Yanhong saying she'd do anything, those words were undoubtedly meant to tease him on purpose. This sales job is really full of hidden depths. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, sister. A knowing smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips as he let Yi Yanhong take his arm. Shin Ruoi stamped her foot in frustration. She could never be as uninhibited as Yi Yanhong. Cursing inwardly at how shameless Yi Yanhong was. All she knew was how to seduce men with her filthy body. Would she really have to stoop to this woman's level of shamelessness? Shin Ruoi was utterly tormented. Amidst her inner turmoil, the sound of her mother's sobbing remained vividly fresh in her memory. At this moment, Shin Ruoi's mind was exceptionally clear. She strode forward with her long, slender legs, quickly catching up to Qin Feng, and affectionately looped her arm through his. With a squinting smile, she said, Junior, I'm quite familiar with the houses here too. Let me give you a tour later. A warm, spring-like smile blossomed across Qin Feng's face. On the left was the mature and elegant Yi Yanhong, while on the right was the pure and innocent schoolgirl Shin Ruoi. His heart also felt somewhat elated. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Qin Feng enjoyed the warmth of his senior. The following moments were pure bliss for Qin Feng. Two stunning beauties showed him around one property after another, introducing each in detail. In one go, they viewed 7 or 8 apartments. Junior, after looking at so many properties, have you found one you like? Shin Ruoi asked nervously, holding a stack of real estate documents in her arms. Yi Yanhong added, if you don't like these, I can show you others. She wasn't in a hurry either, as she had plenty of listings on hand. If Qin Feng wasn't satisfied, she could continue introducing more options. As long as there was potential for a purchase, Yi Yanhong was confident she could close the deal. Qin Feng thought to himself, the more the system spends, the greater the rebate amount, so there's no need to worry about waste. I want to buy 20 units, with consecutive door numbers. Calculate how much it will cost. As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions on Shin Ruoi and Yi Yanhong's faces instantly froze, petrified on the spot. Both stared at Qin Feng with looks of utter disbelief. They considered many possibilities, even the chance that Qin Feng might refuse, but they never imagined he would ask to buy 20 sets. Even Yi Yanhong, the top salesperson who had dealt with many big bosses, was utterly shocked by Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng, are you serious? You want to buy 20 sets? Yi Yanhong didn't realize her voice was trembling slightly, nor did she notice her delicate body was shaking as well. Sister Yi, do I look like I'm joking to you? Qin Feng said seriously. If you don't believe in my capabilities, you can check the balance on my card. Qin Feng pulled out a black gold card. Yi Yanhong's pupils contracted sharply. Black card. Only those with deposits exceeding 10 billion are eligible to possess such a card. In that instant, Qin Feng's image in her eyes suddenly soared. Mr. Qin Feng, please wait a moment. I can't make the decision on this matter. I must call and report to our boss. Yi Yanhong's attitude quickly changed, becoming humble and polite. The coquettish air on her face also completely vanished. With Qin Feng's permission, Yi Yanhong hurried to make a phone call. Shenruoi took a long time to snap out of her daze. Although she didn't know the exact value of this black card, Yi Yanhong's reaction was enough to tell her everything. At this moment, Shenruoi's heart was pounding wildly. She never dreamed that the man before her could be so reckless. A single apartment here costs 5 million, so 20 would amount to 100 million. If she could close this deal with Qin Feng, her commission would easily reach hundreds of thousands. With this money, Dad's illness can be treated too. Shenruoi nervously fidgeted with her fingers, glancing guiltily at Yi Yanhong. Biting her lip lightly and blushing, she said, Junior, are you really going to buy 20 sets? Qin Feng admired her shy and charming demeanor, thinking to himself, Shenruoi is truly an exceptional woman. I just wonder if she has a boyfriend. Wait, it would be even better if she did have one. Yeah, I never joke about things like this. Receiving Qin Feng's affirmation, a flicker of struggle flashed in Shenruoi's eyes. Summoning her courage, she leaned close to Qin Feng's ear, her warm breath brushing against it as she whispered, Junior, as long as you sign the contract with me and help me close this deal, I'll do whatever you ask. I really need the money. Shenruoi's gaze was complicated. If not for desperate circumstances, she wouldn't have been willing to make such a sacrifice. Qin Feng's heart stirred. He swallowed hard, his eyes ambiguous as he asked, You're willing to do anything I say? Shenruoi blushed shyly, stealing another glance in Yi Yanhong's direction before whispering, Yes, my father is ill and needs money for surgery. Otherwise, I wouldn't have proposed such terms. I understand. We'll discuss this matter later. Qin Feng suppressed the turmoil in his heart. Shenruoi's heart was in turmoil as she nervously fiddled with the pen in her hand. Could it be that her charm wasn't enough? Could it be that he wants both women? Qin Feng also thought to himself, Senior Shenruoi's request was truly unexpected. He had originally planned to buy Tinglong Academy and become friends with them, but Shenruoi's proposal made it hard for him to refuse. On one side was a mature beauty, on the other a senior. What a difficult choice. At that moment, Yi Yanhong returned with an excited expression. Qin Feng, our CEO has agreed to your request and is already on his way here by car. He'll arrive shortly. Before long, the chief director of Tinglong Academy arrived. A bald, overweight manager came over with 7 or 8 people in tow. The meeting began with the usual exchange of pleasantries. The plump manager straightened his expression and said, Mr. Qin, I won't waste your time. I have no issues with your request 20 units for 100 million. We can sign the contract immediately upon payment. Chapter 5, Tenfold Cashback. Agreed. The commission for these 20 units will be split between the two of them. I hope the commission can be distributed to them today. The chubby manager grinned from ear to ear. Today's performance was equivalent to a whole month's worth. No problem, I'll give each of them an additional bonus of 150,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Shenruoi couldn't suppress her emotions, and all her excitement was written across her pretty face. Father is saved. She raised her watery eyes to gaze at Qin Feng. There was both gratitude and a hint of shyness. Qin Feng had the manager issue the commission today, surely because he knew she needed the money. It seems he has tacitly accepted the deal he proposed. Does this mean I'll have to become his woman from now on? Shenruoi's eyes flickered with a trace of hesitation, but she soon relaxed. If it weren't for Qin Feng's help, she would have had no choice but to beg young Master Zhang. Rather than being ruined by someone like Zhang Xiao, it would be better to give myself to Qin Feng. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng seemed quite handsome and wealthy too. Perhaps submitting to him wouldn't be such a bad deal after all. Shenruoi gently touched her own face, only to find it burning hot and flushed. Fortunately, no one's attention was focused on her, so no one noticed her unusual state. Yi Yanhong smiled like a flower, and the 150,000 yuan reward was an unexpected delight for her. She wasn't greedy enough to aim for the commission from 20 houses, because she knew the greatest gain wasn't the house commission, but the connection she could establish with Qin Feng. Beep, card swipe successful. Congratulations! You have successfully spent 100 million to purchase real estate and received a tenfold return. You have been awarded 1 billion yuan. Shin Feng remained completely unfazed. The wealth system he obtained would grant him random multiple rebates as rewards whenever he spent money. The plump manager squinted and extended his hand with a smile, saying, Mr. Qin, these 20 properties are yours from now on. If you have any issues in the future, you can have Yi Yanhong handle them for you. If she can't resolve them, you can contact me directly. I won't disturb you any further. The plump manager left his phone number and departed. Yi Yanhong's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. She knew that one must strike while the iron is hot. If she didn't seize this opportunity, there might not be another chance for them to meet again. She had to get closer to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, thank you for buying so many properties at once. It's earned me quite a bit of money. I don't have much to repay you with, so how about this? You're looking to buy a car, right? Let me be your free guide. What do you say? Yi Yanhong wore a charming smile on her face, but inside, she was secretly nervous. Even her hands felt a bit restless. Would Qin Feng refuse her? A wealthy man like him probably wasn't short of women, and she was several years older than him. Perhaps he preferred someone like Shen Ruoi, a college girl. The more Yi Yanhong thought about it, the less confident she became. Just as she assumed Qin Feng would reject her, his gaze swept over her delicate figure, and he smiled, saying, Sure, I'm not familiar with this place anyway. Having Sister Ye's help would be even better. Yi Yanhong was instantly overjoyed, her eyes brimming with even more allure. The glance Qin Feng had just given her carried something unusual. It was the look of a man eyeing his prey. As a mature woman, how could she not know what such a gaze from a man signified? Far from minding, Yi Yanhong was instead quite pleased with herself. Men truly can't resist beauty. Noticing Qin Feng's intentions, Yi Yanhong grew bolder and less restrained. Brother Qin Feng, I'll wait for your call then. Is there anything else you need me to do for you today? Yi Yanhong moved even closer, almost pressing against Qin Feng. Her gaze seemed to say, just say the word, and I'll do anything for you. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Yi Yanhong was truly a bewitching woman. Whether it was her figure or her personality, she was the epitome of a top-tier mature beauty. Yi Jia, there's actually something I need your help with. Oh, you say. Yi Yanhong's eyes lit up, a hint of joy welling in her heart. I have 20 apartments here. I live in one myself and plan to rent out the remaining 19. As that fat manager just mentioned, among the properties I've sold, some are rented out. I need someone to manage these properties for me. In other words, I'd like to hire you as my landlady for 10,000 yuan a month. Yi Yanhong couldn't suppress the upward curve of her lips and eagerly said in a sweet voice, No problem, absolutely no problem. As if afraid Qin Feng might regret it. Yi Yanhong secretly rejoiced. Just when I was searching high and low without success, it came to me effortlessly. With this connection, there would be more opportunities to interact with Qin Feng, and she could easily earn 10,000 yuan every month. Could it get any better? Then I'll be troubling Sister Yi from now on. Qin Feng's lips curled up, his gaze peculiar. With this connection, Yi Yanhong had effectively become his female subordinate. When bored, it wouldn't be bad to ask her out for shopping or some leisure activities. This is what you call adjusting life's rhythm. Shen Ruoti beside her was extremely envious. Yi Yanhong had effortlessly secured a job that made her green with envy, managing the rental of 19 properties, which was practically like lying at home collecting money. How wonderful it would be if this part-time job were hers. Ruoi, we should head back now. Yi Yanhong's call snapped Shen Ruoi back to reality. Senior Shen, let's add each other on WeChat. Qin Feng called out to Shen Ruoi. Shen Ruoi's face turned red, as if she had thought of something. After adding WeChat, Shen Ruoi lowered her head and said, If there's anything, just message me on WeChat. Then, she left with a flushed face. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips. It seemed his days at Jiangnan University wouldn't be too dull after all. Opening WeChat, he carefully examined Shen Ruoi's personal information. Her WeChat name was Big White Rabbit, and the profile picture was of herself. Qin Feng chuckled, thinking about Shen Ruoi's figure. She truly lived up to the nickname Big White Rabbit. Recalling Shen Ruoi's earlier suggestion, Qin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart and sent her a message. Senior, I've already agreed to your terms. Are you ready to fulfill your promise? Still in the elevator, Shen Ruoi quickly put away her phone, afraid that Yi Yanhong might see it. Ruoi, why is your face a little red? Yi Yanhong's gaze was suggestive. It's nothing, maybe the weather is a bit hot. Shen Ruoi touched her pretty face, her eyes evasive and not daring to meet Yi Yanhong's gaze. Yi Yanhong chuckled lightly. Ruoi, there's no need to hide it from me. When Qin Feng added you on WeChat just now, your expression was already a bit off. Plus, he suddenly gave you 10 sets of performance out of the blue. I knew the two of you must have struck some kind of deal. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Shen Ruoi was startled, then turned her head to look at the elevator door and said, Manager Yi, I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Yanhong thought to herself, I was just testing Shen Ruoi earlier, and from her reaction, I can conclude that she really has some kind of deal with Qin Feng. She had seen plenty of such things in real estate sales. After leaving Tinglong Academy, Shin Ruoi said, "Manager Yi, I have something else to attend to and will return later." Yi Yanhong gave me a knowing look, then drove away with a smile. Shin Ruoi finally took out her phone and sent a reply message to Qin Feng. "I'm free tonight." Chapter 6, Senior Sister's Special Favor. Qin Feng lazily leaned back on the sofa, his slender fingers casually swiping across the phone screen as he read the suggestive messages from Shin Ruoi. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of his lips, and he murmured softly, "The senior is quite adept, but I'm someone who appreciates a bit of romance. If things progress too quickly, it becomes rather dull. I have no desire to chew on wax tasteless and unappetizing." Qin Feng was like an experienced hunter. Women are like aged wine: the longer they mature, the richer and sweeter the flavor becomes. To completely conquer Shin Ruoi's body and mind is when the peach is at its ripest. On the other side, Shin Ruoi clutched her phone nervously. When Qin Feng sees the message I sent, he'll surely ask me to go see him tonight. Alas, my chastity probably won't be preserved. Few men can resist a woman as beautiful as me. Shin Ruoi resigned herself to waiting for the instructions Qin Feng would send. Her phone vibrated slightly, and Shin Ruoi knew Qin Feng had sent a message. Her heart suddenly leaped into her throat, as if awaiting the verdict of a trial. When she saw the message from Qin Feng, she froze in place, her sexy lips slightly parted, unable to believe he would make such a request. "No rush, just send me a few nice photos first." Reading this message, Shin Ruoi's emotions felt like a roller coaster ride. She felt both relieved and a little disappointed. Qin Feng must have understood the meaning of that message just now, but he didn't explicitly ask her to go see him tonight. Was her charm not enough? Shin Ruoi felt a bit insecure, yet somewhat grateful that Qin Feng had given her some buffer time. Unlike other men who, upon hearing such a request, would practically want to devour her on the spot, Qin Feng only asked her to send him a few photos, a request that wasn't just modest but almost excessively low. Shin Ruoi felt a little guilty. Qin Feng had helped her so much, yet all he asked for were a few photos, something that was practically effortless for her. Just as she was about to select a few photos to send over, Shin Ruoi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and stopped her fingers. Qin Feng had said, "Send me a few nice photos." Didn't he specifically emphasize that they should be good-looking? What kind of photos would a man ask a woman to send when he says good-looking? Shin Ruoi's cheeks flushed with a faint blush, resembling peach blossoms in full bloom during spring. She gently bit her lower lip and placed her phone face down beside her. Raising her gaze, her eyes caught sight of the restroom sign not far away. With her slender legs elegantly encased in black stockings, she walked gracefully toward it. Meanwhile, Qin Feng waited for several minutes without receiving any photos from Shin Ruoi, which left him somewhat puzzled. That's odd. After helping her with such a big favor, sending a few photos shouldn't be a problem. Could it be that she hasn't seen my message? As soon as the words were spoken, a picture instantly appeared in the WeChat chat box. The next second, Qin Feng's eyes widened in an instant. A captivating photo came into view. A pair of straight, slender legs occupied most of the frame, tightly wrapped in black suspender stockings that shimmered with a mysterious and alluring sheen. The woman in the photo had hiked her tight, curve-hugging skirt high up her thighs, the fabric bunched just at the tantalizing boundary of the absolute territory, revealing her leg lines without reservation, smooth and breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Feng's eyes remained fixed. His senior was really going all out. He had only asked her to take a few casual photos, and she ended up sending him this kind of bonus. Was he too innocent, or was his senior just too wild? "Junior, are you satisfied with the photos I took in the bathroom? If not, I can take more." Qin Feng swallowed hard, delightfully admiring Shin Ruoi's enticing photos. "The shooting angle isn't bad, but I can tell your skills still need work. You'll have to practice more. Next time, I'll guide you slowly. Let's just forget about it this time." Shin Ruoi's face flushed like a woman who had drunk too much. This was the first time she had ever sent such revealing photos to someone else. It was both nerve-wracking and thrilling. The only thing she felt grateful for was that her junior didn't seem to mind. He really did want to see such photos. Boys are indeed always so naughty. "Sorry, I've never taken this kind of photo before. I hope you don't mind if it's not good." Qin Feng chuckled, as Shin Ruoi's words revealed quite a bit of information. Which means he was the first person to receive such a photo from her. "Hasn't your boyfriend seen this kind of photo either?" "I don't have a boyfriend, and I've never been in a relationship." "Oh, you're so beautiful, how could no one have pursued you?" Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Shin Ruoi had mentioned earlier that she was in her third year of college. At her age, it's extremely rare not to have been in a relationship, especially for someone as beautiful as her. It's practically a miracle. "This is my personal issue. Actually, quite a few people have been pursuing me, and there's this Zhang Xiao who keeps pestering me. He's also a rich second-generation heir. But I don't like him as a person, so I rejected him." Qin Feng stroked his chin. Since Shin Ruoi had made a deal with him, naturally he couldn't let others interfere. He wasn't generous enough to share his woman with someone else. So what if he's a rich second generation? Dare to compete with me for a woman, and you're my enemy. Ruoi, you're now my Qin Feng's person. From now on, I've got your back. No matter what difficulties you face or who bullies you, you can come to me. Shen Ruoyi's heart trembled as she stared blankly at the words Qin Feng had sent. At this moment, she actually felt a flutter in her heart. What woman wouldn't want a good man to rely on? Especially someone like her, born into poverty yet yearning for peace. And to top it off, he was handsome and wealthy. Shen Ruoyi's heart fluttered, but the moment this thought flashed through her mind, she sobered up and mocked herself. He's only saying such things to make me happy. How could someone like him, with all his wealth, ever be sincere with me? Her delicate fingers lightly tapped the screen as she quickly sent a reply. Thank you, Junior. I need to visit my dad at the hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll go attend to that first. Let me know if you need anything. Shen Ruoyi put her phone into her pocket, unaware of how much help Qin Feng's promise would bring her. Qin Feng also ended his chat with Shen Ruoyi. Feeling thirsty, he opened the fridge only to find it completely empty. Having just moved in, there was nothing. It was time to stock up on some essentials. There seems to be a small supermarket at the entrance of Tinglong Academy. Let's go there to buy some daily necessities. Qin Feng changed into a pair of slippers and swaggered off to the supermarket. As soon as he reached the entrance, he spotted several unexpected people. It was Lu Piaoxue, Shi Rojing, and Jiang Xiaofeng. How could they be here? After a moment's thought, Qin Feng understood what was going on. Many people from Jiangnan University rented apartments here, so they must be living here too. At that moment, Lu Piaoxue and the others also noticed Qin Feng and showed surprised expressions, seemingly not expecting to see him here either. Chapter 7, I live here. Hi, Senior Lu, we meet again. What a coincidence. Do you also live here? Qin Feng greeted with a smile. Lu Piaoxue smiled faintly. Yes, Rojing and I share an apartment here. Junior Jiang mentioned wanting to rent a place here, so Rojing brought him over to take a look. I came to pick them up. Qin Feng glanced at Jiang Xiaofeng. This guy didn't look like a good person no matter how you looked at him. And that Shi Rojing, she seemed like a gold-digging, two-faced woman at first glance. How could Lu Piaoxue be hanging out with them? Shi Rojing frowned slightly. Qin Feng's gaze made her extremely uncomfortable. She thought to herself, no matter how you look at him, this guy doesn't seem like someone who could afford to rent a place here. What is he doing here? Could it be that he heard Tinglong Academy housed many beauties and came here to gawk at them? That's definitely the case. Shi Rojing glared fiercely at Qin Feng and said sarcastically, Junior Jiang, some people just have no shame. Clearly unable to afford renting a place here, they still come to join in the fun. You don't think he came here to check out beautiful women, do you? Qin Feng felt utterly baffled. Is this woman out of her mind? He wasn't familiar with her nor had he offended her, yet she acted as if he owed her money. Jiang Xiaofeng raised his chin, exuding an overwhelming sense of superiority, and said indifferently, don't talk to such low-level people, or it will lower your own status. We'll just wait here for the landlord to come over. Ignore this kind of person. Qin Feng originally didn't want to argue with these people, but Jiang Xiaofeng's words made him very unhappy. If someone made him unhappy, he would make them twice as unhappy in return. This is his principle in life. Jiang Xiaofeng, right? It's not that I look down on you, but if you have the capability, don't rent, just buy a place here outright. Jiang Xiaofeng's face darkened, his handsome features taking on a hint of coldness. Damn it, I don't want to waste my breath on trash like you, yet you insist on making your presence known. In that case, don't blame me for giving you a dimensional downgrade. See this watch on my hand? Rolex watch. Jiang Xiaofeng shook the watch on his wrist and said smugly, not too expensive, just 180,000. He then tugged at the collar of his clothes, raised his head, and said, Arc'teryx jacket, over 5,000 bucks. I won't say much more, but just the things I'm wearing add up to hundreds of thousands. Do you really think I can't afford to buy a house here? Shi Rojing's eyes lit up. Renting here had been quite a financial strain for her, which was why she had chosen to share an apartment with Lu Piaoxue. Living here not only offers a comfortable environment but, most importantly, the chance to mingle with wealthy people. Junior Jiang, you're so rich. Shi Rojing couldn't hide her admiration, her face full of worship. Any apartment here costs millions. Are you planning to buy one? Jiang Xiaofeng greatly enjoyed women submitting to him. He secretly glanced at Lu Piaoxue and thought to himself, this doesn't make sense. I've already displayed such substantial financial power, so why does Lu Piaoxue still appear so indifferent? Could it be that the strength I've shown isn't enough? How interesting. The harder a woman is to obtain, the more I like her. It seems I'll have to put in more effort to conquer Lu Piaoxue. That won't be necessary. I'm only staying here for a few years, so there's no need to buy a house, renting will suffice. Then he changed the subject and, looking at Lu Piaoxue with a smile, said, but I do plan to buy a sports car for fun. Piaoxue, if you're free, how about accompanying me to buy a car? Lu Piaoxue said indifferently, sorry, it's the start of the school these days, and the student union has a lot of things to deal with, so I won't go. I'll go, Piaoxue is busy but I'm free. Shirojing happily grabbed Jiang Xiaofeng's hand and said in a coquettish voice, "Junior, just take me to broaden my horizons. I promise to be super obedient and won't cause you any trouble. Okay?" That coquettish voice gave Qin Feng goosebumps. You'd think they were a couple deeply in love. What a shameless pair. Qin Feng couldn't bear to look and said to Lu Piaoxue, "Senior, there are quite a few barbecue stalls outside Tinglong Academy. Would you like to try them tonight?" "Thanks, maybe another time." Lu Piaoxue declined. Some people really are toads lusting after swan meat. Shirojing crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Qin Feng, this is a high-end residential area, not the kind of place someone like you should be. Get out now, or I'll call security to throw you out." Qin Feng found this strange. "Shirojing, why are you always targeting me? Did I do something to offend you?" "No." Shirojing said righteously, "I just despise those who have no money but love to pretend they're rich." "Is that reason enough? You've broken my rules, understand?" Qin Feng was so angry he laughed. He had never met such an unreasonable woman before. "There are so many men out there who have no money but love to pretend. Why don't you lecture them?" "Because I don't know them, but I know you. Who told you to put on airs in front of me? You clearly can't afford to live in Tinglong Academy, yet you insist on saying you rented a place here. Why don't you just say you bought a house here?" Shirojing looked at Qin Feng with utter disdain, her gaze as if she were staring at trash. Lu Piaoxue gently tugged at Shirojing's sleeve and shook her head. Shirojing paid no heed. "Piaoxue, you're just too kind-hearted. People like Qin Feng see your kindness and try to take advantage of you. Today, I'll show you the true face of such a despicable man." A smirk played at the corners of Qin Feng's lips, and a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. "Let me be honest with you, I didn't rent here. I actually bought 20 apartments in this building." Surprised? They were stunned for a moment. Immediately afterward, Lu Piaoxue shook her head secretly. This guy really knows how to boast. Initially, she felt sorry for him and even considered speaking up for him, but now it was completely unnecessary. Someone like him deserved a lesson. Put. Jiang Xiaofeng couldn't hold back anymore, laughing uncontrollably. "Bro, are you here to perform crosstalk? Do you have any idea what it means to buy 20 apartments here? Even I wouldn't dare to say such things. How could you possibly be worthy?" Shirojing was laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed from her eyes, clutching her stomach as she trembled with laughter. "I've never seen such a shameless man in my life. If you could actually buy 20 properties here, if you really had that kind of ability, I'd gladly drink foot washing water." Qin Feng was speechless. Why was it that no one ever believed him when he told the truth? "But for a woman like you who wants to drink my foot washing water, I'm not even willing to give it." "Ah, Junior, I don't know what to say to you." Lu Piaoxue's beautiful face was full of helplessness. "Being poor doesn't matter, as long as you have ambition, you'll surely make something of yourself in the future. But you can't pretend to be rich when you're broke, or you'll just become a laughingstock, understand?" Lu Piaoxue spoke earnestly in persuasion. Qin Feng shrugged. "Forget it, if you don't believe me, I won't insist." At that moment, a BYD car pulled up right beside them. The door opened, revealing a long leg clad in black stockings, followed by a stunningly beautiful mature woman stepping out. "Are you the ones looking to rent a place?" Chapter 8, I live next door to the school beauty. The person who arrived was Yi Yanhong, who had left and then returned. After completing all the formalities, she received a call about someone wanting to rent the place and hurried over. She couldn't afford to slack off on her first job like this, lest she leave a bad impression on Qin Feng, so she rushed over immediately. Seeing Qin Feng standing nearby, Yi Yanhong was momentarily stunned, but then she noticed him subtly shaking his head at her and making a silencing gesture. Yi Yanhong, being the sales elite she was, immediately grasped Qin Feng's intention and pretended not to know him. Jiang Xiaofeng licked his lips. He also had a thing for mature women like her. Judging by the car she drove, she didn't seem to be the property owner but rather a sub-landlord. Such women were the easiest to pick up. He'd get her WeChat privately later, find an excuse to go for drinks, and the rest would follow naturally. "Hello, I'm the one renting the apartment." Jiang Xiaofeng flashed what he thought was a charming smile. "The apartment I want is the one next to theirs. I heard that unit is vacant, right?" Qin Feng's heart stirred from Jiang Xiaofeng's tone. It seemed he wanted to live next to Lu Piaoxue. "Trying to keep close to the water to catch the moon first? Interesting, I'll let you bleed a little first, and in the end, you'll be left with nothing but an empty basket." He took out his phone and opened Yi Yanhong's WeChat. "Sure, do you live alone?" Yi Yanhong flashed a professional smile. With Qin Feng present, Yi Yanhong didn't dare to show her charming smile to other men now. Not even she realized this, as if afraid that Qin Feng might misunderstand her. "Then I'll rent it. Is the rent 5,000? Yi Yanhong was about to agree when she saw the text message Qin Feng had sent. The rent quadrupled directly, and it's collected annually, with a 3-month deposit exactly 300,000. If he thinks it's expensive, then find a way to provoke him. Yi Yanhong stole a glance at Qin Feng and immediately flashed a charming smile. She probably guessed what was going on and said sweetly, "Sorry, the rent for that apartment you mentioned has gone up. It's now 20,000 a month." What? Jiang Xiaofeng looked smug. Wasn't it 5,000? How did it suddenly jump to 20,000? Are you joking with me? Yi Yanhong put on a serious expression. Sir, I'm not joking with you. The people living here are all wealthy. If you can't afford it, just say so directly, don't waste everyone's time. Shi Rojing, standing nearby, was already panicked. The burden of 5,000 yuan in rent was already straining her finances. If it increased to 20,000, she simply couldn't afford it. Landlady, has our apartment's rent gone up too? Shi Rojing asked nervously, her nerves stretched taut. Yi Yanhong glanced at Qin Feng, who shook his head in response. Your rent for that apartment won't increase, your original contract remains unchanged. The current rental terms are different. Shi Rojing patted her ample chest and let out a relieved sigh, having been nearly scared to death moments ago. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Qin Feng drinking water with an indifferent expression, which inexplicably irritated her. Pointing at him, she asked, does this person also live here? Yi Yanhong smiled faintly and replied, yes, he lives here too. Shi Rojing was dumbfounded, this trash actually lives here. Lu Paoxue also looked astonished. Sir, do you still want to rent a place here? Our properties are quite expensive. If you can't afford it, please don't waste our time, okay? Yi Yanhong's expression practically spelled out, if you're broke, don't waste my time, I'm very busy. Jiang Xiaofeng glanced at it and felt secretly displeased. Qin Feng, a lowly person like him, also lives here. If he were intimidated by these 20,000 yuan, wouldn't it make the beautiful woman laugh at him and also make Lu Paoxue look down on him? 20,000 yuan isn't much to him anyway, consider it the cost of pursuing Lu Paoxue. Jiang Xiaofeng waved his hand grandly, I'm not short of such a small amount. 20,000 it is, I'll take it. Yi Yanhong narrowed her eyes and smiled, this young master certainly has the means. The monthly rent is 20,000, with a 1-year contract signed up front, plus a 3-month deposit. The total payment of 300,000 needs to be settled in one go. Jiang Xiaofeng's expression froze instantly, then grew heated with anger. It was true he had money, but he wasn't about to let himself be swindled. Big sister, are you joking with me? Paying 300,000 in rent all at once, who rents a place like that? Yi Yanhong replied coldly, sorry, but these are the new boss's rules, set just a few minutes ago. If you can't afford it, just say so. Our boss made it clear, take it or leave it. Jiang Xiaofeng's face darkened. He had never encountered such ridiculous rules before, and now he found himself in a dilemma. Qin Feng seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. Sister Yi, let it go. Asking someone to cough up 300,000 all at once is practically asking for their life. Who knows, he might even be relying on his parents for the money. Jiang Xiaofeng's face turned alternately green and red with rage. Gnashing his teeth, he spat out, what's the big deal about 300,000? It's nothing to me. I'll rent this place. Transfer the money now. As if afraid others might misunderstand that he had no money, he immediately took the initiative to transfer the funds. People like Jiang Xiaofeng have a mentality similar to that of the nouveau riche, they fear nothing more than being called poor. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. As soon as Yi Yanhong received the money, she immediately transferred it to his account. Qin Feng promptly transferred 100,000 yuan back to Yi Yanhong and sent her a WeChat message. Keep this money as a reward from me. Work hard with me from now on, and I won't treat you unfairly. Yi Yanhong was overjoyed. My choice was indeed the right one, just a casual tip amounted to nearly half a year's salary for me. The money came too quickly, almost unrealistically, leaving her with a surreal sensation. Yi Yanhong suddenly felt that as long as she maintained a good relationship with Qin Feng, she could definitely break free from her current social class in the future. Little brother, I'll listen to you from now on. I'll follow your lead and work hard with you. After sending this message, Yi Yanhong secretly gave Qin Feng a flirtatious glance. Qin Feng chuckled to himself, thinking this woman was quite savvy. After signing the contract, Shi Rojing smiled and said, Junior Jian lives in 604, and we're in 605, so we'll be neighbors from now on. Feel free to drop by and hang out with us anytime. Just like that, Jiang Xiaofeng spent 300,000 yuan. Although he felt a bit displeased, he was still happy to get the room key. Now he could take his time conquering Lu Paoxue. He. As his gaze inadvertently fell on Qin Feng, the anger in his heart instantly surged. This guy had just humiliated him with his words earlier. If this weren't his own turf, he'd really like to call some people to teach him a lesson. Qin Feng, didn't you say you live here? Which room do you live in? Qin Feng scratched his head, what a coincidence. I'm actually staying in room 606, right next to Lu Paoxue's place. Lu Paoxue looked astonished. This is way too much of a coincidence, she said. Shi Rojing's expression darkened instantly. I get it now, she sneered. He must have found out somehow that Paoxue is staying in 605, so he deliberately booked 606. Qin Feng, are you trying to chase after Paoxue? Shi Rojing planted her hands on her slender waist and interrogated him fiercely. Chapter 9, would you believe me if I said it was a misunderstanding? As Shirojing's words fell, a strange glint flashed through Lu Xiaoshue's eyes. Shirojing's words weren't without reason. This series of events was simply too coincidental, as if meticulously orchestrated by someone. Could Qin Feng have deliberately sought to get close to her? Lu Xiaoshue shook her head inwardly. If Qin Feng had really gone out of his way to please her like other boys, she would have looked down on him. Rojing, let's go, Lu Xiaoshue said calmly. If I say this was just a coincidence, would you believe me? Qin Feng shrugged helplessly, his expression completely honest. He truly hadn't known Lu Xiaoshue lives next door. At the time, he'd simply thought the apartment was nice, good view, and he could see the school directly from there. A smile appeared on Shirojing's face. Xiaoshue, sometimes I really envy you. Someone went to such lengths to pursue you, even renting a place next door while scrimping and saving. It's just a pity he has no idea he's nothing but a toad. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He could clearly sense Shirojing's sarcasm. With a clear conscience, he neither feared nor cared about Shirojing's slander. A handsome person isn't afraid of others calling them ugly, only those who are truly ugly would care about such remarks. Senior Lu, you don't actually believe what she said, do you? Qin Feng called out to Lu Xiaoshue. Lu Xiaoshue stopped in her tracks, fragments of her first encounter with Qin Feng flashing through her mind. Qin Feng didn't seem like a frivolous person, and besides, this was their first meeting. There was no way he could know where she lived. Maybe she should trust him this once. It's better not to make wild guesses, lest someone laughs at me. Lu Xiaoshue held Shirojing's hand and whispered, Jingjing, stop fooling around. Perhaps it really was a coincidence. Tunlong Academy has many new students renting here every year. Maybe he just happened to live here too. Shirojing was frustrated. Xiaoshue was perfect in every way, except that at critical moments, her opinions always opposed hers. She could only cover her forehead helplessly and say, Xiaoshue, you're just too kind-hearted, always thinking of others. You'll end up getting hurt someday. Qin Feng cast an approving glance at Lu Xiaoshue. This senior truly didn't disappoint him, possessing her own independent thinking ability. As expected of a senior who can distinguish right from wrong, unlike certain people who enjoy smearing others' reputations. Shirojing's expression darkened upon hearing this, her face full of disdain as she stared at Qin Feng as if he were trash, snorting coldly, small men thrive on others' misfortune. Xiaoshue, let's ignore him. With these words, she pulled Lu Xiaoshue away. Lu Xiaoshue turned her head and smiled helplessly, saying, Junior Qin Feng, Jingjing can be a bit impulsive at times. She's quite straightforward by nature, so please don't take it to heart. She's not a bad person. And you call that not bad? Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, Senior, I suggest you keep your distance from such people. She's not the right friend for you. Shirojing glared fiercely at Qin Feng, stop trying to sow discord. I think you just find me in your way. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. He had already given his warning. Whether Lu Xiaoshue believed him or not was her business. Zhang Xiaofeng stood still with his hands in his pockets, his face so dark it seemed like water could drip from it, a fire burning in his heart. Lu Xiaoshue was the woman he had long claimed as his own. Qin Feng's blatant move to live next door to her was clearly an attempt to steal her away. Zhang Xiaofeng cast a cold glance at Qin Feng and spat out a few words through clenched teeth, overestimating yourself. I advise you to stay away from Xiaoshue. She's not someone you can even think about. Qin Feng burst into laughter, suspecting Zhang Xiaofeng had lost his mind. Buddy, what kind of nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? What are you to Lu Xiaoshue anyway? Are you her husband or her boyfriend? Why don't you mind Elon Musk's business and tell him to stop messing around with Mars? Zhang Xiaofeng was left speechless and could only glare, knowing he was in the wrong. He had no choice but to say, I can't be bothered to talk to someone as uncultured as you. Qin Feng sneered, as if I enjoy talking to you either. He even added one last jab, what, you think you're some beauty that every man wants to talk to? Zhang Xiaofeng had only taken a few steps when his face twitched again. Why is this kid's mouth so damn annoying? Watching the three of them storm off because of him, Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. He just wanted to buy a few bottles of water. How did things get so complicated? Before long, Qin Feng returned to his room, 606, carrying a large bag of snacks. Night falls, and the city lights begin to glow. Qin Feng took a refreshing shower and then lay on the bed, scrolling through Douyin on his phone. He wondered what Shenruoi was up to at the moment. Thinking about the black stockings photos Shenruoi had posted during the day, Qin Feng's face broke into a contented smile. Scrolling through Douyin aimlessly. What songs do you all like to listen to? Xiaoshue will sing for you. Qin Feng looked surprised he had actually stumbled into Lu Xiaoshue's livestream. Moreover, Lu Xiaoshue was currently in a PK battle with Shirojing. I was curious and clicked in to take a look. Lu Xiaoshue's livestream had over 500 viewers, with 100,000 followers. The videos posted were mainly Lu Xiaoshue's daily life photos from university, focusing on casual shots without any overly sexy content. Her Douyin username is Snowy World. Qin Feng clicked the follow button in return. He then went to check Shirojing's account, whose username was I don't eat cilantro. Surprisingly, Shi Rojing had over 300,000 followers. This caught Shin Fong off guard, but after watching her videos, he quickly understood why. The videos shot by Shi Rojing are all borderline, featuring black stockings and exposed thighs, occasionally making provocative gestures. A textbook borderline female streamer. Just as expected from her persona. Shin Fong muttered to himself before entering Shi Rojing's live stream again. The viewer count was in the thousands. It's just a bunch of perverts spamming the chat. Streamer, what perks do I get for gifting you a sports car? Do a plain shake dance, and I'll gift you a small beer. The streamer is so sexy, how much does it take to sleep with her? Shi Rojing batted her eyelashes and said in a coquettish voice, Big brothers, whoever surpasses the top 10 on the leaderboard can add me on WeChat. My moments are full of beautiful photos of me. A single rocket gift can also get you into my exclusive benefits group, guaranteed to satisfy you. Friends with beer emojis, keep spamming them. If we win this PK, I'll do a sexy train dance for everyone. Stimulated by this, a wave of people frantically started showering her with gifts. Easily scored 100,000 points, crushing Lu Piashua's 5,000 points. Shin Fong exited Xiu Rongjing's livestream and rushed over to Lu Piashua's side. Upon seeing the disparity in strength between the two sides, Lu Piashua knew this round was lost. She maintained her smile and said, Kids, no need to keep watching. We've lost this one. Thank you for your support, everyone. Shin Fong typed a line and sent it out. Loki Fongge, streamer, if you help me win this PK, will you dance for me? Chapter 10, Making the School Beauty Bow in Gratitude. Before Lu Piashua could say a word, her bodyguards were already fuming. Loki Fongge, a level 1 account that hasn't even sent a single gift, and you want the streamer to dance for you? Why don't you just go to the moon? First, show some skill with the piercing arrow skill. If you don't have the skills, don't just talk big. The top player on the leaderboard didn't even mention dancing. When did it become your turn to speak, you low-level player? Go cool off somewhere else. Shua, don't pay attention to this kind of person. They want to watch but don't want to spend money. In real life, they're probably just poor workers eating instant noodles. Shin Fong was speechless. Oh my god, I knew some brainless fans would be mesmerized by those female streamers, and today I finally saw it for myself. All I did was ask if they could dance, and these people got so worked up, like I had stolen their wife or something. Lu Piashua smiled calmly. She had seen fans like this before. They made numerous demands but were unwilling to spend a single penny on gifts. They didn't even bother to take this low-key guy seriously, just casually replied, Bro, if you can really help me win this battle, what's the harm in me dancing for you? Shin Fong's lips curled into a smile. During the day, you're so high and mighty, like a proud swan. At night, it must be fun to watch you dance. After checking that there were only 32 seconds left in the PK, Shin Fong clicked on the live stream gift. Loki Fongge tips the streamer with a piercing arrow gift. The massive piercing arrow special effect dominates the screen, shooting upward from the bottom. Viewers in the live stream joked about it. He really is brushing it off. How could he not? You've all talked him into this, he can't lose face. If you're so confident, keep going. Who can't handle a single arrow? Lu Piashua's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She didn't expect this Fongge to actually do it. She said lightly, Thank you, Fongge, for the piercing arrow. Before she could finish speaking, another special effect filled the screen. Loki Fongge tips the streamer with the piercing arrow 2. Loki Fongge tips streamer with cloud piercing arrow 3. Loki Fongge rewards streamer with cloud piercing arrow 3. Has this guy gone all out? He's got some skills, but not much. Loki Fongge tips streamer Chuan Yin Jin 10. Everyone was surprised. The number of cloud piercing arrows skyrocketed to 10. Damn, that's half a month's wages gone in an instant? Bro, don't end up eating instant noodles at the end of the month, it's not worth it. That's hilarious. You're spending all that money on a streamer just to compete with others? Why not use that money to support your parents instead? A ripple of emotion stirred in Lu Piashua's heart. Usually, she spent her days attending classes or studying, and in the evenings, when she had free time, she would go live streaming to earn money. That was why she had rented a nice apartment with Shi Rujing to stream from. Each month, I can earn around 6 or 7,000 yuan, and during peak periods, I can even make over 10,000 yuan. These 10 piercing arrows are roughly equivalent to the gift money earned in a week. Lu Piashua politely stood up, smiling like a flower. Thank you, Fongge, thank you, Fongge, I can't thank you enough. Across from her, Shi Rujing was also greatly startled. When did Shue meet such a big brother? Could it be a new older brother she just met? Quickly grab another phone and use a secondary account to go to Lu Piashua's livestream. Loki Fongge tips the streamer with piercing arrow 20. Loki Fongge tips streamer with cloud piercing arrow 30. Loki Fongge donates to streamer Chuan Yun Jin 20. The number of cloud piercing arrows has skyrocketed to 30. The excitement level of the live stream viewers skyrocketed. That's impressive, that's enough to cover my monthly salary. I'm in awe of you, sir. Probably paid for with a loan. Now, the more you do it to get on the top chart, the more you'll regret it after the live stream ends. Don't end up having to apply as a minor again. There are envious viewers in the live stream, and there are also those who are jealous. Shirujing grew envious and immediately followed the low-key Fongu without hesitation. Lu Piaoshue's heart was racing wildly at that moment, and her stunningly beautiful face flushed with a hint of red. Tonight's earnings were almost enough to cover a month's salary. I hope this guy isn't underage. And it's not just a gift given on a whim. Lu Piaoshue hopes that her fans genuinely enjoy her live streams and send gifts out of genuine appreciation, rather than out of obligation or reluctance. Thank you, Fongu. Thank you, Fongu. That's enough, no need to keep brushing. My score is higher than theirs. Regardless of whether we win or lose, I'm going to dance for Fongu. Lu Piaoshue was deeply grateful. Shirujing took a deep breath, feeling both unwilling and defiant, and hurried back to the live stream to encourage others to send gifts. However, Qin Feng had no intention of stopping there. With only 10 seconds remaining. Snowflakes, I'll make sure you can't sleep tonight from excitement. Qin Feng smiled faintly and sent another wave of gifts. Low-key Fongu tips the streamer with 50 cloud-piercing arrows. The number following piercing arrow quickly skyrocketed, jumping from 50 to 55,667,088 in the blink of an eye. The final number stabilized at 100. The PK time also ended just in time, and the score directly crushed Shirujing underfoot. This wave of gifts was worth nearly 30,000. Lu Piaoshue covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes widening, trying her best not to let out a sound of surprise to maintain her ladylike demeanor. She couldn't believe someone would give her a gift worth $3,000. She's just a small-time streamer. She never dared to think she could receive gifts worth tens of thousands of dollars like the big streamers. However, today she finally got to experience the thrill of being looked after by a big spender. In a single match, someone spent $3,000 on gifts. That's equivalent to her monthly income. After deducting the platform's cut, she earned over $10,000 in less than 10 minutes. This money came in so fast. So fast it made her heart race. Lu Piaoshue's heart raced wildly, and joy surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming her innermost being. Despite this, Lu Piaoshue did her best to maintain her composure and avoid appearing too overwhelmed. Thank you, Fongu. Lu Piaoshue covered her chest and bowed deeply toward the live stream camera. When she looked up again, her face flushed pink with excitement, making her even more beautiful and alluring. The live stream exploded with excitement. Everyone is as excited as if they've been injected with adrenaline, frantically refreshing the screen. Awesome. Big Brother really has the skills. I apologize to the Big Brother. Can you send me $100 for food? Big Brother is so bossy. He spent 100 yuan on piercing cloud arrows in one go, instantly boosting the number of people to 10,000. Lu Piaoshue also noticed that the live stream had surpassed 10,000 viewers. This was the highest number she'd ever had since going live, so she quickly took a screenshot and recorded the screen. Thank you for the donation, Wind Brother. Everyone, please give the top donor some attention. Thank you, Fongu. Lu Piaoshue sat back down and quickly regained her composure. She resumed her previous aloof goddess demeanor. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Those who had once looked down on her now groveled at her feet. This was the allure of money. Sometimes it speaks louder than any explanation. The number of followers on the account also skyrocketed from just a few dozen to nearly 1,000 in no time. Streamer, can you dance for me now? Qin Feng sent a message. I've already tipped him, so I should at least get something in return. Chapter 11, Subduing Shirujing. Lu Piaoshue smiled gracefully and said, I will definitely fulfill the promise I made to my elder brother. Wait a moment, I need to exchange a few words with the streamer across from me. Lu Piaoshue turned on the microphone on the other side. Jingjing, you lost. My request isn't high, just treat me to breakfast tomorrow. Shirujing said enviously, Piaoshue, I'm so jealous you have an older brother. Otherwise, I'd have one for sure. Then, she smiled sweetly and added, Fongu over there, come to my live stream sometime if you have time. Qin Feng didn't want to respond. Jingjing, I'll hang up first. Lu Piaoshue hung up the call, a faint smile on her face. Fongu, I'll dance for you right now. If I don't do it well, don't look down on me. Qin Feng replied, it's okay, just dance however you like. Alright, I'll give it a try then. Lu Piaoshue turned on the music. The song, Spring Courtyard Snow, began to play. Lu Piaoshue gently twists her waist, dancing gracefully like a butterfly. Qin Feng was secretly amazed. He had thought Lu Piaoshue was just a pretty face, but he never expected her dancing to be so beautiful. Little did he know that Lu Piaoshue had actually studied dance and received professional training. The live stream's viewership surged rapidly, quickly surpassing 15,000 viewers. While Lu Piaoshue was dancing, Shirujing secretly took out her phone and sent a private message to Qin Feng's account. Brother Feng, follow me. This is my private WeChat ID, XRZ. If you ever want to chat with someone, you can reach out to me too. Qin Feng just glanced at it and wanted to exit the chat window. The arrogant expression on Shirujing's face today flashed through his mind. Well, fine. I'll just tease you a bit. I unfollowed her, but then used a secondary account to search for Shi Rujing's WeChat. Her WeChat name is Jingjing. The profile picture is a sexy, slightly revealing photo of myself. Shi Rujing saw the friend request on WeChat and quickly accepted it. She replied immediately. Feng Ge, you're so bold. You fired 100 arrows at once. What does your family do? Jingjing is so jealous of you. Xin Feng thought to himself, this woman is really impatient. She came right out and asked about his background. He'd better put her on hold for now. At that moment, Lu Piaoxue had also finished her dance. Feng Ge, I'm back. If you like my live streams, feel free to drop by my stream room anytime. No need to send gifts either. Xin Feng replied with a good and then left the live stream. Having Lu Piaoxue dance for him was just a whim. He couldn't possibly keep fawning over her forever. It's even more impossible for him to act like a sycophant and guard Lu Piaoxue's live stream. Just as I exited the live stream, the system sent a message. A viewer spent 28,888 yuan on the streamer, triggering a 20x multiplier, resulting in a reward of 577,760 yuan. Not only did you not lose a single penny, but you also received a 20x multiplier bonus. There was so much money that it was impossible to spend it all. The more he spent, the more money came in. Now, with hundreds of thousands of dollars in rewards, Xin Feng didn't even bother to glance at them. After browsing Douyin for another half hour, Xin Feng finally logged out. Shi Rojing had already sent several messages on WeChat. Feng Ge, are you busy? Can we chat? I bought a new outfit today. Do you think it looks good? Could you take a look for me? Xin Feng also got excited. This woman is pretty bold. Isn't she clearly trying to send me a photo? Well, I'll see what kind of photos you can send me. Xin Feng sent a message back, oh, send it over. Just to be clear, I have very high standards. Don't send me low-quality photos. There are at least 80 girls who want to send me photos every day. Room 605 next door. Shi Rujing ended her live stream, took a shower, and lay in bed wearing a sexy nightgown, constantly thinking about why Feng Ge hadn't replied to her message yet. Just then, the sound of a text message alert rang out. System friend Feng Ge sent a message. Shi Rujing couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. This man had indeed taken the bait. She quickly opened the message to take a closer look. He quickly raised his phone, took a photo at a 45-degree angle, and made a scissor hand gesture. A beautiful, sexy nightgown photo was sent to Feng Ge. Feng Ge, do you like this nightgown? Xin Feng chuckled. This woman was exactly as he had imagined. She was bold and unrestrained. It must be said that although this woman has an annoying personality, her figure is incredibly hot. Xin Feng stroked his chin, admiring the sexy nightgown photo. In an instant, Xin Feng's expression turned slightly mocking. This woman was so greedy, maybe he could test her limits. So, without thinking, Xin Feng sent a message, I'll take you on. The only condition is that you become my online slave. From now on, you'll call me master, be responsible for chatting with me, and provide emotional support. 5,000 yuan a month interested? After sending the message, Xin Feng was curious to see if Shi Rujing would agree to his humiliating terms. Shi Rujing stared blankly at the message Feng Ge had sent her, her face filled with astonishment. Online sugar daddy arrangement? This was the first time she had ever seen such a thing. Calling him master? Is this guy out of his mind? Shi Rujing felt annoyed, but when she saw the monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan, her anger vanished instantly. However, she remained cautious, fearing she might encounter someone who would take advantage of her. However, Xin Feng realized he had underestimated Shi Rujing. In less than 3 seconds, Shi Rujing sent a message. Are you serious? If you're serious, send the money first. They also posted a gif of a puppy wearing a dog collar. Oh my goodness. She really wants to. Xin Feng was utterly shocked. For a mere 50,000 yuan, she was willing to give up her very soul? Pfft, I thought you were so high and mighty. A few thousand yuan and you've sold your integrity. Xin Feng looked down on him with disdain and transferred $5,000 directly. He sent another message, remember, you're now under my protection. From now on, you must address me as master when we chat. Within a second, the money was transferred, and a message came back, Master Feng, from now on, you're my master. I'll do whatever you say. Jingjing loves her master the most. Finally, she sent a shy emoji and attached a photo of her thigh to tease Xin Feng. Xin Feng chuckled, how arrogant you are in front of me during the day, and how seductive you are at night. You're such a green tea girl. I like it. A twisted sense of humor began to take root in Xin Feng's mind. Shi Rujing acted all high and mighty in front of him during the day, but at night she was acting like a dog on his WeChat. This kind of thrill seemed particularly novel. Spend 50,000 yuan, conquer a woman who calls you master, trigger a special reward, receive a 100-fold reward, and get 5 million yuan back. Is there such a gameplay option? Xin Feng was amused, and his playful side came out. He immediately gave Shi Rujing all sorts of strange instructions. Chapter 12, she has a boyfriend, but she hasn't let him touch her. You must be honest, how many boyfriends have you had? Main character, I've dated 18, but it was just holding hands, nothing too inappropriate. Chin Fong chuckled, you've dated 18 boyfriends and only held hands? Even a dog wouldn't believe that. How dare you lie to me? Chin Fong sent another angry emoji. Master, I really didn't lie to you. I want to save my first time for the person I marry. I can swear to heaven that I've never done that with my boyfriend. Dating doesn't mean you've had a physical relationship, does it? Pouty expression. Chin Fong didn't believe her at all and wanted to see just how good she was at pretending. Do you have a boyfriend? Yes, I do. Have you ever slept together? Yes, but I didn't let him touch me. Chin Fong was wide awake, his mouth twisted into a smile. It's 2025, and there are still such absurd things happening. If everything Shi Rujing said is true, then her boyfriend is truly an honest man. Being Shi Rujing's boyfriend must be quite a challenge. In a dormitory at Jiangnan University, a bespectacled young man was doing his homework when he suddenly sneezed. It must be Jingjing missing me. I need to study even harder so that I can succeed in the future and earn enough money to buy Jingjing a house and a car. Four Eyes looked happy and full of energy, diving back into his studies with renewed vigor. Chin Fong was also curious at this point. Based on his understanding of Shi Rujing, someone with her personality would definitely be looking for a boyfriend who was wealthy. But why would wealthy men bother with her? Chin Fong pretended to be angry and sent a message, angry emoji, you're all sleeping together. Do you really think I'd believe he didn't touch you? There's no way there's such an honest guy in this world. Shi Ro was flustered. This Fong seems angry. What if he ignores me from now on? This is a fixed 5,000 yuan every month, after all. She bit her lower lip and spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice into the phone, Master, I'm really not lying to you. My boyfriend is super honest. He always listens to me. If I tell him to go east, he won't go west. Plus, all the money he earns from his part-time job delivering food is handed over to me to keep. He's very obedient, so he hasn't even touched a single strand of my hair. Shi Rujing had just sent the voice message when the door opened. Lu Piaoxue walked in wearing a white nightgown, her perfect figure wrapped in it perfectly. Jingjing, who are you talking to? Shi Rujing jumped in surprise, quickly hiding her phone behind her back and forcing an awkward smile. I was just talking to my boyfriend. Then I won't disturb you and your boyfriend chatting. Lu Piaoxue left politely. Shi Rujing silently sighed in relief. Fortunately, Piaoxue didn't know I was chatting with her wind brother, and especially not about that kind of relationship. If she found out, she'd definitely be furious. A hint of struggle flashed in Shi Rujing's eyes. Piaoxue, I'm sorry. You want the big brother, and I want the big brother too. Everyone should rely on their own abilities. Don't blame me for taking your big brother. On Qin Feng's side, he was listening to the voice message sent by Shi Rujing through the speaker. Her voice was soft and sensual, with a hint of seductive allure. This green tea girl really knows how to seduce men. No wonder her honest boyfriend is so obedient. You did well tonight. Here's $1,000 reward for you. Shi Rujing beamed with joy. Thank you, master. Jingjing loves you the most. This money came so easily. Even when I shouted myself hoarse in the livestream, hardly anyone was willing to donate. It's better to serve this Fenggu. Then don't wear your pajamas to bed tonight. Shi Rong's heart fluttered. This Fenggu really has some unique hobbies. Master, rest assured. From now on, Jingjing won't wear it anymore. Qin Feng's lips curled upward. That's bold. I like it. Exit the chat, get some sleep, tomorrow is the freshman orientation. The next day, Qin Feng changed into a casual outfit, black pants, a white shirt, and a pair of sneakers. Feeling refreshed and radiating sunshine. Just as I stepped out of the Dragon Ascension Academy to have breakfast, I bumped into Lu Piaoxue, Shi Rongjing, and Jiang Xiaofeng coming out. Lu Piaoxue's outfit today caught Qin Feng's eye. She wore a plain white shirt on top, paired with black jeans, and white sneakers on her feet. Her expression was cool and composed, exuding a strong presence. Shi Rujing, on the other hand, was dressed much more lightly, wearing ultra-short jeans that hugged her hips, with her long, white legs swaying seductively, making it hard to look away. As for Jiang Xiaofeng, he was completely ignored by Qin Feng. Good morning, Xuexue, Qin Feng waved casually in greeting. Lu Xiaoxue smiled faintly. Good morning, Junior. Glancing again at the remaining breakfast in Qin Feng's hands, she said, You're a big guy. Is that enough for you? Shi Rujing furrowed her delicate brows, gave a light snort, and raised her chin slightly, her tone brimming with disdain. First thing in the morning, and I have to run into such a nuisance. What bad luck. With that, she turned to look at the snowflakes drifting beside her, took the other's hand, and said, Piaoxue, ignore him. Let's go over there for breakfast. Qin Feng didn't get angry. This green tea girl was so fierce during the day, but at night, he would make her behave herself. Seeing Qin Feng humiliated, Jiang Xiaofeng walked past him with a smug expression. Hey, did you see that? Some things aren't worth pursuing. I suggest you don't waste your time. I'm going to have breakfast with your goddess. Don't be jealous. Zhang Xiaofeng left with a smug smile on his face. Xin Feng took a bite of the bun and sipped some soy milk. I really don't know what you're so happy about. Your goddess even danced for me last night. Zhang Xiaofeng stopped in his tracks, turned around, and coldly said, It's early in the morning. If you're not awake yet, go back to sleep. What are you talking about? Lu Xuesher is the campus beauty of Jiangnan University. Even if she were to dance, she would never do so for someone of your lowly status. Zhang Xiaofeng's gaze fell on the breakfast in Qin Feng's hands, and he sneered, You're only fit to eat fried dough sticks, soy milk, and buns. I'm going to treat them to a fancy breakfast. Is eating soy milk and fried dough sticks illegal? Qin Feng wasn't about to let Zhang Xiaofeng get away with that, and immediately shot back. Lei Jun, you're richer than him, but he still eats fried dough sticks and soy milk. Zhang Xiaofeng fell silent instantly, fuming, I don't want to talk to someone as unreasonable as you. Qin Feng saw Zhang Xiaofeng leave in disgrace and couldn't help but smile. This guy always goes looking for trouble. Today is the orientation for new students, so I should head over there early to check things out. When Qin Feng arrived at Jiangnan University, the scene was even more bustling than yesterday. The freshmen were all rushing toward the open-air auditorium. Although there was still half an hour left before the freshman orientation, the place was already packed with people. Qin Feng was also seated in the front row, and within half an hour, the entire venue was packed with people. An unexpected person appeared in Qin Feng's line of sight. Lu Piaoxue had arrived, and she was walking toward him. Chapter 13, The Freshman Orientation. Lu Piaoxue gracefully approached Qin Feng, her bright eyes curiously studying him. She opened her red lips and asked, Junior, tell me honestly, do you have a special relationship with the principal? The question came out of nowhere, leaving Qin Feng momentarily speechless. Senior, why are you asking me that all of a sudden? Lu Piaoxue sat gracefully beside Qin Feng, crossing her long, slender legs. Qin Feng glanced sideways and thought to himself, those legs are truly beautiful, so white and tender. I wonder how she takes care of them. A faint scent of orchids drifted by, and Qin Feng felt an immediate sense of relaxation, his mind wandering. What a wonderful scent! Lu Piaoxue seemed oblivious to Qin Feng's gaze, her eyes fixed intently on his face. A crisp voice rang out, You're new here today, and the principal specifically assigned me, the student council president, to greet you. He also instructed me to make sure you're well taken care of. I haven't seen any other student receive such special treatment. Even the special admissions students were only assigned teachers to greet them. Furthermore, the school admitted 10 exceptionally talented special admissions this year. Traditionally, the most outstanding individual is selected from among these special admissions to serve as the new student representative. I just can't understand why things are different this year, and why they chose you, an ordinary person, as the representative. Lu Piaoxue stared at Qin Feng's face, her voice calm yet tinged with curiosity. I seriously suspect you're related to the principal. Could the principal be your dad? Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. He had donated 100 million to the school. Even if those special admissions were exceptionally talented, they couldn't possibly be more valuable than 100 million. Being chosen as the representative of the new students was nothing to be surprised about. Qin Feng spread his hands and smiled, saying, Senior, my surname is Qin. Does your principal also have the surname Qin? Don't overthink it. I'm just an ordinary freshman. Being selected as the freshman representative was probably just a random choice. Lu Piaoxue was taken aback. Qin Feng and the principal aren't even from the same family. Could they not be related? She thought to herself, based on my understanding of the principal, he wouldn't just hand over such a great opportunity to an ordinary person for no reason. If Qin Feng isn't exceptionally talented, then he must have powerful connections. Well, since he doesn't want to say anything, there's no point in asking. We'll find out eventually. Suppressing her doubts, Lu Piaoxue handed a speech to Qin Feng. This is the speech the principal asked me to give you. Just read it when you go up on stage. Qin Feng took the speech and quickly scanned it. The content was nothing more than praise for the school's history and culture, how many talented individuals it had nurtured, and blessings for the new students. It's very formulaic and lacks any originality. Lu Piaoxue gave some instructions and then left. After a while, a slim young man wearing glasses sat down next to Qin Feng, looking quite refined. Hello, I'm Zhou Wenbin, a freshman this year. I'm from Hebei province. Hello, I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied politely, glancing at the guy a few more times. He had a simple smile and looked like the honest type. The back of the phone case features a cartoon design of a girl with two ponytails, resembling the character Kaching. It's clearly for someone who plays Genshin Impact. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Zhou Wenbin's eyes grew more eager. Do you play the Genshin Impact game too? No, I just play Honor of Kings occasionally. I play Honor of Kings too, but I prefer Genshin Impact. Are you interested in trying Genshin Impact? I can show you how to play. Zhou Wenbin was particularly enthusiastic. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll pass. Qin Feng declined outright. Playing Genshin Impact for too long is a waste of time. Occasionally playing Honor of Kings to kill time is acceptable. Zhou Wenbin looked disappointed, as if he had missed out on a chance to recruit someone. Hey, what's so fun about Genshin Impact? If you want to play Ming Chao. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Xin Feng turned around and saw a muscular young man sitting behind him. Xin Feng's first impression was that he looked like a bodybuilder from the gym, with a buzz cut, a round face, and a headscarf and gloves. This appearance made Xin Feng wary, as the recent online trend of gym-going guys perfectly matched his appearance. Could this guy be one of them? Hi, I'm Zhang Haoyang, a freshman with a special talent in sports. Zhang Haoyang proudly showed off the muscles on his arms. Upon seeing Xin Feng's disdainful expression, he immediately understood. Bro, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Don't look at me like that. Zhou Wenbin adjusted his glasses and said doubtfully, your gym hasn't been getting good reviews lately. Your appearance is pretty suspicious. Get lost, don't insult me. I'm perfectly normal. Zhang Haoyang snapped. For eyes, say another word and I'll lose my temper. Just then, Lu Piaoxue walked onto the stage with light steps and announced that the welcome party had officially begun. As soon as she appeared, the audience erupted into a commotion. Zhang Haoyang's eyes lit up. I know her. She's the school beauty, Lu Piaoxue. Pfft, like I don't know her. The confession wall in school is covered with her photos. Everyone knows her. Zhou Wenbin snorted derisively. Then, he gave a suggestive smile and said, if she tied her hair into 2 ponytails, she'd look even better. Zhang Haoyang snorted with laughter. I can tell you're just a gaming nerd. Only someone like you would like double ponytails. In my opinion, long black straight hair is the most beautiful. Xin Feng, what do you think? Zhou Wenbin felt his hobby was under serious threat. As a twin ponytail enthusiast, he couldn't tolerate anyone desecrating his sense of aesthetics. Xin Feng, don't listen to him, twin ponytails are the real deal. Xin Feng was speechless. These two were actually arguing over such a trivial matter. Sai, you two don't seem to know Lu Piaoxue very well, do you? What's there to discuss about this? Zhang Haoyang grinned. A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal. If you don't have a romance in college, it's a waste of time. I plan to start by becoming friends with Lu Piaoxue and see if there's a chance to develop a romantic relationship. Zhou Wenbin mocked, there are plenty of people who like Lu Piaoxue. How could it possibly be your turn? With my imposing presence and muscular build, chasing girls is a piece of cake. Zhang Haoyang is full of himself, with a face thicker than a grapefruit peel. See that? Xin Feng decided to make him face reality, pointing to Zhang Xiaofeng not far away. That guy is also a rich second-generation heir, and he also wants to pursue Lu Piaoxue. Can you compare to him? Zhang Haoyang glanced over with a look of disdain. He's just a pretty boy. People like him are good for nothing except having a few bucks. They won't last 3 minutes. I could take him down in no time. Zhang Xiaofeng seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his head to look at Xin Feng's side. Chapter 14, Xin Feng, you don't deserve to be the new student representative. Zhang Xiaofeng spotted Xin Feng immediately, his expression darkening. Damn it, no wonder I felt like someone was talking bad about me behind my back earlier. It was this piece of trash. Seeing this guy always ruins my mood. Damn it. I'll make you feel sick too. Zhang Xiaofeng raised his middle finger at Xin Feng, opened his mouth, and silently said, you. Directly insulting the national treasure. For Zhou Wenbin gloated, Zhang Haoyang, that guy is giving you the middle finger. He must have heard you talking badly about him earlier. Zhang Haoyang's smile vanished instantly. Pfft, he's only daring to do that here. If we were somewhere else, I'd beat him until he's begging for mercy on his knees. Xin Feng knew exactly what Zhang Xiaofeng meant when he flipped him off earlier. Trash. Xin Feng responded silently. Zhang Xiaofeng understood. His expression turned cold as he raised both middle fingers toward Xin Feng and mouthed silently, you're the trash. This guy is so arrogant he's still insulting you. Zhou Wenbin watched the commotion, enjoying the spectacle. Zhang Haoyang also mistakenly thought that Zhang Xiaofeng was insulting him, feeling inexplicably angry. I've only been here for my first day and haven't offended anyone, yet I've encountered such trashy fair-haired young men. Zhang Haoyang also mistakenly thought that Zhang Xiaofeng was cursing at him, feeling inexplicably angry. I've only been here for a day and haven't offended anyone, yet I've already encountered this trashy pretty boy. If we were somewhere else, I'd definitely beat him up. Exactly, we're all freshmen this year, how dare he act so arrogant? Zhou Wenbin agreed. Xin Feng suddenly noticed that these two people were particularly easy on the eyes, making him feel a sense of kinship. You're right, he said. I don't like him either. He's acting like a complete fool. Zhang Haoyang, as if he had found a kindred spirit in a foreign land, said enthusiastically, it's rare that we share the same enemy. Let's exchange WeChat contacts so we can look out for each other in the future. Sure. Xin Feng didn't refuse and added the two of them as friends on WeChat. On stage, the senior students were also performing, some singing and others dancing. It was very exciting. Facing the crowd of freshmen below the stage, Lu Piaoxue was poised and elegant, captivating a large number of younger students. Next, please welcome the representative of this year's freshman to come up and say a few words to everyone. Please welcome Qin Feng. Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin looked utterly astonished. Brother, are you the representative of the new students? That's so cool. They certainly know the value of the freshman representatives. They are all talents recognized by the school and are qualified to serve as representatives of the new students. Qin Feng looked calm and unconcerned, just average. He stood up and walked toward the stage. Zhang Xiaofeng stared intently at Qin Feng's back. What on earth had this kid done to deserve the honor of being the representative of the new students? This is Jiangnan University, where the standards for freshman representatives are extremely high. They must excel in at least one of the three areas of morality, intelligence, and physical fitness. Could this guy be a special admissions student? That's impossible. I'm one of this year's special admissions students, and I even had to give a generous gift of 30,000 yuan to secure my spot. Is this kid really more talented than me? Zhang Xiaofeng was extremely frustrated. Qin Feng took the stage and stood beside Lu Piaoxue. The two of them looked like a golden couple, with the man handsome and the woman charming, envy of all who saw them. Hello everyone, I am Qin Feng. I am honored to be this year's freshman representative and am delighted to be studying at the same school as all of you. Jiangnan University has a long and distinguished history. Qin Feng read the speech given to him by the principal. After a lengthy speech, he bowed to everyone, thanked them for listening to his lengthy speech, and said he would not disturb them any further, handing the floor back to the senior student. Wait a moment. Qin Feng was about to step down when he was stopped by a loud shout. The speaker was none other than Zhang Xiaofeng, who was standing at the very front of the stage. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. He had already noticed the malicious expression on Zhang Xiaofeng's face. Zhang Xiaofeng curled the corners of his mouth upward, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Everyone, as you all know, the student representatives at Jiangnan University are selected through a rigorous process every year. As soon as he spoke, he immediately caught the attention of many freshmen. Zhang Xiaofeng saw that the situation had been guided by him, and his momentum grew even stronger. Since Qin Feng had become the representative of the freshmen, he must have something special about him. Since he was already on stage, why not let him perform an impromptu show for us? What do you all think? Great! Everyone cheered. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. Zhang Xiaofeng was clearly trying to put him in a difficult position, and he hadn't prepared at all when he came up. Making him perform a show would only embarrass him, wouldn't it? If you mess it up, you'll become a laughingstock in the future. What a malicious intention. What should I do? If I agree, I have no idea what to do. If I don't agree, I'll end up with a reputation that doesn't match the reality, and people will laugh at me for being cowardly. Lu Piaoxue never expected such a complication to arise. There was no such program scheduled on the list. Zhang Xiaofeng, all the programs have been pre-arranged by the school. Having Qin Feng perform a program on short notice is against the rules. Don't put Qin Feng in a difficult position. Qin Feng gave Lu Piaoxue a grateful glance. Lu Piaoxue smiled faintly, her eyes seeming to say, "You're welcome." Zhang Xiaofeng heard this and felt a surge of jealousy rise in his heart. Anyone with eyes could see that Lu Piaoxue was favoring Qin Feng. Especially the exchange of glances between Qin Feng and Lu Piaoxue was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Zhang Xiaofeng's flames of jealousy burned even more fiercely. He absolutely would not allow the goddess he loved to be ambiguous with another man on stage, especially since that man was the despised Qin Feng. Piaoxue, you know full well that Qin Feng's status as a new student representative is questionable. Why are you siding with him, and even stopping me? Could it be that you really have feelings for this pretty boy? Zhang Xiaofeng's face turned ashen, and he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Qin Feng, I still stand by my decision. Since you're the representative of the new students, you must perform your own act. Otherwise, who will respect you? I seriously doubt you even qualify to be this year's freshman representative. You must have obtained this position through illegal means." This accusation was met with an uproar from the crowd. No way, is there some kind of scandal going on here? You're right. I heard that the freshman representatives are usually outstanding students, and they usually prepare their own performances when they go on stage. Qin Feng's college entrance exam scores didn't make the list, and he didn't rank at the provincial level either. How did he become a freshman representative? The audience erupted in a chorus of doubts. Lu Piaoxue's face turned pale with panic. Though she also suspected that Qin Feng had obtained the freshman representative position through underhanded means, she knew such matters must never be spoken aloud. Doing so would bring immense negative repercussions upon the school. "Qin Feng, please step down. I will handle the rest." Lu Piaoxue hurriedly told Qin Feng to go down first to prevent the situation from getting out of control. At the same time, she was very angry with Zhang Xiaofeng. What was he thinking, causing trouble at a time like this? Qin Feng was furious inside. He hadn't intended to make a big deal out of it, but Zhang Xiaofeng had gone too far. Isn't this supposed to be a performance? You make it sound like everyone knows how to do it. Chapter 15, Holding Hands with the Goddess. Xin Feng smiled faintly and took back the microphone he had just handed to Lu Xiaoxue. Looking up at the crowd below, he said, I was planning to keep a low profile, but since Jiang Xiaofeng wouldn't allow it, I'll just have to save face and sing a song for everyone. Sigh, to be honest, I'm not a very good singer. I hope you won't mind. Xin Feng looked rather helpless, as if he had been forced to do something against his will. Lu Xiaoxue was speechless. Why was this guy so stubborn? She had already given him an out, yet he insisted on staying. What if he sang badly and made a fool of himself? Sigh, there was nothing she could do but let him be. I hope he doesn't cause any major trouble. Jiang Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile. Now you know you should have thought twice, don't you? Xin Feng, I'll make you look like a fool in front of everyone. Everyone will know that you, the new student representative, have an unsavory background and will become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangnan University. Lu Xiaoxue looked worried. Junior, are you okay? Why don't I sing with you? If I sing with Xin Feng, if he sings badly or forgets the lyrics, I can help him out. Alright, then let's sing I Have a Little Crush on You. Xin Feng glanced at Jiang Xiaofeng with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Jiang Xiaofeng's smug expression froze instantly. His expression darkened so much it seemed like water was about to drip from his face, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared intently at Xin Feng. I'm Starting to Like You is a duet love song between a man and a woman. Singing this song at this moment is undoubtedly a way of challenging oneself and showing off. FCKU. This is definitely intentional. Xin Feng was thoroughly satisfied as he admired Jiang Xiaofeng's expression. Is this the result you wanted? Lu Xiaoxue was also blushing with shame, as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. She had originally intended to help Xin Feng through this difficult time, but never expected this guy to be so shameless, even playing such an ambiguous song. I really regret agreeing to sing with him. Lu Xiaoxue was in a difficult situation, caught between a rock and a hard place, and could only bite her lips, glaring at Xin Feng with a look of resentment. The crowd below, eager for a spectacle, cheered and jeered. Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang were the loudest of them all. Let's sing this song we love. Brothers, keep it up. Show the girls we've got what it takes. Let's get started. Don't just stand there like a fool. Lu Xiaoxue squeezed the microphone, her palms sweating nervously, and she laughed awkwardly. Junior, shall we begin? Senior, if I sing badly, please be kind. Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He noticed that Lu Xiaoxue had a very thin skin and was especially cute when she was shy. Lu Xiaoxue rolled her eyes. You still care about singing badly? Her face quickly regained its composure and confidence, and she gave Xin Feng an encouraging look, as if to say, don't worry, I'm here. Music began to play softly. Lu Xiaoxue smiled gracefully, gesturing for her to start singing to warm up the crowd. She tapped her fingertips lightly to the beat and opened her red lips. You and me, man and woman, we cannot escape love. Her ethereal voice echoed like heavenly music, resembling morning dewdrops rolling off a jade plate, clear and melodious, yet tinged with a touch of heart-stirring tenderness. The audience fell silent instantly. They were quickly drawn in by Lu Xiaoxue's beautiful singing. Xin Feng was secretly amazed. Lu Xiaoxue's singing skills were exceptional, with a unique tone that surpassed many celebrities. She has a natural talent for being a singer. Lu Xiaoxue's eyes flickered as she turned to look at Xin Feng, her expression betraying a hint of concern, fearing he might not be able to handle it. Xin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a carefree smile, his deep eyes fixed on Lu Xiaoxue. He picked up the microphone and sang, who is willing to have the courage to give their heart without reservation? Lu Xiaoxue's worried expression vanished instantly, replaced by a look of shock. As Xin Feng began to sing, the lyrics were filled with deep emotion, as if a man was confessing his love to the woman he adored. And his skill was on par with his own. He just said he couldn't sing well, but he's really good at pretending. Lu Xiaoxue was both annoyed and delighted. This guy really knows how to surprise people. Lu Xiaoxue couldn't help but smile, her heart finally at ease, and she followed Xin Feng's lead. What you're saying isn't just about you, it includes me too. Should we continue? Should we hold on to these memories? Let love come closer, step by step. The crowd below couldn't believe how well Xin Feng could sing and started cheering and screaming. People kept cheering and some even sang along to the rhythm. Below the stage, Zhang Haoyang looked on in admiration. He really fooled me. I thought Xin Feng was a terrible singer, but it turns out he's the real hidden master. He's amazing. Zhou Wenbin pushed his glasses up and said, I feel like neither of us can match him. Look at how in sync he is with the goddess, they're practically a couple. It's over, we don't stand a chance. Zhou Wenbin shook his head in disappointment. Lu Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she found herself unconsciously immersed in the emotions of the song. Just then, Xin Feng cast a deep gaze at Lu Xiaoxue, signaling that it was her turn. Lu Xiaoxue instinctively picked up the microphone and placed it near her lips. Her eyes sparkled with a faint glow, causing hearts to race. A voice filled with deep emotion echoed, I have a little crush on you, yet I am so afraid to look into your eyes. Xin Feng felt an unusual sensation in his heart and instinctively took Lu Xiaoxue's hand. The latter trembled slightly but did not pull away, allowing him to hold her hand gently. It was soft, with a cool sensation, very comfortable. This was Qin Feng's first impression. As he looked up, he noticed a faint blush on Lu Piaxue's face, leaving him utterly captivated. He dared not look at her again, instead turning his gaze toward the freshman below the stage. Below, the crowd erupted into excited screams. Amazing! They're holding hands! Hurry up and let go of the school beauty! Voices of envy and jealousy mingled together. Zhang Haoyang covered his forehead. My first love hadn't even begun before it ended. Zhou Wenbin wailed, I'll never see the goddess with her twin ponytails again. That guy moved way too fast, he already held her hand so quickly. Jiang Xiaofeng was so angry he could barely contain himself. How could this happen? According to his plan, Qin Feng should have been humiliated on stage, mocked by everyone, and then fled in disgrace. What's going on now? Holding the hand of the woman I love, singing love songs here. Chow! Qin Feng, get your filthy hands off her! Jiang Xiaofeng raged inwardly, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Qin Feng sensed something and looked down at Jiang Xiaofeng. Jiang Xiaofeng sat in the audience, standing out like a sore thumb, while everyone around him cheered. Only he remained with a sour expression on his face. Ha! Jiang Xiaofeng, you never saw this coming, did you? I should actually thank you for giving me this opportunity. Jiang Xiaofeng's lips twitched slightly. He could tell that Qin Feng was mocking him. Finally, after Qin Feng finished singing, he let out a sigh of relief. Lu Piaxue also felt a sense of relief, her hand twitching slightly. Qin Feng, sensing the mood, released Lu Piaxue's delicate hand. Classmates, thank you all for your applause. I've sung the song, so I won't keep you any longer. Lu Piaxue glared angrily at Qin Feng. That guy had taken advantage of her earlier, but out of politeness, she couldn't refuse. Chapter 16, Junior, Be My Boyfriend. As soon as Qin Feng returned to his seat, Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin looked at him with admiration. Bro, teach me how to pick up girls. Zhang Haoyang fawned over him. Bro, are you taking on apprentices? The kind where you pay an apprenticeship fee. Zhou Wenbin was even more direct and wanted to become his apprentice. Qin Feng couldn't help but think these two were a pair of clowns. The most brutal and direct way to pick up girls was this. Qin Feng made a gesture of rubbing money. Zhang Haoyang mocked, what kind of technique is that? If you're rich, who needs to ask you? For I, Zhou Wenbin said, bro, don't be so tacky. Not every girl likes money. Some girls just like sincere guys like me. Qin Feng patted Zhou Wenbin on the shoulder and said earnestly, kid, don't be so naive. These days, you can't date girls without spending money. Even if she likes you, if you don't have money, are you going to take your girlfriend out for a walk and eat air? That's different. When I say no money, I don't mean you have absolutely nothing. I just mean you don't have as much as those wealthy people who can afford the basics. Zhou Wenbin tried to persuade Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head, unwilling to explain further. The boy was still young and had no idea how important money was. He would understand someday how crucial money was when it came to chasing girls. If he hadn't donated 100 million this time, he wouldn't have become the school's new student representative. Nor would I have met Lu Piaxue so quickly. After chatting for a while, the orientation meeting concluded smoothly, and the new students dispersed. Hey, congratulations on meeting today. How about I treat you guys to dinner? Zhang Haoyang extended a warm invitation. Having just arrived at the school, he also wanted to make more friends, and he found Qin Feng and Zhou Wenbin particularly likable. Let me treat the two of you. Neither of you should compete with me. In such matters, Qin Feng naturally takes the lead. The three of them arrived at a street-side food stall, where Qin Feng told the other two to order whatever they wanted, as much as they could eat. While waiting for the food to arrive, Qin Feng took out his phone and opened WeChat. There were several unread messages. Shenruoi, Qin Feng, congratulations on becoming the freshman representative. Unfortunately, I'm still at the hospital with my father undergoing surgery, so I can't congratulate you in person. Qin Feng smiled faintly, suddenly recalling the lace photo Shenruoi had sent him last time. His heart warmed, and he thought, no problem, I'll treat you to dinner once you're done. Shenruoi replied quickly, okay. Ruoi, who are you chatting with? Mom, it's my classmate. Shenruoi felt guilty and put the phone away. Shenruoi's mother frowned deeply. Ruoi, tell your mother honestly, who gave you this money? Mom, didn't I tell you? This is the commission I received from selling a house to a client. Shenruoi quickly lowered her head to play with her phone, look her mother in the eyes. Mrs. Shen's expression turned stern as she said harshly, you're the child I've raised. I can tell when you're lying. How long have you been working? You've already brought home 100,000 yuan for your family. Do you really think I'd believe a word you say? Shenruoi couldn't say a word, feeling helpless and not knowing how to respond to her mother. Ruei, you didn't do anything shameful, did you? Shen's mother's eyes turned red as she tightly gripped Shenruoi's hand and demanded an answer. Then, her tone softened, you must listen to me. No matter what happens at home, your mother doesn't want you to sell your body for money. Do you understand? If your father finds out you're using your body to make money, he'd rather jump off a building and kill himself than use the dirty money to save your life. Tell your mother honestly where this money came from? Shinruoi was so scared that her face turned pale, afraid her mother would find out. She forced a smile and said, "Mom, don't worry. I didn't sell myself. This is..." Suddenly, Shinruoi thought of Qin Feng and quickly came up with an excuse. "It's from my boyfriend. He's very wealthy." After saying that, Shinruoi secretly sighed in relief. Her mother should believe this reason, right? Really? Shun's mother was skeptical. "Of course it's true. Mom, when have I ever lied to you?" Shinruoi said with a smile. Shun's mother's face remained expressionless as she said firmly, "Since you've taken so much money from him, you're practically his half-wife now. Bring him over to meet me tonight. I'll keep an eye on you, and I also want to meet the person who saved our family's life." Shinruoi was speechless. In such a short time, where could she possibly find a boyfriend, especially one who was wealthy? At that moment, Qin Feng was still checking his WeChat messages. "Yi Yanhong, boss, when are you going to buy a car? I'll take you to buy one." Qin Feng replied, "I'll let you know when I have time. Let me finish what I'm doing first." After reading this message, the most unread messages were from Shi Rujing. "Dear, good morning. I miss you, hugs." This message was sent at 10 a.m., and a few more were sent at 10:30 a.m. Main account, "But you haven't gotten up yet? I saw a really beautiful outfit on the street earlier. I'm sure it would look great on me. I'd definitely take a photo for my main silver right away, but it's too expensive at 3,888. Whoa, I just can't bring myself to spend that much. Master, you're ignoring me. I'm so sad. I'm going live tonight, so you have to come watch me, okay?" Not a single mention of money, but every word implies a desire for it. "You're truly a green tea." Qin Feng ignored her, and Lu Piaoxue sent another message. Qin Feng ignored her, and Lu Piaoxue sent another message. "Junior, you're really bold. You even dared to hold my hand. I'm warning you this won't happen again." He also sent 9 angry emojis. Qin Feng chuckled to himself. "So angry? Why didn't you refuse back then? Now you're coming to settle the score afterward? What a spoiled brat. You really have to take what women say the opposite way. Senior, don't be angry. It's just for the show. This won't happen again. I apologize to you." Qin Feng sent this message. "With women, as long as you give them a way out and satisfy their vanity, it's all good." On the other side, Lu Piaoxue was quietly fuming in the makeup room. He took advantage of me, and all he had to say was for the show? You got off too easily." Lu Piaoxue couldn't help but feel cheated. It was her first time being held by a guy, and it happened in front of everyone, and it wasn't even someone she liked. Maybe she should take this opportunity to test the waters and see how he and the principal were related? Lu Piaoxue quickly replied to Qin Feng, "You think a simple apology will suffice? Invite me to barbecue tonight, and I'll forgive you." Qin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a smile. He had nothing planned for the evening, so accompanying Lu Piaoxue for some barbecue wouldn't be a problem. Just as he was about to agree to Lu Piaoxue's invitation, Shinruoi sent him a message. "Qin Feng, Jr., it's an emergency. My mom suspects that my money is from an illegal source. I told her it was from my boyfriend, but she doesn't believe me. She wants me to bring my boyfriend over tonight to meet her. Could you please pretend to be my boyfriend and help me hide the truth from my mom? Please, I'm begging you." Chapter 17, I met an exceptional young woman. Qin Feng froze, staring at the message from Shinruoi, momentarily dazed. Before entering university, Qin Feng had secretly admired another girl in high school, but unfortunately, he was too ordinary back then, and she never noticed him. As a result, he had never been anyone's boyfriend before. This was his first time experiencing such a thing, like a maiden stepping into a wedding carriage for the first time. On one side was the school beauty's invitation, and on the other was Shinruoi asking for help to be her boyfriend. Qin Feng didn't hesitate for long, he already had his answer. He could go out for barbecue with Lu Piaoxue anytime, but Shinruoi's situation was more urgent. "Alright, send me the time and location. I'll go prepare first, then buy some fruit to meet your parents. But remember, we're just temporary boyfriends. Don't get the wrong idea." Shinruoi quickly received the message Qin Feng sent her, feeling deeply grateful, and the anxiety in her heart finally subsided. When she confirmed that Qin Feng had agreed, Shinruoi felt a strange sensation in her heart, a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Suddenly recalling Qin Feng's deal, Shinruoi's face flushed with a hint of red, her heart racing. She hurriedly sent the message. "Thank you, I'll send you the address right away." Qin Feng exited the chat with Shinruoi and sent a message back to Lu Piaoxue. "Sorry, I have something to do tonight. I'll treat you to barbecue another time." Lu Piaoxue looked at the message Qin Feng sent her, her face filled with disbelief. Qin Feng actually refused? How could that be possible? There must be countless boys at school who would kill to ask her out, yet she has turned them all down without exception. Such a great opportunity, and he actually turned it down? Lu Piaoxue even had a fleeting moment of doubt, wondering if she wasn't attractive enough. This possibility was zero. Lu Piaoxue was extremely confident in her appearance. Eliminating that possibility, there is only one remaining possibility. Xin Feng might be trying to use this method to attract my attention, making me feel that he is different from others. In the blink of an eye, a curious smile appeared on Lu Piaoxue's stunningly beautiful face. Lu Piaoxue stared at her phone with a faint smile. Xin Feng, my junior, you're quite the one, aren't you? You want to play the game of teasing and tempting me, do you? Well, I'll be happy to play along with you. Xin Feng, if you have something important to do, go ahead and take care of it. When you have time, let's go out for barbecue to make up for my loss. I'll go ahead and get back to work. Xin Feng glanced at the message but didn't reply. He pondered for a moment. Tonight he had to visit Shen Ruoi's family for a casual visit. He might have to treat them to dinner or do something else. Or maybe he should buy a car to save face. He had originally planned to find time to buy a car, but this unexpected situation had only intensified his desire to do so. He found Yi Yanhan's WeChat and sent her a message. Sister Yi, are you free right now? Can you accompany me to buy a car? Sure, where are you? I'll drive over to pick you up. Yi Yanhong replied instantly. Xin Feng sent Yi Yanhong the address of the street food stall. Xin Feng, why are you always on your phone? Come have a drink with the guys. Zhang Haoyang poured a glass of beer and handed it over. Xin Feng took the beer and said, Bro, I'll just have a sip. I've got friends coming to pick me up and I need to run some errands. Male or female? Zhang Haoyang asked with a curious expression. Four-eyed Zhou Wenbin laughed, 100% male. He's a freshman here just like us, so he probably doesn't know anyone yet. Well, you're actually wrong. Not only is she a girl, but she's also an absolute stunner. Stop bragging. I can tell you've had a couple of beers. Why don't you say that a beautiful young woman is going to come find you later? Stop bragging. I can tell you've had a couple of beers. Why don't you say that a beautiful young woman is going to come find you later? Zhang Haoyang looked at him with disdain. Xin Feng put down his wineglass, raised his thumb, and praised, Bro, you're missing out by not going to a fortune teller. What do you mean by that? Zhang Haoyang looked completely confused, completely baffled by Qin Feng's words. Because there's really a sexy young woman coming to find me later. Qin Feng said seriously. This remark made his two friends burst into laughter. Zhang Haoyang laughed so hard he was leaning all over the place. Stop it, it's broad daylight, not the time for daydreaming. Stop always thinking about finding a rich woman without putting in any effort. Not everyone is destined for that. The four-eyed guy pushed his glasses up and couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. I thought I was already pretty self-important, but you're even more delusional than me. You've got me laughing so hard I can't breathe. Xin Feng was speechless. He had just spoken the truth, yet now he was being called a liar. I'm not going to bother explaining to you two idiots. Anyway, she'll come looking for me soon. Zhang Haoyang took a big gulp of beer, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a burst of beer breath came out. He slapped Xin Feng on the shoulder and said, Brother, if you really have that kind of ability, you'll be my big brother from now on, and I'll be your little brother. Right, if you're that good, I'll gladly call you big brother. From now on, you'll be the boss of the two of us. But if you don't have the skills, we'll call both of you big brothers. Zhou Wenbin joined in the teasing. Xin Feng sighed dramatically and shrugged helplessly. It seems like you'll have to call me big brother from now on. He pulled out his phone to check the time and said, she'll be here in 5 minutes at most. Seeing Xin Feng acting so serious, Zhang Haoyang was surprised and asked, Brother, are you serious? Are you kidding me? Does I look like I'm joking with you? Xin Feng replied with a serious expression. Both of them were startled. They were both taken aback by Qin Feng's serious attitude. Zhou Wenbin stood there dumbfounded. No way, you really know a top-tier married woman? Xin Feng gave a mysterious smile and didn't explain, making the two of them even more eager. 5 minutes passed quickly. However, for these two new acquaintances, it felt like an eternity. They were extremely curious about what kind of woman Qin Feng was referring to when he mentioned the ultimate young married woman. In the blink of an eye, a BYD pulled up smoothly beside the bustling street food stall, right next to Qin Feng's table. The car door opened gently, and a pair of long, shapely legs wrapped in black stockings caught everyone's attention first. The curves were smooth and rounded, with just the right amount of flesh, causing Qin Feng's two friends sitting beside him to widen their eyes in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the legs. Next, Yi Yanhong stepped out of the car with graceful strides. Her red form-fitting top accentuated her full bust, while her slightly curled hair fell loosely around her shoulders, adding a touch of mature allure. Her captivating face exuded the charm of a mature woman. Qin Feng. Yi Yanhong gave a seductive smile, her soft, sultry voice sending shivers down his spine. Qin Feng admired her beauty, clearly noticing that Yi Yanhong had gone to great lengths to dress up before coming to see him. Seeing Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin staring blankly, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. You two take your time eating. I'll go handle some business first. Qin Feng left after saying that. Yi Yanhong hurriedly opened the car door and politely invited Qin Feng to get in. Even after Qin Feng had left, Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin remained unsettled, unable to calm down. That young woman just now was absolutely stunning. Zhou Wenbin looked utterly confident. How did he manage to get that young woman to open the door for him personally? Could he be her kept man? Zhang Haoyang was deeply impressed. I'm so jealous of being kept by a young woman. From now on, he's my big brother. Chapter 18. I'm a freshman in my first year of college. Yi Yanhong drove a BYD, with a faint smile on her face, and asked, Sir, what kind of car would you like to buy? I know quite a few car dealership owners. I can introduce you to them. Let's go with the Cullinan. Qin Feng had already considered it. This kind of car can accommodate more people and is perfect for taking friends out for a drive. Yi Yanhong envied him. Rich people are just different. They can buy a car worth millions on a whim. Sigh, I'll never be able to afford such a luxury car in my lifetime. Being able to drive a BYD would already be pretty good. What's wrong? You seem to be thinking about something unpleasant. Qin Feng happened to notice the sadness in Yi Yanhong's eyes and couldn't help but ask. Yi Yanhong smiled bitterly. I just envy people like the boss. Life has no pressure. You can live a life of extravagance and achieve financial freedom. Unlike us unfortunate souls who have to work, earn money, and pay off mortgages. Qin Feng asked indifferently, Oh, you still have to pay off your mortgage every month? I bought a house outside the city for around 1 million yuan, and I have to pay back around 8,000 yuan each month, so the pressure from work is really intense. Sometimes, to get commissions, I have to compete with my colleagues, and in the process, I've ended up offending quite a few of them. Qin Feng didn't feel this pressure, so he couldn't understand Yi Yanhong's struggles. Indeed, many people work long hours just to make ends meet, with children and a house to support, and they simply can't experience the joy of life. Exactly. Yi Yanhong seemed to have opened up, venting her frustrations about her life to Qin Feng. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the car dealership. At the entrance of this luxury car dealership chain, neatly dressed salespeople were standing by, ready to greet VIP customers. As soon as the two of them pulled up in their BYD, they were spotted by the sharp-eyed greeters. Welcome. Would you like to see some cars? I'll show you around. I'm not sure what kind of car you're looking for or your budget, but I can make some recommendations for you. These two salespeople, one male and one female, are both very dedicated and won't give you the cold shoulder like some salespeople do. Ha, isn't that my former supervisor, Yi Yanhong, Manager Yi? A sarcastic voice rang out as a fashionably dressed, provocatively dressed woman accompanied a middle-aged bald man as they emerged from inside. The woman smirked disdainfully and teased Yi Yanhong. What? Are you here to buy a car too? Yi Yanhong furrowed her brows, and the smile on her face gradually faded. Your friend? How dare you speak to me like that? Qin Feng whispered, glancing at the two of them. He could tell at a glance that these two had ill intentions. Yi Yanhong crossed her arms across her chest and coldly looked at the newcomers, saying, The woman is Mu Tingting, my former subordinate. She frequently steals my clients and has an unclear relationship with them. This person is extremely despicable. The bald man was a client I had bought a house for, but he was taken away by Mu Tingting. Now the two of them are involved with each other. Qin Feng could sense the resentment in Yi Yanhong's words. With that as the reason, no wonder the two of them couldn't stand each other when they met. Yi Yanhong raised her chin defiantly and said firmly, Is that not acceptable? I brought my client here to look at cars. Do you have a problem with that? Mu Tingting's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe. Dressed plainly and without any expensive accessories, he looked like a college student, young and unlikely to be a wealthy individual. Mu Tingting was quite confident in her judgment, a skill honed from her years in sales. Could it be that Yi Yanhong had been fooled by this handsome young man, thinking he was a rich second-generation heir, and brought him here to look at cars? Mu Tingting couldn't help but let a mocking smile escape her lips. Yi Yanhong, I think you're desperate to sell your house. This young man does look pretty handsome, but are you sure he can afford a house at Tinglong Academy? Could it be that you, an old woman, have been duped by someone, so you're here showing off with this guy? Yi Yanhong's face turned pale with anger rising from her heart. She was only 28 years old, yet someone had dared to call her an old woman. How could she possibly tolerate such an insult? It was a direct hit. Mu Tingting, your mouth is as venomous as ever. I may be a bit older than you, but I'm not like some people who would resort to any means to sell their house, even selling their own body. You must have served this Mr. Liu by your side quite a bit, haven't you? Yi Yanhong looked disgusted, her expression cold and indifferent. The two of them faced off, their auras clashing intensely. The two salespeople beside them stared at Mu Tingting with strange expressions. Mu Tingting's face suddenly changed. Her expression twisted in anger as she shouted, Yi Yanhong, do you think I'll sue you for defamation? Mr. Liu, I'm your girlfriend. Can you really stand by and watch me get bullied by others? Or is it because you still have feelings for this little you? Liu Shingjin smiled faintly. Alright, let's not bring up the past. We're all friends, so let's just let it go. Yanhong, don't take it to heart. How about this? I'll treat you all to a nice meal later, and we'll forget about all the unpleasantness. Lu Shangjin stared intently at Yi Yanhong's slender figure, thinking to himself, this little vixen has become even more beautiful after not seeing her for a while. Unfortunately, he had escaped when he invited her out for drinks last time, otherwise, he could have tasted her deliciousness. The kid beside him was quite a nuisance. I wonder who he is. He looks pretty ordinary. Could he be the pretty boy boyfriend Yi Yanhong found? In an instant, Lu Shangjin's gaze toward Qin Feng grew more hostile. Yi Yanhong felt uncomfortable under Lu Shangjin's gaze and coldly said, no need. Mr. Lu, we have other matters to attend to. We'll take our leave. Lu Shangjin's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty. He then spoke confidently, if you agree to have dinner with me, I can introduce some friends to buy a few apartments from you. Don't you want to make money? He was certain that by offering this enticement, a woman like Yi Yanhong would find it hard to refuse. Just wait until I get you drunk, then I'll have my way with you and take pictures. Lu Shangjin's face broke into a lecherous grin, as if he had already claimed Yi Yanhong as his own. This look made Qin Feng very uncomfortable. Daring to poach under my nose? Do you really think I'm invisible? Qin Feng's patience had its limits. He straightened his back and spoke with a serious tone, Uncle, one must know when to advance and when to retreat. Yi Jia has already rejected you. You shouldn't keep pestering her here. His expression darkened, and he added, and I'm not short on money. I don't need you to buy her dinner. Please stop bothering my friend. Lu Shangjin's smile froze on his face at a visible speed. Not many people dared to speak to him in such a tone. He couldn't stand it. You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Which organization do you work for? Lu Shangjin shouted angrily. Qin Feng sneered. He hated it when people tried to threaten him like that. He replied casually, I'm a first-year freshman at Jiangnan University. Is that organization impressive enough for you? Chapter 19, More Money? Ha! Lu Shangjin could no longer contain his laughter and burst into loud laughter, finally letting go of the tension that had been building up inside him. I had originally thought this young man must have some connections, but it turns out he's just a greenhorn college student. Judging by the situation, he must have just arrived recently. I wonder what tactics he used to get connected with Yi Yanhong. Mu Tingting curled her lips upward, wrapped her arm around Lu Shangjin's shoulder, and giggled, I think I know what's going on. Every year, many new students from the Dragon Ascending Academy go there to rent apartments, and these two must have hit it off. It must be that shameless woman, Yi Yanhong. She saw this handsome young man and wanted to seduce him. Who knows, maybe he's even her kept man. Yi Yanhong's face flushed bright red, and she snapped angrily, watch your mouth. I'm not as shameless as you, running after wealthy men to seduce them. I'm not that despicable. Seeing Yi Yanhong's emotional outburst, Qin Feng said calmly, there's no need to get angry over such a shameless woman. Mu Tingting heard this and immediately felt provoked, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She pointed her index finger directly at Qin Feng and shouted angrily, watch your mouth. Who did you just call shameless? Qin Feng ignored Mu Tingting, his clear eyes fixed on Yi Yanhong's face, and smiled faintly, don't lower yourself to speak to such trash. It would only drag you down. Let's go look at the car. Qin Feng suddenly reached out and took Yi Yanhong's hand. Yi Yanhong was taken aback, not expecting Qin Feng to be so bold as to hold her hand. At that moment, Qin Feng's warm palm gently covered her hand, and the warmth he transmitted sent a surge of unfamiliar emotions through her heart. The feeling was both warm and reassuring, and the anger that had been boiling within her gradually subsided. Yi Yanhong let out a soft hum, allowing Qin Feng to lead her away by the hand, her face flushing slightly. Mu Tingting was so angry she could bite her teeth off. This woman who claimed to have principles was no different from her, flirting with everyone, even college students. Put. Mu Tingting secretly pulled out her phone, took a photo of Yi Yanhong and Qin Feng, found a WeChat friend named Fan Xingya, and sent the photo along with the address. At that moment, Lu Shangjin's expression darkened, feeling as though he had been cuckolded. Damn it, I actually thought Yi Yanhong was a proper woman, but it turns out she's just another woman who likes older men. Lu Shangjin grew increasingly uneasy as he thought about it. He scowled at the salesperson and said, these two people, one is a real estate agent, and the other is a college student. They don't have the means to buy a luxury car here. As a VIP customer, I'm asking you to kick them out. The two salespeople looked helpless. Mr. Lu, that's not a good idea. Our store has never kicked anyone out before. If this gets out, it will have a bad impact on our company. Yi Yanhong stopped in her tracks, secretly despising the two fools. They didn't even know who they had offended. Qin Feng could buy 20 houses in one go. Such power was far beyond what you, Lu Shangjin, could ever hope to match. Mr. Lu, I advise you not to speak recklessly, otherwise, you'll easily offend someone. We're just here to buy a car. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Mu Tingting raised her chin slightly, a mocking curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Yi Yanhong, stop pretending. I know exactly what you're made of. You're just driving a beat-up BYD, making a measly salary of a few thousand a month, and you dare to look at cars here? Don't you feel ashamed? Xin Feng was puzzled and asked back, "Is this car dealership your family's business? If it's not, could you please shut up? The salesperson hasn't said a word. Why are you in such a hurry? I came here to buy a car. Is that not allowed?" Xin Feng unleashed a barrage of words, leaving Mu Tingting so angry that her face turned red and white. She turned around, grabbed Lu Shangjin's hand, and pouted, "Lu Gu, someone is bullying me. Are you just going to stand here and watch the show? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore." "Humph. Sweetheart, don't be angry. I'll teach them a lesson for you." Lu Shangjin smiled ambiguously and secretly touched Mu Tingting's buttocks. He then turned to stare at Xin Feng, his smile vanishing completely. With a stern expression, he said, "Apologize to my girlfriend immediately, then get out of my sight. I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, you won't be able to study at Jiangnan University. I can make a phone call and find a few people to break your legs." "Threatening me?" Xin Feng's expression turned cold. "Salesman, there's trouble here. Aren't you going to do anything?" The two salespeople were very embarrassed and hurried to mediate. Lu Shangjin chuckled, "Young man, you probably don't know who I am. I'm a VIP customer here and frequently come here for vehicle maintenance. Do you think they listen to you or to me?" Lu Shangjin paused for a moment, then patted Xin Feng on the shoulder with a playful smile. "Young man, I understand your desire to succeed, but if you're looking for a woman, you should find one who's a bit wealthier. I know Yi Yanhong. She used to beg me to buy her a house, calling me brother every time. Last time she was lucky her friend came to take her away. Otherwise, I would have drugged her and slept with her. Ha ha. Do you know what kind of people I despise the most?" Xin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. He hated men who drugged women. Men may be playboys, but they must never be depraved. "You wouldn't be talking about someone like me, would you?" Lu Shangjin grinned, his face brimming with superiority. "I know you must be feeling pretty upset inside. What can I do? I'm rich, and money lets me do whatever I want. Don't deny it, that's just how it is. Young man, you still have a long way to go. Learn as much as you can." Lu Shangjin spoke in a condescending tone. Xin Feng smiled, his eyes gleaming as if looking at a cute little thing. "Uncle, I don't have much, but I have plenty of money. Don't doubt me, I've got the proof to back it up." Lu Shangjin seemed to have heard the funniest joke ever. He took out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and sneered, "Didn't Yi Yanhong tell you that I own a factory with over 200 employees? I make several million every month. You won't earn that much in your entire life." Lu Shangjin was full of himself. He believed that any college student who heard he made millions a month would either envy him or feel inferior, and this guy wouldn't be an exception. Within 3 seconds, he would surely back down and apologize to him. Xin Feng chuckled and said, "You talk so arrogantly, I thought you made billions every month. Turns out it's only a few million." Lu Shangjin's face fell instantly. He snorted coldly and shouted at Xin Feng, "You little brat, the way you talk, you sound like you're so rich. If you really have that kind of ability, buy a car here instead of just talking big." Chapter 20, Pick any car you like. Want me to show you what I've got? That's easy. Xin Feng straightened his chest, his eyes flashing with determination, and said with unmatched confidence, "Yi Jia, I hate it when people act like big shots in front of me. Earlier, someone said you'll never have the qualifications to buy a luxury car here in this lifetime. Well, I'm giving you that opportunity right now. Pick any car you like from the ones here." Xin Feng pointed to the luxury cars around him and said confidently, "I'll give it to you." Xin Feng spoke with unmatched confidence, his words ringing out clearly. The moment those words left his mouth, it was like a cannonball exploding in everyone's ears, leaving everyone speechless. Everyone present stared at Xin Feng in disbelief. "You're just a college student, dressed so ordinarily. Where did you get the nerve to speak so boldly? This is a luxury car dealership. The cheapest car here is no less than 300,000 yuan, and the most expensive ones can reach up to 10 million yuan. Some people look down on it, others question it, but no one believes Xin Feng's words. Only Yi Yanhong's expression froze in disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly unbelievable. Immediately afterward, overwhelming joy and surging excitement engulfed her heart. Others may not know Xin Feng's true strength, but she was well aware of it. If she says she'll send a car, she'll definitely send one. Any car here is a luxury vehicle that Yi Yanhong couldn't even dream of. However, the thing she had always dreamed of was right before her eyes, and this man could make her dreams come true with just a single word. Yi Yanhong's delicate body trembled, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she stared at Xin Feng, her mind going blank, unable to speak. However, everyone else looked at Xin Feng with mocking expressions filled with contempt. Lu Shangjin sneered with a mocking expression, pulling the corners of his mouth into a derisive grin. "Boy, do you really think this is a toy car shop? Do you have any idea how much the most expensive car here is worth? You're just showing off, saying you want to buy the best car to give to someone else. Do you even have the means to do that?" Lu Shangjin was so aggressive, as if he was certain that Xin Feng couldn't afford a car here. Xin Feng was seething with anger. If he didn't show these two jerks what true arrogance looked like today, he wouldn't feel satisfied. He glanced at Yi Yanhong, who was still standing there in a daze, and said, "Sister Yi, what are you still standing here for? Go pick out a car you like." Yi Yanhong snapped out of her daze, wide-eyed, and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" She was so excited that her voice trembled slightly. This unexpected windfall was so good that she couldn't be sure if she was dreaming, so she wanted to confirm it again with Qin Feng. Mu Tingting saw Yi Yanhong looking so serious and couldn't help but curve her lips into a mocking smile, letting out a sharp, mocking laugh. "Yi Yanhong, you must be so desperate to climb the social ladder that you've lost your mind, haven't you? Do you really think he's a big shot and follow him here to buy a car like an idiot?" She crossed her arms across her chest, her tone growing increasingly sharp and bitter. "Stop daydreaming. Look at yourself, you're just a saleswoman who relies on her looks to seduce men into buying houses. With your kind, you'll never drive a luxury car in this lifetime. Better face reality sooner rather than later." Yi Yanhong had no interest in responding to Mu Tingting. Seeing Qin Feng nod, she immediately grew excited, her face flushing red. "Then I'll go pick out a car. Go ahead. Whatever style you want, just pick it out. Money isn't an issue." Qin Feng looked as calm as ever, as if buying a luxury car here was as easy as buying a bunch of cabbages. The salesperson beside him shook his head silently. This kid had come to the wrong place to show off. "Sigh, this matter is getting more and more difficult to handle. I'd better notify the manager and quickly send him a message to come and deal with it." Lu Shangjin grinned. "Little brother, you're really taking this seriously, aren't you? I'll see how you handle this later." Qin Feng smiled faintly. "You'll soon find out just how big the gap between you and me is." Lu Shangjin rolled his eyes. "This kid sure has a sharp tongue. Keep pretending." Yi Yanhong was currently in a state of turmoil, having looked at over a dozen cars without being able to make up her mind. She has looked at cars ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, but none of them have met her expectations. Qin Feng had told her that she could choose any of the most expensive cars in the store. If she chose something too cheap, she'd be the one at a loss, but if she picked something too expensive, she was afraid Qin Feng wouldn't agree. "What should you do? This is the only chance to change my life. If I could get my hands on a luxury car worth tens of millions, even if I sold it, I could achieve financial freedom." Yi Yanhong admitted she couldn't resist the temptation. She wanted the most expensive one. After much internal struggle, Yi Yanhong asked the salesperson following her, "Where is the most expensive car here?" While secretly observing Qin Feng's expression, she planned to act on the spot if he seemed unhappy and instead choose a cheaper car. However, Qin Feng remained calm, which filled Yi Yanhong with joy and emboldened her further. The salesperson felt quite helpless. Since learning about Qin Feng's identity, he had given up all hope and could only awkwardly smile. "The most expensive car we have here is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, but it's already been reserved. If you like it, you can consider the Wraith series, which is around 7 million. 7 million. 7 million. Yi Yanhong's heart skipped a beat. All it would take was one word from Qin Feng, and she could have the luxury car that everyone envied. "Boss, can I have a Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Yi Yanhong asked Qin Feng cautiously, her eyes filled with anticipation yet fearing he might be displeased, her long legs trembling with nervousness. Mu Tingting giggled. "Yi Yanhong, you really dare to think that? How could this pretty boy possibly give you a luxury car worth 7 million? Before she could finish, Qin Feng replied promptly, "No problem. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a Rolls-Royce Wraith." Yi Yanhong was stunned by his words, as if struck by lightning. Her body froze instantly, and her eyes widened in shock. Qin Feng agreed. He could own a luxury car worth millions? In that moment, Yi Yanhong felt as though she had won the lottery jackpot, with unimaginable wealth descending from the heavens. Overwhelmed by emotion, she could barely speak coherently. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I don't even know how to thank you enough. Thank you." Yi Yanhong was so excited that her face turned bright red, and her eyes sparkled. Qin Feng found it amusing that a mere few million could make an ordinary person so excited they lost their composure. If Yi Yanhong were to accept this gift, she would only become even more devoted to him in the future, willing to serve him tirelessly. "Most importantly, I can't stand that pair of dogs, Lu Shangjin and his mistress. No, the two of you are getting more and more alike. Someone who doesn't know you would think you're acting in a movie." Lu Shangjin smiled with a sneer, his eyes full of contempt. "What's going on?" Suddenly, a voice with a hint of authority rang out. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit walked over. As soon as Lu Shangjin saw the man, he smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, you're just in time. There's a troublemaker here. Could you handle it?" Chapter 21, The Bank Card for Pocket Money. Mr. Wang had already received the salesperson's message, so he came specifically to see what was happening. "Mr. Lu." Mr. Wang's expression softened slightly. Lu Shangjin added fuel to the fire, summarizing the entire incident in a few words. Mr. Wang furrowed his brows, clearly displeased. "Young man, I understand the general situation. I don't want to get involved in your personal disputes. I just want to know if you have the money to buy a car from me. If not," Mr. Wang's expression grew cold. "Then please leave here and apologize to Mr. Lu." Xin Feng didn't bother to explain. He simply pulled out a regular bank card and said confidently, "This card is my pocket money. You can take it and use it." Pocket money? Everyone chuckled. Mr. Wang looked speechless. Could this kid really be here to cause trouble? Regardless, since the kid had produced the card, he had to check it himself. He nodded to the salesperson beside him, signaling him to take the card and swipe it. The salesperson was also curious about how much pocket money Xin Feng had. 10,000? Or maybe 10,000? It can't be millions, can it? The salesperson found his own idea amusing. How could someone have millions of dollars in pocket money? Unless this person is a rich kid, but he doesn't look like one. Just swipe the Xin Feng card. Card swipe successful, payment of 7 million completed. The electronic sound of the successful deduction rang out, like a thunderclap on a clear day. Lu Shangjin and the others were stunned on the spot. Instantly, all eyes turned to the salesperson. The salesperson was stunned. Had the payment really gone through? Out of curiosity, he clicked to check his balance. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. A string of dizzying zeros made his heart race, and he hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Wang, come here." Mr. Wang had already noticed something was wrong and hurried over. Glancing at the balance, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. He quickly took out the card, held it with both hands in a respectful manner, bowed his head, and returned it to Xin Feng. "Mr. Qin, I truly apologize. It was my staff who were disrespectful to you. I apologize on their behalf." Sigh. Everyone gasped in shock. The general manager of the car dealership, Mr. Wang, had actually come to apologize to Xin Feng in person? Lu Shangjin's face turned pale, and a sense of unease began to grow in his heart. Wang Zong was someone he knew well. He was a proud man who frequently dealt with wealthy clients, and ordinary people like him had no right to make him grovel. He must have seen the money in Xin Feng's card earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't have changed his attitude so drastically. So how much money does he have in his card? Lu Shangjin's face turned grim. Could it be that he had hit a nerve this time? Xin Feng didn't press the matter with Wang Zong. "It's fine. Ignorance is no crime. That Cullinan is nice. I'll take it too. Alright, Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. I'll handle this personally." Mr. Wang was very respectful. As he left, he instructed 2 waiters to serve Mr. Qin the best tea. Lu Shangjin quickly followed Mr. Wang. Yi Yanhan's feelings for Xin Feng reached their peak. She gazed at him with eager eyes and said, "Mr. Qin, you've given me such a generous gift. I don't know how to repay you. It's nothing, just a small thing." Yi Yanhan blushed and whispered, "If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a call." Xin Feng heard this and felt a surge of emotion. Yi Yanhan had accepted this generous gift from him. Even if he made an unreasonable request, she would certainly not refuse. In fact, all it would take was a subtle hint from her, and she would eagerly throw herself into his arms. However, Xin Feng is different from others. He takes greater pleasure in the process of conquest, enjoying the gradual surrender of both the mind and body of the other person. "No need to thank me, I just can't stand seeing others bully you." Yi Yanhong was greatly surprised. "Xin Feng spent so much money on me, wasn't it for my body? I made my intentions clear earlier. If Xin Feng has feelings for me, he would have understood my hints. Or is he really trying to take revenge for me?" Thinking of this, Yi Yanhong felt both moved and warm inside. The feeling of being cared for by someone else was something money couldn't buy. At that moment, Mu Tingting felt like she was about to lose her mind, consumed by jealousy. Everyone was looking for a sugar daddy. Why did Yi Yanhong get to find someone who was not only handsome and wealthy but also generous enough to buy her a car? "I've been working day and night to serve that good-for-nothing man Lu Shangjin, and so far he has only spent a little over 10,000 on me." When she compared herself to him, Mu Tingting felt as cheap as a cabbage. Mu Tingting hurriedly contacted her former colleagues to inquire about the situation. "Lily, has Yi Yanhong recently found a very wealthy boss?" The other side replied quickly, "Yeah, it's been all over the place here. Yi Yanhong met a big boss named Xin Feng, who bought 20 houses at the Tinglong Academy in one go, spending a whole 100 million. I'm so jealous of Yi Yanhong. Our boss even gave her a $15 million commission on the spot." Mu Tingting was struck by a bolt of lightning, and suddenly everything became clear. The man before her, Xin Feng, had purchased 20 properties at the Tinglong Academy. He must be an ultra-wealthy second-generation heir. The next moment, Mu Tingting swayed her waist, her eyes burning with desire, and gave a seductive smile. "Mr. Qin, I'm not good with words. Please forgive me for what I said earlier. It's just that I thought you were deceived by Yi Yanhong, so I spoke harshly to you. I apologize to you." After saying that, Mu Tingting deliberately bent over to apologize, revealing the snow-white skin at her neckline. Xin Feng didn't bother to look, having no interest in such a person. "You should apologize to Yi Jia." Mu Tingting's lips twitched slightly. Yi Yanhong was her sworn enemy. Looking up and seeing Yi Yanhong's smug expression, she felt even more annoyed. She quickly forced a smile and said, "Sister Yi, I was young and ignorant back then. Please don't hold it against me. We're all women, there's no need to make things difficult for each other. Let's get along well from now on. Yi Yanhong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. If it weren't for Qin Feng, she would never have seen Mu Tingting kneeling before her in such a humiliating manner. We're not that close, so don't call me sister like that. I don't have a shameless sister like you. Mu Tingting felt incredibly embarrassed, but she secretly cursed Yi Yanhong for being so arrogant. She glanced at Qin Feng and smiled sweetly, saying, Mr. Qin, I actually don't know Lu Shangjin very well. We're not related in any way. He just wanted to take me for a drive, but I'm not the kind of woman who would go out with just anyone. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. I'll believe that when I see it. Just a moment ago, you were telling me to be more affectionate with Mr. Lu, and now you're calling him by his first name. You sure do turn on a dime. On the other side, Lu Shangjin was eagerly following behind Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, why were you so respectful to that young man earlier? Do you know his background? Mr. Wang replied solemnly, Mr. Lu, considering we're friends, I'll give you a heads up. You can't afford to offend someone like him. Just look at the balance in his pocket change, can you guess how much it is? Lu Shangjin swallowed hard, feeling inexplicably nervous. How much could it be? Chapter 22, Pocket money is only 50 billion. Mr. Wang said softly, 50 billion. Lu Shangjin's face turned pale. A young man who could casually spend 50 billion as pocket money, how powerful must his family background be? Lu Shangjin couldn't even begin to imagine it. All he knew was that after working so hard for so many years, he had only managed to save a few billion. If he had offended a powerful figure this time, and the other party made a single phone call to have someone target his company, he would be finished. Moreover, his company was not exactly above scrutiny. Mr. Wang, what should I do now? I've really offended him. Lu Shangjin panicked and hurriedly sought help from Mr. Wang. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Qin. If he forgives you, this matter will be settled. If he doesn't forgive you, you'll have to fend for yourself. Lu Shangjin felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He hurried over to Mr. Qin and immediately noticed Mu Tingting flattering him. His face instantly broke into a sycophantic smile. Mr. Qin, earlier I was blind and failed to recognize your true worth. It's all my fault for speaking out of turn. I apologize here and hope you can forgive me for my mistake. Lu Shangjin smiled warmly, lowering his eyes and bowing respectfully. Qin Feng remained silent, his expression stern. Lu Shangjin felt a surge of panic. Qin Feng clearly wasn't going to let him off easily. It seemed he'd have to make some sacrifices. Gritting his teeth, Lu Shangjin said with a pained expression, the money for the car you and Miss Yi purchased here today, I'll cover it. Consider it my sincerity as a junior apologizing to you. But as soon as he said that, Qin Feng grew furious. He relies on the system's rewards. If you make him pay, then what's the point of the system rewarding him? Forget it. Do you think I'm the kind of person who needs money? Forget it. Do you think I'm the kind of person who's short on cash? Qin Feng's expression turned serious, exuding authority without raising his voice. Lu Shangjin felt both embarrassed and anxious. Qin Feng clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. What should he do now? Suddenly, Lu Shangjin slapped Mu Tingting hard across the face. Smack! The slap was particularly loud, and Mu Tingting nearly fell to the ground from the force of it. Lu Shangjin's face was filled with anger. It's all your fault for deliberately stirring up trouble between me and Mr. Qin. If it weren't for your sharp tongue, I wouldn't have offended Mr. Qin. If it weren't for this woman, I wouldn't have offended such a big shot. What a damn shame. Mu Tingting covered her face, looking utterly wronged, her eyes red but dared not speak up, looking as pitiful as a wronged wife. It's all your fault. Lu Shangjin, still furious, grabbed Mu Tingting's hand and slapped her twice. Mu Tingting's face quickly turned red. Qin Feng looked indifferent. This kind of woman deserved a lesson. Yi Yanhong furrowed her brows, not liking to see such a scene. Mr. Lu, enough is enough. Lu Shangjin's expression softened immediately. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Yi. If it weren't for her pleading on your behalf, I would have knocked out one of your teeth today. Mu Tingting's eyes were red, and she said in a pitiful voice, Miss Yi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being so mouthy. I was wrong. Enough, get out of here. Don't ruin my mood. Qin Feng said impatiently, get out of my sight. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Lu Shangjin felt as though he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly pulled Mu Tingting away. Mu Tingting grew anxious. Mr. Qin, please give me a chance to make it up to you. I truly want to be your friend. Lu Shangjin, fearing that Mu Tingting might provoke Qin Feng and cause another incident, slapped her angrily and shouted, didn't you hear Mr. Qin tell you to leave immediately? Mu Tingting ignored the pain on her face. She knew that if she missed this opportunity today, she would never encounter such a wealthy man again. This was her only chance for a glorious future. She quickly threw herself on the ground and screamed, Mr. Qin, save me. He's hitting me. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, and quickly dragged her out. Lu Shangjin angrily shouted, get up. I won't leave. Hit me if you must. Wu Mu Tingting lay on the ground, crying and throwing a tantrum. Lu Shangjin was so angry that he picked Mu Tingting up and carried her out, and the sound of her crying and fussing gradually grew fainter. Yi Yanhong snorted with laughter. This woman really has no shame. You're right. The air is a bit stuffy in here. Let's wait outside. After the commotion caused by those two, Qin Feng didn't want to stay here either. The two of them went to the door. Yi Yanhong tucked her hair behind her ear, her excitement over the luxury car finally subsiding. She looked out at the bustling street and said softly, "To be honest, if it weren't for you, I never would have dared to imagine driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom in my lifetime." "Thank you so much." Yi Yanhong's eyes darted to Qin Feng, her watery eyes fixated on him, her face radiating a captivating beauty that was a pleasure to behold. Qin Feng was in a good mood. "If you want to thank me, join me for dinner next time." "Sure." Yi Yanhong smiled faintly. She knew that from today onward, the debt she owed Qin Feng would be nearly impossible to repay. A $7 million luxury car was no small gift to return. But she couldn't refuse this gift. Ding! Spend $7 million, buy a luxury car for a woman, gain a lot of favor from her, trigger a tenfold critical hit, and receive a 7 million yuan reward. Ding! Spend 6 million to purchase a Cullinan, receive 5 times the reward, and get a refund of 30 million yuan. Made another 100 million. Qin Feng remained completely unfazed, taking it all in stride. Once he got the car, he could go meet Shen Ruoi's parents that evening. "Yi Jia, what should I buy as a gift for the first time meeting the girl's parents?" Qin Feng had no experience in this matter, so he decided to seek advice from Yi Yanhong. Yi Yanhong was taken aback. Was Qin Feng going to meet the girl's parents? Did he have a girlfriend, and had it already progressed to the point of meeting her parents? She felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but then she thought about it and realized that someone as outstanding and wealthy as Qin Feng wouldn't possibly be lacking in women. Suppressing the faint sense of loss in his heart, he smiled and teased, "With your wealth, you could just buy a few more valuable gifts. If the other family isn't short on money, you could buy some health supplements or some valuable antiques or paintings as gifts." Qin Feng stroked his chin and thought. With his current capabilities, he didn't need to worry about money. Instead, he could use this opportunity to earn some cash back and boost his goodwill with Shen Ruoi. "Yi Jia, after we buy the car, will you accompany me to the jewelry store? I'll buy you a few gold chains as well." "Thank you, boss." Yi Yanhong was overjoyed, and her feelings for him grew stronger. Indeed, choice matters more than effort. She is increasingly grateful that she built a good relationship with Qin Feng back then. Now, all her desires are within easy reach. At the same time, a taxi quickly pulled up in front of the car dealership, and a middle-aged man, brimming with anger, jumped out of the car. The man was holding a kitchen knife in his hand, looking menacing, causing passers-by to scatter in all directions. Yi Yanhong saw the man appear and turned pale instantly. The middle-aged man charged straight toward Qin Feng, his eyes bloodshot, roaring like an enraged lion. "Go to hell! It's you good for nothing, who seduced my wife? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll kill you. If it comes down to it, I'll trade my life for yours." Chapter 23, Her husband arrived. Qin Feng was startled. What was going on? Yi Yanhong's husband? I've never heard of her having a husband either, but the current situation has left him feeling completely overwhelmed. He had no idea how Yi Yanhong's husband had ended up here. This was his first time encountering such a situation, but fortunately, Qin Feng was quick-witted and knew not to show the slightest hint of fear at this moment. "Buddy, you must have misunderstood. I haven't done anything with your wife yet. Calm down, put the knife down first." Qin Feng remained calm and spoke gently to avoid provoking the other party. "Fan Chengye, what are you doing?" Yi Yanhong scolded him, her face flushing red, afraid that Fan Chengye might do something reckless, yet also feeling deeply humiliated by the situation. There were already many onlookers gathering around, and if this incident were to spread online, it would undoubtedly escalate and become even more sensationalized. "Let's not even talk about the fact that we're not married yet. Even if we were, you can't act this way. Do you know who he is? He's my boss." Fan Xingye seemed to have been struck at his core, brandishing a kitchen knife at Yi Yanhong and shouting angrily, "You shameless woman, how dare you say such things? You took my dowry, so you're my wife. Now you're cheating on me with another man behind my back. What do you think I am?" Yi Yanhong was so frightened that she turned pale and backed away repeatedly. Qin Feng shielded Yi Yanhong behind him, his expression stern as he warned, "Uncle, who told you that I'm involved with Yi Jie? Do you have any proof? Evidence?" Fan Xingye laughed angrily, pulled out his phone, and opened a photo. "Open your eyes wide and look at this. This is the evidence." Qin Feng was frustrated. The photo clearly showed him holding Yi Yanhong's hand. Seeing the chat logs between him and Mu Tingting made everything clear. This is trouble. If it were me, I wouldn't easily believe that Yi Yanhong was innocent either. Now that Fan Chengye is in extreme danger, should we call the police? Yi Yanhong saw Mu Tingting's chat records and immediately understood what had happened. She was furious and resented Fan Chengye for making her lose face. What does this photo prove? If you think I betrayed you, then let's break up. Yi Yanhong was furious, her tone icy cold. Fan Xingye's expression changed drastically. Xin Feng inwardly cursed, noticing that Fan Xingye had clenched the kitchen knife in his hand. This madman was about to lose control, so he immediately went on high alert, ready to defend himself against any sudden attack from Fan Xingye. Fan Xingye glared intently at Yi Yanhong. If you want to break up, that's fine, but give me double the dowry. Otherwise, today it's either you die or I die. With me here, you won't harm a single hair on Yi Jie's head. Xin Feng remained unfazed in the face of danger. The more perilous the situation, the more composed he became. He stands at around 181 centimeters tall and is extremely muscular. He also frequently participates in sports, which is why he decided to build a gymnasium for the school. Fan Xingye is only about 1.65 meters tall and weighs just over 120 pounds, but he has a significant physical advantage in terms of build. As long as you find the right opportunity, you can easily subdue Fan Xingye. Yi Yanhong was deeply moved. If anyone else had faced such danger, they would have avoided it at all costs. Moreover, Xin Feng came from a distinguished background. The fact that someone like him was willing to risk his life for her left Yi Yanhong deeply grateful. In contrast to Fan Xingye, she suddenly realized how blind she had been to choose such a man as her fiancé. Fan Xingye was about to explode with anger. His wife was openly showing affection with another man in front of everyone, and he couldn't bear it or accept such humiliation. Damn it! Fan Xingye's eyes were wild as he shouted angrily, anyway, I'm unemployed. At 35, I can't find a job. Rather than live in shame, I'd rather take you two dogs to hell together. Saying this, he lunged toward Xin Feng. Xin Feng's pupils contracted, and it was a matter of life and death. A series of urgent horn blasts echoed through the air. Beep! Fan Xingye was startled and instinctively turned his head toward the source of the sound. A blue Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up. Mr. Wang got out of the car, glanced at the crowd, and furrowed his brow slightly. What's going on here? Why are there so many people? Their eyes quickly landed on Xin Feng, and instantly, they were filled with smiles. They didn't bother with anyone else and hurriedly handed over the keys with both hands. Congratulations, Miss Yi. From today onward, this Rolls-Royce Phantom is your car. I've taken care of all the paperwork for you. Fan Xingye was struck as if by lightning, his body stiffening instantly. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? Although he knew little about luxury cars, he was aware that such vehicles were extremely expensive and beyond the reach of the average person. However, he was well aware of Yi Yanhong's financial capabilities. She couldn't possibly afford such a vehicle. What did you just say? This Rolls-Royce belongs to Yi Yanhong? Fan Xingye tapped Wang Zong on the shoulder and pointed at the Rolls-Royce in disbelief. Mr. Wang furrowed his brows. Who is this guy? How rude. Yes, who are you? What are you doing with a knife? Mr. Wang asked angrily. I'm Yi Yanhong's husband, he. Fan Xingye immediately changed his expression. The knife at home was broken, so I just bought this one at the vegetable market. Come here, I have something to tell you. Fan Xingye quickly pulled Yi Yanhong aside. Yi Yanhong was pulled away a few steps before she angrily shook off his hand. Just say what you have to say. Fan Xingye hurriedly smiled apologetically. Yanhong, I admit I was rude earlier. You know I can be quite hot-tempered sometimes. If you're here to beg for my forgiveness, there's no need to say anything. Yi Yanhong said coldly. It's not about that. I just want to know what's going on with this car. Fan Xingye smiled obsequiously. Yi Yanhong sneered, I knew it. That's why you suddenly changed your attitude. It's all because of this car. Since you asked, I'll tell you the truth. This car was just given to me by my boss, who is the person you were about to attack with a knife. A $7 million car, and he just gives it away like that. You actually dared to threaten him with a knife? Do you think he wouldn't send you to jail with just one word? Fan Xingye was secretly shocked. He glanced at Xin Feng, who was chatting and laughing with Wang Zong, then lowered his voice and said, Yanhong, you must seize this opportunity. Don't let this big fish slip away. What do you mean by that? Yi Yanhong was completely baffled. Fan Xingye snorted lightly, what do I mean? Don't you understand yet? That guy gave you a luxury car, we both know why. He just wants your body. Yi Yanhong's expression changed, and she couldn't refute Fan Xingye. Fan Xingye grew even more certain of his guess. After all, the two of you have come this far. I'll just take the loss, but I can't come out empty-handed either. A man like him would never marry you. At best, he'll get bored and dump you. So you need to seize this opportunity, find a way to win his favor, and extract a few million from him. Then the two of us can be together without having to work for others. I can start a business, and you can become the boss's wife. Fan Xingye grew more excited the more he thought about it. After all, Yi Yanhong had just lost another ex-boyfriend. Chapter 24, Sending Off My Wife. Chapter 24, Sending Off My Wife. Yi Yanhong stared in disbelief, unable to believe what Fan Xingye had said, a wave of disappointment washing over her. So, you're telling me to sleep with my boss? Yi Yanhong gave a self-deprecating laugh. Fan Qingye shrugged indifferently. Yi Yanhong, I know who you are. I don't believe you can resist such temptation. Anyway, I couldn't do it. We've worked our whole lives, isn't it all for money? Besides, I'm currently unemployed and struggling to find work. This opportunity could change my life. You have to help me. Once I have money, I can start a business and ensure you live a happy life in luxury. Yi Yanhong remained silent. She had once fantasized about becoming Qin Feng's woman, but she knew he would never marry her. Moreover, she had just heard him mention meeting his future mother-in-law, which completely extinguished any such thoughts. Perhaps Fan Qingye's suggestion was the right one. Seeing Yi Yanhong's heart flutter, Fan Qingye feigned concern and said, I know this matter is a bit difficult for you. Just think of it as making a new boyfriend. Once he no longer wants you, you can come back to me. Only you and I are the perfect match. You're really shameless. Yi Yanhong looked down on the man who wanted her to sacrifice her dignity. Fan Qingye paid no heed to Yi Yanhong's gaze, grinning wickedly. If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. He snatched the car keys from Yi Yanhong's hand and said, I'm not in a good mood today. Let me drive your car and clear my head. Remember, take good care of this kid. Our future depends on how well you handle him. Fan Qingye held the keys to his luxury car in his hand, plucked up his courage, and approached Qin Feng with a fawning smile. Sir, I'm sorry about earlier. I had a few too many drinks today. Please don't take it to heart. In the future, please give my wife some guidance at work. I won't bother you anymore. Stop right there. Qin Feng called out to Fan Qingye, extending his hand and saying, leave the car keys here. You don't deserve to drive this car. Stop. Qin Feng called out to Fan Qingye, reaching out his hand and saying, leave the car keys here. You don't deserve to drive this car. Fan Qingye's expression changed repeatedly as he thought to himself, now is not the time to confront this kid. I'll just endure it for now. Anyway, he had given the car to Yi Yanhong, so it would eventually be his anyway. Sorry, I don't know much, I just wanted to have some fun. I'll give you the car keys back right now. Fan Qingye bowed and scraped, reluctantly handing the keys back to Qin Feng. I have something to attend to at home. I'll head back first. Fan Qingye left awkwardly with a smile. Qin Feng looked pensive. Fan Qingye's behavior was so different before and after. I'm sorry, I made you laugh just now. Yi Yanhong's face turned slightly red, and she avoided looking at Qin Feng. Listen to my advice, Fan Qingye isn't right for you. Qin Feng sincerely advised her, as he did not believe that a man like Fan Qingye could bring happiness to Yi Yanhong. Yi Yanhong remained silent. In fact, what had just happened had already left her utterly disillusioned with Fan Qingye. Soon, Yi Yanhong got into Qin Feng's new Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and the two headed to a jewelry store to buy some jewelry. Yi Yanhong suddenly asked, aren't you curious why I would be interested in someone like Fan Qingye? I'm all ears. So, Yi Yanhong briefly explained the situation with Fan Qingye. The two had been introduced by a matchmaker. At first, Yi Yanhong thought Fan Qingye was not bad, so she decided to give the relationship a try. Little did she know that her father had secretly accepted a dowry of 200,000 yuan from Fan Qingye. Yi Yanhong had no choice. Seeing that she was of marriageable age, she agreed to marry him and set the wedding for the end of the year. However, Fan Qingye was suddenly suspended from work by his company for several months, leaving him unemployed. He then took the family savings and invested them in the stock market, only to lose everything. The plans for their marriage were also postponed. Fan Qingye himself had no special talents, was of advanced age, and couldn't find work, so he stayed at home all day. The two of them argued frequently over this matter. Qin Feng also understood the situation between the two of them. Yi Jia, if you want to break up with him, just tell me, and I'll help you. If he wants to return the dowry, tell me, and I'll cover the cost. Fan Qingye is such trash, he doesn't deserve to marry Yi Yanhong. Yi Yanhong felt a warm glow in her heart in every way. Qin Feng was 1,000 times better than Fan Qingye. If she had followed such a man, she wouldn't have to work so hard. Unfortunately, she didn't have that kind of luck. What a pity. If I weren't so much older than you, I would really want to pursue you. Yi Yanhong gave a self-deprecating smile. Qin Feng gave a suggestive smile. I don't think Yi Jia is old at all. On the contrary, I find her particularly charming and captivating. To be honest, I really enjoy spending time with her. Yi Yanhong's face lit up with a seductive smile, and all her pent-up frustration vanished in an instant. Qin Feng's words were pleasant to her ears and made her feel at ease, even sparking an unrealistic fantasy in her mind. Mr. Boss, please stop teasing me. How could you possibly like an old woman like me? Yi Yanhong spoke humbly, but her heart couldn't stay calm. It seemed like she was expecting something, yet also afraid of something. Qin Feng smiled faintly and did not elaborate further. The two arrived at the jewelry store, where they naturally engaged in some shopping. In the evening, Qin Feng sent a WeChat message to Shinruoi. Senior, I'm almost there. Alright, I'll come down to pick you up. Shinruoi stood up and smiled at her mother. Mom, my boyfriend is here. I'll go pick him up first. Shin's mother smiled and said, go ahead, don't keep her waiting. At the same time, a BMW M8 pulled into the hospital parking lot and came to a stop. A tall, well-built young man smoothly opened the door and stepped out with confident and composed strides. Dressed in designer clothes, his slightly upturned lips exuded a touch of rebelliousness, and his powerful aura swept over everyone, making them unable to look away. If Shin Ruoi were here, she would definitely recognize this man as Zhang Xiaoyang, the one who had been pursuing her at school. Zhang Feiyang took a bouquet of flowers from the car, sniffed the fragrance, and smiled. I heard from a friend at the hospital that her father is hospitalized. Coming to the hospital unexpectedly to visit her father will definitely give her a big surprise. To make a good impression on them, I even asked my friend at the hospital to arrange a VIP ward for them. If Shin Ruoi finds out about all the things I did for her, she might be so touched that she'll throw herself into my arms. Once I get past her parents, winning her over will be as easy as pie. Zhang Feiyang grew increasingly smug, whistling as he stepped into the elevator. As soon as the elevator doors closed, the adjacent elevator doors opened, and Shin Ruoi stepped out of the elevator. Zhang Feiyang easily found Shin's father's hospital room, entered with a bouquet of flowers, and glanced around but did not see Shin Ruoi. He immediately smiled and said, "Aunt, uncle, hello. I am your daughter's friend. I came to visit you today." Mrs. Shin smiled broadly, pleased that her daughter had indeed made the right choice. This man was handsome and well-mannered, and had even taken the initiative to pay for her to avoid a major hassle. Zhang Feiyang immediately found him very likable. Mrs. Shin smiled contentedly and said, "You must be Ruoi's boyfriend, right?" Chapter 25. This is the Shin family's ideal son-in-law. Zhang Feiyang was stunned. When did I become Shin Ruoi's boyfriend? My mind can't wrap around it right now. Could it be that Shin Ruoi told her mother that I'm her boyfriend? It must be. Zhang Feiyang's face quickly lit up with a delighted smile. Shin Ruoi must have been moved by his deep affection and couldn't resist the charm of his wealth. She had already confessed her feelings to her mother in private. This is a done deal. Your mother-in-law has good eyesight. I am Ruoi's boyfriend, and I came today to visit your parents. Mrs. Shin nodded approvingly and smiled. Ruoi has good taste. Finding such a good boyfriend like you, I can rest assured knowing she's in your care. She has a bit of a temper, so you'll have to be patient with her. Zhang Feiyang was bursting with joy, unable to contain his excitement. Auntie, rest assured. I will definitely take good care of Ruoi. His gaze swept around the ward once more. Where was Ruoi? She said she went downstairs to meet you. Didn't you see her? Zhang Feiyang said puzzledly, go downstairs to pick me up? How come I didn't know? Cough. A faint cough interrupted their conversation. It was Shin's father waking up. Mrs. Shin smiled and helped Mr. Shin sit up. Old man, come and see who's here to visit you. Who is he? Shin's father looked at Zhang Feiyang with a puzzled expression. He's Shin Ruoi's friend. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be lying here either. Upon hearing this, Shin's father expressed his gratitude. Young man, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be alive today, and I certainly wouldn't be able to rest in such a comfortable place. You saved my life. I agree to your marriage with my daughter, but I only ask that you treat her well. Zhang Feiyang was overjoyed, never expecting that a single phone call arranging a VIP room for them would bring such great benefits. The surprise came so suddenly that he could hardly believe it was real. He had only intended to visit them this time to gauge their feelings, but instead received this unexpected surprise. Rest assured, I will never treat Ruoi unfairly. On the day of the wedding, I will marry her in grand style and host a banquet with 100 tables. I'll give you another 1 million yuan as a dowry. Zhang Feiyang spoke with great ambition and conviction. The second in command was overjoyed, and as they exchanged glances, they could see the joy in each other's eyes. 1 million yuan was an astronomical sum for the Shin family, a fortune they had never dared to imagine. The Shin family's life would also improve significantly. Well, if I haven't misjudged her, marrying you will be her good fortune. Shin's father couldn't stop smiling. Uncle, since neither of us has any objections, why don't we set the wedding date sooner rather than later? Zhang Feiyang asked with a smile, deciding to strike while the iron was hot and settle the matter quickly. Mrs. Shin smiled faintly. There's no rush. The wedding date needs to be chosen carefully. Let's discuss it further when we return home. Zhang Feiyang thought about it and agreed. Marriage is a serious matter, it can't be taken lightly. Besides, it's already a done deal. Meanwhile, Shin Ruoi was waiting at the hospital entrance. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan was parked right in front of her. Shin Ruoi's eyes flickered with surprise before quickly returning to calm. Xin Feng is so wealthy, driving a luxury car is only natural. In an instant, she was dazzled. She realized that after a simple makeover, Xin Feng had shed his college student aura and gained a touch of maturity. He also looked much more handsome and dashing. Shin Ruoi was mesmerized, thinking to herself, my junior is so handsome, kind, and wealthy, he's the perfect Prince Charming every woman dreams of. Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that? Xin Feng touched his own face. Shin Ruoi's heart fluttered, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. She quickly turned her head away, afraid Qin Feng would notice her embarrassment, and said nervously, "Nothing, I was just thinking about something else." Fearing that Qin Feng might ask more questions, she hurriedly added, "When you meet my parents later, try not to say anything out of place, so they won't notice anything suspicious." Qin Feng straightened his chest and smiled confidently, "Senior, I'm a pro at this. I guarantee your parents won't notice anything suspicious." Shenruo replied impatiently, "You call yourself a professional? You gave yourself away the moment you opened your mouth. Why are you still calling me senior?" Qin Feng slapped his forehead and chuckled, "Strategic mistake. That's Ruoi." Seeing Qin Feng call her name so seriously, Shenruo smiled faintly. "That's more like it. Dear, do you know what to do now?" Qin Feng felt playful and gently moved his arm. Shenruo, as sharp as ice, immediately understood Qin Feng's intentions and playfully scolded him, "I knew you were just trying to take advantage of me." Though she complained with her words, her hands remained obediently wrapped around Qin Feng's arm. To outsiders, they looked like a perfect couple. Qin Feng felt a secret thrill. Satisfied now? Shenruo rolled her eyes and gently pinched Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng smiled faintly, "How could I be satisfied? This is just a small token of my effort for playing your boyfriend. You're getting off easy, you big pervert." Shenruo feigned annoyance. She quickly composed herself and added, "When you meet my parents later, behave yourself. Don't act so playful. You've already said that many times. It's just in case you forget." Meanwhile, in the VIP ward, Mrs. Shun and Zhang Feiyan were chatting happily. Mrs. Shun smiled and asked, "Little Zhang, what does your family do?" Zhang Feiyan's lips curled upward, a sense of superiority welling up inside him. "My family runs a company and owns a large supermarket, employing hundreds of people." The two elders were startled, never expecting that their future son-in-law had such a prestigious background. "How much does your family earn each month?" "Not much," Zhang Feiyang said with a smug expression. "With labor costs and other expenses, it's nearly 10 million a month." Shen's mother gasped in shock, wide-eyed, and asked, "The costs are already in the millions, so how much profit are you making?" "Not much, maybe 2 or 3 million. Zhang Feiyang smirked, enjoying the shock on the old couple's faces. "I knew these country bumpkins would be speechless when they heard how much money my family makes every month." The second eldest brother was deeply shocked. He had thought he had found a decent son-in-law, but never imagined his daughter had such good taste, landing herself a wealthy husband. "The Shin family is destined for greatness. My daughter has such good taste, she's bringing honor to the Shin family." Shin's mother was overjoyed and couldn't wait to marry her daughter off. The Shin family is also happy to receive this dowry and enjoy the benefits. "Mom, why are you picking on me again?" At the same time, the ward door was also pushed open. Shenruo, holding onto Qin Feng's arm, stepped inside. In an instant, the two elders were completely dumbfounded, and the laughter on their faces abruptly ceased. Zhang Feiyan's expression also froze instantly. Qin Feng, who had prepared his lines in advance, swallowed them back. What was going on? Shenruo looked astonished and said, "Zhang Feiyang, how did you end up here?" Chapter 26, The Meeting Gift. Zhang Feiyang smiled and said, "Rui, your parents have already agreed to our arrangement. Once your parents pick a good date, we can get married." Shenruo widened her eyes, her beautiful face filled with shock. She had never even considered being with Zhang Feiyang, let alone something as absurd as this. "Mom, what's going on? Can someone please explain this to me?" Shenruo was both angry and anxious. Qin Feng was also completely baffled. The situation was a bit chaotic at the moment, so it was best to wait and see how things developed. That man was named Zhang Feiyang. Shenruo had once mentioned to him that there was a man named Zhang Xiao who was pursuing her, and this must be the same person. Shenruo didn't like this man. After clarifying this relationship, Qin Feng felt more at ease. Mrs. Shen said dejectedly, "Isn't Zhang your boyfriend? Who is this person?" Shenruo was nearly driven to the brink of madness. After all that trouble, it turned out her own mother had mistaken the person. "Mom, Qin Feng is my boyfriend." Shenruo quickly pulled Qin Feng closer to herself. The two elders were speechless. Zhang Feiyan's expression turned extremely grim in an instant. His mood plummeted from heaven to hell in an instant. Just moments ago, he was daydreaming about marriage, with the Shin family elders already treating him like their future son-in-law. Now, everything had turned upside down. "Are they treating me like a monkey?" A surge of anger shot straight to Zhang Feiyang's forehead, and he almost let out a curse, but fortunately, he managed to hold it back at the last moment. Zhang Feiyang suppressed his anger and spoke calmly, "Auntie, you promised to marry Shin to me. You can't go back on your word." Shenruo retorted angrily, "Mom, I don't like him, and I absolutely will not marry him." Her words were spoken with such conviction that anyone could tell Shenruo's stance was unwavering. Zhang Feiyang's eyes blazed with anger, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, glaring intently at Shenruo. "Shenruo, am I not good enough for you? There are countless women at Jiangnan University who would do anything to be with me, yet you look down on me like this." Mrs. Shen immediately looked troubled. "This?" Qin Feng smiled lightly. Bro, if Rui doesn't like you, don't keep pestering her. Love is a matter of mutual consent. Just because you like someone doesn't mean they have to like you back. I'll take care of Rui. Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows in anger, thinking to himself, Zhao, who are you to dare to compete with me for a woman? He shot a sharp glance at Qin Feng and sneered, what gives you the right to give her happiness? Then, with an air of arrogance, he added, Uncle and Aunt, I consider myself quite handsome, and you all know my family background. If your daughter marries me, she will undoubtedly live a life of privilege and luxury. Your Shin family will also benefit from my generosity, and a comfortable life will be no problem at all. Mr. Shin was greatly moved and quickly whispered to Mrs. Shin, I think it would be better for our daughter to marry Zhang. He saved my life. Our daughter has already said she has another boyfriend. The money you used to save your life wasn't given to you by Xiao Zhang. Mrs. Shin furrowed her brows. Now she was also in a state of confusion, her mind in disarray, unsure of how to handle this complicated relationship. Let her daughter decide for herself. Shen's mother said helplessly, as she leaned more toward her daughter's opinion. Shen's father glared at her. Marriage is a major decision, it's up to the parents. Zhang is far more outstanding than that Qin Feng. Love can't put food on the table, money is what brings happiness. The two elders each held their own opinions. Though they tried to speak softly, everyone still heard some of their conversation. Shen Rui held Qin Feng's hand, looking gloomy. Her father had a stubborn personality, and if he became fixated on Zhang Fei Yang, it would be trouble. She had to stop him. She raised her eyes and stared at Qin Feng's face, saying, what should we do now? My father seems to have a good impression of Zhang Fei Yang. Can you think of a way to persuade him? Qin Feng remained calm, smiling lightly. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can force you to marry someone you don't like. His words betrayed a strong sense of confidence, as if he were foretelling the outcome. Shen Rui was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself, Qin Feng has always been a man of his word. If he sets his mind to something, he will make it happen. Plus, he's incredibly wealthy. With him around, what is there to worry about? After coming to this realization, Shen Rui finally felt at ease. Qin Feng smiled faintly, pulled a gift box from his pocket, and said, Auntie, I just arrived today and didn't prepare anything special. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Mrs. Shin nodded silently. This young man was handsome and well-mannered, and her daughter happened to like him as well. The only thing she didn't know was whether his family was wealthy. It's good that you came. Why bring gifts? Shen's mother smiled and accepted Qin Feng's gift. The box was small, about the size of a palm. It is red. The words on the box quickly caught Shen's mother's attention. Wanfu Gold and Jewelry Store. Is it filled with gold? It seemed as though some kind of sound was urging Shen's mother to open the box, and her hands moved uncontrollably as she opened the gift box. The next moment, Shen's mother's eyes widened slightly. Inside the gift box lay a golden, intricately crafted traditional bracelet, its designs exquisitely detailed, clearly a high-quality piece. Upon picking it up, one immediately feels its substantial weight. Its size and weight alone indicate that it is certainly not inexpensive. Mrs. Shin smiled, her wrinkles at the corners of her eyes gathering together, and said joyfully, Qin Feng, this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Shen Rui didn't know that Qin Feng had prepared a gift in advance. Upon hearing her mother say it was so expensive, she hurried over to take a look and immediately broke into a smile, feeling overjoyed inside. Mom, since it's from Qin Feng, you should accept it. Saying this, he put the gold bracelet on his mother's wrist. This isn't quite right. Shen's mother refused with her words, but her hands cooperated with her daughter's actions. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Women all loved these glittering things. Auntie, please don't be so polite. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Mrs. Shin smiled so broadly her eyes nearly closed, and she couldn't stop touching the golden bracelet. This must have cost a fortune, didn't it? Not that expensive, just around 100,000 yuan. Although Shin's mother had already suspected as much, hearing the actual amount still made her heart skip a beat. She was just an ordinary worker. It would take her at least 3 years to save up 100,000 yuan. But now, the gold bracelet that would have taken 3 years of hard work to afford was effortlessly on her wrist, leaving Shin's mother feeling as though she were dreaming. Thank you. Shin's mother couldn't hide her joy, and her feelings toward Qin Feng grew warmer. Zhang Feiyang's expression darkened, and he clenched his teeth in determination. He had been careless. He hadn't expected this youngster to be so cunning, knowing how to make this old woman happy. Damn it, I've never been treated so humiliatingly in my life. People fight for a breath of air, even Buddha fights for a stick of incense. Today, I'll play along with you. Zhang Feiyang immediately took out his phone and sent a message to his butler at home. Hurry up and open the safe in my house and make sure to deliver it to me as soon as possible. Chapter 27, A $1 Million Dowry. Zhang Feiyang's face lit up with a smile, his tone light and enthusiastic. Uncle, please don't worry. Wait here for a moment. I've also prepared a small gift for you, but it will take a bit of time to prepare. I've already arranged for someone to bring it over, and it should arrive shortly. Mr. Shen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This young Zhang was a board member, and his family background was so prestigious. Marrying him would be the best decision for his daughter. Although that young man named Qin Feng was decent enough, he still couldn't compare to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, there's no need to go to such trouble or give any gifts. This old man has already decided that you are the son-in-law of the Shen family. Dad! Shen Ruoye protested unhappily. Marriage is a major decision in life, I'll handle it myself. You just focus on resting and recovering in the hospital. Mr. Shen's expression turned stern, and he scolded her harshly, nonsense. Marriage is a major decision that should be made by the parents. I have the final say in this matter. Shen Ruoye was utterly exasperated by her father's actions and angrily retorted, then the money for your hospital bills was given to you by Qin Feng. Both in terms of reason and emotion, our Shen family owes him more. The Shen father was at a loss for words, knowing he was in the wrong, and couldn't find a rebuttal for the moment. Zhang Feiyang, seeing this situation, panicked. If Shen's father was siding with Qin Feng, his chances of marrying Shen Ruoye were slim to none. But he quickly came up with a plan and smiled broadly, saying, Uncle, this is all my fault. If I had known about your situation earlier, I would have paid the money for you. Later, I heard from a friend that you were hospitalized due to poor health, so I immediately called the hospital director and had him arrange a VIP ward for you. As you know, the hospital's rooms are in high demand, especially at this level, and it was quite a challenge to secure such a premium room for you. Mr. Shen was deeply grateful. No wonder the hospital staff suddenly transferred me to a different ward. Ruoye, I told you so. Fei Yang is a good person. Don't be stubborn and throw a tantrum. Just marry Fei Yang obediently. Mrs. Shen, of course, disagreed. She insisted that her daughter should make her own decision. Just as the two elders were at an impasse, a middle-aged man in his 40s, overweight and out of breath, burst into the room, carrying a briefcase in his hand. Master, I have brought what you requested. This big man is Zhang Feiyang's butler. Zhang Feiyang's face broke into a smug smile. He had finally arrived in time. Uncle, the gift I sent from the Shen family has arrived. Housekeeper, open it. Everyone was also very curious about what Zhang Feiyang was up to. When the briefcase was opened, it was filled with neatly arranged red bills. Bundle after bundle, there were at least 20 bundles. It's very visually striking. Mr. Shen's heart raced. He had never seen so much money piled up in one place. How much could that possibly be? Could Zhang Feiyang be giving all this money to himself? That's impossible. Fei Yang, what are you doing? Shen's father felt his mouth go dry, and he couldn't help but stretch his neck. Zhang Feiyang stood up straight and shouted, Here's 1 million. This is the dowry I'm offering to the Shen family. If the Shen family agrees, this 1 million is yours. From now on, I'll give the two elders 10,000 yuan in pocket money every month, ensuring you have no worries about food or clothing. Mr. Shen's face turned pale. Just nod, and this money is the Shen family's. No need to work anymore, and you can just lie around and collect a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Where else could you find such a good deal? What do you think, honey? Mr. Shen's tone was clearly very eager, hoping his wife would agree. Mrs. Shen furrowed her brows, feeling deeply conflicted. Mom, I don't care about his 1 million yuan, and my boyfriend is even richer than him. You can't agree to this. Shen Ruoye panicked, fearing her mother might be swayed by the temptation of the 1 million yuan and agree. Qin Feng also spoke up to persuade her, Auntie, 1 million yuan is indeed a significant amount for an ordinary family, but you really don't need to risk your daughter's happiness for this money. Even if you have all the money in the world, what's the point if your daughter isn't happy? Mr. Shen said angrily, Xiao Qin, don't blame me for not helping you. We've been poor all our lives. I want my daughter to have a better life, and I hope she finds a wealthy man. You like my daughter, and Fei Yang also likes my daughter. I can only choose one. I hope you can understand the feelings of a father. Zhang Feiyang secretly gloated to himself. By simply offering 1 million yuan, he had significantly increased his bargaining power, and even Shen's mother's stance began to soften. Kid, in this day and age, whoever has money can find happiness. Don't blame me, blame yourself for not being as powerful as me or having as much money as me. Zhang Feiyang was so arrogant and self-satisfied, as if he had already won the battle. Qin Feng smiled lightly. He had originally intended to keep a low profile and avoid making a big deal out of it, just helping Shen Ruoye smoothly through this crisis. But he never expected an unexpected obstacle to arise, and to make matters worse, this person was flaunting their wealth right in front of him. He was in a very bad mood now. Uncle, if I just offer more money, will you refuse Zhang Feiyang? Mr. Shen frowned, finding Qin Feng's words a bit blunt, which displeased him. But then he remembered that his daughter had used his money to save his life, so he forced himself to say, It's more or less that. But I advise you not to overestimate yourself. The Zhang family runs a company and a supermarket, with monthly income in the tens of millions. Don't try to be a hero. Break up with my daughter as soon as possible. Zhang Feiyang tilted his head and chuckled, Bro, from the sound of it, you seem to want to compete with me over who has more money, right? His butler looked down on Qin Feng and mocked, "You're overestimating yourself." Shen Ruoi coldly replied, "It's your master who's overestimating himself. You have no idea how powerful Qin Feng is. He can buy 10. Qin Feng quickly stopped Shen Ruoi from continuing, smiling sarcastically, "Don't rush. Since he wants to play the wealth show-off game, I'll play along with him. Wait here, I'll give the people at Sihai Bank a call." Qin Feng quickly dialed a number. "Please bring the items I have deposited at your bank over here. Preferably within 5 minutes. After giving the address to the other party, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Put. Zhang Feiyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, you're really good at pretending. Next time you try to show off, at least do your research first. The Four Seas Bank is the most prestigious international bank in our city. They close at 5:30 p.m. sharp, and it's already past 9 p.m. now. They've long since closed. Even if you wanted to withdraw money, you wouldn't be able to. Do you really think they'd personally deliver the money here?" Qin Feng teased, "What's the rush? Will you die if you wait 5 minutes?" Zhang Feiyang's expression turned cold. This kid was so arrogant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll wait here. I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve." Chapter 28, Qin Feng's Generous Gift. Meanwhile, at the Four Seas Bank, the lights that had been extinguished were quickly relit. The entire building was brightly lit. A man in a suit was sweating profusely. "Hurry up! This is a top priority order. It is an urgent request from our bank's most valuable client. It must be completed as soon as possible. Everyone, hurry up and open the vault doors." A dozen bank staff members rushed into the vault. They entered the password and opened a circular super alloy metal door. Everyone carried a black box in their hands and followed the person in front of them into the vault. When they emerged carrying the black safes, there were already a dozen or so vehicles parked outside the entrance of the bank, with the doors open, waiting for them to get in. At the front was a police car leading the way, followed by fully armed escort vehicles to ensure the mission was carried out smoothly. Inside the hospital's super VIP ward, Zhang Feiyang glanced at the time on his phone and smiled. 5 minutes are almost up. Where are the people you mentioned? You're not pulling a fast one on me, are you? I said they'd come, so they will, Qin Feng said calmly. Zhang Feiyang clapped his hands in mockery. Impressive, truly impressive. Even at this moment, you can still remain so calm. If it were anyone else, you might have fooled them, but you've met me. No matter how good your acting is, you won't scare me, because I actually know someone who works at the Four Seas Bank. After saying that, he immediately dialed a number and put it on speakerphone. Mr. Xiao, did any special customers come to your bank to withdraw money and request delivery to the hospital? No, that didn't happen. Even if someone wanted to withdraw 10 million, we wouldn't accept it. Once it's time to close, we close. Even if the king himself came, we'd have to handle it tomorrow. Why are you asking about this? Zhang Feiyang raised the corners of his mouth and teased Qin Feng. I just met someone who was showing off in front of me, saying he could get your bank to deliver cash to him within 5 minutes. A burst of laughter came from across the room. Zhang Xiao, stop joking around. Our bank doesn't offer that service, and there's no one worth us delivering cash to in the middle of the night. Alright, I understand. I'll treat you to a drink next time. Zhang Feiyang hung up the phone and said in a sarcastic tone, Mother, you heard that, right? This kid is a fraud. He's not worthy of your daughter. Zhang Feiyang hung up the phone and said in a sarcastic tone, Auntie, you heard that, right? This guy is a fraud. He doesn't deserve your daughter. Mrs. Shen's face turned pale. She had heard everything clearly. The Four Seas Bank had never sent anyone to deliver the money. This Qin Feng is just too unreliable. If my daughter were to marry someone like him, she would never be happy. Mr. Shen had initially felt a bit guilty toward Qin Feng, but after realizing he was lying, his goodwill vanished instantly. He said to his wife, You're right, Feiyang. From this incident alone, you can see that he's not trustworthy. Don't hesitate any longer, let's just accept the dowry together. Mrs. Shen took a deep breath and said helplessly, Rui, it's not that your mother won't help you, but your boyfriend is not ambitious and shouldn't have lied. Qin Feng shrugged and said, maybe Zhang Feiyang's friend isn't high enough in rank to be involved in these matters, so he doesn't know what's going on at the bank. However, he still had full confidence in the Sihai Bank. It was just a matter of time. Some things take longer than others. Mr. Shen grew angry. These young people have come to this point and still insist on being stubborn. It shows how poor his character is. He impatiently said, Qin Feng, there's no need to say anymore. My mind is made up. I absolutely will not marry my daughter to you. Zhang Feiyang curled the corners of his mouth upward, thinking to himself, little brother, you're no match for me. Now that these two old fools are on my side, what do you have to fight me with? Four Seas Bank has arrived. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out from outside the door. Everyone froze, then quickly looked up toward the door. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly upward. Finally, they're here. Just then, the front door creaked open, and a woman dressed in the uniform of the Four Seas Bank walked in with graceful steps. The high heels of her shoes clacked against the floor, breaking the previous silence in the room. The woman was heavily made up and had a slender, curvaceous figure, but no one had the heart to admire her beauty. Instead, everyone's attention was fixed on what she was holding in her hands. A square tray covered with a red cloth sat on the table, and no one knew what was inside. Behind the woman, 9 staff members with model-like figures entered one after another, each holding a mysterious gift in both hands, and entered the ward in an orderly manner. They then formed 2 rows on either side, as if waiting for someone's arrival. The 2 elders were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the crowd. Zhang Feiyan was also completely confused. This is impossible. How could the people from Sihai Bank have gone out of their way to prepare a gift for Qin Feng? I just called manager Xiao to ask, and he said there was no such thing. Could it be that these people are all in on it? Shin Ruoi also looked up in shock at Qin Feng, unable to imagine what kind of surprise this man had prepared for her. Qin Feng, what is this? Qin Feng smiled without saying a word. For Xi's Bank, Chairman Zhou has arrived. An elderly man with gray hair and wearing a suit walked in with a warm smile on his face. Upon seeing the elderly man enter, Zhang Feiyan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His face turned pale instantly. He recognized this man. He was one of the 8 chairmen of the 4 Cs Bank. A wave of fear swept through the crowd. Who could be so powerful that the chairman himself had to intervene? And just what kind of client could possibly warrant such treatment? This kind of influence isn't something that can be achieved with just money. At that moment, Zhang Feiyan broke out in a cold sweat. Chairman Zhou ignored everyone else and walked directly to Qin Feng, bowing respectfully and saying, Mr. Qin, hello. The items you requested have been delivered. With a wave of his hand, 10 beautiful women immediately removed the red cloth covering their gifts. Each tray held 2 large, thick gold bars and a bundle of money. This is the 1 million in cash you requested, along with gold bars worth 5 million. Please have Mr. Qin verify the contents. The 2 elderly members of the Shin family's eyes widened instantly. The machine monitoring Shin's father's heart rate displayed data on the screen that was rising at an astonishing speed. The machine quickly sounded an alarm. Qin Feng smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, thank you for taking the trouble to bring these things over so late at night. You've gone to a lot of trouble. Chairman Zhou smiled broadly, it's no trouble at all. You are our bank's most valuable customer, and it's our pleasure to assist you with such a small matter. After saying that, he glanced at the situation inside the ward and smiled, Mr. Qin, you have work to attend to. We won't disturb you any further. 10 beautiful women placed all the gifts on the table, including 5 million yuan worth of gold and 1 million yuan in cash. Mr. Shin swallowed hard. His future son-in-law seemed more capable than Xiao Zhang. Chapter 29, Master Silver, save me. Uncle, these gifts are just a token of my respect. There is no other meaning behind them. They are simply a gesture of filial piety toward the 2 elderly gentlemen. Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. This gift completely outshone Zhang Feiyan's, and it also showcased his connections. If he weren't such an idiot, he'd know exactly what to do. The 2 elders were overjoyed. Zhang Feiyan's $1 million gift was merely a token of respect, while Qin Feng's lavish present was just a greeting gift. If he were to present a dowry in the future, wouldn't it be even more generous? All of Shin's father's grievances vanished completely. The smile on his lips couldn't even be suppressed by an AK-47. Alright, I've received your kindness. Your young love should be free. I won't interfere in your affairs. Mr. Shin quickly gave Shin Ruoi another approving glance. His daughter's choice was indeed the right one. Shin Ruoi was overjoyed. Qin Feng's generous gift not only helped him resolve a difficult situation but also made her feel proud and respected. It also brought her family, the Shin clan, an enormous fortune. Her excitement and gratitude were evident. In that moment, Shin Ruoi felt an overwhelming urge to marry Qin Feng. She stole a glance at Qin Feng, finding him more and more appealing with each look, and thought to herself, if only this were real, how wonderful that would be. Shin Ruoi, weren't you unwilling at first? It was just a transaction between you 2. Don't get your hopes up. Someone like him could never possibly like me. Shin Ruoi shook her head, trying to push those bothersome thoughts out of her mind. Qin Feng raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on Zhang Feiyan. Do you still want to compete with me over money? Zhang Feiyan's face twitched slightly. This Qin Feng was unpredictable. It wasn't worth offending such a powerful figure over a woman. He quickly put on a thick-skinned smile and said, Mr. Qin is so wealthy I'll gladly admit defeat. This 1 million yuan is my way of expressing my condolences to your uncle. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Zhang Feiyan left promptly, knowing that staying here would only lead to trouble and that he didn't want to make a fool of himself here. As he passed by Qin Feng called him over, his eyes carrying a warning. Shin Ruoi is my girlfriend. I don't want to see you near her anymore. Stop harassing her. Upon hearing this, Shin Ruoi's watery eyes flashed with an unusual expression, and the corners of her mouth curled upward involuntarily, revealing a hint of joy. Although she knew it was just a game, she couldn't help but feel happy. Zhang Feiyan's expression suddenly changed, but he quickly forced a smile and said, You 2 are the perfect match. I know my place and will never bother Shin Ruoi again. With that, he slunk away, accompanied by his servant. You sent a generous gift worth 6 million to the Shin family, earning their approval and triggering a 20x critical hit reward, returning 1.2 billion. Shin Fong was stunned. The gift he had given to the Shin family was practically the same as giving it away for free, and he didn't feel the slightest bit regretful. What pleased him even more was that he had significantly increased Shin Ruoi's affection for him. The way she looked at him was growing increasingly affectionate. It wouldn't be long before she would willingly give up everything. It wasn't just out of a sense of duty or gratitude toward him. Shin's mother and father exchanged a glance, then smiled kindly at Shin Fong, chatting about family matters and asking him about this and that. The scene was very warm and heartwarming. After about 10 minutes, Mr. Shin gave Shin Ruoi a subtle nod. Ruoi, your mother and I need to talk. You young people shouldn't waste your time here. Go accompany Mr. Chin outside for a walk. There's no need to come back so early. You can stay out if you want. Shin Ruoi couldn't hear her father clearly, and her face turned bright red. She silently complained to herself that her father was really something. How could he say such a thing to her face? Shin Fong smiled faintly, pretending not to know Shin's father's intentions. Ruoi, let me take you home. After Shin Fong and Shin Ruoi had left, Shin's father hurriedly told Shin's mother to put away the money, excitedly exclaiming, our daughter has made something of herself. She's found a wealthy husband. From now on, our Shin family won't have to live in poverty anymore. Meanwhile, Shin Fong and Shin Ruoi were also sitting in the car. Are you satisfied with tonight's gift? Shin Fong asked with a smile as he drove. The car's lights were dim, casting a faintly romantic glow. Shin Ruoi gazed at Shin Fong with a mysterious expression, her lips parting slightly. Why are you being so kind to me? You didn't have to give me such an expensive gift. Shin Fong smiled faintly. Because I want to make you happy. Is that reason good enough? Shin Ruoi's heart raced wildly, and she dared not look directly at Shin Fong. What did Shin Fong mean by that? Does he like me? That's impossible, right? But he doesn't seem serious. Could he be teasing me? He's so rich, maybe he's a playboy. You can't trust everything he says. Shin Ruoi tucked her long hair behind her ear to hide her nervousness, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. No matter what, I have to thank you for helping me out like this. Shin Fong noticed every subtle movement Shin Ruoi made, thinking to himself, after tonight's events, Shin Ruoi no longer seems as resistant to me as before. This is a good sign. Just as he was thinking about whether to take Shin Ruoi out for a late-night snack to build some rapport, his phone buzzed with a message. Looking down, he saw that it was a message from Shi Rujing. Master, come save me. I'm getting completely crushed in this PvP battle. I'm live streaming, why aren't you watching me? Shin Fong couldn't help but curve his lips upward. This little one sure knows how to keep in touch. Shin Ruoi's heart stirred. She also noticed the change in Shin Fong's expression and thought to herself, seeing how happy Shin Fong is, it's probably another girl who came to find him. I knew it. A rich playboy like him wouldn't be lacking in female attention. Maybe all the kindness he showed me was just a casual act of charity. Shin Ruoi, don't be so infatuated. A man like him could never love you. Your relationship is nothing more than a transaction. While the car was waiting at the traffic light, Shin Fong sent a message back to Shi Rujing. Little, missing your master, aren't you? Learn to bark like a dog and let me hear it. No, I'm live streaming right now. If the viewers see me, they'll record it. Can you ask me to do something else instead? Shin Fong chuckled, wanting to see if you would cross the line, and sent another message back. In a moment, I'll tip 50,000 and learn to bark like a dog in 3 tones in the live stream. Meanwhile, Shi Rujing stared at her phone screen with sparkling eyes, her smile growing more alluring by the second. It's just imitating a dog's bark in 3 tones. As long as the money is right, what's so difficult about that? Slender fingers painted with bright red nail polish tapped lightly on the screen, and a line of text appeared quickly. When will the boss be online? Remember to give me a shout, and I'll bark for you. Half an hour later, waiting for the boss's orders. Shin Fong sent the message and put his phone away, a smile curving his lips. He'll give that disobedient little dog a good talking to when he gets back. Chapter 30, My best friend crashed my party. Shin Ruoi tilted her head slightly and bit her lip, thinking to herself, Shin Fong looks so happy. Who could he be talking to that he doesn't even notice me, a beauty sitting right next to him? Trusting her womanly intuition, Shin Ruoi was 100% certain that the other person must be a woman and a very beautiful one at that. Shin Ruoi couldn't help but ask, is it your girlfriend looking for you? Shin Fong replied nonchalantly, it's just an upperclassman from school. We just met recently. Shin Ruoi gave a faint "oh," seeming unsatisfied with Shin Feng's answer. Senior, I'll walk you to the school gate. The Cullinan stopped right at the entrance of Jiangnan University. Shin Ruoi didn't get out of the car immediately but looked at Shin Fong with hopeful eyes. Aren't you going to invite me out for a late-night snack before heading back? Next time. I have something to do tonight. Oh, okay, I'll head back then. Shin Ruoi gave a faint smile, hiding the disappointment in her eyes. After getting off the car, Shen Ruoyi stood by the roadside, watching Qin Feng's car drive away, her heart filled with mixed emotions. What does Qin Feng really want? He had already agreed to do anything he asked, and he had come here precisely because of that condition. Why hasn't he asked me to do that yet? Instead, he has been so distant and aloof. What is he thinking? Shen Ruoyi couldn't figure it out and couldn't see through Qin Feng's thoughts. Sigh. Shen Ruoyi pulled her wandering thoughts back to the present. Regardless, she had gained an unimaginable harvest tonight. Her parents were probably already thinking about how to spend the money. Qin Feng drove back to Tinglong Academy and saw that the lights in the apartment next to his were still on. Jiang Xiaofeng's house was also lit up. Shi Rujing's little dog must be getting impatient waiting. Qin Feng chuckled and pulled out his phone again. There were several new messages on WeChat. Hey, are you ready yet? I've already lost several rounds of PK. They even sent cute and spoiled emojis. Qin Feng glanced at it but didn't reply. Meanwhile, Shi Rujing was also feeling a bit down, having lost several consecutive PK matches badly. Although there were over 1,000 people watching the livestream, they were all just there to watch suggestive dancing and none of them were willing to send gifts. They were all just some poor, smelly old men. Guys, I'll go take out the trash first and come back later. Shi Rujing felt bored and uninspired, so she made up an excuse to leave and try to calm herself down. Carrying a bag of trash, she had just stepped out the door when she turned the corner and saw Qin Feng whistling as he returned, seeming in a very good mood. Their eyes met, and sparks flew instantly. Qin Feng's expression betrayed a hint of surprise, but he quickly curved his lips into a smile, savoring the stunning scenery before him. Shi Rujing wore a pink strapless nightgown, her snow-white shoulders exposed, and her stunning figure was faintly visible. Shi Rujing noticed Qin Feng's bold gaze and quickly covered her ample chest, glaring angrily. What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before? Qin Feng chuckled. This little dog is pretty feisty. You dare to wear it out in public, but you don't allow others to look at it? Qin Feng retorted. None of your business. I'm not wearing it for you to see, you pervert. If you look again, I'll gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs. Shi Rujing rolled her eyes, strutting past Qin Feng with an air of superiority, leaving a trail of perfume in her wake, looking as arrogant as ever. Oh my goodness, this is getting out of hand. Qin Feng's gaze followed Shi Rujing's graceful figure. Seeing her peach-shaped buttocks swaying lightly, he couldn't help but chuckle. You think you're so bold now, but just wait and see how I'll deal with you later. This game is getting more and more fun. Back home, Mei Mei was soaking in the bathtub when her phone vibrated again. Main server, why aren't you here yet? Are you ready yet? Then she posted another photo of herself in a nightgown with a strappy top, and this time she was showing her face and sticking out her tongue, looking playful yet slightly sexy. Qin Feng smiled. As arrogant as he was in public, he was just as flirtatious in private. Not bad, not bad. This little lady has a pretty good figure. Qin Feng zoomed in on the photo to take a closer look. After admiring it, he finally replied, the puppy did well. I'll head over to your live stream right away. Shi Rujing looked at her phone gloomily, longing for her master to appear. When she finally saw his message, the gloom on her face vanished instantly. I quickly replied, I love you, master, give me a kiss. He immediately became lively and energetic in the live stream, taunting the host on the other side. What are you showing off for? Just wait until my older brother shows up, then you'll regret it. My older brother is super powerful, just wait and see how quickly you'll be defeated. Qin Feng entered the livestream and saw Shi Rujing in the middle of a PK match with someone else. The opponent's vote count was way ahead, and it looked like she was about to lose. Qin Feng didn't just stand there, he immediately spent 50,000 to crush the opponent. He defeated the opponent so thoroughly that they dared not continue the match. Shi Rujing smiled so broadly her eyes narrowed to slits. After the PK, her gift income easily surpassed 50,000, and even after deducting the platform's cut, she still had over 20,000 left. This is way better than working a regular job. She was filled with joy, repeating over and over, thank you so much, Fenggu. Without Fenggu, Jingjing would never have won this battle. Fenggu is so generous. Shi Rujing quickly made a heart gesture and excitedly shouted so loudly that Lu Piaoxue, who was doing her homework outside, could hear her. Lu Piaoxue's pen suddenly stopped mid-stroke. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her beautiful eyebrows seemed to gather in worry. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face, as if she had been deep in thought. She was particularly sensitive to the words Fenggu at the moment. She hasn't forgotten Fenggu, the top-ranked player, but he's very aloof. Even when she sends him messages to greet him, he doesn't respond. Shi Rujing calls out to Fenggu, could he be in the quiet livestream? That's impossible. Fenggu is my top fan. Why would she go to Jingjing's livestream? The thought barely crossed Lu Piaoxue's mind before it felt like countless ants were gently gnawing at her heart, leaving her restless and unable to focus on her studies. As if possessed, she instinctively reached for her phone and opened Zirajing's livestream. As soon as she entered, her gaze was immediately drawn to the prominent top donor named Fenggu, whose name was prominently displayed at the top of the list, standing out starkly. Lu Piaoshua's expression instantly turned stiff, her face betraying her discomfort. This Fongo was clearly the top donor in her livestream just moments ago. How did he end up at Shi Rujing's stream and still hold the top spot? This left her feeling empty inside, as if her own top fan had been stolen away from her. And this person was her best friend. It's okay. Fongo can be anyone's #1 fan if he wants to. That's his choice. Why should you get upset about it? He didn't say he'd only be the top fan for himself. Study hard, strive to improve every day, and don't dwell on such trivial matters. Lu Piaoshue took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, attempting to comfort herself, and forcing her attention back to her studies. But before long, her gaze drifted involuntarily toward her phone. Chapter 31, The Task of the Chief Treasurer. At that moment, Shi Rujing's livestream was particularly lively. Host, quickly do a train dance to thank Fongu. Shi Rujing blushed shyly. Fongu had already kept his promise, so she should keep hers too. However, although she had agreed readily earlier, the thought of having to imitate a dog in front of over 1,000 people was something she had never done before in her life. How embarrassing. What should I do? Meanwhile, the people in the livestream were still urging him on. Hurry up and dance, we want to see the plane shake. Everyone else has given you so many likes, you should at least show some appreciation. Otherwise, who will give you likes in the future? Shi Rujing bit her lower lip, feeling torn inside. She hesitated and said, well, I'll perform a dog bark for Fongu then. The live stream erupted instantly. I want to see it. I want to see it. Screen recording is on, waiting for the streamer to start. This is so exciting. The streamer is really skilled. Shi Rujing's cheeks grew hot, and a blush quickly spread across her face, making her complexion even redder. The explicit teasing remarks from the netizens felt like tiny flames, burning her with shame, yet deep within her heart, an indescribable sensation of excitement surged, spreading like vines. Thus, under the gaze of thousands, Shi Rujing clenched her fists and assumed the pose of a puppy. Woof! He called out 3 times in a row. The live stream quickly surpassed 2,000 viewers. Netizens are buzzing with excitement, flooding the screens with comments. What a cute little dog. I'm in love. Such a well-behaved little streamer, I want to adopt one too. Followed, female bodhisattva. Such a wonderful female streamer must live a long and healthy life. Shi Rujing stared at the screen filled with flattering words, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed, as if they might bleed. Though she should have resisted, her body was honest, and an inexplicable excitement surged through her like an electric current. It feels like the door to a whole new world has suddenly been thrown open. Thank you all for your support. If you like Jingjing, please follow her and join the fan group. At that moment, Lu Piaoshue covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes wide open. Goodness, how could Jingjing be so reckless and do something so outrageous? Has she lost her mind? Aren't you afraid someone might record the screen and upload it online? What if your family sees it? She had never seen anything so crazy before. Could it be because of Fongu? Lu Piaoshue sucked in a sharp breath. She had her own principles and knew she couldn't bring herself to act like Shi Rujing, who cared so little about her dignity. Regardless of whether it was because of this Fongu or not, she could never bring herself to do something that would sell her soul. She quietly exited the livestream, closed it, and refocused her attention back on her studies. However, the scene of Shi Rujing imitating a dog's barking earlier was still vividly etched in her mind. Meanwhile, Xin Feng lay in the bathtub, enjoying the unconventional performance of Shi Rujing. He took a sip of red wine and gently swirled the glass. What a well-behaved little dog. Those 50,000 yuan were well spent. Spending 50,000 yuan on a female streamer results in a 10x reward, with 500,000 yuan returned. 500,000 yuan wasn't even worth a second glance for Xin Feng. Beep. Xin Feng glanced at his WeChat message. Master, are you satisfied with the little dog's performance? Xin Feng replied with a light laugh, not bad, the performance was acceptable. Keep up the good work in the future. Meanwhile, Shi Rongjing saw Feng Ge leave the livestream and also exited the broadcast, focusing on accompanying the top donor. Master, you were so impressive tonight. You beat the other side so badly they couldn't even breathe. Do you own a mine at home? Why are you asking that? People just want to know what the owner does for a living. The dog thinks the owner must run a big company and be super rich, and the house must be as big as a football field. This smooth flattery made Xin Feng laugh. This little dog must be trying to find out his identity. He replied casually, pretty much, but I'm not that good looking. In Jingjing's eyes, the main character is the handsomest guy in the world. Can you send me a photo so I can take a look? Shi Rujing lay on the bed, quietly speculating on the meaning behind Zhu Yin's words. The house was almost as big as a football field, so it was clear that his family was extremely wealthy. I just wonder what he looks like. However, I firmly believe in an unchanging truth: wealthy men are always good looking. Xin Feng, of course, wouldn't post his own photo at this moment. He hadn't had enough fun with this game yet. Can you just look at the main character's photos whenever you want? Xin Feng added an angry emoji at the end. I'm sorry, master, I was wrong. Pouting face. Humph, if you say something wrong, you have to punish yourself. Hit your butt 3 times and send me a video. 7 seconds later, a short video was sent over. Shirujing stuck out her butt and slapped it several times in quick succession. Master, is this okay? Shinfeng took his time to admire it, then played it back twice more before replying slowly, it's acceptable. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Alright, master, I'll wait for you tomorrow. I love you, master. After finishing her education, Shirujing, Shinfeng took a shower and also slept comfortably in his own bed. In the bed next to hers, Shirujing also happily tossed her nightgown aside and went to sleep naked, adhering to the master's rule. In her dream, Shirujing had a very strange dream. She dreamed that she was imitating a dog's bark in her live streaming room and was seen by Shinfeng. And being mocked by Shinfeng. Enraged, Shirujing burst into a tirade. Get out of here, you poor bastard. Shirujing suddenly woke up and realized that the sun was already shining on the bedhead. What bad luck! Why did I have such a nightmare? Shirujing muttered under her breath before getting up angrily. Lu Piaoxue had already brushed her teeth and was in the living room. Good morning, Lu Piaoxue smiled indifferently, as if nothing had happened last night. Shirujing embraced Lu Piaoxue tightly, wrapping her delicate body around him without hesitation. Honey, I don't want to go to the 8 a.m. class. What should we do? I feel like I haven't slept enough. Stop messing around and go brush your teeth and eat breakfast. Lu Piaoxue rolled her eyes. You made tens of thousands last night, so you must have been too happy to sleep. Aha! Shirujing laughed sleepily, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. Honey, you're in a bad mood for class this early. Why don't you treat me to breakfast today to cheer me up? Lu Piaoxue was speechless. You made so much money last night I shouldn't even ask you to treat me to breakfast. Shirujing lingered and hesitated, finally leaving after a long delay. The doors to rooms 605 and 606 opened almost simultaneously. The 3 of them came out of the rooms at the same time. Good morning, Senior Xue, Shinfeng greeted politely. Lu Xuexue smiled faintly and whispered, Good morning, Junior. What bad luck! I have to see someone I don't want to see first thing in the morning. Shirujing rolled her eyes, as if Shinfeng owed her money and hadn't paid it back. Shinfeng didn't get angry. He actually enjoyed seeing Shirujing act so high and mighty during the day. Choosing to ignore Shirujing, he enthusiastically said to Lu Piaoxue, Senior, would you mind if I treat you to breakfast? No need. I'll take care of Piaoxue's breakfast from now on. A commanding voice rang out. Zhang Xiaofeng walked toward the 3 men with a proud expression. Chapter 32, The Counselor. Shirujing immediately greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Zhang Xuexue. You look so handsome today. Zhang Xiaofeng was flattered and felt a bit giddy, glancing secretly at Lu Piaoxue, who remained indifferent. When he saw Shinfeng again, his eyes narrowed in displeasure. This worthless trash is like dogskin ointment, no matter how hard you try, you can't get rid of it. Forget it, let's just ignore it. Lu Piaoxue said indifferently, Thank you for your kindness, Zhang Xue. We are not related, and it would only cause gossip. There's no need for you to treat me to breakfast. I can pay for it myself. Zhang Xiaofeng didn't get angry after being refused. After all, things that come easily aren't the most precious. Let us go have breakfast together. Zhang Xiaofeng flashed a sunny smile. He then coldly looked at Shinfeng, as if to say, Stay away from us, kid. Shinfeng ignored Zhang Xiaofeng's gaze and walked side by side with Lu Piaoxue. Lu Piaoxue spoke softly, Junior, the freshmen are starting their 7-day military training tomorrow. Are you scared? Shinfeng smiled upon hearing this, patted his muscular chest, and replied confidently, Senior, look at my physique. Would I be afraid of military training? Shirujing couldn't stand Shinfeng's arrogant demeanor. She turned up the corner of her mouth and sneered, Who doesn't know how to brag? Last year, many boys also tried to show off, boasting about how tough they were, but during military training, they were so exhausted they collapsed. All talk and no action. Shinfeng chuckled, You'll see how good I am someday. But he added, I'm different from them. I'm way tougher than they are. Lu Piaoxue laughed and teased, You two are like sworn enemies you can't meet without arguing. Who's his partner? I can't stand him. Shirujing reacted fiercely, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Shinfeng just smiled without saying a word. In his heart, Shirujing was just like his own little dog, so calling them a couple was somewhat understandable. Shirujing continued to chatter on, complaining, Piaoxue, don't go meddling in our affairs. Even if I were to end up with Zhang Xue, I wouldn't want any connection with him. This remark annoyed Shinfeng a bit. Senior Jing, don't speak too soon. You might change your mind one day. Shirujing dismissed him with disdain, Don't daydream. Even if I marry an old man, I'd never marry you. Shinfeng chuckled. The more you resist, the more I like it. Zhang Xiaofeng was frustrated. As long as Shinfeng was around, he always managed to steal the spotlight. He had no idea where this guy got his charm from. Even someone like Shirujing, who despised him, couldn't take her eyes off him. This is really damn weird. The group argued and bickered all the way, attracting a lot of attention. As the campus beauty of Jiangnan University, Lu Prashua's charm was undeniable. Many people who don't even know her recognize her, making her a prominent figure on campus. Shi Rujing, though slightly less prominent, still attracted a lot of attention with her fiery figure and cool outfit. Su Rujing didn't seem to mind at all that others were secretly admiring her. She even allowed them to gaze freely except for Qin Feng. Goodbye, Junior. Lu Piaoxua waved goodbye. Qin Feng also had his own matters to attend to. Once everyone else had left and only the two of them remained, Shi Rongjing couldn't help but complain, her tone brimming with dissatisfaction. Piaoxua, why are you so nice to Qin Feng? I just don't understand what's so special about him that you treat him this way. Lu Piaoxua straightened her expression and asked, don't you think our junior classmate's identity is a bit mysterious? And he even managed to become the freshman representative. Cut it out. The old fools at school made that decision. How would we know? Shi Rujing dismissed her with a wave of her hand. Shi Rujing dismissed the idea with a wave of her hand. Those old fools at the school made the decision. How would we know? You, don't overthink it. Lu Piaoxua fell silent. Was it me who was overthinking things? Or am I just thinking too simply in silence? Before long, Shi Rujing smiled and said, let's not talk about such downer things. I'm going shopping this afternoon. Want to come? Did you hit the jackpot? Lu Piaoxua asked, then realized it was unnecessary. Shi Rujing had made several thousand yuan last night. Shi Rujing gave her an odd look but quickly smiled and said, I made a little money streaming live these past few days. Why don't you join me? I'll buy you 2 outfits. Lu Piaoxua gave a faint smile and nodded. At the same time, at the sales office of Shengtian Real Estate, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the parking lot, and the sales staff inside were immediately mesmerized. This must be a high-profile client with substantial resources. Some salespeople can't wait to go out and greet customers, even opening the car doors for them. When they saw Yi Yanhong step out of the car wearing dazzling gold necklaces and bracelets, many salespeople were stunned into silence. Sister Yi? Yi Yanhong looked at her stunned colleagues, smiled sweetly, and naturally knew why they were so shocked. She felt a bit pleased inside and said, why are you looking at me with such surprised expressions? Don't you recognize me anymore? No, Yi Jia, when did you get such a luxury car? Did you strike it rich? Oh, you mean this car? It was a gift from Mr. Qin. The news that Qin Feng had gifted Yi Yanhong a luxury car worth 7 million yuan spread throughout the entire sales department in just 5 minutes. Colleagues greeted each other with envy and praise, and even the general manager was polite and courteous. Yi Yanhong went to the restroom and heard the voices of others chatting in the bathroom. I'm so jealous of Sister Yi. Could she be being kept by Mr. Qin? Even if he were, I'd be willing. That's a luxury car worth millions. Look at all the gold she's wearing, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. If it were you, would you be willing to be kept by Mr. Qin? Unfortunately, Mr. Qin doesn't think I'm good enough. I'm so jealous. My boyfriend only sent me 1,314 yuan for Valentine's Day. He's so stingy. If I couldn't find someone better, I would have dumped him long ago. Hearing her colleagues' envious whispers, Yi Yanhong felt her vanity greatly satisfied. Suddenly, she thought of Qin Feng. Should she send him a message to say hello? Would Qin Feng think I'm being too clingy and annoying? The relationship between me and Qin Feng seems pretty complicated. Sigh, Yi Yanhong was deeply conflicted. At that moment, Qin Feng was sitting in the classroom, with Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang sitting on either side of him. Zhou Wenbin leaned in first, raising his eyebrows with a gossipy expression. Fengge, spill the beans, what happened yesterday with that sexy woman? You two didn't. Zhang Haoyang exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhou Wenbin, his eyes filled with envy. Qin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile, extended his arm, and wrapped it around both of their shoulders. So curious? The two nodded eagerly. Qin Feng deliberately drew out his words, I won't tell you. This really got the two of them worked up. Zhou Wenbin puckered his lips in feigned anger. Buddy, you're really not being nice. I hope you become a 3-second man in the future. Qin Feng laughed and scolded, get lost. As the three of them were roughhousing, the classroom, which had been as noisy as a marketplace, suddenly fell so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Qin Feng sensed something was off. He lifted his blindfold and looked ahead, just as a pleasant voice rang out. Hello, everyone. I am your class counselor, Sun Yanwei. Chapter 33, Sun Yanwei. Qin Feng looked up and was immediately struck by what he saw. Standing gracefully on the podium was a quiet and elegant female teacher. She had a pure and innocent appearance, resembling a white lotus flower, wearing a pair of glasses that gave her an intellectual air. She was dressed in a white shirt paired with a navy blue denim jacket and jeans. Sun Yanwei turned around and wrote these names on the blackboard. At that moment, Zhou Wenbin's eyes widened in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Zhang Haoyang exclaimed in surprise, that but is so perky. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise the scene as absolutely perfect. Jeans are one of the essential items in a goddess's wardrobe. They can highlight the beauty of a woman's peach-shaped buttocks. Although Sun Yanwei doesn't have the same impressive bust as other girls, she has a butt that can outshine any other woman. Zhou Wenbin swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming, and licked his lips before saying, "A teacher of the highest caliber, none of you dare to compete with me." This guy must have lost his mind. He stood up, his face red, and said, "Miss Su, do you have a boyfriend?" Xin Feng looked stunned. This guy didn't seem like the type to be so bold. Why was he acting so crazy today? Indeed, alcohol and women can embolden a man. The entire class began to cheer, and everyone seemed very interested in the topic. Sun Yanwei turned around with a faint smile, not getting angry at all. Instead, she gently pushed her glasses up and said, "The teacher isn't pretty, so no one likes her." Her voice was as gentle as water, and combined with her elegant and delicate features, her charm was doubled. These innocent young men couldn't resist Sun Yanwei at all. Zhang Haoyang, overcome by hormones, joined in the teasing. "Miss Su, what are your standards for choosing a boyfriend?" Sun Yanwei smiled faintly. "This year's students are quite lively, aren't they? The teacher's only requirement for a boyfriend is one thing." Sun Yanwei extended a slender finger, paused briefly, and left everyone in the room hanging in anticipation. Then she broke into a gentle smile, narrowing her eyes slightly and said, "Teacher, I don't like guys younger than me." The audience erupted in a chorus of heartbroken groans from the male students. Zhou Wenbin wailed as if he had lost his soul. "It's over. My first love hasn't even begun yet, and it's already ended." Xin Feng chuckled, "Stop being so self-absorbed. You've never even been in a relationship before. Where did you get the idea of a first love? At most, it was just a crush." Zhou Wenbin sighed gloomily. "Feng Ge, can't you be a little more considerate? Don't rub salt into someone's wounds. How about pouring sulfuric acid instead?" Xin Feng retorted with a laugh. "You're even more ruthless than the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty's Dongchang Bureau. In your previous life, you must have been Wei Zhongxian. Get lost. Everyone, please be quiet." As Sun Yanwei finished speaking, the class fell silent. "Tomorrow we're going to military training. Who wants to be the temporary class monitor?" Sun Yanwei scanned the crowd with her eyes. Zhang Haoyang said, "Feng Ge, do you want to be the temporary squad leader?" Xin Feng shook his head. "I'm not interested in being the substitute. The class monitor has too much work, and I find it tiring. Why don't you give it a try? You seem pretty strong, so you might be able to keep the others in line." Xin Feng asked in return. "Yeah, I support you becoming class monitor. You'd make a better class monitor than anyone else." Zhou Wenbin was also encouraging him from the side. Zhang Haoyang was also very tempted. With the support of his two friends, he hesitated for a moment before standing up and saying, "Mr. Su, I'm willing to be the class monitor." Sun Yanwei took a careful look at Zhang Haoyang and thought to herself, "This boy's outward appearance is suitable, and he can keep others in check. If no one else competes for the position, I could let him be the acting class monitor." "Are there any other students who want to be the acting class monitor?" There was no response for several seconds. Sun Yanwei had no choice but to give up, and the class monitor position eventually went to Zhang Haoyang. Zhang Haoyang felt elated. "I can be class monitor for once too. Today, I'm treating you all to lunch at the cafeteria." "I thought you were going to treat us to a fancy meal outside." Zhou Wenbin smacked his lips. "No problem, I also want to try the school cafeteria." Xin Feng made the final decision. Which student is Xin Feng? When Xin Feng heard Sun Yanwei suddenly call his name, he was also a bit surprised, but he raised his hand and said, "Teacher, it's me." Sun Yanwei gave Xin Feng a meaningful look and said, "Come to my office after class." Xin Feng was a bit puzzled. They had only just met for the first time, so why was Ms. Su asking him to come to her office? Zhou Wenbin looked gossipy and whispered, "Bro, do you and Ms. Su have something going on?" Xin Feng looked speechless. "Don't ask. If you ask, I don't know either." "That's impossible. They told you to go to her office, and you say it's no big deal? Why didn't she call me? When it comes to looks, I'm way better than you." Zhang Haoyang also came over out of curiosity. Xin Feng was puzzled. He didn't think he was handsome enough to attract any woman like a magnet. After class, Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang insisted on following him. They claimed it was to prevent Xin Feng from harboring improper intentions toward teacher Sun Yanwei. Xin Feng was speechless. These two were just trying to satisfy their curiosity. "You two wait outside the door. I'll go in and find the teacher." Xin Feng stood at the office door and warned the two guys not to come in. Zhou Wenbin spoke earnestly, "Brother, a man and a woman alone in a room, you must control yourself and not do anything that goes against heaven and earth. Otherwise, I won't be able to save face either." Xin Feng kicked the fat man and said, "Go to hell. Am I some kind of beast? Have you never heard of a wolf in sheep's clothing?" Zhou Wenbin retorted defiantly. Xin Feng didn't bother with the two of them and knocked on the door. "Mr. Su, it's Xin Feng. Come in." The soft voice of Ms. Su came from inside the house. Xin Feng pushed open the door and closed it behind him, blocking the prying eyes of his two friends. Sun Yanwei raised her eyes, curiously examining Xin Feng. "Sit down. Would you like some water? No, thank you. After sitting down, Shin Feng asked curiously, Mr. Su, what did you need me here for? Sun Yanwei sat up straight and said seriously, Shin Feng, what is your relationship with the principal? Shin Feng looked surprised. He had considered many possibilities, but he never expected Ms. Su to ask about this. Mr. Su, why did you suddenly ask that? Sun Yanwei's delicate eyebrows twitched. The principal came to me personally and said he wanted me to take good care of you, and to treat you well. I am a person who always sticks to my principles and treats all students equally. I just want to make it clear that no matter who you are, I don't care about your relationship with the principal, and you won't receive any special treatment here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Shin Feng rubbed his forehead. So that's how it was. Mr. Su, I also want to tell you something. The principal is the principal, and I am me. I don't deny that I have a connection with the principal, but I won't use that connection to gain special privileges. I hope Mr. Su also does not hold any special views toward me. A look of surprise flashed across Sun Yanwei's eyes. This student seemed a bit special. Chapter 34, The Ambiguous Office. Sun Yanwei felt a growing fondness for Shin Feng and smiled, you're thinking the right way. If you do something special, the other students will talk behind your back. After a pause, she couldn't help but ask curiously, what exactly is your relationship with the principal? Teacher, can I not say? Shin Feng felt it was better to maintain some mystery. If Sun Yanwei found out he had donated 100 million, she might not keep the current delicate relationship. She might start giving him special treatment, and he didn't want Ms. Su to have that kind of concern. Alright then, I won't ask anymore. Sun Yanwei silently mocked herself. Though she didn't mind this classmate's identity, she still wanted to know the relationship between him and the principal. This was probably just women being hypocritical. Feeling awkward, she picked up the water cup and was about to take a sip, only to discover that the water was already gone. Sun Yanwei stood up to get a glass of water to drink. Just as she stood up and took 2 steps, her foot suddenly twisted, her high heel slipped, and she fell forward. Sun Yanwei was so startled that her face turned pale. Shin Feng, startled, disregarding all propriety, leaped up from the chair, and rushed toward Sun Yanwei. As Sun Yanwei was about to hit the ground, Shin Feng didn't think twice, quickly grabbing her and using his body as a cushion. Plop! Both of them fell to the ground. The water cup also clattered to the ground. Sun Yanwei collapsed onto Shin Feng's chest. Shin Feng's head hit the ground, and he felt dizzy and disoriented for a while. Outside the office, the sound of a water cup shattering could be heard clearly, causing both of them to change expression instantly. The two quickly pressed their ears against the door. Shin Feng, what's wrong? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that Shin Feng, that beast, really went after Ms. Su? At that moment, Sun Yanwei looked tense, not even caring about the suggestive position she was in while lying on top of Shin Feng. She hurriedly checked his head to see if he was injured, gently touching Shin Feng's head and asking, does it hurt? Shin Feng took a moment to compose himself, his mind clearing slightly. He touched the back of his head and said, it doesn't hurt. Don't worry, teacher. I'll be fine after a moment. Zhou Wenbin clenched his teeth in anger. This was truly an act worse than that of a beast toward a teacher. I clearly heard the word pain just now. He must have asked the teacher if it hurt. You beast. At that moment, Sun Yanwei's worried voice could be heard faintly from inside the house. No bleeding? Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang both began to breathe rapidly. Both of them were breathing heavily, their breath hitting each other's faces, their eyes wide with shock. Bleeding? Could it be? The two looked weird. Shin Feng's voice came from inside again. There's no bleeding, teacher, don't worry. My head is very hard, it won't break that easily. Zhang Haoyang swallowed hard and thought to himself, what does no bleeding even mean? And his head feels really hard. What head? What hasn't been broken? What are those two up to? Zhang Haoyang's curiosity was piqued, and he wished he had X-ray vision. At that moment, the atmosphere inside the house suddenly became extremely awkward. Sun Yanwei finally realized that her posture was extremely inappropriate. In her haste to show concern, she hadn't thought about it at all, but now she realized how awkward her posture was. Startled, I quickly stood up. As a result, he twisted his injured leg again. Ah, it hurt so much. Sun Yanwei was in so much pain that tears were about to fall from her eyes, looking pitiful and wronged. Shin Feng didn't have time to think about it and quickly asked, teacher, where does it hurt? My leg hurts. Outside, Zhou Wenbin clenched his teeth and said jealously, beast. Zhang Haoyang also spoke angrily, not a shred of pity for such a delicate flower. Despite their complaints, both of them couldn't help but listen intently. The teacher is fine, just a superficial injury, no bleeding. Let me rub it for you. Be gentle, don't hurt me. Does that feel better? Zhou Wenbin's face was flushed red, and he kept swallowing saliva. Damn it, what the hell is Shin Feng doing right now? Shin Feng looked serious as he carefully massaged Sun Yanwei's ankle, which she had accidentally sprained earlier. Teacher, this is a bit inconvenient. Why don't I take off your shoes instead? Teacher, that's a bit awkward. Why don't I take off your shoes? Su Nianwei winced in pain, biting her lower lip and said, but be gentle, don't hurt my feet. Xin Feng smiled slightly. Even Ms. Su had a side that made one feel sorry for her. He slowly removed Su Nianwei's high heels and gently rotated her feet. These little feet were white, tender, and incredibly beautiful. It's clear that her owner takes excellent care of them. The nails are painted red, adding a touch of sensuality. Xin Feng felt a strange sensation, as if he were looking at a perfect work of art, and couldn't help but praise, Teacher, your feet are so beautiful. Su Nianwei's face flushed slightly. This was the first time a boy had ever touched her feet, and the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. However, remembering her role as a teacher, she couldn't afford to lose her composure in front of her students. She forced a stern expression and said, Stop daydreaming. If you keep this up, I won't let you do it anymore. Xin Feng thought to himself, Ms. Su's reaction was pretty strong. She must be a serious and strict person in her daily life, unlike those casual girls. After all, she's a teacher, she must place great importance on her image. Ms. Su, everyone has a desire to look good, the students don't mean anything by it. Xin Feng's expression was open and sincere, showing no signs of ill intent. Su Nianwei quickly averted her gaze to the distance, unable to meet Xin Feng's pure eyes. That gaze made her heart race for no apparent reason. Over the years as a teacher, she had many admirers, including students and teachers, but she had rejected them all. Because none of them could give her that special feeling that makes her heart race. How could this student make her heart race so fast after just meeting him? Could it be because of what happened earlier? Su Nianwei felt her heart racing for no apparent reason and quickly said, Thank you for earlier. Otherwise, I would have definitely gotten hurt. Xin Feng looked up and saw that Su Nianwei's usually composed face had a hint of blush, making her look exceptionally charming. He couldn't resist the urge to tease her a little. Teacher, my head hurts a little. Could you check if I'm bleeding? Su Nianwei heard this and was also worried that Xin Feng might be injured. After all, this was all her fault. Come here, let the teacher take a look. Su Nianwei's eyes were filled with concern, without a single stray thought. Xin Feng cooperated fully and squatted down beside Su Nianwei. Su Nianwei sat on the chair, her posture leaning very close, her body emanating a delicate and fragrant scent. Was it this position that had caused the collision? Su Nianwei, with no distractions in her mind, leaned forward slightly. To allow Su Nianwei to see more clearly, Xin Feng slightly raised his head, only to be bumped by Su Nianwei again. Su Nianwei's face turned bright red, and her cheeks felt like they were on fire. In that moment, she wished she could dig a hole and crawl inside. However, both of them remained oddly silent. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Xin Feng's face also looked unusually awkward. Chapter 35, The Other Side of the Female Teacher. Cough, nothing. Su Nianwei broke the awkward silence first, nervously averting her gaze. Xin Feng, if you don't have anything else to do, you can go back first. The teacher has something to attend to. Su Nianwei quickly moved her chair aside, fumbling around to pretend to organize her documents. Her usually composed face was flushed with a hint of guilt. Her beauty, as radiant as a blooming peach blossom, made Xin Feng feel a tingling sensation in his heart. Su Nianwei was a teacher, and she possessed a quality that ordinary girls from ordinary families lack. She was both beautiful and intelligent. Ms. Su, here's my WeChat. Feel free to reach out if you ever need anything. Xin Feng opened WeChat. Oh, okay. Su Nianwei dared not look directly at Xin Feng and hurriedly opened WeChat to add him as a friend. Adding a teacher on WeChat is quite normal, so she didn't think much of it. Ding, the other party has accepted your friend request. Xin Feng saw that Su Nianwei's WeChat profile picture was a photo of herself wearing glasses, looking quite proper, somewhat like a work ID photo. Xin Feng saw that Su Nianwei's WeChat profile picture was of herself, wearing glasses, looking quite formal, somewhat like a photo for an ID card. Her WeChat name was her real name, and her personal signature read, I am a proud teacher. Xin Feng inferred that Su Nianwei is likely a workaholic who is deeply passionate about teaching. Teacher, I'll go out first. Alright, remember to close the door. Su Nianwei looked at the documents in her hands and replied without looking up. Xin Feng sighed inwardly, regretting that he had wanted to spend more time bonding with the teacher, but due to the awkward situation, he could only leave first. As soon as he opened the door, he saw two of his close friends standing outside, startling him. What are you doing here? Xin Feng asked irritably. The two of them looked so sneaky that it was obvious they had been eavesdropping. Zhou Wenbin quickly pulled Xin Feng aside, adopting a look of deep hatred, and hurriedly confessed, Did you do something despicable to the teacher inside? Zhang Haoyang also tightly gripped Xin Feng's hand, glaring at him and interrogating, There's no need to deny it anymore. You even had the nerve to harm your teacher, you must be taken to the authorities. Xin Feng forcefully shook off their hands, trying to break free. What are you thinking? You don't even look at how long we've been here. Do you think I'm the kind of person who acts so quickly? Zhou Wenbin quickly checked the time on his phone. It seemed like they had been inside for 10 minutes. Wasn't that enough? Don't listen to him bragging. He's probably been there 2 or 3 times already. Zhang Haoyang looked like he had already seen through his lie. Get lost. Xin Feng feigned anger. Is your brother the kind of person who would do that? Stop wasting time and spill the beans. I heard you say bleeding? Xin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. These two idiots really have some wild imaginations. Pointing to his head, he said, I just fell on the ground earlier. The teacher asked me if I was bleeding from my head. Where did you think I was talking about? Zhou Wenbin realized belatedly, so when you were inside, you were saying your head was hard and didn't break. You were talking about your own head? What else did you think it was? Xin Feng looked at him like he was a little kid and asked back. Zhou Wenbin let out a long sigh of relief and laughed. I told you so. How could Ms. Su possibly like someone like you? If she were to choose, she'd pick someone like me, someone who looks honest and reliable. Xin Feng really wanted to slap him across the face. Does he have to be so self-absorbed? Wait, I clearly heard the teacher say it hurt and told you to be gentler. How do you explain this? Zhang Haoyang looked at her suspiciously, as if interrogating a criminal. These two have such dirty minds. The teacher tripped and twisted her ankle inside. I'm just helping her rub her foot. Where did your minds go again? Zhang Haoyang scratched his head, laughed, and looked up at the sky. You guess. Xin Feng immediately understood and was amused by the two of them. This is the downside of watching too many movies. Your mind is always filled with random thoughts. Stop messing around and go to the cafeteria to eat. The three had just left when Sun Yanwei in the office touched her face, which still felt slightly warm. This was just an accident. She should forget about it quickly. Sun Yanwei couldn't help but think back to what had just happened, and her face flushed involuntarily. Sigh, it's all my fault for being so careless. How am I supposed to face this student now? I'm so embarrassed. Sun Yanwei held her face in her hands, staring at her own beautiful reflection in the mirror, muttering to herself. Do. The phone on the table vibrated violently. The screen lit up, indicating an incoming call, and it seemed to be from a very beautiful woman. The number was from overseas. Sun Yanwei hesitated for a moment before answering the call. What the hell is she doing? She didn't answer the phone for so long? Her voice was pleasant to listen to, like someone with a straightforward personality. Sun Yanwei rested her hands on the table, rubbing her forehead, seemingly at a loss for words with the woman on the phone. Just say what you mean. Are you still teaching? Of course. Do you want to become a teacher too? I wouldn't want to be a teacher. I'm not like you, giving up being a billionaire CEO to become a teacher. Are you out of your mind? Sun Yanwei elegantly picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and said softly, You know very well that I hate all the scheming and backstabbing within the family. Oh, so how are things going with your fiancé? Sun Yanwei's eyes narrowed, and she coldly said, Every time I hear those 3 words, my head starts to hurt. Please don't mention them in front of me again, or I'll hang up immediately. The woman on the other end hurriedly pleaded, Yes, darling, I'm sorry. I'll bring you something nice when I return to the country to make it up to you. No need. Every time you bring something, it's either perfume, cosmetics, or your foreign boyfriend. Ha, you guessed it all right, huh? An unusual sound came from across the room. Sun Yanwei frowned. What are you doing? I'm eating a banana. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Sun Yanwei's eyebrows twitched violently. This crazy woman. Are you sick? All you do is eat all day long. You're hopeless. Just hung up the phone. Oh, if this keeps up, I'm going to lose my mind. Sun Yanwei gently stroked her snow-white forehead and took off her glasses. Instantly, her demeanor transformed completely. One moment she was a bookish teacher, the next she was a mature, stunningly beautiful, aloof flower. In the cafeteria, Xin Feng and his 2 friends sat at a table, while Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin scanned the female students passing by like radar, each offering their own comments. That female student was clearly a contrast type. Look at her short skirt and stockings. 9 out of 10 stockings are sheer. Zhou Wenbin looked like an expert, pointing and explaining everything. Zhang Haoyang, like a dog-headed military strategist, analyzed the situation with great precision. Xin Feng regretted sitting with these two, fearing that others might mistake him for an irresponsible student as well. Just then, Zhang Haoyang suddenly slapped Xin Feng on the shoulder, causing the fried egg she had just brought home to fall out. What are you doing? Are you trying to stop us from eating? Feng Ge, look quickly. Zhang Haoyang's eyes widened in excitement as he pointed ahead. Chapter 36, The Conditions for Chasing the Senior. 2 stunningly beautiful girls walked toward him, holding trays in their hands, moving gracefully, and heading straight toward Xin Feng. The one on the left was Lu Piaoxue, with an icy complexion and a cold expression. The one on the right is Shi Rujing, with a smile as radiant as a flower, dressed in a light and airy outfit, her long legs swaying gracefully. The two of them appeared side by side, instantly causing a stir in the cafeteria. Countless eyes turned toward them, following their graceful figures with admiration and envy. Wait a minute, aren't these the school beauties who sang with you last time? Zhou Wenbin was so excited that he dropped the food he was eating and didn't even bother to pick it up, quickly adjusting his glasses instead. Xin Feng's gaze lingered on Shi Rujing with a hint of flirtation, silently praising her figure. His gaze finally settled on Lu Piaoxue, and he waved to her in greeting. Piaoxue, over here. Lu Piaoxue heard the sound, her eyes darting around before instantly locking onto Qin Feng's location. She tilted her head slightly, a faint smile curving her lips, and walked toward Qin Feng with light, graceful steps. Meanwhile, Shi Rujing, standing beside her, wore an unwilling expression on her face. She furrowed her brows, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and resistance. She bit her lip lightly, as if engaged in an internal struggle. In the end, she sighed softly, took a few heavy steps, and followed Lu Piaoxue as she walked away. Qin Feng, what a coincidence! Lu Piaoxue sat across from Qin Feng, carrying a faint fragrance, her smile radiant. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Piaoxue's plate, which had only a few vegetables and a little rice, very plain. The portion was barely enough to feed a kitten. Senior, is that all you're eating? Do you think everyone can eat as much as you? Shi Rujing rolled her eyes and sat down reluctantly. Anyone could tell she harbored deep resentment toward Qin Feng. Beautiful lady, why speak so harshly? Zhang Haoyang tilted his head slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion, staring directly at Shi Rujing. My brother didn't do anything to offend you, did he? Zhang Haoyang couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed, thinking to himself, this woman is pretty enough, but why does she have such a bad temper? Could it be that she had some kind of romantic entanglement with Qin Feng in the past, and now, out of love turned to hate, she's taking it out on everyone else? Shi Rujing rolled her eyes. This person must not be much of a catch either, given that she was with Qin Feng. Handsome guys and beautiful women are none of your business. Lu Piaoxue quickly tugged at Shi Rujing's clothes and laughed, everyone, don't mind her. She has a straightforward personality, so she tends to speak her mind. You'll get used to it. Qin Feng seemed oblivious to Shi Rujing's spoiled attitude, smiling and saying, it's fine. I'm used to it. If she doesn't get upset, I'd be the one feeling out of place. You're asking for it, Shi Rujing muttered under her breath, lowering her head to eat. Lu Piaoxue felt a bit awkward and could only cover it up with a smile. Zhou Wenbin chewed his food noisily and said seriously, beautiful lady, I can read faces. Would you like me to read yours? Shi Rujing raised her chin slightly, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt, and coldly glanced at Zhou Wenbin. Seriously? What era are we in? Still using such outdated methods to pick up girls? How uncool is that? Zhou Wenbin pushed his glasses up his nose and said in a smug tone, beautiful lady, your facial features indicate that you will suffer financial loss within 3 days. I advise you to speak less and eat more, or else you will be punished by heaven. For eyes, you sure know how to insult people. Shi Rujing raised an eyebrow, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and showed signs of losing her temper. Average at best. Zhou Wenbin seems honest on the surface, but he has a dark side as well. Shi Rujing snorted coldly, indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Then does sitting across from me count as being together? Zhang Haoyang interrupted and retorted. Cut it out, don't try to make yourself look good. Shi Rujing was sharp-tongued and quick-witted, holding her own against two. Qin Feng smiled faintly, focusing his attention on the beautiful woman in front of him. Shueshue, let's ignore them. Let's talk about our own business. Lu Piaoxue nodded slightly, eating with great refinement. Senior, have you ever been in a relationship? Lu Piaoxue's hands paused, and she raised her eyes in surprise. Junior, why are you asking me that? I'm just curious. Someone as beautiful as you must have many admirers, right? Qin Feng's lips curved into a smile. If someone said that Lu Piaoxue had no one pursuing her, he wouldn't believe it. She might have even dated someone before. Lu Piaoxue smiled faintly, propping her delicate chin with one hand, her bright eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng's gaze. I thought my junior had feelings for me, making me get my hopes up for nothing. Qin Feng's lips curled upward. The mischievous glint in Lu Piaoxue's eyes didn't escape his notice. He knew she was just teasing him. He was, after all, a seasoned playboy who had navigated the flowery paths of romance without a single leaf clinging to him. Suddenly being teased by his senior sister made him feel amused, and he replied with a half-smile. What if I really pursued my senior? Lu Piaoxue's eyebrows curved like the moon. This little junior is hard to handle, but he sure has thick skin. Suddenly, she recalled the incident from last time when she had tried to invite Qin Feng out for dinner but was rejected. You're playing hard to get with me, so I'll play hard to get with you too, using your own tactics against you. Lu Piaoxue seemed to have found something interesting, smiling sweetly. Well, you're probably going to be disappointed. Oh, I wonder why I'd be disappointed. Qin Feng also became interested. He wanted to see how difficult it would be to pursue his senior. Lu Piaoxue saw that Qin Feng had taken the bait, and a stunning smile appeared on her lips. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had seen her prey fall into her trap. The boys who pursue me must be persistent. Though they don't need to be at my beck and call, they must respond whenever I call. Secondly, he must be handsome enough, but I think the younger students are still a bit lacking. Lu Piaoxue extended her slender fingers to gesture, as if to say, you're not handsome enough yet, you're still a bit short of the mark. If someone else heard that, they might feel inferior, but Qin Feng didn't. Instead, he listened with interest. What else? Lu Piaoxue tilted her head slightly and said, you must have money. You don't need to be a billionaire, but you definitely need to be a millionaire. I wonder if you have that kind of money, Junior? Xin Feng chuckled inwardly. Lu Piaoxue's previous questions all seemed tailor-made for him. Continue. Lu Piaoxue didn't seem in a hurry to speak, instead staring intently at Xin Feng. Xin Feng didn't answer whether he had money or not, but there was no trace of inferiority on his face. On the contrary, he seemed very confident. Could he really be a wealthy young master? I'll ask him the next question. Can you be completely devoted to me and only have eyes for me as the only girl in your life? Chapter 37, Training a Puppy Under the Goddess's Watchful Eye. Xin Feng replied without hesitation, no way. He was very decisive, without a hint of hesitation. He certainly doesn't want to give up the entire forest just because of one tree. Lu Piaoxue's performance was indeed stunning, but it was merely stunning. It hadn't yet reached the level that would make him give up everything. If he could, he would gladly give Lu Piaoxue 100 million yuan to change the terms. Lu Piaoxue was stunned. She had thought Xin Feng might refuse, but she never expected him to refuse so decisively, without even a moment's hesitation. Could her charm really be that lacking? At the very least, you could have pretended a little. You didn't even bother to pretend at all? All the words Lu Piaoxue had carefully prepared were completely thrown off track. Why? Lu Piaoxue couldn't help but ask, almost blurting out the second half of the sentence, am I not pretty enough? Xin Feng sighed dramatically, there are so many beautiful women in this world. I want to see more of them. If I pursue you, I'll only be able to see you. That's not a good deal by any calculation. So, I plan to wait until I've seen all the beautiful women in the world before pursuing you. By then, I'll be able to focus solely on you and no one else. Xin Feng said, smiling faintly as he looked at Lu Piaoxue, his eyes filled with teasing. In the first half of the sentence, Lu Piaoxue was still silently cursing Xin Feng for being a womanizer, but by the second half, she couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl upward. Smooth-talking and good-looking people can't be trusted. While Lu Piaoxue cursed with her mouth, her eyes betrayed a joyful smile. Xin Feng smiled slightly, enjoying the flirtatious banter of the beauty. When chasing girls, you need to have thick skin and a sweet tongue. You can't spoil them too much, but you also can't forget to give them some compliments. Zhang Haiyang, standing nearby, silently gave him a thumbs up. Fengge was truly impressive. Even the school beauty was being teased to the point of laughter. When will I ever get to date a pretty girl? Looking up at Shi Rujing with her stern expression, he felt utterly disinterested. Even if she's too beautiful and dresses provocatively, what's the point? This temper is just like a balloon, it bursts at the slightest provocation. Who can put up with that? The meal was very pleasant, and Lu Piaoxue and Xin Feng chatted and laughed, unaware of how quickly time had passed. The two discussed everything from astronomy to geography, and eventually turned to the topic of cuisine. Lu Piaoxue was surprised to discover that Xin Feng was well-read, witty, and knew how to charm women. At times, he resembled a graceful gentleman, while at others, he acted like a smooth-talking rogue. On the other hand, Shi Rujing felt quite annoyed seeing Xin Feng and Lu Piaoxue chatting so animatedly. I really don't know why Piaoxue is talking to this trash so earnestly. With her qualifications, she could easily find a rich second-generation heir. Thinking of rich second-generation kids, Shi Rujing suddenly thought of her main benefactor, wondering what her big sugar daddy was up to now. Shi Rujing ignored Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haiyang, secretly took out her phone and placed it under the table, sending a message to her main sponsor. Xin Feng was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the screen of the phone on the table light up, and a message popped up. Shi Rujing's profile picture note, Little M Dog, Master, Jingjing misses you so much, I'm dying to see you. Kiss kiss. Startled, Xin Feng quickly covered his hands, afraid that someone might see the phone. Oh my goodness, thank goodness I turned it to silent mode. If anyone else had seen that, it would have caused a huge scandal. Without making a sound, she took her phone and secretly opened the content. A sudden, unusual sensation of excitement surged through her heart. The cafeteria was bustling with people, and everyone's friends were sitting there. Lu Piaoxue was still sitting across from him. The two of them were privately discussing these shameful topics. He. Xin Feng stole a glance at Shi Rujing. Shi Rujing, as if sensing his thoughts, glared fiercely at Xin Feng and opened her mouth silently to say, Look at your mother. Goodness gracious, you're just a little dog, and you dare to defy your master? I didn't want to lecture you under these circumstances, but you went and provoked me. Don't blame me for teaching you a lesson now. I quickly came up with an order and sent it over. Great, do you love the boss? Yes. She replied immediately and sent a string of heart emojis. Xin Feng raised the corners of his mouth and replied, Is that you? Master, Jingjing is the most despicable person in the world. Xin Feng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Piaoxue was frustrated. Ever since Xin Feng took out his phone earlier, something had been off about him. He seemed distracted. Could he be chatting with another beautiful woman again? That's too much. Even Lu Piaoxue didn't notice the slight displeasure that had crept into her heart. Junior, who are you flirting with now? Shin Feng startled, having been too engrossed earlier and almost forgetting the senior in front of him. He quickly paused his lesson with Shi Rongjing and smiled, saying, "Nothing, just a friend's dog got loose and ran away. I'm teaching him how to take care of it." "Oh, so you like dogs too?" Lu Piaoshue's eyes lit up, and she immediately found a topic to talk about. Shin Feng glanced at Shi Rongjing. In truth, he didn't really like dogs, but this dog was different. He didn't like keeping dogs before, but now he did. "I've finally found someone who understands me. I also really love keeping dogs. I especially like huskies, they're pretty smart and very charming." "What kind of dog do you like to keep?" Lu Piaoshue spoke as if she had opened a treasure trove of words. Shin Feng was a bit torn. How should he respond? He didn't really know much about dogs himself. "A mongrel, I guess." Shin Feng could only manage to choke out those 3 words. Shiru Jing, standing nearby, burst into laughter, her eyes filled with disdain. "As expected, you get the kind of dog that matches your character." Shin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you just insulting yourself?" "Yes, I'm a bit old-fashioned, and the dog I keep is also pretty old-fashioned. At least my dog is very obedient." Lu Piaoshue smiled lightly. "Actually, there's nothing wrong with country dogs. They're loyal, easy to care for, and very understanding. I like country dogs too." "Shuijie, you're so knowledgeable." Shin Feng raised his thumb, smiling slightly as he looked at Shi Rujing and said, "The dog I keep at home is very loyal and understanding. I really love it." Shi Rujing rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with Shin Feng, and secretly pulled out her phone, frowning. Why hasn't the boss replied yet? How annoying. The main account holder isn't responding, and now I have to deal with this garbage here. Why am I so unlucky? Main account holder, your precious Jingjing is so pitiful. I was eating in the cafeteria and encountered a trashy person who kept harassing me. He was incredibly despicable, lecherous, and poor. I really want to find someone to beat him up. Shin Feng sneakily glanced at the message on his phone, and his lips twitched. This message feels like it's insulting me? This little dog is getting bolder and bolder. Does it want someone to beat me up? You little stinker, take a photo and send it to me so I can see who's so bold as to dare to lay a finger on my precious pet. As soon as the message was sent, Shin Feng glanced sideways at Shi Rujing. Sure enough, she saw Shi Rujing pretend to place her hand on the table while secretly taking a photo of herself with her phone held vertically. You're really insulting me. Chapter 38, Special Course. The next moment, Shin Feng's phone lit up. A photo taken from Shi Rujing's angle was sent to his phone, a close-up of his own face. The main character, this useless guy, is so despicable, and he's also a 3-second man. I feel like vomiting when I see him, yet he still thinks he's handsome. Alright, the useless guy, huh? 3-second guy, right? You're super cheap, aren't you? Shin Feng's anger flared up. He put his phone down on the table and secretly sent a message while pretending to be nonchalant. Shuijie, if the little dog doesn't listen, how do you plan to discipline it? First, establish simple rules. Reward proper behavior by immediately giving treats, praise, or toys when the dog performs the desired action, such as using the designated bathroom area or staying quietly in a specific area. Lu Piaoshue immediately demonstrated her professionalism and extensive experience in dog training. Shin Feng suddenly understood and silently praised Lu Piaoshue, the senior, for being a professional dog trainer. He smiled and said, "Senior, please wait a moment. I'll write this down first. You really are eager to learn." Lu Piaoshue smiled faintly, feeling a growing fondness for Shin Feng. She narrowed her eyes to study him, thinking to herself, they say people who keep dogs aren't all that bad. Shin Feng loves dogs so much he must not be a bad person. He's just a bit of a playboy, but that's not such a big deal. Every man has his vices, and the honest ones are all back in the countryside farming. Shi Rujing was worried that her boyfriend hadn't replied yet, but then she saw him coming and her eyes lit up. Main Silver, immediately act like a puppy sticking out its tongue and send me a photo. Little M dog, pouting expression, no way. I'm eating at the cafeteria right now. How am I supposed to take a photo? People will laugh at me. Main accountant, then go to the restroom and take a photo. I'll reward you 5,000 yuan. Little M dog, blowing a kiss, boss, just wait a moment, I'll be right back. Shua, I need to use the restroom. Shi Rujing suddenly stood up, left those words, and hurried away. Zhang Haoyang gloated, look at her. She might have diarrhea. Zhou Wenbin pushed his glasses up and said, I think it's more likely that her period is coming. Serves him right. Karma. These two idiots are taking turns cursing each other. Shin Feng chuckled to himself. If these two knew that Shi Rujing was going to take photos, they'd probably be jealous enough to pop their eyes out. Your friends are so interesting. Lu Piaoshue smiled faintly, not blaming the two of them. Don't mind them, that's just how they are. Shin Feng said casually. Soon after, a text message came through. A photo of someone sticking out their tongue to play a puppy was sent over. The expression was extremely shameful, the work was extremely vulgar, and it was completely different from the person we saw earlier. And there was even a hint of flirtatious and seductive mannerisms. Good dog. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Little M dog, master, do I look like a dog? Master, very good, excellent. Transfer 5,000 yuan directly. Spend 5,000 yuan on classes for little M dog and receive a 100-fold return, with 500,000 yuan already credited to your account. Earn money while raising a dog, the best of both worlds. Senior, let's continue our previous discussion about dog ownership. Lu Piaoshui's expression turned serious. Moderate punishment can be administered by temporarily isolating the dog in a small, separate space for a few minutes as a form of discipline. However, physical punishment should be avoided, as it can cause fear and anxiety in dogs, exacerbating behavioral issues. Senior, please wait a moment. Qin Feng quickly sent a message to Shi Rujing. Stay in the bathroom for 2 minutes before coming out. No playing with your phone. Count from 1 to 120 seconds. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan. Shi Rujing was taken aback, then smiled suggestively. The boss is getting more and more playful. But I like it. Shi Rujing really stopped looking at her phone and closed her eyes to start counting numbers. On Qin Feng's side. Senior, we can start discussing the next punishment. Shui Jia, we can start discussing the next punishment. Lu Piaoshue smiled lightly. This isn't a punishment, it's primarily for educational purposes. Qin Feng chuckled, realizing he had accidentally used the wrong term earlier. That makes sense. Let's just call it education then. Socialize your dog by exposing it to different people, animals, and environments, such as taking it to parks or attending pet gatherings. This helps the dog become accustomed to various situations and stimuli during its puppy stage, reducing disobedient behavior caused by fear or unfamiliarity. This really stumped Qin Feng. He couldn't very well take Shi Rujing outdoors for punishment, could he? Plus, it was broad daylight, so it wasn't appropriate. It seemed like this project wasn't worth continuing. It's a bit of a shame. Junior, what's wrong? Lu Piaoshue keenly noticed the change in Qin Feng's expression, as if he was in a difficult situation. Nothing, I just think my dog isn't really suitable for training outside. Qin Feng quickly made up an excuse. Lu Piaoshue smiled confidently and said, that's no problem. If your dog is here, you can leave it with me, and I'll train it for you. I guarantee I'll teach you a well-behaved and obedient little dog. Cough. Qin Feng had just taken a sip of soup and nearly choked on it. He couldn't even imagine what it would look like if Xirongjing were trained by Lu Piaoxu in front of everyone. If his senior found out that the dog he was referring to was Xirongjing, he couldn't even imagine the strange look Lu Piaoxue would give him. Bro, I'm letting you drink the soup, not giving you the elixir of immortality. Why are you rushing to grab it? Zhang Haoyang was speechless, glanced at him, then went back to focusing on his phone. Qin Feng touched his chest. Bro, you have no idea what happened. If you knew, you wouldn't be reacting like this. Senior sister, I've embarrassed you. Senior, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. We can talk about the dog later. Qin Feng quickly sent a message to Shi Rujing telling her to come back and transferred 1,000 yuan to her. The system then refunded 50,000 yuan. Lu Piaoshue didn't insist, looking at Qin Feng with an innocent expression, her red lips slightly parted. Alright, if you have any questions in this area, you can always ask me. I'm an expert in this field. Qin Feng suppressed a smile and said, alright, I will. As the two were talking, Shi Rujing also returned with a cheerful skip, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. Lu Piaoshue turned her face and asked with a smile, didn't you just go to the restroom? Why do you look so happy, as if you found money? Shi Rujing was in a great mood, having unexpectedly earned an extra 6,000 yuan, and naturally couldn't be happier. Only those who truly understand me know this. Zhang Haoyang said sarcastically, stop daydreaming in broad daylight. 4 eyes, do you really believe she can find money in the bathroom? Zhou Wenbin chuckled, these days, who carries cash when they go out? If you find something in the bathroom, it's probably a sanitary pad. Ha ha. 2 idiots laughing hysterically. Qin Feng was also amused. Forget it, I don't want to talk to them. Shi Rujing angrily pulled Lu Piaoshue away. Piaoshue, let's go. Lu Piaoshue stood up, smiled, waved, and followed them out. Chapter 39, The White Moonlight of High School. Qin Feng and the others walked out of the cafeteria with playful smiles on their faces. Shi Rujing's face, turned black with anger, was absolutely hilarious. Who told her to always act so high and mighty, as if everyone owed her something? Feng Ge, why do I always feel like she's targeting you? Could it be that you two have some kind of romantic entanglement? Zhou Wenbin asked casually, but he had hit the nail on the head. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly, shifting his gaze and said with a laugh, there's absolutely no way that could happen. Look at us, could we possibly be together? The two shook their heads in unison, their voices in perfect harmony, absolutely not. Qin Feng's lips curled upward. The more impossible something seemed, the more likely it was to happen. On the other side, Lu Piaoshue also asked Shi Rujing, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, Jingjing, why do you hate Qin Feng so much? Upon hearing this, Shi Rongjing's mind flashed with Qin Feng's image, and she immediately felt a wave of disgust rise from the depths of her heart, leaving her inexplicably irritable and restless. There was no reason for it. She simply didn't like him, not one thing about him, from head to toe. Lu Paoxue sighed softly. One was her best friend, and the other was a new friend she had just added. She didn't want to see them argue the moment they met. But I always think he is pretty nice. He doesn't seem as annoying as you say. Do you have some kind of bias against him? Why don't I come over after I get out of the hospital and try to mediate between you two? No way. Shi Rujing reacted strongly, shaking her delicate hands vigorously and sneering, I have no interest in someone like him. Sometimes I really don't understand why you're always so nice to him. He's not some rich kid, after all. Just look at the two so-called friends he brought home today. They're full of vulgar language. If it weren't for you, I would have left long ago. Shi Rujing was full of resentment. Lu Paoxue sighed helplessly, look at how badly you're talking about him. I don't think Qin Feng is a bad person. Besides, he likes to keep dogs, and generally speaking, people who like to keep dogs aren't that bad. Shi Rujing's expression grew unusual, her gaze drifting as she looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. Paoxue, I need to tell you something. Go ahead. Don't ever mention the word dog in front of me again. I'm allergic to that word. Shi Rujing finished speaking, then gently swayed her waist and quickened her pace as she walked forward. Lu Paoxue was startled. What was Jingjing up to? She had always liked dogs before, and she hadn't shown any signs of allergies either. Military training at Jiangnan University. Qin Feng also changed into a colorful outfit, which looked quite stylish on him, adding a touch of sunny and rugged charm, drawing the envious glances of many female students nearby. The drill instructor bellowed, students, welcome to this year's freshman military training. I won't waste any time. Starting now, run 2 kilometers. After the military training, many freshmen were exhausted and panting heavily. Qin Feng and Zhang Haoyang were both physically fit, so the military training posed no challenge for them. Four-eyed Zhou Wenbin, however, was in for a rough time, exhausted like a dog. Oh my god, I thought I was going to die. Zhou Wenbin quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water and started chugging it down. Four Eyes, today is only the first day of military training, and you're already this exhausted. How are you going to survive the rest of the days? Just lie around and get by. The two exchanged a few words here and there, and Qin Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. Classmate, can I buy you a bottle of water? A timid female voice rang out. Qin Feng looked up and saw a cute girl, about 5 feet 3 inches tall, shyly looking at him, holding a bottle of mineral water in her hand. Qin Feng smiled slightly and took the bottle of mineral water from her hand. Thank you, you're so kind. The girl's face turned even redder, and she gathered her courage to ask, can I add you on WeChat? Sure, I'll add you. Qin Feng added her WeChat without hesitation. The girl blushed and ran away shyly after getting his WeChat. Zhang Haoyang was so jealous he could have written envy on his face. He said with a touch of bitterness, bro, you're so awesome. Even such a cute girl added you on WeChat. Teach me how to do it. Qin Feng touched his handsome face and sighed dramatically, what can I do? It's my fault for being too handsome. Being added on WeChat by someone at school wasn't the first time this had happened, and Qin Feng had plenty of experience dealing with it. Zhang Haoyang was furious, get lost. Speak properly. Qin Feng chuckled, about to say something, but his expression froze, his gaze fixed on a graceful figure ahead. Under the blazing sun, an absolutely stunning woman dressed in military green training uniform stepped onto the training ground. Her fair complexion glows with a delicate blush from the intense physical activity, blending soft beauty with a bold, resolute demeanor. Her eyes shine brightly like stars, and the loose-fitting camouflage uniform accentuates her slender waist and long, graceful legs. The people around her, who had been chatting and laughing, suddenly fell silent, their eyes fixed on the girl. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Finally, they had met under such circumstances. By Ruoli, my damned first love. You're still as arrogant as ever. Qin Feng felt a slight ripple in his heart, but quickly regained his composure, his gaze steady and direct at his first love, who felt both familiar and slightly. Bai Ruoli approached Qin Feng like a gentle breeze, whispering softly, Qin Feng, come with me. There was no joy at their reunion, nor were there many words spoken. It was as if she were issuing an order. Qin Feng slowly stood up and followed behind Bai Ruoli. From his angle, he could see Bai Ruoli's back was perfectly shaped, like a flawless work of art. However, his heart remained calm. Some things needed to end, and he needed to make things clear. Zhang Haoyang exclaimed in surprise, Four Eyes, what's going on here? I don't know, but there must be a story between them. Zhou Wenbin concluded. That's just nonsense. Even a blind person can see there's something off about those two. Don't you think Feng Gu is hiding something? No matter what kind of beauty comes along, she always ends up with him. Zhang Haoyang is going crazy, it's a disaster for everyone. Zhou Wenbin pushed his glasses up and stared at Qin Feng's back, saying, maybe Qin Feng got someone pregnant and dumped her. Zhang Haoyang slapped Zhou Wenbin on the back and burst out laughing. Four Eyes, you're so good at making things up. Why don't you go write a novel? You're wasting your talent. Shut up. Let's sneak after them and take a look. At that moment, Shin Fong and Bai Ruoli had also moved away from the crowd, and the two of them hadn't spoken a single word the entire way. Shin Fong stopped in his tracks and spoke in a low voice, "Here. What do you want to talk to me about?" Bai Ruoli turned around, her eyes filled with helplessness. "Shin Fong, I know you've always liked me. I also know we had a brief romance, but that was when I was young and naive, and I agreed to be your girlfriend on a whim. Now I deeply regret it and hope you can forget about it. From now on, when we see each other at school, let us pretend we don't know each other, okay?" Chapter 40, The Reason for Breaking Up with the White Moonlight. Shin Fong felt a pang of disappointment. Back then, he and Bai Ruoli had attended the same high school. In their second year of high school, the two began dating. A month later, Bai Ruoli broke up with him. The reason was that she had only wanted to try dating to see what it felt like, but now she felt it was meaningless, so she wanted to break up. Shin Fong, though heartbroken, agreed. The next day, Bai Ruoli transferred schools, leaving without saying a single word to Shin Fong. The two did not see each other for over a year. Was Bai Ruoli coming to see him just to say such disappointing words? Shin Fong smiled. "I really don't know why I ever liked Bai Ruoli. It was probably during my love-struck phase, when I could only see Bai Ruoli's good qualities and not her flaws." "What are you laughing at?" Bai Ruoli seemed to be interrogating him, or perhaps she was dissatisfied with Shin Fang's reaction. "Nothing." Shin Fong smiled faintly. "If I said I didn't know you got into this university, would you believe me? Do you think I would believe you?" Bai Ruoli raised her eyes and asked in return. "I know exactly how well you did in school. You couldn't have gotten into this university. I even asked your classmates about your college entrance exam scores. As it turns out, your score was only 630, while the admission cutoff for Jiangnan University is 660. Did you buy your spot into Jiangnan University with money?" Shin Fong didn't deny it. In a way, he had also paid money to secure his spot at the university. "Bai Ruoli, if you think I'm still clinging to you, you're mistaken. I'm no longer the Shin Fong who once had eyes only for you." Shin Fong stuffed his hands into his pockets. He was no longer the humble, tearful teenager who had once clung to life. "Bai Ruoli may be the white moonlight, but so what? Shin Fong, stop pretending. I know that when I broke up with you, it was a huge blow to you. I also heard from our classmates that you didn't go to school for a week because of this and your grades dropped significantly." Shin Fong remained silent. At the time of the breakup, he had indeed fallen into self-destructive behavior and couldn't pull himself out of it. Bai Ruoli took 2 steps forward, standing just half a meter away from Shin Fong. Her eyes seemed to pierce through him. "Do you know why I broke up with you?" "I don't know." Shin Fong truly didn't know, and he had always wanted to know why. "It's simple. Because you're too clingy. You send me messages every morning, at noon, and at night. As long as I have my phone on, it's your message. This makes me feel like I'm not enjoying the happiness of being in a relationship at all. It's more like a constant reminder, nagging me non-stop. You're always sending me good morning, have you eaten yet? Do you miss me? It's not romantic at all. I've had enough. This isn't the kind of relationship I want, so I'm breaking up with you." Shin Fong was taken aback. He never imagined that it was precisely because he cared too much about Bai Ruoli that it had become the reason for their breakup. Bai Ruoli vented all the pent-up resentment she had been holding inside. She felt an extraordinary sense of relief. "Now you know why I was so resistant to you appearing in front of me, don't you? I finally managed to get away from you, only to see you again at the freshman orientation party on my first day of college, which brought back all those unpleasant memories from high school." Shin Fong sighed wryly. "Am I really that scary?" Bai Ruoli looked coldly at him. "I don't want to talk about the past anymore. I only hope that you will stay away from me as much as possible in the future. Even if we happen to meet, pretend that you don't know me." Shin Fong took a deep breath and let out the pent-up frustration in his heart. When Bai Guang had proposed breaking up, he had been unable to resolve this emotional knot, always seeking closure. Now that he knew the truth, he felt a sense of relief instead. If Bai Ruoli had to break up for unavoidable reasons, he would forgive her. Now Shin Fong is extremely relieved that they broke up in time. The last remnants of lingering regret have vanished, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. A genuine smile spreads across his face. "I'm more than happy to cooperate with you. From now on, when we meet, we'll pretend we don't know each other." Bai Ruoli was surprised. How could he agree so quickly? Based on my understanding of him, he would have insisted relentlessly. How could he possibly agree? Could he be pretending to agree? "Are you sure that's what he said?" Bai Ruoli looked at him suspiciously, her hands clasped in front of her, staring straight at Shin Fong. "It's absolutely true. Besides, I'm not lacking in women right now. Why would I keep bothering you?" Bai Ruoli's eyes grew even more suspicious. Shin Fong was a rather honest and shy boy in high school. How could he have so many girls liking him? "I think he was just trying to save face in front of me, so I'll give him some face and not call him out on it. As long as I get what I want, that's all that matters." Believing she had seen through Qin Feng, Bai Ruoli said indifferently, then it's settled. From now on, we'll act like strangers, and you'd better keep your promise. With those words, Bai Ruoli turned away arrogantly without a second glance, ready to leave. Wait a moment. Qin Feng called out to Bai Ruoli. Bai Ruoli stopped in her tracks, turned her face sideways, and glanced back. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm in a hurry. Qin Feng smiled faintly. The knot in his heart had been untied, but a single thread of connection remained unresolved. Bai Ruoli, do you remember the promise I made to you back in high school? Bai Ruoli pondered for a moment before replying softly, I remember. You said you would fulfill one of my wishes. Right, Qin Feng laughed casually. This is something I owed you back then. Now that I have the ability to repay it, tell me what wish you want to fulfill. From that day forward, we parted ways. Bai Ruoli chuckled. It was just a naive dream from her youth. Though she remembered it, she didn't take it seriously. My idol is the top-ranked influencer and queen of product endorsements, Dandan. I want to be like her. Can you help me achieve that? Qin Feng opened his mouth in surprise. Is that Bai Ruoli's wish? He remembered that Bai Ruoli had once told him that her greatest wish was to see the waters of Namco Lake. How did she end up becoming an internet celebrity instead? Indeed, people's desires change with age. If you can't do it, don't make promises to others lightly. You can't help me, and I don't need your help. Bai Ruoli said sarcastically. With my own abilities, I will definitely become the unattainable super influencer queen you can only dream of. After speaking, she turned away coldly, her flawless beauty radiating an air of sacred, unapproachable pride as she departed. This wish must be harder for him than climbing to the heavens. He won't come bother me anymore. Bai Ruoli thought to herself. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Bai Ruoli, you've really changed. You're no longer the innocent Bai Ruoli I once knew. Bai Ruoli didn't even turn her head. Her voice carried on the wind, it's not me who's changed. It's you who's stagnating in place, refusing to progress, still living in the past. People like you will eventually be by society. Chapter 41, 400 million to create a female internet celebrity. Qin Feng shook his head. Bai Ruoli, you're not the same person you were back then. And neither am I. One day, I will make you regret your actions. Even if it costs me a fortune, I will make you lower your proud head and admit your mistake. Click. The moment was captured in a photo on Zhou Wenbin's phone. Bai Ruoli turned away arrogantly, leaving Qin Feng behind her, his mouth agape in surprise. This photo left people with a lot to imagine. Zhou Wenbin chuckled, Old Zhang, did you notice the angle I used to take this photo? It's not often you get to see Fenggu with that expression. Zhang Haoyang joked. Why not share this amazing expression with the netizens? Zhou Wenbin was as cunning as ever. Such an amazing expression deserves to be shared with everyone. Who knows, maybe we can even make him an internet sensation. Zhou Wenbin happily uploaded the photos he had just taken secretly to his personal Douyin account. He added a caption. The lovesick guy was rejected by the school beauty queen and burst into tears on the spot. The title is exaggerated, but netizens love this kind of thing. What are you two up to here? Qin Feng followed the same path back and saw the two of them hiding nearby, acting suspiciously. Zhou Wenbin casually put his phone in his pocket and smiled, saying, Nothing, I just wanted to see what's going on between you and this beauty. Bro, just tell us, what was going on between you and that beauty just now? Qin Feng didn't hide anything and simply explained their relationship. So she was the one he couldn't forget. No wonder our dashing Fenggu had a heartbroken day. Zhang Haoyang teased him with schadenfreude. It's all in the past. Why should I be sad? I'm having the time of my life now. Zhou Wenbin patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and said, Brother, I believe she'll regret it someday. With your good looks, there are countless women who would love you. Qin Feng feigned seriousness and said, For eyes, I never realized you were so handsome. I love hearing you say that. Zhou Wenbin wasn't one to take compliments lying down. He immediately puffed out his chest, pushed up his glasses, and said, I've always been this handsome, you just never noticed before. You're just getting fat and out of breath, Zhang Haoyang teased. Another round of intense training in the afternoon left everyone exhausted by evening, lying around like dead dogs. A few people returned to the dormitory and immediately collapsed onto their beds. Zhou Wenbin collapsed onto the bed like a dead pig and refused to get up, complaining about the hardships of training while pulling out his phone and opening Douyin. As soon as he opened Douyin, he saw 99 new messages. My video went viral. Qin Feng also became interested and sat on the bed next to the fat man, asking, What video went viral? Zhang Haoyang also hurried over to join the crowd. Zhou Wenbin quickly showed the video on his phone to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was stunned. The video was a photo that Zhou Wenbin had taken secretly. Bai Ruoli, with her ethereal beauty, left all the netizens speechless. The video has been viewed over 2 million times, with tens of thousands of comments, all praising Bai Ruoli's beauty. What surprised Qin Feng the most was that these netizens were mocking themselves, assuming they had been rejected by the goddess. It's just a bunch of bashing. I don't know if it was seen by someone from Jiangnan University, but someone even posted Bai Ruoli's Douyin account below the video. Phone good, do you mind if I post your photo online? Zhou Wenbin asked cautiously. He didn't know that posting it online would generate so much traffic. No big deal. Qin Feng didn't mind. Instead, he took out his phone, opened Douyin, found Bai Ruoli's account, and clicked follow. Just a moment ago, a bold idea had formed in his mind. How could he make Bai Ruoli regret it? The opportunity is coming, isn't it? Bai Ruoli is so arrogant and looks down on herself. If she were to find out that all her future achievements were given to her by someone else, only to be taken back later, I wonder if she would break down. Enter Bai Ruoli's Douyin account, Sweet Dream Fairy. She has posted several videos, including some from her military training period, and has over 30,000 followers. These videos make her look like a fairy descending from heaven, pure and innocent, just like the ideal white moonlight in everyone's heart. Bai Ruoli seems unaware that her videos have already gone viral. Qin Feng logged out of his Douyin account and contacted the bank manager directly using his bank black card super VIP status. Help me with something I need to make this female influencer famous overnight. Spend 200 million yuan to buy her traffic across all official platforms. Another 200 million was allocated to hire influencers from major platforms to promote her content aggressively. I want everyone to open their short video app and see her as the first video they see. It is currently 7 p.m. By midnight, I want to see her fan count surpass 5 million. Mr. Qin, rest assured. There's nothing in this world that money can't accomplish. I'll get right on it immediately as you instructed. Alright, next, help me acquire a popular influencer agency, and then spend a fortune to sign this female influencer. Qin Feng exited the conversation with the bank manager. He was determined to use money to create a celebrity. Bai Ruoli, even if you become a social media influencer and a queen of online shopping, you will still be an employee under me. I'll make you understand that the person I am now is someone you can never hope to match. I will squeeze every last drop of value out of you, making you work like a slave to help my company make money. Once you've built up the account, I'll take it back whenever I want. Or we could plan it out so that if there are issues with the products we're promoting, we can shift the blame onto Bai Ruoli and have her serve a few years in prison. That wouldn't be so bad. Product promotion going wrong is an unavoidable situation. Someone has to take the fall for it. Once the blame has been sufficiently shifted, it's time to find a new scapegoat. Bai Ruoli, don't blame me for setting you up. I can make you rich and powerful, or I can leave you with nothing. The once peaceful online world was thrown into turmoil by Qin Feng's actions. Major platforms were flooded with videos of Bai Ruoli, spreading like wildfire. Every time someone opens a short video app, the first thing they see is Bai Ruoli's videos. Out of every 5 videos you scroll through, one is related to Bai Ruoli. Major self-media platforms and even financial news anchors have received promotional tasks and are aggressively pushing the content. Saturation-style promotion. Add to that Bai Ruoli, who looks like a celestial maiden descending from heaven, and she is undoubtedly a refreshing presence on the internet. The speed at which she is gaining followers is truly astonishing. In just 1 hour, the number of followers surpassed 1.8 million, with the count continuing to rise rapidly every second. Within 2 hours, it reached 5 million. This pace was even faster than Qin Feng had imagined. But when he thought about how much money he had spent on it, it made sense. This time, he invested a total of 400 million yuan to create a top-tier influencer. Even a pig could be turned into a super influencer with that kind of investment. Bai Ruoli is currently lying in bed, sleeping soundly. Today's military training was undoubtedly a grueling ordeal for someone like her. Exhausted, she felt her limbs go weak, so she took an early shower and went to bed to rest. However, she didn't notice that her phone was on silent mode. There were over a dozen missed calls, dozens of messages from family members or classmates and friends, and even her WeChat had accumulated numerous new messages. She slept until 7 in the morning. Bai Ruoli woke up groggily from bed, instinctively reaching for her phone to check the time. The sleepiness vanished instantly, and she gaped in shock, her eyes wide open. She quickly opened her Douyin account. Chapter 42, Qin Feng offers you 100,000 yuan to keep quiet. Comments and private messages are flooding in. Looking up at the number of followers, Bai Ruoli was completely stunned. Her fingers trembled slightly with excitement. The screen displayed 10.03 million followers. Bai Ruoli's eyes widened, and her breathing quickened. Although she had always dreamed of becoming a super female influencer, Bai Ruoli knew that the path to becoming a female influencer was not an easy one. But she never imagined that her dream would come true after just one night's sleep. Indeed, being beautiful means that heaven favors you. Bai Ruoli pinched her soft, smooth face. She wondered if she was dreaming, but it hurt. Bai Ruoli, you're famous. You've become a super internet celebrity, with over 10 million fans. Your roommates are amazed, their eyes filled with envy. This finally brought Bai Ruoli back to reality. Had she really become a millionaire female influencer? It all happened too quickly for her to prepare herself mentally. Byruoli quickly opened her video to check the comments and realized what had happened. It turned out that she was just too good looking, so the netizens had all started paying attention to her, and she had gone viral. Her family also called at that moment. "Mom, I'm famous now, I've become a big online celebrity." As soon as Byruoli answered the call, she couldn't wait to share her excitement with her mother. "My daughter, I'm so proud of you. All our relatives and friends are so envious that I have such a beautiful daughter. You're now a big online celebrity, so be careful with your behavior and watch out for those netizens who might say something inappropriate, okay?" "Mom, I understand." Byruoli smiled sweetly, her smile never fading from her face. And you mustn't let anyone else know that you've been in a relationship, okay? Your image to outsiders is that of a pure and innocent young woman. If they find out that you had an unsavory relationship in high school, it will tarnish your reputation, and your fans will surely abandon you. Byruoli's face tensed up. Her mother's words reminded her that before, when she was just an ordinary person, she didn't care much about others knowing about her past relationship with Jin Fong. But now things were different in the eyes of netizens. She was a pure and flawless maiden. If others found out she had dated someone in high school, they would undoubtedly view her as tainted and impure. Many fans would likely unfollow her, and some even go as far as to label her as having engaged in an early romance or being emotionally reckless. Byruoli quickly avoided her classmates and went to a secluded spot to whisper, "Mom, he's now in the same school as me. I'm worried he'll keep bothering me. What should I do now?" Her tone betrayed her tension and anxiety, as if she were afraid that Jin Fong would come after her. "What if he uses the fact that we dated to blackmail me?" Byruoli's mother was both angry and annoyed. "I told you not to fall in love when you were studying. Now you know what trouble you've gotten yourself into." "Mom, how was I supposed to know? I never thought I'd become a big online celebrity. If I had known, I wouldn't have even spoken to him. Please think of a solution quickly, I'm so anxious." Byruoli was so anxious she was stomping her feet. Byruoli's mother was furious. "This little brat is truly relentless, following my daughter everywhere. Alright, I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you right now. Give this money to Jin Fong and make sure he never mentions the fact that you two dated again. If he dares to bother you, call the police, but you must make him sign a statement and record it on video as evidence. Mom, please transfer the money immediately. I'll go find him as soon as possible to clarify the matter. If he exposes it online, it'll be too late." Byruoli quickly received the 100,000 yuan her mother transferred, but she faced another major problem. She had no way to contact Jin Fong. She now regretted deleting his contact information so thoroughly, making it impossible to find him now. "Now that I'm a big influencer, if I were to go find Jin Fong myself, people would definitely see me, and it might cause some misunderstandings." With no other option, Byruoli had no choice but to ask her roommate to find Jin Fong. After several twists and turns, her roommates finally handed the note to Jin Fong. "Jin Fong, someone asked me to give you this note. You'll understand once you read it." Jin Fong was surprised, but he still opened the note and frowned immediately. "Jin Fong, seeing my handwriting, you should know who I am. I have something important to discuss with you. Come alone, without anyone else. Hurry up." Jin Fong only glanced at the handwriting and immediately guessed who it was. What could Byruoli be looking for him so early in the morning? Isn't she the one who didn't want to see me? It must be related to last night's incident, Jin Fong said with a meaningful smile. "Brother Fong, which beauty sent you a note again? Zhang Haoyang is jealous. You two go ahead and have breakfast. I have something to take care of. Don't follow me." Jin Fong slipped the note into his pocket. Upon arriving at the meeting place, he indeed saw Byruoli wearing a hat and a mask, as if afraid someone would recognize her. Jin Fong couldn't help but smile. Being a big online celebrity was indeed different. Even meeting someone required such secrecy. Byruoli glanced around discreetly to make sure no one was following Jin Fong before she spoke harshly, sitting down on the bench and saying, "I have some good news for you." Jin Fong wasn't sitting next to her, he was standing there, interrupting her. "Are you trying to tell me you've become a super internet celebrity now? It seems you've seen my videos." Byruoli's voice carried a hint of pride. "I never imagined my dream would come true so quickly. I've already become a million-follower influencer. Maybe while I'm saying these words to you, my fan count has gone up by another few thousand. I am no longer the Byruoli of the past." Jin Fong noticed the added coldness in Byruoli's voice and thought to himself, "Byruoli, your current achievements are all thanks to me. The more proud you are now, the harder you will fall in the future. Just say it plainly, what are you here for? It's simple. I don't want anyone to know we were ever in a relationship. If you keep this a secret, I'll give you 100,000 yuan as hush money. But you must sign a confidentiality agreement." Jin Fong looked up at the sky with a hint of mockery and said, "Byruoli, I never thought you were this kind of person. Do you really think I would go around bragging about those disgraceful things from the past?" Byruoli's eyes darkened with displeasure. "I've already said it. The past is the past, and the present is the present. I'm now a million-follower influencer. Being associated with me is an honor for you. If I don't remind you now, who can guarantee you won't brag to your fans about dating me and ride my coattails to gain followers? Shin Fong burst into laughter. He was genuinely amused by the situation. Ruoli kept surprising him, time and time again. I'm sorry, but I can't comply. Chapter 43, The Moonlight Turns Cold. What do you mean by that? Ruoli was startled and angry upon hearing this, her voice suddenly rising. Then, with a look of contempt, she said, Do you want more money? Don't think so badly of me. What I meant was that I've already told others about this, so I can't agree to your request. You really want to expose our relationship and ride on my coattails? Ruoli was so angry that she trembled all over, stood up, and slapped Shin Fong across the face. Before the slap could land, Shin Fong had already grabbed her wrist tightly. Shin Feng's face was devoid of any trace of a smile as he coldly said, What's your attitude? If you dare to lay a finger on me, don't blame me for calling the police. You don't want to end up in the news, do you? Ruoli glared angrily, I really misjudged you. Are you so eager to ride my coattails? You're crazy. Who's riding on your coattails? Shin Fong wasn't happy and responded with a snort. I was just telling my two brothers. I'll tell them not to spread it around. I'm worried that others will find out I dated someone like you. You don't care about losing face, but I do. Ruoli, I can make you a goddess on a pedestal, or I can ruin your reputation. But I don't want this game to end too soon. Ruoli shouted angrily, Let go. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Shin Fong let go of her hand, Then you'd better not hit people so easily. I've always had a good temper, but that doesn't mean I'm nice to everyone. Ruoli took a step back, biting her lip lightly, her eyes filled with anger yet helplessness. After a long pause, she finally said, Do you know what the most regrettable thing I've done in my entire life is? Shin Fong ignored Ruoli's anger and smiled lightly, I know. You must be thinking that the most regrettable thing is falling in love with me, right? Exactly. Ruoli didn't hesitate, coldly replying, If I could reincarnate, I would cut off all ties with you and never speak another word to you. Shin Fong chuckled, Too bad there's no second chance. Now you can only regret it. Shame on you. Ruoli bit her silver teeth, regretting coming to see Shin Fong, but she had no choice but to come. What do you want from me now to let me go? Shin Fong snorted with laughter. This woman was truly unreasonable. What did she mean by saying he wouldn't let her go? He hadn't provoked her at all. Ruoli, let me repeat myself, I will never use the fact that we dated as a bargaining chip. It's a stain on my life that I can never erase. It's not something to be proud of. Don't think that dating me was an honor for me. On the contrary, it's the greatest shame of my life. Shin Fong didn't want to waste any more time on Ruoli. After speaking, he left with a flourish. What's so special about Bai Guang? Ruoli was so angry she almost cried. How could she have ended up with such a scumbag? She had worked so hard to become a big influencer. She didn't want to be ruined by such a scumbag. She quickly pulled out her phone to call her mother for help. Mom, what should I do now? Shin Fong has already told his friends about our relationship, and he'll definitely brag about it to everyone. I knew he wouldn't let you off easily. Someone like him wouldn't miss this opportunity to ride your coattails. Ruoli's mother was extremely angry. Instead of letting him ride your coattails, why not go live tonight and expose this yourself? You could even make some gift money in the process. Ruoli was shocked. Mom, won't everyone find out I've been in a relationship? My image will be ruined. Silly girl, just say that Shin Fong pursued you first. You were young and naive and deceived by a bad guy. You didn't even hold hands. But you discovered that Shin Fong was dating several girls at the same time, so you initiated the breakup. This way, you can maintain your innocent image while everyone thinks you're the victim, and they'll definitely shower you with gifts. Mom, I know what to do now. Ruoli felt as though she had been struck by lightning, the confusion in her eyes dissipating, replaced by a chill. By noon, after a morning of training, everyone was starving and rushed to the cafeteria to eat. Shin Feng's phone received another message on WeChat. He opened it to find it was from Yi Yanhong, whom he hadn't heard from in several days. Sister Yi, why are you so free today to come find me? Did you miss me? Shin Fong replied with a hint of ambiguity. Yi Yanhong chuckled lightly. Such a little gesture couldn't faze her. Yes, I was thinking about you. Why don't you come over and find me? It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Sister Yi, stop joking around. I'm in military training right now. When would I have time to go find you? I knew you had the heart but not the guts. Shin Feng's heart fluttered. Yi Yanhong had become increasingly bold and passionate in their recent conversations. Whether you have such a wicked heart or not, you'll find out in time. He. Yi Yanhong felt a strange sensation in her heart. Looking at the words in the future, her mind wandered. That will depend on whether you have the ability in the future. Shin Fong couldn't help but think, this woman, once she breaks free from her shackles, will be more unrestrained than anyone else. The mature woman truly knows how to tease a man's heart. Yi Jia, you're so good at chatting. I'm starting to really enjoy talking with you. Your brother has a sweet mouth too. I also enjoy chatting with you. Let's find some time soon to have a proper chat. Shin Fong suddenly recalled Yi Yanhong's alluring appearance and couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion. He replied impulsively, "Deal. We'll delve into academic topics in more detail in the future." Yi Yanhong's face flushed red, feeling guilty like a thief caught in the act. She quickly glanced around and saw that her colleagues were all busy with their work, and she finally relaxed a little. This young man who could endure such bold words? I'm not joking around with you. I saw your video online. The girl in the video also lives at Tinglong Academy. Yi Yanhong changed the subject and quickly hit the brakes. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Shin Fong was slightly surprised. Even more coincidentally, she still lives in the house you bought. Isn't that a coincidence? Is that so? Shin Fong was surprised. So I came to report it to you. I see. Shin Fong and Yi Yanhong chatted for a few moments before ending the conversation. I never thought I'd end up being her landlord. Life sure has a sense of humor. Ruoli posted a video on her account saying she'd be going live at 7 p.m. tonight and inviting her fans to watch her debut stream. Shin Fong checked Ruoli's follower count. Currently, she has 1,432,000 followers. She was also targeted by major guilds, and Ruoli quickly received a call from one of them. Miss Bai, we are the Great Shin Divine Land Guild. We would like to invite you to collaborate with us. If you agree to join our guild, we will fully support you and handle all aspects of live streaming e-commerce operations. Additionally, we will provide you with a signing bonus of 5 million yuan, and you will receive a share of the proceeds from the live streaming sales. 50 million. Chapter 44, 50 million contract with the union. In an instant, Ruoli felt her heart race wildly, its rhythm accelerating several times over, as if it were about to burst through her chest. Her fingers tightened involuntarily, gripping the phone tightly. Her knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure, and the receiver was pressed firmly against her ear, as if she were afraid to miss a single sound coming from the other end of the line. She was completely immersed in a state of high tension and anticipation. Although her family was middle class, they couldn't afford 50 million. It's like trying to climb to the top in one step. Ruoli couldn't resist the temptation and hurriedly told her mother about it. My dear daughter, this is a good thing. I'm so happy for you. On the other side, a seductive aunt in tight yoga pants was practicing yoga in the living room, her wavy hair cascading down to her slender waist. Her curvaceous, peach-shaped buttocks swayed with her movements, and her ample breasts gently swayed with each motion. Her face is charming, resembling Ruoli in some ways, with a small beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. This woman was none other than Ruoli's single mother, Chumeru, who now runs a fitness center. Knowing that her daughter was about to sign with an agency and that it was a matter of great importance, Chumeru was concerned for her daughter and decided to drive over to accompany her to the signing. 3 people from the Great Shin Shinjo Guild arrived. They are signing a contract inside the hotel. Miss Bai, you've reviewed the contents of the contract, right? If there are no issues, you can sign it. The company will pay you 50 million in installments. The first installment of 5 million will be paid upon signing. If your performance meets the requirements or does not cause any negative impact on our company, the remaining amounts will be transferred to your account in subsequent installments. The above terms are clearly outlined. We will arrange a grand live streaming sales event for you in the near future. Assuming no unforeseen circumstances arise, we estimate that the live streaming sales event should generate over 500 million yuan in sales. Miss Bai will also receive a commission of several 100,000 yuan. Ruoli's face couldn't hide her excitement. Her delicate hands trembled as she picked up the pen and signed her name quickly without hesitation. The guild's offer was simply too tempting for her to resist. The head of the Great Shin Divine Land Guild laughed and said, Miss Bai, from now on, you will be our guild's top streamer. We will mold you into the purest female influencer of the year. Therefore, you must not date anyone or be involved in any scandals this year. You must maintain your innocent image at all costs. We will publicly state that you are an academic prodigy and a very filial child who has never been in a relationship. Ruoli's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. She quickly exchanged a glance with her mother, Chumeru, then spoke nervously, What if I've been in a relationship? Miss Bai, as stated in the contract earlier, if you violate company regulations and cause losses to our company, or engage in actions that harm the company's interests, we reserve the right to impose penalties on you, with the maximum fine being 100 million yuan. A fine of 100 million yuan. Ruoli felt a chill run up her spine, and her face turned deathly pale in an instant, devoid of any color. Flashbacks of her past romance with Shin Fong began to surface in her mind, but these memories now felt like heavy boulders, crushing her and leaving her unable to breathe. The thought of this relationship being exposed to others was terrifying. The 100 million yuan in compensation was far beyond her means, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Ruoli forced a smile, trying to hide her inner panic. Chumeru's heart leaped to her throat, fearing that Ruoli might say something inappropriate. She quickly laughed and said, My daughter has always been well-behaved and sensible since she was a child. She has always focused on her studies and has never dated anyone. She would never cause any trouble or bring negative news to everyone. I can guarantee that. As she spoke, Shumeiru subtly nudged Bairuoli with her arm, her eyes filled with warning, and Bairuoli, like a startled deer, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her hands fidgeted nervously, clutching the hem of her skirt in front of her, unconsciously gripping it tightly. The members of the Great Qin Divine Land Guild laughed. That's good. Tonight's the live stream debut. Take some time to get used to it. Once your military training is over, we'll arrange for someone to teach you how to stream properly. After the members of the Great Qin Shinjo Guild left, Bairuoli was so anxious she was about to cry. Mom, what should we do now? If Qin Feng exposes our relationship, it will definitely have a negative impact on me. Shumeiru hurriedly comforted her daughter. Don't worry, didn't you say Qin Feng already agreed not to tell anyone else about this? Bairuoli bit her lip lightly. He said that, but who can guarantee he won't be jealous of me? What if he can't stand seeing me do better than him? What if he uses this against me one day? I can't let him ruin my future, can I? Shumeiru's expression turned cold. Her daughter had finally gotten this once-in-a-lifetime chance to change her fate. She absolutely couldn't let Qin Feng, that trash, stand in her daughter's way. Don't worry, Mom will find a time to arrange a meeting with Qin Feng and have a proper talk with him. Mom, you must convince him. Under no circumstances should this matter be exposed to the media. You can give him some extra money if necessary. Bairuoli regretted it deeply at that moment, even wanting to slap herself as punishment. She shouldn't have made that mistake in the first place, which led to such a difficult situation today. Shumeiru frowned deeply. Now that her daughter had become so famous, Qin Feng would certainly not let her go easily. At the very least, he would demand sufficient compensation before agreeing to back down. Sigh, I must think carefully and find a way to silence him forever. Leave this matter to your mother to handle. You should take some time to adjust your mindset. Tonight is your first live stream, so you must present yourself as a pure and perfect maiden to everyone. Mom, don't worry. I'm the best at this. Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't have been chasing after me like a love-struck puppy back then. Bairuoli's face, as pure as a lotus flower, bloomed with a confident smile. She has always been very confident in her beauty. That evening, as soon as Bairuoli went live, her viewership quickly surged to over 100,000. Gifts were flying everywhere. Bairuoli had gone to great lengths to dress up, wearing a white outfit that made her look like a fairy untouched by the mundane world, leaving the viewers in the livestream completely spellbound. Zhang Haoyang also entered Bairuoli's livestream. Feng Ge, your white moonlight is truly beautiful. Zhang Haoyang's eyes widened, and his saliva almost dripped onto the screen. She's pretty, but her character isn't great. Qin Feng lay lazily on the bed, speaking casually as he entered Bairuoli's livestream. Bairuoli is now a signed streamer under her own company, so it makes sense for her, as the boss behind the scenes, to check on her employees' work status. Just then, Bairuoli answered a live stream call from a fan. Host, you're so beautiful, you must have a lot of male classmates chasing after you. Have you ever been in a relationship? Chapter 45, Auntie's Determination. Bairuoli smiled faintly. This person was arranged by the union specifically to highlight her innocent image. Sorry, I've never been in a relationship before. My mom said I can't start dating until I get to college. I've never even held a boy's hand. Qin Feng heard this and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from his school days when he had a late-night study session. Bairuoli and he were secretly in the stairwell. Kissed. She initiated it. Now she says she's never even held a boy's hand. How can she lie to those online friends without feeling guilty? Sure enough, the live stream was filled with disbelieving comments. I can't believe there are still such innocent girls in this day and age. She's definitely a breath of fresh air online. Bairuoli's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. The praise from hundreds of thousands of netizens had satisfied her vanity like never before. This was a kind of vanity she had never experienced before, and she finally understood the joy of being a top streamer. This was something Bairuoli had never even imagined before. Bairuoli couldn't help but let a sweet smile bloom on her lips. Her jade-like fingers gently twirled her cascading long hair as she spoke softly. Mom said girls shouldn't fall in love too early and shouldn't be deceived by those young men. These words were like invisible hooks, firmly capturing the hearts of the male fans in the livestream. One after another, they excitedly clicked the little heart buttons, and gifts began to pour in like snowflakes. Qin Feng chuckled and also exited the livestream, no longer listening to Bairuoli continue to charm the fans. Zhang Haoyang remained nearby, watching intently with a smile on his lips. Suddenly, he looked up at Qin Feng with a mischievous grin and said, Brother Feng, you and your white moonlight have truly cut all ties, leaving not a single trace of lingering affection, right? Qin Feng heard this and furrowed his brows, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Zhang Haoyang and retorted, Why are you suddenly asking about this? Could it be that you've developed feelings for her? Bairuoli, no matter what, was a woman he had once dated. There was no room for brotherly consideration. Zhang Haoyang was flustered by Qin Feng's blunt question, feeling guilty as he scratched the back of his head and forced a laugh. Hee hee, brother Feng, Bai Ruoli is as beautiful as a fairy. Who wouldn't be tempted by her? If you're really ready to let go, why not give this opportunity to your brother instead? Qin Feng was greatly surprised and felt a bit annoyed. He had already told Zhang Haoyang about Bai Ruoli, so why was this kid still interested in her? Sure enough, 9 out of 10 men are lustful. They lose their senses when they see a beautiful woman. Haoyang, I advise you not to have any feelings for her. She's not the right kind of person for you. Qin Feng stopped there, not wanting to say more, lest it cause any unpleasantness among the brothers. Zhou Wenbin, who had been engrossed in his game, looked up as if he had seen something unbelievable and exclaimed in shock, "Old Zhang, you're kidding, right? No matter what, Bai Ruoli was Feng Ji's ex-girlfriend. How could you lay a hand on her? Are you even a brother anymore? Fengge, I really didn't mean anything by it. This was just a joke among brothers. Don't take it seriously." Zhang Haoyang hurriedly denied it. Fengge, I really didn't mean anything by it. This was just a joke among brothers. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Haoyang hurriedly denied it. Don't worry, I absolutely have no other intentions. Brother, look at you being so serious. I was just joking around. Don't take it to heart. Qin Feng forced a smile and patted Zhang Haoyang on the shoulder. If Zhang Haoyang were a smart man, he would know that some thoughts are best left unspoken. Although he and Bai Ruoli had already broken up, brothers shouldn't joke around like that. Zhang Haoyang's joke had crossed the line. Zhang Haoyang gave an awkward smile and didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoli's livestream was also bustling with activity. The big names on Douyin had heard the news and rushed over. Lu Tianhong has entered the livestream and is already following you. Ni Ziji has entered the livestream and is already following you. Hui Zi has entered the livestream, and he's already following you. Seeing these big name streamers with millions of followers enter her livestream and follow her, Bai Ruoli couldn't hide her excitement. She quickly stood up to welcome their arrival. In the past, she would have never dreamed of getting their attention. Ni Zijun rewards you with 50 cloud-piercing arrows. Lu Tianhong has rewarded you with 50 piercing arrows. However, tonight, Bai Ruoli is the star of the show. The live streaming room has turned into a battlefield where these big influencers are frantically sending gifts. The screen is filled with gifts, and it just keeps going non-stop. Bai Ruoli was so excited that she sat down quietly to thank the generous donor for the gifts. She strictly adhered to the union's agreement and refrained from exaggerated gestures or language, maintaining her image as a pure and innocent young woman. After the live stream ended, Bai Ruoli clicked on the backstage with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she opened the gift data statistics. When the numbers appeared before her eyes without any reservation, Bai Ruoli's breath caught in her throat. 5 million. A figure that had once seemed utterly out of reach to her now stood clearly on the screen. Bai Ruoli's eyes were fixed on the numbers, time seemed to freeze in that moment, and all she could see were the unbelievable numbers, a strong sense of unreality washing over her like a tidal wave. What had she been studying so hard for? Isn't it just to make money? But now, the income from a single live stream far exceeds the total of all her efforts. This stark contrast left Bai Ruoli with an indescribable sense of excitement. Just a few days ago, she was an ordinary female college student who had just stepped onto campus. However, in just a few short days, she became a million-follower influencer, earning 5 million yuan daily. Hot tears streamed down Bai Ruoli's cheeks, and she tremblingly pulled out her phone and dialed the familiar number. Mom! As soon as the call connected, Bai Ruoli's voice choked up. I made 5 million today during the live stream. On the other end, Xu Meiru, soaking in the bathtub, trembled all over and excitedly grabbed her phone, saying, I did think you'd get a lot of gifts tonight, but I never imagined this much. Mom is so proud of you. Yes, Mom, I'll earn a lot of money in the future to buy you luxury cars and a big villa. I'm not the girl who only asks you for money anymore. Alright, Mom, I'll wait for you to keep your promise. Xu Meiru smiled contentedly. The two chatted for over 10 minutes before hanging up. Xu Meiru rose from the bathtub. The mirror reflected her baby-like skin, which had a healthy glow after being soaked in warm water. Droplets of water trickled down her perfect, delicate body, one by one. Don't worry, my daughter. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I will make sure Qin Feng keeps his mouth shut. No matter what the cost, Mom will never let anyone stand in the way of your future. Xu Meiru's beautiful eyes flashed with a resolute and determined expression. As she moved gracefully, she raised her hand to pick up the sheer bathrobe, gave it a gentle shake, and let it slide smoothly down to her shoulders. She then discreetly covered her curvaceous, enviable figure enough to captivate countless admirers with the sheer fabric. Chapter 46, Aunt Chu books a room for a private date. The next day at noon, Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Hello, may I ask who's speaking? Qin Feng answered the call and asked politely. A woman's cold and distant voice came through the receiver. Qin Feng, I am Bai Ruoli's mother. She paused for a moment before continuing. There is an extremely important matter I wish to discuss with you in person. If it's convenient, let's meet this afternoon. Shin Feng was a bit surprised to receive this call. Immediately, the image of an elegant and graceful aunt flashed through his mind. A year ago, Shin Feng and Shu Meiru had met briefly. At the time, Shu Meiru was also wearing yoga pants, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman, with a curvaceous figure that was eye-catching and alluring. At that time, Shin Feng was still young and shy, with a timid nature. Facing his girlfriend's mother, he dared not even look her in the eye, let alone gaze at her features with any clarity. The fleeting glimpse of beauty from back then surged back into his mind, and Shin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile of anticipation. Aunt Shu has invited me, so no matter how busy I am, I must go. Add me on WeChat with this phone number and send me your location. Shin Feng hung up the phone decisively, not giving Shu Meiru a chance to refuse. On the other end, Shu Meiru furrowed her brows, feeling displeased. No manners at all, hanging up the phone like that. Still, I suppressed the frustration in my heart and reluctantly added Shin Feng's WeChat, then sent him my location. Room 33 at the White Swan Hotel. Knock on the door when you arrive. Shin Feng smiled knowingly. The White Swan Hotel wasn't far from where he was, and he had heard that it was a hotel for couples, with brisk business day and night. Aunt Shu really knows how to pick a place. Trouble's coming. Shin Feng muttered to himself. It's probably about her daughter. She really doesn't trust me. Shin Feng's lips curled into a wry smile, filled with self-mockery and helplessness. Fame, fortune, and wealth are like a mirror that ruthlessly exposes the ugliness and greed of human nature. After exchanging a few words with the instructor, he strode out confidently. As Shin Feng passed by the front desk of the White Swan Hotel, the young woman on duty politely asked, "Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can assist you with? I'm not here to check in. I'm looking for a friend who's staying here. Sorry, according to the rules, we need to register your ID. Please understand. Which room is your friend staying in?" Shin Feng cooperated fully. Room 33. The front desk attendant checked and looked at Shin Feng strangely before saying, "Thank you, you can go find your friend now." Shin Feng felt a bit confused. Just as he took a few steps, he heard the voices of two staff members talking behind him. "There's a very beautiful young woman living on the 33rd floor. This guy must be her kept man. What a pity he's so handsome, yet he's living off her. If he weren't handsome, would those rich women even consider supporting him?" Shin Feng was speechless. Fortunately, he had a thick skin and didn't care what others said behind his back. Instead, it gave him an unusual thrill. Shin Feng arrived at the door of room 33, raised his hand, and knocked lightly on the door several times. The door opened silently, and Shin Feng was immediately struck by the sight before him. Shu Meiru wore a black body-hugging mini skirt that clung tightly to her curves, showcasing her voluptuous, fiery, and alluring figure. A pair of crystal earrings dangled elegantly at her ears, while her lips, as red as ripe cherries, were vibrant and alluring, exuding an irresistible charm that left men spellbound. Shin Feng's gaze lingered on Shu Meiru with an open expression, his eyes openly revealing his admiration, as if he were appraising a rare treasure. "Auntie, it's been ages. You're getting more and more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you." Shin Feng's lips curved upward, revealing a warm and radiant smile. His eyes never left Shu Meiru as he spoke. Shu Meiru furrowed her delicate brows. Although she had grown accustomed to the leering glances from many men while working out at the gym, she no longer cared. However, Shin Feng's gaze made her extremely uncomfortable, even repulsed, as if her body had been defiled. "I am your senior. How dare you speak so rudely? Did your family not teach you how to respect your elders?" Shu Meiru crossed her arms tightly across her chest, her chin slightly raised, her eyes betraying a mix of arrogance and disdain. She exuded an overbearing aura, clearly aiming to intimidate Shin Feng. "I may be impolite, but my parents never taught me to block someone at the door and speak to them like this. Did your parents teach you to behave this way?" Shin Feng smiled lightly. "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Shu Meiru was taken aback. How had this young man changed so much? She remembered him as a timid and obedient boy just a year ago. Now he was sharp-tongued and his gaze was so lecherous. Sure enough, he had changed. He's no longer the honest student he used to be. Now that he's turned out like this, he'll definitely pose a huge threat to his daughter. Shu Meiru took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation, turned her head slightly, and said indifferently, "Come in." Shin Feng casually placed his hands behind his back, his chest slightly puffed out, and strode forward. As he passed by Shu Meiru, Shin Feng tilted his head slightly upward, his nostrils twitching gently, then curved his lips into a smile and sincerely exclaimed, "What a delightful fragrance! This woman not only has a great figure, but even the perfume she uses smells so wonderful." Immediately afterward, Shin Feng slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed directly on Shu Meiru, his eyes flickering with a hint of an indescribable, ambiguous glow. "Aunt Shu, you truly have exceptional taste. The perfume you're wearing is delicate and subtle yet captivating. I really like it." As he spoke, Shin Feng's gaze roamed freely over Shu Meiru's body, completely oblivious to her increasingly icy expression and the faint anger in her eyes. Shu Meiru suddenly flung her delicate hand, slamming the door shut behind her with a loud thud. She turned and walked ahead without saying a word, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Shin Feng followed behind, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly, forming a meaningful smile. From this angle, Shu Meiru's graceful figure swayed as she walked, exuding the allure of a mature woman, causing Shin Feng to be captivated and secretly marvel at the breathtaking beauty before him. Shu Meiru sat elegantly on the sofa, crossing her legs. Her beautiful, slender legs, with their graceful lines and fair skin, immediately caught Shin Feng's attention. Shin Feng sat down on the sofa next to her, picked up a banana from the table, peeled it, and said, "Auntie, you called me here just to invite me to eat a banana?" Shu Meiru's expression grew cold as she suppressed her irritation. She pointed to a neatly arranged contract with her slender white fingers, her eyes betraying an unwavering resolve. "As long as you sign this contract, I'll give you 200,000 immediately." Chapter 47, Staying in a hotel room with the aunt and not being allowed to leave. 20,000? Shin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Someone was so naive as to think that 20,000 could make him compromise. It made him feel quite amused. He casually picked up the contract and began flipping through it. Shu Meiru curled the corners of her lips into a dismissive smile. In her eyes, Shin Feng's smile was a sign of joy. Ha, she must have heard me say I'd give him 200,000 yuan, so she's smiling with joy. College students are college students, they haven't seen much of the world and don't even know how to manage their facial expressions. They can't help but get excited when they see money. Shin Feng, as long as you sign this contract, I'll have you under my thumb. From now on, don't even think about trying to take advantage of my daughter again. Shu Meiru was calculating her plans in her mind, while Shin Feng casually flipped through a few pages and couldn't help but laugh. The terms of this contract required him to accept the 200,000 yuan and never mention anything related to Bai Ruoli again, let alone reveal that the two of them were in a romantic relationship. If anyone else claims that the two of them are in a romantic relationship, Shin Feng must step forward to clear Bai Ruoli's name and publicly announce that they have never dated. Secondly, if Shin Feng breaches the contract, he must compensate Bai Ruoli with 20 million yuan. Finally, it was explicitly stated that he was not allowed to see Bai Ruoli again, not even if he happened to see her at school, and he was strictly forbidden from speaking to her under any circumstances. As Shin Feng flipped through the contract page by page, a smile occasionally flashed across his face. Shu Meiru grew increasingly certain that Shin Feng could not resist the allure of money, and signing this contract was a foregone conclusion. Thus, Shu Meiru continued to coax him gently. "All you need to do is put pen to paper, and you'll receive a huge sum of money. You can buy an iPhone that your classmates will envy, as well as all kinds of high-end clothing and exquisite items, whatever you desire. You can also be a bit more daring and buy a Dammy SU7 guaranteed to attract many girls." "Auntie," Shin Feng raised the corner of his mouth in a mocking smile, then tossed the contract onto the table and said, "Please pass this contract to your daughter." Shu Meiru saw this, her brows immediately furrowed, and she asked angrily, "What do you mean by that?" "You made your daughter sign this contract, and I'll give her 200,000 yuan. Please don't bother me anymore, and don't come looking for me to cause trouble." Shu Meiru's expression changed abruptly, a surge of anger rushing to her heart. She glared sharply at Shin Feng and said slowly, "What do you mean by that? Do you think the money is too little?" "Not at all, not at all." Shin Feng stared intently at Shu Meiru, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Aunt Shu, you may have misunderstood something from the very beginning." Shin Feng paused for a moment, then spoke casually, "I'm not short on money." With that, Shin Feng slowly stood up, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. "A mere 200,000 yuan? In my eyes, that's just the price of a bottle of red wine. As for all those trivial matters you've been worrying about, they're completely unnecessary." A hint of coldness flashed in Shin Feng's eyes. "To be honest, dating your daughter was the worst chapter of my life." Shu Meiru's face turned as cold as ice, her eyes fixed on Shin Feng as she spoke. "So, you look down on this 200,000, thinking I'm offering too little, is that it? Then make it 300,000. Shu Meiru clenched her teeth, raising her voice several decibels, her eyes flashing with anger. Shin Feng completely ignored her words, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Goodbye, Ms. Chu." His gaze fell once again on Shu Meiru's perfect legs, and he teased, "Your legs are beautiful. Remember to wear stockings next time." Shu Meiru clenched her teeth, her chest rising and falling violently with anger, exuding a different kind of alluring beauty. "Damn it! You think 300,000 isn't enough?" Seeing Shin Feng's fiery gaze fixed on her legs, she instinctively clamped her legs tighter, afraid of exposing herself to this young man. "Don't leave yet. We haven't finished talking." Shu Meiru hurriedly called out to Shin Feng, who was about to leave. Shin Feng didn't even turn his head and said, "If I don't leave, am I supposed to stay here and sleep? I'm afraid you'll drain me dry." Shu Meiru's anger flared up. She was, after all, a mother, a woman of integrity, who cherished her chastity and reputation. How could she endure such vulgar teasing? Moreover, Shin Feng was so much younger than her, which only added to the humiliation she felt. Shin Feng is so much younger than her, which instantly subjected her to immense humiliation. "Shin Feng." Shumeiru suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Stop right there." Shin Feng didn't even pause in his steps. Staying here would only mean listening to Shumeiru spout meaningless nonsense, which would ruin his mood. He might as well go back to military training. Shumeiru grew increasingly anxious. She had finally managed to get Shin Feng out, and today was the day she had to settle the matter to avoid any further complications that might jeopardize her daughter's future. Today, no matter what, she had to get Shin Feng to sign this contract. Shumeiru no longer cared about her status. She rushed forward and grabbed Shin Feng's wrist. "If you think it's too little, we can negotiate the price slowly, until you're satisfied." Shin Feng's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on the wrist that Shumeiru was tightly gripping. A faint smile curved the corners of his lips as he teased softly, "Auntie, what's the matter? Are you planning to keep holding on as long as I have any intention of leaving?" "Yes." Shumeiru replied without hesitation, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. "If you can't give me a satisfactory result today, I won't let you leave." Shin Feng thought to himself, "Today I came here to endure some frustration, but no matter what, I must vent my anger. Well, then, I'll accompany Aunt Chu for a while." "Auntie, can you let go of my hand?" Shin Feng said with a feigned look of helplessness, but his eyes betrayed a hint of playfulness. "No way." Shumeiru remained as firm as ever, her eyes sharp as she said, "Unless you agree to my conditions. I really have to go back now. No matter what you say, I won't let you go." "Let go." "Don't let go." "Sigh, then just keep holding on like that." "I don't believe you won't let go." Shin Feng made an angry face and sat back down in his seat. Shumeiru mistakenly thought Shin Feng was willing to stay and continue the discussion, but she never expected that the moment she let go, Shin Feng pretended to get up and leave. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and grabbed Shin Feng's hand again with lightning speed. "Sit down." Shumeiru's attitude was firm, leaving no room for Shin Feng to refuse, as she tightly held onto his hand. "Until this matter is resolved, you're not going anywhere." Shin Feng curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile and said slowly, "Auntie, your hands are really well maintained. They feel so soft." Shumeiru's expression turned cold. "Stop being so smooth-talking. Don't think that by saying such things, I'll let go." Suddenly, there was a loud knocking sound from the next room. Then a man's angry voice rang out, "Have you finished arguing yet? Ever since you came in, you've been arguing non-stop, seriously disrupting our poker game. Are you sick? Why are you arguing in a hotel room?" Chapter 48, Auntie, how many minutes until it's over? This sudden turn of events completely disrupted Shumeiru's rhythm. Shin Feng was also stunned. He hadn't expected the soundproofing in this room to be so poor. How could he have known that the owner had partitioned the larger rooms with wooden boards to create more rooms, resulting in poor soundproofing? Perhaps it was precisely because of this unique setting that many couples came here to play cards. "Sorry, sir, we'll keep our voices down. You and your wife can continue playing cards." More angry curses came from next door. "Damn it, you're such a buzzkill. If you keep making noise, I'll show you what I'm made of. If you want to fight, get out and do it somewhere else. This is a card room." Shumeiru's face turned extremely awkward, and she quickly lowered her voice and said, "Shin Feng, let's talk about our own business." "Don't pay attention to him." Shin Feng leaned forward slightly, getting even closer to Shumeiru, his gaze suggestive as he said, "Auntie, you're speaking too softly. Could you please lean in a bit closer? I can't hear you." Shumeiru's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with anger. How could she not tell that Shin Feng was doing it on purpose, just trying to take advantage of her? She had never been humiliated like this before. She refused to cooperate with Shin Feng, deliberately lowering her voice and saying, "Stop pretending. I don't believe you can't hear what I'm saying." "Auntie, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly." Shin Feng's eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile, unconcerned that Shumeiru had noticed he was pretending. Since Shumeiru had humiliated him so much before, he might as well pay her back in kind. "You!" Shumeiru was so angry she glared at him, but when she thought of her daughter, she reluctantly leaned forward slightly. Their posture was extremely intimate, with their faces only a few inches apart. "Shin Feng, can we talk about our business now?" Shumeiru glared angrily at Shin Feng. "Of course we can, but I can't guarantee we'll reach a conclusion." Shin Feng boldly admired Shumeiru's captivating face and inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from her body, completely uninterested in discussing such matters. Shumeiru saw it all, her anger simmering inside her. Well, let this vulgar rogue have his way today. She would endure it and move on. Just as she was about to speak, Shin Feng's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly made a shushing gesture. Shumeiru was left feeling mysterious by Shin Feng, and the words on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the next room. It was intermittent. It seems very painful. The pitch rises and falls, and the tone fluctuates. Shumeiru looked surprised, but she was no longer a child. She had been through it all before and naturally guessed what was happening next door. How embarrassing. As a result, the ripples in my heart were slowly being stirred up. Shumeiru's face turned unnatural as she said, "What I mentioned earlier, have you given it any thought?" Shin Feng felt a rush of heat throughout his body. After all, he was in the prime of his life. A faint, intermittent sound drifted into his ears once more. Before his eyes was an auntie whose beauty was enough to make one's blood boil, standing just inches away. "Auntie, can you please not speak right now?" Shin Feng swallowed hard, his eyes burning with intensity. Shu Meiru suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over her face. It was Qin Feng's breath. Setting aside her grievances with Qin Feng, Shu Meiru sincerely acknowledged that Qin Feng was sunny, handsome, and very masculine, far more handsome than her deceased husband. Plus, she had remained chaste for the past 10 years. There are too many small flames being squeezed out. The scene at that moment was extremely ambiguous. Shu Meiru, who placed great importance on her reputation, could not control herself either. She instinctively shrank back and exclaimed in panic, "Don't do that. I'm much older than you, I could be your aunt." "Auntie, where did your mind go?" Shin Feng chuckled, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. "Let's not rush to discuss our matters. Let's wait until they finish playing cards. He's not that bad." But he doesn't plan to let Shu Meiru off the hook either. Shu Meiru was both ashamed and angry. She clenched her teeth and said, "Are you going to wait until they finish playing cards before talking to me?" Shin Feng nodded. "Alright, you can't deceive me anymore." Shu Meiru felt utterly wronged. After much deliberation, she finally made a decision that went against her principles. Shin Feng smiled lightly. The more Shu Meiru refused to submit, the more he wanted to conquer her. "Aunt Shu, aren't you just being shy?" Shu Meiru snorted lightly. "I've seen it all. Do you really think this little scene can scare me?" Shin Feng glanced subtly at his wrist, but Shu Meiru seemed to have forgotten to let go of his hand. "Ha, Aunt Shu is getting more and more interesting. Then let's have some fun with her." "Auntie, how long should we play for?" "You're so boring," Shu Meiru said with a stern face. "I bet it'll be over in 10 minutes. Shin Feng ignored Shu Meiru's attitude and continued as before. Shu Meiru looked down on them with disdain. "You men are all talk. You can only keep your mouths shut for 5 minutes out of every 10 minutes you claim to be able to last." Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief as he said with interest, "Auntie, it seems you're quite the expert in this area." Shu Meiru's face flushed instantly, and she scolded in embarrassment and annoyance, "Boring. I have no interest in discussing such lowbrow topics with you." Qin Feng chuckled and said nothing, instead listening quietly to the card game next door. The atmosphere immediately grew quiet, and the air was thick with tension. Another minute passed. Shu Meiru unconsciously clenched her thighs, her legs writhed. Her face grew increasingly flushed. Her breathing also quickened. She really wanted to ignore the sounds from next door, but they were like a spell, making her heart itch. Shu Meiru felt utterly humiliated and ashamed. And she had behaved so poorly in front of Qin Feng. "It's been half an hour next door. Why aren't they done yet?" Shu Meiru bit her lip but decided to make a concession. She was afraid that staying here any longer would make her look even more ridiculous. "Qin Feng, maybe we should find another place to talk next time." Shu Meiru bit her lip lightly but decided to make a concession, fearing that staying here any longer might make her look foolish. Qin Feng listened intently, clearly enjoying the conversation. "Don't go yet, Auntie. We haven't discussed the important matter yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Weren't you the one who asked me to stay and talk?" Shu Meiru looked shy, her face flushing red, making her even more charming. "I suddenly remembered I have something important to do. Let's talk another time." With that, I stood up and started to leave. Qin Feng grabbed her hand with his other hand and smiled lightly. "Auntie, if you don't explain this matter clearly today, you won't be going anywhere. I'm afraid you'll come looking for trouble again in the future. You might as well stay and continue the discussion." Shu Meiru was speechless. This guy was definitely doing this on purpose. This is revenge. Should I go or stay? What if I stay and he bullies me? If I leave, will he take revenge on my daughter? Shu Meiru blushed and said humbly, "Alright, I'll stay and talk with you, but you must not do anything to bully me." Chapter 49, Aunt Shu surrenders. "Auntie, where did your mind go? Am I the kind of person who would do that?" Qin Feng's gaze roamed freely over Shu Meiru's alluring figure. The expression on Shu Meiru's face didn't escape his notice. Her ears were slightly red, and there was a faint blush on her face. She must have been influenced by the couple next door. She was as beautiful as a peach blossom, her beauty was truly captivating. Looking at her like this, she must be holding a lot of pent-up anger with no outlet. Qin Feng suddenly felt his whole body growing increasingly hot. Some forbidden things, the more one thinks about them, the more they seem to have a magical power that's around one's heart. Humph. Shu Meiru turned her head away, unable to meet Qin Feng's fiery gaze, and spoke with shame and anger. "If it weren't for my daughter's matter, I would never have stayed here with someone like you." With that, he quickly pulled his hand back. It seemed as though he felt his hands were dirty, so he wiped them with a tissue. Afterward, he tossed the tissue into the trash can with a look of disgust. Qin Feng felt inexplicably annoyed. To act like that in front of me, how much does he despise me? "Auntie, is this really necessary?" Qin Feng looked displeased and raised his chin. The more Chumeru acted like this, the more he wanted to tease her. Looking at you like this, it's as if I have a contagious disease. Shin Feng turned his body sideways, his gaze growing colder. The small spark that had just begun to rise was extinguished by Chumeru's dismissive attitude. Chumeru kept a cold expression, her eyes betraying her contempt, and she spoke firmly, let's get down to business. I don't want to discuss these meaningless matters. Shin Feng's anger flared up inside him. You always think I'm going to threaten you, don't you? Well, I guess I'll have to try threatening you then. Having made up his mind, Shin Feng said with a stern face, Auntie, I won't take a single cent. I absolutely will not sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Chumeru could no longer contain her anger. She grabbed Shin Feng's clothes and glared at him angrily, shouting, What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me? Let go. Shin Feng's tone grew icy, his brows furrowed tightly. He didn't like being treated this way, even if the other person was a beautiful aunt. I haven't even finished speaking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Chumeru angrily let go of his hand, her anger unabated, her eyes fixed on Shin Feng as if she wanted to tear him in two. Shin Feng calmly straightened his clothes, his gaze resting on Chumeru's slender figure. The corners of his lips curved upward, forming a faint smile reminiscent of a younger sister. My request is simple, there's only one. Chumeru's heart sank, and a chill ran through her body. A woman's intuition is very strong, especially when a man's gaze is fixed on her. Does Shin Feng want me? He's gone mad. You're dreaming. I'd rather die than agree to you. I'll never sell my body. Chumeru clenched her teeth tightly, an overwhelming sense of humiliation engulfing her rationality. She clenched her fists in anger, her eyes blazing with fury. Shin Feng ignored Chumeru's anger, raising the corners of his mouth into a carefree smile. He slowly extended his leg forward, his gaze lingering suggestively on Chumeru's body as he teased, Auntie, where did your mind wander off to? Though your alluring appearance is indeed charming, I, Shin Feng, am not the type to force myself on someone. As he spoke, Shin Feng leaned back slightly, resting his hands casually on the armrests of the sofa. However, if you were to massage my thigh for 10 minutes, I might show mercy and keep my mouth shut, ensuring that nothing about you and your daughter ever gets out. Immediately, Shin Feng's expression darkened, and his tone grew cold. This is my only demand. You have no right to bargain. Otherwise, we'll part ways. Before Shin Feng had finished speaking, Chumeru suddenly raised her hand and slapped the table hard. A loud crack echoed through the room as the table shook violently, causing the ornaments on it to sway wildly. Immediately afterward, Chumeru sprang to her feet like an enraged lioness, glaring down at Shin Feng. Her chest heaved violently as she shouted with all her might, You're delusional. Even if I have to risk my life, I will never allow you to trample on my dignity in such a manner. Don't even think about using such despicable means to insult me. Rogue, shameless, disgraceful. Dawn. The man next door is banging on the wall again, shouting angrily, Hey, have you had enough of all the noise? Can you let us get some work done? Shin Feng swayed his legs lazily and spoke in a sluggish tone, Auntie, you've already called me a shameless scoundrel. A scoundrel naturally does scoundrelly things. With that, he stood up, smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, and smiled mischievously, I'm going to walk out of this room right now. Guess what will happen? Without waiting for Chumeru's reaction, he took small steps toward the door. Chumeru was so angry that her whole body trembled. She stared intently at Shin Feng's back and forced herself to remain calm, saying, If you dare to say anything out of line, I will definitely report you. You'll end up in jail. Whatever. Shin Feng waved casually and said goodbye to the aunt. Such threats might scare ordinary people, but they had no effect on him whatsoever. Chumeru, I'll see how long you can hold out. Shin Feng curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. He was willing to bet that Chumeru would beg him to stay before he even stepped out the door. As Shin Feng approached the door, Chumeru was both shocked and furious. If Shin Feng were to leave the gate and spread falsehoods online, it would undoubtedly create a massive negative publicity storm for her daughter. Right now, things are just heating up. If any scandals surface, they will be amplified endlessly, and my daughter's future will be completely ruined. I'll give you 500,000 yuan. Chumeru was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. Those words were almost forced out between her teeth. No. Shin Feng refused firmly, his hand already on the door handle, opening the door. Chumeru was frantic with worry, her face filled with anxiety, her voice trembling as she said, 100,000. We really can't give any more. Please spare us. Shin Feng's lips curled into a smug smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Without even glancing back, he strode confidently toward the door. Sure enough, the next moment, Shin Feng heard a nearly frantic shout in his ears, Shin Feng, you won. Shin Feng's body stiffened, and he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. He knew he had won the bet and quickly turned around to slam the door shut. Auntie, why not just agree quickly and get it over with? Why make everyone uncomfortable? Chumeru lowered her head, her entire body devoid of vitality, no longer the arrogant and unapproachable woman she had been moments ago. At that moment, she resembled a wilted eggplant, dejected and lifeless. She bit her lower lip, her eyes reddened, her voice filled with humiliation. Alright, I agree to your demands, but you must swear on your honor that you will never reveal a single word about what happened between me and my daughter to anyone else. Chapter 50, Auntie has a good touch. Auntie, I may not be a good person, but I am a person of my word. As long as others don't provoke me, I won't go out of my way to cause trouble for them. Xin Feng strode back to the sofa, leaned back, and adjusted himself into a comfortable position, casually resting his legs on the table. He waved at Xu Meiru with a leisurely expression. Auntie, come on, let's get started. Xu Meiru struggled and resisted fiercely inside. She could even be Qin Feng's mother. He's still his own daughter's classmate, and what's even more outrageous is that he once dated his own daughter. And today, he even forced himself to massage his thigh. Anger. The deep sense of shame constantly tormented Xu Meiru. She hated the scoundrel before her with every fiber of her being. But she had no choice but to submit and obey this man. Xu Meiru, just endure it for your daughter's sake. It will pass if you endure it. In the end, Xu Meiru overcame her psychological barriers and reluctantly dragged her heavy footsteps over to Qin Feng's side. What should I do now? Xu Meiru bit her lips tightly, her face flushed red, and her body trembled slightly as she struggled to suppress the overwhelming anger surging within her. Xin Feng looked up at Xu Meiru in surprise. You don't know how to massage? Xu Meiru replied coldly, I'm sorry, I've never given anyone a massage before, and I don't know how. Xin Feng's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of amused interest. He thought to himself, this woman is still so stubborn, even now she does have a certain charm. However, what surprised him was that Xu Meiru had never given anyone a massage before. Her husband really doesn't know how to enjoy himself. It's okay, just gently massage my thigh with your hands. Stop messing around, hurry up. Xu Meiru bit her silver teeth, a flash of struggle in her eyes, before reluctantly sitting down next to Qin Feng, her hand trembling as it landed on his thigh. But as soon as her onion-like fingers touched Qin Feng's thigh, they jerked back as if she had been electrocuted. What are you doing? Qin Feng asked with a strange look in his eyes. Is this how you give massages? Haven't you ever seen how they do it on TV? You can't even do something this simple. Qin Feng looked down on him and mocked him on purpose. Xu Meiru was both ashamed and angry. She hadn't been with a man in so long that she had forgotten what it felt like. Just now, when she gently touched Qin Feng's thigh, her fingertips felt a warm sensation, which was very comfortable, scaring her into quickly pulling her hand back. I just don't like touching other people's bodies. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Xu Meiru said nervously. After saying that, she placed her hand on Qin Feng's thigh again, gently kneading it with a light and soft touch. Qin Feng immediately felt a tingling sensation in his calf. Some people are naturally gifted. Although Xu Meiru was giving someone a massage for the first time, her touch was exceptionally good. There was also a psychological factor at play, but either way, Qin Feng was thoroughly enjoying himself. While admiring Xu Meiru's humiliating service, he could also smell the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her body, which was incredibly stimulating. Qin Feng curled the corners of his mouth upward, his eyes filled with a suggestive smile. Your technique is quite good. You must have given massages to other men before, right? I'm not as shameless as you. I've never even massaged my own husband. I'm not that kind of person. Xu Meiru's face turned angry, feeling deeply insulted. Qin Feng didn't doubt a word of it. Xu Meiru's technique was very clumsy. He was certain this was her first time giving someone a massage. You opened a gym, right? I heard that gyms are pretty chaotic, so I don't believe those men wouldn't try to hit on you. Xu Meiru fell silent. In fact, there were already quite a few men pursuing her at the gym, and some even went so far as to sign up for a membership just to get closer to her. Once she added them on WeChat, those men would frequently harass her, even sending inappropriate images. Some wealthy men have even tried to keep her as a mistress, offering a substantial amount of money. Fortunately, Xu Meiru resisted the temptation and focused all her attention on her daughter. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I hit the nail on the head? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with deep curiosity. He was also curious about how a single auntie handled so many temptations. Xu Meiru didn't want to respond. But she was afraid of provoking Qin Feng into making unreasonable demands. She lowered her head reluctantly and said, the gym is indeed chaotic, but not everyone takes advantage of the situation. I do have many admirers, but I stick to my principles and haven't done anything inappropriate. Qin Feng asked with interest, everyone has their own price. If someone offers you an amount you can't refuse, would you sell yourself? Xu Meiru didn't hesitate for a moment and replied firmly, no. What if someone offered 10 million to buy your body? Qin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Xu Meiru unconsciously tightened her grip. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. If someone really offered her 10 million, could she really refuse? Immediately, I dismissed the thought as absurd and ridiculous. Who would give me 10 million? Why bother with such an unrealistic notion and risk making a fool of oneself? I'll say it again, no matter how much money others offer me, I will never sell my body. This is my bottom line as a person. Shumeiru said softly, gently massaging Qin Feng's thigh. After initial resistance, she no longer seemed as resistant now. She thought to herself, Qin Feng's legs are so strong. He must work out regularly. I've touched them before too. My husband's thigh, but I never felt this strange sensation. Does every man's feel different? As he pondered, the embarrassing sounds from next door came through again, intermittently. Shumeiru was instantly thrown into a state of panic. She had barely suppressed the urge, only to be aroused once more. The people next door are really overreacting. How can they play cards for so long? Following the rhythm of the game. Shumeiru couldn't help but let her mind wander to those strange and bizarre scenes. Suddenly, her mouth went dry. His body felt hot. She dared not even lift her head to look at Qin Feng, afraid that he might see her current disheveled state. At that moment, Qin Feng opened his phone and secretly took a photo and recorded a video. Aunt Chu's blushing expression was truly charming. Store these top-secret documents in the safe. After enduring 10 minutes, Shumeiru finally exhaled, her expression cold as she said, I have done what you asked of me. I also hope you will keep your promise. Qin Feng rubbed his thigh, stood up, took a few steps, and smiled, Auntie, your technique is pretty good. I will definitely keep my promise. Goodbye. When she heard the sound of Qin Feng closing the door, Shumeiru blushed and stood up. As soon as she stood up, her legs went weak, and she collapsed back onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Chapter 51, Aunt Chu's Revenge. Shumeiru finally couldn't hold back the tears of humiliation and clenched her fists tightly. How could she, a virtuous woman, be so humiliated by such a lecherous rogue? Qin Feng, you have defiled my purity and trampled on my dignity. I will never forget the shame you have brought upon me today. I will make sure you are ruined and disgraced, doomed to eternal damnation. Shumeiru clenched her teeth, her hatred boiling over. Meanwhile, the neighbors next door continued to play cards incessantly. Shumeiru's anger was instantly ignited, as if she had found an outlet for her frustration. She punched the wall angrily and shouted, You shameless men. All you do is play cards, day and night. Don't you feel disgusting? At that moment, an old man next door was playing landlord while watching a movie. He was also startled by Shumeiru's anger. The old man muttered under his breath, Come on, I lost so many happy beans, can't I vent my frustration? After saying that, he turned off the movie. Shumeiru wiped away her tears and quickly sent a message to Bairuoli. Darling, I've already talked to Qin Feng. He promised me he wouldn't tell anyone about you too. Bairuoli quickly replied, Mom, how much did he take to agree? You don't need to worry about that. The matter is settled. Just stay away from him in the future. He's a disgusting person. Shumeiru repeatedly warned her, as she had already experienced Qin Feng's terrifying nature and did not want her daughter to suffer the same fate. Mom, I understand. I'll go handle things first. Shumeiru, mentally exhausted, tossed her phone onto the sofa and felt extremely tired. Dragging her weary body into the bathroom, she let the water from the shower fall onto her snow-white, delicate body. Shumeiru closed her eyes. She needed the cold water to calm herself and suppress the turmoil within her heart. The events that had just occurred kept flashing through her mind, the scenes replaying over and over again, each one filling her with unbearable shame. Suddenly, a fragmented image flashed into her mind. While massaging Qin Feng's thigh, she seemed to see him pointing his phone at her. Could he be taking secret photos? Shumeiru suddenly opened her eyes, feeling a chill run down her spine. Earlier, her mind had been too chaotic to notice this detail, but now she was 100% certain that Qin Feng must have been taking a photo. Could he have been trying to keep this as evidence to blackmail her later? This perverted little lecher is so lustful. If this evidence falls into his hands, he will definitely make all sorts of perverted demands of me. Shumeiru's face turned deathly pale, and her delicate body trembled with fear. No wonder this little one left so quickly. She must have obtained something to hold over him. We must make him delete everything from his phone. Shumeiru was about to call Qin Feng to demand the deletion, but she quickly stopped herself. Someone like Qin Feng would never agree to delete it. He might even take the opportunity to make some perverted demands. What should we do? Shumeiru bit her lips tightly, her hands pressed against the wall, letting the shower water pour over her head, trying to calm herself down. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Shumeiru's mind. Qin Feng, that pervert, looked like a little lecher. He would never delete anything from his phone. Why not take advantage of his weakness and find a woman to get close to him? Once he gets involved with that woman, have her record the evidence, and you'll have something to hold over Qin Feng. If he dares to use anything to threaten me, I can use these same pieces of evidence to blackmail him in return. Shumeiru's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. The question was where to find a suitable woman to approach Qin Feng? Slowly, a very bold idea began to form in Shumeiru's mind. Jiangnan University was no shortage of beautiful women. If she could select the right one to approach Qin Feng, success would be guaranteed. Shumeiru's eyes were cold as ice, and she said hatefully, Qin Feng, you forced me into this. Don't blame me for using the same tactics against you. Qin Feng left the White Swan Hotel. It was still early enough for him to rush back and join the military training. Just as he returned to the training ground, Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang walked over. "Where did you go on your day off?" "I went out to run some errands." Zhou Wenbin sniffed the air vigorously, like a dog, and kept moving closer to Qin Feng. Then he grinned and said, "Wow, you must have seen a beautiful woman." Qin Feng raised his hand to sniff his arm and indeed detected a faint fragrance. This scent was not unfamiliar to him, it was the fragrance of Aunt Chu. Zhang Haoyang grinned lewdly. "I heard that every year when freshmen come for military training, something fun always happens. You didn't go off and do something naughty with one of the female freshmen, did you?" Zhang Haoyang deliberately emphasized doing bad things, and his intention was very clear. Qin Feng walked calmly between the two, a faint smile on his face, and said solemnly, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm a decent person. I just went to a hotel with Bai Ruoli's mom." Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "You must have read too many Korean comics. I bet Fenggu has definitely read the boarding school diary. He's mastered the essence of shamelessness." Qin Feng returned and rejoined the training. Just then, Qin Feng and his two companions caught up with Bai Ruoli while running. Oh no! The white-clad figure in front suddenly stumbled and fell. Qin Feng glanced at her, then continued running forward as if nothing had happened. Bai Ruoli winced in pain. Seeing Qin Feng run past her, she instinctively wanted to call out to him, but upon seeing his indifferent expression, she immediately swallowed her words. She remembered that in the past, even when she had a minor injury, Qin Feng would be heartbroken and pamper her endlessly. Now, however, he treated her as if she were invisible, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable and even a bit angry. Suddenly, she recalled her mother's words. She had already discussed everything with Qin Feng. And that he was being so cold toward me because he had taken my mother's money and was keeping his promise. Thinking of this, Bai Ruoli suddenly felt relieved, and her heart felt much better. Just as she was lost in thought, a concerned voice reached her ears. "Bai Ruoli, are you okay?" Bai Ruoli looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a sunny-looking boy looking at her with concern. She recognized him as a friend who was often seen with Qin Feng. "What was his name again?" "Right, it's Zhang Haoyang." Bai Ruoli's face immediately broke into a pure smile, as radiant as a fairy's, leaving Zhang Haoyang speechless. "It's okay, thank you for your concern." This gentle, melodious voice instantly made Zhang Haoyang's heart race, his face flush red, and he fumbled awkwardly at his head, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Bai Ruoli's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a stunning smile. She was confident in her charm. She had intended to turn and leave, but suddenly recalled Qin Feng's earlier indifferent attitude, and a sudden urge to deliberately provoke him arose in her heart. He pulled out a snow-white handkerchief and handed it to Zhang Haoyang. "Classmate, you're sweating a lot. Here, use this handkerchief to wipe your sweat." Chapter 52, Good Brothers Stealing Each Other's Girlfriends. Bai Ruoli stuffed the handkerchief, still fragrant with her scent, into Zhang Haoyang's hand. Zhang Haoyang was speechless, unable to believe that such a goddess-like figure would be so kind to him, even handing him a handkerchief. Could Bai Ruoli be interested in him? This momentary surge of emotion filled Zhang Haoyang with a tremendous courage. He quickly caught up and exclaimed excitedly, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Bai Ruoli gave him a sweet smile, and her smile instantly captivated Zhang Haoyang. She spoke softly, "Of course you can. We're good friends, aren't we?" Zhang Haoyang felt as though he were floating on air, completely forgetting where he was, and blurted out, "You smile so beautifully." Bai Ruoli gave a faint smile. She had long since grown immune to such compliments. There wasn't a single guy in the world who could resist her smile. Zhou Wenbin, who was running ahead, turned his head to look at the two of them, gently tapped Qin Feng's arm, and said, "Brother Feng, old Zhang is crazy. He's asking your ex-girlfriend for her WeChat." Qin Feng turned his head, glanced at him, and then turned back, his expression a bit cold. Qin Feng glanced back briefly before turning away again, his expression growing cold. Zhang Haoyang's expression clearly showed that he was infatuated with a woman, so much so that he didn't even heed his own warning. Zhou Wenbin angrily exclaimed, "This guy is really something. He even dares to go after his brother's woman. He's so obsessed with beauty that he's forgotten his friendship." "Fenggu, don't get so worked up. I'll talk to him later and set him straight. It's okay. He is the type who won't cry until he sees the coffin. A woman like Bai Ruoli isn't suitable for him. He'll eventually bring this upon himself." Qin Feng knows Bai Ruoli very well and knows that someone like her would never be interested in Zhang Haoyang. It's clear she's just trying to provoke him on purpose. However, Bai Ruoli's actions also enraged him. Why target someone else when she could have gone after her own friend? There was also the suspicion that she was trying to sow discord among his friends. "Bai Ruoli, do you really want to see me get angry?" At that moment, Zhang Haoyang caught up with the two of them and spoke up first. "Fenggu, I didn't mean anything by it. I just saw that Bai Ruoli was injured, so I wanted to talk to him a bit more. I wasn't trying to steal your girlfriend." Qin Feng replied indifferently, "Brother, don't blame me for not warning you. Bai Ruoli isn't right for you. You can't outsmart her. Fenggu, I'm just friends with her. I don't have any other intentions. Don't be so tense. Zhang Haoyang said this, but in his heart he thought, why is Qin Feng repeatedly reminding me to stay away from Bai Ruoli? Could it be that he still has feelings for Bai Ruoli? Or perhaps he's jealous because he sees how well you and Bai Ruoli are getting along? That's way too selfish. You broke up and now you don't even let him date someone else? Qin Feng noticed the hint of defiance in Zhang Haoyang's eyes and thought to himself, Zhang Haoyang must have been blinded by love. Now, no matter what I say, he won't listen. He might even think I'm intentionally sabotaging things. Well, let him go ahead and hit a wall. A little hardship will teach him a lesson. With that thought, Qin Feng no longer bothered to persuade Zhang Haoyang. After all, Bai Ruoli had signed a contract with his company, and she was not allowed to date anyone during the year. There would be no negative news, and it was clear that there was no possibility of any romantic involvement between her and Zhang Haoyang. Zhang Haoyang's reckless behavior was truly annoying to Qin Feng. He decided to use Bai Ruoli as a pawn to let Zhang Haoyang taste the humiliation of being toyed with by a woman, serving as a small lesson for him. As for whether they could remain friends in the future, that would depend entirely on his own choice. In any case, Zhang Haoyang has already been added to his list of unreliable friends. He couldn't possibly treat Zhang Haoyang sincerely. For Zhou Wenbin is more reliable. During a break, Zhang Haoyang secretly took out Bai Ruoli's handkerchief and admired it. Qin Feng noticed but didn't bother to intervene. Zhou Wenbin looked at Zhang Haoyang's expression with disdain, rolled his eyes, and sneered with a mocking smile, saying in a strange voice, "This handkerchief looks pretty special. It must smell really good, right? Why don't you hand it over so everyone can take a whiff?" Zhang Haoyang's face flushed red, and he hurriedly stuffed the handkerchief into his pocket, avoiding eye contact. He forced a laugh and retorted, "You four eyes, stop causing trouble all day long. What nonsense are you talking about?" In the evening, Bai Ruoli started her live stream on time. Zhang Haoyang entered Bai Ruoli's live stream and spent thousands of dollars in one go. Old Zhang, have you lost your mind? You spent thousands of dollars on live streaming? Aren't you worried about eating instant noodles at the end of the month? It's no big deal, just a little money. Zhang Haoyang shrugged indifferently, his eyes fixed on his phone screen. Qin Feng was speechless. He raised his eyes and said, "You little brat, what exactly do you see in Bai Ruoli?" Zhang Haoyang remained stubborn. "Brother Feng, I've already said it's just a classmate relationship. Don't misunderstand." Qin Feng didn't bother to respond. This guy was beyond hope. Zhang Haoyang hesitated, then finally decided to speak up. "Brother Feng, there's an old saying, don't let good things go to strangers. If you really don't like Bai Ruoli, then I'll go after her. You won't mind, will you?" After saying that, Zhang Haoyang looked tense. Zhou Wenbin angrily exclaimed, "Old Zhang, you're serious? How can you do this to Feng Gu?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. This kid finally said it. "Alright, if you have the ability to win her over, then that's your skill. Since you like her, go for it with confidence." Zhang Haoyang was suddenly filled with excitement. He had thought Qin Feng would definitely be angry, even scold him, but he never expected Qin Feng to be so generous this year as to support him in pursuing Bai Ruoli, which made him feel deeply grateful. "Brother Feng, rest assured, I will treat Ruoli well." Qin Feng's lips curled slightly upward. He really had no idea where Zhang Haoyang got the confidence to pursue his woman. He had 100 ways to make Zhang Haoyang back down. However, he doesn't want to do that. There was no more effective method than by Ruoli personally torturing Zhang Haoyang. "This is the consequence of stealing my woman. There's no room for mercy among brothers. Zhang Haoyang, you will eventually pay the price for your foolishness." Zhou Wenbin shook his head and said, "I'm not getting involved in this. I'll pretend I didn't see anything." Zhang Haoyang remained lost in his own happy fantasies. "Four eyes, once I've won Bai Ruoli's heart, I'll treat you all to a feast." After Bai Ruoli went offline, Zhang Haoyang sent several more WeChat messages to his goddess Bai Ruoli. "Ruoli, you worked hard on the live stream. Get some rest early. Are you asleep yet?" But the goddess hasn't replied. Zhou Wenbin's lips curled slightly downward, his eyes filled with mockery. He pointed at the phone screen and sneered, "See? Your message went out and never got a response. She doesn't even want to acknowledge you. Don't get your hopes up." Zhang Haoyang retorted, "She's probably just busy and doesn't have time to reply. She'll definitely respond later." Chapter 53, Shi Rujing teaches Piaoxua how to flirt with men. 10 minutes later, the goddess indeed replied with just one sentence, "Sorry, I just saw it. A lot of people messaged me." Zhang Haoyang proudly boasted to the four-eyed kid, "My goddess actually replied to my message." Then Bai Ruoli replied, "You should also get some rest. Good night." And that was the end of it. Zhou Wenbin chuckled, "See? You spent thousands of dollars on the goddess, and she didn't even say thank you. She can make tens of thousands in gift money in a single night. How could she possibly be interested in your measly amount? Even if she were willing to date you, could you afford to support her?" Zhang Haoyang looked up triumphantly and said, "Guys, I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm not pretending anymore. I'll tell you the truth, my real identity is actually that of a rich second-generation heir. After saying that, he seemed to be waiting for others to envy him. You're just bragging. You're not a rich kid. Zhou Wenbin didn't believe him at all. Let me show you something impressive. Zhang Haoyang opened his Alipay app with a smug expression and displayed his savings directly. There was actually over 1 million yuan in there. Are you really a second-generation rich kid? Zhou Wenbin looked utterly shocked. Feng Gu, come quick. This kid really has over 1 million. He's definitely a rich kid. Zhou Wenbin was making a big deal out of nothing. Xin Feng just glanced at the numbers on the screen and feigned surprise. He really is a rich kid. He's got a lot of money. Zhang Haoyang smirked to himself. Now that I've exposed the rich kid's identity, Xin Feng won't stop me from being with the goddess. He might even flatter me. Over 1 million isn't something just anyone has. However, he noticed that Qin Feng's reaction was surprisingly calm, which caught him off guard. Could it be that Qin Feng felt uneasy seeing how much money he had, or was he afraid that he might take away his white moonlight? It must be. No problem, he'll get used to it eventually. When the time comes, we can give him some benefits or send him a few valuable items as compensation. Zhang Haoyang's eyes darted around, and he smiled with a hint of flattery. Brother Feng, I'm in a good mood today. I see your phone is an old model from a couple of years ago. Why don't I give you a Xiaomi 16? Zhang Haoyang's eyes darted around, and he smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Feng, I'm in a good mood today. I see your phone is still an old model from a couple of years ago. Why don't I give you a Xiaomi 16? Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. There weren't many people who dared to flaunt their wealth in front of him. He knew exactly what Zhang Haoyang was thinking. No need. I'm used to this phone and have grown attached to it. Zhang Haoyang felt embarrassed and a bit annoyed. He turned to the four-eyed guy and said, Hey, do you want me to give you a phone? Zhou Wenbin grinned. No need, just treat me to breakfast tomorrow. Alright, breakfast is on me for everyone this week. Zhang Haoyang was extremely generous. Xin Feng said, It's getting late. I should head back to rest. See you tomorrow. On the other side, at Longting Academy, Lu Piaoxue had been streaming for a while, but her popularity had significantly declined since losing her top-ranked viewer. She began to miss that mysterious big brother, Feng Gu, more and more. There weren't many people sending gifts, so after chatting for a while, she went offline. I pulled out my phone to see if anyone was looking for me. Besides a bunch of boring guys trying to contact me, there doesn't seem to be anyone special around. Lu Piaoxue suddenly felt a bit downcast and thought of Qin Feng. Why didn't that guy reach out to her? Last time in the cafeteria, everyone was chatting and having a great time. We even talked about getting a dog. So many days have passed, it's as if he's vanished into thin air. It feels like if I don't reach out to him, he'll never contact me. What is he really thinking? Aren't we good friends? Jingjing, are you asleep yet? Lu Piaoxue knocked on her best friend's door. Not yet. Come in if you need something. Shi Rujing was inside applying a face mask. Lu Piaoxue voiced the doubts in her heart. Jingjing, what's the deal with Qin Feng? Last time I chatted with him, it was pretty pleasant. Based on my observations, I think he has feelings for me. However, since he went to military training, he hasn't contacted me for at least 7 days, and even after he came back, he hasn't made any effort to talk to me. I still remember he told me that if I ever had any questions about taking care of a dog, I should feel free to ask him. He seemed pretty serious at the time, so why hasn't he reached out to me at all in such a long time? Lu Piaoxue seemed very troubled and clearly cared deeply about this issue. Shi Rujing rolled her eyes and said, You've come to the right person. I'm an expert in this area. On the contrary, that scumbag isn't indifferent to you, he's actually very concerned about you. Shi Rujing spoke with certainty. Lu Piaoxue's eyes lit up. She hugged the rabbit pillow tightly to her chest and asked eagerly, What do you mean? Shi Rujing analyzed seriously. He must know that you have many male admirers, and he probably guessed that you don't have any special feelings for guys who actively try to please you, right? Lu Piaoxue nodded. Indeed, many guys had asked for her WeChat, and after adding her, they sent messages every day, constantly harassing and confessing their feelings, which was extremely annoying. As a result, she had no interest in boys who tried to flatter her immediately after adding her on WeChat. Are you saying that Qin Feng intentionally used this method to attract my attention, making me feel like he's special? Lu Piaoxue is very smart, she gets it right away. You're right. Shi Rujing gently tapped Lu Piaoxue on the forehead and said confidently, Qin Feng is a very cunning person, especially skilled at playing mind games. Look at you now, you've fallen right into his trap. He's deliberately doing the opposite to distract you. Oh, he's so cunning. Lu Piaoxue slightly parted her lips, seeming a bit surprised. Shi Rujing giggled, I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve for dealing with scum like him. Let me give you a tip, I guarantee it'll expose him for who he really is. Oh, what's the trick? Lu Piaoxue couldn't help but stretch her neck and prick up her ears. It's simple. Just resist the urge to go looking for him and let him come to you. If he truly wants to pursue you, he won't be able to resist coming to you on his own. If you take the initiative to approach him, he will think you are too proactive and casual, and even if he gets you, he won't cherish you. Therefore, as girls, we should not lower our noble status by taking the initiative to chat with boys, otherwise men will think we are cheap. Lu Xiaoxue furrowed her delicate eyebrows, her eyes filled with confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly, now that you mention it, it does make some sense. I've never been in a relationship before, so I don't understand these things. Shi Rujing's lips curved into a faint smile, her brows brimming with enthusiasm. Not knowing is normal, but you've come to the right person for this. I'm an expert. My sister's boyfriend has dated dozens of men. If you ever have any issues with men in the future, feel free to come to me. I'll teach you how to manipulate men at your whim and handle them with ease. As for Qin Feng, just keep him hanging on, teasing him and keeping him interested. Chapter 54, Mr. Su isn't easy to flirt with. Qin Feng had already returned to the lobby of Longting Academy. He glanced up at the lights on the upper floor and noticed that the light in the neighboring room was still on. He assumed that Shi Rujing, that little dog, probably hadn't gone to sleep yet. Just thinking about her flirtatious manner made Qin Feng's lips curl upward uncontrollably. He couldn't wait to tease this little puppy after taking a shower. I wonder what Lu Xiaoxue is up to. He. Back home, Qin Feng first ran hot water into the bathtub, opened a bottle of red wine, and placed some imported pastries beside the bathtub. He enjoyed the bath while eating. I opened WeChat and saw several messages. Lu Xiaoxue was still the same as always, refusing to send me a message first. It seems she has her own little pride too. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He was sure that one day, Lu Xiaoxue would eventually take the initiative to message him. He took another leisurely sip of red wine. Every girl is different, so the approach you take with each one should be different too. Someone like Lu Xiaoxue, who is a bit proud, a bit self-righteous, and a bit self-absorbed, can't be handled with conventional tactics. You have to keep her hanging on, and see who can hold out longer. Shen Ruoyi also sent a few messages, all asking how her military training was going. Shi Rujing, on the other hand, was quite diligent in sending messages, constantly referring to the main character as you in a rather casual manner. When I was looking through my contacts, I suddenly saw a note labeled Teacher Sun Yanwei. Recalling the ambiguous encounter in the office a few days ago, Qin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile, lingering with unfinished thoughts. Ms. Su still has a pretty good figure. She probably isn't asleep yet. I should send her a message to say hello. Open the chat window with Ms. Su and send her a message. Ms. Su, have you rested yet? On the other side, Sun Yanwei, who was engrossed in a domineering boss drama, saw someone sending her a message to interrupt her TV watching, and her brows furrowed slightly. These days, students have no sense of time at all. It's already past 10 o'clock, and they're still sending messages to their teacher. Do they really think teachers don't need any personal space? Sun Yanwei muttered under her breath but still replied to the message. Is there something you need, Qin? If not, please come back tomorrow. It's quite late, and the teacher needs to rest. She then continued watching her TV series. Alright, good night, teacher. Qin Feng felt a little disappointed that he hadn't been able to chat with his teacher about anything pleasant. Since the teacher wasn't available to chat, he could only settle for the next best option and find Shi Rujing. Little M dog, the master is here. What are you doing? I'm live streaming with my best friend. Want to come watch? Live streaming with Lu Xiaoxue? Qin Feng opened Douyin and sure enough, he saw Shi Rujing online, streaming live with Lu Xiaoxue. They weren't doing a live stream battle, but instead chatting with their fans. Low-key Fenggu enters your livestream. Shi Rujing saw the main streamer enter the livestream and immediately felt overjoyed. This was like the god of wealth had arrived. Welcome my big brother Feng to the livestream. This is my older brother. Lu Xiaoxue smiled faintly. Ever since her best friend took Fenggu away, he hadn't come to her livestream, but instead kept showing up at her best friend's livestream every few days, which naturally made her feel a little jealous. Welcome, Fenggu. Do you remember me, Xue? Lu Xiaoxue smiled slightly, waving her hand to greet him. Qin Feng quickly typed out a message and sent it. I want to see the two of you dance. After sending the message, Qin Feng swirled the red wine in his hand. He was like a cunning old hunter, eager to see what conditions these two women would offer to dance for him. Shi Rujing always went against him, hiding behind the scenes and making her dance for him. It was a different kind of thrill. As for Lu Xiaoxue, she was like an egg. On the outside, she has a hard shell, but once you peel it away, she's white. Her true inner self is yellow. Such a girl feels different to conquer. Shi Rujing's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. She was different from Lu Xiaoxue. Lu Xiaoxue's first reaction was to feel a bit awkward, more reserved, and hesitant to speak. All she saw was money. Fenggu, as long as you spend $1,000 on gifts, the two of us will dance for you. Qin Feng thought it wasn't expensive. On average, it's only 500 yuan per person, which isn't expensive at all. Just charge 1,000 yuan. Thanks to my brother Feng. Shi Rujing said it very smoothly and naturally. Lu Xiaoxue, who had been a bit reserved, smiled even more brightly after seeing the gift and sweetly said, Thank you, Fenggu. What dance would you like to see us perform? The fans in the livestream urged, dance the butt dance. That's exciting. Back up and shake it. Aircraft rock. Let's just do the belly dance instead. To be honest, Shin Fong wanted to watch these dances, but he needed to take his time. Just as he was about to give an answer, a random netizen named Tian Xiao, who was driving a supercar, suddenly appeared and hosted a carnival-style event, making bold claims in the livestream. You two do a backflip for me, and I'll give you a carnival. Shin Fong furrowed his brows. What does that mean? Are they trying to steal my thunder? 2 carnivals only cost 6,000 yuan. Shin Fong glanced at the other players' level. They were also level 75. No wonder they dared to speak so boldly. Shi Rujing saw that he was a big shot and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Tian Xiao, but I've already promised Feng Ge to let him choose first. Why don't you wait until he's finished dancing, and then I'll dance for you? Meanwhile, at a bar, Tian Xiao, who was already half drunk, boasted to his companions, guys, today I'm going to make these 2 beauties dance for us to liven things up. He had already projected his phone screen onto the large screen, and the entire private room, filled with over a dozen men and women, was watching. These 2 beauties are pretty hot. Their figures are indeed quite impressive, but I wonder how much it would cost to sleep with such beautiful women. I've slept with plenty of these small-time influencers. A few $1,000s gets you in with them. A beauty of her caliber would top out at 10,000 yuan. I'll bet you could spend 2 days at a carnival, and both of them would be begging you to add them on WeChat. Inside the private room, a group of rich second-generation kids were laughing lewdly, so Tian Xiao went ahead and booked the carnival. However, Shi Rujing postponed it to the next step, leaving Tian Xiao feeling extremely humiliated. Damn it, are you trying to play me? Just apply for a connection. Shi Rujing dared not offend such a big shot, hesitated for a moment, and then accepted the connection. The young man driving the supercar, his face flushed, shouted into the phone, "Beautiful lady, I told you to jump, and you jump. 2 carnival models aren't enough? Then make it 3. 3 aren't enough? Then make it 4. Hurry up and dance for me, my friends are waiting to watch." That's too good. Shi Rujing was a little tempted, but then she thought that betraying her master at this moment would be a loss, so she could only smile and apologize. Everything has its turn. Tian Xiao, don't rush. I'll arrange it for you later, okay? Tian Xiao's expression suddenly darkened. With so many brothers watching, if he couldn't even handle a minor influencer, how would he ever make it in this business? Tell that so-called Feng Ge to come over and talk to me. Chapter 55, A Carnival Every Second. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire livestream was instantly filled with tension. Shi Rujing furrowed her brows and thought to herself, who is this heavenly young master? He speaks so arrogantly, and his rank is so high. His strength is no joke. I should avoid offending such a powerful figure. Who knows what kind of connections he is behind the scenes. But then she thought about all the benefits she had received from Feng Ge, who was her main benefactor and her long-term source of income. She couldn't afford to offend him, so she bit her lower lip and said softly, "Young Master Tian, how about this? I'll dance for Feng Ge first, and then I'll dance for you twice afterward. What do you think?" On the other side, Tian Xiao's friend burst into laughter. "Tian Xiao, you're not very good at this. Didn't you say you were great at chasing women? You've dated so many female streamers, yet you can't even handle these 2 little streamers now? No way, Tian Xiao. These 2 don't seem to be giving you much face. Could this Feng Ge guy be some kind of big shot too?" Tian Xiao heard these words, and his anger flared up. How could he tolerate his friend's insults? He raised his voice several decibels and said, "Forget about Feng Ge. 10 carnival dances, do them now. Don't you dare talk back." Shi Rujing looked torn, caught between a rock and a hard place. Lu Piaoshui whispered, "The heavens are angry. Why don't we go first and inform Feng Ge?" Shi Rujing had the same idea and quickly went to inform Feng Ge. "Master, someone is causing trouble. What should we do? I don't want to give him a raise, but I'm afraid he'll cause trouble for me. Can you help me think of a solution?" Shin Fong isn't afraid of anyone competing with him over money or arguing with him. He replied firmly, "Don't bother with him. I think that guy is just trying to show off. Just watch and see how I teach him a lesson." He directly dropped a threat in the livestream, "You think you're the best, huh? If you're not satisfied, come and challenge me. I'll give you a festival every second. If you don't, you're a coward." The audience, eager for a spectacle, cheered him on enthusiastically in the livestream. Feng Ge is so bold. The next second, the carnival special effects screen. The low-key Feng Ge sends out a carnival. Over at Tian Xiao's side, the entire private room erupted instantly. Who the hell is that up there showing off in front of you? You're putting on a show every second, clearly trying to embarrass you. Who do they think they are, acting so arrogant in front of Tian Xiao? We're with you, Tian Xiao. Take him down. Tian Xiao was so angry he was about to explode. He had originally thought that 2 carnivals would be enough to easily handle the 2 small streamers, but he never expected the small streamers wouldn't even give him the time of day. What really got under his skin was that so-called Wind brother, who publicly humiliated him. Phone good, you want to play with me, huh? Fine, I'll play with you. But if you back down, you're a coward. Tian Xiao also dropped some tough talk in the livestream, instantly flooding the carnival. Xin Feng chuckled. Money was nothing more than a string of cold, hard numbers to him. Even if the richest man in the world came, he'd have to leave crying after going head to head with him. A carnival every second. No words can be more persuasive or impactful than scrolling through a carnival. Fans in the livestream are as hyped up as if they've been injected with adrenaline, sharing, liking, and recording the stream. Impressive. That's so bold. 2 seconds is a month's salary for me, what a thrill. What's so impressive about that? If you're so good, try doing it for 10 minutes. Then I'll know you two have the skills. Guys, hurry up and record the screen. This live stream might be the best one of the year at the carnival competition. As the live stream's popularity soars during the carnival, it easily breaks the 10,000 viewer mark. The national gift ranking chart has skyrocketed to the 30th position. As the person at the center of it all, Shi Rujing is also the biggest beneficiary of this carnival showdown. The smile on her face couldn't be contained any longer, and she sweetly said, "Thank you, Fenggu." "Thank you, Tian Xiao." A minute had passed, and both of them had already brushed 60 carnivals. The number of online players has surpassed 30,000. Lu Piaoxue stared at the dazzling carnival effects filling the screen, feeling inexplicably excited. The screen was filled with money. In just 1 minute, her best friend's gift income had reached 360,000 yuan. And this is just the beginning. Lu Piaoxue couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. Just then, Shi Rujing's eyes darted to the ground, where a flash of light caught her attention. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she let these two big spenders continue, she was sure to make a fortune. "Gentlemen, whoever wins tonight, I'll have my best friend add him on WeChat and give her a private sexy dance." The crowd erupted in chaos. Having this pure goddess dance provocatively must be incredibly stimulating. Just thinking about it gets me excited, especially since she's dancing alone. Lu Piaoxue was startled. "Jingjing, don't joke around. I'm not going to dance." "Darling wife, tonight we made all the carnival profits minus the commission, and I'll give you 16. Are you trying to fight with money?" Shi Rujing almost whispered into Lu Piaoxue's ear. Originally resistant, Lu Piaoxue suddenly struggled wildly. A gift of 360,000 yuan in just 1 minute, what if it were 2 minutes? That would be 720,000 yuan. Even if she took 16%, that would still be several tens of thousands. "It's just a dance, what's the big deal?" Lu Piaoxue bit her lip lightly and whispered, 15, and I'll agree. "Deal." Shi Rujing blinked her eyes and agreed readily. With a good friend performing a dance, these two big spenders would definitely be more eager to send gifts, and she'd earn more herself. Even splitting at 1585 wouldn't be a bad deal. Just consider it a sweet treat for these two big spenders. Shi Rujing spoke enthusiastically. "My best friend has already agreed. Whoever wins, she'll wear a sexy rabbit cosplay uniform and dance for you all." "Jingjing, I don't have that kind of outfit." Lu Piaoxue was both shy and annoyed. Although she had never worn such an outfit before, she knew it was meant to be provocative. "It's okay, I have one." Shi Rujing smiled triumphantly, assuring her she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Lu Piaoxue sighed helplessly. Since her best friend had already spoken, she couldn't refuse. Besides, the two bosses were offering a generous amount. Xin Feng couldn't suppress a smile and muttered to himself, "This is an unexpected surprise. Although my little dog might be trying to stir things up, this reward is exactly what I like. It's practically tailor-made for me." Just thinking about Lu Piaoxue's erotic rabbit costume dance, and then recalling her other side at school, Xin Feng couldn't help but feel a tingle of excitement. "Tonight, I'm definitely going to win." At this moment, Tian Xiao was so angry he was about to explode. He had been scrolling through the feed for 2 whole minutes, and there were 120 posts, each with 360,000 views. "Fenggu, maybe we should just call it quits. The other side is way too strong. There's no point in wasting so much money just to save face. You could hire a few big streamers with that money." His close friends all tried to talk him out of it. Tian Xiao, drunk and angry, stubbornly said, "He's my friend. Don't anyone try to stop me. I'm not short on money. Tonight, I'll make a name for myself and beat him to death." Chapter 56, Two Best Friends Stealing Each Other's Boyfriends. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoli, who was live streaming, was chatting and joking with her viewers when suddenly the comments in the live stream started to feel off. "Damn, the live stream of the top-ranked streamer on the national chart is too much. The carnival is giving things away for free. I just went to watch two big shots go head-to-head, and they were spamming the carnival every second. It was absolutely insane. I just took a look, and 2 level 75 pros have been grinding for 3 minutes straight, and they're still going. That streamer is making a killing. This is undoubtedly the most intense carnival hell mode of the year. One is called Fenggu, whose name isn't very well known, while the other is a super-rich second-generation heir with a huge online following, frequently showering gifts in various live streaming broadcasts." Bai Ruoli's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Tian Xiao had previously sent gifts in her livestream, and she even had his WeChat contact. She had also seen his WeChat moments, which were very impressive. He either showed off luxury cars or mansions, or went sightseeing and traveling with beautiful women. What kind of person would dare to challenge him? Ruoli secretly checked her secondary account and rushed into Shi Rujing's livestream. As soon as she clicked in, the carnival special effects dominated the screen. 30,000 people are online at the same time. When he finally recognized who the two young streamers were, his expression immediately grew serious. They looked familiar. Soon, Ruoli recognized the two as her seniors from her school. One was the school beauty Lu Piaoxue, and the other was Shi Rujing. Both of them were quite famous at Jiangnan University. Upon checking, she found that Shi Rujing only had a few 100,000 followers, which instantly filled her with a sense of superiority. After all, she was a million-follower streamer. The viewers in the livestream were going wild, flooding the screen with comments like they were on a sugar high. Goodness gracious, don't these big shots have any money? They've been spamming for 5 minutes straight. In just 5 minutes, they've earned more than most people could in a lifetime. You're crazy. I calculated that the streamer received over 1.8 million gifts in just 5 minutes. Ruoli's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. 1.8 million was indeed a significant amount, but it paled in comparison to her own earnings. She could make several million during her first live stream. On the other hand, this Feng Ge piqued her curiosity. After checking Feng Ge's profile, she noticed he hadn't posted any videos, and his IP address was from the same city as hers. Could it be an account from a guild? Qin Feng is currently lying in bed, maintaining a pace of 1 carnival every minute. That's what it's all about, the thrill. Then he took out another phone and started chatting with Lu Piaoxue. Xue, I'm waiting for you to dance for me tonight. Lu Piaoxue was interacting with her online friends when her phone buzzed. She looked down to see it was Feng Ge, quickly grabbed her phone, and tilted it slightly to avoid being seen. She then turned the sound off. Upon seeing this message, his eyes flashed with a hint of unease. He had initially felt some resistance, but after being bombarded by the 5-minute carnival, all traces of resistance vanished, leaving only shame. Feng Ge, deal. If you can beat me, I'll dance the rabbit dance for you. You haven't been coming to my live stream lately. You've been going to Jingjing's live stream all the time. I thought you'd forgotten about me. This statement is full of resentment. Qin Feng smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. This WeChat account was his second one, so Lu Piaoxue still didn't know who Feng Ge really was. No way. You're so beautiful, even if I forgot everyone else, I could never forget you. Lu Piaoxue sneakily glanced at her best friend, who was busy interacting with fans. Her pretty little fingers quickly typed out a message and sent it. You're lying. Tell me honestly, who's prettier, me or Jingjing? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Girls really do love to compete with other girls over beauty. Lu Piaoxue was no exception. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? The truth, the absolute truth. Of course you're more attractive, I can say that with absolute certainty. Lu Piaoxue's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a smile that was utterly captivating. You have good taste. I'm the school beauty queen. That's not a title I gave myself, it's widely recognized. A sense of secret superiority welled up inside me. Which girl doesn't like it when a man compliments her beauty? Unless the man is really unpleasant. In her joy, Lu Piaoxue felt a bit lightheaded and sneakily glanced at her best friend, her eyes flashing a hint of cunning. She thought to herself, Jingjing once told me that to keep a man interested, you should talk to him about topics that are a bit risque. This Feng Ge was originally my older brother. Jingjing went and poached her own older brother first, causing him to stop coming to her live stream. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Plus, the excitement of tonight's carnival pushed Lu Piaoxue to make a bold decision that goes against her principles. Feng Ge, what kind of girl do you like? After sending the message with a guilty conscience, Lu Piaoxue acted as if nothing had happened and continued chatting with her live stream viewers. Qin Feng looked at the message but didn't reply immediately. Instead, he pondered what Lu Piaoxue meant by that statement. Was she trying to bait him? According to normal logic for picking up girls, you would definitely say that you like girls like her. Is Lu Piaoxue waiting for me to say that? Or was it just a casual question? Qin Feng decided to tease Lu Piaoxue and test her reaction. I like girls like you. If I were to pursue you, would you consider me? Lu Piaoxue saw her phone vibrate and her heart skipped a beat. She felt a strange sense of anticipation and quickly opened WeChat. When she saw the message, she froze. She had indeed intended to tease Feng Ge a little, but she never expected him to be so bold as to directly express his intentions to pursue her. How should she respond? She never thought about dating this Feng Ge, and if she rejects him directly, she's afraid of offending him and having him stop coming to her live stream to send gifts. Suddenly, she thought of Qin Feng again. I was indeed curious about Qin Feng and had a slight crush on him, but it wasn't enough to call it a relationship. In other words, I'm still single, so it's only natural that I deconsider other guys who show interest in me. She also recalled what Shi Rujing had said, girls should always have a backup plan. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, or you'll end up losing everything. The second option is to keep your options open. Phone good, don't joke with me. How could you possibly like me? But if you want to pursue me, I won't stop you, it's your choice. However, I'll make it clear from the start, I'm not the type to fall easily. I don't fancy ordinary men, I only like those who are sincere with me. Shin Fong chuckled. What kind of man does a woman mean when she says sincere? In the eyes of a middle school student, sincerity means being genuine and heartfelt. In the eyes of an adult, sincerity means if you love me, give me money. That's interesting. Let's not talk about this tonight. We'll discuss it after you finish your rabbit dance. While the two were talking, Shin Fong had already been streaming the carnival for 10 minutes. A full 600. He spent 1.8 million in one go. Chapter 57, The White Lotus proactively adds friends. Shi Rujing is currently very excited. Two big shots have just spent 3.6 million on gifts in her livestream. In just 10 minutes, she earned more money than many people could make in a lifetime. Overcome with excitement, her delicate face flushed with a vibrant blush, making her even more charming and alluring. Thank you, Fonggu Carnival. Fonggu is so talented. Tian Xiaogu is also amazing. Jingjing would like to express her gratitude to both of you here. On the other side, the more Tian Xiao scrolled, the more annoyed he became. He couldn't swallow his pride, a few million was nothing to him. But after swiping for 10 minutes straight, his fingers were numb. So he directly announced in the livestream, stop spamming one carnival at a time. I'll just spam 100 carnivals. If you've got the guts, follow me. His tone was extremely arrogant, and Shin Fong looked down on him. The fans in the livestream shouted, Tian Xiao is amazing. He racked up 300,000 views in one go. Bai Ruoli could no longer remain calm. Within about 15 minutes, she had received nearly 5 million in gifts. Even as a newly risen internet celebrity, she had never received such treatment before. However, the carnival went wild again the next second. The low-key Fonggu gave away 200 carnival tickets, directly spending 600,000. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. Bai Ruoli's heart raced. Who exactly was this Fonggu? How could he be so powerful? I clicked on Fong Ji's profile again, and it was as if by some supernatural force that I finally clicked follow. Then sent a private message. Hello, Fonggu, may I get to know you? Shin Fong, who was busy scrolling through his feed, suddenly noticed someone had sent him a private message. Upon closer inspection, it was Sweet Dream Fairy, and he couldn't help but smile. Isn't this her own green tea white moonlight? Sure, I love making friends with beautiful women. I've heard your name before. I'll follow you. Bai Ruoli secretly gloated. Being beautiful, no one could resist her. She thought to herself that this Fonggu must be a lecherous man. As long as she chatted with him for a few minutes, she was sure she could steal this big brother away for herself. Fonggu, you're so powerful. I love men like you who are powerful. Can I add you on WeChat? I see you're also from our city. Let's grab a meal together sometime. Shin Fong sneered inwardly, you're really proactive. You act so high and mighty in front of me, but behind my back, you're no better. I'll just play along with you then. He sent his secondary WeChat account, and it was quickly accepted as a friend. Bai Ruoli, hello, Fonggu. You sent so many gifts tonight. Could it be that you like her? Fonggu, it's not about liking her. I just have extra money to spend and it's fun. Bai Ruoli narrowed her eyes. There was so much information in that one sentence. Rich people speak so grandly, it's a pleasure to watch them. Unlike those beggars, who are so stingy and seem to be begging for money. Suddenly, Bai Ruoli thought of Shin Fong. Both their names contained the character wind, yet their character was as different as heaven and earth. Look at how well-spoken Fonggu is. Bai Ruoli, wow, Fonggu is so generous and bold. I love being friends with someone like you. Next time I go live, you have to come to my stream and support me. I'll introduce you to everyone. Fonggu, we'll see about that later. It depends on my mood. I've got to go now. I'm busy sending gifts. Bai Ruoli's pure face showed a hint of a smile. Big brother is big brother, every word he says is so bold. He's either spending money or on his way to spend more. Instantly, my admiration for him grew. This kind of guy who showers others with gifts without expecting anything in return is truly rare. Shin Fong refocused his attention back on the livestream and noticed something was off in the comment section. Ah, that guy Tian Xiao has been scared off. I dare not refresh it anymore. Fonggu is formidable. Did you run away? Shin Fong glanced at the gift list and sure enough, Tian Xiao's name was nowhere to be found. The little brat still wants to compete with me. Spent 4 million yuan on tips for a female streamer, received a 5-fold return, and got 2 million yuan back. Easily made over 10 million yuan, and got to watch the goddess dance the rabbit dance for me. I've won big time. At that moment, Tian Xiao's phone was also snatched away by his friends. He was drunk and slumped on a chair, being persuaded by several friends not to check it. The carnival competition thus came to an end. A total of 8 million carnival gifts were received. After the platform deducted half, 4 million remained. After deducting some taxes, Shi Rujing ended up with over 2 million yuan. After splitting 1/5 with her friends, she still had over 1 million yuan in income. Thank you, Fenggu. Thank you, Master Fenggu. Shi Rujing was so excited that she stammered and almost blurted out Masterine, but fortunately managed to correct herself at the last moment. Xin Feng exited the live stream. He had no interest in getting involved in what happened next, and he was even less interested in the flattery from the netizens. Just as he exited, Shi Rujing sent him a WeChat message. Master, you're so amazing, so fierce. Jingjing really likes you. I'll ask my best friend to dance the rabbit dance for you later, and the two of you can video call. Xin Feng stroked his chin. Dancing alone definitely required a video call, but he couldn't let them see his face, otherwise, he'd be exposed. He could cover the camera instead. Okay, but I'm not comfortable showing my face. Alright, then chat with my best friend now, and I'll keep the fans calm. Shi Rujing sent the message and whispered to Lu Piaoxue, Fenggu is looking for you. Go to your room and talk to him. Lu Piaoxue immediately understood, and a hint of blush appeared on her face. This was telling her to go dance the rabbit dance for Fenggu. Guys, I need to rest now. Bye. Lu Piaoxue smiled and waved to her livestream fans. The fans weren't about to let her off the hook. Stop pretending, she's definitely doing the rabbit dance just for Fenggu. I envy Fenggu. I don't understand the happiness of the wealthy, but I can imagine their lifestyle. Xue is going to get dirty. The comments in the comments section were so shocking that Lu Piaoxue dared not look and quickly fled the quiet room to return to her own room. She held her phone, torn between what to do. What should I do? I've never danced that strange dance before, and to dance it alone for a stranger? It just feels weird no matter how I think about it. Her phone buzzed suddenly, and the screen lit up, startling Lu Piaoxue. She saw that it was Fenggu sending a message. Lu Piaoxue bit her lower lip. She knew what was coming. Fenggu, come on, dance the rabbit dance for me. Lu Piaoxue's face turned bright red, and she felt extremely conflicted inside. I didn't practice the rabbit dance, I don't know how to do it, I'm afraid I'll mess it up. Should I switch to something else? It's okay, just change into a different outfit and dance. I'm sure you'll do great. Xin Feng's lips curled into a suggestive smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Whether she danced well or not didn't matter, what mattered most was that he wanted to see Lu Piaoxue dance for him. Alright, I'll go find a set of clothes at Jingjing's place. Wait here for a moment. Lu Piaoxue had no choice but to agree, her face flushing red. No problem, as long as you dance well, I'll transfer you 10,000. Fenggu, wait for me, I'll be right back. Chapter 58, Private Dance. Xin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a smile, eager to see how alluring Lu Piaoxue would look dancing in a rabbit costume. Shy, sexy, or perhaps a glimpse of the school beauty's hidden qualities. Everyone has a side of themselves deep within their hearts. Some people have two different faces online and offline. If this rabbit dance can reveal the school beauty's hidden side, then all the gifts I spent tonight were worth it. Xin Feng has already prepared his screen recorder to capture this precious video, so he can enjoy it properly in the future. As he was pondering, Lu Piaoxue had already returned. Xin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Lu Piaoxue had changed into a sexy rabbit outfit, completely different from her usual demeanor. Her slightly aloof expression now held a touch of shyness, and her movements were a bit stiff, but they perfectly highlighted her stunning, irresistibly alluring figure. Her legs were clad in black stockings, and she wore two pointed rabbit ears on her head, a sight that made one irresistibly tempted to tease her. Lu Piaoxue blushed shyly. Fenggu, can I just dance for you for 5 minutes? I'm so embarrassed. Xin Feng smiled slightly, enjoying the beauty's shyness, feeling incredibly happy. Alright, you may dance as you please. As long as I enjoy watching, I'll give you 100,000 yuan as pocket money. Xin Feng was extremely domineering, raising his offer from 10,000 to 100,000 simply because he saw Lu Piaoxue's shy and delicate expression, which greatly pleased him. Worth a 100,000 reward. Thank you, Fenggu. I'll get started then. I'll put on some music. Lu Piaoxue, who had been a bit reserved at first, became bolder after hearing about the 100,000 yuan tip. Soothing music began to play, and Lu Piaoxue started to sway her graceful figure. The lights in the room were dim, creating an especially intimate atmosphere. Lu Piaoxue was like an elf hidden in the darkness, her movements starting stiff and unnatural but gradually becoming more fluid. Combined with a woman's natural talent for dancing, she showcased the softness and lightness of her body to perfection. Xin Feng was thoroughly entertained and couldn't help but admit that the school beauty indeed had a natural talent for the rabbit dance. As time went on, Lu Piaoxue became increasingly immersed in her performance, as if something deep within her was being released. Her dance grew more refined, and her gaze grew hazy, tinged with a hint of teasing. At times, she would smile slightly, at others, her beautiful eyes would gaze longingly, and at still others, she would look at him with a look full of love. In this ambiguous atmosphere, all the ambiguity is quickly amplified. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Xiaoxue stopped dancing, while Qin Feng was still reluctant to leave. Brother Feng, I've finished dancing. Are you satisfied? Lu Xiaoxue blushed shyly, seeming to anticipate Qin Feng's praise, yet still unable to fully emerge from the lingering, ambiguous atmosphere of the moment. Very satisfied, and I really liked it. I'd love to see you dance again next time, wearing black stockings. Lu Xiaoxue saw the message Feng Ge sent her, and a strange emotion arose in her heart, mixed with a hint of joy. She thought to herself, it seems my dance has already won Feng Ge over. I'm glad I didn't disappoint him. Her face quickly flushed red, but fortunately, due to the lighting, Qin Feng didn't notice that her face was as red as a little apple. Feng Ge wants to see me dance in black stockings? That's way too embarrassing. Lu Xiaoxue couldn't help but think of herself wearing black stockings, dressed in a rabbit costume that looked like a swimsuit, and dancing there. Just thinking about it made her face flush with embarrassment. She had been to the pool and worn a swimsuit before, but she had never danced like that alone for someone else. This time, she mustered all her courage, but she doesn't think she'll have the courage to do it again next time. Lost in her thoughts, Feng Ge sent another message. Baby, just call me husband, and I'll add another 100,000 for you. Lu Xiaoxue's face froze. Just by calling him husband, she could get 100,000 yuan? Her instinct was to refuse, as she had never called anyone husband before, and she held those two words in high regard. She also considered it sacred, as it represented a special kind of relationship. However, simply calling someone husband can earn 100,000 yuan, which is both easy and straightforward. In fact, she could even obtain a substantial sum of money without any effort, simply by asking for it. Lu Xiaoxue was instantly torn, as if a voice inside her was urging her to agree. However, her remaining moral conscience resisted. Qin Feng did not urge her, but gave Lu Xiaoxue ample time to think. Senior, just say the word and the 100,000 is yours. Will you refuse or accept? At that moment, his heart was like that of a hunter, slowly breaking down Lu Xiaoxue's defenses and capturing her. Once Lu Xiaoxue gave in, the sweet rewards would come in waves the second time, the third time, and countless times in the future. It's like when someone cheats on their partner. There are only 0 times and countless times. Once you cross that moral line, you strip her of her sense of shame. Qin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a smile, quietly admiring the struggling expression on his senior's face. Lu Xiaoxue bit her lower lip, as if making a difficult decision, and said, Feng Ge, let's not do this. I can't say it. I don't deserve to earn this 100,000 yuan. After saying that, Lu Xiaoxue's face relaxed, as if she had shed some kind of burden. Qin Feng smiled gently, not angry at all for being rejected, but instead even happier. If Lu Xiaoxue had agreed now, the sense of conquest would have been less satisfying. Only by conquering those harder-to-reach peaks could one truly feel a sense of achievement. The process of pursuing a girl is like climbing Mount Everest. The journey is arduous, and the sense of accomplishment upon reaching the summit is indescribable. Conquering bit by bit, each conquest brings a sense of surprise. No problem, I'm in a good mood tonight. Keep the 100,000. Buy some clothes you like to wear. Just transfer the 10,000 yuan directly. Thank you, Feng Ge. Lu Xiaoxue smiled broadly and accepted the 100,000 yuan. This style is still quite easy to get along with. He didn't get angry because I refused, and my goodwill toward Feng Ge increased a bit. Spend 100,000 yuan to have the school beauty dance for you alone, trigger a 100x reward, and receive a refund of 10 million yuan. Qin Feng chuckled. It felt like the school beauty was working for him to earn money, even though he had just enjoyed her private dance. Get some rest. I'm signing off. Exit video chat. Qin Feng saved the recorded video and went to bed with a wonderful feeling. If Lu Xiaoxue was willing to dance for him once, there would definitely be a second and third time, and eventually she would call him her husband. In the neighboring room, Lu Xiaoxue stood before the mirror, her mood complex as she admired herself. Her face flushed with shyness as she cupped her slightly warm cheeks and spoke to herself. Lu Xiaoxue, you're so bold. How could you dance like that for a man? It's so embarrassing. Seeming a bit shy about her current appearance, Lu Xiaoxue quickly removed the rabbit costume from her body, revealing a stunning figure that made one's blood boil in the mirror. Chapter 59, Chance Encounter with an Ex-Girlfriend. Just as I finished changing, my best friend burst in, grinning and asking, Honey, how was it? Was it fun? Exciting? Lu Xiaoxue's heart, which had finally calmed down, was once again filled with embarrassment. Stop it. It's all your fault for making that reckless bet and making me look like an idiot. Shirujing remained playful, sitting on Lu Xiaoxue's bed with her full hips, her face full of innuendo. Quick, tell me, how did you dance? Did you do anything sexy or provocative? Did he say anything? Get lost. What do you take me for? Lu Xiaoxue pretended to be angry and threw a pillow at Shirujing. She then rolled her eyes and said, I'm not as flirty as you. I was just dancing. What are you thinking? There's none of that? Shirujing gave a mischievous smile, licked her lips, and made an extremely seductive gesture. Lu Xiaoxue felt uneasy. Although she had danced, she hadn't made such strange gestures, but she couldn't control her best friend from going in that direction. I'm not as perverted as you are. Shi Rujing suddenly stepped forward and slapped Lu Piaxue's delicate buttocks hard. Lu Piaxue's body trembled violently. She turned around and glared fiercely at Shi Rujing. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hee, Fenggu is always so generous. When you danced for him, he must have transferred a lot of money to you, right? Shi Rujing ignored Lu Piaxue's warning and squeezed the soft, elastic buttocks with force. Lu Piaxue was both embarrassed and annoyed by her actions, quickly slapping her hands away and snapping, he gave me 100,000. Shi Rujing nodded. I knew Fenggu was such a generous person. To be honest, I only said that to you because we're good sisters. You should really hold on to Fenggu. If you cling to his legs, you might not even have to work hard in the future. The internet is the internet, and reality is reality. I think having a job in real life is still better. What if he gets tired of you one day? Lu Piaxue thought about it for a moment, her expression becoming more serious, and then she put the face mask back on her face. This was her habit, she always applied a face mask before going to bed. Shi Rujing also stopped smiling and lay on the bed playing with her phone. I've already thought about your question. My reason is that while we're young and good looking, we should make the most of our advantages, make some money, and then find a decent guy to marry. If we make enough money, we could open a small shop and be our own bosses. We influencers are living off our youth. Lu Piaxue furrowed her delicate brows. Being an influencer was just a side job for her. With hundreds of thousands of dollars already saved, she could use that money to do something meaningful. Jingjing, I noticed that many of our classmates love drinking milk tea. Why don't the two of us partner up and open a milk tea shop? Shi Rujing perked up and immediately got excited. Sure, we have some money saved up. Even if we lose some, it won't be much, maybe a few thousand at most. We can afford to lose that now. The most important thing is that we can experience being our own bosses. The two agreed instantly and spent the entire night discussing plans for opening a milk tea shop, chatting until well past midnight before finally falling asleep. The next morning, Xin Feng slept soundly, woke up, brushed his teeth, and headed out to school to register. As soon as he stepped out, he happened to run into the two beautiful women from next door again. The events of last night flashed through Qin Feng's mind, and he couldn't help but smile and say, "Good morning, seniors." Shi Rujing rolled her eyes and didn't even bother to speak, looking as though she hadn't had enough sleep. Lu Piaxue said indifferently, "Good morning, Qin Feng." The two of them were as different as night and day compared to last night. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of joy as if he had discovered someone's secret. "Senior, let's have breakfast together." "If you're treating, I'll go." Shi Rujing replied coldly. He no longer had the energy to argue with Qin Feng. "Let's go." Qin Feng took the two beautiful senior female students out for breakfast, attracting countless envious glances along the way. Ha! Qin Feng saw Bai Ruoli, Zhang Haiyang, Zhou Wenbin, and a girl he didn't recognize, the four of them eating breakfast together. The girl looked elegant and wore glasses, with a sweet face. She must be Bai Ruoli's friend. Seeming to notice Qin Feng's gaze, Shi Rujing also spotted Bai Ruoli. "Honey, look. Isn't that Bai Ruoli, the popular junior from the internet?" Lu Piaxue raised her eyes and took a few more glances. "She's truly beautiful. No wonder she's so popular. She's only been at the school for a short time and has already become a million-follower influencer. My wife is clearly more beautiful than her, and I'm not bad either. Why don't I have millions of followers?" Shi Rujing said enviously. They say that beautiful women always have a rivalry, and it's true. If they knew that the influencer they envy was someone they had created themselves, they'd probably be so shocked their jaws would hit the ground. Qin Feng took a sip of soy milk and said calmly, "What's there to envy? You two aren't any worse. You just haven't had the opportunity yet. If you did, your fans would definitely outnumber hers." Shi Rujing, who always liked to argue with Qin Feng, rarely agreed with him this time. "You know how to speak your mind." Qin Feng chuckled lightly, as if there was some kind of connection between them. As the three of them discussed Bai Ruoli seemed to sense something and her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Qin Feng. She froze for a moment before furrowing her brows. "Qin Feng? Aren't those two beauties by his side the same Shi Rujing and Liu Piaxue who went live last night? Such campus queen-level beauties, how could they be with someone like him? Such trash." Bai Ruoli was completely taken aback and utterly baffled. Zhang Haiyang's eyes flickered as he noticed Qin Feng, and a hint of unusual emotion flashed in his eyes as he said, "Ruoli, Qin Feng is very popular with women. He often hangs out with the beautiful girls at school, and we all admire his skills with women." If Qin Feng were to hear him say these words, he would undoubtedly know that this young man was once again trying to sow discord between them. Who would praise their ex-girlfriend's ex-boyfriend for being good with women and often hanging out with many girls in front of her? Isn't that just a subtle way of implying he's promiscuous? Sure enough, Bai Ruoli's expression grew cold, and she despised Qin Feng even more. "I hate guys who are so promiscuous they stick to every beautiful woman they see, loving one after another. Isn't Lu Piaxue the campus beauty of Jiangnan University? How could someone like her be friends with Qin Feng? Bai Ruoli suddenly felt a sense of hostility toward Lu Xiaoxue and was deeply resentful of her reputation as the campus beauty. Zhang Haoyang laughed, I'm not sure about that. Maybe it's because Qin Feng is good with words and knows how to win people over. He gets along with every girl he talks to. Sometimes I even envy his ability. I just can't do what he does to win girls over. You'd better not follow his example. Bai Ruoli looked down on Qin Feng and said. Chapter 60, Glasses Girl Xiao Mengmeng. Ruoli, don't worry. I'm definitely not the kind of man who cheats. Zhang Haoyang hurriedly assured her, afraid the girl might misunderstand. Bai Ruoli wasn't in the mood to listen to Zhang Haoyang's words. She thought to herself, no wonder Qin Feng doesn't care. I ignored him, and it turns out he's never short of beautiful women. I used to think he was a deep and loyal person, but it turns out he's just like everyone else. Men are indeed unreliable. Thank goodness I walked away back then, otherwise, I would have been deceived by him too. Just then, Qin Feng also glanced over at her. Their eyes met briefly before they both looked away, as if they hadn't noticed each other at all. Qin Feng remained completely unfazed. Bai Ruoli was the kind of person who loved it when others were completely devoted to her, treating her like a goddess, yet despised those who fawned over her like sycophants. To manipulate her, one must remain aloof and avoid indulging her. Zhang Haoyang, that kid wants to steal my girlfriend, but he's 100 years too early. On the other hand, Zhou Wenbin and that glasses-wearing, bookish girl seem like a perfect match. They seem to get along quite well. It looks like the four-eyed guy and the four-eyed girl have a story. Junior, do you seem to know Bai Ruoli? Lu Xiaoxue's intuition was strong. She noticed that Qin Feng seemed to have a different attitude toward Bai Ruoli, as if the two of them knew each other. She couldn't quite put her finger on why she felt that way. Well, if I told you he was my ex-girlfriend, would you believe me? Qin Feng smiled faintly, seeming quite casual, as if joking. Come on, you're dreaming again this early in the morning. Do you think you're sleepwalking? Shi Rujing rolled her eyes. She couldn't stand Qin Feng's pretentious and boastful manner and had to say a few words to feel better. Lu Xiaoxue didn't believe him either, thinking Qin Feng was just joking around. If they didn't believe him, so be it. Qin Feng didn't expect them to believe him anyway. I'll go pay the bill first. Unexpectedly, when he was paying, Zhang Haoyang also took the opportunity to run over and pat Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, Brother Feng, do you mind if I treat Ruoli to breakfast? Qin Feng smiled faintly. That's your business, you don't need to report it to me. Oh, I knew you weren't the kind of person to be petty. Thanks. Next time, I'll treat you to a big meal. You have to come. Let's talk about it next time. Qin Feng replied indifferently. On the way to school, Bai Ruoli asked thoughtfully, I saw you chatting with Qin Feng earlier. What were you talking about? Zhang Haoyang scratched his head, seeming to have something on his mind, but he didn't say much. I just mentioned that I wanted to invite him over tonight to have a late-night snack with us, but he said he didn't want to eat with you. Humph. Bai Ruoli sniffed disdainfully. Don't you dare invite him over. I don't like eating with him. If you do, don't blame me for not being your friend anymore. Zhang Haoyang secretly rejoiced. Qin Feng, don't blame me. I'm just trying to get closer to the goddess. You'll have to make a small sacrifice. I'll definitely make it up to you later. That night, I'll treat you to dinner, just the two of us. What do you think? Zhang Haoyang glanced around cautiously and said carefully. Let's talk about it next time. Bai Ruoli declined without hesitation. Well, are you free this Saturday? Zhang Haoyang's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment before he continued. What do you want to do? Bai Ruoli's eyes narrowed. Zhang Haoyang scratched the back of his head and smiled. There's a new movie out recently, called Spicy Hot Pot. I wanted to go see it with you. Bai Ruoli's expression darkened, and she thought to herself, this Zhang Haoyang is so stupid. If it weren't for the fact that I need him to be useful to me, I could have placed him by Qin Feng's side to monitor him. I really don't feel like wasting my breath on him. What a self-important fool. Have all men become this stupid nowadays? Going to the movies is such an old-fashioned thing to do, and is it even appropriate for someone in my position to go to the movies? Sorry, I have a live stream this Saturday, so I can't go to the movie. There's also a lot of work waiting for me at the office. Let's reschedule and go see the movie another time when I'm free. Zhang Haoyang was overjoyed. Great, give me a call as soon as you're free. My phone is always on. Bai Ruoli gave a soft hum and didn't pay much attention to Zhang Haoyang, leaving with her friend and her friend's glasses-wearing companion. Zhou Wenbin followed the glasses-wearing girl's figure with his eyes, a look of excitement in his eyes. Bro, I like that glasses-wearing girl. I can tell. Zhang Haoyang was in a great mood. I told you, as long as you stick with me, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. See? All I had to do was mention it to my goddess, and she brought you a stunning beauty. Zhou Wenbin looked grateful. Bro, thanks. He then added with concern, Feng Gu saw us earlier. Do you think he'll be angry with us? Zhang Haoyang shrugged indifferently. What's there to be angry about? We didn't do anything wrong. Besides, he and Bai Ruoli have already broken up. He has no right to interfere in her affairs anymore. You're just overthinking things and adding unnecessary stress to yourself. Zhang Haiyang shrugged it off and said, what's there to be angry about? We didn't do anything to wrong him. Besides, he and Bai Ruoli have already broken up, so he has no right to interfere in her affairs. You're just overthinking things and adding unnecessary stress to yourself. On the other side, the glasses-wearing woman, Xia Mengmeng, spoke softly, that fat guy with glasses has been staring at me the whole time. I'm too embarrassed to even eat breakfast. Bai Ruoli smiled faintly, I think he's into you. No way? Xia Mengmeng opened her little mouth, seeming a bit surprised. We've only just met for the first time. Mengmeng, remember, men are easily tempted by beauty. Never believe in love at first sight. Oh, I see. Well, I don't have any other feelings for that fat guy. What was his name again? I think his name is Zhou Wenbin. Xia Mengmeng nodded, looking gossipy. Ruoli, I just saw that Zhang Haoyang was looking at you with such intensity. He's also pursuing you, right? Bai Ruoli smiled sweetly, maybe. She felt a bit elated inside. Though she didn't like Zhang Haoyang, she enjoyed the feeling of being admired by others as long as it didn't make her feel annoyed. Did you see that just now? I saw our school's most beautiful girl, Lu Piaoxue. She's so beautiful and has such a great figure. She looks like a fairy who's descended from heaven. Xia Mengmeng couldn't hide her envy. Her round face is so cute that you just want to pinch it. Bai Ruoli's eyes flickered. The school beauty? There was also a handsome guy by her side. I wonder if he's her boyfriend. Bai Ruoli's expression changed slightly. You're talking about Qin Feng, right? Yeah, I heard you mention him earlier. Did you know him before? That Zhang Haoyang seems pretty close to him. Maybe we should invite him to join us next time. What? You wouldn't happen to have a crush on him, would you? Bai Ruoli said indifferently. Xia Mengmeng shook her head vigorously, absolutely not. I just think we're all friends, and it's more fun to hang out together. Chapter 61, Chance Encounter at the Gymnasium. That's good. Don't have any feelings for him. He's not right for you. Bai Ruoli warned sternly. Xia Mengmeng stuck out her tongue cutely. She had only mentioned it offhandedly. How had that become having feelings? Sigh, adults' thoughts are so strange. Qin Feng entered the classroom. This was Sun Yanwei's class, and it seemed like both of them had completely forgotten about what had happened recently. Sun Yanwei was still as beautiful as ever today, wearing glasses and looking elegant. She appeared to be a quiet and refined teacher with great poise, but her figure was still stunning. The students all love her classes. Fengge, where are we going after class? Zhou Wenbin tapped Qin Feng's hand and asked quietly. Where do you want to go? How about playing basketball? The school basketball court is really cool. Qin Feng didn't refuse. He hadn't played basketball in a long time either. Count me in, I'll go too. Zhang Haoyang also wanted to go. So, after class, the three of them rushed to the gymnasium. There were already quite a few people sitting there chatting. Some men and women come here to date. Of course, there are many girls watching below, while the boys are performing on the court. The male students were all giving it their all, eager to show off their brave side to the younger female students. The three of them found a spot, sat down, and immediately noticed Jiang Xiaofeng on the basketball court. He was playing with such flair that the girls below were cheering, making him feel on top of the world. Ugh, it's that Jiang Xiaofeng again. How unlucky can I be? I always end up running into him wherever I go, Zhang Haoyang muttered under his breath. Seeing him showing off down there made me feel annoyed. Zhou Wenbin also complained. Don't pay attention to him, he'll just ruin our mood. Let's just focus on looking for any pretty female students. Qin Feng's eyes darted around, trying to spot any surprising targets. Ha! Isn't that Senior Shen Ruoi? Qin Feng saw his old acquaintance, who had once been his temporary girlfriend, standing next to her with a few other girls chatting. Let me take you to talk to the senior. Qin Feng stood up and walked toward Shen Ruoi. Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang quickly followed behind. Fengge, you're not joking with us, are you? Where are we going to find the senior to chat with? Don't ask so many questions. Trust my charm. Soon, Zhou Wenbin also noticed Shen Ruoi and the others. Brother, you're not here to chat with them, are you? Do you know them? Don't let them think we're their underlings. Zhou Wenbin was a bit panicked, afraid that others might mistake him for a pervert. Qin Feng walked straight toward Shen Ruoi. Senior, what a coincidence. We meet again here. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Ruoi turned around in surprise, her face flushing red. Junior, what are you doing here? Her companions, upon seeing Qin Feng's handsome appearance and the mischievous charm in his smile, couldn't help but tease him playfully. Handsome guy, you're so good looking. Do you have a girlfriend? Want to go out with me? My sister knows everything. As long as you're not a beansprout, I promise you'll be satisfied. Ha! A few senior female students giggled and laughed. Despite Qin Feng's thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed by the laughter. These senior female students were really wild. Sure enough, the more mature the senior female students are, the bolder they become. Shenruoi said awkwardly, Junior, don't mind these crazy women. They're just like that. Then, she glared at her friends beside her with a displeased expression, you guys behave yourselves. Don't scare my friend. Shinfeng awkwardly laughed, it's okay, I just like making friends with these older sisters. Come on, little brother, sit over here with your older sister. I'll tell you some life lessons. A senior with big, wavy blonde curls boldly invited Shinfeng over, her eyes burning with intensity. I think I'll just sit next to Shinshuejie instead. Shinfeng was intimidated. This blonde senior clearly looked like the type who was pretty desperate and had an open-minded mindset. In front of everyone, he didn't want to make a fool of himself. After some polite exchanges, everyone had introduced themselves to one another. Junior, what have you been up to lately? Shenruoi sat close to Shinfeng, her fragrance freely wafting into his nostrils. Shinfeng was in a good mood and didn't have much to do. He studied when he should and played when he should. What about the senior sister? She's been busy with her graduate studies. I want to step up my efforts for the graduate school entrance exam and then go on to pursue a PhD. Oh, that sounds pretty tough. It's not too bad. The two chatted sporadically, both tactfully avoiding mentioning the previous incident. On the basketball court, Jiang Xiaofeng was sweating profusely, showcasing his masculine charm. He was enjoying the game when he suddenly spotted Shinfeng, who was chatting animatedly with a group of beautiful women. This instantly put a damper on his mood. Damn it, why am I seeing this trash again? And how come this guy has such good luck with women? All the beautiful women are swarming around him. Jiang Xiaofeng's eyes darted around, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips as he deliberately threw the basketball at Shinfeng. Unfortunately, his aim was off, and the basketball hit Shenruoi instead. Shinfeng was about to say something when he suddenly felt something flying toward him. He looked up immediately, his expression changing drastically. Oh no, the basketball is going to hit the senior's face. The others also reacted and saw the basketball, and their faces suddenly filled with panic. Shenruoi's face turned deathly pale. Sasa watched the basketball hurtle toward his face, unable to react in time. She instinctively closed her eyes and her body suddenly tensed up. However, just as everyone thought the basketball was about to hit Shenruoi's face, a strong arm caught it securely. What a great shot, Junior. Hearing the cheers ringing in her ears, Shenruoi suddenly opened her eyes and saw Shinfeng catch the basketball steadily. At that moment, Shinfeng's face was filled with anger. This kid was definitely doing it on purpose. Jiang Xiaofeng smirked, sorry, I accidentally dropped the basketball over here. Could you please return it to me? Jiang Xiaofeng, stop pretending. Apologize to my friend immediately. Shinfeng's face turned icy, and anger flashed in his eyes. He could tell at a glance that Jiang Xiaofeng was definitely doing it on purpose. Why should I apologize? I already said it was an accident. Besides, your friend is fine. Why are you so upset? Could it be that you want to play the hero in front of the beautiful woman? Jiang Xiaofeng glared at Shinfeng with a challenging look, his lips curled up as if to say, kid, I did it on purpose. What are you going to do about it? Come on, hit me if you dare. Shenruoi tugged at Shinfeng's clothes, still shaken, and said, Junior, just let it go. I'm not hurt anyway. Shinfeng spoke with unyielding resolve, that's out of the question. If he dares to bully you in front of me, I'll make him bleed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shinfeng suddenly slammed the basketball hard into Jiang Xiaofeng's face. Chapter 62, Mr. Su protects his pupil. The basketball slammed into Jiang Xiaofeng's face, hitting his nose, and blood immediately gushed out. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, staring at Shinfeng in shock. Shinfeng chuckled playfully, sorry, I was just trying to give the ball back to you. I didn't expect you couldn't catch it. It was an accident, right? Jiang Xiaofeng felt a surge of anger rush to his head. Such humiliation was unbearable. You bastard, how dare you hit me? Jiang Xiaofeng's face turned fierce, and he swung his angry fist toward Shinfeng's face, determined to knock the man who had shamed him to the ground. Shinfeng's eyes were sharp. He had already anticipated Jiang Xiaofeng's move and kicked him down the moment he started to move. Zhou Wenbin saw this and immediately moved to help. Don't help! Shinfeng roared angrily, I can handle him alone. With that, he charged forward and landed a punch on Jiang Xiaofeng's face. Jiang Xiaofeng, I'll beat you until you surrender today. Extremely brave. Jiang Xiaofeng, though tall and imposing, wasn't one to back down. Once he regained his composure, he launched a furious counterattack, and the two quickly became entangled in a fierce struggle. Shenruoi was deeply moved but also deeply concerned that Shinfeng might get injured. The blonde-haired sister was extremely excited, her eyes sparkling with stars, cheering from the side, brother, you're so fierce, so brave. Keep fighting him. The other female seniors were also very angry with Jiang Xiaofeng and began cheering for Shinfeng from the sidelines. Shenruoi hesitated for a moment before joining the cheering squad as well. Junior, hit him. Seeing Shinfeng being beaten, they became extremely anxious. Zhang Haoyang quickly took out his phone to film the scene. The two of them were playing around here, quickly attracting a large crowd of onlookers. After a few rounds, Qin Feng gained the upper hand, pinning Jiang Xiaofeng to the ground and pressing his hands against his back. Do you surrender? Qin Feng shouted harshly. Jiang Xiaofeng's nose was bleeding, and blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked utterly disheveled and furious as he shouted, I refuse to admit defeat. If you've got the guts, kill me. If you hadn't ambushed me first, you wouldn't have stood a chance against me. Still talking tough, huh? Qin Feng slapped him across the face. He wasn't going to let him get away with it. Jiang Xiaofeng was both ashamed and furious. Being beaten in front of everyone, he had lost all face. You had better release me immediately, or I will not let you off the hook. All he got in return was another slap from Qin Feng. Apologize to my friend immediately, or else don't even think about me letting you off the hook. I'd rather die than apologize. Jiang Xiaofeng was as stubborn as iron. He couldn't bear to lose face. What are you doing? What are you doing? The school security guard rushed over quickly. Please let him go immediately. The principal rushed over next, his face dark with anger. He shouted, I don't care what happened between you two, but fighting here has caused a disturbance. Both of you come to my office immediately. As a result, Qin Feng and his group were all taken to the school's disciplinary office. The dean looked furious. You're all adults now, yet you're fighting like elementary school students? What kind of example are you setting? Have you forgotten the rules of Jiangnan University? Explain yourselves. What's going on here? So Qin Feng briefly recounted the entire incident, and the senior female students all came forward to vouch for him. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Jiang Xiaofeng protested, I already said it was an accident, but he hit me first. Principal, it was all his fault. He started it by hitting me first. I demand that the school expel him. Jiang Xiaofeng grew increasingly angry as he spoke. Just then, the office door was pushed open. I object. Sun Yanwei furrowed her brows, her eyes sharp as an eagle's, emanating a cold and intimidating aura. I have already spoken to the students present at the scene. The fault does not lie with my classmates. It was this student who deliberately provoked the incident, causing Qin Feng to retaliate. I believe this entire matter is the responsibility of Jiang Xiaofeng. As soon as Sun Yanwei entered the room, she clearly stated her position and firmly supported Qin Feng. Qin Feng's feelings for Sun Yanwei grew significantly. Although he knew he would never be fired, the fact that Ms. Su stood by him so firmly at this critical moment left him deeply impressed. Ms. Su. Sun Yanwei quickly raised her hand to stop Qin Feng from blurting out what he was about to say. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to her usual gentle and refined self. Her eyes shone with an unwavering determination, and her tone was firm and decisive. There's no need for you to say anything. I know the entire story inside out. You can rest assured that as long as the teacher is here, no one will be able to expel you. This powerful protective aura moved Qin Feng deeply and also stirred up a strange feeling in his heart towards Sun Yanwei. The principal sighed helplessly, Miss Su, there's no need to rush. I haven't even decided on the punishment yet, let alone expelling the student. Let me think about it. What's there to think about? It's very simple. Jiang Xiaofeng was at fault first. He should apologize to Shen Ruoi. Sun Yanwei is taking advantage of the situation. Jiang Xiaofeng, why don't you just apologize? This matter can be put to rest, and there's no need to keep arguing. The principal sighed helplessly, wanting to put an end to the matter as soon as possible. Jiang Xiaofeng was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, I refuse to accept this. Why should I apologize? I was the one who was hit, and now you want me to apologize to the one who attacked me? What kind of logic is that? The principal felt a headache coming on. He didn't want to offend either side. Miss Su was also known for being overly protective of her students. Just then, the phone rang. Seeing it was the principal calling, the principal knew this matter had definitely reached the principal's ears, so he quickly answered the call. He glanced at Jiang Xiaofeng and nodded, saying, Principal, I know how to handle this matter. Upon hearing the principal's call, Qin Feng knew that the matter had already been resolved. Sure enough, after hanging up the phone, the dean addressed Jiang Xiaofeng in a tone that brooked no refusal. The principal just called. The decision was made by him personally. Jiang Xiaofeng, you must apologize to Qin Feng immediately. I refuse to accept this. Jiang Xiaofeng was so angry that his neck turned red. He was clearly the victim, yet he was being forced to apologize. If you won't accept it, there's nothing I can do. In any case, the school's decision is that if you don't apologize to Qin Feng, you'll be expelled. It's up to you. Jiang Xiaofeng stood there dumbfounded. Damn you. What kind of crappy school is this? Do they even have any sense of reason anymore? Qin Feng, you've won. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Jiang Xiaofeng clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng. Well, I'll reluctantly accept your apology, and you must also apologize to my senior. Qin Feng knew when to stop and didn't press the matter further. Senior, I'm sorry. Jiang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and had no choice but to apologize to Shen Ruoi. Alright, let's just let this matter drop. Sun Yanwei said, Qin Feng, come with me. Chapter 63, the teacher is checking everyone's health. I'll go talk to Ms. Su first. You guys go ahead. Qin Feng said to Shinruoi, don't worry, it's nothing. Shinruoi's eyes were filled with worry. Setting aside Qin Feng's previous kindness toward her, the fact that he had just stood up for her and gotten into a fight was enough to deeply move her. You were injured earlier. After Mr. Su talks to you, go to the recreation room. I'll wait for you there. It's okay. Look at me, do I look injured? That kid can't hurt me. Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened and smiled, you go back first. Don't wait for me. Alright, finish your work and send me a message when you're done. I'll wait for you. Shinruoi felt slightly reassured and left with the blonde senior and the others. Mr. Su's office. Mr. Su, you called me to your office. You're not going to lecture me, are you? Upon entering Mr. Su's office, Qin Feng relaxed a bit. Seeing a cup of warm coffee on the desk, he quickly picked it up and handed it to Mr. Su. Su Nianwei took the coffee and said irritably, now you know how to butter me up? If I hadn't called the principal and pleaded for you, you might have been expelled by now. Do you know how serious the charges are for fighting at Jiangnan University? Su Nianwei sat upright in her chair, warning Qin Feng sternly. Did you call the principal? Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect Mr. Su to care so much about him, which made him feel a little happy. But he also knew that even if Mr. Su didn't intercede, the principal wouldn't dare to expel him, the school's cash cow. What else could he do? Su Nianwei feigned anger, her little mouth chattering non-stop. You caused such a big mess, and you were the one who started it by hitting someone. No matter what, you were in the wrong for acting first. If I hadn't intervened on your behalf, do you think this matter could have been resolved so easily? It might also be because I have influence and pleaded with the principal on your behalf, otherwise, you would have definitely been suspended. Su Nianwei's bright, water-like eyes flickered with a hint of cunning, as if to say, the teacher did you such a big favor, you better thank me quickly. Qin Feng smiled and said, thank you, Ms. Su, for speaking on my behalf. Having such a beautiful and kind-hearted teacher like you is an honor for me. Enough flattery. Su Nianwei curled the corners of her mouth upward. Behave yourself from now on and don't get into any more fights. Got it, Mr. Su. Qin Feng nodded obediently in agreement with Mr. Su, but in his heart he thought, if there's a next time, I'll definitely teach that kid a lesson. Su Nianwei was very satisfied with Qin Feng's behavior. Her expression gradually softened, and she said earnestly, that's right. Be a good student, study hard, and grow up to be a person with ambition. I like students who are obedient and ambitious. Don't let me down. Qin Feng thought to himself, could Miss Su be the kind of woman who was obsessed with educating others? Does educating students to become what you expect them to be really bring a sense of achievement and fulfillment? It seems that to gain Mr. Su's favor, one must start from this aspect. Obedience and compliance? It is not necessary to emphasize Mr. Su's role. Let her experience the joy of teaching students. At this thought, Qin Feng's lips curled upward, revealing a meaningful smile. A special emotion seemed to be growing in his heart. Ms. Su, I will not disappoint you. Sure enough, Qin Feng saw Su Nianwei's lips curve upward, revealing a satisfied smile. You're very smart. Did you get hurt during the fight? Let me take a look. Su Nianwei's tone softened, tinged with concern. After speaking, she stood up and walked toward Qin Feng, swaying her slender body. Ah, teacher, what are you going to do? Qin Feng's mind finally caught up, and he froze in place. Take off your clothes and let me see if you're hurt. Su Nianwei's voice was soft, but her tone carried an unyielding command. Qin Feng realized what she meant and immediately smiled suggestively. Teacher, this isn't appropriate. We're alone together, and I'm worried that if word gets out, it might affect your reputation. I don't care about myself, but if it tarnishes your reputation, I'll feel guilty. Su Nianwei smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about this for the teacher. I've seen a man's body before. I'm a teacher. What gossip could there be? A teacher caring about their students is only natural, isn't it? I'm a female teacher and I'm not afraid. You're a big guy, what are you afraid of? Are you shy? Qin Feng chuckled. In this regard, he had never lost, and he was very confident in his physique. Su Nianwei had already spoken so plainly if he delayed any further, he would be a coward. I'm not shy, I'm just worried the teacher will be embarrassed later. Su Nianwei couldn't help but find it amusing. This student was so interesting, she wasn't a little girl herself. Although she was still a virgin, she wasn't exactly young anymore, and as a teacher, she was well acquainted with the male anatomy. She had seen it all before, what was there to be shy about? As she pondered, she saw Qin Feng take off his t-shirt. What caught Su Nianwei's eye was a healthy, masculine physique. 8 defined abs and extremely muscular arms. The muscles on the chest are also very well developed, giving off a strong, masculine presence. Additionally, his skin is fair and flawless, making it impossible to dislike him. He exudes a strong masculine aura. Su Nianwei wasn't unfamiliar with the male body, but this was the first time she had seen such a perfect one. Her first thought was, Qin Feng's body is so strong. His arms must be very strong. He should be able to lift a girl up with ease. Su Nianwei, what are you thinking about? You're a teacher now, checking your students' health. Unconsciously, Su Nianwei's gaze lingered on Qin Feng's powerful muscles, admiring them openly. Teacher, what do you think of my physique? Qin Feng was pleased with Su teacher's reaction, raised his arms to show off his biceps, and wore a smug expression on his face. Su Nianwei raised the corners of her mouth in a half smile and said, just barely. But I heard that many people who work out get their muscles from eating. Are yours real muscles? Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, she curiously extended her delicate fingers and gently poked at his 8-pack abs. So hard. The spot where my fingertips touched felt like I had poked a rock. Is this what a man's muscles feel like? How strange. He touched it again with his other hand. It felt pretty comfortable. Suddenly, Su Nianwei's expression froze, and her face turned extremely awkward. What on earth was she doing? We were supposed to be checking her body, yet her hands were moving uncontrollably. Quickly pulling his hands back, he pushed his glasses up to hide his panic and forced himself to stay calm. You're so strong, you shouldn't have any injuries. You can put your clothes back on now. Chapter 64, A Chance Encounter with a Beauty. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. He had noticed every single one of Su teacher's reactions. It seems that Mr. Su isn't completely devoid of human emotions after all. Hurry up and put your clothes on. Ms. Su, thank you very much for your help today. It's no trouble. You can go ahead. Alright, see you later, Mr. Su. After Qin Feng left and closed the door, Su Nianwei slightly raised the corners of her mouth, looked down at her hand that had just touched Qin Feng's, and smiled. This guy's abs are pretty hard. He's got a great body, but he's not very obedient. I'll have to keep a closer eye on him in the future to make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble for me. Su Nianwei rubbed her temples. If he makes another mistake next time, how should she punish him? While Qin Feng was being scolded by Ms. Su in a serious manner, Zhang Haoyang had already sent by Ruoli a video of Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaofeng fighting. Ruoli, just now Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaofeng got into a fight. It was really intense. They even ended up in the principal's office, and the incident even caught the principal's attention. He's now famous, even the school's confession wall has a video of the fight. Ruoli was browsing the library with Xia Mengmeng and had no idea about Qin Feng's fight. When she saw the video, she was quite surprised. What's going on? Zhang Haoyang embellished the story. Qin Feng got jealous over a woman and got into a fight with other guys, apparently to impress Shen Ruoi. Jiang Xiaofeng accidentally threw his basketball at him, and he claimed Jiang Xiaofeng did it on purpose. He staged a heroic rescue, winning the affection of senior Shen Ruoi. I think she's probably already fallen for him. My buddy sure knows how to charm the ladies. Don't tell Qin Feng about this, or he'll be furious with me. Ruoli sneered inwardly. A scumbag is a scumbag. This morning he was still having breakfast with the school beauty and her friends, and now he's trying to play the hero to flirt with another girl. He's really despicable. How could I have been so stupid back then? I actually dated someone like him and even gave him my first kiss. Thinking about it now makes me feel absolutely disgusted. What a jerk. Ruoli suddenly felt as disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Zhang Haoyang immediately replied to the message. Don't worry, I won't tell him a word. In fact, you might not know this, but I've already cut off all contact with him. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Since you know about me and him, you mustn't tell anyone else either. I don't want outsiders to know that I once dated him, understand? Upon seeing this message, Zhang Haoyang couldn't help but curve his lips upward. Great. Ruoli must be completely disappointed in Qin Feng by now. It's for the best that they've cut ties. My own hopes are now even greater. Ruoli, your choice is the right one. No matter when you make it, no matter what choice you make, I will always support you. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a late-night snack. No, I'm trying to lose weight, so I don't want to eat late at night. I forgot you're on a diet to maintain your figure. Sorry, I'll remember in the future. Zhang Haoyang quickly apologized. Alright, if you have any information about Qin Feng in the future, let me know. I need to get back to work now. Alright, take care of yourself and drink plenty of water. Thank you for your concern. Take care of yourself too. Zhang Haoyang put away his phone with a satisfied smile and said triumphantly, Ruoli is getting nicer and nicer to me. Maybe I can win her over in a month. Plus, she's even asked me to keep an eye on Qin Feng. This is something Ruoli taught me, so I can't mess it up. On the other side, Xia Mengmeng curiously asked, Ruoli, who are you chatting with? Is there a guy chasing after you? Ruoli smiled faintly, no, just some spam messages. Don't mind them. Qin Feng sent a message to Shen Ruoi as soon as he came down from the teacher's building, telling her not to worry. He also sent a message to Zhou Wenbin, informing him that he was safe and sound. As for Zhang Haoyang, I'll skip him. Just as Qin Feng was looking down at his phone, he suddenly felt something bump into him from behind, followed by a shrill scream from a girl. Oh my. Qin Feng quickly turned around and saw a girl holding a pile of books that had fallen to the ground. She must have bumped into him just now. The girl was very pretty, with fair skin and a beautiful face, though she was a bit on the thin side. She gives off an unhealthy beauty, as if she were malnourished. Are you okay, classmate? Xin Feng hurriedly helped her up and asked with concern. Thank you, I'm fine. The girl quickly picked up the books from the ground. Let me help you. Xin Feng also squatted down to help, feeling embarrassed. I was walking while playing with my phone and accidentally blocked your way. Although the responsibility for this incident was his own, out of gentlemanly courtesy, Xin Feng still apologized to the girl. No, it's all my fault for not paying attention and bumping into you. I should be the one apologizing, the girl said nervously. It's okay, bumping into each other is fate. What's your name, classmate? Xin Feng didn't mind and laughed lightly. The girl felt a bit embarrassed and said softly, My name is Wu Zhaodi. I'm a freshman this year. Upon hearing the name Wu Zhaodi, Xin Feng was taken aback. Every girl with the name Zhaodi had an unhappy family. My name is Xin Feng. Where are you going now, classmate? Take these books to the library. Wu Zhaodi struggled to lift the large pile of books, looking very strained. Wu, let me help you. Xin Feng quickly took the pile of books from her and smiled brightly. Thank you. Wu Zhaodi sighed in relief and said gratefully, These books are quite heavy. I was getting tired carrying them alone. Thank you. No problem, no need to be so formal among classmates. Xin Feng took the opportunity to observe Wu Zhaodi more closely. Her clothes were plain, and combined with her malnourished appearance, it was likely that she wasn't well treated at home. Unwittingly, a few threads of pity crept into his heart. Thinking of this, Xin Feng added another sentence, If you really want to thank me, do me a favor. Sure, I'll do whatever I can. If I can't help, there's nothing I can do. Wu Zhaodi's expression was sincere, with not a trace of joking. Xin Feng smiled faintly. Would you mind joining me for lunch today? Wu Zhaodi frowned slightly, seeming a bit reluctant, before finally saying, Sure, but I can't afford anything too expensive. Wu, I never said you had to treat me. I'm the one inviting you to dinner. Xin Feng smiled indifferently, You must come. Without giving Wu Zhaodi a chance to refuse, he quickly walked forward. Wu Zhaodi watched Xin Feng's tall figure, her expression complex, and sighed softly. Chapter 65, The Junior's Purpose. Just yesterday, Wu Zhaodi received a call from a mysterious woman who invited her to a private room. There, she met a stunningly attractive woman named Xu Meiru. Xu Meiru spoke confidently, I've investigated you. Your name is Wu Zhaodi, and you have a younger brother who is in middle school. You are very unloved at home. All the good food and clothes are given to your younger brother. Your father works away from home and earns around 6,000 yuan a month. Your mother sent your younger brother to a better middle school to give him a better future, which costs 90,000 yuan a year. Your tuition fees are entirely covered by your own part-time work, right? In fact, your mother even wants to use the money you earn from your part-time job to pay for your brother's education and have you drop out of school, right? Wu Zhaodi took a deep breath. The other person must have a reason for investigating her so thoroughly, otherwise, she wouldn't have come here. Auntie, just tell me straight, why did you bring me here? Xu Meiru sat with her two long, perfect legs crossed, exuding an air of superiority. I know you're short on money. I'm giving you an opportunity to make some money right now. She tossed a thick envelope onto the table. Here's $10,000, it's a deposit. Help me hook up with someone and collect video evidence of you two having sex. Once it's done, I'll give you 190,000 yuan. This envelope contains his information. All I need is your word. Are you willing to do it? Wu Zhaodi was torn inside. She knew that this matter was akin to betraying her very being and selling her body. This made her feel furious. Wu Zhaodi felt humiliated and coldly said, Auntie, I'm poor, but I would never sell my body. Xu Meiru curled the corners of her lips into a mocking smile. Is that so? I know you work part-time at a bakery. All I have to do is give them a call, and their boss will fire you. No matter which store you go to, I'll talk to your boss and make sure they don't hire you. You won't be able to continue your university education. Wu Zhaodi's face immediately turned red with anger, but she dared not react, for she was truly afraid that the woman in front of her would actually do such a thing. Xu Meiru stood up, her showing no trace of warmth, and spoke earnestly, Little sister, don't think I'm insulting you. This is just how the world is. If you have no money, you must endure the humiliation that comes with it. You can turn around and leave this room, but let me tell you, if you don't want to do it, there are plenty of others who will. I'm giving you this opportunity. Don't forget your mother is still counting on you to send her money. Your brother's tuition isn't cheap. Do you really think your parents can afford it? Even if you were to lose your part-time income, do you think you could afford to continue your university education? You're not seriously expecting your parents to pay for your education, are you? Wu Zhaodi's moment of strength was shattered, and the pressure of family ties crushed her last shred of dignity. Auntie, you won. Xu Meiru revealed a triumphant smile. Once she set her sights on someone, she never missed. She was utterly confident in this. The only time she ever messed up was when she encountered Xin Feng. Thinking of the humiliating things Qin Feng had done to her, Chumeru's face turned as cold as ice. We're waiting for your good news. After Chumeru left, Wu Zhaodi couldn't hold back her tears, and eventually, her hands trembling, she opened the envelope. Inside was a deposit of 10,000 yuan, along with the materials she needed to seduce men. Jiangnan University, Qin Feng. Her thoughts swirled, and Wu Zhaodi's mind returned to the present. Looking at Qin Feng before her, her heart was filled with a mix of emotions. At first, she had thought the boy she was trying to seduce was no good, and she had accepted her fate. Now it seems like Qin Feng isn't as unpleasant as she thought, which made her feel a little better. Wu Zhaodi took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her mindset, and hurried up to walk side by side with Qin Feng. I just arrived at this Jiangnan University, and you are the first male classmate I've met. Wu Zhaodi smiled charmingly, trying her best to show off her beauty. The task the woman had assigned her was no trivial matter. She had to make a good impression on Qin Feng right away. In that case, it's my honor. Qin Feng smiled kindly and joked around. If the other male students found out, they would definitely be jealous. No way, I'm not some top-tier beauty. What do they have to be jealous of? Wu Zhaodi gave a light smile. She was quite confident in her own beauty. From childhood to adulthood, many boys had pursued her, but she had rejected them all without hesitation. Confidence comes from beauty. This guy named Qin Feng seems to have a crush on me. If I just take the initiative a little, I should be able to easily win him over, and then I can get the 190,000 yuan reward from my aunt. With that money, I wouldn't have to work so hard, and my parents wouldn't give me the cold shoulder all the time. As Wu Zhaodi was deep in thought, a woman's surprised voice rang out beside her. Qin Feng? Qin Feng heard someone calling his name and saw two girls appear beside him. One was Bai Ruoli, and the other was someone he had seen before. That was Xia Mengmeng. This cute little beauty was looking at him with curiosity and waving hello. As for Bai Ruoli, she was completely ignored by Qin Feng. Little sister, do you know me? Qin Feng smiled slightly, still harboring some fondness for this young girl. Xia Mengmeng giggled, her big, watery eyes fixed on Qin Feng as she said, I've heard about you from others. They all say you're a big playboy, changing girlfriends as easily as changing clothes. At first, I didn't believe it, but today I've seen it for myself. The beautiful woman by your side has changed again. Wu Zhaodi was startled and thought to herself, could Qin Feng not be the innocent young man she imagined, but rather a playboy? She had an innate aversion to such men. Wu Zhaodi didn't like men who flirted with women everywhere they went. Was all the kindness he showed me earlier just an act, aimed at winning my favor? She had initially felt a little fondness for Qin Feng, but her feelings quickly plummeted. However, she didn't show it. But what does this have to do with me? After all, I'm just using him for money. Wu Zhaodi quietly observed the two beautiful women across from her, thinking to herself, these two girls are so beautiful, especially that Bai Ruoli. She made her feel ashamed of herself. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't deny that he was a playboy. Instead, he smiled and teased Xia Mengmeng. You know what I'm like. I'm a dangerous man. You'd better stay away from me, or else you'll end up falling for me, and then you'll have something to cry about. Xia Mengmeng covered her mouth and giggled, her eyebrows arched like a crescent moon. She smiled mischievously and said, I'm not afraid of you. I don't feel anything for you. Even if you try to seduce me, it won't work. Qin Feng smiled indifferently and walked past the two of them. Bai Ruoli, standing nearby, watched the entire scene unfold, her expression cold and distant, as if she were keeping others at arm's length, fearing that Qin Feng might come over to greet her. Unfortunately, as Qin Feng passed by, he didn't even glance at her. Chapter 66, The Ant Peaks. Meng, you'd better stay away from this scumbag. Bai Ruoli snorted disapprovingly. She was also very puzzled. Qin Feng was clearly a scumbag, yet so many girls were flocking to him, and they were all very attractive. What on earth was so appealing about him? Why are all these women acting like they're spellbound? First it was Lu Piaoshui and Shi Rujing, and now it's Shin Ruoi. All three of these girls are incredibly beautiful. Now there's another one, Wu Zhaodi. I wonder what kind of love potion this guy has given those girls. No way, I actually think he's pretty popular with the girls. Xia Mengmeng watched Qin Feng's back and smiled, and I think he's actually pretty masculine. Didn't you see his video on the school's confession wall? He was so brave protecting other girls, daring to fight someone in front of so many people. Don't you think he's very reliable? Bai Ruoli's face turned angry, and she said impatiently, I think he is just showing off, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. People like him who love to compete and fight will eventually get into trouble. I really don't understand why all the women are so foolishly drawn to him. Even you idiot, think he's a good person. Are you out of your mind? Bai Ruoli was utterly frustrated. Xia Mengmeng stuck out her tongue and grinned, I'm perfectly clear-headed. Speaking of which, Qin Feng is pretty handsome. A guy who's both good-looking and can protect girls is bound to have a lot of women around him, isn't that normal? If there were no women around him, that would be unusual. Look at those ugly, bad-tempered guys. Do any girls hang around them? Bai Ruoli opened her mouth but was immediately speechless. There was some truth to what he said, but she just couldn't help feeling annoyed. Enough, enough. Don't mention his name in front of me. I can't stand hearing it. Xin Feng took Wu Zhaodi back to the library to return the books, and the two of them left the library. After wandering around the school for a while, the two finally went out to eat. Where are you taking me to eat? Wu Zhaodi's face lit up with a smile, and she seemed much more relaxed, unlike the reserved person she had been when they first met. It's okay, just come with me. Meanwhile, Wu Zhaodi's attractive lips curved slightly upward as she slipped an earbud into her ear and tucked it away in her hair. At the same time, she sent a message to Chu Meiru on WeChat. Auntie, Xin Feng has already invited me out to dinner. Chu Meiru lay lazily on the sofa, her body sprawled out, presenting an alluring sight. Upon seeing the message sent by Wu Zhaodi, she couldn't help but smile. Xin Feng, your doom is near. I sent another message to Wu Zhaodi. Find a way to turn on the voice chat. I want to hear how you talk to him. I'll be here to give you some advice. Wu Zhaodi didn't refuse. She didn't have much experience in this area and needed Chu Meiru's guidance. Xin Feng took her to a 3-star hotel, which wasn't particularly luxurious, but it wasn't something ordinary people could afford either. It was her first time in such a place, and Wu Zhaodi felt extremely uncomfortable. As soon as they entered, the staff greeted them with enthusiastic bows. Is eating here too extravagant? This place looks expensive. Maybe we should go somewhere else, Wu Zhaodi said, feeling insecure. Don't worry. Since I invited you here to eat, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just relax and enjoy your meal. Xin Feng smiled confidently and continued, don't worry. I'm not short on money. A meal costing a few thousand isn't a big deal. In this place, the two of us would only spend a few thousand at most. Wu Zhaodi opened her mouth in disbelief. A few thousand yuan for a single meal was equivalent to her monthly earnings from her part-time job. How could one meal cost that much money? What exactly does Xin Feng do? How can he be so wealthy? Wu Zhaodi couldn't help but ask, is your family wealthy? Xin Feng gave her a half smile, we have enough. Let's not talk about that. Just order whatever you want. Don't be polite. Don't worry about the money. He handed the menu to Wu Zhaodi. Wu Zhaodi opened the menu and was stunned by the prices. A single dish costing several hundred yuan was quite common in this area. Even a plate of greens cost several $dozen, enough for her to buy dozens of pounds of vegetables. Expensive vegetables can cost over $1,000. Wu Zhaodi realized how unsophisticated she had been before and how poor she truly was upon arriving here. Xin, you go ahead and order. I'll eat whatever you order. Wu Zhaodi quickly returned the menu to Xin Feng. She dared not order anything for herself because every dish was very expensive. She also felt awkward about spending so much of Xin Feng's money. Xin Feng didn't hesitate, ordering a few seafood dishes and some meat dishes as well. This Wu Zhaodi student looked like she hadn't eaten anything good before. Anyway, he was eating alone, so he might as well give her some to eat, help her build up her strength, and spend a little money at the same time. Why not? Looking at the table laden with delicacies, the aroma wafting through the air, I couldn't help but swallow hard. She had never tasted anything so delicious in her entire life. And their conversation was heard clearly by Chu Meiru. Chu Meiru thought to herself, this scumbag is pretty dedicated to chasing girls, he even knows to bring them to such an expensive place to eat. He's so lustful and aggressive, it won't be long before I get the video of them playing poker. Thinking of this, Chu Meiru couldn't suppress her excitement. As long as she got rid of this thorn in her side, she wouldn't have to worry about Xin Feng using those videos to threaten her anymore. Wu Zhaodi, be more proactive. Say more flattering things about Xin Feng to make him happy. Men love it when women praise them. Upon receiving the instructions, Wu Zhaodi felt a bit awkward. Forcing herself to compliment someone was somewhat difficult, but thinking about the task at hand, she could only grit her teeth and say, Xin Feng, you're so handsome, I'm sure a lot of girls like you. I saw those 2 girls today who seemed interested in you. Xin Feng elegantly enjoyed his meal, lifting his eyes slowly and calmly replied, the first part of your statement is correct, but the second part is not. Indeed, there are many girls who like me, but those 2 girls are not interested in me. This wasn't Xin Feng boasting, his abilities didn't allow him to be modest. Chu Meiru heard every word clearly, secretly despising him. She thought he was arrogant and self-centered, a self-important jerk. Trash. Pervert. Wu Zhaodi smiled faintly, knowing that Xin Feng was joking. Earlier, a classmate had mentioned that you were quite the ladies' man. Is that true? That's exactly what happened. Xin Feng openly admitted that he saw no need to pretend to be a hypocrite or portray himself as a devoted person. He's all about being carefree. Even if those women know he's a playboy, they'll still willingly come to him. That's the greatest allure of money. Wu Zhaodi was secretly surprised. She had thought Xin Feng would at least try to defend himself, but he admitted it so openly. This guy is truly unpredictable. Chapter 67, The Love Expert. You're really honest. I admire men like you. Wu Zhaodi smiled lightly. While praising him with her words, she secretly mocked him in her heart. No matter how honest he is, it can't hide the fact that he's a scumbag. But that's for the best. At least a scoundrel is easy to lure in, and I can complete my mission sooner. I'll just treat it like a bad dream. On the other side, Chu Meiru's face betrayed her contempt, just as she had expected. This Qin Feng is nothing but a complete scoundrel. This was followed by another burst of anger. The events of the past few days felt like a nightmare, constantly swirling in her mind. The thought of being humiliated by such a despicable man made her feel utterly sick. At that moment, Qin Feng smiled lightly upon hearing this. Wu, I thought you would hate me. Wu Zhaodi forced a smile. No way. You're 100 times better than those hypocrites. Those guys are the worst, they're total jerks, but they keep claiming they're loyal. And you're so handsome, rich, and have the means to be unfaithful. I'm sure many girls can't resist your advances. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wu Zhaodi felt a bit hypocritical for saying something so insincere. Qin Feng suddenly found Wu Zhaodi increasingly likable. Aside from her awkward name, her overall appearance was excellent, and most importantly, she didn't act like other girls who would casually call men scum. Wu, I'm starting to really admire you. You're so understanding. Wu Zhaodi smiled faintly, and then she heard Chu Meiru's mocking voice. This scumbag has fallen for her. Next, he'll definitely start flattering you, telling you how beautiful you are, and using his sweet talk to praise you to the skies. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Feng's lips curled into a warm smile. To be honest, I've seen plenty of beautiful girls, but someone as beautiful and understanding as Ms. Wu is quite rare. Before he could finish, Wu Zhaodi couldn't help but curve her lips upward, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous smile. Just as that Ms. Chu had said. On the other side, the word scummy guy flashed through Chu Meiru's mind. He'll probably say something like, it's an honor to know you, or some other nonsense. As if on the same wavelength, Qin Feng's smile didn't waver at all. He enjoyed watching Wu Zhaodi smile and said, it's an honor to meet you too. I have a feeling we'll become good friends in the future. Wu Zhaodi's smile grew even brighter, her eyebrows curving into crescent moons. She couldn't help but laugh genuinely, truly happy. She had been successfully amused by Qin Feng. Is this the typical approach of a bad guy? Chu Meiru's mocking voice came again. Next, he'll definitely take advantage of the situation and ask for your WeChat. Wu, since we're so destined to meet, why don't we add each other on WeChat? Sure. Wu Zhaodi's face turned a bit red. Aunt Chu was truly amazing. She had completely figured out the mindset of a. Qin Feng, unaware of her meaning, also smiled. He could sense that Wu Zhaodi's smile was genuine, without a trace of insincerity. He thought to himself, I said so many nice things, I must have won Wu Zhaodi's favor. Indeed, at the right time, in the right atmosphere, saying the right words can quickly win a girl's favor. A sense of accomplishment welled up inside him, and Qin Feng stood even straighter, exuding a charming confidence. Little did he know that his appearance looked even more ridiculous in Wu Zhaodi's eyes. If she had covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, she would have laughed uncontrollably. I was a bit unhappy today, but now I'm very happy. Wu Zhaodi's eyebrows were arched, and all her pent-up frustration vanished. You're much more interesting than I thought. Wu Zhaodi looked at him with a meaningful expression, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She was now very curious to hear what kind of flattering words this man, whom Aunt Chu had labeled as a cad, would say to win over a girl. Is that so? Qin Feng was also in a wonderful mood. No man dislikes being praised by a beautiful woman. This meal was well worth it, and he could even get emotional value from the beauty. I'm also very happy right now to have met such a beautiful younger female classmate. Here's to a pleasant acquaintance. Wu Zhaodi's lips curled upward, and she felt very happy. On the other side, Chu Meiru also felt a sense of satisfaction at exposing a man's true nature. A scumbag like you can only deceive young girls. In front of me, you're still far from being a real man. After dinner, invite him out for a walk to deepen your connection. With a guy like that, all you have to do is ask, and he'll never say no. I guarantee that if you go shopping, he'll definitely buy you things and act very generous, but in reality, he'll only buy cheap stuff worth a few $100s to get rid of you. This kind of man is typical. He has no money, wants to pretend to be wealthy, doesn't want to spend money, yet still wants to sleep with women. Regarding this, Chu Meiru was extremely confident she knew the tricks of these scummy men inside out. Back when men were pursuing her, it was the same. Even now, there are still many older men trying to win her over by giving her gifts. There are also many men who frequently invite her out to dinner or drinking at night, but their true intentions lie elsewhere. Wu Zhaodi now fully believed what Chu Meiru had said. Seeing that the meal was almost finished, Wu Zhaodi took the initiative to speak up, suggesting, after we finish eating, shall we go for a stroll? Qin Feng thought about it for a moment, realizing that he didn't have anything else to do in the afternoon, so going out for a bit wouldn't hurt. He figured it could serve as a post-meal stroll. All right. Wu Zhaodi couldn't help but chuckle to herself, having been called out again by Aunt Chu. After finishing their meal, Qin Feng went to pay the bill, which totaled 6,000 yuan. This triggered a 100-fold bonus, netting him an additional 60,000 yuan. Wu Zhaodi saw the amount on the bill and couldn't help but gasp in shock. 6,000 yuan was equivalent to 2 months' wages from her part-time job. Then she heard Chu Meiru's mocking voice again. This scumbag sure is willing to spend a fortune. He must be dying of heartbreak. At that moment, the two had just stepped out of the restaurant. Wu Xiaodi turned her face toward Qin Feng, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she asked, "Where do you want to take me shopping?" Qin Feng curved the corners of his lips into a charming smile, his handsome face glowing with a sunny expression. He said boldly, "Let's go. I'll take you to the fashion district and buy you a few outfits. And we'll go spend some money while we're at it." As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Wu Xiaodi heard Chu Meiru's excited voice in her ear. "I wasn't wrong, was I? This scumbag has already started using the sugar-coated bullet strategy on you, trying to win you over with a little money. I told you he'd agree to go out and buy you things. I know these men's minds inside out. It's all the same old story. Later, just refuse him with your words and act a little reserved. He'll think you're not after his money, and he'll want to give you things even more. Men are such pathetic creatures. If you ask for something, he won't give it to you, and he'll think you're after his money, and he'll be on guard against you all the time. If you say you don't want it, he'll insist on giving it to you, and if you refuse, he'll be unhappy." Chu Meiru's voice carried a hint of pride, as if she were boasting about her knowledge. Wu Xiaodi grew increasingly impressed by Chu Meiru, who seemed like an expert in matters of the heart and a nemesis for bad men. She had never seen a woman who understood men so well. Chapter 68, Shopping with My Sister. Before long, the two arrived at the nearby fashion street, where they could see many fashionable men and women walking around, dressed in very avant-garde styles, a classic influencer-inspired fashion street. Many photographers also brought influencers here to take photos. Wu Xiaodi was visiting such a bustling street for the first time, and found the goods here to be very expensive. Qin Feng led Wu Xiaodi into a high-end fashion store, and the prices there left Wu Xiaodi speechless. A single garment was priced at 999. Some are priced at 3 or 4,000, 5 or 6,000, and even 7 or 8,000. These clothes left Wu Xiaodi dazzled. The prices were far beyond her financial means, and she dared not even touch them, feeling very self-conscious. If Qin Feng really brought me here to buy such expensive clothes, he wouldn't just want me to look, would he? Aunt Chu, he took me to a clothing store, and the cheapest items are still several thousand yuan. What does he mean by this? Wu Xiaodi whispered her report. Qin Feng's actions completely caught her off guard. She had originally thought he would take her to a store where clothes cost only a few hundred yuan, but instead he brought her to a place where everything was several thousand yuan. Chu Meiru was utterly shocked. She had been lazily lying on the sofa but suddenly sat up straight, her voice rising several decibels. This can't be possible. How could someone like him spend so much money on you, and he doesn't even have that kind of financial resources? It's definitely fake. He's just trying to satisfy his own desires. He'll definitely find an excuse to switch to someone else's place after the first time. Chu Meiru's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her mind in a whirl. Just pick any clothes and try them on. Qin Feng's sudden voice startled Wu Xiaodi. Wu Xiaodi's eyes darted around nervously. That's not a good idea. What if we accidentally stain them? How will we compensate them? Seeing Wu Xiaodi's lack of confidence, Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. Don't worry about that. If you like it, just buy it. Even if it gets dirty, you can just buy it outright. Try these few pieces of clothing on. Qin Feng stuffed several $1,000 garments into her hands. He didn't even give her a chance to refuse. Wu Xiaodi had no choice but to grit her teeth and take all the clothes to the fitting room. She liked the beautiful clothes, but she knew she couldn't afford them with her financial situation. What are you afraid of? Since this jerk said he'd buy them for you, just let him. He'll definitely spend a fortune to win you over. I bet he'll buy you a $1,000 outfit to make you feel spoiled, then deceive you with his fake kindness, making you think he's a rich kid. I get it, he's definitely trying to act like a rich kid in front of you. These scumbags love to pretend to be rich kids to pick up girls. Chu Meiru slapped her full thigh hard, making a loud sound, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As if she had seen through Qin Feng's pickup tactics, a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Don't feel guilty about taking his things. You've put in effort too, so remember that. Alright, I'll do as you say. Wu Xiaodi didn't insist further and slowly undid the buttons on her shirt. In front of the mirror in the fitting room, she revealed a breathtaking beauty, like a perfect piece of jade. After putting on these exquisite garments, your entire demeanor is elevated to a whole new level. If you were once a country girl, you're now a city beauty. Wu Xiaodi clearly felt the transformation and finally understood the true value of that statement. Clothes make the man. A $1,000 outfit is completely different from one that costs only a few dozen dollars. When she came out, Qin Feng was immediately struck by her appearance. After changing into these clothes, Wu Xiaodi's overall demeanor had improved significantly, making her look delightful and putting everyone in a good mood. Do you think it looks good? Wu Xiaodi felt a bit shy, glancing at her outfit a few more times, worried that something might not be quite right. It has to look good. You look absolutely stunning in this outfit. Put this outfit aside for now and try something else. Wu Xiaodi knew that Qin Feng's words might be exaggerated, but she was still very happy to hear such praise from him. The waiter chimed in with flattery, "Handsome guy, your girlfriend looks absolutely stunning in that outfit. She's like a goddess descended from heaven. Even I, as a woman, can't help but be captivated. I'm truly envious that you managed to find such a beautiful girlfriend." This comment made Wu Xiaodi blush fiercely, and she quickly said awkwardly, "Don't misunderstand, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend." The waitress gave a suggestive smile and said, "I understand, no need to explain so clearly." Her expression clearly showed she didn't believe a word of it, making Wu Xiaodi even more embarrassed. She could only feel guilty and go change into other clothes. Qin Feng stood by smiling, neither explaining nor acknowledging anything. There was nothing to explain about such matters. Waiters, after all, are there to encourage spending. Most of them would say such things when they see a man and a woman walking together. It's just a sales tactic. Wu Xiaodi changed 8 outfits in one go. The waiter smiled and asked, "Handsome guy, your girlfriend looks good in anything she wears. Why not buy her a few more outfits?" "Sure, wrap up all 8 outfits he tried on earlier." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, not caring about the small amount of money. This made the salesperson overjoyed, who quickly grabbed the clothes to pack them up, fearing that Qin Feng might change his mind. Wu Xiaodi was suddenly overcome with a tremendous shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how generous Qin Feng had been. "How much do 8 sets of clothes cost?" "Probably tens of thousands. You're giving it to me?" On the other side, Xu Meiru's mind was instantly struck by a bolt of lightning. This scumbag really sent 8 sets of clothes? Even if each outfit costs $5,000, that's still $40,000. At this price, Xu Meiru believes that many girls would find it hard to resist. The question is, where did Qin Feng get all that money? His family was once very poor, and she wouldn't have stopped him from being with her daughter back then. Could Qin Feng be so infatuated that he's taking out loans to chase after a woman? Xu Meiru was confused. At that moment, Wu Xiaodi stammered, "This isn't quite right. 8 sets of clothes will cost a lot of money." "It's fine. Don't worry about it." Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. "I can still afford to give you these few pieces of clothing." Wu Xiaodi no longer insisted, and also recalled what Aunt Shu had said. She thought to herself, "Qin Feng invited me to dinner as soon as we met and gave me so many clothes. It seems he really wants me." She didn't believe that any man would be so kind to her on their first meeting, or spend so much money on her for no reason. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And Qin Feng was also thinking about it. Given the tragic circumstances of Wu Xiaodi's family, he could only offer her some assistance as a classmate, ensuring she had decent food and clothing so she wouldn't be looked down upon by others, while also taking the opportunity to accumulate some wealth, achieving 2 goals at once. "Handsome guy, the total is 50,100. We've already rounded it down for you, so it's exactly 50,000. Upon hearing the price, Wu Xiaodi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although she had known it would be expensive, she hadn't expected it to be this expensive, and her heart began to race. $5,000 is no small sum. The card was successfully swiped. Spend 5 million yuan to receive 10 times the reward, with a refund of 50 million yuan. Take your time, handsome, and come back again soon." The salesperson bowed respectfully and escorted Qin Feng and the others out the door. Wu Xiaodi stood outside the door holding the clothes in her hands, still unable to believe that Qin Feng would be so generous as to give her such expensive clothes. "There's a bag store up ahead. Let me buy you a bag." Wu Xiaodi thought of Xu Meiru's words and pretended to be reluctant. "No, I've already spent so much of your money today. I feel bad taking more from you." "It's okay. The bags there aren't expensive, they're only a few $100s each." Hearing this, Wu Xiaodi finally let out a sigh of relief. After a full tour, Qin Feng had spent around 100,000 yuan on Wu Xiaodi. He received a refund of approximately 1 million yuan. When Wu Xiaodi returned to school, she was carrying large bags and returning home loaded with goods, as if she had gone out to buy things in a rush. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wu Xiaodi hid under the covers and cried, feeling as though she were in a dream. For 20,000 yuan, she had no choice but to agree to make a deal with Xu Meiru. However, after spending the day with Qin Feng, she returned with items worth around 100,000 yuan. It wasn't until then that Wu Xiaodi realized that the 20,000 she had been willing to do anything to obtain had been obtained so easily, and she had already gotten half of it. At that moment, she felt utterly defeated and wronged. It turned out that the wealthy could act so recklessly, while the poor had to pay thousands of times the price to attain such wealth. Chapter 69, Private Pets Receive Perks. Inside the school, Qin Feng and Four Eyes were sitting by the playground. "Old Zhang has been pursuing your ex-girlfriend. I think he's completely head over heels for your ex-girlfriend now." Zhou Wenbin frowned as he looked at the couple not far away. Not far away, Bai Ruoli, Xia Mengmeng, and Zhang Haiyang were sitting together, chatting. Qin Feng glanced up at Bai Ruoli, then refocused his attention on his phone screen and said, "Don't mind them." "Four Eyes, do you have feelings for that Xia Mengmeng?" Zhou Wenbin avoided her gaze, scratched the back of his head, and laughed awkwardly, "Not really. I just think she's special and suits my taste. Should I help you pursue her?" Qin Feng looked up, his face adorned with a faint smile. Zhou Wenbin chuckled, waving his hands repeatedly, confidently saying, no need, no need. I'm very confident in my charm. As long as I make a move, Meng Meng will definitely like me. I'll win her over with my genuine feelings. Xin Feng stared at Zhou Wenbin with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. Bro, you've never dated before, have you? Zhou Wenbin grew anxious, as if afraid Xin Feng would misunderstand him. Brother Feng, don't look down on me. I might not be as popular as you, but I'm definitely not a rookie. Trust me, I'll have Xia Mengmeng wrapped around my finger in no time. Xin Feng chuckled. This guy was clearly a rookie, yet he was still trying to put on a show. Never mind, don't expose his lies. Let's give him a little dignity as a man. Alright, if you can't handle it, let me know, and I'll help you win her over. I appreciate your kindness, Feng Gu. Xin Feng gave a faint smile and refocused his attention on his phone screen, where he was chatting with his private pet, Little M Dog. Shi Rujing sent a message, Master, sorry, I've been pretty busy these days. My best friend and I are setting up a milk tea shop. Xin Feng was a bit surprised. In this current market, who would open a milk tea shop? 9 out of 10 would go out of business. He felt it was necessary to remind his personal pet. The milk tea shop business is tough these days. Why did you suddenly decide to open a milk tea shop? Aren't you afraid of losing money? It's no big deal. If it loses money, it loses money. There's a franchise store nearby that's up for sale, and everything is already set up and still open. There are even people lining up to buy milk tea right now. As long as we handle the paperwork, we can start operating immediately. I can finally be a little boss. Xin Feng shook his head silently. A franchise is even harder to run. If it's profitable, why would they want to sell it? For all we know, these people waiting in line might all be their hired actors. Young girls need to learn a lesson the hard way. Xin Feng didn't remind Shi Rujing about these things either. After thinking for a moment, he replied with a message, Where are you opening the milk tea shop? Send me the location so I can take a look. Soon after, Shi Rujing sent the location, along with a photo of herself sticking out her tongue, cute and sassy. Master, am I cute like this? Cute. Xin Feng's lips curled upward. This isn't just cute, it's also a bit mischievous. The person across from him immediately replied, Is there a reward? Accompanied by a pitiful emoji. I finally saved up a little money to buy this shop, but now I'm broke again. Xin Feng couldn't possibly miss the subtle hint that she wanted money, and Shi Rujing couldn't possibly be broke. Over the past few days of competition, he hadn't exactly been stingy with his spending on her. Most people wouldn't be able to withstand her relentless demands. No problem, the boss will send you a big red envelope. Just transfer 10,000 directly. Thanks, boss. Immediately after that, she posted another large photo, this time without showing her face. Xin Feng couldn't help but curve his lips upward, fully enjoying the view of the snow-capped mountains. Excellent. He looks very energetic. This 10,000 yuan was well spent. Click on the image to enlarge it. Spend 10,000 yuan, receive special benefits, and get a 100x return. You earn 1 million yuan. Just as Xin Feng was enjoying the scene, a voice that sent shockwaves through the air suddenly rang out. Xin Feng suddenly startled and quickly turned off his phone screen. Immediately afterward, Zhou Wenbin widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Xin Feng, saying, Brother, I didn't expect you to be into this either. That's pretty hot. Which girl sent it to you? Even though Xin Feng was usually thick-skinned and carefree, he was completely thrown off guard by his friend's sudden question. Ha, this is an AI image. Xin Feng laughed awkwardly, quickly shifting the blame to AI. Zhou Wenbin looked at Xin Feng suspiciously. That's impossible. How could AI make it look so real? Plus, you look like you're guilty of something. It doesn't look like AI at all. Then, he patted Xin Feng on the shoulder with a suggestive smile. Bro, we're all adults here. No need to hide it. I've seen plenty of this stuff. I've got over 10 gigabytes of movies on my phone. Song Jinkong, My Yuzi, and Chun Zhou Wenbin listed them all like they were old friends. Stop, you should keep these for yourself to enjoy slowly. Xin Feng hurriedly stopped him. As they were talking, they saw Zhang Haoyang walking toward them with the two beautiful young women, Bai Ruoli and Bai Ruoli. For eyes, Feng, you guys are here too. Zhang Haoyang greeted them from afar. Zhou Wenbin looked up, his eyes fixed on Xia Mengmeng, and smiled. Yeah, where are you guys heading? Zhang Haoyang glanced at Bai Ruoli, saw that she didn't react, and said, We're going to drink milk tea. Zhou Wenbin felt a surge of excitement and smiled broadly, saying, Brother Feng, shall we join you for some milk tea? Xin Feng, engrossed in his phone, didn't even look up and said, I'll pass. You guys go ahead. Bai Ruoli thought to herself, you know what's good for you. Zhang Haoyang sighed in relief. It was better that Xin Feng wasn't coming with him around, he wouldn't feel at ease. He feigned politeness and said, I was actually planning to invite Brother Feng along, but since he's not coming, it's fine. Little did he know that Xia Mengmeng, out of curiosity, suddenly snatched Xin Feng's phone. Xin Feng was startled. He had been chatting with his private pet, and if Xia Mengmeng saw the content, it would be the end of the world. Hey, stop messing around. Give me back my phone. Qin Feng forced a smile and reached out to grab the phone. Xia Mengmeng deftly hid Qin Feng's phone behind her back and smiled. Everyone's going to drink milk tea. Why aren't you coming? Aren't you afraid of us? Qin Feng grabbed at thin air, then feared Xia Mengmeng might peek at his phone, and hurriedly said, Naily, I don't like milk tea. You're all in pairs, and I don't want to be the third wheel. Just give me back my phone already. If you come with us to drink milk tea, I'll give you your phone back. Xia Mengmeng tilted her round face upward, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Qin Feng, her expression tinged with a touch of mischief, looking just like a clever little sprite. Qin Feng looked helpless and couldn't help but ask, why do you have to drag me to drink milk tea? Xia Mengmeng covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, because I don't want to be the third wheel either, so I had to drag you both along too. That way, I won't feel awkward. Chapter 70, The Secret in the Phone. Then give me your phone first? Qin Feng was speechless, so he had no choice but to settle for the next best option and get his phone back first. Do I look like an idiot? Xia Mengmeng gave a little snort through her tiny nose, looking adorably mischievous. What if you take the phone and run away? Let's go to the milk tea shop with us first. Zhou Wenbin quickly snapped a photo of Qin Feng's back and winked, as if to say, come on, agree already. Let's go together. Just help me out. Seeing his friend's pleading expression, Qin Feng could only sigh and nod, saying, alright, but once we get to the milk tea shop, you have to give me my phone back. Deal. Xia Mengmeng looked smug and delighted. Humph, Ruoli told me not to leave her as long as Zhang Haoyang is around. No matter where we go, I must go with her to prevent Zhang Haoyang from making any unreasonable demands of her. Therefore, she also wanted to find a companion so she wouldn't have to watch the two of them flirting with each other. As for that four-eyed guy Zhou Wenbin, the way he looks at her is also pretty weird. Better call Qin Feng over. At least he doesn't have any strange thoughts about me. Xia Mengmeng's mind was racing, and she wore a sly smile on her face, looking like a little fox. Ruoli furrowed her brows and thought to herself, how did that annoying guy Qin Feng end up here too? Mengmeng is really something. Why did she have to call him? He's such a jerk. Seeing him makes me lose my appetite for milk tea. Sigh, considering how much Mengmeng has helped me, I'll let it slide this time. Next time, I'll remind her not to bring Qin Feng along. Zhang Haoyang smiled insincerely, brother Feng, let's all go together. The more, the merrier. Let's go. Qin Feng replied impatiently. To get his phone back, he would have to endure the inconvenience for now. Zhang Haoyang's eyes darkened. Qin Feng was really going through with it. Immediately, the corners of his mouth turned upward. Since he had come, he would show off his true abilities. Ruoli doesn't know yet that I'm a rich kid. After we finish our milk tea, I'll take her shopping and buy her some expensive jewelry. Qin Feng will definitely feel inferior seeing how generous I am, and he won't dare to have any feelings for my goddess. After coming to this realization, Zhang Haoyang felt a sense of relief and walked with a light step. On the other side, Shi Rujing and Lu Piaoxue, who had opened a franchise milk tea shop together, were busy preparing for the grand opening and had to oversee the operations. The two of them were personally greeting customers at the entrance, handing out discount cards, and thanks to their popularity at school, they attracted quite a few students to come and support them. Isn't that Senior Xue? Zhang Haoyang and a few others also saw this lively scene on the street, and they all looked surprised. Qin Feng had already known about their milk tea shop, so he didn't react much. Zhou Wenbin slowed his pace, adjusted his glasses, and exclaimed in surprise, it really is the senior students. Are they working part-time here? Ruoli thought for a moment and immediately realized it was impossible for them to be working part-time here. She said indifferently, that's absolutely impossible. They can earn so much money from a single live stream. Why would they come here to earn such hard-earned money? Stop guessing. They've opened a milk tea shop here. Let's go check it out and show some support. Qin Feng led the way, and the others followed. Senior Lu, congratulations on your new business. May your opening go smoothly and bring you prosperity all year round. Qin Feng smiled and bowed from afar to offer his congratulations. Besides Ruoli, everyone else also rushed forward to offer their congratulations. Lu Piaoxue beamed with joy and said cheerfully, thank you for your blessings. Since you all came to support me today, what kind of milk tea would you like to drink? I'll treat you. The boss has spoken, we must give you face today. Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all, he sat down and started scanning and ordering as if it were his own store. The others also ordered what they wanted to eat. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Feng called Lu Piaoxue over and teased her with a smile, Ms. Lu, how does it feel to be the boss? Lu Piaoxue smiled and said, it feels great. This is completely different from working for someone else. I never would have imagined that I could become a boss so quickly. I have to thank the internet users who supported me. At this point, Lu Piaoxue couldn't help but think of Fenggu. Without his support, she would never have been able to open a milk tea shop at this time. However, the incident of dancing the rabbit dance for Fenggu alone that night also flashed through her mind. I'll have to go now. I've got things to do. Lu Piaoxue hurriedly left. Qin Feng's lips curled into a suggestive smile. He suddenly thought of something amusing and opened the local flower delivery app. How envious I am of the senior. So young and already a boss. Xia Mengmeng propped her chin up with both hands, making her already round face look even rounder. Unfortunately, I wasn't born with that kind of luck. I bet by the time I graduate, the first thing I'll be doing is scrambling to find a job. Zhou Wenbin stared at Xia Mengmeng with a passionate gaze. You're only a freshman now, it's still early. Who knows what the future holds? You might even achieve greater success than your senior. That's impossible. I'm not cut out to be an influencer. I'm not smart enough, and I don't have the luck to be a boss. Xia Mengmeng knew her own limitations and dared not even dream of becoming a boss. She only hoped to find a stable job after graduation, and if possible, pass the civil service exam. Zhang Haoyang wasn't interested in such matters. His mind was entirely on Bai Ruoli. With a flattering smile on his face, he said, Ruoli, I'll order you another KFC. What would you like? I'll have it delivered right away. Bai Ruoli, who was busy playing with her phone, replied casually, no need. A cup of milk tea will do. Zhang Haoyang's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but he forced a smile. Alright, let me know if you ever feel like eating something. Xin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. This old Zhan was truly foolish. Chasing after Bai Ruoli like a dog begging for scraps would never lead to anything. Just as he was about to take out his phone to play around, he suddenly realized that his phone was still on Xia Mengmeng's body. Oh no, if Shi Rujing sends a message at this moment, that would be troublesome. Can you give me my phone back? Qin Feng reached out his hand and tried to speak to Xia Mengmeng in a gentle tone. His phone contained many secrets, and every extra minute it remained in Xia Mengmeng's hands meant an extra minute of danger. Oh, you're so stingy. It's like you're afraid I'll take your phone. Xia Mengmeng pouted, but she hadn't intended to keep Qin Feng's phone anyway. She reached into the small bear-shaped bag at her waist and pulled out Qin Feng's phone. Just then, the phone screen suddenly lit up and a message popped up. Main bank, why haven't you replied to little M Dog's message for so long? The message flashed by. Xia Mengmeng's eyes widened suddenly, and her movements froze instantly. Qin Feng's expression also froze. The changes on Xia Mengmeng's face didn't escape his notice. Something's wrong. Chapter 71, The Little Secret is Discovered. Almost at the same time, Qin Feng thought it must be Shi Rujing sending him a message. He quickly glanced at Shi Rujing, who was nearby, and sure enough, she was taking a break from her work to play with her phone. Boom! Qin Feng suddenly felt as though the sky had collapsed. This is bad. It must be the private pet sending messages to Xia Mengmeng. Looking up at Xia Mengmeng again, Qin Feng precisely caught the shock and disbelief in her eyes. Her expression seemed to say, you're actually this kind of person? Qin Feng quickly winked at Xia Mengmeng and laughed awkwardly. Mengmeng, stop messing around. Give me back my phone, okay? However, Xia Mengmeng noticed the panic in Qin Feng's eyes and picked up on his subtle hint. A storm of emotions surged within her, leaving her heart racing for a long time afterward. The girl who had just sent him a message claimed to be Little M Dog, and if I hadn't mistaken her profile picture, it was indeed Shi Rujing. These two are actually in such a secret relationship behind the scenes. Oh my goodness. They sure know how to have fun. Xia Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and a sweet smile spread across her face. This guy must have figured out that I saw his message, so he hinted for me not to make a fuss and not to mention it to anyone. Qin Feng, here's your phone. Add me on WeChat, okay? Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He could tell there was more to Xia Mengmeng's words, so he quickly smiled and said, sure. Xia Mengmeng finally smiled and handed the phone back to Qin Feng. Zhou Wenbin furrowed his brows. He felt like the two of them were hiding something from everyone, and it felt off. Taking back his phone, Qin Feng immediately saw the message sent by Shi Rujing. Upon reading the content, he immediately understood what was going on and quickly sent a message back to Shi Rujing. Honey, you're probably busy opening the store today. Take care of your customers first. I'll send you some little treats during the live stream tonight. Thanks, boss. I love you. I'll go get busy now. Shi Rujing put away her phone and went back to attending to the guests. Her actions didn't escape Xia Mengmeng's notice. She had already pulled out her phone and displayed the QR code, squinting at Qin Feng with a smile. Scan it. Qin Feng sighed helplessly, feeling that once he added her on WeChat, something was bound to happen. This was the only time he had ever added a girl on WeChat, and he had done so very reluctantly. Bai Ruoli felt a bit annoyed. She noticed Xia Mengmeng's behavior and thought to herself, Mengmeng, what's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly so interested in Qin Feng and even asked to add him on WeChat? Could it be that you've set your sights on a bad guy? That can't be possible, can it? I clearly warned her that Qin Feng is a scumbag, yet Xia Mengmeng, this fool, just won't listen. Is Qin Feng really that appealing? Bai Ruoli felt frustrated and grew increasingly annoyed by Zhang Haoyang's flattering words. Qin Feng glanced at Xia Mengmeng's WeChat. Her profile picture was also of herself, and her name was the super cute Mengmeng. A message popped up. You're so perverted. You're actually in this kind of relationship with Senior Jingjing? I never would have guessed you two had this kind of interest. Evil grin emoji. Xin Feng felt a pang of guilt and glanced at Xia Mengmeng, who was sipping her milk tea as if nothing had happened. He had to stop Xia Mengmeng from talking. Otherwise, she would spread the secret he had been hiding, and Shi Rujing would find out that the mysterious top-ranked guy, Fenggo, was actually him. How could he play the game then? Let's try to soften this little girl first. Mengmeng, please keep this a secret for me, okay? You're so pretty and cute, you're not the type to blab, right? Xia Mengmeng lowered her eyes, her gaze falling on the phone resting on her thigh. Seeing Qin Feng's message, the corners of her mouth curled upward. The feeling of holding someone else's little secret was so satisfying. I must tease this pervert properly. No need to flatter me, I'm not falling for that. If you don't want me to say anything, that's fine unless you make me happy. Upon seeing the message, Xin Feng glanced up at Xia Mengmeng and immediately understood. Making a girl happy was something he was best at. Xia Mengmeng met Qin Feng's gaze and felt a secret sense of triumph. Xin Feng, from now on, you should be begging me to keep your secret for you. Are you planning to treat me to a meal, or perhaps give me a small gift to make me happy? Or just keep saying nice things to make me happy? Xia Mengmeng was very excited. She wanted to see what kind of sweet talk this scoundrel by Ruoli was talking about could use to make her happy. No matter how much you beg for mercy, I won't let you off easily. I'll make sure to give Qin Feng a good time. Just as Xia Mengmeng was thinking about how to torment Qin Feng's message came through. All she saw was a short sentence, but it felt like a hammer striking her heart. Alright, I'll give you a Louis Vuitton bag. Xia Mengmeng's eyes widened. A Louis Vuitton handbag was a luxury item, expensive, and very fashionable, costing tens of thousands of dollars each. Was he really going to give her something so expensive? Xia Mengmeng's carefully planned scheme to tease Qin Feng was instantly disrupted. Her first reaction was whether Qin Feng was joking. She had already lost all interest in how to tease Qin Feng. She suddenly looked up at him and saw him smiling at her and nodding slightly. Xia Mengmeng's heart began to race. Qin Feng's gaze seemed to be telling her, if you help me keep the secret, I'll give you a designer handbag. This surprise left Xia Mengmeng completely flustered, and she quickly sent a message to confirm. Are you serious? You're not lying to me, are you? Do you even know how expensive an LV bag is? They cost tens of thousands of dollars each. Are you really willing to give me something so valuable? Her words were filled with disbelief. The more she wanted it, the more she feared it was a lie. Qin Feng sighed in relief. Xia Mengmeng's reaction had proven that his strategy was correct. As long as you keep this a secret for me, none of this will be a problem. Xia Mengmeng bit her lower lip, torn inside, but finally looked up at Qin Feng, as if she had made up her mind. Alright, I won't tell anyone about this, but you must buy me a LV handbag today. There is a specialty store in the commercial district near the school. Take me there today. Qin Feng laughed. Indeed, there's no problem that money can't solve. A mere few tens of thousands of dollars was nothing. Alright, deal, but let's wait until we finish our milk tea first. Both were very satisfied with the outcome. At that moment, Xia Mengmeng had lost all interest in drinking milk tea and couldn't wait to fly to a luxury store to buy her handbag. Ruoli, we've almost finished our milk tea. Why don't we go shopping? Xia Mengmeng smiled brightly and gave Zhang Haoyang a sly glance. Zhang Haoyang immediately understood. Xia Mengmeng's suggestion was exactly what he had in mind. Now it was his chance to show off. I'm in too. It's rare for us all to be out together, so let's go shopping. Chapter 72, Mengmeng has a boyfriend. Zhang Haoyang glanced at Zhou Wenbin and gave him a subtle nod, implying, you should come along too. It'll give you a chance to get closer to your crush. Zhou Wenbin knew exactly what was going on. He smiled happily and said, anyway, there's nothing else to do. Let's go shopping together. Qin Feng, you should come too. Right, Qin Feng, you should come too. It'll be more fun with more people. Xia Mengmeng blinked her eyes and curved her lips into a smug smile, as if to say, don't forget to do what you promised me. Qin Feng suddenly felt a headache coming on. He didn't mind going himself or giving Xia Mengmeng a gift, but the problem was that Zhou Wenbin liked her. If I give her a gift in front of Zhou Wenbin, won't that make my brother misunderstand? Then I'd be in big trouble, no matter what I did to clear my name. I was torn inside, but after thinking it over, I decided to avoid any misunderstandings among the brothers. So I pretended to be busy. You guys go ahead. I have something to do now and won't be free until tonight. Little did he know that Xia Mengmeng seemed not to have caught on to his meaning. Her beautiful brows furrowed, and her charming face grew a touch annoyed. What could possibly be more important than going out to play with me? She had originally wanted to say that there was something more important than delivering my bag, but she suddenly realized that it wasn't appropriate and quickly changed her words. She was so eager to get the bag that she couldn't wait until evening. Zhou Wenbin grabbed Qin Feng's hand and pulled him aside, whispering, brother, you wouldn't be avoiding her on purpose because you don't want to see your ex-girlfriend, would you? Qin Feng was speechless inside, glaring angrily at the four-eyed guy. Kid, I didn't go because of you. Don't be ungrateful. Seeing Zhou Wenbin speak like this, Qin Feng went along with it, more or less. I really don't want to see her. Brother, if you've truly let go, you wouldn't care. Unless you haven't let go of her. A man should be able to pick it up and put it down. Zhou Wenbin spoke earnestly, trying to ease the awkwardness between Qin Feng and Zhang Haoyang, not wanting his brothers to have a private feud over a woman. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about how to refuse Zhou Wenbin, another text message came in. Without even looking, he knew it was from Xia Mengmeng. Qin Feng, I don't care. I want it now. I've never used a designer handbag in my life. You promised me, so you can't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone about you. You don't want them to know you have such a perverted hobby, do you? In the end, Xia Mengmeng sent an angry emoji and a knife as a threat. Qin Feng was helpless at this point, he had no choice but to comply. So the five of them went shopping together. Xia Mengmeng was the most excited, as if she had endless energy, and was very enthusiastic about shopping. Only Qin Feng understood why she was so excited. Indeed, women cannot resist luxury items. A few people boarded a bus. Xia Mengmeng and Bai Ruoli sat together. Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin were sitting in the row behind them. Qin Feng liked sitting at the back of the bus. The seats were spacious and elevated, allowing him to enjoy the scenery along the roadside. No sooner had he sat down than Xia Mengmeng sent him a message. Xia Mengmeng, Qin Feng, I'm telling you, you better not lie to me, or else you're dead. I hate it when people lie to me. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He could tell that Xia Mengmeng took this matter very seriously. An LV handbag might be a significant expense for others, but to Qin Feng, it was nothing to worry about. However, he didn't know that Xia Mengmeng was born into an ordinary family, with parents who were ordinary wage earners. A handbag costing tens of thousands of dollars was an absolute luxury for her. Suddenly, someone was offering her such a luxury item that could greatly satisfy her vanity. It felt like manna from heaven to her, and she feared that if she waited too long, Qin Feng might change his mind. Qin Feng replied, You've said it many times already. I've told you before, a handbag isn't a big deal to me. You don't need to worry that I'm deceiving you. Xia Mengmeng couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. The excitement in her heart was impossible to calm down. Only Qin Feng's assurances could make her feel at ease. Alright, I'll trust you this once. I secretly sent the message, afraid that Bai Ruoli would see it. Bai Ruoli had already noticed that Xia Mengmeng was acting strange, as if she were secretly chatting with someone. Could it be her boyfriend? This made her curious, as she hadn't heard of Xia Mengmeng having a boyfriend. She leaned in to take a peek at Xia Mengmeng's phone screen. This startled Xia Mengmeng, who quickly hid her phone. What are you doing? Xia Mengmeng felt guilty and quickly put her phone in her bag. Bai Ruoli gave her a suggestive smile and whispered, Weren't you just chatting with your boyfriend? Xia Mengmeng secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Bai Ruo didn't see her chat history, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have asked such a question. Don't make things up. I've already told you I don't have a boyfriend. Stop pretending. What's he afraid of if he's your boyfriend? Stop pretending. If he's not your boyfriend, why are you afraid for me to see him? He's just a good friend of mine. Oh, okay, let me see your chat history, then. Bai Ruoli wouldn't believe it so easily. The more Xia Mengmeng refused, the more certain she became that there was something fishy going on, and she wanted to know. No way. Xia Mengmeng refused firmly, seeming to realize her reaction was a bit excessive. She felt guilty and said, It's just some private stuff. I'll tell you later. Bai Ruoli covered her mouth and giggled. She was absolutely certain that Xia Mengmeng was definitely chatting with her boyfriend. You little brat, you have a boyfriend and you lied to me, saying you didn't have one. When you introduce him to me, I'll give him a proper evaluation. Xia Mengmeng was frustrated. What kind of screening are you talking about? I don't even have a boyfriend. Where am I supposed to find one for you to screen? Besides, you already know this so-called boyfriend, and you hate him anyway. She decided to just shut up, play with her phone, scroll through Douyin, and pretend to be dead. This really worried Zhou Wenbin, who was behind him. He tapped Zhang Haoyang on the arm and deliberately lowered his voice. Haoyang, did you hear Bai Ruoli say that Mengmeng has a boyfriend? Zhang Haoyang nodded solemnly and said, Brother, you're in trouble. I heard it too. Mengmeng is so cute, it's no wonder someone likes her. It's not surprising she has a boyfriend either. If you want to steal her away, it won't be easy. Zhou Wenbin looked like he swallowed a cockroach, with a deadpan expression on his face. He finally developed feelings for a girl, only to find out she already had a boyfriend. Was he destined to be single for the rest of his life? No way. Xia Mengmeng is so cute, I can't let her go to someone else, even if she has a boyfriend. I don't care who her boyfriend is. Don't let me see him, or I'll beat him up every time I see him. Zhou Wenbin muttered under his breath. Chapter 73, How to Give Gifts Under the Watchful Eyes of Your Best Friend. Qin Feng, sitting behind him, was completely unaware that he had already been targeted by his own brother. They arrived smoothly at the commercial district, where many fashionably dressed young men and women enjoyed shopping. As soon as Bai Ruoli appeared, she quickly caught the attention of many people. Her fame had grown so much recently that it was hard for her to stay low-key, and many people gathered around her to take photos. Fortunately, these people had some boundaries and were well-mannered, so they didn't rush forward to disturb her and gave her plenty of personal space. Seeing everyone fawning over Bai Ruoli, Zhang Haoran felt a bit elated. He thought to himself that if he could win Bai Ruoli's heart, he'd be dating the nation as sweetheart. The sense of accomplishment would be indescribable, and just thinking about it made him feel incredibly excited. Bai Ruoli had long since grown accustomed to being the center of attention. As long as these people didn't come over to bother her, she let them take photos as they pleased. Sometimes she even deliberately struck poses to accommodate them. Among the five, Qin Feng was the most carefree. He had no psychological burdens and would occasionally buy some street food when he saw something delicious. Bai Ruoli had a graceful figure and a radiant presence. Xia Mengmeng, adorable and mischievous, also caught the attention of many people. Ruoli, I heard there's a Louis Vuitton store on this street. Why don't we go check it out? Xia Mengmeng arrived on the street and couldn't wait to subtly mention where she wanted to go. After speaking, she glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was eating candied hawthorn on a stick, as if the matter had nothing to do with him at all. Bai Ruoli suddenly became interested. Since she had become wealthy, she had started to consider many luxury items she had once dared not imagine. Since she was here, she might as well pick out some bags she liked. Before she could respond, the sycophantic Zhang Haoyang quickly jumped in, flashing a flattering smile. You're right, Meng Meng. Since we're here, let's have some fun. Let's go take a look. If you find anything you like, I'll buy it for you. Bai Ruoli smiled faintly, thinking to herself, Zhang Haoyang is indeed trying to pursue me. Unfortunately, I'm no longer the ordinary girl I used to be. A handbag isn't worth my attention. If I accept your gift, people will gossip about me later. It's not worth the trouble. A few $1,000s isn't something I need right now. No, thank you. I can afford it myself. Thank you for your kindness. Bai Ruoli smiled faintly and politely declined Zhang Haoyang's offer. It's no problem. A bag costing 10 or so thousand is something I can afford to give you. Please don't be so polite. Zhang Haoyang wasn't giving up, his enthusiasm burning brightly. Bai Ruoli remained silent no matter what he said. She wouldn't accept a bag from Zhang Haoyang. Among the group, Zhou Wenbin felt the most awkward. Zhang Haoyang kept mentioning luxury items, and if he didn't give something in return, it would seem a bit inappropriate. But he couldn't afford anything expensive. Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, he suddenly noticed a street vendor selling beautifully crafted small bracelets and other exquisite handicrafts. Momo, this bracelet is so pretty. Do you like it? Zhou Wenbin picked up a small bracelet from the stall. Xia Mengmeng glanced at it and was immediately captivated by its exquisite design, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she took the bracelet from Zhou Wenbin's hand. Wow, it's so beautiful. I love it. Zhou Wenbin's lips curled upward instantly. Seeing Xia Mengmeng's sweet smile, his heart melted with joy. He gathered his courage and said, if you like it, I'll buy it for you. Oh, no need. I just said I liked it, I didn't say I wanted it. Xia Mengmeng quickly put the necklace back on the stall. Zhou Wenbin felt a bit awkward and could only stand there smiling awkwardly. Qin Feng shook his head silently. It was clear that Zhou Wenbin was still pining for Xia Mengmeng, and pursuing her would be no easy task. He needed to find a time to ask Xia Mengmeng what kind of guy she liked and then help Zhou Wenbin, the Four Eyes, make some changes. The group quickly arrived at the handbag brand specialty store. Welcome! The salesperson recognized Bai Ruoli at a glance and immediately lit up. This kind of person has money in their pockets, they're sure to buy a bag. The salesperson was extremely enthusiastic. The 5 million yuan from Bai Ruoli's contract with Qin Feng's company had already been transferred to her account. Therefore, her bank account not only held the 5 million yuan signing bonus but also the money from fans who had sent gifts, bringing her personal savings close to 10 million yuan. The luxury items in this store couldn't make her feel inferior at all. It was precisely because she had money in her account that Bai Ruoli's overall demeanor became even more cold and elegant. A woman's confidence comes from the balance in her bank account. Hey, this is our latest limited edition handbag. These are also this year's most popular styles. Several young women wearing gloves are enthusiastically recommending them, with prices ranging from 200,000 to 300,000. Upon seeing these bags, Xia Mengming's eyes lit up. These bags are so beautiful, she likes them all, but unfortunately she can only buy one. As for Zhou Wenbin, he felt completely out of place in such a place, let alone buying a bag here. Even seeing the prices made him feel inferior. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was casually eating candied hawthorn on a stick, but in his mind, he was already planning how to buy a bag for Xia Mengmeng without letting his brothers misunderstand. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He walked over to a salesperson and said, "Call the store manager over here." "Sir, what can I do for you? If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know." The salesperson was very polite. I'd like to meet your store manager and discuss something with him. This has left the saleswoman completely baffled. She can't figure out Qin Feng's intentions, and he doesn't seem like the type of buyer with significant financial resources. She doesn't want to call the store manager over for such a minor matter. Sir, could you please tell us what you need? Our store manager is very busy, and we usually handle minor matters like this. Is there anything I can assist you with? Qin Feng sighed. If he didn't show off his skills, these people wouldn't cooperate willingly. He pulled out a black super member credit card from his pocket and gave it a light shake. Was that reason sufficient? The salesperson's expression changed instantly, and he became extremely polite. Sir, may I see your card? A black card signifies extreme wealth, and such individuals are indeed worthy of being greeted by the store manager. Qin Feng showed the card to the salesperson, who examined it carefully but couldn't tell if it was real or fake. She dared not take such a matter lightly and respectfully said, Sir, please follow me. I will take you to see my store manager right away. Upon entering the manager's office, the salesperson quickly handed the card to the manager for authentication. Sorry, I've never seen a real black card either. Would you mind if I take a look at it? Sure. Qin Feng doesn't mind. Until the store manager swiped the card and the balance appeared on the screen, he looked like he had seen his great-grandfather. Sir, is there anything I can do for you? The store manager bent over like a 60-year-old woman, serving him with utmost care and caution. Chapter 74, Changing the Rules with Money. Qin Feng whispered something in the store manager's ear for a while. The store manager nodded repeatedly. Satisfied, Qin Feng left the manager's office. Not long after, the store manager emerged with a smile, personally greeting Bai Ruoli. Miss Bai, you have such excellent taste. Everything you've chosen is the best we have in the store. They complement you perfectly and make you look even more elegant. Bai Ruoli was flattered by the store manager's praise and felt a bit elated. Suddenly, she noticed Qin Feng casually chatting with a female sales clerk nearby. She couldn't help but look down on him in her heart. This scoundrel is indeed the same everywhere, always trying to flirt with women. He's just a dog who can't change his spots. Now that I'm so rich and beautiful, Qin Feng must regret breaking up with me. I'll just use this opportunity to get back at him. Manager, show me the most expensive bag in your store. Bai Ruoli said it a bit louder on purpose, hoping Qin Feng would hear. The store manager smiled and said, the most expensive item in our store is a limited edition non-sale item worth 880,000 yuan. Bai Ruoli immediately became interested. She believed that so-called non-sale items simply meant the price wasn't right. With her current financial standing, adding another 10 or 20,000 wouldn't be a problem, provided she liked it. Manager, can I take a look? Miss Bai, please wait a moment. I'll go get it right away. On Qin Feng's side, he was having a lively conversation with an older sister. Beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Qin Feng's eyes carried a hint of playful teasing. Before him stood a mature woman in her 30s. Her figure and demeanor were both impeccable. Moreover, as saleswomen, they differed from ordinary women in that they wore professional suits and, having interacted with many wealthy individuals, had developed a unique perspective and demeanor that set them apart from ordinary women. They knew exactly how to please men. Her gaze briefly glanced at the name tag on the other person's chest, which read Zhao Zhaoyan. No boyfriend. Zhao Zhaoyan curved her lips into a seductive smile. But I have a husband. Little brother, you wouldn't be interested in your older sister, would you? Zhao Zhaoyan chuckled to herself. Teasing these young boys every now and then wasn't so bad, it was quite stimulating. She was eager to see how Qin Feng would react when he heard she had a husband. Qin Feng smiled suggestively. They say women with husbands understand men better. I like women like you, sister. I'll buy you a drink next time. Zhao Zhaoyan batted her eyelashes, her eyes brimming with seduction, and spoke softly. Little brother, is it just about drinking? What else? Qin Feng asked with a smile, his eyes seeming to hold a deeper meaning. Zhao Zhaoyan's beautiful face showed deep regret. Then I won't go. Qin Feng didn't feel disappointed. He liked women with personality. He chuckled lightly. Are you afraid I have ulterior motives toward you? No, I just think drinking alone is boring. I thought something might happen. Zhao Zhaoyan quickly gave him a suggestive smile. Qin Feng froze, finally realizing he had been flirted with. He had encountered a master. But I like it. Let's add each other on WeChat, and we can go camping sometime. Zhao Zhaoyan gave a suggestive smile but didn't say anything. Instead, she pulled out her phone and added him as a friend. Qin Feng casually glanced at the other person's moments. This feels familiar. Zhao Zhaoyan's WeChat moments are all about bags. You don't think I have any nice photos in my WeChat moments, do you? Zhao Zhaoyan chuckled, her eyes sparkling with a hint of smugness. She'd been found out. Qin Fengzi smiled calmly, no longer pretending, and gazed admiringly at Zhao Zhaoyan. This is just my hobby. If you ever get the chance, I'll invite you to go swimming at the beach. That might not be possible until next year when I have some free time. Zhao Zhaoyan's beautiful face once again betrayed a hint of sadness. Oh, is it because you're busy with work, or are you afraid your husband will find out? Xin Feng grew increasingly interested. He noticed that this woman always managed to keep him hooked. Zhao Zhaoyan tilted her head slightly forward, and a faint fragrance wafted into Qin Feng's nose. Little brother, autumn is almost over, and winter is just around the corner. You want me to wear a swimsuit and go swimming? Do you want me to freeze to death? Xin Feng smiled. Indeed, chatting with a mature older sister was truly enjoyable. At that moment, the store manager also brought out a very luxurious and exquisite limited edition handbag from inside. Wow, this handbag is so beautiful. I love it. Xia Mengming's eyes sparkled as if she had seen a treasure. Manager, can I take a look? Of course, you can take a look. The store manager smiled and generously showed the bag to the two of them. This bag was personally designed by the most famous designer, Mike, from abroad. There are only 100 pieces available worldwide, and our store was lucky enough to get this limited edition for display. Bai Ruoli also fell in love with the bag. After hearing its story, she became even more determined to have it. Reluctantly putting it down, she asked the store manager, "What would it take for you to sell this bag?" The store manager shook his head. "This is not for sale. I'll give you $1 million. Bai Ruoli didn't hesitate for a moment, speaking with unwavering determination, clearly showing her resolve to obtain the handbag. The store manager shook his head helplessly, his tone firm. "Miss Bai, it's not about the money. This handbag was never intended for sale." "Then I'll offer 150,000. Zhang Haiyang's lips curled upward, his face brimming with confidence, his tone bold and unyielding. Since the goddess Bai Ruoli was so fond of this bag, this was an excellent opportunity to get closer to her. How could he possibly miss it? If he helps her fulfill her wish, why would he worry that Bai Ruoli won't look at him differently or feel more fond of him? As long as you're willing to sell me the bag, you can name your price. I won't haggle. Zhang Haiyang spoke while straightening his posture, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance, as if he feared Bai Ruoli didn't know he was a wealthy second-generation heir with deep pockets. Bai Ruoli's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, and she thought to herself, "I never expected this guy to be so generous. I can't help but feel a little more favorably toward him." The store manager's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at Xia Mengmeng. "There's an old rule in our store. Whenever the 20,000th customer steps into our store, I'll give this bag to the lucky customer for free." "Oh, so which customer are we?" Xia Mengmeng opened her little mouth, her round face filled with disbelief. This limited edition handbag isn't for sale to the public, so even though she really liked it, she knew she couldn't have it. Even if the store manager were willing to sell it, Xin Feng probably wouldn't be willing to spend that much money on such an expensive item for herself. Her goal was something in the range of several 100,000 yuan. The store manager, however, gave her a warm smile, placed the limited edition handbag in Xia Mengming's hands, and said, "It's our honor. You are the 20,000th customer to enter our store today, so this limited edition handbag is a complimentary gift for you." In an instant, everyone present, except for Qin Feng, was left speechless in shock. It was hard to believe that such a tremendous stroke of good fortune could happen. Xia Mengmeng was completely overwhelmed by this huge surprise, her mind going blank. Chapter 75, Xia Mengming's heart is in turmoil. Bai Ruoli looked utterly disbelieving. The store manager actually gave such an expensive bag to Xia Mengmeng for free? "Manager, are you joking?" "Miss Bai, I never joke about such things. This young lady is truly our 20,000th customer, so I want to give her this special and meaningful gift for free." Xia Mengmeng pinched her round cheeks, feeling a bit sore. "Am I dreaming? This bag worth 880,000 yuan, you're giving it to me for free? You're not just trying to make me happy, are you?" Xia Mengmeng excitedly grabbed the bag, unable to believe it was real. Qin Feng watched Xia Mengmeng's excited expression and chuckled to himself. Where in the world does such good luck come from? The truth is that the wealthy simply have better luck. Money can only change some of the rules of the game. He had just entered the store manager's office to discuss how to sell the bag to Xia Mengmeng without anyone else finding out. That's when he came up with the idea of the lucky customer. As long as Xia Mengmeng liked any handbag, they would give it to her in this way. They're the only ones who are still in the dark about it. "Here, take it. From now on, this bag is yours." "Alright, thank you very much." Xia Mengmeng was extremely excited, her heart pounding wildly, as if she had been struck by a huge surprise. "You're welcome." The store manager's smile never faded. He then waved to the other staff members, gesturing for them to attend to the customers. His sole purpose was to attend to Xia Mengmeng, and he hadn't felt the need to personally attend to anyone else yet. Bai Ruoli felt a pang of jealousy. The handbag she had her heart set on had luckily ended up in Xia Mengming's hands. She couldn't say anything, but she felt a bit disappointed, yet also incredibly envious of Xia Mengming's luck. Zhou Wenbin was overjoyed and kept giving her a thumbs up, praising her. "Mengmeng, you're so lucky." I think my luck is amazing too. The heavens are truly kind to me." Xia Mengmeng was completely lost in her fantasy of good fortune, unable to pull herself out of it. "I have to post on my social media to show off my good fortune to everyone. Xia Mengmeng quickly took a photo and posted it on her social media to show off to others. Sure enough, as soon as the post went up, it caused a stir on WeChat Moments, with everyone expressing envy, praise, and drooling over it. Oh my goodness, if I had known, I would have gone to their store today. Maybe that bag could have been mine. How come I didn't know LV store was having this kind of event? I'm so tempted I could cry. Can I borrow it for a few days? Even if you sold it for 880,000, you could still get tens of thousands for it. I'm so jealous I could cry. Seeing her classmates' envious posts on social media, Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This sense of fulfillment and achievement was something she had never experienced before. She hurriedly interacted with her friends, sharing her joy. Suddenly, she remembered that Qin Feng had promised to give her a handbag. Now that she had gotten one for free, could she ask for another one? Xia Mengmeng, acting on impulse, sent a message to Qin Feng, who was chatting with Zhao Xiaoyan. I just got a free handbag. This one doesn't count as the one you promised me, so you still have to give me another one. Qin Feng secretly glanced at his phone and burst into laughter upon seeing her message. What was she thinking? He decided to take a moment to reply to Xia Mengmeng, stop messing around. Your luck was just good, but it was all my careful planning. I didn't want others to know I'm wealthy. By the way, you must keep this a secret, don't let anyone find out I bought you a bag. Then he sent the payment screenshot to Xia Mengmeng. This screenshot shows the 1 million yuan payment transfer. Xia Mengmeng was completely speechless. The joy she had felt at thinking she was lucky vanished in an instant. Only then did I realize that I wasn't lucky at all, it was all just the result of Qin Feng's meticulous planning. A sense of disappointment followed the initial joy. At the same time, the figure of 1 million yuan made Xia Mengmeng's heart race uncontrollably. She had never seen anyone so generous, willing to spend $1 million on herself. But Qin Feng seemed to be spending it as if it were just $1, not batting an eyelid. What exactly is Qin Feng's background? What kind of family could possibly afford such extravagance, or $1 million is no big deal? His family must be worth not just tens of millions, but hundreds of millions. Only such a family would not consider $1 million to be anything special. Could he be a true top-tier second-generation wealthy individual? Xia Mengmeng doesn't consider herself materialistic, but she really wants to know what Qin Feng's true identity is. Her little mind grew increasingly confused. This guy is way too low-key. If I hadn't caught him red-handed, I never would have imagined he could be so arrogant. Zhang Haiyang said enthusiastically, Ruli, don't envy Mengmeng. Whatever bag you like, just pick it out, and I'll buy it for you. I Ruoli could only choose another bag. Zhou Wenbin gathered around Xia Mengmeng. Mengmeng, even if you don't use this bag, you could sell it to someone else. At the very least, it could fetch hundreds of thousands of dollars. Xia Mengmeng raised her eyes and glanced at Qin Feng, who seemed oblivious, then bit her lip lightly. She finally understood why so many girls were so captivated by this man's charm. It turned out his true identity was that of a super-rich second-generation heir. Mengmeng? Zhou Wenbin called out again. Ah, what were you saying just now? Xia Mengmeng suddenly realized that Zhou Wenbin was talking to her. Zhou Wenbin assumed Xia Mengmeng was still lost in the joy of receiving the bag and smiled. I was saying you could sell this bag for money. With that money, you could do whatever you like, or even become a boss like your senior. Who knows, maybe your fate will be completely transformed. Xia Mengmeng felt extremely conflicted. Change her destiny? Her own handbag was nothing more than a casual gift from Qin Feng. Zhou Wenbin, are you really that close to Qin Feng? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but ask the question, her eyes filled with suspicion. Zhou Wenbin felt completely baffled. Of course I'm familiar with him. Why would you suddenly ask that? Xia Mengmeng thought to herself, Zhou Wenbin probably doesn't know much about Qin Feng, so we probably won't get much out of him. I should keep an eye on Qin Feng, maybe there's an even bigger surprise in store. Card swipe successful. Zhang Haoyang took back his card, and Bai Ruoli now held a bag worth 50 million in her hands. He didn't feel the slightest bit of regret spending 50,000 yuan instead, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Bai Ruoli was willing to use her own things, proving that their relationship had taken another step forward. Old Zhang, you're so generous. A bag worth over 50,000, and you just give it to the goddess. Zhou Wenbin looked envious, wishing he had the money to buy an expensive bag for Mengmeng too. Zhang Haoyang smirked triumphantly and said, 50,000 is nothing. Unfortunately, the most expensive one wasn't for sale earlier. Otherwise, I would have already given this 880,000 one to Ruoli. Chapter 76, A Case of Mistaken Identity. However, Xia Mengmeng felt differently upon hearing this. 50,000 was nothing to boast about, yet Qin Feng had given 1 million and acted as if nothing had happened. The contrast between the two was stark. But she didn't know that Zhang Haoyang was being so flashy to show off his wealth to Qin Feng, hoping to make him feel inferior. Bai Ruoli wore a faint smile on her face. Though she wasn't as lucky as Xia Mengmeng, someone had given her a bag for free, meaning she didn't have to spend a single penny. Her luck wasn't much different from Xia Mengmeng's. The former relied on luck from the heavens, while she relied on her own abilities that could be used again and again. In that sense, she was even luckier than Xia Mengmeng. Ha! How is that scumbag Qin Feng still chatting with other women, and so enthusiastically at that? He acts like he's never seen a woman in his life, not even sparing those old ladies. Bai Ruoli felt deeply disgusted. She was certain that breaking up with him had been the right decision. Fortunately, her mother had stopped Qin Feng from harassing her, otherwise, being pursued by him would have caused her endless headaches. I wonder how much money Mom actually gave him to make this scumbag stop harassing me. I'll have to ask Mom about it someday. Let us go. Bai Ruoli carried her beloved handbag and walked out of the specialty store with her long legs. Qin Feng and Zhao Zhuoyan waved goodbye and followed the other four with a casual stride. After exiting the gate, Zhang Haoyang approached Bai Ruoli and flattered her, saying, "Ruoli, take this handbag with you, it completely changes your aura." Her aura had clearly improved by several levels, resembling that of a wealthy young lady from a prominent family. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to buy the cute bag that Meng Meng was carrying. Bai Ruoli still couldn't stop thinking about it, her eyes filled with reluctance. Recalling what the store manager had said earlier, the bag was a globally limited edition, with only 100 pieces available. The one I have is a mass-produced model. Although it's worth 550,000, it's not as valuable as the limited edition. Xia Mengming's family isn't well off, so if I were to ask her to sell it to me, she would definitely sell it to me. Bai Ruoli's mind started racing, a hint of a smile in her eyes as she spoke softly, "Mengmeng, why don't we swap our bags? I'll give you an extra 300,000. Xia Mengmeng was immediately tempted. This deal wouldn't cost her anything, and she'd get an extra 300,000 yuan, which would be a huge help to her current financial situation. And he also has an LV bag in his hand. Although it's not as high-end, it's enough to satisfy his vanity, so why not? But this bag was given to her by Qin Feng. Giving it away to someone else so quickly might not be appropriate. Let me think about it." Xia Mengmeng said she needed to think about it, but in reality, she quickly pulled out her phone and sent a message to Qin Feng, "Ruoli wants the bag I'm holding. Can I trade it with her? It's up to you. Anyway, I gave this bag to you, so how you handle it is your business. Just keep it a secret for me." Xia Mengmeng replied, "Alright, thank you." Xia Mengmeng was very happy. This way, she got a free bag and also received 30,000 yuan. "Ruoli, I agree to trade with you." And so, Bai Ruoli obtained the limited edition handbag she had been longing for, priced at 880,000 yuan. Xia Mengmeng also got a bag worth 500,000 yuan, plus an additional 300,000 yuan in compensation, and both parties were thoroughly satisfied. Qin Feng thought to himself, this back and forth exchange is essentially the same as giving the handbag I bought to Bai Ruoli. "Ruoli, congratulations on getting the bag you wanted." Zhang Haoyang smiled and offered his blessings, his eyes fixed on Bai Ruoli, his expression as if he were seeing his first love. "Do you mind if I swap your bag with Mengming's?" Bai Ruoli finally remembered to ask Zhang Haoyang for his opinion, a faint smile on her face. Zhang Haoyang saw the smile and felt elated there wasn't a trace of reluctance in him. He hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I don't mind at all. It's your bag anyway, you can do whatever you like with it. As long as you're happy." Bai Ruoli's face lit up with a charming smile. Sometimes even a sycophant can be endearing, unlike certain people who were once clueless and didn't know how to win favor. "Haoyang, I swapped bags with Mengmeng, so I'll consider this bag as a gift from you. I'll take good care of it." Zhang Haoyang was overjoyed. The gift he gave her had indeed worked. If he did this a few more times, maybe he could win her heart and take her to a hotel. "I'm very happy that you value the gift I gave you. Of course. I'll use this bag when I go shopping in the future." Zhang Haoyang felt secretly pleased with himself and deliberately glanced at Qin Feng to see his reaction, but noticed that Qin Feng was busy playing with his phone. He felt a bit down. Could it be that Qin Feng had really let go of Bai Ruoli? That can't be true. No man would be okay with his ex-girlfriend flaunting her affection with another man. He's probably just pretending not to care. Maybe he knows there's a big gap between us, so he won't have any feelings for Bai Ruoli anymore. That must be it. Since he is self-aware, there is no need to be too hard on him. After all, we were friends once. Let us at least consider his feelings. It's no big deal. It's just a bag. If you like it, that's all that matters. At that moment, Xia Mengmeng was sending a message to Qin Feng. "Xia Mengmeng, hey, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. If Ruoli hates you so much, and she finds out that the bag she's carrying is the one you gave me, I wonder if she'll tear me apart." Qin Feng replied, "Then you must never tell her. She won't do anything to me, but she'll definitely be furious with you." Xia Mengmeng curled the corners of her mouth upward, feeling a subtle thrill of doing something naughty. Is this too mean of us? We're both deceiving her. If she ever finds out, she might even cut ties with me. Qin Feng was utterly certain, no way. If he finds out, he'll be so angry he won't even have the strength to cut ties with you. Xia Mengmeng thought about it and realized she had a point, but she couldn't help but ask the truth she had always wanted to know. Can you tell me your real identity? Please don't tell me you're just an ordinary person. Xin Feng, of course, wouldn't answer Xia Mengming's question honestly. She already knew too much, she couldn't let her know anymore. Don't ask any more questions about this matter. In any case, keep today's events confidential. I've already fulfilled my promise to you. Alright. Xia Mengming felt a bit disappointed, as she hadn't received the answer she was hoping for. She then asked another question that had been on her mind. Did you and Ruoli know each other before? Why does she hate you so much? Could it be that you two were once in a romantic relationship? Xin Feng was startled. He had to admit that women sometimes had remarkably sharp intuition. There was no way he could tell Xia Mengming about this. Don't dwell on it. She dislikes me, she probably just doesn't approve of me. Chapter 77, I'm his girlfriend. Chapter 77, I'm his girlfriend. Xia Mengming looked at the message Xin Feng had sent her with a mix of disbelief and curiosity, then sneakily glanced at Bai Ruoli. Her dark, round eyes darted back and forth between the two of them. Could it be that Xin Feng really has no connection with Bai Ruoli? But there can be no hatred without cause in this world. Bai Ruoli's excessive dislike for Xin Feng must stem from some form of hatred. There must be something going on between the two of them. Xia Mengming looked utterly convinced. With this suspicion in her mind, she grew increasingly curious about the true nature of the relationship between Bai Ruoli and Xin Feng. Just then, as they passed by a fashion store, Zhang Haiyang stopped and said, Ruoli, let's check out this store. Bai Ruoli nodded, and the others followed her inside. Xin Feng could smell the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes from a distance. You guys go ahead and check out the store. They sell roasted sweet potatoes there. Who wants some? I'll treat you. Zhou Wenbin was the first to raise his hand, shouting, I want one. Pick me a big one. This guy had no resistance to food whatsoever. Xin Feng smiled faintly and turned his gaze to the others. I want some too. Xia Mengming also demanded to eat, not waiting for the others, and rushed over to the roasted sweet potato stall to ask. Zhang Haoyang looked at Bai Ruoli with deep affection. Do you want some sweet potatoes? Xin Feng is treating. Bai Ruoli shook her head, her red lips slightly parted. I don't like sweet potatoes. Then I don't want any either. Zhang Haoyang continued, you guys eat it yourselves. I'll take Ruoli to the clothing store first, and you can come find us later. Alright. Xin Feng replied indifferently. Xin Feng walked over and asked the owner, how much are these sweet potatoes? The boss was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and a kind smile on his face. My sweet potatoes are very tasty. Everyone who has bought them says they're delicious. How many do you want? I'll pick the best ones for you. Before Xin Feng could say a word, he picked out the 3 largest sweet potatoes and placed them directly on the scale. Handsome guy, 3 big sweet potatoes weigh exactly 5 pounds. How much is it, boss? Xin Feng reached out to take the sweet potatoes and divided 2 of them among the other 2 people. The boss laughed. They were originally priced at 125, but I'll give them to you for 120. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Xin Feng was startled. Although he was very wealthy, that didn't mean he was willing to be taken advantage of, and he felt a surge of anger. Are you kidding me? How did you calculate 5 pounds of sweet potatoes to be 125 yuan? The boss remained calm and said, 1 pound of sweet potatoes is $25. 5 pounds is $125. I'm actually giving you $5 less than you should get. 25 yuan per pound? Why don't you just go rob someone? Zhou Wenbin said angrily. The boss's face darkened, clearly displeased. That's not how you talk. I'm running a legitimate business. How could I go and rob someone? Don't you see? Prices are rising, labor costs are rising. What's wrong with charging a little more? The boss looked completely justified, as if he had been wronged. Xin Feng was so angry he couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, I've seen dishonest merchants before, but I've never seen such a shamelessly dishonest merchant. He forced himself to remain calm and said, Sir, if you're asking for $15 per pound, I can accept that. But I won't buy the sweet potatoes for $25. Here, take back these 3 sweet potatoes. The sweet potato vendor heard this and his expression changed instantly. He said in a sarcastic tone, Sir, are you trying to make fun of me? You've already handled these 3 sweet potatoes. How am I supposed to sell them to others now? Immediately, the vendor reached out his hand and said angrily, Stop wasting time. Pay up now, not a penny less. Otherwise, I'll call the police right away. Call the police? Go ahead, who's afraid of who? Zhou Wenbin was so angry he could barely see straight. He wasn't the type to take a loss, and he was determined to let the police and everyone else judge the matter fairly. Xia Mengming glared at him and said in a sweet voice, That's way too much. How dare you demand so much? More and more people gathered around, but the sweet potato vendor stood his ground, completely unfazed by the crowd. Look closely, my sign says Empress Dowager's roasted sweet potatoes. Back in the day, my great-grandfather roasted sweet potatoes for Empress Dowager Cixi when she was fleeing, and she said they were delicious. These are the sweet potatoes personally selected by the Empress Dowager, made using the royal family's secret recipe for roasting sweet potatoes. What you're eating now is imperial-style roasted sweet potatoes. $25 per pound. Consider yourself lucky it's so cheap. The shop owner furrowed his brows into a frown, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted at Xin Feng, "Pay up quickly. Don't linger here and delay my business." Xin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile as he sneered, "Why don't you just say eating these sweet potatoes can make you live forever? These ordinary sweet potatoes, and you dare to sell them for 25 yuan per pound? Do you think you're the only one in the world who knows how to roast sweet potatoes? Keep these sweet potatoes for yourself to enjoy slowly." With that, Xin Feng casually placed the sweet potato back on the stall. The sweet potato vendor, upon hearing this, immediately frowned and cut a piece with disdain, retorting, "Humph, look at you, so poor you can't even afford a sweet potato, yet you try to act like someone taking a girl out for a stroll. Don't you feel ashamed?" After saying that, he pretended to be friendly and warned Xia Mengmeng, "Pretty girl, you'd better stay away from this poor man. He has no money yet he still tries to act rich. He can't even afford a sweet potato. He's doomed to never find a girlfriend in his lifetime." "Who said he can't find a girlfriend?" Xia Mengmeng heard this and immediately felt upset. Recalling the generous gift Qin Feng had just given her, and seeing Qin Feng being humiliated like this, a strong sense of protectiveness welled up inside her. Quick on her feet, she grabbed Qin Feng's arm, thrust out her chest, and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. I'm his girlfriend." Qin Feng felt a sudden jolt throughout his body, as if his hand had touched something, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. As a highly experienced individual, Qin Feng immediately realized what had touched him and thought to himself, "You're doing this, and the four-eyed guy is going to misunderstand." Although he knew Xia Mengmeng was trying to help him vent his frustration, the situation was too easily misunderstood. How could Zhou Wenbin believe that he and Xia Mengmeng were innocent? Sure enough, Qin Feng hurriedly glanced back and saw Zhou Wenbin standing there like a statue, his face alternating between pale and red, so embarrassed he could have squeezed water out of himself. His mouth was wide open, as if he could fit an egg inside, completely stunned by Xia Mengmeng's words and unable to react. Qin Feng saw the situation and knew that trouble was brewing. He quickly signaled to Zhou Wenbin with his eyes, blinking frantically to indicate that he must not misunderstand. But Zhou Wenbin's mind was buzzing like a swarm of bees, and he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't make sense of the chaotic situation before him and couldn't for the life of him imagine when Qin Feng had managed to get together with his beloved. Chapter 78, These Two Have a Secret. "Oh no, I didn't get to eat the sweet potato, and now my brother has misunderstood me." Qin Feng sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened, trying to subtly push Xia Mengmeng's hand away while secretly giving her a meaningful glance, signaling her to let go. But Xia Mengmeng seemed oblivious to his hint. Not only did she not let go, but she continued to scold the boss fiercely, who said he doesn't have money. If he really wanted to buy them, he could easily afford to buy all these sweet potatoes. "You must apologize to him." Qin Feng saw Xia Mengmeng defending him so fiercely and felt too embarrassed to blame her anymore. After all, she was just trying to save his face in front of others out of goodwill. However, the sweet potato vendor remained stubborn, stiffening his neck and speaking firmly, "Apologize? Forget it. Even if I stop doing this business today, I will never apologize. The 3 sweet potatoes you touched earlier, others will definitely find them dirty and won't buy them. You must pay for them." The vendor's eyes darted around, and he adopted a resigned expression, saying, "Fine, consider it my bad luck. Just give me $100. "No way." Qin Feng didn't want to waste another second arguing with the boss. He dropped the 2 words, turned around, and walked away. Seeing this, the boss's face turned red with anger. He rushed forward, grabbed Qin Feng's hand tightly, and shouted fiercely, "You won't be leaving until you pay the full amount. Not even the king himself could stop you." Qin Feng's expression darkened. Just as he was about to shake off the boss's hand, a familiar voice rang out. "What's going on?" Zhang Haoyang and Bai Ruoli walked over. They had just been asking about him and were also confused by the situation. Zhou Wenbin suppressed his frustration and briefly explained the situation. "This vendor is charging way too much for sweet potatoes, 25 yuan per pound. We didn't want to buy them, but he forced us to take them." Zhang Haoyang muttered to himself, "Qin Feng is so stubborn. Over 180 yuan, he's making such a scene. Is it really worth it?" However, Zhang Haoyang quickly changed his mind, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. This had inadvertently created a golden opportunity for him to shine. Zhang Haoyang pulled out 2 brand new $100 bills and announced loudly, "Here's $200. Keep the change. I'm not short on money." He emphasized his words deliberately, afraid that those around him wouldn't notice his generous gesture. "Let go of my friend immediately." After saying that, Zhang Haoyang slightly raised his chin, his eyes brimming with a sense of superiority, as if declaring to everyone his wealth and generosity. It was also a chance to show off his presence in front of Bai Ruoli. The sweet potato vendor swiftly took the money and said sarcastically, "You're the one with the money, unlike some people who are so poor they have to haggle over a sweet potato. Xin Feng wasn't happy, not because Zhang Haoyang paid for him, but because he felt he couldn't indulge such a boss. Haoyang, don't give him the money. This boss is too heartless. Zhang Haoyang furrowed his brows and thought to himself, Xin Feng, how can he be so unreasonable? What's the point of arguing over this? It's just $100 or $2, isn't it? Never mind, never mind. Let's all calm down. Let's make a big deal out of nothing. We came out to have fun, not to waste time on this. Zhang Haoyang said insincerely. Bai Ruoli looked at Xin Feng, sighed softly, and shook her head silently. She really couldn't stand seeing a grown man arguing so fiercely with someone over $100 or $80 on the street and not feeling the least bit ashamed. She was extremely relieved that she was wearing a mask. If someone recognized her as a famous online influencer and found out that her friend couldn't even afford a sweet potato, that would be utterly humiliating. Zhou Wenbin also tried to persuade Xin Feng to give it up. Seeing that everyone else didn't want to dwell on the matter, Xin Feng had no choice but to give up. After walking a few steps, Bai Ruoli couldn't help but complain to Xin Feng, "What's wrong with you? You're making such a scene over $100? Now I'm embarrassed to be seen with you. If others see us, they'll think we're all so poor we can't even afford sweet potatoes." Xin Feng didn't think he had done anything wrong. He was just defending his legitimate interests. These unscrupulous merchants had taken advantage of the fact that no one wanted to make a big deal out of it, so they hadn't been punished and dared to act however they pleased. Those are the Industrial and Commercial Bureau's concerns, not ours. Don't worry about it. Bai Ruoli said. If it weren't for Haoyang paying for you, you would have become a laughingstock. Zhang Haoyang smiled indifferently, it's nothing. Just $200. Zhang Haoyang smiled faintly, it's nothing, just $200. Then, he feigned concern, Xin Feng, Bai Ruoli is right. Even if you're not satisfied with his price, just pay him and move on. It's not worth lowering your own dignity by arguing in public. Just don't buy from him in the future. If you want sweet potatoes in the future, I'll treat you. Zhang Haoyang secretly gloated. Not only could he show off his wealth in front of everyone, but he could also secretly belittle Xin Feng. Zhang Haoyang felt secretly pleased. Not only could he show off his generosity in front of everyone, but he could also secretly take a dig at Xin Feng. Xia Mengmeng looked at them with a strange expression, secretly amused. These people probably didn't know that the richest person was Xin Feng. The thought that only she knew Xin Feng was wealthy filled her with a sense of secret joy. I think Xin Feng's words make sense. We should bravely defend our legitimate interests and not let those unscrupulous merchants take advantage of us. Xia Mengmeng said in a sweet, delicate voice. After saying that, she gave Xin Feng a wink and asked, Xin Feng, you think I'm right, don't you? Xin Feng rolled his eyes at Xia Mengmeng in annoyance, then thought back to what had happened earlier and glared at her, warning her not to speak nonsense anymore, to avoid causing further misunderstandings among others. However, his glare was caught by Zhou Wenbin, and his expression immediately grew even more gloomy. Bai Ruoli also looked at Xia Mengmeng in surprise, as if to say, when did the two of you become so close? You even called him brother so naturally. Xia Mengmeng stuck out her tongue playfully and smiled, don't look at me like that. I'm just telling the truth. I have something to do, so I'll head back first. You guys go ahead and have fun. Xin Feng thought to himself that staying here any longer might cause trouble, so it was better to leave for now. Little did he know that as soon as he left, Xia Mengmeng followed up, I'm leaving too. You guys go ahead and have fun. She immediately caught up with Xin Feng's footsteps. The two seemed to have planned it all along. Zhou Wenbin's lips twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak. Zhang Haoyang frowned as he watched the two leave, saying, what's going on with those two? I get the feeling they're hiding something from us. Bai Ruoli also had the same thought. Trusting her womanly intuition, she felt that today's Xia Mengmeng was different from yesterday, and her attitude toward Xin Feng had also changed. Chapter 79, My Friend's Crush is Pursuing Me. Zhang Haoyang furrowed his brows, looking at Zhou Wenbin thoughtfully and musing to himself, Xin Feng seems to have a rather ambiguous relationship with Xia Mengmeng. Zhou Wenbin likes Xia Mengmeng, so he must know something. I should test the waters first. So, Zhang Haoyang deliberately said, Wenbin, did you and Xia Mengmeng have an argument? I feel like she's deliberately ignoring you. Zhou Wenbin awkwardly smiled and said, nothing, I'll go back first. You two go play. After what had just happened, he didn't feel like continuing to shop, nor did he want to be the third wheel. Zhang Haoyang gave Zhou Wenbin a knowing glance, and with that, only he and Bai Ruoli were left alone together. Ruoli, let me take you to the amusement park. Zhang Haoyang's eyes were burning with desire as he stared intently at Bai Ruoli. With no one around, he felt no need to hide his feelings of admiration. Bai Ruoli saw that everyone else had left and felt bored. She then curved the corners of her mouth into a faint smile, thinking to herself, today, I got so close to Zhang Haoran and even took his expensive bag. Earlier, Xin Feng and the sweet potato vendor were arguing maybe it's because they're jealous of my relationship with Zhang Haoyang, so they're looking for an excuse to vent their frustration. By now, he must be back home sulking. Thinking of this, Ruoli felt her mood suddenly brighten, and she smiled sweetly, saying, I won't go anymore. So many fans have messaged me to start streaming live. I need to go back and start streaming. I'll come again next time. Zhang Haiyang felt a pang of disappointment but forced a smile and said, alright, then. I'll invite you next time, and I'll drive you back. At the same time, Xia Mengmeng hurriedly followed behind Qin Feng, her pink lips puckered up, speaking cautiously, Qin Feng, I really had no choice but to say I was your girlfriend just now. Please don't take it to heart. As she spoke, her lively little eyes darted around, occasionally glancing secretly at Qin Feng, carefully observing the slightest changes in his facial expressions. At that moment, she looked just like a little kitten that had done something wrong, staring up at its owner with wide, pleading eyes. Qin Feng had originally intended to scold her with a stern expression, but upon seeing her adorable appearance, he couldn't bring himself to say a word. Sai, do you know that Zhou Wenbin likes you? If he sees you like that, I'm afraid my brother might misunderstand. He felt it was necessary to clarify these matters to avoid further misunderstandings. Xia Mengmeng giggled, her voice ringing like a silver bell. This is easy to handle. Suppose, just suppose, if I like you but you don't like me, does that mean I can't allow you to like other girls? Besides, it's his business if he likes me, and it's my business if I like someone else. Just because he is your friend doesn't mean I don't have the right to pursue someone else, does it? Qin Feng was taken aback. There was some truth to what she said. Zhou Wenbin does like Xia Mengmeng, but that doesn't mean Xia Mengmeng doesn't have the right to pursue others. What you're saying makes some sense. Never mind, I can't argue with you. Do whatever you want. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. As long as I don't lay a finger on Xia Mengmeng, I've done my part. As for whether Zhou Wenbin can win her over, that's up to him. I was in the right all along. Xia Mengmeng stood with her hands behind her back, her little head held high, her chest puffed out straight, and her face brimming with a proud and defiant expression. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh at her expression, and all his frustration vanished. Life should be lived freely and boldly, why bother with so many trivial matters? Zhou Wenbin likes Xia Mengmeng, that was his business. Xia Mengmeng is my friend, and that's my business. Mengmeng, I'm going back. Qin Feng had already finished browsing the street and was thinking about heading back. Xia Mengmeng replied without hesitation, great, let's go back to school together. I don't live at school, so we don't take the same route. What? Xia Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise. Then where are you? At Longting Academy, of course. Oh, that's really out of the way. Xia Mengmeng felt a little disappointed. She had been hoping to walk back with Qin Feng and get a better sense of him. But then again, Qin Feng is so wealthy, why would he stay in the dormitory? Wealthy people prefer their own space. Suddenly, Qin Feng's phone in his pocket rang with a melody. He pulled it out and saw it was an unknown number. Hello, who is this? A panicked male voice came from the other end of the line. Are you Mr. Qin? Yes, who is this? Qin Feng was curious, but his expression quickly turned gloomy. Are you saying that my car was hit by someone else? The man said apologetically, yes, I accidentally hit your car while backing up. If you have time, please come over to discuss it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Qin Feng could tell from the man's panicked voice that something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was. Is anyone hurt? Qin Feng's heart tightened. The car being damaged wasn't the issue, he was more concerned about the people involved. No, it just hit your car. That's good. I'll be right over. Upon hearing that no one was injured, Qin Feng also sighed in relief and turned to Xia Mengmeng, saying, Mengmeng, my car was hit. I'll go take a look. I'll go check too. Xia Mengmeng was very curious. She wanted to know what kind of car Qin Feng was driving and also wanted to join the commotion. Qin Feng's car was parked in a spot near the school. Although Longting Academy has its own parking spaces, he sometimes parks on the street for convenience. The two rushed back to the parking lot, and Qin Feng immediately noticed that the front of his Rolls-Royce Cullinan was damaged. The headlight was smashed, and the body had numerous scratches and dents. The person who hit the car was a middle-aged man riding a tricycle, with the vehicle loaded with cardboard boxes. Standing beside him was a timid young girl, likely his daughter. Qin Feng noticed that the man's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with panic. He must have realized that hitting his luxury car would result in a hefty compensation, which he could never afford. Sir, I'm the owner of this car. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Qin Feng wore a warm smile on his face, speaking in a gentle tone, afraid of startling the other man. The man before him clearly came from a poor family. At his age, he was still out on the streets collecting scrap to make a living. Upon closer inspection, the man had several scrapes on his body, likely from being thrown from the car during the collision. I'm so sorry, it was my fault. I accidentally hit your car. Please don't be angry. The man stammered, his voice trembling. I really didn't mean to. How much will it cost to fix your car? I'll definitely compensate you. The middle-aged man said, fidgeting nervously and rubbing his hands, his eyes filled with fear, afraid that Qin Feng would demand an excessive amount of compensation. Chapter 80, Adopting a Younger Sister. Xin Feng felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't bring himself to demand compensation from such a person. Besides, he didn't need the money, and he couldn't ruin someone else's family over this. Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, the little girl beside the uncle timidly lifted her head, her big, tearful eyes filled with fear and pleading, and said pitifully, "Brother, can we just owe you for now? My father really can't afford it right now. My mother is sick, and we're waiting for him to earn money to treat her. When I grow up and can earn money, I'll definitely pay you back, okay?" Before she could finish speaking, tears welled up in the little girl's eyes and rolled down her cheeks like beads on a broken string. Seeing the little girl's pitiful appearance and the dirty clothes she was wearing, Qin Feng's heart softened instantly. He felt both pity and tenderness for this obedient and understanding little girl. Qin Feng sighed to himself. The more difficult life was for the poor, the more troubles they faced. He then smiled warmly and said, "Uncle, don't worry about the compensation. I was just planning to replace my car. This one was damaged by you, so it's fate telling me to replace it sooner. Don't worry about it, I don't need your money." Qin Feng smiled reassuringly, seeming to care little about the car at all. The middle-aged man looked stunned. He had considered various possibilities, even compensating him tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, but he never imagined that Qin Feng wouldn't ask him for compensation. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes, and he choked out, "Sir, thank you for sparing me." After speaking, he wanted to kneel before Qin Feng. His family was indeed in dire straits, his wife was ill, and they were desperately in need of money. Qin Feng's decision not to demand compensation at that moment filled him with profound gratitude. "Uncle, please don't do this." Qin Feng was startled and quickly helped him to his feet. "Get up quickly. Let's talk this out. Don't kneel down. I can't accept that. Thank you, thank you." The old man kept saying thank you excitedly. Before Qin Feng arrived, he had heard someone say that the car was worth millions, and even a minor scratch would require compensation of tens of thousands, which had kept him in a state of fear. Now, hearing Qin Feng say he didn't have to compensate him, he felt as though he had been given a new lease on life. "Thank you, brother." The old man's daughter also knelt down to express her gratitude. Startled, Qin Feng hurriedly helped her up. He fully understood the old man's predicament and decided to lend him a hand. "Uncle, don't say another word. Just send me your Alipay account right away. I'm sending this kid some pocket money." The uncle shook his head and declined. "Sir, thank you for your kindness. We appreciate your thoughtfulness, but it's really not necessary." Qin Feng deliberately adopted a stern expression. "Sir, are you looking down on me? If you do that, I'll make you compensate me." Startled by Qin Feng, the uncle dared not delay any further and quickly opened Alipay. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and transferred 2 million directly to him. "Sir, did you make a mistake?" The man saw the amount in the transfer and his eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at the numbers on the screen and checking them repeatedly. "No mistake. I'm in a good mood today, so consider this money a gift to improve your life, or you can use it for your wife's medical expenses. Don't refuse anymore, or I'll make you pay for my transportation costs." Qin Feng deliberately gave him a threatening look. This tactic worked perfectly, and the uncle immediately dared not say another word. Thank you, boss." The old man was deeply grateful. "Good deeds will be rewarded with good fortune. You will surely become wealthy." Xia Mengmeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but peek over out of curiosity. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her heart raced. She couldn't believe that Qin Feng had acted so boldly. Not only did he refuse to accept the money, but he even transferred 2 million back to him. Does this guy think money is just for fun? What is the difference between that and being a walking money god? In that moment, Xia Mengmeng had a fleeting illusion, seriously suspecting that Qin Feng was the god of wealth reincarnated to help the poor. How else could there be such a kind-hearted person? This completely changed her perception of second-generation rich kids, and her gaze toward Qin Feng suddenly became filled with admiration. Bai Ruoli had always claimed that Qin Feng was a scoundrel and very poor. But I think he's the best man in the world, rich, kind-hearted, responsible, and incredibly handsome. He's the perfect Prince Charming. Compare him to Zhang Haoyang though that guy has some money too, he acts like he's showing off every time he buys something, and he's not nearly as handsome as Qin Feng. When you compare the two, it's like night and day. Ordinary rich second-generation kids are like Zhang Hao, while only someone like Qin Feng, who comes from a prestigious and well-connected family, truly embodies the essence of a wealthy young master. In that moment, Xia Mengmeng, who had previously harbored a slight fondness for Qin Feng, suddenly felt her feelings for him grow exponentially, as an unfamiliar emotion welled up within her heart. "Uncle, there's nothing wrong. Go back to what you were doing. I'm leaving too. Goodbye." Qin Feng didn't want to stay here and draw any more attention to himself. His earlier actions had already been too conspicuous. Spend 2 million, do good deeds, and receive 20 times the return. 4 million has already been credited. Not only did he do a good deed, but he also made 38 million yuan for free, leaving Qin Feng in a very good mood. Additionally, he had previously spent 1 million on a handbag for Xia Mengmeng and received a 5-fold return, amounting to 5 million. Today, after a shopping trip, he had made a total profit of 4,200,000. The small amounts spent on snacks weren't included, as he didn't bother to calculate them. Xiao Mengmeng gave Qin Feng's brought back a lingering look, her feelings complicated, then she took long strides and hurried after him. Qin Feng, you're such a kind person. It's truly wonderful to have met you. Xiao Mengmeng didn't hesitate to disregard gender norms, directly linking her arm through Qin Feng's, as if they were a couple strolling through the streets. Do you always take the initiative like this when you go out with others? Qin Feng smiled slightly but didn't refuse Xiao Mengmeng's gesture. After all, he had already come to terms with it. He wasn't the one who had initiated anything, so he couldn't very well refuse someone who was making a move on him. Xiao Mengmeng gave a sly smile, pushed her glasses up with her small hand, lifted her delicate chin, and looked at Qin Feng's face, saying, "You're the first guy to be so proactive with me, and it's not something to be ashamed of, is it? I've always looked up to you as an older brother. You won't look down on me, will you?" Xiao Mengmeng secretly plotted in her heart. First, she would build a relationship with Qin Feng, making it clear that she had no romantic feelings for him. Then he wouldn't resist her affectionate behavior. Once he got used to having her as his little sister, he would inevitably fall in love with her. Qin Feng chuckled to himself. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, but he didn't mind Xiao Mengmeng trying to get close to him. In fact, he found the young girl quite charming, and thought having another younger sister might be quite amusing. So Qin Feng laughed and said, "Since you called me big brother, from now on you're my adopted little sister. If you ever need anything, I'll look out for you." Chapter 81, Ex-Girlfriend Stalking. Qin Feng, you're the best person ever. Xiao Mengmeng's heart was filled with joy, and her smile grew even brighter. Qin Feng acknowledging her as his adopted sister was a major breakthrough. With this relationship, she could now openly and freely get close to Qin Feng. When the time comes, she would be the one to benefit first. Once their relationship grew closer, she would propose living together with him, entering his life as his sister. She didn't believe that such a beautiful woman could remain unaffected by him. Eventually, he would lose control of his animal instincts and reach out to her with his wicked hands. Xiao Mengmeng's plans were clicking away like a clock. Qin Feng was also thinking to himself that by taking Xiao Mengmeng as his adopted sister, he could put an end to her improper intentions toward him and also experience the joy of being an older brother. To fulfill the longing he felt for not having a younger sister. Qin Feng said, "Since you called me brother, I'll give you a little gift to welcome you. I'll take you to buy some nice clothes." "Sure, thank you, big brother." Xiao Mengmeng smiled like a flower, her eyes sparkling. Qin Feng is indeed good at winning girls' hearts, no wonder so many people like him. I have to be careful not to let anyone else steal my Qin Feng brother away from me. Suddenly thinking of Bai Ruoli, Xiao Mengmeng couldn't help but curve her lips upward. She thought to herself, Ruoli must not know Qin Feng's true identity, otherwise, she wouldn't treat him like that. It's better that she doesn't know. That means I have one less rival to worry about. Just a moment later, Xiao Mengmeng grew wary again, suddenly recalling Lu Piaoshuet, Shi Rujing, and Shen Ruoi. These three were all closely connected to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had even gotten into a fight for Shen Ruoi and Jiang Xiaofeng. Those two must be pretty close. Especially that Shi Rujing Shi and Qin Feng have that kind of secret relationship. That guy is the most dangerous one. Xiao Mengmeng suddenly felt surrounded by enemies, her jealousy boiling over. Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. He felt Xiao Mengmeng suddenly tighten her grip on his hand, causing them to bump into each other again. Was that on purpose or an accident? What are you thinking about? Seeing Xiao Mengmeng spacing out, Qin Feng realized he had misunderstood. Nothing, just thinking how nice it would be to have an older brother. Xiao Mengmeng was completely unaware of how intimate their posture looked at that moment, and the glances from passers-by were filled with both envy and jealousy. However, Qin Feng was unaware that several dozen meters behind them, someone was lurking in the shadows, staring intently at the two of them. This person was Zhou Wenbin. After Qin Feng and the others had left, he couldn't help but feel curious and wanted to see if Qin Feng and Xiao Mengmeng had a special relationship. He secretly followed them and ended up witnessing the two of them acting very affectionate toward each other. The vinegar jar was overturned several times. It turns out that the person Mengmeng has a crush on is you. Even if the two of you are boyfriend and girlfriend, I won't give up. I've always felt that the two of you were a bit strange. Why didn't you tell everyone about your relationship? Zhou Wenbin felt bitter inside and a bit resentful. He knew he couldn't compare to Qin Feng, but whenever he thought of Xiao Mengmeng's adorable face, he couldn't bear to give up on the girl he loved. After following them for a while, Zhou Wenbin felt frustrated. Where were the two of them going? Could they be going to open the door? The thought popped into Zhou Wenbin's mind like a spell, refusing to leave him alone, making him unable to resist the urge to follow and take a look. Not far behind Zhou Wenbin was a slender woman wearing a hat, glasses, and a mask. This woman was none other than Bai Ruoli. She sensed that something was off with Xiao Mengmeng and Qin Feng, so she decided to follow them to investigate. However, the situation turned out to be far more complicated than she had anticipated. What's going on? When did Xiao Mengmeng and that scoundrel Qin Feng start getting together? What's going on with Wenbin this week? Why is he following Qin Feng around? Could there be something shady going on between the three of them? Bairuoli muttered under her breath, growing increasingly curious about the three of them, and couldn't help but follow after them. Seeing Qin Feng and the other two being affectionate with each other, she immediately confirmed her suspicions. This guy is too terrifying. Xiao Mengmeng, such a pure girl, is no match for this scumbag. She must have been deceived by his sweet talk. I must find a way to stop them from being together. Bairuoli said angrily. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly turned around. Zhou Wenbin and Bairuoli were so startled that they immediately hid, acting as if they had something to hide. Qin Feng, what are you looking at? Xiao Mengmeng was full of questions. Nothing, maybe it's just my imagination. I thought someone was following me. Qin Feng laughed casually. He always felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind, making him feel uneasy. He then laughed at himself, thinking, who would be so bored as to follow me? I haven't done anything wrong, and I haven't offended anyone. I must be overthinking things. Xiao Mengmeng curled her lips into a smile and said cheerfully, you're definitely overthinking it. Look, we've come full circle and ended up back on this bustling fashion street. I'm going to take my time and shop around, buying lots and lots of beautiful clothes. Qin Feng casually dismissed the strange thoughts that had been lingering in his mind, his eyes filled with tenderness as he replied confidently, that's no problem. If you see any clothes you like, just buy them. I promise you'll leave with plenty to show for it. Zhou Wenbin, who was following behind, was frustrated. Why were they going shopping again? Bairuoli also hid among the crowd, sneaking around, and thought to herself, this guy is indeed trying to corrupt Xiao Mengmeng's pure heart with money. These are all the tactics that scummy guys use to pursue girls. First use money to win their favor. What a shameless person. I must remind Xiao Mengmeng to stay vigilant and not let herself be swayed by a few small gifts. Quickly open your phone and send Xiao Mengmeng a message discreetly. Mengmeng, listen to me. If you come across some guys who don't seem very trustworthy and they specifically invite you out shopping, their intentions are definitely not pure. They're probably trying to use money to take advantage of you. You have to be careful and keep your guard up. Xiao Mengmeng felt a bit confused. Why would Ruoli suddenly say such random things? She still sent a reply, I know, thanks for caring. I won't let those jerks fool me. Bairuoli grew impatient. You've already been deceived by a scoundrel, yet you still claim you haven't been deceived. But now she couldn't run out and explain things to Xiao Mengmeng, so she could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng took Xiao Mengmeng into a high-end clothing store. Bairuoli hurriedly sent a message, Mengmeng, you must believe this, any money a guy spends on you is done with a purpose. He wants to get back tenfold or even 100-fold from you. Don't ever be tempted by small favors and accept gifts from guys. Xiao Mengmeng felt depressed. Ruoli is acting weird today. Never mind, I'll just go buy some clothes first and deal with her later. Chapter 82, directly confused the girl. As Qin Feng stepped into the store, a carefree smile curled the corners of his lips, his voice carrying a hint of unquestionable nonchalance. Mengmeng, you can pick any of these clothes in the store. Don't worry about the price. Just consider 3 words. Qin Feng paused briefly, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Xiao Mengmeng's face, which had turned slightly red with joy. Buy. Qin Feng's natural exuberance, dominance, and indulgence instantly made Xiao Mengmeng's heart bloom with joy, and she couldn't help but smile. Her bright eyes sparkled with a hint of ripples, and her feelings for Qin Feng grew stronger. Thank you, brother Qin Feng, Xiao Mengmeng said in a sweet, girly voice, her smile as bright as the sun. I knew Qin Feng was the best to me. Xiao Mengmeng tilted her chin slightly, her watery eyes fixed only on Qin Feng's handsome face. Her soft arms wrapped around Qin Feng's arm, her entire body pressing tightly against him, like a couple in their honeymoon phase, unwilling to part. Places that shouldn't have been touched were touched, and places that should have been touched were also touched. Qin Feng smiled slightly, letting Xiao Mengmeng cling to him. This little sister hasn't made me spoil her for nothing, she's quite sensible. Xiao Mengmeng picked up a fashionable dress and held it up to herself. You have excellent taste. This dress is the latest arrival at our store and is also this year's most popular Angora red. It looks stunning on you and really enhances your overall appearance. Don't believe me? Ask your boyfriend. Salespeople have a way with words, and customers who shop together are the most likely to make a purchase. Oh, how much is it? Xiao Mengmeng asked instinctively. This was her shopping habit, first find out the price to see if it was within her budget. Not expensive, just 2,000. Ah. Xiao Mengmeng's shocked little mouth opened wide, looking utterly amazed. That's so expensive? I thought it would only be 1,000 or so. Beautiful lady, this is a Chanel store, and this price isn't expensive. Xiao Mengmeng was startled. She knew the Chanel brand, but she was so excited when she first entered the store that she hadn't noticed she had come to the flagship store. Such expensive clothes, would Qin Feng buy them for her? Xiao Mengmeng wasn't sure if Qin Feng would buy such an expensive outfit, so she lifted her eyes to look at him. Qin Feng naturally reached out and wrapped his arms around Xiao Mengmeng's delicate, slender waist. Xia Mengming's delicate body trembled slightly. This was the first time a man had ever embraced her waist, and the sensation was both intensely warm and incredibly pleasurable. She did not resist in any way but instead tacitly allowed Qin Feng's actions. Qin Feng felt the soft sensation on his fingertips, his heart racing. He enjoyed the fragrance emanating from her body, his eyebrows arched in a smile as he said, "It's okay. I still stand by what I said earlier. As long as you like it, even if it's not just this dress, I'll buy you 10 of them." After saying that, he deliberately pinched her waist gently. Xia Mengming's face flushed red instantly, and she thought to herself, "Qin Feng, you're so bold. There are people watching here. If anyone sees this, they'll definitely laugh at us." The sales clerk didn't mind Qin Feng showing off his affection in front of her. She smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, your boyfriend is so generous. Why don't you buy a few more items? Go ahead, try this outfit on for me." Qin Feng handed the 2,000 yuan dress to Xia Mengming. Xia Mengming replied softly, her eyes brimming with uncontrollable joy, and she walked lightly into the fitting room. She quickly hung her bag on the hook, then skillfully undid the buttons on her dress. Her clothes slipped off, revealing skin as smooth and delicate as sheep's fat jade. Her long, rounded thighs flowed gracefully, a sight so beautiful it took one's breath away. Who would have thought that the demure-eyed girl Xia Mengming could possess such an enviable figure? Outside the Chanel store, Zhou Wenbin was sitting on the street, smoking dejectedly. What are they doing inside? Fengge never mentioned that they were so close. Could they really be a couple? Not far from Zhou Wenbin, Bai Ruoli was also puzzled. Why did Qin Feng take Xia Mengming to the Chanel store? Where did he get the money to buy a gift for Xia Mengming? Did his own mother give him a large sum of money, so now he's using the hush money I gave him to chase after other girls? Bai Ruoli felt an inexplicable surge of anger and muttered angrily, "A scumbag is a scumbag." Inside the store, Xia Mengming emerged gracefully from the fitting room, and Qin Feng felt a sudden burst of light before his eyes, his gaze instantly drawn to her. With this outfit, Xia Mengming seemed to have been infused with a different soul, her demeanor undergoing a remarkable transformation. Her previously innocent and adorable face now exudes a natural air of elegance and sophistication. The delicate eyeglass frames rested on her straight, high nose, and the eyes behind the lenses gleamed with a hint of shyness, as if she was still unaccustomed to her current state. Her appearance easily brought to mind those contrast glasses girls, making one want to push her down. Qin Feng's intense gaze made Xia Mengming blush like a startled deer. She lowered her head to look at her toes, her ears turning red. Though she felt shy, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, and her lips curled upward involuntarily. As a woman, she was well aware of what such a gaze from a man signified. It was an intensely aggressive look, as if he wanted to devour her whole. This made Xia Mengming feel proud and satisfied, delighted that her beauty had caught Qin Feng's attention. Cough. Qin Feng cleared his throat to hide his earlier mood, then smiled kindly and said, "That's right. This outfit looks very suitable on you. This outfit is purchased." "Thank you, Qin Feng." Xia Mengming's heart skipped a beat. Although she knew Qin Feng might buy it for her, hearing him confirm it made her unable to contain her joy, and a sweet smile blossomed on her face. A set of clothes for 2,000 yuan was now hers. "You're welcome. Why not pick out a few more outfits?" Xia Mengming's smile froze instantly, her beautiful eyes widening. In that moment, she almost thought she had heard something wrong. Even if one dress costs 20,000, 10 of them would be close to 200,000. This unexpected surprise left Xia Mengming feeling as though she were in a dream. Is this really true? Xia Mengming's breathing quickened, and without realizing it, her tone grew tense, fearing that Qin Feng was joking. "I never joke about such things with girls. Pick any 10 sets, don't worry about the price." Qin Feng gave a mischievous smile, exuding confidence. Money is meant to be spent. Even the waitress standing nearby was startled by Qin Feng's words. She had never seen a customer come to their place and immediately ask to buy 10 sets. Such a customer is a rare find. Even once a year. This is going to be a big order. The waitress looked at Xia Mengming with an envious expression, wishing she had such a generous and handsome boyfriend. Chapter 83, A Grand Opening Gift for Piaoxue. The waitress's envious gaze once again satisfied Xia Mengming's vanity to the fullest. "Thank you, Qin Feng." Xia Mengming smiled like a flower, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. "Go pick out some clothes." Seeing Xia Mengming so happy, Qin Feng's mood also brightened. Xia Mengming nodded vigorously, handed the dress she had just picked out to the salesperson, and went back to happily select the dress she truly desired. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Making a woman happy was so simple. As long as you were willing to spend money, there wasn't a woman who wouldn't like it. A woman he despised deeply, Bai Ruoli, suddenly flashed through his mind. Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Bai Ruoli must think she's very successful now, that everything she has achieved is solely due to her own efforts and luck. When she discovers that everything she possesses was given to her by him, and that he can effortlessly take back everything she owns, she will undoubtedly collapse and regret her actions deeply. I will make her understand that the man she once looked down upon is now someone she can never hope to attain. Sooner or later, I will make her kneel at my feet and submit to me. The higher Bai Ruoli stands now, the harder she will fall in the future. As for her mother, Chu Meiru, heh. Thinking of her seductive appearance and her reluctant submission as she massaged his thigh, Shin Feng couldn't help but curve his lips upward, his eyes gleaming with a suggestive look. Big or small, I want them all. Ha! Shin Feng played with his phone, his expression changing slightly. He suddenly remembered something. Earlier, while drinking milk tea at Shi Rujing's milk tea shop, he had called the delivery guy to prepare a gift for their grand opening. Now that he thought about it, it should have arrived by now. Meanwhile, Lu Piaoxue and Shi Rujing were still busy with the milk tea shop's grand opening, and the place was already quite bustling with people. Just then, a small van pulled up in front of the milk tea shop. The back door opened, and 4 girls got out of the car, 2 of them carrying a huge bouquet of flowers. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was completely captivated by the 2 bouquets, staring intently. Some people exclaimed in amazement, some couldn't believe their eyes, and others quickly took photos. Because these 2 bouquets were made by folding red banknotes, each bouquet contained exactly 999 flowers. Who are Lu Piaoxue and Shi Rujing? We are. What can we do for you? Lu Piaoxue and the others fixed their gaze on the flowers folded with money, their expressions filled with astonishment. These are flowers ordered by someone else for you. Please sign for them. Shi Rujing hurriedly took a closer look, then touched them with her hands. The smile on her face couldn't be contained, and her voice trembled with excitement as she said, Piaoxue, this money is real. The young girl delivering the flowers couldn't hide her envy, of course they're real. Each bouquet has 999 flowers. We had to ask a lot of people to fold them. A total of 99,900 yuan. I'm so jealous of you guys, someone's giving you money to spend like that. Thank you. Lu Piaoxue was both surprised and delighted. At the grand opening ceremony, with everyone watching, receiving such a large bouquet of flowers and real money to spend was a huge boost to both girls' sense of prestige and vanity. They were also deeply curious about who could have sent it. Meanwhile, the college students around them, who had come to drink milk tea, cast envious glances their way. A student wearing glasses stared in disbelief. These 2 beauties are both close to 200,000 followers. Many people don't even have 10,000 followers yet. Being good-looking really makes a difference. Even a random gift is worth 10,000. A female college student looked on enviously, her eyes sparkling. I'm so jealous of them. Why isn't my boyfriend as generous or romantic? After saying that, she shot a resentful glance at her boyfriend beside her. This left her boyfriend feeling extremely embarrassed, and he could only lower his head and drink his milk tea. Another girl whispered, did you see that? That's how guys should give gifts. If you guys don't try harder, you'll end up just buying us girls milk tea and never getting to eat imported Brazilian steak. Hearing the guest's envious praise, Lu Piaoxue's smile grew even brighter, making her even more radiant and charming. Such compliments made her feel incredibly happy and satisfied. Her small, straight nose twitched slightly, as if trying to inhale every last trace of the scent of money from the money in her hands, taking it all into her lungs. How fragrant! Lu Piaoxue murmured to herself, no wonder so many girls love it when others give them money. It's more romantic than roses and makes girls happier, doesn't it? Lu Piaoxue suddenly began to understand why those girls were so materialistic. It turns out that money can bring such joy. Shi Rujing curiously rummaged through the bouquets and soon found a card with a message, wishing you a prosperous business opening and growing more beautiful each day, Fenggu. Fenggu sent this. Shi Rujing exclaimed in delight, suddenly realizing that she had indeed mentioned to Fenggu earlier about opening a milk tea shop. This surprise truly made her happy. He truly knows what she loves most. I must definitely repay my master's kindness. Lu Piaoxue also found the same blessing card, and her mood became extremely complicated. She thought to herself, this Fenggu keeps giving me gifts so frequently. Could he be trying to pursue me, or is he just after me? She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, and besides, he and Shi Rujing had that strange relationship. Now he was treating her so equally. What did he want? Could he be trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? At this thought, Lu Piaoxue's heart was in turmoil, and for a moment, she even considered returning the money to Fenggu. Although she loved money, she did not want to sell her body or her dignity. She certainly doesn't want to become Fenggu's plaything. The conflicted expression on her face couldn't compare to Shi Rujing's. She quickly realized what he was struggling with. Shi Rujing tried to persuade her, Piaoxue, you should just be happy and not put so much pressure on yourself. If he's willing to give it to you, just take it with a clear conscience. Has Fenggu made any unreasonable demands of you? Lu Piaoxue shook her head gently. That's right. This money might be a lot to us, but to Fenggu, it's probably just a few cents. He doesn't even bat an eye at it. Just take it and don't worry about it. Just consider it a gift from a good friend to celebrate your grand opening. What you say does make sense. I was just being silly. Lu Piaoxue pondered it for a moment and found her best friend's words increasingly reasonable. The confusion in her eyes and brows instantly dissipated. Don't forget to come with me later to properly thank Fenggu. Shi Rujing's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparking with a hint of mischief. Don't just go through the motions, show some sincerity. Immediately, Shi Rujing narrowed her eyes, revealing a meaningful smile, and responded suggestively, "I'll definitely thank Fengge properly. I'll make sure he remembers it." Chapter 84, See you at the bar tonight. Lu Piaoxue saw her best friend's ambiguous smile and knew exactly what she was thinking. She curved her lips into a teasing smile and joked, "You wouldn't be planning to send him those seductive photos, would you?" He. Shi Rujing laughed so hard that her body shook, and her two full breasts trembled wildly, drawing the attention of many male guests who couldn't help but sneak glances at her. Piaoxue, as your best friend, I have to remind you that there can be no pure friendship between men and women. If you want to maintain a long-term friendly relationship, if you don't give him a little something, why should he spend his money on us? I advise you not to be so stubborn. Just let him see some photos. We don't lose anything. When he gets tired of them, you can show them to him again, but he might not want to see them then. We should seize this opportunity while we can. Shi Rujing spoke with a meaningful tone, emphasizing the word opportunity as she said this. Lu Piaoxue remained silent. She knew full well that Fengge was being so kind to her for a reason. The last time she danced the rabbit dance, it had made her feel deeply ashamed. If photos were posted again, wouldn't that make her as degenerate as Jingjing? Lu Piaoxue, you mustn't let money corrupt you any further. You must stay true to yourself. After much deliberation, Lu Piaoxue finally sent a thank you message to Fengge. Fengge, thank you for giving me this gift. I really like it. Smiling emoji. Xin Feng was playing with his phone and saw the message, but only smiled faintly. As long as Lu Piaoxue accepted the gift, it would be the beginning. Once a crack was made in her moral boundaries, she would gradually become accustomed to accepting gifts, and eventually, she would slowly lose herself to her own desires. Step by step, she will be molded into someone like Shi Rujing. The pure and innocent maiden transforms into a seductive temptress. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Xin Feng curled the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile and sent another message back, "No problem, you go ahead. I've got some things to take care of here." Lu Piaoxue looked at the message Xin Feng had sent and thought to herself, "This Fengge is quite considerate. He didn't keep harassing me or demand anything in return for such an expensive gift. Maybe I'm overthinking it. He doesn't have any strange intentions toward me, he just wanted to give me a gift." On the other side, Shi Rujing smiled slightly, her eyes filled with ambiguity as she sent Xin Feng a short video. She said with a smirk, "The boss will be very satisfied when he sees this treat." As soon as the video was sent, Xin Feng received the message. The video cover showed Shi Rujing sticking out her tongue, and he couldn't help but curve his lips upward. This little darling really knows how to behave. Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled, then gently tapped the video. "Master, I want it." In the video, Shi Rujing performs seductive gestures in the bathroom, displaying bold and uninhibited behavior. Instantly, Xin Feng's entire body trembled violently. Quickly exit the video playback. In my excitement, I forgot that I was outside, and the volume was turned up really loud. Suddenly looking up, he saw that everyone around him had turned their gaze toward him, each with an odd expression on their face. Fortunately, Xiao Mangmang was still focused on picking out her clothes and hadn't heard those seductive voices. Don't get the wrong idea, I was just scrolling through videos. Who knew these guys were being so inappropriate? Xin Feng awkwardly smiled and tried to distract the people around him, but their eyes still looked at him like he was a pervert, which made Xin Feng extremely embarrassed. Then he pretended nothing had happened and continued scrolling through his phone. This time, Xin Feng turned the volume down. Anyway, these people already thought he was a pervert, so he didn't care anymore. Keep watching. The video is only 10 seconds long. Shi Rujing showcases her seductive side and her hidden inner desires. Xin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart boiling with anger. He muttered under his breath, "This little vixen. One day, I'll teach her a lesson she'll never forget. Maybe I should find a little plaything to cool off?" As he pondered, he suddenly thought of Zhao Zhaoyan from not long ago. That woman looked easy to seduce. She had a natural allure, a great figure, and always spoke with a hint of teasing, looking as if she was always wanting more. This kind of woman was like dry kindling. Xin Feng sent Zhao Zhaoyan a WeChat message, getting straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Zhao Jia, shall we go out for drinks tonight?" On the other side, Zhao Zhuoyan was still at work. Upon seeing Xin Feng's message, she couldn't help but smile to herself. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke in a soft, seductive voice. "This man is just like a cat, he can't resist a little mischief." She then set her phone aside. When it came to dealing with men with ulterior motives, Zhao Zhaoyan was highly experienced. As a salesperson, she frequently encountered all kinds of men. For those who are only after a one-night stand, you should keep them hanging and not rush to respond to their messages. A female colleague teased from the side, "Yen, is another guy trying to hit on you?" Zhao Shuoyan laughed lightly, "What can I do? I'm still so charming and alluring. Even young boys can't resist me. I'm really in a bind. Stop being so vain." A colleague rolled her eyes at Zhao Zhaoyan and sneakily glanced at her chat. "Wow, there's a handsome guy asking you out for drinks. Why aren't you going?" Zhao Xiaoyan replied with a meaningful smile, you just don't understand. We can eat together, but we can't just drink with anyone. Gifts can be accepted, but I will never lend money to these men. Because many fake wealthy individuals use this tactic to deceive women out of their money, claiming things like investment failures or cash flow issues. Zhao Xiaoyan spoke confidently, like an experienced female hunter, boasting to her colleagues about her insights. A female colleague squinted at Qin Feng's WeChat profile picture and said, this person looks so familiar. She suddenly realized and exclaimed in surprise, isn't that the handsome guy who bought a limited edition bag at our store not long ago? Zhao Zhuoyan was startled, weren't those two girls who just bought it? The colleague immediately told Zhao Zhuoyan about the conversation between Qin Feng and the store manager. Zhao Zhuoyan looked shocked, I was really puzzled earlier. Why would the store manager give that limited edition handbag to that girl? I didn't even know about this promotion. When I asked the store manager, he didn't say anything. It turns out it was all Qin Feng's doing. Could he be a rich kid? Zhao Zhuoyan's voice trembled as she asked in disbelief. At the same time, Shi Xian envied her and said, need I say more? Yan, why don't you go drink with him? Or should I recommend you to him? Zhao Zhuoyan snatched the phone back and smiled sweetly, go back to your work. Don't interrupt me while I'm chatting with the client. She no longer paid any attention to her colleague and refocused her attention on the conversation. Great, I know a really nice bar. Let's go there tonight and drink until we're drunk. Qin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He had already picked up on Zhao Zhuoyan's subtle hint. Tonight was sure to be a night worth remembering. Chapter 85, Taking the Initiative to Show Affection in Public. After a moment's thought, Xia Mengmeng excitedly said, Qin Feng, I've already picked out 10 outfits for you. How about this one? Xia Mengmeng changed into a nice outfit and flaunted it in front of Qin Feng, intentionally showing off her figure. The outfit was a red dress, and it was an extremely expensive, high-end luxury design, costing 58,000 yuan. When worn by Xia Mengmeng, she looks like a wealthy heiress, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. Qin Feng was very satisfied and smiled faintly, turn around and show me. Xia Mengmeng obediently turned around. Taking advantage of no one noticing, when her pert buttocks turned toward Qin Feng, he couldn't resist gently tapping her buttocks and casually remarked, not bad. This one will do. The word not bad left everyone wondering whether he was complimenting her outfit or her curves. Xia Mengmeng blushed, as there was a female waitress watching her. Qin Feng slapped her curvy butt from behind, making her feel both shy and a bit aroused. There's no need to try anymore. Just wear this outfit and go. Pack up the rest. All right. The waiter excitedly took all the clothes and started packing them up. Xia Mengmeng's face still had a hint of blush, and she muttered softly, Qin Feng, you always tease me and hit my bottom. Qin Feng gave her a suggestive look, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and deliberately lowered his voice, this isn't your brother's fault. It's just that my little sister is too beautiful, and I couldn't resist. I'll be more careful next time. While saying they would be more careful, their expressions showed no sign of regret. Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes and feigned annoyance, saying in a playful voice, you're always picking on your little sister. What kind of brother are you? Qin Feng chuckled. This woman says she doesn't want it, but deep down, she wants even more. No problem, there's plenty of time. Take it slow. Handsome, that's 31,000 in total. Hearing the cashier's voice, Xia Mengmeng was secretly shocked. Although she had expected the clothes to be expensive, she hadn't imagined they would be this expensive. 10 outfits had cost 31,000 yuan. Just an hour ago, she wouldn't have dared to dream that such good fortune would fall upon her. Simply because she called this man brother and became his adopted sister, the luxurious items that others envied were now within her reach. Gratitude overflowed from her heart. Xia Mengming's heart was like a surging tide, her eyes brimming with tears, like a pool of spring water. She was a person who believed in repaying kindness with kindness. Until Xia Mengmeng emerged from the Chanel boutique carrying 2 large bags of clothes, stopped, turned around, and looked at the massive Chanel sign. The heavy clothes in her hands were all telling her that this wasn't a dream. Not far away, Zhou Wenbin and Bai Ruoli were utterly shocked. So many shopping bags, how many clothes had they bought? And how much had they spent? Bai Ruoli, who had seen it all, quickly took out her phone to snap a photo and uploaded it online to compare and automatically search for the same style. Immediately, the official flagship store popped up with the same item priced at 58,888 yuan. Bai Ruoli was completely speechless. The man she once saw as a stingy and poor jerk had actually spent 58,000 yuan on clothes to win Xia Mengming's favor? And what kind of clothes is Xia Mengmeng holding? All of them together must be worth at least over 100,000 yuan, right? For some reason, Bai Ruoli felt a surge of anger. This scumbag had never given her anything decent before, but after just a year apart, he was lavishing gifts on another woman as if money meant nothing to him. Zhou Wenbin was also deeply frustrated, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng and Xia Mengmeng. Should he rush over and ask them what their relationship was? Ask Qin Feng why he's trying to take the woman he likes? But why should he ask? He and Mengmeng aren't even related. Zhou Wenbin felt depressed, wanting to go up but not daring to. Just then, Xia Mengmeng suddenly tiptoed up and gently kissed Qin Feng on the cheek, as light as a butterfly touching a flower. Qin Feng, this is my way of thanking you. Don't misunderstand, it's just how a younger sister expresses her feelings toward her older brother. There's no other meaning behind it. Xia Mengmeng blushed bright red, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Qin Feng smiled suggestively. It's okay, I like it when my little sister acts like this. But next time, remember to give me a heads up first so I can prepare mentally. Stop being so vain. Xia Mengmeng feigned anger and hurried away, calling him stinky brother. Seeing Xia Mengmeng's shy and adorable expression, Qin Feng chuckled and followed her. Spend 310,000, or get a 50x critical hit, and receive a refund of 15,500,000. This was a good haul. I also gained a new younger sister. Zhou Wenbin felt his head buzzing, staring blankly as Qin Feng and Xia Mengmen walked away. His beloved had actually kissed Qin Feng of her own accord. Did he still have a chance? Zhou Wenbin was torn inside, but he clenched his teeth and said, as long as they haven't married yet, I still have a chance. Meng, I will never give up. Without another word, he didn't follow but instead hung his head and turned to leave. Hiding behind, Bai Ruoli stood there in shock. She couldn't believe Xia Mengmeng would be so bold as to kiss Qin Feng in public. It's over. It seems even her best friend has fallen for him. What on earth is so appealing about this scummy guy? Why are all these girls flocking to him like moths to a flame? Bai Ruoli, furious, bit her lower lip. Seeing the luxurious clothes Xia Mengmeng was holding, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Could he really have taken my money to go out with girls? Quickly dial his mother's phone number. Mom, how much hush money did you give Qin Feng? As soon as the call connected, Bai Ruoli asked impatiently. Shu Meiru, who was teaching students yoga, felt completely baffled. She walked over and asked, take it easy. What's going on? So Bai Ruoli briefly explained the matter of Qin Feng buying clothes and giving them to someone else. Mom, that scumbag. He just gave away a Chanel bag worth nearly 60,000 yuan without a second thought. How much money did you give him? Shu Meiru was secretly shocked. She hadn't given Qin Feng any money. Where did he get it from? Suddenly, she remembered what Qin Feng had said to her when they went to the hotel that day. He doesn't need money. Is he also a wealthy individual? That's impossible. I've already investigated his background. Suppressing the chaos in her heart, Shu Meiru said, don't ask me any more about this. I have things to attend to. Shu Meiru hung up the phone. She simply couldn't bring herself to say that she hadn't given Qin Feng a single penny. If her daughter found out she hadn't given Qin Feng any money, he would definitely demand an explanation if he agreed to keep quiet. How could she possibly say that she had been humiliated into giving Qin Feng a leg massage in exchange for his silence? I have a bad feeling something terrible is about to happen. We must hurry Wu Zhaodi and get something to hold over him. Shu Meiru's brows furrowed tightly. The events that had unfolded in the room that day kept replaying in her mind like a nightmare. Is this guy my nemesis? Shu Meiru rubbed her forehead, too exhausted to vent her frustration. Chapter 86, A Sensible Woman. After returning to Longting Academy, Qin Feng took a refreshing shower, changed into a stylish outfit, and carefully prepared for tonight's event. Afterward, she drank a bottle of milk to replenish her protein. As night fell, at exactly 9 o'clock, Qin Feng drove the Cullinan to an intersection. From a distance, he spotted a woman dressed in vibrant attire standing quietly by the streetlight. She wore black stockings, her two smooth, long legs straight and slender, exuding a deadly allure. The deep V-neck top she wore accentuated her stunning figure, with large patches of snow-white skin peeking through. This outfit is the epitome of sensuality, leaving no one indifferent. Qin Feng couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. He parked the car in front of Zhao Zhaoyan, rolled down the window, and said, Sister Zhao, get in. Zhao Zhuoyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she smiled faintly. She gracefully twisted her waist and climbed into the passenger seat next to Qin Feng. A faint fragrance wafted toward his nostrils, stirring his desires. Zhao Jia, you look beautiful today. Qin Feng's gaze roamed freely over Zhao Zhuoyan. His gaze swept from Zhao Zhuoyan's delicate features, across her voluptuous bust, and finally to her shapely legs encased in black stockings. Every inch of her exuded a mature allure that left men breathless. How many women have you said that to? Zhao Zhaoyan gave a seductive smile, her eyes betraying a hint of ambiguity. She wasn't the kind of woman who could be easily pleased by a few flattering words from a man, but hearing Qin Feng say that still made her feel quite pleased. As she spoke, she fastened her seatbelt, which ran across her upper chest, instantly highlighting an astonishing curve. Her clothes clung even tighter to her body, causing Qin Feng's pupils to narrow slightly. Wow! Qin Feng didn't expect his opponent to be so difficult to deal with, not following the usual tactics and immediately making him lose his composure. Qin Feng didn't expect his opponent to be so tough. He didn't play by the rules and immediately got him hooked. Feeling Qin Feng's intense gaze, Zhao Zhaoyan didn't react like a typical girl by blushing shyly. Instead, she gave him a teasing smile, meeting his fiery stare with her own, as if to say, "Come on, come get me." She had come tonight for her own enjoyment, and also to lure Qin Feng, the wealthy boss. Qin Feng swallowed hard. That was one of the reasons he was attracted to mature women. However, he was also a shrewd hunter and didn't rush into action. He handed the gift box he had placed in front of the car to Zhao Zhuoyan. "Here's for you." Zhao Zhuoyan's eyebrows, as delicate as the moon, curved into a crescent, and she smiled sweetly. "You still prepared a little surprise for me?" That really caught me off guard. No woman dislikes surprise gifts, and Zhao Zhuoyan was no exception. When the box was opened, there was a golden traditional bracelet inside, shining brightly. Zhao Zhuoyan's eyes widened in shock. Her breathing became rapid. This bracelet ring is quite large and beautifully crafted. It is clearly a valuable bracelet. When held in the palm of your hand, it immediately feels heavy and substantial, not hollow. "Thank you, boss." Zhao Zhuoyan smiled seductively, her vibrant lips parting slightly to emit a soft, sensual sound. "This bracelet must have cost a pretty penny, right?" "Over 6,000, Qin Feng said casually, pleased with Zhao Zhuoyan's reaction. Although she had already anticipated that it would be valuable, hearing Qin Feng mention the price still made Zhao Zhuoyan secretly startled for a moment, before her eyes filled with affection. "Brother, tonight has been truly wonderful. You gave me such a precious gift, and I don't know how to thank you." Zhao Zhuoyan's eyes gradually softened, and she stared intently at Qin Feng, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion. This little vixen was quite the temptress. He curved his lips into a mischievous smile and said, "Then use your most skilled method to repay me." Zhao Zhuoyan shot Qin Feng a disapproving glance and pouted, "I knew you men were all up to no good." Qin Feng suddenly startled, looking down to see Zhao Zhuoyan reaching out her hand. This startled Qin Feng greatly. "Zhao Jia, what are you doing?" Zhao Zhuoyan smiled seductively, "Didn't you tell me to repay you in the way I'm best at?" Qin Feng immediately sucked in a sharp breath and said seriously, "Zhao Jia, stop joking around. I'm driving." Qin Feng felt every pore on his body tingle. This car is a bit tricky to drive. Fortunately, it's nighttime now, otherwise, I'd be overtaking cars every minute. A 10-minute drive was stretched out to 20 minutes by Qin Feng. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. "You worked hard just now. You did a great job, I'm very satisfied." Zhao Zhuoyan feigned anger, glaring at Qin Feng with a sour expression, but her eyes betrayed a hint of flirtation. "She knew how hard I had worked, why didn't you give me a little reward to comfort my wounded heart? What's so hard about that?" Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes, then skillfully opened WeChat, tapped the screen a few times, and transferred 5,000 yuan. "Thank you, boss." Zhao Zhuoyan's face lit up instantly, the lingering blush on her cheeks growing even more vibrant and alluring. $5,000 was equivalent to several months' wages, and she had obtained it so easily. It was indeed the right decision to come here tonight. Zhao Zhuoyan's attitude did an immediate 180-degree turnaround, becoming docile and ingratiating. "The boss is so amazing, incredibly amazing." Zhao Zhuoyan's eyes sparkled with admiration, lavishing generous compliments without hesitation. "Spend 50,000 yuan and receive a 10x bonus return of 500,000 yuan. You're just good with words." Qin Feng's heart fluttered, and he thought to himself, Zhao Jia really knows how to handle a man's heart. Thinking about going to the dance hall next, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, eager to see what thrilling and fun things might happen. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of unexpected surprises this charming woman would bring him next. In the past, Qin Feng was a well-behaved child who had never been to a dance hall. However, he had heard from classmates that the atmosphere in modern dance halls was very chaotic, with many unexpected things happening, things that ordinary people couldn't even imagine, let alone do. Moreover, there were many students and even some teenage girls who behaved very boldly inside. Qin Feng felt incredibly happy as he drove to a bar and parked. As soon as the Cullinan pulled up at the entrance, the security guards immediately came over to greet him, while several teenagers, mostly around 17 or 18 years old, turned their gaze toward Qin Feng. These were all street thugs. They might not have a few $100s on them, and some might even have to ask others for cigarettes, but they could easily call over a few young women. The young women looked at Qin Feng with intense desire. He was handsome and wealthy, and if it weren't for the beautiful woman by his side, they would have already rushed over. Chapter 87, College Girls at the Bar. Upon entering the bar, the disco music was blasting, and the lighting was extremely dim. There were also many young women dressed in revealing outfits dancing wildly on the dance floor, twisting their hips wildly. Some strangers were hugging each other and engaging in intimate gestures. Others were drinking excessively, letting loose and releasing their stress, with the entire scene reeking of decadence. Qin Feng glanced around the scene. A few young, attractive girls dressed in trendy outfits approached him enthusiastically. They were around 18 or 19 years old. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" "No." Qin Feng replied, his gaze roaming freely over the young girls. The clothes they wore were extremely revealing, exposing everything that should be exposed and even what shouldn't be, and they didn't seem to mind Xin Feng's imposing figure, instead displaying themselves boldly. In such places, the less one wears, the more popular one becomes, and this is one of their methods for attracting customers. Does the boss want to drink outside or go to the VIP room? The young girl is very enthusiastic. First, book me the best VIP room. Xin Feng said without hesitation. The boss, follow me. Xin Feng knew these people were definitely bar girls promoting drinks, so he grabbed Zhao Zhuoyan's hand and followed them over. This was the first time Xin Feng had ever openly held Zhao Zhuoyan's hand. Her hand was incredibly soft, and the feel of her skin was so pleasant that he couldn't bear to let go. Zhao Zhuoyan didn't resist. Instead, she let Xin Feng hold her hand, feeling a strange sense of anticipation. Xin Feng's palm was warm and large. Although she and her husband often held hands, her husband's hands didn't give her this heart-racing sensation, and his palms weren't as large either. Xin Feng spent 3,000 yuan to book a luxurious VIP room. The female waitress enthusiastically promoted their drinks. At that moment, a manager in his 30s approached with a smile. Sir, what would you like to drink? We have regular beer, as well as expensive white wine and red wine. You can take a look at our menu. Bring me 20 cases of beer. Xin Feng said boldly. Zhao Zhuoyan was startled, her eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at Xin Feng and thought to herself, why is Xin Feng ordering so much beer? Does he want to get me drunk? Given their current relationship, there was no need to resort to such tactics to get her. The manager was also quite surprised. How could the two of them drink so much? Could there be someone else involved? Does the boss have other guests coming? The manager couldn't help but ask one more question. If he confirmed that there were more people coming, he could sell more items. Just the two of us, Xin Feng said. The manager was even more surprised. He had never seen two people order so much to drink before. However, after glancing at Zhao Zhuoyan, he immediately understood. He assumed Xin Feng wanted to get the woman drunk. He had seen such things many times before. No problem, we also offer a variety of delicious snacks and fruits, which pair perfectly with drinks. Xin Feng suddenly raised his hand, speaking with unmatched authority, bring me 10 more bottles of Hennessy Louis XIII. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the supervisor or Zhao Zhuoyan, or the young women standing nearby, everyone was utterly shocked. In their bar, the most expensive item was the Hennessy Louis XIII, with each bottle costing 50,000 yuan. 10 bottles would cost 500,000 yuan. This kind of wine might sell just 1 or 2 bottles a day, or none at all, and no customer had ever been so generous as to order 10 bottles at once. The neighboring shop owners thought they had heard wrong, fearing that Xin Feng didn't know the price, and hurriedly said, Sir, our Remy Martin Louis XIII is $5,000 a bottle. Are you sure you want 10 bottles? Xin Feng remained calm and said, I know I'm not short on money. Just bring them over. If there's any left, I'll take care of it myself. This time, coming to the bar to drink was about spending money to demonstrate his strength and make Zhao Zhuoyan completely submit to him. At the same time, it was also a chance to spend some money. It's a win-win situation, so there's no question of wasting anything. The goal is to make Zhao Zhuoyan submit. Sure enough, Zhao Zhuoyan's bright eyes were faintly glowing with excitement. At that moment, Xin Feng was undoubtedly a super-rich second-generation heir in her eyes, spending lavishly without batting an eyelid, ordering wine worth tens of thousands of dollars. This only served to reinforce Zhao Zhuoyan's belief that Xin Feng was incredibly wealthy. She grew even more determined to curry favor with him, hoping he would bestow even the slightest favor upon her, which she believed would be far superior to her current job. Zhao Zhuoyan always believed in one thing: people strive for higher ground, while water flows downward. The supervisor, who had originally stood up to speak to Xin Feng, was now cleverly standing beside him, wearing a flattering smile on his face, and said respectfully, Sir, I've noted it down. Is there anything else you need? We also offer other services here. For example, you can request some young women to serve drinks and entertain you. Each one costs only 500 yuan, and you can have them dance for you as well. Is there such a service? Xin Feng immediately became interested. He had never been to such a place before and was unaware of such services. The manager was very perceptive and noticed Xin Feng's interest. He quickly smiled and said, Yes, the boss has everything you could want, from 18 to 28 years old. And we also have college students here. If you want someone to accompany you while you drink, we can arrange that as well. As long as the boss likes it, I'll call him right away. College student? Xin Feng had already heard that many college students would take on part-time jobs to earn some quick money. Bars and similar venues were their favorite places to frequent, as these places offered quick money and the opportunity to meet some wealthy older men. Xin Feng stroked his chin. Since he was here to have fun, he might as well go all out. Go get those female students over here. I want to pick 10 of them. No problem. The supervisor immediately called for help via the walkie-talkie. Soon, over 30 college students dressed in trendy, youthful attire, heavily made up, stood before Xin Feng, allowing him to choose. It was like an emperor selecting concubines, giving Qin Feng a taste of that superior, exalted feeling, which was incredibly satisfying. The college students were dressed in a variety of styles, some in a mature, sophisticated manner, some in a youthful, girly style, and others in a cute, playful outfit. The only thing they had in common was their long, white, and smooth legs, and their upper bodies were also dressed in very revealing attire. Boss, what do you think of these beauties? If you're not satisfied, I can call for more. Are you sure all of these are college students? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Qin Feng looked suspicious. He felt that some of these adults might be college students, but others seemed too mature, while those who looked like college students seemed more like women who had been around the block a few times. The manager smiled faintly. Many customers often doubted that these women were students, so he had prepared thoroughly in advance. He clapped his hands and said, "Ladies, please kindly reveal your identities to the boss." Chapter 88, Dazzling. Qin Feng crossed his legs, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as he waited for the college students to introduce themselves. Zhao Zhuoyan was very considerate. She picked a grape and stuffed it into Qin Feng's mouth, leaning her body closer to him. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to embrace Zhao Zhuoyan, gently pinching her slender waist, causing Zhao Zhuoyan to giggle. You may begin your performance. Under the arrangement of the neighboring class, these girls lined up in a row. A woman wearing a skirt held a student ID in her hand and smiled, saying, "My name is Xie Tingting. I am a second-year student at Jiangnan University, 20 years old, 1.72 meters tall, and a student in the dance department." After speaking, she showed her student ID to Qin Feng and handed it to him to look at. Qin Feng glanced at it and confirmed that the student ID was genuine. It really is the senior student. Boss, how about this? The supervisor smiled flatteringly. No rush, let me take a look first. My name is Zhang Xiaoman. I am a sophomore at Jiangnan University, 20 years old, 1.62 meters tall, and a student in the fine arts department. Zhou Shirquin is a third-year student at Jiangnan University, 21 years old, 1.70 meters tall, and majoring in literature. Bai Shishir is a student at Jiangnan University, currently in her third year, 21 years old, 1.68 meters tall, and majoring in dance. These beautiful women left Qin Feng dazzled. Each one had her own unique charm, and it took him several minutes to take in all 30 of the senior female students. This was the first time Qin Feng had ever experienced such special treatment. All the senior female students were looking at him with eager expressions, hoping that Qin Feng would choose them to stay. Drinking with those old men is no fun. It's much better to spend time with this handsome guy. At that moment, Qin Feng ordered some expensive drinks, which were also brought over. 10 bottles of Hennessy Louis XIII. The female college students were so amazed that their eyes widened. They frequently frequented this place and naturally knew how expensive this liquor was. Only wealthy business tycoons could afford it. Seeing someone order 10 bottles at once was a first for them, and their eyes immediately grew even more intense as they stared at Qin Feng, wishing they could stay there themselves. The manager smiled broadly, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness, and asked cautiously, "Sir, which of these girls caught your eye? I'll arrange for them to stay and entertain you properly." Qin Feng casually wrapped his arm around Zhao Zhuoyan's shoulder, fully enjoying the attentive care of the beauty beside him. A carefree smile played at the corners of his lips as he asked, "You mentioned earlier that it's $500 to keep a girl, right?" The manager hurriedly nodded and bowed, replying, "That's right, boss. That's the price. No haggling. All right, let them all stay." Qin Feng spoke in a tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather, as though this were a trivial matter of no consequence. However, the moment the words left his mouth, it was like a bombshell had been dropped into a calm lake. In an instant, everyone present was stunned into silence, their eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng. After all, keeping all 30 beauties would cost a whopping 15,000 alone. What's even more baffling is that with so many people, how could one person possibly handle them all? Everyone was secretly amazed, thinking to themselves, this boss is truly wealthy and powerful, acting in such a bold and reckless manner that it leaves one speechless. "Sir, are you serious?" the manager exclaimed in disbelief. "I've never seen a customer act so recklessly. Even those old perverts wouldn't go that far calling for 30 college students at once? Do you have money to burn?" Qin Feng curved the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint, amused smile, and raised his eyebrows in response. "Is that not possible?" The manager reacted swiftly, his face immediately breaking into a fawning smile, his tone dripping with flattery. "Of course not." He hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, "As long as the boss is satisfied, no matter what kind of woman you want, I can arrange it perfectly for you." Qin Feng leaned back in his chair and calmly ordered, "That's good. Bring 10 portions of every fruit and seed on the menu, and 20 bottles of beer." "Got it, sir. I'll have someone prepare it right away." "No problem." The manager looked at Qin Feng as if he were a walking god of wealth. This was a super VIP customer, and the commission from this private room alone was enough to make him a fortune. The manager smiled broadly, stood up respectfully, bowing so deeply his waist was nearly at a 90-degree angle, and flattered, "Sir, I'll be waiting outside the door. If you need anything, just give the girls around you a shout." "Not at the moment. Go back to your duties." The supervisor immediately turned around, facing the group of girls. The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a stern and serious expression. He barked, "Listen up, everyone. Tonight, you must make sure this boss is taken care of properly and comfortably. If anyone messes up, don't even think about working here anymore." No need for him to say more. These college students were all sharp as tacks. "Boss, let me pour you some wine. Would you like some fruit, boss?" A large group of female college students are vying for his attention. Shin Fong was thoroughly enjoying himself and calmly said, "Ladies, no need to rush. Everyone, please settle down first." He tossed a stack of bills onto the table. "Here's 20,000 yuan. Each of you take turns showing off your talents, singing, dancing, whatever. After you perform, take 200 yuan from here. 30 people will take turns until I say stop. You can eat and drink whatever I ordered." Everyone was overjoyed. They had never encountered such a generous boss before. Even a fine wine like Remy Martin Louis XIII was being offered for them to taste, which was more than enough for them to boast about. Some began dancing in front of Shin Fong, while the others sat on either side of him. Some were drinking, others were eating sunflower seeds, and some were taking photos with their phones of the 10 bottles of Hennessy Louis XIII, posting them on their social media to show off drinking with their friends. Zhao Xiaoyan batted her eyelashes and teased with a smile, "Boss, I never expected you to be so adventurous. I thought you were such a straight shooter." "I never said I was honest." Shin Fong chuckled, taking advantage of the dim lighting to touch her up and down, making Zhao Xiaoyan blush with embarrassment. The other female students pretended not to notice. They had seen such things too many times before. Zhao Xiaoyan, however, was doing something so bold in such a setting for the first time, and couldn't help but feel both embarrassed and incredibly aroused. The female college students had had a few drinks, and they grew increasingly bold, dancing in increasingly provocative ways. Taking advantage of the fact that the two women were hugging each other while dancing and making extremely bold and provocative gestures. For example, feeding each other drinks while exchanging lingering glances. This scene caught Qin Feng's eye, and he felt a surge of heat rush to his heart, causing his blood to race through his veins. At the same time, Zhao Xiaoyan, standing beside him, gave a mischievous smile and couldn't stay still either. Her small hands began to touch him here and there. Her actions, though playful, stirred up a whirlwind of desire within Qin Feng, leaving him unable to resist. Chapter 89, Dancing with the Senior. Qin Feng felt a sudden rush of heat, and without thinking twice, he grabbed Zhao Xiaoyan and pulled her into his arms, not giving her a chance to respond. Kissed her. Their bold actions instantly made the atmosphere in the room super romantic, like the air had gotten thicker. Some people pretended to munch on sunflower seeds, but their curious and gossipy glances were fixed on Qin Feng. Two college girls dancing nearby, upon seeing this scene, became even more alluring. Apparently influenced by the suggestive scene, some people began to gather in pairs, whispering to each other, occasionally casting meaningful glances in Qin Feng's direction, and murmuring about the embarrassing scene. "Wow, those two are so bold. They're doing that right in front of us. Come on, stop pretending. What's the big deal? You probably did it yourself. I didn't do anything. I was just there to drink with him. Being a princess isn't the same as delivering takeout, hee hee. Stop pretending to be innocent. When I first came here, I was just like you, but later on, I ended up going out with whoever had money. Those two look so exciting. You old woman, you're not getting all flustered, are you?" A group of female college students whispered among themselves, but none of them disturbed Qin Feng and his companion. Until they finished, Zhao Xiaoyan blushed shyly and snuggled into Qin Feng's arms, tapping his chest with her little fists. "You always bully me." Qin Feng licked his lips, still wanting more, and smiled suggestively. "You didn't refuse either. Who was more eager than me just now? Bad man." Zhao Xueyan scolded him with a smile, but her hands were very mischievous, teasing Qin Feng until he was thoroughly enjoying it. Qin Feng thought to himself, this Zhao sister is indeed an experienced veteran. She knows exactly how to please a man. If it were an ordinary girl in this situation, she'd probably be too shy to move a muscle. Zhao Jia was clearly at ease in such situations and couldn't be stopped. I wonder what her husband is doing right now. Glancing casually at the other female university students, he saw them eating and drinking freely, some smoking and drinking while dancing, others singing. It didn't seem like they were on campus at all, and these people were extremely bold. The money on the table was gradually being divided among them. Qin Feng grabbed a few bills and shoved them into the cleavage of a college student, smiling and saying, "Beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Boss, do you want me to have one or not?" The college student grabbed the money and stuffed it into her bag, giving him a flirtatious smile. Qin Feng casually pulled the female college student to his side, sitting her close to him. His large hand rested on her black stockings, feeling the smooth texture, and he hooked his foot, flashing a mischievous smile. "Xiaojing, looking at you like this, you must have a boyfriend, right?" In this ambiguous atmosphere, Qin Feng completely let himself go. While linking arms with Zhao Xiaoyan, he placed his hand on Xiaojing's leg. Giggling. Xiaojing seemed unaware of Qin Feng's wandering hand and smiled sweetly. "Of course I do. How could I not have a boyfriend? Oh, does your boyfriend know you're working part-time here?" Qin Feng pinched her cheek, grinning mischievously. Xiao Jing, the senior, gave a soft hum and said with a pout, "He doesn't know anything. We're just playing around." If only he had a boss as handsome as that. The boss is incredibly handsome and extremely generous. I've met many men here, but none of them are as generous as the boss. Xiao Jing, the senior, gave Qin Feng a big compliment. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. These women really know how to flatter men. Their words are just for entertainment. So how much do you make working here each month? If you get a generous boss, you can make tens of thousands a month, and even if it's less, you'll still make over 10,000. Qin Feng took a deep breath. No wonder so many female college students like to work part-time here. It's because the money comes in so quickly. For girls who'd grown accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence, working in a regular factory was out of the question. The meager wages wouldn't even cover the cost of their cosmetics. Would you go out with those bosses? Qin Feng asked, emphasizing the wordplay slightly and wearing a smirk on his face. Xiao Jing, the senior, was a smart woman and immediately understood Qin Feng's meaning, a seductive smile appearing on her lips. Then she stretched her neck and whispered into Qin Feng's ear, "Boss, as long as you're willing to pay, there's nothing I won't do." Many of the girls do the same. But I'm a principled person. I've never gone out with other men. Someone as handsome as you, I've never met before. If you want me, I'll go out with you even if you don't pay me. A warm breath gently brushed past Qin Feng's ear, instantly giving him a warm, itchy sensation that made his heart flutter slightly. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with amusement. It seems my sister knows how to have fun, but I already have company tonight. Although he enjoyed playing around, he wasn't the type to go after just any woman. He just likes to chat with these older female students and play around a bit. These people don't know their identities yet. They're also from Jiangnan University. It's probably best not to tell them about these people for now. As for whether we will meet again in the future, that is something to be decided later. In any case, these matters are not something that should be discussed openly, and even if we do meet, we will pretend not to recognize each other. Xiao Jing, the senior, sighed inwardly. Such a wealthy and handsome boss is truly a rare sight. Boss, why don't you come in and dance with everyone? Sure. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, stood up, and was immediately pulled onto the dance floor by Xiao Jing. I'll go too. Zhao Zhuoyan said in a delicate voice. Upon seeing Qin Feng join the dance floor, a female senior turned the music up to the loudest disco track, filling the entire private room with thumping beats. Other seniors also joined in, surrounding Qin Feng and dancing together. In the dimly lit private room, the flickering lights and the alcohol coursing through their veins stirred their primal desires. Some began to remove their jackets, revealing their perfect figures, pressing against Qin Feng and wildly swaying their sensual bodies. In the darkness, Qin Feng's desires were amplified to the extreme. One after another, female college students shed their innocent schoolgirl facades, transforming into fallen angels and performing various seductive and provocative actions to tempt Qin Feng. Some are touching. Someone kisses. Qin Feng couldn't remember whose face it was or who he had kissed, but he knew that under the influence of alcohol, he had completely let go of all inhibitions and danced intimately with these people. Bottle after bottle of alcohol poured into his stomach, and Qin Feng couldn't remember who had taken off his clothes. He felt his body growing hot. Hours later, the room was in complete disarray. The effects of the alcohol began to kick in, and Qin Feng exhaled a breath of alcohol, suggesting with a playful tone, "How about we play a thrilling game together?" Chapter 90, Truth or Dare? Sure, boss, what kind of thrilling game do you want to play? We'll all join in. We love playing games. Whatever you say, we'll do it. These female college students were so drunk that they didn't care what kind of games Qin Feng wanted to play with them. Qin Feng placed an empty wine bottle on the table and said, "It's simple. Whoever the bottle points to must tell the truth. The questions must be about feelings, and the person who spins the bottle asks the question. If someone tells the truth, I'll reward them with $500. If they don't want to tell the truth, there's no reward. Dare to play? Let us play." The women all shouted in unison, their enthusiasm soaring. It adds some excitement and you can make money. What's not to like? Qin Feng smiled faintly. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. I'll go first. With that, he began to rotate the wine bottle in his hand. The bottle spun rapidly across the table, and everyone stared intently, hoping that the opening would land on their side. The bottle came to a stop, pointing at a woman wearing a red dress. It's me. What do you want to ask me, boss?" The woman in red raised her hand, afraid that Qin Feng wouldn't see her. Qin Feng quickly glanced at the red-clothed woman, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The woman was quite attractive, and her figure was also decent. "How many times have you been in a relationship?" The woman in red covered her mouth and giggled. 7 or 8 times, I guess." Qin Feng was amazed. Women in this era sure were eager to date. The other women giggled along, seeming very interested in the topic. Qin Feng readily transferred 500 yuan to her. The red-clothed woman was very happy. It was her turn to spin the bottle again, and she asked the other girls a rather tricky question. "Have you ever cheated on someone?" This question catches the other person off guard, making them cover their face in embarrassment. They look around at others and awkwardly laugh. Yes. Everyone was stunned. Shin Fong was also secretly surprised. They were indeed no pushovers. Honest enough, I'll transfer you 1,000. Shin Fong was extremely generous, adding another 500 on top of what he had already offered to his research peers. Seeing the benefits, everyone else no longer held back and began to share their own scandalous past. Shin Fong was truly amazed. It turned out that the lives of these college students were far more exciting than he had ever imagined. Finally, the bottle cap accidentally pointed toward Zhao Zhuoyan. Sis, what are your measurements? Zhao Zhuoyan felt extremely guilty and quickly glanced at Shang Qinfeng, stammering, 92, 60, 88. Qinfeng sucked in a sharp breath. Wow, that's amazing. He played the game for a while longer before finally stopping. Seeing that everyone had had enough to drink, Qinfeng called all the female college students away, leaving only Qinfeng and Zhao Zhuoyan, both drunk, lying on the sofa. The lights in the private room flickered erratically, and an ambiguous atmosphere lingered in the air. At that moment, Zhao Zhuoyan's clothes were disheveled, with strands of hair clinging to her flushed cheeks, which were as red as a sunset from the alcohol. She exuded a seductive charm. Qinfeng, I want to go home. Zhao Zhuoyan's eyes were glassy, her gaze filled with a hint of drunken confusion and helplessness, as she murmured softly. But the sound was so intoxicating that it made one want to tease her. Qinfeng felt restless all over, biting Zhao Zhuoyan's ear and whispering, Sister Zhao, the real show is just beginning. Are you really going to leave? Zhao Zhuoyan felt a rush of heat in her ear, but inside she felt secretly pleased. In fact, she wasn't really drunk to the point of unconsciousness, she was just pretending to be drunk. If a woman isn't drunk, a man has no chance. However, there were some things she couldn't bring herself to say directly, so she could only hint at it in a subtle way, giving Qinfeng the green light to make his move. Don't do this. My boyfriend is waiting for me at home, and I'm a bit tipsy. Zhao Zhuoyan's breath was fragrant, and she collapsed into Qinfeng's arms, her body emitting a faint, alluring scent. Qinfeng took a deep breath of the fragrance, feeling every pore in his body relax. He smiled to himself, thinking, Zhao Zhuoyan says no, but her body is being honest. Sure enough, women always mean the opposite of what they say. Qinfeng's eyes burned with passion as he leaned down and kissed her. Outside the door, the manager didn't leave after the others had gone. Instead, he wore a suggestive expression and pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop. He had seen this kind of thing too many times and could guess what was happening inside. Whether it was intentional or not, the door to the room was left ajar with a very narrow gap. Through the crack, I could see the dim light inside, and it seemed like there was a figure moving around, but I couldn't make it out clearly. Before long, the foreman swallowed hard, his face flushed red, as if he had drunk 3 pounds of white wine, his complexion both red and hot. Glancing at the time, it was already 11 p.m. When he checked the time again, it was already 11:30 p.m. Wow, this boss is really something else. It feels like it's never going to end. The shift supervisor looks envious. He dared not stay put any longer, lest he lose control and risk drawing Qinfeng's displeasure. Qinfeng glanced outside. He had already noticed the crack in the door, but he hadn't bothered to close it tightly. After they finished, they took a short break. Zhao Zhuoyan's face was flushed, and the effects of the alcohol had not yet worn off. She lay on her side on the sofa, touched her empty earring, and said in a playful tone, Boss, you dropped all my earrings. I don't even know where they went. Qinfeng chuckled, having acted on impulse earlier and not paying attention to such details. Don't bother looking for it. I'll give you 5,000 yuan. Go buy yourself a new pair of earrings. He was in a good mood and didn't mind spending a little extra to make Zhao Zhuoyan happy. Zhao Zhuoyan immediately broke into a smile, her heart filled with joy. Her face grew even more alluring, and she licked her lips and said, Thank you, boss. Those earrings were only worth a few $100s, but now they were worth over 100 times that. What a fortune. What are you thanking me for? As long as you make me happy, I won't shortchange you. Qinfeng's lips curled into a suggestive smile, his gaze growing more aggressive. Zhao Zhuoyan immediately understood and giggled sweetly, Boss, as long as you don't treat me unfairly, I'll definitely be good to you, even better than I am to my boyfriend. You have such a sweet mouth. I love hearing that. Qinfeng heard this and felt a secret joy in his heart. Even the richest man enjoys being praised by a woman. Spend $50,000 to trigger a 100x bonus and receive a $500,000 refund. Awesome. I got to eat Zhao Zhuoyan for free and made 5 million more. This deal is simply too good to be true. Zhao Zhuoyan smiled radiantly. Not only had she enjoyed an incredibly pleasant evening, but she had also reaped a tremendous financial reward. She silently resolved to do whatever it took to win this man's favor. Chapter 91, My family has a big round bed. At midnight, Qinfeng, feeling as though he were bathed in spring breeze, took Zhao Zhuoyan's hand and went to settle the bill. At that moment, Zhao Zhuoyan's face still bore the faint blush of joy, making her as beautiful as a blooming wild rose. If one looked closely, one could also notice that her hair was slightly disheveled. Manager, the total is 53,000. As the supervisor spoke, his eyes kept darting toward Zhao Zhuoyan, revealing a certain desire. Zhao Zhaoyan immediately felt uneasy, as if she had been caught doing something she shouldn't have. Xin Feng promptly paid the 53,000 yuan. Spending 530,000 triggered a special reward, conquering Zhao Zhaoyan and earning a hundredfold reward, with 53 million returned. Xin Feng, satisfied, pulled Zhao Zhaoyan into his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Xin Feng, I've already told my boyfriend that I won't be going back tonight. You have to arrange a place for me to stay. After getting into the car, Zhao Zhuoyan stared at Xin Feng with her big, watery eyes, looking as though she wasn't ready to leave. Let's south go to my place. We can save a few $100s on a hotel. Xin Feng gave her a suggestive smile. He hadn't had enough to drink yet, so going home was perfect. Zhao Zhuoyan was a smart woman. Her sensual lips parted, her eyes were as seductive as silk, and her breath smelled like orchids. Is no one home at your place? Xin Feng's heart stirred, and a mischievous smile curved his lips. No, there's only a big round bed in my house. Zhao Zhaoyan smiled knowingly, rolled her eyes, and teased, pervert. However, the corners of her lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation. Late at night, most people at Tinglong Academy had already gone to sleep. Xin Feng's luxury car slowly pulled into a parking spot in the residential area of Longting Academy. Zhao Zhaoyan stepped out of the car, took a deep breath of fresh air, and squinted her eyes slightly. Her face was filled with astonishment, and she couldn't help but exclaim, I never would have guessed you were still a student. In her eyes, Xin Feng had always been a man who spent money like water, exuding a confidence and nonchalance that seemed far beyond his years. He didn't look like someone who was still studying in school. Xin Feng curved his lips into a carefree smile, turned his head to look at Zhao Zhaoyan, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He wrapped his arm around Zhao Zhaoyan's waist and said half-jokingly, Isn't that perfect? We're students strong, young, and charming. Zhao Jia, don't you like that? Zhao Zhuoyan immediately caught the double meaning in Xin Feng's words. A faint blush spread across her face as she feigned anger and playfully scolded him, So you think I'm an old cow eating tender grass? Though she spoke those words, there was not a trace of anger in Zhao Zhaoyan's eyes. Instead, a hint of joy shone through. There was also a subtle sense of accomplishment. After all, not just any woman could land such a handsome rich second-generation heir. Xin Feng saw Zhao Zhaoyan's reaction and felt a surge of joy. He continued to go along with her, saying, Sister Zhao is joking. You're not old at all. I actually think your age is just right. You have a lot of charm, and I really like that. Stop flattering me. Although Zhao Zhaoyan said this, her face was filled with an unstoppable smile, and her eyes sparkled with the joy of being praised. Women, after all, are meant to be charmed. Looking up, he saw the light still on in the neighboring room. Someone was still awake in Lu Piaxue's room. Returning to room 606, Xin Feng carried Zhao Zhaoyan directly from the door to the sofa. Soon, the living room was filled with the sounds of joyful music. Since tomorrow was Saturday, Lu Piaxue and Shi Rujing didn't go to bed too early. They had been busy all day preparing for the grand opening. After returning home, they went live again. After ending the stream, the two of them made a pot of instant noodles and ate them in the living room. Honey, we made a profit of around 1,300 yuan today at the store. Not counting the 100,000 yuan Fengge gave us, the total from live streaming tips and gifts was around 1,500 yuan. Today we made roughly over 2,000 yuan. If we don't count other things, just these two things alone can bring in tens of thousands of yuan in a month. Shi Rujing calculated happily, then sighed softly. Even if we work hard for a month, the money we earn wouldn't match what Fengge gives us with just one gift. She couldn't help but miss Fengge's generosity. Compared to shouting herself hoarse in the livestream with hardly anyone willing to send gifts, it was like a million times better. Those poor people in the livestream only watch us dance seductively and won't even spend a little money. Shi Rujing frowned, her eyes filled with contempt, and muttered under her breath. Lu Piaxue remained calm and spoke earnestly. You can't put it that way. When we first started streaming, making a few $100s in a single session would have made us overjoyed. People are like that. The better their lives get, the higher their standards become. Now, looking back at those few $100s, they simply can't stir much emotion in us anymore. But we also need to understand our audience. Everyone works hard to make a living. Shi Rujing listened to Lu Piaxue's words, her lips curling upward involuntarily, revealing a smug smile, and she interjected, That's right. Back then, I worked hard every day to come up with new dance moves just to earn more tips. I went to great lengths to please those people, and it was both time-consuming and exhausting. Now, building my account doesn't have to be as tough as it used to be. As she spoke, she confidently flipped her hair, her eyes brimming with pride. Back then, a few dozen dollars in gifts would have satisfied us. That was just the starting phase. But things are different now. We have hundreds of thousands of followers. If they want us to dance for them, they'll have to show some real commitment. Lu Piaxue elegantly ate her noodles, and when she mentioned gifts, she suddenly thought of the mysterious Fengge. Jingjing, what kind of person is this Fengge, exactly? Shi Rujing bit her chopsticks lightly, her eyes filled with confusion. I don't know either, but his Douyin account is located in our city. Lu Xiaoxue suddenly asked, what if he comes looking for us? Shi Rujing froze. What if Feng Ge came looking for her? And given their relationship, if he made such a request, should she refuse or accept? He was her major financial backer. Without him, she wouldn't be where she was now. Refusing him was probably out of the question. What can I do? I've already made up my mind. I've taken so much money from him. If he makes some demands, it's only fair. We can't just take all the benefits and then feel perfectly fine about not giving anything back. Why should they spend their money on us? We're all adults, it's not like they're just giving us money for nothing. Shi Rujing understood this point very clearly and had an open-minded perspective. Lu Xiaoxue fell into deep thought. She knew all too well that no one in this world would go out of their way to harm someone without a reason. It's either to open your heart or to open your legs. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxue's expression changed. Quiet, don't make a sound. I think I heard something. Chapter 92, Eavesdropping. Shi Rujing suddenly froze in place, growing still, and listened intently. Faint, intermittent sounds seemed to drift from the next room, as if coming from a distant place yet also very close. It seemed to be coming from Qin Feng's room. Lu Xiaoxue pointed to the room next to Qin Feng's. This guy isn't sleeping in the middle of the night and is making noise, disturbing us. Shi Rujing frowned, wearing her slippers, and approached the wall to listen more closely to the sound. Within a second, Shi Rujing's eyes widened in shock, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She quickly beckoned to Lu Xiaoxue. What did you hear? Lu Xiaoxue wasn't sure what her best friend was up to, so she followed Shi Rujing's advice and pressed herself against the wall to eavesdrop. In less than 2 seconds, her face turned extremely embarrassed, with a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Shi Rujing made a shushing gesture with her hand and sneered, this scumbag must have been out with another woman. What shouting so loudly? She must be a prostitute. Shi Rujing said with absolute certainty. Lu Xiaoxue's face flushed red. She knew nothing about such matters. She should have ignored those strange sounds, but curiosity was like a devil, driving her to want to hear more. Is it really that exaggerated? This is too fake. Lu Xiaoxue muttered under her breath. I can tell that's fake just by the sound of it. No woman would be that dramatic. Shi Rongjing rolled her eyes disdainfully. Have you tried it? Lu Xiaoxue stared intently at Shi Rujing. No. Shi Rujing answered without hesitation. Lu Xiaoxue looked at her suspiciously. Then how do you know so clearly? From watching movies. Shi Rujing grinned mischievously. Lu Xiaoxue felt a similar sensation welling up inside her. The sounds from next door were like a spell, stirring her endless curiosity. She couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked quietly, is it really that exaggerated in the movie? Shi Rujing chuckled, don't believe it. It's all for show. It's all acting. Those women are being so dramatic. I don't believe their reactions are that intense. It's just that those men like women to make loud noises to satisfy their perverted psychological desires. Lu Xiaoxue's beautiful brows furrowed slightly in confusion. But her voice sounds so painful. That kind of thing shouldn't be that painful, right? Let me listen first. Don't say anything. Shi Rujing pressed her ear closer, focusing all her attention on the other side. Soon, the calm surface of Shi Rujing's heart was rippled by an unusual wave, as if a flame within her was being ignited bit by bit. Her mind immediately conjured up scenes from movies she had seen. Shi Rujing felt a slight warmth spreading throughout her body and didn't notice that her face was slightly flushed. Then she thought of Qin Feng's physique and appearance. Is this guy really that impressive? That's a bit of an exaggeration, but he does have a pretty muscular build. What happened to that woman? The two listened for 2 or 3 minutes, each with their own thoughts, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Jingjing, how long does something like this usually take? In movies, it seems like forever, but I heard from netizens that it's usually 2 or 3 minutes. Shi Rujing also seemed unsure. I feel like that woman is getting more and more distressed. Is something going to happen? Lu Xiaoxue looked like a curious child, her eyes brimming with curiosity, as if she wanted her eyes to pierce through the wall to see what was happening on the other side. Shi Rujing didn't hide her contempt for Qin Feng. 5 minutes is his limit. I'll bet you a pack of spicy noodles. Don't worry, he won't die. How do you know? I guessed. I can't stand you. I'm not listening anymore. Lu Xiaoxue's face turned red with embarrassment, and she went back to continue eating her instant noodles. Those chaotic noises were messing with her mind and making it impossible for her to forget. Shi Rujing tiptoed back, her face adorned with a suggestive smile, and said, this guy is so perverted. He actually brought a woman back to do such things, making my wife blush. Lu Xiaoxue rolled her eyes and said irritably, you talk like you're some saint. You're the one who's feverish. You little, and you have the nerve to mock me? Ha, I'm a normal woman. Having a reaction is perfectly normal, isn't it? Shi Rujing grinned, her mind elsewhere, and continued. Honey, why don't we give their wall a good knot to scare them? Absolutely not. Lu Xiaoxue was startled and hurriedly said, if you do that, won't you be telling him that we heard what he was doing? It'll be awkward when we see him later. That makes sense. Shi Rujing thought about it and agreed, but then she felt extremely annoyed. This scumbag was having a good time right next door, making her feel uncomfortable and irritable. I'll curse him for 3 seconds of happiness. Come on, it's been 5 minutes already. Lu Piaoxue covered her mouth and giggled, blushing shyly. This jerk doesn't even consider our feelings. I should complain to the landlord about him disturbing the peace and have him kicked out. Forget it. He rarely brings his girlfriend back. Maybe this won't happen again in the future. I bet you it's not his girlfriend, it's definitely a prostitute. Shi Rujing swore solemnly. Before she knew it, another 5 minutes had passed. Those eerie feelings still lingered in their hearts, refusing to fade away. Lu Piaoxue swallowed hard, her face flushing as she said, Jingjing, didn't you say it would be fine in a moment? It's been over 10 minutes now. And the sound is getting more and more exaggerated. Shi Rujing instinctively clamped her legs together and said, it must be a movie. I don't believe he could last that long. Lu Piaoxue covered her ears and said, this guy doesn't know how to behave himself. He's making me think all sorts of things. I don't care anymore. I'm going to take a shower. You can listen to it slowly. Lu Piaoxue quickly found an excuse and went to take a shower. The living room was now empty except for Shi Rujing, who glared at the wall next to her with a resentful expression. Her face grew increasingly flushed as she clenched her teeth and muttered under her breath, trash. Your mind is filled with filthy, depraved thoughts. You'll end up scaring everyone to death someday. After speaking, she stood up but her legs gave way, nearly causing her to collapse back into the chair. Shi Rujing felt extremely embarrassed and secretly thanked her luck that Lu Piaoxue hadn't seen her humiliating moment, or else she would have become the butt of her jokes again. She fled back to her room in a hurry and quickly shut the door. Shi Rujing clutched the pillow, her mind unable to calm down, filled with those strange, eerie sounds. You bastard, it's all your fault. I reached under the pillow again and pulled out my phone. Should I message my significant other to vent and cool down? Chapter 93, couldn't resist contacting the main account. Shi Rujing was deeply conflicted. She desperately wanted to talk to a man right now. The ordinary guys didn't interest her at all, only Fenggu truly understood her and made her happy. In the end, she couldn't resist the heat in her heart, and Shi Rujing took the initiative to send Fenggu a message. Master, are you asleep? Your little M-dog misses you. Can you chat with me? On the other side of the room, Qin Feng's muscular body was dripping with sweat, his breathing slightly labored, and his ears were slightly flushed. Qin Feng glanced at the message on his phone's lit screen, and an unusual emotion welled up inside him. Qin Feng quickly replied to Shi Rujing, why suddenly think of the main account? Are you asking for a spanking? Shi Rujing licked her lips. The ambiguous and slightly provocative words made her feel even hotter. She just wanted to be fiercely loved by her master. Qin Feng was secretly startled. Although Shi Rujing usually spoke in a teasing manner, she wasn't this proactive or bold. What was going on with her tonight? Even through the screen, he could sense a hint of her boldness. You little, why are you being so bold tonight? Qin Feng chuckled, continuing his workout, drenched in sweat. His entire body exuded a strong, sun-kissed masculine aura. Because I really want to be the main character, I've been thinking about it all day. Embarrassed expression. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. He wouldn't believe every word Shi Rujing said. With such a sweet mouth, are you asking for a gift? Rolling eyes, of course not. I just feel all uncomfortable and can't sleep. I just want my master to hold me. Oh, are you sick? Qin Feng replied absent-mindedly while hugging Zhao Zhuoyan. No, there's a pervert next door. He brought a woman back tonight and they were making so much noise that I couldn't sleep. Qin Feng was startled and almost couldn't hold back. Wasn't he talking about himself? Ah, didn't you say the soundproofing in this room was excellent? It didn't take long to figure out what was going on. No matter how good the soundproofing is, you still need to keep the volume within a reasonable range. Zhao Zhuoyan was like a completely different person when she got home the volume. She suddenly understood why Shi Rujing had been so upset, and a smile crossed her lips, followed by a strange sense of pleasure. Is the man next door really that impressive? Be honest, don't make things up just because you have an opinion about him, or else the boss will get angry. Shi Rujing's heart fluttered, and she bit her finger lightly, her body twisting uncontrollably. Her mind was suddenly filled with the chaotic sounds she had heard earlier. Shiro was quiet and charming as she quickly tapped on the screen. Although that guy is pretty annoying, I have to admit, that pervert seems pretty skilled. But no matter how skilled he is, he's still no match for the main character. That's some serious brown nosing. Qin Feng was delighted. Hearing such honest words from someone who disliked him brought him greater joy than praise from ordinary people. I'll ask you again, since he's so powerful, when you heard those strange sounds earlier, did your mind ever fantasize about being with him? Shi Rujing's heart trembled, her breathing grew more urgent, and her full breasts rose and fell slightly. Had she thought about it earlier? Shi Rujing's face grew increasingly flushed, as if scalded by boiling water, and she hurriedly replied, no, my mind is filled only with Master Silver. There is no one else. You're lying. Aware of the master's stern tone, Shi Rujing clutched the pillow even tighter. No, absolutely not. I'm telling the truth. In my heart, there's only one master. You're lying again, aren't you? I'll give you one more chance to tell the truth. What were you thinking at the time? Shi Rujing's delicate body trembled slightly as she bit her lip and replied, Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. I had thoughts I wanted him to be rough with me. Xin Feng's heart raced, and a surge of lust coursed through his body. He couldn't help but smile wickedly. This little one is indeed a dog. No matter how tough he acts, he's still a despicable person at heart. Hearing these suggestive words, Xin Feng felt as though he had endless energy coursing through his body. A different kind of excitement was slowly building up inside him. He couldn't wait to grab Shi Rujing and give her a piece of his mind. Master Yin, I know we're in the same city. Why don't you come find me? Xin Feng's anger flared up again. Shi Rujing was so proactive in making this request, she must be extremely eager to have dared to do so. Though her request also made him very tempted, unfortunately, he hadn't had enough fun yet and didn't want to reveal himself so soon. Moreover, he believed the timing wasn't right yet. He hadn't fully educated Shi Rujing. He must first make her submit completely to him before he can appear before her as Fenggu. Little dog, is that how you want to be favored by your master? I really want it. I wish my master were here right now. Shi Rujing's eyes were hazy as she gently licked her lips. Her mind was filled with lust. Anyway, I'll have to give it to my boss sooner or later, so I might as well do it sooner. I really miss my boss. Can you just see the boss whenever you want? Sorry, little dog was wrong. Xin Feng felt secretly pleased. The arrogant Shi Rongjing, who was always so proud and arrogant in public, was completely obedient and humble in private. Zhao Xiaoyan slowly turned to face Xin Feng, her eyes filled with resentment, as if blaming him for not paying attention. Xin Feng felt a pang of guilt and quickly replied to Shi Rujing, I know I was wrong. The boss isn't available to chat with you tonight, he's busy. Shi Rujing felt deeply disappointed. She was in the middle of an engaging conversation and was suddenly interrupted. How could she bear it? Master, what are you busy with? Of course, I'm busy doing what both men and women love to do. Shi Rujing was startled. She wasn't stupid, she caught on immediately. Fenggu had other women, and she wasn't jealous at all. She was fully aware of her own position. The crux of the matter is that encountering such a situation at this particular moment caused her to suddenly harbor unusual thoughts, with a sinister notion rapidly taking root in her mind. The main character hasn't even seen it yet. Shi Rujing swallowed hard, feeling as though a voice inside her was constantly urging her to do something unimaginable. She tremblingly typed out a message at Master, can you turn on video so I can see you? If it's inconvenient, voice chat is fine too. I promise I won't disturb you. I'll wear earplugs and listen carefully. Is that okay? Chapter 94, Are you dating Meng Meng? Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. After a moment's thought, he found himself opening the voice chat, but he deliberately lowered his voice and greeted Zhao Xiaoyan, telling her not to call his name. Sure enough, both of them sensed the unusual intimacy. Emotions were running high. What did Shi Rujing experience for the first time in her life? It was a happiness so overwhelming it made her dizzy. The next day, Xin Feng slept in. When he woke up in the morning, Zhao Zhuoyan had already left. There were no morning classes today, so she could sleep until 9 o'clock. Lying in bed, she saw several WeChat messages. Zhao Zhuoyan, little brother, I had a lot of fun last night. You were great. Thank you for letting me experience the joy of being a woman. Next time you miss your older sister, remember to find me. I need to go back and deal with my useless husband. Kiss emoji. Xin Feng couldn't help but smile. He had also had a great time last night. Xia Mengmeng also sent a message. Good morning, Xin Feng, have you woken up yet? Do you want to have breakfast together? Xin Feng smiled faintly. After giving Xia Mengmeng so many things yesterday, her attitude had changed drastically, and she even came to greet him in the morning. He replied to Xia Mengmeng with a message, I just got up. Let's do it another time. I have something to do first. We'll chat another day. Then came greetings from Shen Ruoyi and Yi Yanhong, all asking trivial questions. Wu Zhaodi also sent a message, Xin Feng, it's Saturday today. Want to go shopping? Eager emoji. Xin Feng politely declined Wu Zhaodi's invitation, citing prior commitments, and told her they could go out another time. Shi Rujing, the little dog, sent a more enthusiastic message, Master, last night was so much fun. You're so amazing, I love you so much. Will we play again tonight? Blushing emoji. Xin Feng curled the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile. Shi Rujing was becoming more and more corrupted. It wouldn't be long before she was completely tamed by this training. However, such matters required a delicate balance. If Shi Rujing wanted it, he wouldn't give it to her. Fenggu replied, No, I have something to do tonight. If I need anything, I'll let you know. I've got to go now. After finishing his conversation with these women, Xin Feng quickly washed up and went out to have breakfast to replenish the energy he had expended the previous night. As soon as he stepped out, he bumped into Lu Piaoxue and Shi Rujing. The two of them saw Qin Feng's expression and reacted differently. Lu Piaoxue seemed a bit nervous, as if she had done something she shouldn't have, and her smile looked a bit forced. Xin Feng, good morning. Shi Rujing, on the other hand, looked displeased, as if Xin Feng owed her money and hadn't paid it back yet, with a stern expression that seemed to say, keep your distance. Xin Feng had long since grown accustomed to Shi Rujing's attitude, but Lu Piaoxue's reaction made him feel something was off, and he immediately let a mischievous smile slip. He recalled what Shi Rujing had told him last night. She had heard some sounds, which meant Lu Piaoxue must have heard them too. She was probably thinking about what had happened last night. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He waved his hand and greeted her. Good morning, senior. Hey, senior, why are your eyes red? Did you stay up late last night? Xin Feng's lips curled into a teasing smile, his eyes full of amusement. His question was clearly asked out of curiosity. Lu Piaoxue's face flushed slightly, and she said awkwardly, nothing, I just had a lot of homework last night and studied late. Oh, so you're such a diligent student, senior. Xin Feng understood immediately, his eyes sparkling with a smile. Lu Piaoxue gave an awkward smile, muttering to herself, you have the nerve to ask? It's all because you caused trouble and kept me up all night. But she replied seriously, I've always loved studying. After all, I'm a top student. Xin Feng raised his thumb, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and said, impressive. I never expected the senior to be so diligent. You really make me feel ashamed of myself. Then, Xin Feng changed the subject abruptly, fixing his gaze on Lu Piaoxue and said, does that mean we'll have to study late again tonight? When mentioning studying, he deliberately slowed down his pace and emphasized those two words with particular emphasis. Ah, Lu Piaoxue's heart trembled. The events of last night flashed through her mind, and she stammered, her eyes betraying a hint of guilt and shyness. Xin Feng saw her like this and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Piaoxue glared angrily at Xin Feng, then cleared her throat and forced herself to calm down, replying with a composed tone, we'll see. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's go. Shi Rujing looked impatient, grabbed Lu Piaoxue's hand, and hurriedly left. Xin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, finding the situation particularly amusing. Without a second thought, he followed after them. The three of them entered the elevator one after another. In the cramped space, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and everyone silently chose to remain silent. Xin Feng silently pulled out his phone, and Zhou Wenbin took the initiative to send him a WeChat message. Brother Feng, I'd like to talk to you. Is now a good time? This made Xin Feng immediately realize that Zhou Wenbin seemed to have something to say to him. Let's meet at the tea restaurant near the school entrance later. About 10 minutes later, Xin Feng saw Zhou Wenbin sitting outside the tea house. Upon seeing Xin Feng approach, he stood up and said, Brother Feng, you're here. Let me treat you to breakfast. Xin Feng still sensed that Zhou Wenbin's expression was off today. There must be something on his mind. For eyes, you little rascal, is there something you need to discuss with me? Xin Feng sat down casually and waved to the waiter beside him. Bring me a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee, some shrimp dumplings, egg tarts, durian pastries, 2 pineapple rolls, 4 char siu buns, and another serving of citrus beef balls. Zhou Wenbin pushed his glasses up and exclaimed in surprise, can you really eat all that? Xin Feng looked radiant and energetic as he laughed, I'm especially hungry today. Eat as much as you want. Order whatever you like, it's on me today. He was hungry because he had expended a lot of energy yesterday, and his stomach was growling from hunger this morning. Don't dare to it from me, or I'll get angry. Xin Feng added another sentence. He didn't want others to treat him to a meal. Although breakfast doesn't cost much, even a small amount is worth it. Zhou Wenbin had no appetite at the moment. He hesitated, stammering, Fengge, I want to ask you something. You must tell me the truth. Just spit it out. Don't be so indecisive like a girl. Xin Feng looked at him and became even more certain that Zhou Wenbin was hiding something, and that it was most likely related to him. Zhou Wenbin fidgeted nervously with his fingers for a moment before finally gathering the courage to ask, his face tense, Brother Feng, are you dating Xia Mengmeng? Chapter 95, My President is the God of Thunder. Xin Feng furrowed his brows. Zhou Wenbin's expression clearly indicated he knew something, so there was no need to hide it. It's not like we're dating, but I've taken her as my god sister. Who told you I'm dating Xia Mengmeng? Zhou Wenbin's face, which had been filled with confusion and frustration, cleared up instantly, and he exclaimed excitedly, you two aren't dating? But he suddenly recalled the scene from yesterday where Xia Mengmeng had kissed Xin Feng at the Chanel store entrance. He frowned and said, but I saw Mengmeng kiss you yesterday. Xin Feng immediately understood why Zhou Wenbin had come to ask him about this matter so early in the morning. He must have seen him shopping with Xia Mengmeng yesterday. Brother, I know you like Xia Mengmeng. But do you know what kind of guy she likes? You should know how she feels about you. Zhou Wenbin froze. He also sensed that Xia Mengmeng didn't like him. Last night, he had thought about it all night long before finally deciding to come find Xin Feng to ask for clarification. Seeing Zhou Wenbin in this state, Xin Feng sighed and said, Brother, it's not that I'm trying to steal your girlfriend, but she's simply not your type. Listen to me, don't waste your time on her. She's not right for you. The kind of man Xia Mengmeng wants is someone who can provide her with material satisfaction, and you can't give her that. How could she possibly like you? Zhou Wenbin lowered his head, feeling very down. After a while, he finally looked up and said, "So you bought her a lot of expensive things yesterday, right?" Qin Feng, while enjoying his meal, asked seriously, "What do you think is the most basic requirement for pursuing a girl?" Zhou Wenbin replied without hesitation, "Sincerity." Wrong. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to crush his words and rub them into the ground. The most basic requirement is that you have enough money. In this fast-paced era, all romance is built on money. Don't even mention true love these days, true love is just a joke. Zhou Wenbin looked awkward, clearly disagreeing with the statement but unable to find a reason to refute it. Listen to your brother's advice. Since you only have feelings for her now, let her go while you still can. Zhou Wenbin was deeply conflicted inside, but eventually managed to blurt out, "If I stay by Xia Mengming's side no matter what, even if she's your girlfriend, would you still cut ties with me?" Sigh. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. This wasn't something he could decide. Even if he didn't make a move on Xia Mengmeng, she wouldn't possibly like Zhou Wenbin. The two of them weren't meant for each other, how could they be forced together? That's not the case, but I still stand by what I said. Let go while you can, it'll be better for you. Zhou Wenbin scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, "It's okay. Maybe I'll come around in a few days." Feng Ge, you're really something. You have so many beautiful women who like you. If only I had your kind of talent, I'd be so lucky. Zhou Wenbin is truly a big guy, he has such a broad mind and recovered so quickly. Qin Feng chuckled, "My secret is simple, use money. If you have money, you'll be as lucky with women as I am." He suddenly thought of Bai Ruoli. Although Bai Ruoli said it was because she was too clingy, the real reason was that he didn't have enough money. If she had money, the outcome would definitely have been different, and her mother, Xu Meiru, wouldn't have looked down on her either. Zhou Wenbin remained silent, and the two ate breakfast in silence. This breakfast cost a total of $300, but they received 10 times that amount in return, totaling $3,000. Better than nothing. After finishing breakfast, the two of them didn't rush to leave and continued to sit there chatting. Zhou Wenbin suddenly asked, "Feng Ge, have you joined any clubs?" Qin Feng finally remembered that this was something that usually happened when freshmen arrived at university. Senior students would invite them to join various clubs, but he had been busy lately and hadn't had time to look into it. As a college student, if you don't join a club, then your time at university would be wasted. "Which club did you join?" Qin Feng asked in return. Zhou Wenbin chuckled, immediately getting excited, and began counting on his fingers, the anime club, the gaming club, and the literature club. Let me tell you, there are tons of girls in the anime club and the gaming club. Many students are wearing beautiful anime-style outfits, and they look absolutely stunning. Those girls seem like they've stepped right out of the anime world. Zhou Wenbin forgot all his previous worries the moment this topic came up, and his whole demeanor became excited. He's definitely an old pervert. Why don't you join the anime club too? Zhou Wenbin's voice was seductive, and his eyes were full of innuendo. There are lots of girls there. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. It wasn't for anything else, it was just that phrase about there being a lot of girls that made him decide he had to check out the anime club. For right fatso, I can't help but feel like you're really hoping I'll join the anime club. You wouldn't have taken some kind of bribe from them, would you? Qin Feng's eyes darted around, and he looked at Zhou Wenbin with a half smile. He always felt that this guy had some ulterior motive. The president said that if I could invite 5 people, I could take a photo with her. Zhou Wenbin laughed cheaply, making no effort to hide his intentions. Brother, you've gotta help me out. Zhou Wenbin turned to plead earnestly. No, I'm just curious. Do you really want to take a photo with the president of the anime club? Zhou Wenbin's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something exciting. Do you play Genshin Impact? What does that have to do with you? Zhou Wenbin chuckled, that's because our president cosplayed Thor and looked amazing, long legs, huge muscles, just like Thor from Genshin Impact. You know I love anime girls the most. Please help me out and join my anime club. Please? Qin Feng stroked his chin, looking down on him and said, so you're following her orders to invite 5 people to join the anime club just to take a photo with a woman? Have you never seen a big deal before? Zhou Wenbin swallowed hard and said excitedly, brother, this thunder is different from other thunder. I guarantee you'll feel the same way when you see her. This is absolutely the best in the world, unmatched anywhere. Once you see her, you'll join the anime club without a second thought. Trust me, you won't regret it. Seeing Zhou Wenbin in such a state, it also piqued Qin Feng's interest greatly. He was a man of the world and had seen many things an ordinary woman wouldn't have shocked him that much. This Zhou Wenbin must not have seen many women in his life, which is why he's exaggerating so much. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently, hearing you talk like that, I'm actually curious now. Take me to see them. I want to see what kind of woman could have you so smitten. Chapter 96, Senior Sister Tao Su. The two hurried back to school, and Zhou Wenbin took Qin Feng straight to the anime club. I've already informed our president, and I'll take you to meet her shortly. The anime club is on the third floor of a large building. The headquarters is a medium-sized room with many anime character posters on the outside. There are characters like Kuli and Alice, among others. The atmosphere is very strong in the 2D style. You also occasionally see a lot of cosplayers, and their attention to detail is quite impressive. Moreover, the clothing in the anime world is renowned for its minimal fabric, making the outfits quite revealing, and the female characters have very attractive figures. Zhou Wenbin was dazzled by the sight, his eyes darting around, occasionally offering a comment. Xin Feng finally understood why Zhou Wenbin was so eager to join the anime club. There were so many cute girls here, it was like a paradise for otaku. Our president is working inside, and I guarantee you'll be in for a big surprise. Zhou Wenbin gave a mysterious smile. Only someone as naive as you would be so easily surprised. Xin Feng mocked Zhou Wenbin. Zhou Wenbin raised his hand and knocked on the door, saying, "Chairman, I've brought the new recruits over. Come in." A sweet, cloying voice drifted out from inside the house, its tone crisp and adorable, instantly bringing to mind the image of an extremely cute girl in Qin Feng's mind. It seemed as though only such a sweet girl would speak in such a tone. This only served to pique Qin Feng's curiosity even more. He grew increasingly eager to find out just what kind of president could earn such high praise from Zhou Wenbin. As soon as the door opened, a faint fragrance wafted out. Only those adorable girls would go to the trouble of making their rooms smell so nice. Qin Feng's gaze immediately darted through the door crack, landing on a petite woman. The woman had golden hair, wore half-frame glasses with blue lenses, and had a very delicate face, as if she were a noble princess who had stepped out of a two-dimensional world. His gaze instinctively drifted downward, and he saw a scene that made Qin Feng's heart race. He finally understood why Zhou Wenbin had said that the big one was different from the others. The president wasn't very tall, and when she sat at her desk, only half of her body was visible. However, her voluptuous upper body pressed against the desk, creating a striking contrast. Each one was as big as her little head. It was too exaggerated. Qin Feng had never seen such an exaggeratedly magnificent sight before. Tao Su, curious about Qin Feng, couldn't help but take a good look at him, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Many boys would react this way upon first seeing her. She had long since grown accustomed to such gazes. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, boys are boys if they don't act a little shy. What kind of boys would they be? Moreover, as a girl who frequently watches anime, she had seen many anime featuring cherry blossoms. For example, Black and Skinny and Pure Dance. Tao Su pushed his glasses up and fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, the light in his eyes growing increasingly intense. Wow, he's definitely a total hottie. I didn't expect this little chubby guy to actually bring me such a treasure. Tao Su's feelings for Qin Feng skyrocketed instantly. With a smile on her face, she enthusiastically said, "Handsome guy, welcome to join our anime club." As she finished speaking, she stood up, extended her small hand gracefully, and prepared to shake hands with Qin Feng. As she stood up, her upper body trembled slightly beyond her control. Zhou Wenbin's eyes widened in shock, glancing furtively once before daring not to look again. Qin Feng silently praised her, impressed by her substantial capital. At a glance, he estimated her height to be around 1.6 meters, typical for someone from the south. She was petite and delicate, with a slightly curvy figure that looked very appealing, just right. She was exactly his type, and his feelings for this senior sister president skyrocketed. Qin Feng extended his broad palm and gently took the hand Tao Su offered. In an instant, he felt the soft, delicate touch of her hand, which was both small and delicate, leaving him with a rather magical sensation. He instinctively tightened his grip on Tao Su's small hand. "Hello, senior. My name is Qin Feng. I'm a freshman this year, and Zhou Wenbin introduced me." Tao Su's smile was bright, and her two big, sparkling eyes never left Qin Feng. Her sweet, teasing voice slowly came out of her small mouth. "I'm Tao Su, and I'm also the president of the anime club. Welcome to join us." Tao Su has two great passions, an obsession with anime and a love for handsome guys. Qin Feng reluctantly withdrew his hand and smiled. "Please take care of me in the future, senior." "You're welcome." Zhou Wenbin rubbed his hands together nervously, his eyes fixed on the peach cake, feeling parched and impatient. He blurted out, "President, I've already completed the task of recruiting a new member. There are only 4 spots left. Don't forget what you promised me." "Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a set of my personal photos when the time comes." Qin Feng glanced at Zhou Wenbin and thought to himself, "You're lying to me. You said it was just a photo with the president, but it turns out you wanted a private photo shoot." "I knew it. How could it be just for taking a photo with Tao Su? Willingly dragging 5 people into the anime club, the real benefit was here all along." Zhou Wenbin gave an awkward smile and winked at Qin Feng, as if to say, "Bro, don't blame me for lying to you. How could I possibly say something like that out loud?" Qin Feng didn't bother with Zhou Wenbin. Suddenly, he thought of Tao Su's photo shoot. With her figure, the photos must be stunning. He felt a surge of excitement and wanted to see the senior's photos. He teased with a smile, "Senior Tao Su, when did you take those photos? Why don't you send me a set too?" Tao Su's lips curled into a smile that sparked his imagination. I have plenty of photos. Which ones do you want? Xin Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly scanned Tao Su with a piercing gaze. His lips curled upward as he smiled. So you're into photography too? That's interesting. I happen to have some experience in that area. I love taking photos in my free time. Why don't we find some time to chat about it? Tao Su looked utterly surprised, her eyes filled with suspicion. Are you serious? Of course. Why would I lie to my senior? I even have a professional photography setup worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Xin Feng patted his chest to assure her. Tao Su heard this and her eyes lit up with excitement. Don't lie to me, I'll take you seriously. After saying that, she turned to Zhou Wenbin and instructed, Zhou Wenbin, I have something I need to discuss with Xin Feng privately. Could you step out for a moment? After Zhou Wenbin had left, Tao Su raised her chin and looked at Xin Feng with interest, asking impatiently, how much do you usually charge for taking photos for others? Free. Xin Feng shook his head. He didn't need the money, it was just a hobby taking photos of girls. Tao Su gave a suggestive smile. The photography industry was full of secrets, and she knew a thing or two about it. What's free is often the most expensive. Junior, you're not trying to get a free pass from your senior, are you? Chapter 97, a little surprise for the senior sister. Mutual exemption, in this industry, means both parties are free of charge. No photography fees are required. There is also no need to pay for the costs associated with communicating with the model. Not exactly. Xin Feng curved his lips into a mischievous smile. When I say free, I mean truly free, no money required. Because I don't need that kind of expense. Then, his tone shifted, and his gaze burned into Tao Su, admiring the stunning senior with unrestrained desire. If the senior wants to, I won't refuse. After all, who could resist such a beautiful senior? Xin Feng's eyes sparkled with a smile, showing no attempt to hide his desire. Tao Su's face lit up with a suggestive smile, her eyes fixed on Xin Feng with a playful expression. I like honest people. I can tell at a glance that you and I are the same kind of person. Xin Feng became interested. Tao Su gave him a different feeling, completely different from other girls. What he saw in Tao Su was not just physical differences, but also the secrets hidden deep within her heart, secrets that every man longs to uncover. Xin Feng also wanted to know the secrets of Tao Su's heart. Oh, what does my senior think of me? Tao Su smiled faintly, leaning back in her chair with her eyes fixed on Xin Feng. How daring! From the moment you walked in, I noticed your eyes were fixed on me. That gaze was incredibly bold, like you were staring at prey. I wasn't wrong, was I? Tao Su spoke confidently. Xin Feng nodded. He didn't deny it, his gaze calm as he said, Senior, you have good eyes. I've studied psychology, so I know a little bit about it. Tao Su's lips curled upward. She was quite confident in her ability to judge people. When it comes to men, she could tell what they were thinking just by observing their actions. Immediately, Tao Su leaned forward slightly, her gaze fixated on Xin Feng's eyes with a sense of pressure. Do you want to sleep with me? Xin Feng was taken aback. He never expected his senior to be so bold as to say such a thing outright. This was the first time he had encountered such a blunt and bold senior, which made Xin Feng feel both fresh and exhilarated. His heart raced, and he replied with a fiery gaze, I don't deny it. Tao Su, upon hearing this, not only didn't get angry, but instead gave a seductive smile, her voice tinged with temptation. Junior, want to join a group? What group? Xin Feng was confused by Tao Su's words. Was she talking about the anime club's group? What kind of group? Xin Feng was still confused. Was it the anime club's group? Tao Su held up a finger and shook it, smiling. You should join the anime club group, but I'd rather you join my private group. Xin Feng was in a great mood. He enjoyed chatting with these pretty girls, and a smile curved his lips as he teased, Is it a perk group? Correct. Tao Su replied with a smile, her voice tinged with joy. The regular group costs 299 yuan per month, and the premium group costs 599 yuan. It contains many of my beautiful photos. Don't you want to take a look, Junior? Tao Su playfully winks. Xin Feng's heart stirred. Many girls would take photos and sell them online, and outsiders referred to these women as benefit girls. Moreover, this circle is quite chaotic. As long as one has money, those who claim not to engage in offline activities are all fake. This circle is very profitable. Some people can earn tens of thousands of dollars at a young age. And precisely because the money comes so quickly, these benefit girls are easily tempted into a life of decadence. Tao Su, the senior, is most likely a benefit girl now. What about the annual subscription? Xin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he prepared to spend some more money, hoping to boost his feelings for Peach Cookie even further. As long as he could find Tao Su's weakness, he could precisely break through her psychological defenses and wildly boost her affection. Tao Su was taken aback. Most people would find her asking price too high and hesitate or refuse, but she believed her photos were worth the price because they were of higher quality and more appealing than those of her competitors. Could it be that this junior is being so generous, wanting to pay for the year in advance? If you're looking to sign up for the year, I can give you a discount just 5,000. Junior, are you interested in signing up for the year? Tao Su's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation as she fixed her gaze on Qin Feng. She had been selling photos since high school and had already saved up hundreds of thousands of yuan. She has already paid the down payment for a house, achieving a lifestyle that many envy. I also bought a car. If she could get her younger classmate to contribute another 5,000 yuan, she wouldn't think it was too much. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. 5,000 yuan was a mere trifle to him. He was far from satisfied. Tao Su, if I were to pay for a year, just to see the perks in your group, I wouldn't be satisfied either. Tao Su flashed a sly glance and gazed at Qin Feng with a dreamy expression. If you really want to add me, I can send you some photos and videos privately. I won't let you down. What if it's a 10-year commitment? Qin Feng gave a mischievous smile, wondering what kind of perks the senior had in store for him. Tao Su was taken aback. Although she had encountered some older members who had paid for a year's membership, she had never heard of anyone paying for 10 years, which completely baffled her. Junior, you're not joking with me, are you? Paying for 10 years is no joke. At that moment, Tao Su even suspected that Qin Feng was joking with her and had no intention of adding her to the group, so her attitude became slightly colder. Qin Feng's expression turned serious, and his eyes fixed on Tao Su with an extremely aggressive gaze. Senior, does my expression look like I'm joking? Qin Feng's expression turned serious, and he glared at Tao Su with an extremely aggressive gaze. Senior, does my expression look like I'm joking? Tao Su could sense Qin Feng's sincerity and opened her mouth in disbelief. Don't tell me you want to commit for 10 years? Qin Feng was very satisfied with Tao Su's shocked reaction and said boldly, Senior, just tell me what benefits come with signing up for 10 years. Money isn't an issue. This domineering and carelessly confident tone immediately threw Tao Su into a state of confusion. She had never encountered such a generous benefactor before. How much would you need for 10 years? If I ask for too much, I'm afraid Qin Feng won't give it, but if I ask for too little, I'll feel like I'm getting the... Tao Su was in a complete daze, unconsciously fidgeting with her pen. The temptation of the 10-year membership was simply too great, leaving her completely at a loss and unable to resist. Qin Feng didn't disturb Tao Su, letting her take her time to think it over. Tao Su seemed to have made up her mind. She bit her lower lip and tentatively asked, how about 4,000? And for the next 10 years, all the videos and photos I take will be available to you for free. I'll upload them to a cloud storage service and give you the account and password, so you can view them anytime. After saying that, Tao Su felt a bit nervous again, worried that Qin Feng might think she was asking for too much. Qin Feng remained composed, smiling faintly. 4,000 is an unlucky number. Let's make it 5,000. Really? Tao Su was so excited that her voice trembled. She never imagined that this junior classmate would be so generous and magnanimous, not only not finding the price too high but actually offering to add 10,000 yuan on his own. This is definitely a big spender. Tao Su's feelings for Qin Feng skyrocketed instantly. Rich, incredibly good-looking, and so generous with his money, who wouldn't like someone like that? Chapter 98, My senior helped me make a quick million. Qin Feng chuckled to himself. Winning a girl's favor was so simple, just surprise her. He said, Senior Tao Su, send me your account number, and I'll transfer the money right away. There's no promise more convincing than a direct transfer. Spend 50,000 yuan to unlock the Peach Cookie Benefits Circle, receive 200 times the reward, and get 10 million yuan back. This round of rewards is a huge win, netting a profit of 9,950,000. While others work their entire lives and can't save 5 million, I just spent a little money on a senior and earned more than the average person could save in a lifetime. Although Qin Feng had grown numb to such situations, he couldn't help but sigh softly. In the past, he would never have spent 50,000 yuan to attend a welfare girl's year-end party. Now I actually think 50,000 yuan is too little. That's a shift in mindset. When the senior student Tao Su saw the transfer balance, she couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Dad. Tao Su was overjoyed, her already beautiful face glowing with happiness, making her even more alluring. Moreover, she inadvertently blurted out some of the words that were commonly used within their circle to refer to certain wealthy patrons. In the Tao Su circle, they exhibit extreme subservience toward these sugar daddies online. To please their sugar daddies, they go out of their way to do whatever it takes to win their favor, and calling them daddy is the norm. Qin Feng felt his heart race suddenly. Being called dad by someone else for the first time felt extremely awkward, but in the current ambiguous atmosphere, it gave him a different kind of experience. A petite and beautiful anime-style senior calling him dad right in front of him. It actually felt pretty good. It actually feels pretty good. Senior, what did you just call me? Qin Feng's lips curled slightly upward, a hint of a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Tao Su finally realized that she hadn't been able to control herself and had accidentally used the term she usually used online when referring to her sugar daddies. Instantly, she felt her face grow fiery hot, utterly embarrassed. Although she often called others dad online, in real life, saying it so directly was a first for her, and she was so embarrassed she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl inside. You must have heard wrong. Tao Su hurriedly responded, then quickly changed the subject, awkwardly laughing. I'll give you my cloud storage account and password. You can access it anytime. There are dozens of gigabytes of study materials inside. You can take your time to go through them. But I suggest you go alone at night. Tao Su's eyes betrayed a hint of ambiguity, as if conveying some astonishing information. Xin Feng's heart fluttered. The study materials provided by Tao Su were undoubtedly explosive. Senior, let's talk about photography sometime when we have the chance. Xin Feng spoke with a hint of meaning, and Tao Su immediately understood, giggling sweetly. Sure, whenever I want to take photos, I'll ask you to take them for me. Remember, it's free. Of course. Xin Feng agreed readily, and the thought of taking artistic photos with his senior in the future made him feel inexplicably excited. Senior Tao Su, my friend is still waiting for me outside. I'll head back first. Let me know if there's anything else via WeChat. The two added each other on WeChat. Tao Su warmly escorted Xin Feng to the door, and the two seemed like old friends who had known each other for years. Zhou Wenbin looked at the two of them in astonishment, wondering to himself, how come Brother Feng is so close to the president? They hadn't been inside for very long, yet they seemed like old friends. Feng Gu is really impressive. He can handle any woman with ease, turning her into an old friend in no time. If only I were as skilled as him. Zhou Wenbin was extremely envious. Senior, goodbye. Xin Feng waved goodbye and led Zhou Wenbin away. They hadn't gone far when Zhou Wenbin couldn't contain his curiosity anymore and asked urgently, Brother Feng, what did you say to the president? You just met today, right? How did your relationship get so close so quickly? Zhou Wenbin blurted out all his questions at once. Xin Feng casually slipped his hands into his pockets, a faint smile slowly spreading across his lips. This method of his was something Zhou Wenbin simply couldn't replicate. This skill is beyond your reach. Explaining it to you would be pointless. You need to keep practicing and gaining more experience. Zhou Wenbin seemed to understand but didn't quite get it. Tao Su walked back to her office with a light step, her face beaming with a bright smile. I never expected to meet such a handsome and wealthy junior. I made 5,000 yuan in one go. My luck is just too good. My little savings account has finally broken through the 400,000 mark. Tao Su was filled with the excitement of a money-hungry person, her eyes fixed on the balance in her phone, her expression brimming with joy. Immediately, her mind flashed to Xin Feng's face, and she crossed her legs on the desk, gently swaying them back and forth. Who exactly is this junior? He had mentioned to me before that he had a photography setup worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's not something just anyone can afford. Spending another 50,000 in one go to cover my membership fees for the next 10 years. He is definitely a rich, good-looking guy. Tao Su's eyes sparkled. Hee, such a good thing must be shared in the group chat to make those jealous sisters envy me. I opened a large group chat labeled Benefit Sisters Group, which had 500 members, all of whom were beautiful, cute girls. Peach Cookie Group, sharing some amazing news with the sisters. I just came across an incredibly generous patron who paid for my membership for the next 10 years in one go. Attached is a screenshot of the transfer, though the sender's name has been blurred out. You can still see that the transfer was made recently. Instantly, the entire welfare group exploded. Oh my goodness, how could the sisters have such a generous benefactor? You're so lucky. My sugar daddies are all so stingy they wouldn't even agree to pay for a year. Please introduce me. That's a profit of 50,000, which is more than I earned in 3 months combined. I'm so jealous I could cry. Baby, please introduce me to him. I want a sugar daddy like that too. The entire group erupted in excitement, and the envy from others satisfied Tao Su's vanity. That's exactly the effect she was going for. Hee, what can I do? Who can blame me for being so beautiful? The wealthy boss is head over heels for me, and I wouldn't dream of introducing him to you all. What if you sly foxes were to steal him away from me? Tao Su wouldn't be so foolish as to introduce her sugar daddy to others. Cut it out, you cheapskate. Just then, several burly men suddenly blocked Xin Feng and Zhou Wenbin's path. Hold on a moment, one of them said. Xin Feng stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with curiosity. He looked up and down at these uninvited guests, confirming that he didn't recognize any of them and hadn't had any unpleasant encounters with them before. He asked, Students, what's the matter? Chapter 99, Basketball Club Invitation. Hello, I am Luo Changqing, the president of the basketball club. Bro, you look pretty strong. Are you interested in joining our basketball club? Luo Changqing's face lit up with an enthusiastic smile, his eyes fixed intently on Xin Feng. He thought to himself, this guy is pretty handsome, with a model-esque physique. The basketball club could really use a handsome guy like him. Currently, the basketball club is dominated by boys, with hardly any female students willing to join. This has led the guys to frequently complain to me, saying that without female classmates cheering them on, playing basketball just isn't as much fun, and they've asked me to find a way to recruit some female students. He had also made numerous appeals, but to little effect. So he suddenly came up with the idea of finding a handsome guy to attract female classmates, hoping it might work wonders. Anyway, he was desperate, so when he happened to run into Xin Feng, he casually asked him, Worried that Qin Feng might refuse to join, Luo Changqing added a few more words. Our basketball club is quite strong and has a significant influence at Jiangnan University. Moreover, our school has built a super luxurious sports hall this year, so luxurious that you can't even imagine it. Luo Changqing gave him a knowing look and laughed. There are also a lot of girls there, and many of them frequently go there to play. If you want to impress the girls, you need to show off your charm on the basketball court. Bro, you're so good looking. As long as you show up on the basketball court, whether your skills are good or not, just standing there will guarantee you attract a lot of beautiful girls' attention. Luo Changqing started bragging non-stop. Though he wasn't particularly good looking, he had a strong personal charm and spoke very warmly, always acting like he knew everyone. Qin Feng smiled upon hearing this. The sports arena Luo Changqing was referring to was actually the one he had invested in building. He said, "Of course, no problem. I also love playing basketball. We should definitely have a game sometime." Even if Luo Changqing didn't come looking for him, he had already planned to visit the basketball club in his spare time. Luo Changqing coming to him actually saved him the trouble. "Brother, you like playing basketball? That's the right attitude. A man should know how to play basketball." Upon hearing that Qin Feng enjoys playing basketball, Luo Changqing developed a strong liking for him and became even more enthusiastic. This guy is also 1.78 meters tall, and when standing next to Qin Feng, he is only slightly shorter than him. Luo Changqing quickly wrapped his arm around Qin Feng's shoulder and said enthusiastically, "Good brother, let me tell you, our student council is currently in need of a vice president. If you work hard and contribute to our basketball club, you'll have a chance to secure the position of vice president." "I'm not lying to you." Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. He had seen this tactic before. Offering benefits at the outset is nothing more than an attempt to get you to make contributions. "President Luo, you wouldn't be asking me to donate money, would you?" Qin Feng said half-jokingly. Luo Changqing shook his head hurriedly, afraid of scaring Qin Feng away. He assured him firmly, "There's absolutely no such thing. Our student union's funds are still sufficient. We won't ask you to donate money. To celebrate your joining our basketball club today, I'll treat you to a meal." Luo Changqing smiled with narrowed eyes. This enthusiasm always made Qin Feng feel like this guy was up to something, but he didn't panic. He was curious to see what this guy was up to. "Alright, I don't have anything else to do right now," Qin Feng replied. "I won't go. I have something to do. You guys go have fun," Zhou Wenbin said. He wasn't very interested in basketball, so Luo Changqing didn't push him. His main target was Qin Feng. 10 minutes later, Luo Changqing and his companions, along with Qin Feng, sat together munching on sunflower seeds. Qin Feng had expected Luo Changqing to treat him to something special, but to his surprise, it was just a 10 yuan bag of sunflower seeds, which the four of them shared. Luo Changqing spit out the sunflower seed shells and said seriously, "Brother, I'll be honest with you. Our basketball club is facing a very serious problem. And this problem can only be solved by someone as handsome as you." Luo Changqing's expression turned serious, as if something very serious had happened. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. "What could possibly be so serious about your basketball club? It's not like you're being sent to blow up a bunker. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? President Luo, just say what you need to say. Don't scare me." Qin Feng casually popped sunflower seeds. Luo Changqing cut to the chase and informed Qin Feng of the current state of the basketball club. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. "So, there are currently fewer girls in the basketball club, and you want me to help invite some girls to join?" "Yes." Luo Changqing said seriously, "Brother, you're so handsome those girls will definitely want to talk to you. As long as you help our basketball club invite 30 female students to join, I can guarantee you the position of vice president." Luo Changqing patted his chest in assurance, his expression very serious. Qin Feng could tell that Luo Changqing's words were half true and half false. Who knows how many people he said this to before. However, the position of vice president did pique his interest. Luo Changqing saw Qin Feng deep in thought and assumed he was hesitating, so he gave his companions a subtle nod. The others immediately understood Luo Changqing's meaning and turned to Qin Feng with smiles, saying, "Bro, once you become vice president, you'll have immense power. Our basketball club has hundreds of members, and you'll be the second in command after the president, able to command hundreds of people. Plus, we can guarantee you'll be exempt from all fees. President Luo is already a senior this year. Once he retires, the president's position will be yours. What are you waiting for? If I were you, I'd accept right away." Qin Feng knew exactly what these guys were up to. They just wanted to use him as a tool. He wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated. These people probably never even considered the possibility of completing the task, which is why they so easily offered the temptation of the vice president position to lure him in. "Alright, it's just 30 female students, right? I'll agree to it." Qin Feng laughed heartily, unconcerned. "By 5 o'clock today, I will definitely help you recruit 30 female students to join the basketball club." Luo Changqing and the others all looked surprised. They weren't without trying to invite female classmates, but the vast majority were rejected because those girls simply weren't interested in basketball, or they didn't have the energy and had already joined other clubs. With only half a day left, how could they possibly recruit 30 female students to join? If it were that easy, they wouldn't have had to ask Qin Feng to step in. The few of them exchanged glances, all thinking that this kid really could talk big. Not only could they not do it, but even Luo Changqing couldn't manage it. Let alone a newcomer who just arrived. It's impossible for them to have such a huge influence. Don't you dare think that just because you think you're a bit handsome, all the girls have to fall for you? Luo Changqing chuckled, patting Qin Feng on the shoulder and said, Qin Feng, if you can really pull it off by 5 o'clock today, I won't just give you the vice president position, I'll even give you the president's position. Chapter 100, I want 50 sets. Qin Feng gave a half smile and said, do you mean what you say? If I can complete the task within the specified time, will you hand over the position of president to me? Luo Changqing didn't believe for a moment that Qin Feng could complete the task in such a short time. Provoked by Qin Feng's words, he refused to back down. If you have the ability, I, Luo Changqing, will acknowledge you. I'll hand over the position of president to you without a second thought, I'm not joking. Those words were spoken with unwavering resolve. Alright, then it's settled. Qin Feng stood up with a smile, ready to hand over the responsibilities. Starting tomorrow, I'll be the president of the basketball club, and you'll be the vice president. Luo Changqing chuckled. He had never seen anyone speak so boldly before. Alright, we'll be waiting to see what you can do. If you can't deliver, you'll just have to follow my orders from now on. Alright. Qin Feng agreed immediately. I'll go prepare. I'll be at the school gate this afternoon to recruit people. As soon as Qin Feng left, a few people started staring at his back. Mr. Luo, do you really believe the big talk he was spouting? Luo Changqing shook his head and laughed dismissively. Believe him? That's ridiculous. There are still about 7 hours left until afternoon. There's no way he could possibly invite 30 girls in such a short time. His companion teased with a laugh, you're right. I didn't think he'd take it so seriously. At that moment, a tall, slender companion said, President Luo, what if he manages to invite 30 people? Are you really going to hand over the presidency to him? Luo Changqing burst into laughter, unconcerned. If he really has that kind of ability, let him compete for the position of chairman. It's not impossible. Then he changed the subject abruptly, speaking with absolute certainty, but such a thing is absolutely impossible. Let's see how he handles things this afternoon. Meanwhile, Qin Feng also pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. To complete this task in such a short time, he couldn't persuade those female classmates using normal methods. My greatest advantage isn't that I'm particularly handsome. A mere external condition is insufficient to make those female classmates willingly join. Their greatest advantage is their financial power. Shun Sr., what kind of cosmetics do you girls like? Qin Feng sent a message to Shun Ruoi asking. Shun Ruoi was in class when she saw the message and froze for a moment. What does Qin Feng mean? Is he planning to send her cosmetics? Thinking of this, Shun Ruoi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Her delicate fingers quickly replied, I think the Estee Lauder brand is pretty good. Who are you buying cosmetics for? He couldn't help but ask one more question. Qin Feng wasn't familiar with the makeup brands girls used, so he replied, I'm planning an event to give some gifts to my classmates. Do you know where I can buy these cosmetics around here? Shun Ruoi felt a pang of disappointment. She had thought Qin Feng was going to give her cosmetics. She quickly buried those feelings of disappointment deep within her heart and replied to Qin Feng swiftly. Alright, should I take you there after class? Sure. Half an hour later, Shun Ruoi finished class and went to the school gate to find Qin Feng. She was wearing a white dress today, which complemented her pure and elegant demeanor, attracting the attention of many people. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Shun Ruoi's face bore a faint smile, her voice soft and gentle, making it impossible to hold a grudge against her. No problem, I was just waiting and playing with my phone. Qin Feng glanced at Shun Ruoi again and said, get in the car. Qin Feng drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, taking Shun Ruoi to the nearest Estee Lauder store. As soon as his car pulled up to the store entrance, the salesperson at the door immediately perked up. This kind of wealthy customer had a very high chance of making a purchase. Welcome. Several salespeople enthusiastically promoted their products, which included various skin whitening and moisturizing products. Sir, your girlfriend is very beautiful and has such radiant skin. I strongly recommend she try the Angel series set. It can be used morning, noon, and night, and it will keep her skin looking radiant. Qin Feng didn't want to listen to their nonsense and said directly, recommend some sets around 1,500 yuan. The salesperson smiled and said, the Angel Whitening series is perfect for you. It's exactly 1,800 yuan, and it comes with 7 bottles, offering both whitening and moisturizing benefits. Alright, I'll take it. Qin Feng didn't want to listen to the salesperson continue the pitch. The price was right, and that was all that mattered. The main reason was that he was in a hurry. There were less than 6 hours left until the agreed upon time. The salesperson thought to himself, rich people are indeed straightforward. Unlike some customers who take forever to decide, this boss went from entering the store to selecting the product in less than a minute. If I push a little harder, maybe I can convince him to buy a few more sets. So the salesperson pressed on, sir, one set isn't enough. Your girlfriend is so beautiful you should definitely buy another one for her to make her happy, right? Upon hearing this, Shin Ruoi smiled gently. Shin Feng had given her so many things, and she had come along too. Given his habits, he would definitely give her something as well. Shin Ruoi was very confident about this. Therefore, she didn't need to ask for anything. Shin Feng smiled indifferently. He knew exactly what was going on in the salesperson's mind. How many sets do you have in stock? The salesperson perked up at the mention of inventory. This could be a good opportunity. Excitedly, he said, we still have over 20 sets in stock. How many would you like, boss? Not enough. Shin Feng shook his head. The salesperson was taken aback and didn't react for a while, not understanding what not enough meant. Could he be complaining that it was too little? That couldn't be possible. Shin Feng spoke firmly, I need 50 sets. Can you help me gather them within the next 20 minutes? Of course, I don't necessarily need them to be the same set. As long as they're cosmetics priced between 1,000 and 2,000, that's fine. No sooner had he finished speaking than all the customers around him stared at Shin Feng with disbelief. The salesperson was also speechless, his mind going blank. She had seen many customers who were quick to make purchases, but she had never seen anyone ask for so many sets. She even suspected that Shin Feng was joking with her. Otherwise, how could someone possibly buy 50 sets of cosmetics in one go? Shin Ruoi was utterly shocked. Shin Feng would never joke about such a thing. Could he really be planning to buy 50 sets of cosmetics? Even if he were to use them all himself, he wouldn't be able to finish them by next year. Sir, you're not joking with me, are you? The salesperson stammered. Shin Feng smiled faintly, I'm not joking with you. Besides, given my position, do you really think I'd joke with you like this? The salesman's heart skipped a beat, then he felt overjoyed. The commission from 50 sets of cosmetics was no small sum for her. Chapter 101, Senior Sister Helps Call for Help. Boss, no problem. We have it in stock, we have it. The salesperson was so excited that she could barely speak coherently. If she closed this deal today, even the store manager would personally commend her. No one in this store has ever sold 50 sets of such expensive skincare products in a single day. Manager, come help me. This customer wants to buy 50 sets of cosmetics. The salesperson even shouted loudly on purpose. The store manager had already noticed the situation over here. Without being told, she quickly came over to help. The other sales staff looked on with envy. Customers in the store couldn't help but whisper among themselves. That's way too much. Even if he's being nice to his girlfriend, he doesn't need to buy 50 sets all at once. Even if each one costs 1,500, that's at least 60,000 yuan here. A man who spends 60,000 on cosmetics in one go is really rare. I'm so jealous of her boyfriend. While some people envy her, no one complains that their own boyfriends don't have the means to do the same. Shin Ruoi heard these words and felt a sense of satisfaction, though she knew these cosmetics weren't bought just for her. Being envied by those around her made her feel a bit elated. Shin Feng, why did you suddenly buy so many cosmetics? Shin Ruoi couldn't help but ask in a low voice, her curiosity getting the better of her. Shin Feng blinked and said, didn't I tell you before? I'm planning an event, and all these cosmetics are for giving to my classmates. Then, Shin Feng briefly explained the arrangement he had made with Luo Changcheng. Shin Ruoi suddenly understood, smiled brightly, and said cheerfully, so you wanted to buy these cosmetics to bribe those female classmates to join the basketball club? You're wrong again. This isn't bribery, it's a perk for joining the basketball club. Shin Feng spoke confidently, emphasizing that there was a big difference between bribery and perks. Bribery is an underhanded tactic, while benefits are completely above board. You're just making excuses, it's the same thing. Shin Ruoi gave a sly smile and asked curiously, what do girls have to do if they join the basketball club? Do they have to go to the basketball court and play like you guys? No, just attend the gatherings and cheer. Girls don't have to go to the basketball court. The main focus is to liven up the atmosphere. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll join your basketball club too and help you out with one spot. Shin Ruoi's beautiful eyes kept staring at Shin Feng, making it hard to guess what she was thinking. Shin Feng didn't mind if Shin Ruoi was willing to join, that would be the best outcome. Then I warmly welcome you to join. I'll scan the QR code and invite you to the club group when we get back to school. Sure. Shin Ruoi smiled and said, don't forget to send me a set of perks. Joining the basketball club will not only help Shin Feng complete his tasks quickly but also boost his favorability. Being in the basketball club together will also give them more opportunities to interact in the future. She's got her plans all figured out. The store manager approached with a smile, sir, excuse me, but if you remove the last digit from the price of 50 sets of cosmetics, I'll give you $80,000. Upon hearing the figure of 80,000 yuan, the onlookers were secretly astonished. Xin Feng remained completely unfazed, showing no change in expression on his face as he scanned the code and paid. Spent 80,000 yuan, received a 50x bonus, and got 4 million yuan back. Another small fortune has been reaped. Without needing Xin Feng to give instructions, the store manager personally and respectfully loaded all 50 sets of cosmetics into the car. He also handed Xin Feng a membership card, offering an 80% discount on future purchases of cosmetics. Xin Feng promptly gave the card to Shen Ruoi. He didn't need it, and he didn't need the discount either. He wasn't short on money. Shen Ruoi fastened her seatbelt and whispered, "Actually, you don't have to go all the way to the school gate to recruit people. I have several group chats with my friends. Just post in the group that you'll give them a set of cosmetics, and there will definitely be many people willing to join the basketball club." Xin Feng slapped his thigh and thought to himself, "That's a great idea. I should have thought of that earlier. I was just standing at the school gate trying to attract people with the promise of free cosmetics to join the basketball club." Shen Ruoi's idea saved him a lot of time. He might even finish the task in half an hour. Sure enough, having an upperclassman with connections makes things so much easier. It seems like I should make good use of my connections within the school from now on. Joining the basketball club and becoming president can also help build one's own network. Which is one of the reasons why Xin Feng wants to join the basketball club and become president. Otherwise, if you get bullied at school, you can't just go and drag the principal, who is your backup, out every time. Having classmates to help can save a lot of trouble. Alright, I'll count on you. With Xin Feng's permission, Shen Ruoi opened her sister's group chat and briefly explained that she had joined the basketball club. She also took photos of the cosmetics in the car and posted them in the group. The sisters who were lurking were instantly blown away. Is this real or fake? Just by joining the basketball club and using it as a cover, you can get a set of high-end cosmetics worth over $1,000? You're joking, right? I've never even used cosmetics worth over $1,000. Why would someone give them away for free? And they're giving away 50 sets? It's hard to believe. The sisters in the group couldn't believe that such a huge windfall could fall from the sky. Shen Ruoi smiled wryly. The sisters in the group had pretty strong anti-fraud awareness. Everyone, don't worry. I can assure you there's absolutely no trickery involved. We simply want to invite you to join the basketball club, and you'll receive a set of benefits. The location is right at the school gate. There are only 50 spots available, so don't wait too long or you'll miss out. At that moment, a classmate who was usually close to Shen Ruoi said in the group chat, "Everyone should know who Ruoi is. I believe she wouldn't deceive us. The question is, who would be so bold? Could it be your boyfriend?" Shen Ruoi felt uneasy upon seeing the message, as if she had done something wrong. She glanced sideways at Xin Feng, who was focused on driving, and felt relieved when she saw him paying attention to the road. "Stop speculating. We're just ordinary friends. He's even my junior. Anyway, if you want cosmetics, come get them yourselves. If you don't come, I'll give them to others. I'm not going to discuss this further with you." Shen Ruoi blurted out those words and didn't bother with the other girls in the group anymore, afraid that these gossipy girls would make things more complicated. She and Xin Feng weren't even in a relationship yet. When Xin Feng drove back to the school gate, he saw over 100 girls waiting there. When they saw Shen Ruoi get out of the Rolls Royce, they all stared at her in astonishment. Earlier, they had all seen the photos Shen Ruoi had posted in the group chat, showing her sitting in a car, but they didn't know what kind of car it was. Now they could see clearly. It was a $1 million Rolls Royce Cullinan. Everyone was utterly shocked. Chapter 102, Inviting a Junior to Join the Basketball Club. As Shen Ruoi got out of the car, she saw the envious glances from the sisters in the group chat. In that moment, her vanity was greatly satisfied. Immediately afterward, Xin Feng, who was tall and handsome, with an air of uniqueness about him, got out of the car as well, instantly capturing all their attention. The handsome guy driving the Cullinan. No matter the circumstances, they are irresistibly drawn to them. This is exactly the standard of the Prince Charming they have always dreamed of. Some of the bolder girls immediately gathered around, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ruoi, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Is that his car?" Shen Ruoi smiled shyly and felt a bit embarrassed by the question. She said, "He's not my boyfriend, he's my junior at school. Hello, everyone. I'm Xin Feng, a freshman this year. It's a pleasure to meet all of you senior sisters and junior sisters." Xin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile, exuding a unique charm. These girls usually seem pretty reserved, always saying they want to marry a reliable guy. But when they encounter someone as wealthy and handsome as Xin Feng, they quickly abandon their principles and surround him, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hey, handsome, let us add each other on WeChat." These girls are all very bold and outgoing. Upon hearing that he wasn't Shen Ruo's boyfriend, they didn't hesitate to ask for Xin Feng's WeChat. It was as if they were women just released from prison, eager to throw themselves at any man they saw. Xin Feng didn't refuse either. He smiled and showed them his WeChat so they could scan it. Shenruoi stood by, smiling as she watched the scene unfold, thinking to herself, Qin Feng really is popular with everyone. But then again, he's rich and good looking, so it's only natural that girls would be drawn to him. In less than 3 seconds, the smile faded from her face. These old women are way too enthusiastic, as if they've never seen a man before. Shenruoi crossed her arms across her chest, her face cold as she muttered to herself, completely unaware of the jealousy bubbling up inside her. Qin Feng was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, the scent of perfume wafting through the air, causing the boys passing by to envy him greatly. A passerby, consumed by jealousy, muttered under his breath, "Ugh, another rich kid from somewhere, driving a beat-up car to come here and pick up girls. These women are so cheap." Qin Feng couldn't hear these voices, and even if he had, he wouldn't have bothered to respond. He opened the car door with a smile as warm as spring breeze. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a gift each, and then I'll invite you to join our club group." Seeing over 1,000 beauty and skincare products available to choose from, the senior female students all agreed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Luo Changqing brought 2 friends and headed toward the school gate. "President, if that guy can get 5 girls to join our basketball club, I'll look at him in a whole new light." "Ha, I'm afraid he won't even find one, and that would be a big joke." Luo Changqing grinned and said, "That guy thinks he's so handsome that the girls will throw themselves at him. This is the perfect opportunity to give him a wake-up call so he doesn't end up thinking he's better than everyone else in our club. While the club does need new members to grow, it doesn't need troublemakers who disrupt unity. If Qin Feng's arrogant personality causes conflicts among members, he won't hesitate to expel him. I hope this young man can face reality and change his tendency to boast excessively." The phone vibrated slightly. It was a group message from the club. Qin Feng invited Meng Xiaotian to join the club group. Luo Changqing looked surprised. From the name alone, it was clear she was a girl, and her profile picture was also of a girl. Could that guy have successfully invited a girl to join? Immediately, a smile appeared on his lips. This kid is pretty good. He's got some skills. He's already managed to get a girl to join. The others in the group also reacted. Warm welcome to the cute summer joining the basketball club. In this group, ordinary boys joining wouldn't stir up any waves, but when girls join, it's different. Even the lurking boys would surface to say a few words of welcome. However, before everyone could finish welcoming her, a new system message popped up. Qin Feng invited Xie Miao to join the club group. Qin Feng invited Huang Honmei to join the club group. Qin Feng invited Zhu Xiufen to join the club group. 3 invitations to join the group appeared in quick succession, and Luo Changqing's expression grew increasingly shocked. This guy is really something. He's already invited 4 girls to join in such a short time. Then, the shock on his face hadn't even faded yet. The 5th, 8th, 10th, and 15th. One after another, girls were invited into the club group. On ordinary days, the girls in this group were treated like treasures, and suddenly there were more than a dozen of them. It was like a dead tree blooming again. The entire group erupted in excitement. Whether they were playing basketball or in class, everyone quickly pulled out their phones to check the group chat. What's going on? How did so many beautiful women join the group all at once? Who is this Qin Feng? President, please come out and explain what's going on. Luo Changqing was also stunned. Qin Feng's abilities were beyond his imagination. How could it be so easy for him to get so many girls to join? At that moment, his companion stared at the screen in disbelief and exclaimed, "President, could it be that this kid has brought all his distant relatives and friends into our group just to gather 50 people and challenge you for the position of president?" Luo Changqing's expression changed drastically, and a surge of anger rose within him. This possibility wasn't entirely out of the question, because aside from this reason, he couldn't think of any other way Qin Feng could have added dozens of people in such a short time, and the number was still growing. There was only one possibility for such speed: he must have directly recruited people from his WeChat contacts. If this guy really used such a cheating method, I'll fire him immediately. The basketball club doesn't need trash like him. Luo Changqing's face darkened as he suppressed his anger and said, "Qin Feng said he'd be recruiting people at the school gate this afternoon. Let's go check out what he's up to." With that, he started walking toward the main gate of the campus. The other 2 companions quickly followed, muttering under their breath, "I never thought this guy, who seems so honest, would resort to such underhanded tactics to deceive us. All for the sake of stealing the president's position? Someone like him absolutely cannot be allowed to join our basketball club." Luo Changqing's expression grew even more grim. Although he was willing to give up his position to someone more capable, he absolutely refused to have it taken away by such underhanded means. After taking a few steps, Luo Changqing's expression froze instantly. He opened his mouth wide, staring at the door in disbelief. Not far away, Qin Feng was surrounded by a large group of beautiful women, so many that there were over 100 of them. What was going on here? The 2 people following him were also shocked. What kind of devilish trick did Qin Feng use to get so many girls to surround him like that? Chapter 103, The Wealthy Junior Classmate. Luo Changqing suppressed his shock, quickly scanned the entire room, and immediately noticed that many of the girls were holding a set of exquisite cosmetics in their hands. He was familiar with the brand Estée Lauder. During his part-time job, he had saved up to buy a set for his girlfriend, so he remembered the brand vividly. This series costs over $1,000 per set, yet there were dozens of people each holding one in front of him. In an instant, Luo Changqing realized why so many girls had suddenly joined the basketball club. Luo Changqing's companion behind him gaped in astonishment. He wouldn't be using these cosmetics to attract those girls to join our basketball club, would he? Besides that possibility, I can't think of any other way to get so many girls to join the basketball club in such a short time. Luo Changqing felt extremely conflicted, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng. He had never imagined that Qin Feng would resort to such a method to get others to join the basketball club. This is probably how poor people think. My goodness, all those cosmetics must cost tens of thousands of dollars. Is it really worth spending tens of thousands of dollars just for the position of president? The words of his companions echoed Luo Changqing's inner thoughts. He too wondered whether Qin Feng's extravagant spending for future fame was truly worth it. Just as Luo Changqing's mind was in disarray, he suddenly spotted the Cullinan Park not far away, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Cullinan. Could this $1,000,000 Cullinan possibly belong to Qin Feng? That would make Qin Feng's identity crystal clear. He's definitely a rich kid. No wonder he's willing to spend tens of thousands of dollars on cosmetics to get so many girls to join. In that instant, Qin Feng's image in Luo Changqing's eyes changed completely. He became unusually warm and friendly. Driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and casually handing out gifts worth tens of thousands of dollars, such individuals are worth befriending if possible. Even if you can't befriend them, there is no need to offend them. At that moment, one of his companions gently nudged his arm and said excitedly, "President, did you see that luxury car? I recognize it as a Cullinan, worth 6 or 7 million. Could it be Qin Feng's?" Luo Changqing's face lit up with excitement. Regardless of whether it belonged to Qin Feng or not, Qin Feng had already impressed him with such a bold move. He said, "Let's go over and help." Qin Feng quickly distributed all the gifts. The group now had over 100 new members. Though some girls hadn't received gifts, they agreed to join voluntarily out of respect for Qin Feng, even without the gifts. No one wanted to miss out on the opportunity to build connections with Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally didn't want these people to leave empty-handed. They had waited here for so long and ended up getting nothing in return, so he smiled and said, "Everyone, due to the limited number of gifts, I apologize to those who didn't receive one. Here's what we'll do." Qin Feng changed the subject, raising his voice several decibels. To express his apology and make up for everyone's disappointment, he invited everyone to dine at the nearby Sunshine Grand Hotel. Anyone who has time and would like to join us is welcome to come. Those girls who hadn't received gifts and had felt a little disappointed were instantly excited, and their fondness for Qin Feng grew even more. The Sunshine Grand Hotel is also a 3-star hotel, and dining there isn't cheap either. Luo Changqing and his group had just arrived near Qin Feng at that moment and heard the invitation to invite over 100 people to dinner, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Just this single expense alone far exceeded his budget. This person must be a real big shot. "Mr. Luo?" Qin Feng also noticed Luo Changqing, first looking surprised, then giving a faint smile. Luo Changqing's face was filled with a warm smile, and he dared not maintain the demeanor of a president anymore. He humbly said, "Brother, starting today, you are the president of our basketball club." Luo Changqing wore a warm smile on his face, no longer daring to adopt the demeanor of a president. He humbly said, "Brother, from today onward, you are the president of our basketball club. I'll handle the handover procedures later and notify the rest of the brothers in the group chat. Your financial capabilities have already been recognized by me." Luo Changqing said half-jokingly, having a wealthy second-generation heir as the president of the club isn't necessarily a bad thing for the organization. Qin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a satisfied smile. Luo Changqing caught on, and that was all he needed to hear. He now had a much higher opinion of him. "All right, from now on, you'll be the vice president of the basketball club. Handle all the minor matters, and you'll be responsible for maintaining daily operations. For any decisions you can't make, just let me handle it." Qin Feng didn't make a fuss. He was happy to be a hands-off boss. "Since the three of you are here, let us go eat together. By the way, ask in the group chat if any other students are free to join us for dinner. It'll be more fun if we all hang out together." Those kids would definitely skip class if they heard about a free meal and so many female classmates. Luo Changqing grinned. He knew those kids too well. Qin Feng wouldn't be inviting these basketball club guys to eat for free. He was expanding his influence and solidifying his position within the basketball club. Sure enough, when the group heard that Luo Changqing was stepping down as president and inviting everyone to dinner at the Sunshine Grand Hotel, it caused a huge stir in the group. Upon hearing that the new president, Qin Feng, had also invited over 100 girls to join the dinner, everyone was immediately energized, no longer caring why Luo Changqing had decided to step down. Instead, they hurriedly expressed their intention to attend in the group chat. Luo Changqing was tasked with compiling the list, while Qin Feng called the Sunshine Grand Hotel to book a luxurious private banquet hall capable of accommodating hundreds of people. At the same time, have them prepare the drinks, food, and meals in advance. Luo Changqing and his other companion got into Qin Feng's kulinan. At that moment, Luo Changqing couldn't hide his envy and said, "Brother, you're so awesome. This is the first time I've ever ridden in such a luxurious car. Your family must be rich, right?" Qin Feng smiled faintly, unable to reveal the truth, and replied, "Something like that." Luo Changqing suddenly noticed Shinruoi sitting in the passenger seat and sighed inwardly. "I've heard that Shinruoi is hard to pursue, and she doesn't have any scandalous rumors. Everyone thought she was pure and virtuous. Who would have thought she'd end up sitting in the passenger seat of Qin Feng's Jr. so quickly?" Sigh, money really makes a difference. Even a top-tier beauty like Shinruoi can be easily won over by Qin Feng, who just arrived at university. Luo Changqing was deeply envious and sighed, "That car of yours, I doubt I could ever afford it even if I worked my whole life." Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. His car was indeed something most people couldn't afford. A thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "Changqing, what did you major in?" "Computer science. I'm into programming." Luo Changqing replied casually. "Oh, if you have any suitable projects to develop, I can invest in you." Upon hearing this, Luo Changqing, his companion, and Shinruoi were all taken aback. Chapter 104, Subduing the Basketball Club. Qin Feng's words sent a strong message. He not only has money but is also willing to invest in others. This means that by cultivating a good relationship with Qin Feng, one could secure investment and thereby transform their life. Luo Changqing's heart raced wildly, his body leaned forward slightly, and he spoke urgently, "Mr. Qin, are you serious?" Due to his extreme nervousness, Luo Changqing could barely get the words out, fearing that Qin Feng was just joking with him. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. The subtle change in Luo Changqing's way of addressing him made him feel that his status had risen another notch in his eyes. His actions carried the suspicion of attempting to win over hearts, while also reinforcing his image as a wealthy tycoon, aiming to make Luo Changqing and the others utterly loyal to him. Nothing warms relationships faster than financial gain. Qin Feng recognized this opportunity and was willing to invest heavily in Luo Changqing. As for whether the projects Luo Changqing will present in the future are worth collaborating on, that will depend on his capabilities. If he proves incapable, then he has only himself to blame. If Luo Changqing's projects are worth investing in and I can profit from them, there will be no loss whatsoever. In any case, Qin Feng can maintain control of the situation. Of course, I'm not short on funds, it all depends on whether your project is worth my investment. Xin Xiao, from now on, you're my dad. Luo Changqing's eyes lit up, and he didn't care that there were two other people present. He immediately put his thick skin charm to work, flattering and fawning over Qin Feng. "I've always had a great idea. I want to develop a drone, and I have a few like-minded partners, but we've always been short on funds. If Mr. Qin is willing to invest, this project has tremendous market potential. The initial startup capital required is only 2 million, and once we have developed the prototype, we can increase the investment." Luo Changqing was very excited and spoke eloquently. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. 2 million was nothing to him. "There's no rush with this matter. Once I've reviewed your project and deem it viable, I'll invest 2 million in it." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Luo Changqing was overjoyed upon hearing this, and his smile didn't fade from his face. Shenruoi's thoughts were in turmoil, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She had heard his words clearly. In the past, she had only known that Qin Feng was very generous, having spent a lot of money on her, but she had never considered seeking investment capital from him. This incident had a profound impact on her. If she were to start her own business, could she also ask Qin Feng for investment? This thought took root in Shenruoi's mind, like a spell that she couldn't shake off. It's so easy, no conditions or reviews are required. As long as the project is valuable, you can get investment. It's a lifesaver for entrepreneurs. Shenruoi was deeply moved. She too wanted to defy fate and become her own boss by starting a business. And Qin Feng was her hope for success. For the rest of the journey, Shenruoi remained silent, her mind consumed by thoughts of how to start her business. It wasn't until they arrived at the Sunshine Grand Hotel that Qin Feng led the three of them inside. Qin Feng instructed the receptionist at the entrance to greet the members of the basketball club. The members of the basketball club arrived at the hotel one after another. A total of 270 people attended the banquet, with 25 tables in all. Each table was priced at 10,000 yuan. A variety of exquisite delicacies, including seafood, lobsters, oysters, fresh fish, chicken, duck, and goose, are all served at the table, along with 3 bottles of Flying Heaven Maotai wine. The students watching were all tempted by the aroma and were amazed by the feast on the table. "Our new president is so generous. He even brought out some Maotai. With such a capable president, our tough times are finally over. I've never had such high-quality Maotai in my entire life." Those classmates who enjoy drinking couldn't wait to open the Maotai and taste it. Luo Changqing walked up to the stage, took 2 sips of wine, and his face turned slightly red. "Everyone, it's a pleasure to be here with you all for this meal." Luo Changqing walked onto the stage, drank 2 cups of wine, and his face turned slightly red. Everyone, I'm very happy to be able to gather together for a meal. This is all thanks to our new president, Qin Xiao, who generously spent a fortune to allow us to gather here and enjoy these delicious dishes. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome our new president. Luo Changqing shouted at the top of his lungs. Qin Feng walked onto the stage with a smile as warm as spring breeze, took the microphone, and with a deep gaze sweeping over the crowd below, declared firmly, "Thank you all very much for your recognition and support. I would also like to thank Senior Luo for giving me this important position. This is a sign of your trust in me. Please believe in me. I will certainly take the basketball club to new heights and make it the largest club at Jiangnan University." These words were spoken with unwavering determination, ringing out clearly and powerfully, inspiring everyone present. Qin Feng exudes a strong sense of confidence, and the aura he carries is something ordinary people simply cannot imitate. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone was fired up by Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. As long as he activated his money power, it wouldn't be long before he completely controlled the entire basketball club. He raised both hands and pressed them downward, and the scene immediately fell silent. Everyone's attention was focused on him. Additionally, I will organize another large social gathering in the near future. I'll invite all the male and female members of our basketball club to go to Mount Tai to watch the sunrise. I'll cover all the round-trip airfare and meals. As soon as the words left his mouth, the excitement erupted into a deafening cheer, with applause crashing like waves. The male students clapped their hands excitedly, while the female students smiled brightly with excitement. Going to Mount Tai to watch the sunrise is already a romantic thing to do, and doing it with so many beautiful female classmates makes it even more romantic. Every young person has a heart that craves romance, and there's not much work pressure, yet it's the perfect age to enjoy life, have fun, and seek adventure. However, they are students and don't have the money to fly to Mount Tai to watch the sunrise. However, Qin Feng used his financial resources to provide them with this opportunity and organized such a large tour group, instantly making them develop a strong favorable impression of him. "Mr. Qin, I love you," a young man stood up and shouted excitedly. "Sorry, your love is too heavy for me to bear. I still prefer pretty girls." Qin Feng quickly interjected with a touch of teasing. The students below burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was very lively. Luo Changqing watched this scene and couldn't help but admire Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Although he had once been the president of the basketball club, he had never possessed such charisma or influence. In less than a day, Qin Feng had completely won over the hearts of everyone in the basketball club. Sigh, this is probably the difference between ordinary people and the wealthy. Meanwhile, Qin Feng quickly established a strong presence and reputation within the basketball club in just a few short hours. Spend 250,000, trigger a 20x critical hit, and receive a refund of 5 million. When it came time to pay, Qin Feng made a small profit. Today can truly be called a day of both fame and fortune, with everyone happy and satisfied. Chapter 105, Ambiguous Moments in the Car. After saying goodbye to his basketball club friends, Qin Feng drove Shenruoi back to school. "Senior, thank you for your help today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to complete the task so quickly." On the way back, there were only the two of them left, and Qin Feng didn't forget to thank Shenruoi again. Shenruoi sat in the passenger seat, turning her face toward Qin Feng, her face adorned with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of light, and she said in a soft voice, "Compared to all the things you've done for me, this little favor is nothing. Given our relationship, there's no need to keep thanking each other all the time, is there?" The atmosphere in the car immediately became ambiguous. Both of them simultaneously recalled the recent events. Qin Feng had previously agreed to act as Shenruoi's fake boyfriend and also owed her father a life-saving favor. Shenruoi had also once promised to entrust everything to Qin Feng, and in a sense, she could be considered half a woman belonging to him. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile to himself. Shenruoi seemed to be reminding him just how ambiguous their relationship was. "Well, that's true. I won't be so sentimental from now on." Upon hearing this, Shenruoi's lips curved into a stunning smile. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Feng as she thought to herself, if Qin Feng is willing to invest in Luo Changqing, whom he has just met, then with the ambiguous relationship she has with him, she should be able to easily secure his investment. After a brief internal struggle, Shenruoi bit her lips lightly, her eyes flickering with unease as she asked, "Qin Feng, if I also want to start a project, would you invest in me?" After speaking, Shenruoi unconsciously tensed her entire body, fearing that Qin Feng might think she was greedy and find her repulsive. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. He noticed Shenruoi's nervous expression and knew exactly what she was worried about. Shenruoi was a reliable person. Investing a little money in her business was no big deal and could also make her more loyal to him. After coming to this conclusion, Qin Feng spoke cheerfully, "These are all minor matters. As long as you obey me, money isn't an issue." Shenruoi, who was as sharp as ice, immediately understood Qin Feng's meaning. She was delighted that Qin Feng was willing to invest in her. She felt embarrassed because she had to listen to Qin Feng and obey him. Isn't that just wanting to become his exclusive woman? The thought had barely formed in Shinruoi's mind when she felt her face grow hot, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. She quickly looked at the mirror in front of her, only to find her own blushing face reflected in the rearview mirror, looking extremely shy. Shinruoi fidgeted with her fingers on her thigh, her shy and uneasy expression causing Qin Feng's heart to race. He couldn't help but admit that Shinruoi was exuding a different kind of charm now, making him want to tease her. "You said it yourself, you can't lie to me." Shinruoi lowered her head, her face flushed, and whispered, "Anyway, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it." This statement indirectly acknowledged that she would obey Qin Feng's orders from now on. Qin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Shinruoi was becoming increasingly dependent on him and more obedient to his words. However, now was not the time to act. He would wait until his strength was fully restored before approaching her for a proper conversation. But the way she looks right now, it seems like she's trying to seduce me. Cough, let's get down to business. What do you want to do? Qin Feng changed the subject. Shinruoi felt a slight pang of disappointment. She had indeed intended to flatter Qin Feng earlier. Ever since many girls added Qin Feng on WeChat today, Shinruoi's sense of crisis had grown increasingly intense, fearing that sooner or later Qin Feng would marginalize her. Moreover, she had promised to give herself to Qin Feng, but he hadn't touched her yet, which made her sense of crisis even more intense. She had no choice but to let go of her pride and take the initiative. After banishing that lingering sense of loss, Shinruoi's expression regained some of its dignity. Her red lips parted slightly. "I've thought it through. For ordinary people, the fastest way to turn their fortunes around is through live streaming e-commerce. It can make someone rich overnight, there's no doubt about it. That's what makes someone a social media influencer." Qin Feng nodded in agreement, not disputing her viewpoint. For ordinary people, the fastest shortcut is to become an internet celebrity, with low barriers to entry and high returns. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't object, Shinruoi must have continued in her mind, "I'm fairly confident in my appearance. If I start a beauty and cosmetics business and sell some fashionable clothes, focusing on these categories, it should yield good results. However, what I lack right now is traffic and followers. Would you consider investing in me?" Shinruoi finished speaking, her face tense, glancing at Qin Feng fearing he might think her demands were too high. "This is no big deal. I'll have the people from the Great Qin Shinzhou Guild contact you later and have them work on it, turning you into a popular influencer." Upon hearing this, Shinruoi was utterly shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Qin Feng, unable to believe that he could get such a large guild to sign a contract with her. The Great Qin Divine Land Guild had recently gained attention for signing the popular online influencer by Ruoli. Would such a top-tier guild really sign a contract with a small streamer like me? Shinruoi felt extremely insecure, but upon seeing Qin Feng's calm and composed demeanor, she instantly became utterly confident, for she believed Qin Feng would never joke about such a matter. Qin Feng always gave her an air of mystery, making it impossible to gauge his true depth. This man seemed capable of anything. Shinruoi's bright eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, and slowly, a misty haze began to form in her eyes. "Why are you crying?" Qin Feng was completely baffled. Just a moment ago, she was so happy, and now she was crying. "Thank you." Shinruoi let the corners of her eyes grow moist as she looked deeply at Qin Feng and smiled, saying, "I know a lot of guys, and many of them want to sleep with me. But no one has ever helped me like you have." Qin Feng also felt a sense of relief. He feared nothing more than a woman crying for no apparent reason. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he teased, "Since you know I've helped you so much, how will you thank me?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fragrant breeze swept past him, and before he knew it, Qin Feng felt his face being gently kissed. It was a fleeting touch, gone as quickly as it had come. She heard Shinruoi's playful voice in her ear, "Is that okay?" Qin Feng couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Shinruoi, who dared not meet his gaze and had turned her head all the way to the window. "Is that it?" Qin Feng feigned dissatisfaction. Not even a hint of interest. Shinruoi blushed and glared at him angrily, pretending to be annoyed. "Don't take advantage of me. I've never done this before. If you don't want it, just give it back to me." Qin Feng chuckled and teased, "If I weren't driving right now, I'd give you a spanking. You always pick on me." Shinruoi heard this, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, and she muttered under her breath, but dared not resist. Chapter 106, Qin Feng's Efficiency. Not long after sending Shinruoi back, Ruoli quickly received a call from the Great Qin Divine State Guild. "The company has decided to organize a live-streamed product promotion event for you in a week. You don't need to worry about the supply chain for the products. I'll send you the product information and the things to note during the live stream shortly." Ruoli was overjoyed. She had been eager to host her own live-streamed product launch for days, but the company had kept delaying it under the pretext of needing more preparation time. Now, finally, the good news has arrived: she can start live streaming to sell products and make money. Ruoli was extremely excited. She had watched live streaming product promotions countless times before, seeing how some hosts could sell thousands of orders for a single item and generate sales of hundreds of millions in a single live stream. She had been envious beyond words. This time, you're also bringing along a newcomer to the live streaming world, and she's from the same university as you. Irooli's heart sank instantly, and she instinctively resisted, asking unhappily, who is it? A man or a woman? She's Shinruoi. You should know her. I won't say more for now. Just prepare yourself properly. Irooli was completely taken aback. Shinruoi was no stranger to her. Not long ago, Shin Feng had a fight with Jiang Xiaofeng at the gymnasium. Wasn't it all because of Shinruoi? This person has no fame, no beauty, and isn't even as attractive as you. What gives them the right to collaborate with a top-tier influencer like you? The excitement I felt earlier vanished instantly, leaving me feeling as though I had swallowed a fly. Moreover, she was so close to someone like Shin Feng, who was such trash. His character must be terrible, and he must have used his body to climb his way up in the guild, which is why he was allowed to bring her along. Irooli's face darkened as she clenched her teeth and laughed bitterly. It's these shameless women who are ruining our reputation. Meanwhile, Shinruoi also quickly received a call from the guild, informing her that she was to join Irooli in a live-streamed product promotion. This huge surprise left Shinruoi speechless. It had come so suddenly. Irooli, such a big name streamer, actually wanted to bring her along for a live stream. Even if she just stood by as a prop, it would still attract a huge crowd. Shin Feng is so impressive. He just mentioned getting me signed to a guild, and within a few hours, he's already arranged for the guild to have a top streamer take me under their wing. That's truly remarkable. Shinruoi was over the moon, her mind filled with thoughts of Shin Feng. She quickly opened WeChat to express her gratitude to him. Shin Feng, the people from the guild have already contacted me. In a week, I'll be co-hosting a live-streamed product promotion with the big influencer Irooli. I'm so nervous and excited right now. Thank you so much. Shin Feng is already in the classroom. Upon seeing the message, he merely smiled faintly. He could imagine how excited Shinruoi must be right now. It's no trouble at all, no need to thank me. Little did she know that less than 3 seconds after sending the message, Shinruoi sent her a photo. Shinruoi batted her eyelashes at him and pulled her shoulder down, revealing half of her snow-white shoulder. Her skin is fair as snow. This photo was highly provocative. I just took this photo and have never shared it with anyone before. You're the first. It's a little thank you from me. Don't think it's too much, okay? Shin Feng chuckled to himself. This little girl actually knows how to give me a treat. Not bad, not bad. Shin Feng admired it openly. It was indeed quite good. On the other side, after posting the photos, Shinruoi touched her own face and felt it was burning hot, her heart racing wildly. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to post such explicit photos. Will Shin Feng think I'm too casual? Shinruoi murmured softly, feeling both shy and extremely nervous. Yes, I really like watching it. When Shinruoi saw Shin Feng's reply, her face grew even more bashful, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, betraying a hint of pride. So he likes this kind of photo after all. On the other side, Shin Feng had also finished chatting with Shinruoi. After class, Zhou Wenbin dragged Shin Feng out to play, and Zhang Haoyang followed suit. Shin Feng, did you know? In a few days, Ruoli is going to sell her goods. Zhang Haoyang said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You already know? Shin Feng was a bit surprised. He had only just found out himself, so how did Zhang Haoyang know so quickly? Could it be that Ruoli told him? Seeing Shin Feng's surprised reaction, Zhang Haoran thought Shin Feng didn't know, and felt a bit smug. He said, yeah, Ruoli told me just now. She said we can buy some cheap stuff in her livestream on the day she goes live. You guys should help her boost her sales too. Zhang Haoyang put on a fake smile. In fact, Ruoli had only told Zhang Haoyang that she would go live that day. However, Zhang Haoyang thought he was being clever, wanting to help Ruoli boost her sales and then take credit for it later. Shin Feng waved his hand dismissively and said indifferently, don't involve me in this matter. Zhang Haoyang furrowed his brows, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, before quickly forcing a fake smile. Brother, you wouldn't be so ungracious, would you? After all, she was your ex-girlfriend. What's wrong with helping her place a few orders? Even if you won't give her face, you should at least give your brother some face. I've already promised Ruoli that I'll help her boost her sales. You're putting me in a difficult position. That's your problem, not mine. That's your problem, not mine. Shin Feng's expression was cold and indifferent. Trying to morally blackmail him was a mistake. Zhang Haoyang remained silent with a stern expression, thinking to himself, this Shin Feng is probably still holding a grudge over me stealing his ex-girlfriend. He must have a lot of hostility toward me. Since he refuses to give me face and help me out, I won't help him either in the future. Immediately, Zhang Haoyang wrapped his arm around Zhou Wenbin's shoulder and laughed, for eyes, if you're a brother, don't refuse. Zhou Wenbin sighed helplessly. He wasn't interested in this either, but out of consideration for Zhang Haoyang's feelings, he reluctantly agreed, alright, I'll take a look at the situation later. If there's something suitable, I'll place an order. Don't look at the situation. It's a done deal. Place 10 orders for me, whether they're big or small, as long as you can get 10 orders together. Don't bother checking the situation. It's settled. Place 10 orders for me, regardless of size. As long as you can make up 10 orders, that's all I need. Zhang Haoyang didn't give Zhou Wenbin any chance to refuse. All right. Zhou Wenbin's lips twitched slightly as he reluctantly agreed. Zhang Haoyang ignored him, his face breaking into a sly, triumphant grin. That's right, we're good brothers. I won't bother you guys. I need to find other classmates to help me. Zhou Wenbin looked at Zhang Haoyang's departing figure with frustration and said, Ruoli is already a big streamer. Does he really need to do such menial tasks? She could easily sell thousands or even tens of thousands of items just by putting something on her shopping cart. Xin Feng sneered, he's just a sycophant. He's doing this to get Ruoli's attention. Let's not bother with him. Come on, I'll take you to the gym to play basketball. Zhou Wenbin's heart stirred, and he looked up and asked, Brother Feng, why did you suddenly decide to go play basketball today? Xin Feng chuckled and said confidently, I'm in a good mood. That's all there is to it. Chapter 107, This basketball court is all mine. The two arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium just as Luo Changqing arrived with a group of over 10 people. Qin Xiao, I've called everyone you wanted. Luo Changqing called out from a distance, his face adorned with a fawning smile, looking as respectful as an employee greeting their boss. Qin Feng cast a calm glance at the people behind Luo Changqing. Those few were all strong and muscular students with tall builds, perfectly suited for basketball. Luo Changqing said, These are the elite members of our basketball club. I often play basketball with them, and they have excellent skills. Hurry up and call Qin Xiao. Luo Changqing gave the others a discreet nod, signaling them to be more polite to Qin Feng. These people had also attended the banquet yesterday, so they were familiar with Qin Feng and greeted him politely. Hello, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng nodded. He had come to the sports hall this time to interact with everyone and play some basketball, as well as showcase his skills, so that no one would think he had simply secured his position as the basketball club president by sitting at the front. No need to be so formal. From now on, we're all good brothers. We're here today mainly to exchange techniques. Don't go easy on me just because of my position, okay? Luo Changqing chuckled, with you saying that, we can relax. Let us go inside. Then he deliberately slowed his pace and followed behind Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was about to lead his men into the gymnasium, someone called his name from behind. Qin Feng. Senior Shen? Qin Feng was a bit surprised and stopped to ask, why are you here? Shen Ruoi was dressed in a white tracksuit, radiating youthful charm, with a faint smile on her lips. I saw in the group chat that you said you were coming to play basketball, so I came to check it out. Zhou Wenbin pushed his glasses up and thought to himself, Qin Feng sure has a way with women. How come all these campus beauties are throwing themselves at him? It's truly enviable. Luo Changqing chuckled and said with a suggestive look, Qin Xiao, you really have some clout. Even the most beautiful girl in our group came all the way to watch you play basketball. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. No one knew about his relationship with Shen Ruoi, so he decided to go in with them. Shen Ruoi smiled faintly and also took a step forward, following closely behind Qin Feng. As the group entered the gymnasium, there were already over 100 people scattered throughout the venue. Some were chatting with their partners, some were watching the basketball game, and others were bored and playing with their phones. Qin Feng's gaze immediately fell on the basketball court, where he spotted a familiar figure, Jiang Xiaofeng. The guy was wearing a red jersey, leading a team in a game against the blue team. Seeing the person he disliked, Qin Feng's eyes grew colder. Luo Changqing, who was observant, immediately noticed the change in Qin Feng's expression. He turned to look at Jiang Xiaofeng and instantly understood what was going on. Recently, someone had posted a video of Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaofeng fighting on the campus confession wall, which had attracted a lot of attention, and Luo Changqing was one of them. Qin Feng's enemy is his enemy. Just as he was worried about how to curry favor with him, upon seeing Jiang Xiaofeng appear, Luo Changqing immediately hatched a plan, and his face grew colder. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofeng made a precise three-pointer, sending the ball through the basketball hoop, immediately causing several girls outside the court to scream and clap. Jiang Xiaofeng's lips curled into a smug smile. The screams of the beautiful women made him feel a bit euphoric. A few teammates came over to flatter him. Zhang Ge, your ball skills are amazing. You've got the opponents so confused they don't know which way is up. You can even hit a three-pointer from that far away. Your skill level is definitely on par with the provincial basketball team. Jiang Xiaofeng humbly laughed, I just got lucky. How could I compare to someone from the provincial basketball team? Everyone take a break first, and we'll continue playing later. Luo Changqing's eyes flashed with coldness as he said, that kid sure knows how to show off. He made one three-pointer and now he really thinks he's someone important. Xin Xiao, should we go teach him a lesson? Qin Feng smiled faintly, looking confident, and said, no need. I believe that as long as we stay here, someone will come looking for trouble on their own. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaofeng, who was resting, suddenly noticed Qin Feng's expression darken. His eyes filled with anger, and he glared at Qin Feng as if he wanted to devour him whole. Those around him noticed his unusual expression and quickly asked, Brother Jiang, do you have a grudge against them? Zhang Xiaofeng clenched his teeth and said, "It's not just a grudge. This kid has been opposing me at every turn. I'd rather he get hit by a car and die." Deng Zhengyang grinned wickedly. "Why don't we take care of him for you? How should we teach him a lesson?" Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes flickered, and he deliberately lowered his voice. He had long wanted to discipline Qin Feng but had been unable to find a suitable excuse, so he wanted to hear Deng Zhengyang's opinion. "That's easy. This kid came here to play basketball, right? I'll tell him that we've reserved this basketball court and it's ours. We don't allow anyone else to play here. I guarantee he won't accept that and will demand a basketball showdown with us. If he loses, we'll make sure he never sets foot in this gym again. I recognize that Luo Changqing. He's part of the basketball club and is very arrogant, always hogging the basketball court. I've had it with him for a long time." Deng Zhengyang looked resentful, his gaze occasionally falling on Luo Changqing. Earlier, he had argued with Luo Changqing after losing a basketball game, and he hadn't forgotten about it. These words hit Zhang Xiaofeng right where it hurt, and his feelings for Deng Zhengyang skyrocketed. "Brothers, let's go over there." Zhang Xiaofeng stood up, looking arrogant and confident, and led a few people toward Qin Feng. Luo Changqing looked at him with admiration. "Xin Xiao, you really are a master of foresight. That kid was indeed here to cause trouble." After speaking, he glared at the incoming person with a challenging look in his eyes. Qin Feng's expression was equally disdainful, his arms crossed over his chest as he coldly stared at Zhang Xiaofeng. Their gazes locked instantly, and both could see the mutual loathing in each other's eyes. Zhang Xiaofeng stopped in front of Qin Feng with his men, raised his chin arrogantly, and said, "What are you doing here? Are you kidding me? I came to the basketball court to play basketball, not to watch you, a loser, play basketball." Qin Feng smiled, but his gaze gave off an aura that made him seem like he was looking at an idiot. Zhang Xiaofeng heard this and felt a surge of anger rising within him, unconsciously clenching his fists. Deng Zhengyang looked carefree as he pointed at Qin Feng and said coldly, "You're Qin Feng, right? I recognize you. Last time, Zhang didn't beat you enough, did he? Let me tell you, we've rented this basketball court. You're not allowed to play here. Get out of here." Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. When had his own basketball court been taken over by these people? These people really had the nerve to talk big and make bold claims. Chapter 108, Outnumbered. "Haha, did you hear that little cutie? What was he saying?" Qin Feng was amused and laughed heartily, pointing at Deng Zhengyang and saying, "This guy must be a monkey's joke, right?" The others couldn't help but smile, as if mocking Deng Zhengyang for speaking without thinking. Luo Changqing curled the corner of his mouth into a sneer, glancing sideways at Deng Zhengyang with disdain in his voice. "Who do you think you are? This sports hall is ours to come and go as we please. What can you possibly do to us?" Deng Zhengyang's expression darkened. He had said those words earlier to deliberately provoke Qin Feng and the others. He challenged them with a defiant gaze. "Not much, are you brave enough to face us on the basketball court?" The game would last 30 minutes, and whoever scored more points during that time would be declared the winner. The loser would never be allowed to play basketball in the gymnasium again. Deng Zhengyang paused, his eyes flashing with a hint of madness. "Dare you play?" Qin Feng wasn't the type to back down from a fight. He hadn't been afraid of anyone in this school when it came to basketball, and now these guys were coming after him. He couldn't let this go. Whether it was for the basketball club's reputation or just to save face, he wouldn't back down. It's just basketball. Who's afraid of who? Our basketball club never shies away from any challenge. I accept this challenge." Deng Zhengyang smirked to himself. This kid couldn't keep his cool and fell for it. As long as these people agreed, with Zhang Xiaofeng, the skilled expert on his side, they were sure to win. Among them, only Luo Changqing was decent at basketball, the rest weren't much to speak of. Deng Zhengyang believed he had a clear understanding of the players on Qin Feng's team, so he wasn't afraid to take them on. He mocked them, saying, "If you're so confident, let's play a game. Don't cry if you lose." Qin Feng didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore and cut him off. "Stop talking. We'll settle this on the field." Zhang Xiaofeng glared at Qin Feng with a fierce expression. "You have 15 minutes to prepare. In 15 minutes, we'll settle this on the court." With that, he turned and left with his team. Luo Changqing rolled his eyes and muttered, "Those guys are pretty arrogant. So let's all work hard later and give him a good lesson." Qin Feng said, "Let's go change our clothes." On the other side, Zhang Xiaofeng called Deng Zhengyang and the others over to discuss tactics. "I don't want to lose this match, so I hope everyone will not hold me back and will give it their all." Zhang Xiaofeng spoke seriously. "Zhang Ge, don't worry. Based on my understanding of their capabilities, we can't possibly lose. You can rest assured." Deng Zhengyang patted his chest in assurance. Then, his eyes darted around, and a cunning smile appeared on his face as he said, "We can call in some people who used to be there to boost morale and attract a crowd, to act as cheerleaders. This will deal a double blow to their morale and their minds." Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed. "You're a smart one. That's a pretty good idea, but I think the quality isn't quite there yet. Try to gather around 100 people, have them come over as cheerleaders, and make them mock him. Xin Feng's skills aren't that great, and this will put psychological pressure on them. Give each person $50 to come and cheer for half an hour. Deng Zhengyang was overjoyed, smiling brightly and said, Zhang Gu is so impressive, so generous. He just hands out thousands of dollars like that. They never expected we had such a powerful move up our sleeve to crush their morale. Zhang Xiaofeng was flattered and felt a bit arrogant. A few $1,000s was just pocket change to him. What mattered most was winning this match. These are all minor matters. If you help me win this match, I will give each of you $500. Follow me, and I won't let you down. Zhang Xiaofeng smiled smugly. He believed that as long as he offered these people enough benefits, they would obediently follow him. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, morale soared, and these people began to flatter him. On Xin Feng's side, they quickly changed into their battle attire and selected 6 people to fight. Shen Ruoyi and Zhou Wenbin, along with others, sat outside the court to watch. What's going on? Why are so many people suddenly here to watch us play basketball? Luo Changqing changed into his clothes and came out to see that the basketball court had suddenly filled with dozens of people, and more were still arriving. Xin Feng furrowed his brows, sensing something was off but unable to pinpoint what it was. He said, it's probably just a coincidence. Let's not bother with them. Zhang Xiaofeng walked over with a mischievous smile. Can we start now? The members of both teams quickly gathered together, their swords and crossbows drawn. Xin Feng's side was the blue team, and Zhang Xiaofeng was the red team. Xin Feng smiled indifferently. Ready? Bring it on. Zhang Xiaofeng's lips curled slightly upward as he thought to himself, Xin Feng, this time I'll show you just how skilled I am. I'll make you lose so badly you won't know what hit you. When it comes to basketball, you're no match for me. Back in high school, I was the undisputed best basketball player in the entire school. The game officially began, and the two teams quickly got tangled up. Zhang Xiaofeng is tasked with marking Xin Feng, while Deng Zhengyang is assigned to mark Luo Changqing. From the very start, Zhang Xiaofeng's side demonstrated a highly targeted approach. His offense and defense were flawless. Xin Feng tried to score but was defended fiercely. Just then, the hired thugs Zhang Xiaofeng had brought in started to make their move, with a few of them weakly shouting, Go, brother Feng! Go red team! The blue team is so stupid, their ball skills are terrible. I wonder if it's because of their influence, but one of my teammates made another mistake, causing the basketball to fall into Zhang Xiaofeng's hands, who then scored a 3-pointer to take the lead. Zhang Xiaofeng laughed triumphantly and teased, Sorry, I accidentally made a 3-pointer. Don't get mad, okay? That hypocritical, pretentious expression was so infuriating that one couldn't help but want to slap him. Xin Feng disliked his behavior, but he wouldn't let himself be provoked easily. He glanced at the cheerleaders from the red team and said, That's pretty despicable. Are those people down there your hired stooges? Zhang Xiaofeng grinned, and at this point, he didn't feel like pretending anymore. He shrugged and said, So what if they are? What can you do about it? I have connections. If you don't like it, you can call your people too. Xin Feng chuckled. He had only intended to beat his opponent on the basketball court with his skills, but he hadn't expected Zhang Xiaofeng to challenge him on connections and resources. That's asking for trouble. Within this school, he couldn't find a second person with more energy than himself. Want more people, do you? Xin Feng sneered, turned to Shen Ruoyi, and shouted, Shen Senior, call everyone who's free in the basketball community over here. Zhang Xiaofeng chuckled, not taking Xin Feng's words seriously at all. Trying to scare me? Chapter 109, Easily Defeated. You'll see soon enough. Xin Feng looked at Zhang Xiaofeng with a playful smile. He was curious to see the expression on Zhang Xiaofeng's face when he realized that Xin Feng had called so many people. As he spoke, he dribbled the ball quickly past Zhang Xiaofeng and continued charging forward. Zhang Xiaofeng's expression darkened, secretly startled. This kid was so fast he had only been distracted for a moment and had let him get past. Deng Zhengyang, stop him! Zhang Xiaofeng shouted as he chased after Xin Feng. Deng Zhengyang received the order and rushed over, intending to intercept him, but he was held back by Luo Changqing and had no chance to stop Xin Feng. With the assistance of his teammates, Xin Feng moved through the defense as if he were alone, and hit a 3-pointer from beyond the 3-point line. Zhang Xiaofeng's face was so dark it looked like it could rain, and then Xin Feng hit another shot, putting his team far ahead in the score. Immediately after, Shen Ruoyi started recruiting people in the group chat. Upon learning that Xin Feng was playing a basketball game with others and had been threatened that he wouldn't be allowed to play basketball in the gym if he lost, she quickly incited the people in the group. Some people even made up excuses to skip class, while others changed their plans and rushed to the gym to support him. Over 200 people showed up at the scene to watch the commotion, with more than half of them being girls. Shen Ruoyi said, Everyone, let's cheer for Qin Xiao, for our blue team, and for our basketball club. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Go, Qin Xiao! Go blue team! The cheerleaders' popularity instantly overshadowed the red team's cheerleaders. Zhang Xiaofeng lost several consecutive points, feeling extremely frustrated. When he looked over at his own cheerleading squad, they seemed as though they hadn't eaten in days, looking listless and lifeless, which only made him even more angry. Damn it, they took my money and aren't even shouting their lungs out for me. But now I can't vent my frustration on these people, lest they just pack up and leave. I can only suppress my irritation, put on a stern face, and shout louder. If we win this match, I'll treat you all to KFC. Jiang Xiaofeng pointed at everyone and shouted sternly, snap out of it. Sure enough, upon hearing that there was KFC to eat, their morale immediately soared, overshadowing Qin Feng's side. Jiang Xiaofeng was extremely smug, with a triumphant smile on his lips. How about that? My men are shouting louder than yours, aren't they? Qin Feng's expression was stern. He made a feint to deceive Jiang Xiaofeng and quickly passed the ball to Luo Changqing. He mocked, it's not about who shouts louder. If you don't have the skills, don't make a fool of yourself. Jiang Xiaofeng angrily retorted, that's despicable. You only know how to use such underhanded tactics. You don't have more people than me, and you can't match my skills either. All you can do is talk tough. Qin Feng chuckled. In his eyes, Jiang Xiaofeng was nothing but a clown. With just a few words, he had already broken through his defenses. Jiang Xiaofeng's mindset was beginning to collapse, and his performance in the coming moments would inevitably fall short of his usual standards. Sure enough, Qin Feng had the right strategy. After Jiang Xiaofeng's mindset collapsed, he lost several points due to his weakened performance, and the final score settled at 20 points. Qin Feng's team had already scored 42 points, leading by a wide margin, with only 2 minutes remaining. As expected, Jiang Xiaofeng's red team lost. Qin Feng, holding the basketball, grinned and said, Jiang, you're not very skilled. You lost so badly. I should have let you have 3 points. If you're not good enough, you should have said so earlier. We're not the kind of people who don't understand reason. These few words felt like knives stabbing Jiang Xiaofeng in the heart, leaving him furious yet helpless. Don't get too cocky. This time I was in a bad state, letting you win by luck. Next time you won't be so lucky. Jiang Xiaofeng looked defiant, his eyes coldly fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't even bother to acknowledge his words. Remember what you said. From now on, none of you are allowed to come to the gym to play basketball anymore. Jiang Xiaofeng's expression changed. If they couldn't play basketball at this new gym, they'd have to go to the outdoor playground instead. Although it wasn't a big deal, it was a huge insult and would make them the laughingstock of everyone. Jiang Xiaofeng clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to contain his anger. A gentleman takes his revenge slowly. It may take 10 years, but one day I will defeat you on the court. Luo Changqing burst into laughter upon hearing this. Bro, with your skills, you think you can compare to Qin Xiao? I think you should just give up. Go back and practice more. Zhang Ge was talking to Qin Feng. What's it to you? Deng Zhengyang, seeing his older brother being mocked, also spoke up arrogantly. Luo Changqing sneered mockingly, I'm talking to your master. What are you butting in for? Deng Zhengyang was so enraged that he couldn't utter a word, only glaring fiercely at Luo Changqing, his eyes filled with such hatred that it seemed as though he wanted to strip Luo Changqing to the bone. Jiang Xiaofeng glared fiercely at Luo Changqing, his eyes filled with malice, and coldly said, let's go. With that, he led his men away, leaving the others behind. Luo Changqing crossed his arms across his chest and laughed triumphantly. That match really got that kid riled up. Qin Feng recalled Jiang Xiaofeng's angry expression earlier and couldn't help but smile to himself, feeling a mix of satisfaction and envy. It was all thanks to everyone's efforts that we won this match. Later, I'll treat everyone to some drinks, and each of the brothers who came today can go to the school supermarket and grab a bottle of water to drink. With the extra money, you can buy them some snacks. Qin Feng directly made 2,000 yuan for Luo Changqing, averaging about 100 yuan per person. Those people were very happy to hear that they would also get snacks. They had only been here for about 10 minutes, yet they were able to receive nearly $100, which further increased their goodwill toward Qin Feng. Those who couldn't make it to the scene were deeply regretting their absence, venting their frustration in the group chat and vowing to attend next time, even if it meant skipping class. It was precisely because of this event that Qin Feng had a greater influence when he called people in the group next time. It was both entertaining and profitable. Who wouldn't want that? Consume 20,000 yuan and receive a tenfold return reward, earning 200,000 yuan. Spend 20,000 yuan and receive a tenfold return reward, totaling 200,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan is better than nothing, so Qin Feng didn't think much of it. Generally, the multiplier for such consumption rebates isn't very high, and Qin Feng had already formed a guess about this kind of thing. Only by spending money on things related to women will the return rate be higher. Therefore, he had no intention of using this opportunity to make money and couldn't possibly distribute tens of thousands of dollars to these people all at once. Luo Changqing took the basketball club members to buy snacks, while he and Shenruoi left alone. This Saturday is your debut. Are you nervous? Qin Feng and Shenruoi strolled through the campus, looking like a couple of handsome young lovers. Shenruoi's face was serene, her red lips slightly parted. I'm very nervous. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. Shin Fong was about to say something when he noticed a woman with a cold expression walking toward them, clearly heading straight for them. Chapter 110, by Ruoli's warning. Standing in their way was Bai Ruoli, but her face bore a cold, distant expression that made it difficult to approach her, like a goddess on an iceberg. Shin Fong furrowed his brows and immediately came to a halt. Shun Ruoi's expression also changed. She knew that Bai Ruoli had appeared here at this moment, likely because she intended to go live with her. Ever since the Great Qin Shinzhou Guild announced the joint livestream between Bai Ruoli and Shin Ruoi 10 minutes ago, everyone had been speculating about who Shin Ruoi was. It turned out that the all-knowing netizens discovered that Shin Ruoi only had a few thousand fans, making her a minor figure not even worthy of being called a third-rate streamer. Bai Ruoli's fans took to her comments section to vent their frustration. They asked her what her relationship with Bai Ruoli was and if she could ride on Bai Ruoli's coattails. There are also people in Shin Ruoi's comment section asking her if she slept with someone from the Great Qin Shinzhou Union, which is why she had the opportunity to go live with such a popular streamer with millions of followers. Shin Ruoi felt very uncomfortable seeing these comments. She knew that the more she explained, the more confusing it would become, and that person would never believe her. So she decided to ignore them and closed the comments section. Could it be that Bai Ruoli was causing trouble for her because of these incidents? Bai Ruoli, strutting in her high heels with an air of superiority, shot a disdainful glance at Shin Fong before coldly addressing Shin Ruoi. Although I don't know what underhanded methods you used to secure the support of a high-ranking official from the Great Qin Shinzhou Guild, I must remind you of one thing. She paused briefly, then added with a harsher tone, "This is my first live streaming product promotion. I hope you don't drag me down or embarrass me. Being able to promote products alongside a top-tier streamer with millions of followers is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you." Shin Ruoi's face turned red with embarrassment. Although she knew Bai Ruoli was targeting her, hearing Bai Ruoli speak so harshly without holding back still left her feeling a bit resentful. "Junior, don't worry. I will do my best and won't let you down. At school, you're my senior, but in the live stream, don't call me junior. Remember your place, don't be so familiar. People who don't know us might think we're best friends." Bai Ruoli raised an eyebrow, her expression displeased. Shin Ruoi felt a bit awkward and didn't know what to say. Shin Fong looked indifferent. This Bai Ruoli really thought she was something special. She hadn't even started her live streaming shopping show yet and was already getting carried away. If she were to become the top live streaming host, wouldn't she be on cloud 9? Bai Ruoli, your true nature is still as hypocritical as ever. Don't try to act like a big shot in front of me. Put away that disgusting facade of yours. Shin Fong looked at her with contempt. Bai Ruoli curled the corners of her lips upward, her stunning face unable to hide her disgust for Shin Fong. Her eyes looked at him as if he were trash, and she crossed her arms across her chest, making her bust appear even more prominent. Any man who looked at her for more than a few seconds would find it impossible to resist letting his imagination run wild. However, Shin Fong paid no attention, his heart remaining completely calm. Birds of a feather flocked together. Bai Ruoli spoke with a hidden meaning, smiling lightly. "Shin Ruoi, the company you keep determines your status and identity. Out of consideration for our shared gender, I advise you to stay far away from this trash." Shin Ruoi said firmly, "Who I choose to be friends with is none of your business. It's my personal matter, and you have no right to interfere." Bai Ruoli's eyes flashed with anger. This lowly woman must have used her beauty to seduce someone from the Great Qin Divine State Guild, otherwise, he would never have agreed to collaborate with her, a mere streamer, to promote products. If she wasn't taught a lesson now, she'd never learn her place. And if she gained any fame in the future, she'd definitely look down on me. Shun Ruoi. Bai Ruoli's expression darkened as she scolded her harshly. "You need to understand your place. You're currently working with me to promote products. If you get involved in any negative news, it will reflect badly on me. Of course I have the right to discipline you. Don't think that just because you have connections within the guild, I won't dare to do anything to you. If you push me too far, do you think I can't get the higher-ups to ban you with just one word?" Shun Ruoi's expression changed instantly. Bai Ruoli's reputation was at its peak. If she offended her, the guild's higher-ups would definitely abandon her and side with Bai Ruoli. Although Shin Fong was powerful, he couldn't possibly influence the interests of the Great Qin Divine State Guild. Perhaps Shin Fong has made tremendous sacrifices to ensure that Bai Ruoli can stream live, and I must not let his efforts go to waste. Shin Ruoi took a deep breath, composed herself, and spoke calmly. "I'm sorry. I spoke impulsively just now. I will definitely be mindful of my words and actions and will not cause any negative impact on you." Seeing Shin Ruoi humbly apologize to her, Bai Ruoli felt as though she had won a battle, her arrogance growing even more. At least you know how to behave. Don't even think about trying to climb over me to get ahead. As long as I'm in the Great Qin Divine Land Guild, you'll always be trailing behind me. Got it?" Shin Ruoi's expression changed repeatedly, a flash of anger crossing her eyes before it was quickly suppressed. She understood that Bai Ruoli was trying to suppress her. Shin Fong couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't stand it anymore. This woman was getting more and more full of herself. "Bai Ruoli, do you believe me or not? If I just give a nod to the Great Qin Divine State Guild, I can have you cancel your live-streamed product promotion on Saturday night. Qin Feng issued a warning. Bai Ruoli seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, unable to contain her laughter, which caused her to giggle out loud, her laughter making her body shake uncontrollably and the curves of her chest trembling with each breath. Qin Feng, I used to think you were just a hypocrite, but now I realize you're not only a hypocrite, but also a liar. The Great Qin Divine Land Guild is extremely powerful. I've received insider information that the guild has signed many big streamers recently and plans to become the largest guild on the platform within a year. After going public, the company's value will exceed several $billion. Do you think someone like you can influence our company? You actually think you're someone important? Bai Ruoli laughed until her cheeks turned red, looking extremely charming. Qin Feng smiled without a word, then pulled out his phone. I'm going to complain about your host, Bai Ruoli. This person is very arrogant and rude, has a terrible persona, and even insulted me. If she refuses to apologize to me, the product promotion will be handed over to Shin Ruoi. She's a great person, and I have high hopes for her. Bai Ruoli saw Qin Feng making a big deal out of the phone call and couldn't help but giggle. Who does Qin Feng think he is? Doesn't she know his background? If he really had that kind of ability, he wouldn't have been dumped by her in the first place. You're putting on quite a show. Keep it up. Bai Ruoli's lips curled into a mocking smile, her eyes fixed on him as if he were a cute little thing putting on a performance. Qin Feng said indifferently, within a minute, someone from the Great Qin Divine Land Guild will definitely call you. Chapter 111, if you want to livestream, ask Qin Feng. Bai Ruoli's face instantly turned icy. Qin Feng's words were a curse, a threat to her career prospects, completely crossing her red line. What are you trying to act like? Bai Ruoli angrily retorted, you're nothing but trash I discarded. You must be jealous that I defied fate and became a super popular influencer everyone envies, right? Do you think the guild members would stop me from live streaming and selling products just because of your one phone call? Bai Ruoli was so angry that her chest rose and fell slightly. Her frustration with Qin Feng also erupted completely. Shin Ruoi looked utterly shocked. Bai Ruoli had just mentioned that she had once dumped Qin Feng. What was going on here? Had the two of them been in a relationship before? Bai Ruoli seemed to realize she had overreacted and said something she shouldn't have. She coldly warned Shin Ruoi, mind your own business and don't spread rumors. Otherwise, I'll have the company blacklist you immediately. Shin Ruoi's expression grew strange. Bai Ruoli's words only confirmed her suspicions. She thought to herself, I never would have guessed they had such a relationship before. Does Bai Ruoli not know how powerful Qin Feng is? Why would she abandon him even though he's so wealthy? Could there be some hidden reason behind this? Suddenly, Bai Ruoli's phone vibrated violently, and the ringtone sounded. Bai Ruoli was already irritable, and when she took out her phone, she froze. The number was from the guild, and it was the general manager. She suddenly remembered that Qin Feng had just called to complain about her. Could it be that he was calling her because of that? How could that be? The general manager wouldn't possibly call her over such a trivial matter. Bai Ruoli instinctively raised her eyes to look at Qin Feng, but caught a glimpse of a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. In an instant, Bai Ruoli's heart sank, and a strong sense of foreboding welled up in her chest. With a nervous and anxious heart, she answered the call, speaking cautiously, Mr. Wang, it's me. Is there anything I can help you with? On the other end of the line, a cold, indifferent male voice replied, Bai Ruoli, do you still plan to go live this Saturday? Bai Ruoli was taken aback, Mr. Wang, of course I want to. What's going on? You don't think that just because you're a big influencer now, you can act like you're above everyone else, do you? Let me tell you, if you spread negative news at this time, it will affect the sales performance, cause us huge losses, and your public image will collapse. Netizens see you as a pure and innocent girl. If you pull any more stunts, don't blame me for freezing you out. Have you forgotten our company's agreement? If you cause any negative news, I'll hold you accountable and make you pay a hefty compensation. Bai Ruoli was so scared that her face turned pale, and she suddenly remembered the contract she had signed. Gone was her previous arrogance. She hurriedly spoke in a submissive tone, Mr. Wang, I understand. I will be careful with my words and actions and will not bring any negative impact to the company. You can rest assured. Promises are worthless. Apologize to Qin Feng immediately. Unless you beg for his forgiveness, forget about the live stream on Saturday. I'll hand the live stream over to Shin Ruoi. You're on your own. Wang Zong hung up the phone immediately after speaking, not giving Bai Ruoli a chance to explain. Bai Ruoli felt as though the sky had collapsed, her mind buzzing. To proceed with the live-streamed product promotion, she had to apologize to Qin Feng and seek his forgiveness. Qin Feng, a man she had once abandoned when he was poor. He had once looked down on him with utter contempt, yet now, with his own precious status, he was being forced to apologize to this trash. It was more humiliating than eating a fly. Bai Ruoli couldn't bring herself to do such a thing, nor was she willing to lower her noble dignity for a man. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with mockery, as if he had calculated that Bai Ruoli would definitely apologize. Such a look made Bai Ruoli feel even more miserable and angry, all because of this poor man who had caused her to be reprimanded by the manager. This scum must have done it on purpose. He's just jealous that she's living a better life than him. She really wanted to just leave, but when she thought about her future, her feet felt like they were rooted to the ground. Bai Ruoli clenched her teeth in anger, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng's face as if trying to etch it into her memory. She clenched her fists tightly and forced a smile, saying, "Qin Feng, I was wrong earlier. I spoke impulsively. You're a man, you wouldn't hold a woman's words against her, would you? You're mistaken. I'm a narrow-minded person who enjoys nitpicking with people like you." Qin Feng sneered. This woman still refused to apologize sincerely to him. "You." Bai Ruoli was so enraged that her chest rose and fell violently. She wanted to slap Qin Feng, but she dared not do so. This scoundrel really knows how to push his luck. "If it weren't for my future, why would I put up with this humiliation in front of you?" Bai Ruoli muttered under her breath, forcing a fake smile. "What do you want me to do before you'll call my manager and say you've forgiven me?" As she spoke these words, Bai Ruoli's hatred grew even more intense. She had never been so humiliated before, nor had she ever spoken so humbly in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled indifferently, turned around, and walked away without looking back. "Sorry, I have no intention of forgiving you. Unless you show me some genuine sincerity, don't even think about streaming live to sell products smoothly. Stop right there." Bai Ruoli could no longer contain her anger and shouted at Qin Feng's back. However, Qin Feng didn't slow down at all. Bai Ruoli was startled. Looking at Qin Feng's back, she seemed to recall a year ago when she had casually called out to Qin Feng, and he had obediently followed her every word. This figure felt both familiar and utterly to her. In that moment, Bai Ruoli suddenly realized that Qin Feng seemed to be drifting further and further away from her, no longer the devoted admirer he once was. Just as she was about to take a step forward to catch up and hold on to Qin Feng, she noticed that several people had already turned their attention to them. This made Bai Ruoli feel uneasy, and she immediately stopped in her tracks. If others saw her and Qin Feng struggling with each other, it would inevitably spread online, and her reputation would suffer as a result. "Qin Feng, are you really going to be so heartless toward me?" Bai Ruoli glared at Qin Feng with hatred before turning away in anger. "How despicable. The general manager is really something. Making me apologize like a piece of trash for no reason. If he exposes his past relationships, that would be trouble. We can't let things get any worse." Bai Ruoli grew increasingly frightened as she thought about it. She had to come up with a way to make this scumbag leave her alone. At that moment, Shin Ruwei caught up with Qin Feng and turned her face to look at him, asking, "Did you and Bai Ruoli ever date?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. "Let's not bring up the past. You shouldn't spread rumors online either." Qin Feng smiled faintly. "Let's not bring up the past. Don't spread rumors online either." "Oh." Shin Ruwei replied softly, but a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She didn't mind that Qin Feng had dated Bai Ruoli. What made her happy was that the two of them had already broken up. A woman like Bai Ruoli wasn't worthy of Qin Feng. If she could win Qin Feng over, she'd definitely drive that woman crazy with jealousy. Thinking of this, Shin Ruoi's smile grew even brighter. Chapter 112, A Threat from Zhang Haoyang. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoyang, who was in the classroom, suddenly received a message from Bai Ruoli. "Haoyang, come to the KFC on 3rd Road now. I want to see you." Zhang Haoyang saw the message and looked utterly disbelieving. He had asked Bai Ruoli out over a dozen times, but she had always refused him with various excuses. He didn't blame Bai Ruoli. Instead, he felt that this was exactly the kind of attitude one would expect from a cold and aloof goddess. Now that his aloof goddess had suddenly invited him out and said she wanted to see him, Zhang Haoyang even suspected that she had sent the message to the wrong person. He read it over and over again before finally confirming that it was genuine. In an instant, Zhang Haoyang's heart was filled with overwhelming joy. Could it be that my sincerity has melted her icy heart? Zhang Haoyang stared at the screen in disbelief, a smile spreading across his lips. He didn't dare waste a single minute, rushing straight to the school gate, afraid that his goddess might be waiting too long. What would normally take over 10 minutes, Zhang Haoyang managed to cover in just 7 minutes. From a distance, he could see his beloved sitting there looking gloomy. Zhang Haoyang sat down, panting slightly, and smiled. "Ruoli, you look so beautiful today. Why did you suddenly decide to invite me to KFC?" Bai Ruoli smiled faintly. "Nothing, I just wanted to come here to drink Coke. I was bored, so I called you." Zhang Haoyang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Bai Ruoli had indeed been moved by his sincerity. This was a good start. If she called him over whenever she was bored, it was only a matter of time before she would agree to be his girlfriend. "What would you like to eat?" "Anything you like, it's on me." Zhang Haoyang was in a great mood and felt very generous. Bai Ruoli frowned and said deliberately, "I'm not in the mood to eat today. I just want to chat with you more." Zhang Haoyang saw the goddess looking upset and immediately felt deeply concerned. He asked with a worried expression, "What's wrong? Can you tell me about it?" Bai Ruoli sighed deeply and smiled bitterly. "There's no point in telling you. You definitely won't help me. Who said I won't help you? As long as I can, I'll definitely help you. Even if I can't help you now, I'll find a way to help you. Zhang Haoyang grew anxious, fearing that the goddess might misunderstand him. Bai Ruoli's eyes flashed with a cunning gleam. Zhang Haoyang, the loyal dog, was so obedient. She was satisfied with his reaction and continued to feign reluctance, saying, "Sai, even if I told you, it wouldn't matter. This matter involves Qin Feng, and you definitely wouldn't help me." Zhang Haoyang's expression darkened, and he instinctively tensed his body and said, "Did he bully you? Or is he bothering you again?" "No." Bai Ruoli shook her head, her face full of grievance, and recounted the entire incident with exaggerated details, mixing facts and fiction. Zhang Haoyang said angrily, "I never thought Qin Feng was this kind of person. Jealous that you became a big influencer, he complained to your guild to stop you from streaming. That's despicable. I really wasted my time befriending someone like him. I never would have guessed he was like this. I must have been blind to fall for him." Bai Ruoli lowered her head, her beautiful face as lifeless as a withered flower, looking pitiful and helpless. Zhang Haoyang felt both heartbroken and furious. He clenched his teeth and said, "Ruoli, don't worry. I'll handle this. I'll make sure he never bothers you again. I'll go find him right now." Zhang Haoyang stood up angrily, ready to confront Qin Feng. Bai Ruoli looked at him gratefully and said, "Haoyang, I knew you were the only one who truly cared about me." "Thank you." These words made Zhang Haoyang overjoyed. He had once again gained the trust of his goddess, bringing him one step closer to becoming her boyfriend. Zhang Haoyang was as excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline, exclaiming, "No need to thank me. I promise I'll handle this within an hour." You mustn't get into a conflict with him. If you provoke him, he won't let me off the hook. There are still 2 days left until Saturday. Don't make things worse. Don't worry, I've got this. Just wait for good news from me." Zhang Haoyang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. As soon as Zhang Haoyang stepped out of KFC, Bai Ruoli shed her earlier pitiful expression and let a smug smile curl the corners of her mouth. Without you, Qin Feng, I can still find a sycophant who will fawn over me. I'll see if you can refuse your good friend's request." After Zhang Haoyang left, he quickly opened WeChat and muttered to himself, "Qin Feng, you're no longer her boyfriend. I hope you don't force me to turn against you. If you keep harassing Bai Ruoli, don't blame me for not showing any mercy as your brother." Zhang Haoyang's eyes flashed with a look of determination as he sent a message to Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, I have something very important to discuss with you. Let's meet up. I'll be waiting for you at the billiards room." Qin Feng read the message, paused for a moment in thought, then smiled. "Bai Ruoli, you really are a clever woman. You've even gone so far as to ask Zhang Haoyang for help. Zhang Haoyang, I'll see just how much this woman has manipulated you." Bai Ruoli's little tricks couldn't fool him. He easily guessed her intentions. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the billiards room and saw Zhang Haoyang alone there playing pool, his expression looking rather grim. Because of Bai Ruoli? Qin Feng walked over slowly, his voice cold. He sat down on a nearby chair, crossed his legs, and watched Zhang Haoyang play basketball with a calm expression. Zhang Haoyang's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly exerted force, sending the ball flying out. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He could sense that Zhang Haoyang was in a terrible mood. "Are we still brothers?" Zhang Haoyang suddenly blurted out. Qin Feng curled the corners of his mouth into a smile, unwilling to answer the question. Zhang Haoyang was the kind of person who would abandon his principles for a woman he was completely unreliable. They had only known each other for a short time and couldn't claim to have a deep friendship. If this young man were a board member, I might have been able to look out for him, but unfortunately, he's been blinded by beauty and is beyond redemption. Zhang Haoyang remained silent for a few seconds, not getting the answer he wanted. He guessed that Qin Feng must have an issue with him, so he stopped playing and sat down next to Qin Feng, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. After exhaling a smoke ring, he said softly, "Brother, no matter what I did in the past that might have upset you, I hope you won't hold it against me. Bai Ruoli is the person I care about. I don't want anything to happen to her, and I don't want anyone to hurt her." Zhang Haoyang paused, his gaze suddenly turning sharp as he stared at Qin Feng, speaking in a deep voice, "Not even if we're brothers." Qin Feng smiled indifferently and replied calmly, "Did Bai Ruoli not tell you that if I'm in a bad mood, I won't forgive her, and she won't be able to stream smoothly? Can I take that as a threat?" Zhang Haoyang's expression changed repeatedly. Chapter 113, Shu Meiru takes action. In the end, Zhang Haoyang's expression softened slightly as he smoked angrily. "I spoke too hastily just now. Don't take it to heart." After a pause, Zhang Haoyang slowly turned his head to look at Qin Feng. "Ruoli has also had it tough. Her current achievements are a gift from heaven. As a man, you shouldn't be making things difficult for her." Qin Feng shook his head, suddenly feeling that their conversation was as dull as eating wax, utterly uninteresting. "If you're going to talk to me about these things, then there's nothing left for us to discuss." Qin Feng stood up and walked out without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Haoyang suddenly stood up and shouted at Qin Feng's back, "I've said what I needed to say. What you do next is up to your conscience." Qin Feng didn't respond to Zhang Haoyang. Only after his figure disappeared from sight did he pick up his phone and call Bai Ruoli. Bai Ruoli had been waiting in her dormitory at Longting apartment for news from Zhang Haoyang, idly scrolling through her phone. When she saw Zhang Haoyang's WeChat call come in, her expression tensed, and her fingers flew to answer it. "Haoyang, how's it going? Did Qin Feng agree?" As soon as the call connected, Bai Ruoli couldn't wait to ask. Zhang Haoyang said helplessly, "Ruoli, Qin Feng is determined to make things difficult for you. I can't persuade him. I'm very sorry." Bai Ruoli paused for a moment, her expression freezing like she was covered in frost, and her tone grew icy. "I understand." She hung up the phone decisively, angrily slamming it onto the sofa, her face flushed with anger. "What a useless person. You can't even handle something this simple. This is infuriating. Men are all good for nothings." Bai Ruoli simply lay down on the sofa, thinking about how to get through this difficult time. She also felt a hint of regret, realizing that she had spoken too impulsively today and shouldn't have gotten into a conflict with Qin Feng. Just as she was feeling flustered, her phone suddenly rang. Bai Ruoli didn't feel like moving and was too lazy to answer it. Several seconds passed before she finally picked up the phone, taking her time. The screen showed it was her mother calling, and Bai Ruoli reluctantly answered. "Ruoli, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Were you busy?" Shu Meiru's worried voice came through the phone. Bai Ruoli replied impatiently, "Mom, I'm busy. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." "Don't hang up. What's going on? Can't you tell your mom?" So, Bai Ruoli briefly explained what had happened with Qin Feng and emphasized how important this live streaming shopping event was to her. Upon hearing that Qin Feng had once again bullied her daughter at a critical moment, Shu Meiru's anger flared up. She coldly said, "Ruoli, don't worry about this. Mom will definitely handle it for you. Wait for my good news." After hanging up on Bai Ruoli, Shu Meiru blared angrily and muttered, "Those underhanded tactics are truly vicious. You're always sabotaging my daughter's future. I'll never let you get away with this." She frantically dug out Qin Feng's number, just about to press the call button, but her movements suddenly froze, her fingers hovering in mid-air, her expression filled with hesitation. Would calling Qin Feng at this moment even make a difference? Such a petty person, greedy for money and lustful, if he hasn't tasted the sweetness, how could he possibly let his own daughter go so easily? As my daughter mentioned earlier, if she cannot secure Qin Feng's forgiveness, the company will not allow her to stream. That's truly despicable. The people at Ruoli Company are really something. They actually believe what he says. Shu Meiru grew increasingly furious as she thought about it. She must come up with a foolproof plan to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Suddenly, Shu Meiru recalled the various incidents that occurred during her last meeting with Qin Feng. She couldn't forget the intense gaze he had directed at her, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Was she really going to have to let him take advantage of her again just to spare her daughter? Shu Meiru's heart was in turmoil, like a knot that couldn't be untied no matter how many times she tried. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly, and after a long, helpless sigh, she reluctantly opened Qin Feng's WeChat. "Qin Feng, are you free to chat now?" Qin Feng, who had already returned home, was sitting on the balcony feeling bored and scrolling through his phone when suddenly a message from Shu Meiru popped up, surprising him. He couldn't help but curve his lips upward. This was an unexpected surprise. Why would Mrs. Bai send me a message out of the blue? Could it be that she misses me? Qin Feng replied with a teasing tone. Shu Meiru had married into the Bai family, so calling her Mrs. Bai was perfectly acceptable. After sending the message, Qin Feng smiled faintly and muttered to himself, "Shu Meiru must have come to ask me for help regarding her daughter's matter. I'm curious to see how this self-important woman will beg for help." On the other side, Shu Meiru felt insulted upon seeing the message and sneered, "If it weren't for my daughter's matter, I wouldn't even bother talking to someone like you. Stop flattering yourself. Who would want someone like you?" Despite her anger, Shu Meiru had to respond to Qin Feng with humility. "My daughter spoke impulsively today. It was her mistake, and I apologize to you on her behalf. Could you please speak to our company's general manager Wang and settle this matter? As long as Ruoli can proceed with the live stream smoothly, I will not shortchange you. Once everything is resolved, I will compensate you with $5,000 and guarantee that such an incident will not occur again." Qin Feng sneered, read the message, and didn't respond. He wasn't short on money. He just wanted to dampen the spirits of Bai Ruoli and her mother. Shu Meiru waited for 2 or 3 minutes but saw no reply from Qin Feng, growing increasingly anxious. What does this kid mean? Why hasn't he replied to my message for so long? Does he think he wants more benefits? Or does he know I want to ask him for a favor, so he's intentionally testing my patience? This little brat really knows how to kick someone when they're down. Shu Meiru muttered under her breath. In the end, she gritted her teeth and reluctantly clicked on the voice call. Beep. Qin Feng crossed his legs, seemingly having already anticipated that Shu Meiru would call. After answering, he teased, "Madam, I'm very busy. If there's something you need, just say it." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shu Meiru felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. She replied in a cold tone, "What do you want? Just state your terms." Xin Feng chuckled lazily. Madam, are you joking with me? Do you really think I need your $5,000? As he spoke, he suddenly thought of Chu Meiru's alluring figure, and the corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled upward slightly. I don't want the money. It's because of your daughter's matter that I'm in a bad mood right now. After a pause, he continued, if I'm in a better mood, perhaps I could make an exception for your daughter's matter. That would depend on how the lady handles it. Chu Meiru's face turned pale in an instant, her body trembling slightly, her eyes flashing with anger, thinking to herself, does this little pervert want me to sacrifice myself? He must be dreaming. Chapter 114, The Lady Dances. Chu Meiru spoke firmly, Xin Feng, don't push it too far. I will never sell my body. Give up that idea. Her tone was as firm as iron, laced with intense anger. Xin Feng smiled indifferently. To win this woman over, he would have to gradually break down her psychological defenses. He couldn't rush things too quickly. Madam, please don't be angry. I didn't mean it that way. I just want you to dance. That's not too much to ask, is it? Chu Meiru heard this and immediately sighed in relief. This request was indeed much less demanding than being forced to give herself away, and she could barely accept it. She had been practicing yoga regularly, so her body was very flexible, and she occasionally practiced some dance as well, so she was no stranger to such things. However, she felt extremely annoyed inside. Why should she have to dance for such trash? Just dance, no other requirements? Chu Meiru looked at him suspiciously. She didn't believe Qin Feng would be so kind as to spare her the trouble. Of course there are. Qin Feng stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his eyes. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away without getting something in return from Chu Meiru. Bai Ruoli's live stream schedule couldn't be changed, as she needed to bring Shin Ruoi along. Therefore, the punishment this time cannot be too severe. Let's do her a favor and allow her to resume her live stream. Immediately, Qin Feng smiled and said, let's start a video call. Change into something a bit more revealing and dance for me for 10 minutes. That's not too much to ask, is it? Chu Meiru sighed in relief. The request wasn't too much, but the only thing that bothered her was the feeling that Qin Feng was manipulating her, which was extremely unpleasant. After a moment of silence, Chu Meiru reluctantly said, if I dance, will you spare Ruoli? Of course not. Qin Feng replied firmly. Alright, when would you like to see it? Chu Meiru, having received Qin Feng's confirmation, no longer resisted. Right now. Go change into something cooler. Don't try to fool me, or this request is off the table. Qin Feng said this, feeling a strange anticipation growing inside him. The idea of his ex-girlfriend's mother dancing for him was undeniably thrilling. Alright, I'll change into something and call you later. Chu Meiru hung up the phone with a cold expression. She hadn't planned on changing into those sexy clothes anyway, but Qin Feng's final remark had extinguished that fleeting thought. Chu Meiru's eyes were filled with disgust, and she curled her lips into a mocking smile. You're really just a little pervert. All you think about is these filthy things. Opening the wardrobe, it was filled with various sexy clothes. Ultra-low V-neck dresses, stockings, thongs, lace-trimmed underwear, transparent bras, and more. Qin Feng waited for several minutes, not worried that Chu Meiru would stand him up. He wondered what outfit she would choose to dance for him. Thinking about Chu Meiru's graceful figure, his heart grew hot. Before long, Chu Meiru sent a video call. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly upward as he tapped to answer, immediately seeing the scene on the other end. His pupils contracted slightly, and his gaze fixated on the video screen. Chu Meiru was wearing a semi-transparent white blouse on top, with a black inner layer that clearly outlined its shape, and even allowed glimpses of her fair skin. Extremely sexy. Wearing a black bodycon mini skirt on the lower half, her curvy thighs paired with black stockings, this scene is visually striking. Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened slightly. No wonder she's the mistress. Natural charm, extremely alluring. However, Chu Meiru's face was covered in coldness, as if she were being forced. Qin Feng didn't mind. The more Chu Meiru acted like this, the more comfortable he felt inside. Madam, you have a great figure. Qin Feng smiled as he admired the stunning scenery. Chu Meiru's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she said coldly, if there's no problem, I'll start. Madam, please begin your performance. Qin Feng sat up straight, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. This smile made Chu Meiru feel extremely uncomfortable, as if she were a social media influencer selling her looks to please her wealthy patrons by dancing provocatively in a live stream. Chu Meiru took a deep breath, composed herself, then turned on the music and began to dance gracefully. Her waist swayed gently, her hips moved seductively, and every movement was incredibly alluring. Plus, since she was wearing a low-cut dress, accidental exposure was a common occurrence, giving Qin Feng a real treat for the eyes. At first, Chu Meiru was very reserved and her movements were stiff. Gradually, she got into the groove and her movements became much smoother and more natural. Qin Feng watched her closely, and the more he looked, the more he felt an inexplicable restlessness. He couldn't help but admit that this woman could stir the heart even through the screen. Suddenly, a playful glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Madam, how about a little back sway? I don't know how. Shu Meiru refused without hesitation. She had watched some videos before and seen those female streamers doing the back shake, knowing how vulgar those moves were. She was even more reluctant to dance for Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he glared at Shu Meiru with a sharp gaze, saying, "I told you to dance, so just dance. What's with all the complaints?" Shu Meiru's anger boiled over, but when she met Qin Feng's sharp gaze, the words on her lips were swallowed back. She could only turn away in humiliation, her full, peach-shaped buttocks facing the mirror. Her slender waist twisted lightly, and her pert buttocks swayed. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. The impact of this scene was even more intense. "Bend your waist. Don't go too far." Shu Meiru turned around, her pretty face frosty, filled with humiliation. "Don't make me repeat myself." Qin Feng barked, leaving no room for argument. "You!" Shu Meiru was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. Her full breasts were heaving violently. She cast a deep glance at Qin Feng before reluctantly bending her waist slightly and gently swaying her slender waist. This pose, this angle, was even more alluring. Shu Meiru was no stranger to this position, feeling a burning sensation on her face and an overwhelming sense of shame. Although they were separated by a screen, she couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Feng's eyes were fixed on her back. This jerk is definitely doing it on purpose. He's probably thinking about something dirty right now. "You pervert." Shu Meiru, filled with shame and anger, had no choice but to follow Qin Feng's instructions. With every twist of her peach-shaped buttocks, she could feel a burning gaze fixed on her from behind, intensifying the shame in her heart. Additionally, an unfamiliar sensation began to grow in her lower back. Shu Meiru's face was as red as a ripe apple, delicate and alluring. Qin Feng felt his mouth go dry, and he swallowed involuntarily. It was absolutely impossible for this scene not to evoke any thoughts. Originally, they had agreed on 10 minutes, but Qin Feng had long since forgotten about time. Shu Meiru had also lost track of time to her, every second felt like an eternity. After who knows how long, Shu Meiru finally said in shame and anger, "Is it time yet?" Chapter 115, The Lady's Reaction. Qin Feng glanced at the time and realized it had been 15 minutes, 5 minutes longer than expected. Indeed, pleasant time flies by quickly, but unfortunately, he hadn't had enough yet. Time was up, and the lady's performance was indeed. Who would have thought that our proud lady had such an unknown side to her? It left a lasting impression. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with a hint of flirtation, and a mischievous smile played at the corners of his lips as he clapped his hands lightly. Shu Meiru felt extremely uncomfortable upon hearing this, a sense of humiliation swirling in her heart. She frowned and coldly said, "I have already done what I promised you. I hope you will do what you promised me immediately. I demand that you call Mr. Wang. I must hear his response personally before I can feel at ease. Of course, I always keep my word." Seeing that Shu Meiru was so insistent, as if she wouldn't give up until she saw him make the call, Qin Feng acted decisively. He took out another phone and immediately called Wang Zong, the CEO of the Great Qin Shenzhou Guild, and turned on the speakerphone. "Mr. Wang, resume the live stream plan for Bairuoli." "Alright, I'll call Bairuoli right away. Is there anything else Mr. Qin needs me to do?" "No, go ahead and take care of your own business." Qin Feng hung up the phone. Shu Meiru was secretly startled. Qin Feng spoke to Mr. Wang in a haughty manner, yet Mr. Wang was extremely polite, even seeming cautious. What was going on? This situation was not unfamiliar to her. It only occurred when a boss spoke to their subordinates. Could Qin Feng be someone important? That's impossible. The thought had barely formed in her mind before Shu Meiru dismissed it. "Madam, I have done everything you asked of me." Qin Feng smiled, "Rest assured, your daughter will soon tell you that she can stream live without any issues." You better not be lying to me." "I wouldn't lie to anyone, let alone the lady." Qin Feng gave a wicked smile, his eyes freely admiring Shu Meiru's fiery figure. Shu Meiru was different from those inexperienced women. She had a natural allure. Every glance and every movement of hers could stir a man's heart. Though she was unwilling, the charm she unintentionally exuded made Qin Feng's heart race. Shu Meiru could feel Qin Feng's intense gaze through the screen. This kind of look was not unfamiliar to her. Her husband had once stared at her like that, and many men had looked at her that way at the gym as well. She sighed in disgust and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Without giving Qin Feng a chance to respond, she hung up the video call immediately. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, feeling unsatisfied, and said, "Too bad I didn't get to see enough." Moments later, he looked down at his phone again, and the corners of his mouth turned upward. "Good thing I recorded the video earlier. If Bairuoli saw this video, she'd be furious." Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable excitement, growing more and more eager to see his ex-girlfriend's reaction when she found out the truth. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Shu Meiru sat slumped in her chair, feeling completely drained. Thinking about what had just happened, she couldn't calm down for a long time, feeling more shame and anger than anything else. The scene from earlier played over and over in her mind like a movie. Her proud, curvaceous buttocks swayed freely, performing various lewd gestures, all to please the despicable Qin Feng. Thinking of this, Shumeiru was filled with hatred for Qin Feng, wishing he would be hit by a car and killed the moment he stepped outside. Ding! The phone rang suddenly, startling Shumeiru. Seeing it was her daughter calling, she gently patted Gao Xiong's chest and exhaled softly. Could it be that his daughter had called to share some good news? Shumeiru's heart skipped a beat. She quickly suppressed her restless emotions and answered the call. Mom, Mr. Wang from the company just called me personally to inform me that I can proceed with the live stream as scheduled on Saturday. Hearing her daughter's excited and thrilled voice, Shumeiru's heart finally settled, relieved that all her efforts hadn't been in vain. A faint smile appeared on her face, as long as everything's okay. Mom, you're so amazing. What did you do to convince Qin Feng? Shumeiru's delicate body trembled, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She thought back to the scene of dancing earlier, and her heart raced. This matter absolutely must not be revealed to her daughter, otherwise, her image in her daughter's eyes would be shattered. Don't you trust my abilities? Shumeiru forced a smile. As long as I step in, there is nothing I can't handle. Qin Feng is just a greedy man. Give him a little sweetener, and he'll be easy to deal with. My mom is so much better at handling this kind of scum. Iruolia's heart was filled with joy, completely oblivious to the hint of panic in her mother's voice, which was unlike her usual demeanor. That's right. If I had known Mom was so capable, I wouldn't have had to ask anyone for help. From now on, if I ever encounter a jerk, I'll ask Mom to handle it for me. Alright, Mom has to go handle something. We'll talk next time. Shumeiru's lips twitched slightly, and she forced a smile. After hanging up the phone, Shumeiru felt a headache coming on. Now, just hearing that she had to discuss something with Qin Feng made her feel an inexplicable resistance. She had already suffered significant losses on 2 previous occasions when she had asked Qin Feng for favors, and she had no idea what unreasonable demands he might make this time. I must quickly find something to hold over Qin Feng so that I have leverage in future negotiations. Otherwise, he'll keep taking advantage of me every time. That matter must be expedited. Shumeiru muttered to herself, her brows furrowed. She had had enough of being humiliated by Qin Feng and had to turn the tables. Wu Xiaodi, I don't care what methods you use, but I want you to get me what I want within a week, and I'll double the price. Auntie, I'll do my best. Shumeiru's aura surged, and she said sternly, I don't want you to try your best. I want you to do it. Wu Xiaodi hung up the phone, her face blank with confusion. These past few days, she had been racking her brain trying to figure out how to get closer to Qin Feng and how to win his favor. Although Qin Feng bought her many beautiful clothes last time, making her look great in front of her classmates, she still doesn't feel secure. Because all of this was obtained through dishonest means. Sai, how can I sleep with Qin Feng, my junior, in just 1 week? Wu Xiaodi whispered softly. She walked aimlessly around the school, surrounded by people coming and going, but no one paid her much attention. Suddenly, Wu Xiaodi had a brilliant idea. Since she couldn't think of a solution herself, the all-knowing netizens must have one. 3 heads are better than 1. Wu Xiaodi opened Douyin and quickly posted a video on her social media platform asking for help. A girl is seeking help online. How can I sleep with the classmate I want to sleep with within a week? Chapter 116, I'll teach you how to pursue them. As soon as Wu Xiaodi posted this text video on social media, the system gave it a small-scale push. The shocking content quickly caught the attention of some passing netizens, who clicked to watch it. It was like stirring up a hornet's nest, causing a collective outcry among the single people, with over a dozen people replying in the comments section. Girl, are you serious? These days, even beautiful women are this desperate? No need to go through all that trouble. If you want to sleep with a guy, just come find me. I've got 8-pack abs of photo. At first, the comments were normal, with people expressing envy, but later some male haters started mocking in the comments section. If a girl wants to sleep with a guy, it's not that hard. If she can't, it just means she's ugly. I bet the streamer is an ugly duckling. Pig emoji. Wu Xiaodi saw this message and felt a bit annoyed. She was quite confident in her appearance and just wanted to seek help from these netizens, not to be insulted. She immediately fired back. Bro, can you please speak with some decency? I'm at least a pretty woman. It's just that the guy I'm pursuing is very outstanding, and he has many beautiful women around him. Netizen Sweet Little Orange replied, Sister, don't pay attention to these insecure guys. They're just sour grapes. Here's my advice, if you meet an outstanding guy, be bold and take the initiative. Otherwise, someone else will snatch him away. Many others left various comments. Why not take the initiative to invite him out to do something, like watch a movie, and you know the rest. Just tell him straight up, I want to sleep with you. Girl, if you're craving some male attention, come find me, I'm pretty handsome Xiaozhan photo. As a result, more and more netizens started posting their own photos. Among them were photos of Wu Yanju, foreigners, and even some elementary school students, all expressing their willingness to dedicate themselves. Wu Xiaodi carefully read through the comments from these netizens, feeling both amused and exasperated. There were so many people who just wanted to sleep with her. Those who offered suggestions were few and far between, and even those who did offer suggestions had no value whatsoever. She also received dozens of private messages, many of which included personal photos. Some older men were extremely perverted, sending private photos to express their affection, and were immediately blocked by Wu Zhaodi. On the other side, Shi Rujing was bored and browsing her phone with a secondary account when she came across this video. The title immediately caught her attention. Help! How to sleep with a man. Shi Rujing froze for a moment, then smiled slightly, revealing her white teeth, and said, "These days, there are still such bold girls who dare to post such outrageous comments online. Don't they fear being criticized to death by others?" Clicking on the video revealed over 100 comments. Shi Rujing glanced at them casually and felt a wave of disdain. The advice these people were giving was so outdated and cliché that it was obvious they had no experience in pursuing men. This was her specialty. Wipe your eyes clean, and I'll show you step by step how to keep a man under your thumb. Shi Rujing's lips curled into a confident smile as her fingers tapped the screen lightly, opening the voice input feature. Beautiful lady, let me teach you how to chase men. It's actually very simple. All you need to do is dress more seductively and wear something revealing. Those men simply won't be able to resist your allure. I know men inside out, they're all driven by their desires. Trust me, I've used this method to attract over 20 men. As soon as Shi Rujing posted this comment, Wu Zhaodi received a notification on her backend about a new message. After reading it carefully, she also fell into a brief moment of deep thought. She had considered trying a more sensual approach to get closer to Qin Feng, but she didn't have the habit of wearing revealing clothes and felt too shy to do so, fearing she would be mocked by others. However, Shi Rujing also mentioned that she had seduced over 20 men using such methods, which made her waver and consider whether she should take the sexy route. But what she didn't expect was that this comment sparked a wave of mocking responses from the men in the comments section, who began to ridicule her. Public restrooms are cleaner than you. You must be a prostitute, you don't even care about your chastity anymore. Having slept with dozens of men and using it is something to boast about, you're getting more and more shameless. Brothers, you saw that, right? The women you spend hundreds of thousands on dowries to chase after turned out to be used goods that someone else had grown tired of. Shi Rujing, who had been in a good mood, was immediately enraged by these haters' comments. Shut your filthy mouths. I'm still a virgin. A woman who's dated dozens of men and is still a virgin? I've never seen such a thing. Do you believe her or do you believe me? None of your business. I'm just good at tricking those stinky men into spinning around me, willingly giving me their money to spend while they can't even sleep with me. It's hilarious. You're all a bunch of trashy men. Taking advantage of being a small account, Shi Rujing unleashed a barrage of insults, mocking everyone without restraint. Wu Zhaodi was secretly amazed. Could this netizen named Jingjing really be a master of love? Wu Zhaodi opened the private message and messaged Shi Rujing, "Sis, please teach me how can I sleep with the man I like within a week?" Shi Rujing didn't hesitate to share her insights. The greatest weapon a woman has is her beauty. If used effectively, it can conquer anything. No man can resist a woman's most powerful weapon. Find an opportunity to spend time alone with him, dress a little more revealingly, and make yourself look as beautiful as possible. This is the first step. The second step is that looking good isn't enough, you also need to know how to win his favor. For example, if he likes gentle women, act gentle. In short, cater to his preferences. However, in bed, you must be seductive. Men love that. Once you conquer a man's body, you've conquered his heart. Don't believe in any nonsense about love at first sight. It's all about being attracted to someone's appearance. As long as you're attractive, men will be drawn to you. Wu Zhaodi suddenly felt enlightened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She murmured to herself, I'm so beautiful. If I dress up nicely, I'm sure I can make Qin Feng fall for me. Everything will fall into place from there. Thank you, sister. I know what to do. I'll go get dressed up right now and put on a sexy outfit to go on a date with her. Don't rush. Taking the initiative to ask him out feels too old-fashioned and won't have the desired effect. It's better to create a chance encounter, make him notice you, and then suggest going out. That's a better approach. Wu Zhaodi secretly admired her. No wonder she has slept with so many men. Every piece of advice hit the nail on the head. Dear friend, thank you for giving me such valuable advice. Once I've achieved my goal, I'll definitely share the good news with you. I've got to get back to work now. Alright, I wish you every success and hope you find your true love soon. Shi Rujing smiled gently. It was no trouble at all, and she didn't give it another thought. Chapter 117, My little sister came to find me. Meng, I was just out playing and saw some fresh fruit by the roadside, so I bought some and brought some back for you. Zhou Wenbin scratched the back of his head, his smile tinged with flattery. Xia Meng took the apple Zhou Wenbin handed her, and 2 dimples appeared on her pretty face as she smiled sweetly. Thank you so much. Next time, you don't have to go out of your way to bring it for me. It's too much trouble, I feel bad. Originally, she was resting in the dormitory when Zhou Wenbin sent her a message asking her to meet him near the dormitory because he had something to give her. So Xia Mengmeng brought a roommate down to get it, but she didn't expect it to be an apple. Zhou Wenbin waved his hands hurriedly. It's no trouble at all, just a small thing. If you like apples, I can buy them for you every day. Ah. Xia Mengmeng slightly parted her lips. She knew Zhou Wenbin liked her, but she didn't feel that kind of heart-fluttering sensation. Wenbin, I know you're a good person, but I already have someone I like. You really don't need to be so kind to me anymore. As soon as the words left her mouth, the atmosphere became awkward. Zhou Wenbin's expression froze, and he forced an awkward smile, fidgeting with his wrist to hide his embarrassment. Meng, I don't have any other thoughts. I simply consider you a good friend. You don't need to worry about my feelings. Zhou Wenbin's tone was clearly panicked. I really don't have any other feelings for you. I know you like Qin Feng. Xia Mengmeng smiled faintly. Regardless of whether Zhou Wenbin's words were true or not, she had already fulfilled her duty to remind him. What Zhou Wenbin chose to do was his own business. Suddenly, the image of Qin Feng flashed through her mind, and she thought to herself, I wonder what Qin Feng is doing right now. He hasn't reached out to me in the past 2 days, and even when I sent him a message, he only replied briefly before saying he was busy. What has Qin Feng been up to these past few days? I don't know either. We haven't seen each other much these past 2 days, and he hasn't been staying in the dormitory. Zhou Wenbin continued, I heard he's staying at Longting Academy. That place isn't cheap, the monthly rent is several thousand. Xia Mengmeng, of course, knew about the place. It was a high-end residential area, and she had also considered renting a place there, but her financial situation didn't allow it. Soon, Xia Mengmeng's expression grew gloomy. She had a bad hunch. It must be those women who are always bothering brother Qin Feng, so he doesn't have time to play with me. Humph. This suspicion made her uneasy. She couldn't let those wicked women steal Qin Feng from her. She had to take the initiative. Forgetting all about feminine reserve, she quickly pulled out her phone and sent a message to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, where are you now? I want to go out and play with you. Are you free? Qin Feng was in class, but he sneakily checked his messages and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. What's wrong? Missing your older brother Qin Feng? Yeah, I really miss my brother. Can you spend some time with your little sister when you have time? Cute picture. Qin Feng smiled slightly. His little sister was quite proactive. Since he had no plans after class, he might as well take her out to play. I'll come find you after class. On the other side, Xia Mengmeng saw Qin Feng's message and her face lit up with a sweet smile. Her eyes were sparkling, an expression that only appears when she sees the person she loves. Zhou Wenbin noticed this and felt a pang of jealousy. Xia Mengmeng had never looked at him with such eyes. Mengmeng, is Qin Feng asking you out to play? Xia Mengmeng didn't even look up. No, I asked him to go out with me. I might not have time to accompany you later. I need to go spend time with my older brother Qin Feng. Zhou Wenbin's lips twitched slightly as he forced an awkward smile. Where are you guys going to play? I'll come along too. It'll be more fun with more people. You can invite Zhang Haoyang and the others too. Let's talk about it later. Let's see how Qin Feng arranges things. Xia Mengmeng didn't pay much attention to Zhou Wenbin, focusing all her attention on chatting with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, where should we go to play later? Should we invite Si Yenzai, the fat guy, and Zhang Haoyang? Qin Feng looked at the message but didn't rush to reply. After thinking for a moment, he replied, no need to tell Zhang Haoyang. Isn't there a new episode of The Legend of the Condor Heroes coming out this week? Let's go watch it together. Great. My idol is in that movie. Let us decide on that then. Xia Mengmeng's lips curled into a wide smile, her eyebrows arching into crescent moons, making her look incredibly cute. Zhou Wenbin looked at her with burning eyes, wishing he could kiss Xia Mengmeng right then and there. Mengmeng, did Qin Feng say he wanted to go to the movies? Xia Mengmeng nodded and smiled. With the two of you, that makes 4. Is there a spot for me too? The one speaking was Zhu Xiaoli, Xia Mengmeng's roommate. She was average looking, and there was nothing particularly striking about her in a crowd. Xia Mengmeng retorted, yeah, aren't you coming? Zhu Xiaoli said happily, of course I'm going. Someone's treating me to a free movie, how could I not go? That's so sweet. As soon as the bell rang, Qin Feng headed toward the agreed upon location. From a distance, he spotted Xia Mengmeng standing under a tree. Today, she looked like a meticulously crafted work of art, so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off her. A soft beige dress fits her figure perfectly, accentuating her graceful curves. Xia Mengmeng also noticed Qin Feng and waved at him. Qin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Sorry for keeping you waiting. No problem, we didn't wait long. As soon as Xia Mengmeng saw Qin Feng, her eyes lit up, and her voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. She then stepped aside and introduced, this is my roommate, Zhu Xiaoli. Zhu Xiaoli's lips curled into a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she stared intently at Qin Feng. She spoke boldly, hello, handsome. Mengmeng hasn't stopped talking about you to me. She says you're super handsome and treat her really well. She has been crushing on you for ages. Xia Mengming's eyes widened instantly, her face flushing red. She was so taken aback by the sudden revelation that she fumbled around, covering Zhu Xiuli's mouth with her hands while awkwardly laughing to cover up. Qin Feng, don't listen to her. She's just a gossip. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Isn't this a case of no one around to pay 300 taels of silver? Xia Mengming's girlish demeanor was particularly charming, and her mood grew delightful. Let's go. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard in the distance. Who is that beautiful woman? She's so stunning. When did our school get such a top-tier beauty? With such beauty, she could definitely make it onto the school's most beautiful girl rankings. How come I've never seen her before? Qin Feng was secretly surprised. He had heard of the beauties on the school flower rankings, so could there be a new beauty on the list? When he turned around, he was completely speechless. Chapter 118, The Beauty Throws Herself at Him. In the distance, a stunningly beautiful woman was walking toward Qin Feng. She wore a super short skirt, her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, and a sleeveless top that exposed a large expanse of snow-white skin. Her full, rounded breasts were partially exposed, effortlessly capturing the attention of the surrounding men, who couldn't help but stare, eager to remember this sensual scene. Qin Feng was secretly surprised the woman was none other than Wu Zhaodi. How did this guy suddenly dress up so seductively? To be honest, she looked quite charming, and her allure had increased by several notches. This woman is so beautiful. Zhou Wenbin pushed his glasses up and stared wide-eyed. Xia Mengming noticed Qin Feng staring intently at Wu Zhaodi and immediately felt a surge of jealousy. She pouted and said in a sarcastic tone, dressed up so flashily, you reek of a seductive fox. You just love to flirt with men everywhere. Wu Zhaodi's lips curled slightly upward, and her eyes sparkled with a bright glow. She had just returned from getting her hair done and was thinking about how to create an opportunity to bump into Qin Feng by chance, but she never imagined that fate would be so kind to her. She had run into Qin Feng near the dormitory. Seeing Qin Feng's intense gaze fixed on her, Wu Zhaodi's smile grew even more alluring. She thought to herself, my outfit really caught Qin Feng's attention. It seems like going the sexy route was the right choice. She immediately took a step forward, strutting her long legs toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at Wu Zhaodi's snow-white cleavage and was secretly amazed. Although Wu Zhaodi was rather slender, her figure was still quite impressive, an unexpected delight. Qin Feng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Wu Zhaodi smiled gently, her sensual red lips revealing a voice that was both alluring and captivating. Wu Zhaodi quickly glanced at the others. When her eyes met Xia Mengming's, she immediately felt a subtle sense of rejection. Trusting her womanly intuition, she sensed that this woman might pose a threat to her. She asked casually, where are you heading? Qin Feng caught a whiff of shampoo on the air. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but now he knew the scent was coming from Wu Zhaodi. He guessed she must have gone to the salon to get her hair done. Before he could speak, a sudden, cold voice rang out. Sorry, I have plans to watch a movie with Qin Feng. If you have something to do, please go ahead. Xia Mengming suddenly wrapped her arm around Qin Feng's arm, her face adorned with a sweet smile, but her eyes betrayed a hint of cunning. As if to say, you sly fox, get out of here. Qin Feng is mine. Wu Zhaodi's heart sank, and she thought to herself, could this woman be Qin Feng's girlfriend? If that's the case, things will get complicated. Trying to seduce Qin Feng will become much more difficult. Qin Feng, who is she? Wu Zhaodi's tone suddenly grew tense, and the smile on her face looked distinctly forced. Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the tension between the two women, smiling indifferently, she's my newly adopted younger sister, Xia Mengming. Wu Zhaodi's tension vanished instantly, and her smile turned into a flirtatious grin. So that's the nature of their relationship, she had worried for nothing. Hello, Mengming. I am Wu Zhaodi, your brother's good friend. Please take care of me in the future. After learning about their relationship, Wu Zhaodi's attitude underwent a complete transformation, becoming extremely affectionate. Xia Mengming felt depressed. Qin Feng's older brother really was a womanizer. This woman didn't look like someone trustworthy, and she needed to be careful not to let her steal Qin Feng's older brother away. Xia Mengming's eyes darted around, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. She leaned slightly toward Qin Feng's side, wrapped her arms tightly around his arm, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice, brother, let us go watch a movie. After speaking, she lifted her head and gazed deeply at Qin Feng with her big, watery eyes. Qin Feng immediately felt a soft, cotton-like sensation on his arm. It felt incredibly comfortable, leaving him wanting more. His eyes darkened, and he immediately saw Xia Mengming's innocent face wearing a pair of glasses, looking at him with anticipation. Like a flower waiting to be picked, all he had to do was lower his head to kiss her delicate lips. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, his heart racing wildly. A wave of heat washed over him. It was his body's natural response. Okay. Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, acting as if nothing had happened. Wu Zhaodi furrowed her brows, a ripple of emotion rising in her heart. Qin Feng's younger sister seemed a bit off. How could a stepsister be so close? Could she be using the excuse of being a sister to do something shady? Wu Zhaodi didn't care who Qin Feng liked, her only goal was to sleep with him, so she didn't feel jealous. So, she made a shocking decision. I want to go to the movies too. Let's go together. After saying that, she quietly walked over to Qin Feng's side, naturally linking her arm through his strong one and pulling him closer to her body. Perhaps because she hadn't gauged the force of her pull correctly, Qin Feng's arm gently brushed against her breast. Instantly, an unusual sensation of pleasure spread through her heart like a tidal wave, tingling and numbing, rushing to her forehead in the blink of an eye. It was incredibly strange yet incredibly comfortable. Wu Zhaodi suddenly stiffened, and a faint blush quickly spread across her fair face, her heart racing like a frightened deer. This spot had never been touched by any man before, not even by herself when she bathed. However, today, in broad daylight and in full view of everyone, it was touched by someone of the opposite sex. Wu Zhaodi dared not look into Qin Feng's eyes, fearing that her shyness would be discovered. Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened, speaking calmly, "That's fine. More people make for a livelier atmosphere." As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. When Wu Zhaodi touched his arm earlier, he also felt a very pleasant sensation, followed by the stiffness of her body, which made him realize she must not have had much contact with men. Sure enough, he saw the blush on Wu Zhaodi's face, but he didn't mention it to avoid making everyone uncomfortable. I haven't watched a movie in ages either. Wu Zhaodi laughed nervously. Suddenly, she shivered all over, feeling an inexplicable chill. She saw Xia Mengmeng glaring at her with hostility, her eyes seeming to say, "Let go immediately." This only made Wu Zhaodi even more certain that Xia Mengmeng had ulterior motives toward Qin Feng. The corners of her mouth curled slightly upward, ignoring Xia Mengmeng's presence. "Qin Feng, let's go." Wu Zhaodi smiled sweetly and affectionately linked her arm through Qin Feng's. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, smiling freely as he let the two beauties link their arms around his and lead him away. At the same time, Wu Zhaodi's roommate Zhu Xiuli followed behind, saying to Zhou Wenbin, who looked dejected, "Bro, did you see that? Good-looking men never lack beautiful women, they're all throwing themselves at them. Just a friendly reminder, you should probably give up on Xia Mengmeng. She's not right for you." Chapter 119, Two Women Jealous. Zhou Wenbin scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I know I can't compare to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng has so many women around him. Mengmeng will eventually realize that Qin Feng isn't right for her. Only I am truly devoted to her." Zhu Xiaoli looked astonished. These days, there are still such naive men, rarer than pandas. She couldn't help but whisper, what if one day Qin Feng and Xia Mengmeng sleep together, would you still love Xia Mengmeng? Zhou Wenbin's expression immediately became very interesting. He stammered, "These days, whose girlfriend isn't second hand? What's so strange about that? It's not like dating means you have to get married." Zhu Xiuli thought about it and agreed, but something felt off. She thought to herself, could Zhou Wenbin have a green-eyed monster complex? It must be true. Otherwise, what normal man would remain indifferent after seeing the woman he loves sleeping with someone else? She's also watched some explicit videos and knows about many cases of infidelity. You're truly a great man. If every guy thought like you, we girls wouldn't have to bear so much blame. Zhu Xiaoli smiled meaningfully. Zhou Wenbin didn't catch Zhu Xiaoli's meaning and just laughed awkwardly. "My greatest strength is that I'm good at understanding others." Zhu Xiaoli shook her head, looking as though she had given up on him. Soon, Qin Feng left, escorted by two beautiful women. Wherever he went, he immediately drew the attention of countless men and women. Wu Zhaodi's fiery outfit made her a stunning sight in her own right. Xia Mengmeng isn't far behind, she's also a total little beauty. These two girls would be popular anywhere they went, but the fact that these two beauties were willingly holding onto the same man's arm at the same time was enough to make anyone sit up and take notice. If jealous glances could kill, Qin Feng would have died countless times by now. Fortunately, Qin Feng's mindset was exceptionally strong. He didn't care at all about others' envious glances, instead enjoying the company of the two beautiful women, one on each side. Xia Mengmeng felt a bit annoyed, her heart churning with jealousy. She pouted and said in a sour tone, "Qin Feng, after the movie, let's go to the supermarket to play video games. Just the two of us, okay?" After saying that, she deliberately pulled Qin Feng closer to her side. Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. "Alright, I haven't been to the supermarket in a while, and the fridge at home is getting a bit empty. Let's go after the movie." Wu Zhaodi noticed Xia Mengmeng's subtle maneuver and gently pulled Qin Feng closer to herself. However, because she was too close, she accidentally touched her sensitive area. Having experienced this before, Wu Zhaodi remained calm this time. Perhaps because she had gotten over the mental hurdle, thinking that she would eventually end up with Qin Feng anyway, she didn't mind such small favors and didn't want to lose to Xia Mengmeng. "I was just thinking about going to the supermarket after the movie, but Mengmeng spoke up first, count me in too." Wu Zhaodi shot her a challenging glance in response. Their eyes locked in a fierce stare, as if sparks were flying between them. Xia Mengmeng snorted, "I'm going to the supermarket with my brother." "What are you doing here? Don't tell me you have designs on my brother?" Wu Zhaodi smiled faintly, "Not to be outdone, you're overthinking it. What could I possibly want from him? Why are you so nervous? Could it be that you have some ulterior motives toward your own sister? She emphasized the word sister with extra emphasis. Don't talk nonsense. What could I possibly want from my brother? I'm just concerned about him. Xia Mengmeng felt immediately uneasy, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze, afraid he might discern her true intentions. Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. He could sense the tension between the two of them. Having a woman jealous of you is a pleasant thing, but when jealousy goes too far, it's no longer pleasant. No need to say more, let's go together. As Qin Feng finished speaking, the two finally ceased their heated exchange. Among the crowd, Ms. Sun Yanwei also witnessed the scene and thought to herself, this Qin Feng is really quite the ladies' man. These days, students don't focus their energy on their studies, they just waste time on meaningless romances. They'll regret it when they go out to look for jobs. This thought flashed through her mind, but she didn't dwell on it further. She didn't want to interfere in her students' private lives. At that moment, Zhou Wenbin's phone vibrated. It was Zhang Haoyang sending a WeChat message. Fatso, where are you? I can't see you in the dorm. Zhou Wenbin replied, Qin Feng and I are going to the movies. Do you have plans? Two grown men going to the movies? Are you kidding me? Seeing that Zhang Haoyang didn't believe him, Zhou Wenbin immediately took a video and sent it over. See? It's not just two people, there are three girls too. Zhang Haoyang was shocked when he saw this video, because he noticed that there were two beautiful women beside Qin Feng. Fatso, what's going on here? How did Qin Feng end up with two beautiful women? Aren't you supposed to be chasing Xia Mengmeng? How did she end up hanging out with Qin Feng? I don't know either. I think Mengmeng likes him. You mean they're dating? I'm not sure about his situation. It looks like it, but it also doesn't. Zhang Haoyang kept replaying the video, muttering to himself, this guy is really despicable. He even went after the woman Zhou Wenbin likes. He's truly trash. I must tell Ruoli about this. He quickly forwarded the video to Bai Ruoli. Ruoli, breaking up with Qin Feng was the right decision. Look at him now, holding two women close, going out to play. Their relationship is definitely more than just friends. What's even worse is that Xia Mengmeng is your best friend, and she's also the person the fat guy likes. He could actually do that to her. Bai Ruoli opened the video and watched for a few seconds before her face twisted into a look of contempt. Trash. I'm so glad I didn't end up with that scum. Otherwise, I would have been cheated on for sure. At that moment, Bai Ruoli was deeply grateful for her decision. Zhang Haoyang sneered, exactly. I look down on people like him. If it weren't for the fact that we were once brothers, I wouldn't even bother talking to him. Haoyang, don't ever be like him. I hate people like that the most. I swear to heaven that I will never be like him. I am a very loyal person. Zhang Haoyang hurriedly swore and guaranteed it. Bai Ruoli snorted derisively, not believing a single word Zhang Haoyang had said. Men are all the same. Haoyang, tomorrow is Saturday. I'm going live, so remember to help me boost the rankings. Don't worry, I've already prepared 2 million. I'm definitely going to be the top supporter on this chart. Zhang Haoyang smiled confidently. With 2 million invested, the top spot is definitely mine, and I can ride the wave of popularity. Chapter 120, Troublemakers Looking for a Fight. Qin Feng and his friends arrived at the Sunshine Theater Cinema near the university town. Since it was close to the university, many college students often came here to watch movies. When they arrived, they saw 4 people standing at the ticket counter buying tickets. The 4 of them were behaving intimately, looking like 2 couples. 2 of the men had dyed their hair a flashy yellow, with tattoos on their necks. Their every movement exuded a carefree attitude, and their expressions carried a hint of rebelliousness. They didn't look like the type to be easy to deal with. The other 2 girls also had a streetwise vibe, with exaggerated earrings in their ears, lip piercings, heavy makeup, and eyes that were full of carelessness and cynicism. As Qin Feng and his group of 5 entered, the 2 blondes kept staring at Wu Zhaodi and the other girls, their gazes extremely lecherous. One of the blondes even licked his lips and whistled. At that moment, the tall, slender blonde-haired man, Zhang Haidao, stared at Wu Zhaodi's slender figure with his narrow eyes, speaking in a lecherous tone, that's quite impressive. It's clearly the real deal. He even made a suggestive gesture as if grabbing something, looking extremely lewd and vulgar. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhaodi's smile vanished instantly. She shot Zhang Haitao a disgusted glance, and his gaze made her feel extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for her fear of the thuggish aura emanating from Zhang Haitao, she would have already started cursing him out. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with displeasure, and his expression grew serious. The woman by his side was not someone to be bullied by others. He spoke calmly, "Brother, don't start trouble." Another man with yellow hair, Xia Wenxiang, immediately flew into a rage, sticking out his neck and challenging, "Hey, we were just saying a few words. How is that looking for trouble? Just because your friend is dressed like that, does that mean we can't say anything? If you're afraid of others seeing it, then don't wear it out in public. If you wear it out, then don't be afraid of us looking." Xia Wenxiang wore a smug smile on his face, deliberately taking 2 steps forward to close the distance between himself and Wu Zhaodi. Then, his eyes seemed to be glued to Wu Xiaodi, boldly staring at her sexy outfit, his gaze filled with a disgusting desire. Wu Xiaodi immediately felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly hid behind Xin Feng and scolded him with a stern expression, "Don't come near me." Xia Wenxian let out a mocking laugh. The more Wu Xiaodi acted like this, the more excited he became, his eyes burning with desire as he said, "Beautiful lady, we're not bad people. Let's add each other on WeChat." Saying that, he quickly opened his WeChat app. Xin Feng glared at the two of them sternly. Since these people didn't know when to back off, he didn't need to give them any more face. He said loudly to Zhou Wenbin, "Fatso, why do some people have such thick skin? They go around asking for other people's WeChat accounts. Don't they know they're ugly? A toad never thinks it's ugly, maybe it thinks it's handsome." Zhou Wenbin played along, pushing his glasses up and saying with a serious expression, "That's a disease with no cure." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xia Mengmeng and the other girls couldn't help but giggle. Xia Wenxian felt his face burn with embarrassment. He often saw pretty girls here and would approach them to ask for their WeChat. He usually managed to get their WeChat, and even if he didn't, the girls wouldn't dare to mock him. Out of shame and anger, a surge of rage welled up inside him, and he angrily threatened, "I'm asking a beautiful girl for her WeChat. What's it to you?" Turning around, he glared at Wu Xiaodi and shouted, "Damn it, stop messing around and add me on WeChat right now." Wu Xiaodi's expression changed, and she hid behind Xin Feng, her eyes determined as she said, "No way." Xia Wenxian's anger boiled over, veins bulging on his forehead. "You ungrateful bastard. Dress like you're just out here to sell yourself, aren't you? Just name your price, and I'll sleep with you tonight." Xia Wenxian shouted harshly, already determined to humiliate Wu Xiaodi thoroughly. Wu Xiaodi was so angry she trembled all over. Xia Wenxian's words hit her where it hurt. Though she wasn't out here to sell herself, in a way, it wasn't much different. Xin Feng, no matter how good-tempered he was, couldn't suppress his anger anymore. He slapped Xia Wenxian hard across the face. Smack! The slap was loud and clear, echoing in everyone's ears. Xia Wenxian was completely caught off guard, and his body was struck so forcefully by Qin Feng's slap that he nearly fell to the ground. Everyone's heart sank, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Xia Wenxian struggled to steady himself, his face darkening so much it seemed as though ink could drip from it. The red marks left by the slap still lingered on his face, and his eyes blazed with anger. "How dare you hit me?" Xia Wenxian touched his face, seemingly unable to believe that Qin Feng had dared to strike him. He clenched his teeth and glared at Qin Feng, shouting furiously, "Chow! Do you know who I am?" Qin Feng slowly raised his hand, rubbing his wrist leisurely. The crisp slap he had just delivered felt incredibly satisfying. He tilted his chin slightly upward, his eyes flashing with a cold, piercing light, and spoke firmly, "Don't bark at me. If you dare to bully her, I'll dare to hit you." Wu Xiaodi, hiding behind Qin Feng, suddenly felt a warm glow in her heart. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she stared intently at Qin Feng. Born into a family that valued sons over daughters, Wu Xiaodi had never experienced the warmth of familial care, but Qin Feng's words sent shockwaves through her heart. At that moment, Qin Feng's image in her mind suddenly grew towering. Zhang Haitao looked at Qin Feng with a mocking expression and laughed darkly. "Ah, you're really brave. Are you from Jiangnan University? So what if I am? Have you ever heard of the Qilin Society?" Zhou Wenbin's expression suddenly changed, and he asked nervously, "Are you members of the Qilin Society?" Xin Feng noticed that Zhou Wenbin's voice was overly tense, and his body had even stiffened slightly. He thought to himself, what the hell is the Qilin Society? Why is the fat guy so scared? Could it be some kind of mysterious organization? Xia Wenxiang's face twisted into a ferocious expression as he growled, "You fat fool, at least you have some sense. Since you know we're from the Qilin Society, you should know what happens to those who cross us in the Jiangnan University area." Zhou Wenbin was instantly terrified, his face turning deathly pale. Before coming to Jiangnan University, he had also heard some rumors about the Qilin Society. "Fatso, why are you afraid of him? It's just the Qilin Society, isn't it?" Qin Feng furrowed his brows and said indifferently. Zhou Wenbin panicked. "The Qilin Society is a gang that operates in the underworld. They're very famous in this generation. I heard they have hundreds of henchmen. We can't afford to offend them. In the past, students who offended them either got beaten so badly they dared not come to school anymore, or had their limbs broken. You'd better apologize quickly." Zhou Wenbin was so scared that his legs were shaking uncontrollably. The others, upon hearing this, were also filled with panic and could no longer remain calm. Even Wu Xiaodi was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she dared not speak a word. The figures in the underworld were not people that ordinary folk like them could afford to provoke. Chapter 121, Booking the Entire Venue. Seeing this, Xia Wenxiang grew even more arrogant, shouting angrily at Qin Feng, "You better get down on your knees and apologize right now, and compensate us for the medical expenses of 10,000 yuan. Otherwise, you won't be able to stay at Jiangnan University." Xia Wenxiang, still seething with anger, pointed angrily at Wu Xiaodi and shouted, "And you little brat, give me your WeChat ID right now. And give me your WeChat too." Xia Wenxiang shouted at Xia Mengmeng. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at him from behind. He turned around and saw that Wu Zhaoti's snow-white face had turned even paler from panic, looking pitiful and helpless. One of her hands trembled as she clutched at her clothes, as if she feared Qin Feng would abandon her. Qin Feng smiled reassuringly, grabbed Wu Zhaoti's cold hand, and said, "Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, he can't touch a single hair on your head, and he won't get your WeChat either. Besides, this is a society governed by the rule of law. He can't do anything to us." Wu Zhaoti raised her eyes, unable to hide the panic in her gaze. Upon seeing Qin Feng's composed expression and hearing his calm words, she felt a slight sense of relief. Wu Zhaoti softly responded, feeling the warmth from Qin Feng's palm, and instinctively wanted to grip his large hand tighter. As if having this man by her side, she no longer needed to feel afraid or anxious. And this scene was clearly seen by Xia Mengmeng standing nearby, leaving her feeling bitter and envious. She turned her head away, unwilling to look, but if the situation had allowed it, she would have said something. Zhang Haitao looked as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He stared at Qin Feng with an expression that said, "Rule of law society? You must have never been taught a lesson by society. You don't know who's backing us up. I can call up dozens of people right now with just one phone call. Do you want us to beat you up, or do you want to pay up and call it even? The choice is yours." Zhang Haitao pulled out his phone and made a motion as if he were about to call for reinforcements. Qin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Haitao's clothes. With little effort, he lifted his body, which weighed over 100 pounds, as if he were lifting a skinny monkey. Zhang Haitao was startled and couldn't struggle before he heard Qin Feng's cold warning, "Don't provoke me, or I'll beat you up right now." Zhang Haitao was immediately intimidated by Qin Feng's imposing presence. Standing at just over 5 feet tall, he was no match for Qin Feng, who towered over him at nearly 6 feet. Additionally, his prolonged indulgence in alcohol and women had already drained his body of strength, and Qin Feng's arms were nearly as thick as his thighs. "What are you doing? Let me go right now." Zhang Haitao kept his emotions in check, gripping Qin Feng's wrist tightly and trying to pry his hand off, but his strength was as weak as cotton. "Chow, you dare to hit someone?" Xia Wenxi, standing nearby, flew into a rage and rushed over to help Zhang Haitao. Qin Feng shot Xia Wenxiang a sharp glance and sneered, "Want to fight? Want to give it a try?" Xia Wenxiang's momentum weakened instantly, and his eyes were filled with fear. The slap Qin Feng had just given him still stung fiercely, and coupled with his fear of Qin Feng's physique and the fact that there was a fat man standing by, watching intently, he had no chance of winning. "Hitting someone is illegal. Let go of my friend immediately, or I'll call the police." Zhou Wenbin didn't want any trouble, so he quickly whispered, "Feng Ge, let it go. It's not worth it to make enemies out of them. Let's just watch the movie." Qin Feng let go of his hand. Since his goal had been achieved, there was no need to make a scene. He warned Zhang Haitao, "Get out of here. Don't even think about causing trouble. I have a bad temper." Zhang Haitao's face darkened. The scene from earlier had left him humiliated, and this grudge he would not let go. He straightened his disheveled clothes and coldly asked, "What is your name?" Qin Feng curled the corner of his mouth, his eyes teasing, looking for revenge. Changing the subject, he said disdainfully, "My name is Qin Feng. Remember it. If you want revenge, come anytime. But you'd better be prepared to take a beating." Zhang Haitao's face darkened, and he thought to himself, "You little brat, go ahead and act tough. You probably don't know how powerful the Qilin society is. I'll call my men to teach you a lesson later. For now, keep an eye on this kid and don't let him get away." After making up his mind, Zhang Haitao resumed his usual cocky demeanor. "This isn't your house. Why should we leave? We came here to watch a movie." Qin Feng shouted at the ticket seller who was watching the commotion, "Hey, pretty girl, how much does it cost to rent out the entire theater?" The ticket seller was taken aback but went along with Qin Feng's lead, 5,000 yuan. Qin Feng waved his hand grandly, speaking with authority, "I've reserved the entire theater for this movie. No need to buy tickets for anyone else. Just book the entire theater." Zhang Haitao's face turned as sour as if he had swallowed a fly. If it weren't for his fear of Qin Feng's strength, he would have attacked him on the spot. "You've got some nerve, kid. Better watch your back when you go out with your girlfriend." After leaving a threatening remark, he fled in disarray. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhaoti was both shocked and frightened, and dared not let go of Qin Feng's hand. Feeling the panic in the palm of the beautiful woman beside him, Qin Feng's lips curled slightly upward. He tightened his grip on Wu Zhaoti's soft, jade-like hand and said, "Don't mind this little cutie. He can only scare ordinary people, he can't scare me. You're my friend, I'll definitely protect you." Qin Feng blinked, his eyes sparking with a hint of teasing. Zhang Haitao mistakenly believed that Wu Zhaoti was his girlfriend. This identity could also make the other party wary in the future, daring not to retaliate against Wu Zhaoti in private. He didn't bother to explain. Wu Zhaoti suddenly heard Qin Feng say those words and felt a subtle sense of joy in her heart. Xia Mengmeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but bat her eyelashes. Were these two really showing off their affection like this? Didn't they even consider the situation? They were holding hands the whole time. Anyone who didn't know them would think they were a couple. It's driving me crazy. I knew Wu Zhaodi was here to steal my Qin Feng brother away from me. As long as I'm here, you won't get your way. Xia Mengmeng bit her little fangs lightly, muttering to herself. Her eyes never left Qin Feng's body, her face brimming with jealousy. After hearing Qin Feng say those ambiguous words to Wu Zhaodi, Xia Mengmeng couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed over with a heart full of jealousy, snatched Wu Zhaodi's hand from Qin Feng's palm, and snorted loudly through her nose. Zhaodi has me to protect her. Qin Feng, you don't need to worry about her. On the surface, it seemed like she was protecting Wu Zhaodi from Qin Feng's advances, but in reality, she was afraid that Wu Zhaodi would seduce Qin Feng. Wu Zhaodi knew exactly what Xia Mengmeng was thinking. She forced a smile and said, Mengmeng, you shouldn't get involved in this. We're friends, your business is my business. Of course I'll get involved. Xia Mengmeng said with a serious expression. Qin Feng chuckled, noticing the jealousy between the two women. He knew it was best not to get involved in such matters. You two continue chatting. I'll go talk to the salesperson. Zhou Wenbin admired him silently. Brother Feng is really something. He can make two women compete for his attention. When will I ever be as popular as him? Chapter 122, another private screening earned another 500,000. After paying 5,000 yuan, Qin Feng successfully secured the private screening under the ticket seller's suspicious gaze. Spend 5,000 yuan to book the theater for a movie, trigger a 100-fold bonus reward, and receive a refund of 15 million yuan. Easily treat your friends to a movie and earn 500,000 yuan for free. He casually walked into the cinema with two girls. Zhou Wenbin followed behind Qin Feng, chuckling, I've never tried renting out a movie theater before. This is my first time doing something like this. Did you see that? Qin Feng was so masculine just now. A man like that is so reassuring. Zhu Xiaoli looked completely smitten, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, she sighed regretfully, spreading her hands wide and saying, unfortunately, he doesn't think I'm good enough for him. Otherwise, I'd love to compete with Xia Mengmeng and the others for his attention. Zhou Wenbin sighed, rubbing his nose and said, why do all you girls like Qin Feng so much? I'm not bad either. Why don't you like me? You? Zhu Xiaoli rolled her eyes, her face full of disdain. Don't even try to be funny. When it comes to looks and build, you're way worse than Qin Feng. Plus, when something happens, he's the one who steps up. Would you dare to do that? Zhou Wenbin felt extremely embarrassed, scratching his head and stammering, I wasn't backing down earlier. If it came to a fight, I would have joined in for sure. Come on, anyone can say that. But let me ask you this, just now, Qin Feng didn't even blink when he booked the entire cinema. Do you have that kind of boldness? And there are plenty of girls who would like you if you did. Do you? Zhou Wenbin was hit with a double blow and sighed, not every girl likes money. Zhu Xiaoli rolled her eyes, unwilling to waste her breath on such a fool. Upon entering the cinema, they chose seats at random and sat in the middle. Wu Zhaodi sat to the right of Qin Feng, her snow-white legs tightly pressed together, her mind elsewhere. I was very angry when I saw them leave earlier. It seemed like they wanted to take revenge on us. Do you think they might have someone waiting for us at the theater entrance? Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, unconcerned. What's there to fear? If they dare come, I'm not someone to be messed with. Brother Feng, we should be careful. The people from the Qilin society aren't good people. Zhou Wenbin's expression turned serious, and he put away his playful smile. He continued, as far as I know, the Qilin gang has been active around Jiangnan University for several years. I heard they've opened some KTV clubs and similar establishments. They also lend money to students, and if they can't repay the loans, they force the girls to work in entertainment venues. If they target a girl, they will go to great lengths to add her on WeChat and then set various traps to force her to work in entertainment venues. I've heard that many girls have been harmed this way, becoming tools for their profit. I think those two men want to add Mengmeng and her friends on WeChat for the same sinister reasons. Xia Mengmeng heard this and couldn't focus on the movie anymore. She frowned and said, aren't they an illegal organization? Isn't there anyone who can stop them? Zhou Wenbin sipped his coke, thought for a moment, and said, I heard they have connections and specifically target female students. You all need to be careful from now on. The girls were all terrified, never having imagined that they had inadvertently offended such a terrifying organization. Qin Feng, maybe we shouldn't watch the movie. Let's go shopping instead. Wu Zhaodi was so frightened that she was at a loss for words, afraid that speaking too directly might hurt Qin Feng's pride. Qin Feng understood their fear. After all, ordinary people would be terrified in such a situation. But for him, it was just a matter of making a phone call to resolve it. Don't worry, I'm not a pushover. If I dare to ask you to sit down, I have the means to handle this situation. Seeing Qin Feng so calm and confident, the others couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Qin Feng didn't seem like the type of person who was brainless and arrogant. Could he really have the ability to go up against the Qilin society? In that instant, everyone suddenly realized that Qin Feng was becoming increasingly mysterious. His actions were extremely bold and confident. As a first-year freshman, he knew he was in an unfamiliar place yet acted so confidently. There was only one possibility: he might be from a prominent family, otherwise he wouldn't possess such composure and poise. Wu Xiaoti's heart skipped a beat. Thinking back to how Qin Feng had casually spent hundreds of thousands on her earlier, combined with today's events, all signs pointed to the fact that Qin Feng was far from an ordinary person. If she could become his friend or lover, it would bring immense benefits to her life. As for a girlfriend, Wu Xiaoti didn't even consider it, because she knew that someone from an ordinary background like hers could never hope to marry into a wealthy family. Even if Qin Feng were willing to marry her, his family would definitely oppose it, and she was well aware of that. Anyway, she had only approached Qin Feng for money. Should she abandon her plan involving Chu Meiru? Wu Xiaoti suddenly found herself in a state of extreme turmoil. If Qin Feng was truly a man of influence, taking his private photos as leverage could lead to retaliation. Moreover, Qin Feng had always been kind and considerate toward her, just like today when someone bullied her, and he had stood up for her. This deeply moved her, and she did not want to do anything that would harm Qin Feng. However, she had already promised Chu Meiru and even received a deposit from her. Saying she wouldn't do it now would be difficult to explain. Wu Xiaoti was in a state of turmoil, caught between a rock and a hard place. Zhou Wenbin was simple-minded and didn't think as deeply as Wu Xiaoti did. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stretched his neck and exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you're so skilled, could you be the son of some influential family? It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. I just have a little money, not much." Qin Feng replied modestly with a smile. He didn't claim to be extremely wealthy, lest his companions feel constrained by his status, which would completely ruin the joy of friendship. Zhou Wenbin couldn't hide his envy. Although he knew Qin Feng had always been wealthy, hearing him admit it openly still left a bitter taste in his mouth. "We're all around the same age, why do you have so much money to spare? Reincarnation is truly an art, but unfortunately, I was born into a life of hardship, while you were born into luxury." Qin Feng laughed and scolded, "Stop being so bitter. Follow me, and I won't let you down." Zhou Wenbin heard this and was overjoyed. The bitter feelings he had been harboring were long forgotten. He grinned and said, "Brother Feng, from now on, you're my own brother." He couldn't help but ask another question: "When are you going to get me a PS5? You're just into video games. If I see one at the supermarket, I'll buy it for you." Qin Feng replied without even thinking. "Thanks, big brother." Zhou Wenbin couldn't stop smiling. "Wait here for a moment, I'll make a call." Qin Feng stood up and walked over to the side. Chapter 123, The Ambiguous Moment in the Movie Theater. Avoiding the other four, Qin Feng directly called his personal bank manager, Shen Wanyan. Qin Feng wasn't entirely sure of Shen Wanyan's background. When he opened his black card account, Shen had personally handled the arrangements for him. All he knew was that this man had a mysterious background and powerful connections. "Mr. Qin, hello. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Shen Wanyan adopted a very humble and polite demeanor. However, the dozen or so financial tycoons sitting before Shen Wanyan were shaken to their core upon hearing his words. Each of these tycoons was worth billions, and many of them were representatives of major banks, controlling the flow of funds for these institutions. With their combined strength, they could easily trigger an economic storm in Jiang province if they united. They were well aware of Shen Wanyan's status. He was the spokesperson for one of the four major banks in Jiang province. What kind of person could command such respect from him? In that instant, everyone present fell silent, seemingly eager to hear more of the conversation, to speculate on who the mysterious person on the other end of the phone might be. "All right, I understand. I will make sure to handle Mr. Qin's instructions properly." Shen Wanyan had just hung up the phone. An elderly executive over 50 couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Shen, who is this Mr. Qin? Why does he deserve such special treatment from you?" Shen Wanyan stood up, his expression serious, and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin has instructed me not to disclose his information, so I'm not at liberty to tell you all. I can only reveal this much: he is our bank's super special client. I'll make a call first, please wait here for a moment." Everyone was in an uproar. Who exactly is this Mr. Qin that he can even interrupt our meeting? But as far as I know, there are no influential figures surnamed Qin in our Jiang province. Someone who can make Mr. Shen treat him this way must have a status higher than all of us here. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed instantly. As someone active in the business world, it was impossible not to know the weight of those words. Could there be a top-tier powerhouse lurking in Jiang province that they are unaware of? Could it be someone from a reclusive family? Everyone was baffled, racking their brains but unable to come up with a single person surnamed Qin who could be a big shot. However, everyone remembered one name, Mr. Qin. On the other side, Zhang Haitao and Xia Wenxiang left the cinema in anger. They didn't walk far at all, they were just standing near the cinema, smoking in silence. "Xia Wenxiang, are we just going to let this go? That guy slapped you in the face. There's no way we can just let it go. That brat dared to slap me? I'll have someone break his hand. Xia Wenxiang clenched his cigarette holder tightly, his face flushed with anger. The two girls by his side were pretty decent. If he could bring them to their club, they'd definitely become top-tier escorts. Thinking about Wu Zhaoti's seductive figure, Xia Wenxiang felt a surge of lust, wanting to take her right there and then. Jiang Haito licked his lips and grinned lewdly. Those two girls look like college students, probably around 18 or 19. They must be freshmen this year. I haven't seen them before. They have such slim and delicate figures. If I could trick them into coming with me for some fun, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 3 years. If it weren't for that meddlesome little brat Qin Feng getting in the way, we would have already gotten their WeChat accounts. Thinking of Qin Feng, Jiang Haito's face darkened with hatred. Xia Wenxiang sneered, wrapped his arm around the beautiful woman beside him, and said with a dark expression, "Don't worry, I've already informed the boss to bring men over. If they dare to come out, I'll beat them into a hospital, or else I'll take their last name." At that moment, Qin Feng had finished his call and returned to his seat. "Brother Feng, what would you like to eat?" "I'll go buy it." Zhou Wenbin bowed and scraped, looking like a eunuch. Qin Feng chuckled. This kid had his charming side after all. Though he wasn't too short on money, he could use a loyal lackey who knew how to please him. Who will be the first to pull out their wallet and hand over 20 bills to Zhou Wenbin? "Go buy some snacks, and get extra of the ones girls like." Zhou Wenbin looked at the 10 bills and exclaimed, "Wow." He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2,000 yuan. 5 people eating, that's $400 worth of snacks per person on average. "Bro, that's too much." "No problem, the extra is just for your trouble." Just a moment ago, Zhou Wenbin was complaining about the amount, but the next moment he immediately realized how kind Qin Feng was, and exclaimed, "Brother, you're really like a father to me." Running an errand for Qin Feng earns you 1,000 yuan effortlessly, which is enough to cover his living expenses for nearly half a month. It's even more generous than what his father gives him for living expenses. Xia Mengmeng and Wu Zhaoti didn't react much to such behavior, but Zhu Xiaoli, who didn't know Qin Feng very well, was deeply shocked. In her world, she had never seen a man act so brazenly before. My goodness, isn't this the very definition of a Prince Charming? Zhu Xiaoli was going crazy inside. If she didn't know she was just an ordinary-looking girl, she would have pursued Qin Feng without hesitation. In that moment, she considered getting plastic surgery. Zhou Wenbin gently kicked her foot, bringing Zhu Xiaoli back to reality. "Xiaoli, let's go buy some snacks together. I can't carry that much by myself." "Oh, sure." Zhu Xiaoli realized it a moment later and followed the fat guy out. The entire cinema was now empty except for the three of them, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. The movie had already started, and the surrounding lights were dim. In this shadowy setting, it seemed as though something unspeakable was slowly taking root. This movie is pretty good, and the action scenes are quite impressive. Wu Zhaoti was distracted, watching the movie The Legend of the Condor Heroes playing on the screen. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and the faint fragrance of orchids tickled his nostrils, instantly lifting his spirits. The fragrance emanating from a woman's body is always the best mood enhancer for a man. The restlessness within also trembles slightly. However, Xia Mengmeng was as if she were drunk, her delicate face resting on Qin Feng's shoulder, her body emanating a fragrance that grew increasingly intense. Qin Feng could even inhale deeply enough to catch the scent of her hair. This pose is way too suggestive. Though he thought so, Qin Feng didn't refuse this sisterly care. "Brother, my neck is a bit stiff. Can I lean on your shoulder for a moment?" Xia Mengmeng acted like a well-behaved child, playfully asking her older brother for a favor. "Sure, no problem." Qin Feng curved the corners of his mouth upward and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Her scent was as fragrant as jade, and the subtle fragrance lingered on his sleeves. In the dim light, Xia Mengmeng's two bright eyes sparkled like gems in the night, and she winked at Wu Zhaoti from an angle where Qin Feng couldn't see. This was clearly a display of arrogance. Wu Zhaoti was acting like she had just drunk a bottle of aged vinegar, completely unaware of her own mindset shift, and only thought that Xia Mengmeng was deliberately doing it to provoke her. So, unwilling to admit defeat, Wu Zhaoti quickly turned her eyes away and, taking advantage of the darkness, secretly grabbed Qin Feng's hand. Chapter 124, Let's go to your place tonight. Qin Feng immediately felt a soft hand grasp his own, soft and comfortable. Next, Wu Zhaoti's fingers moved like a nimble pen tip, tracing patterns on his palm. What was going on? Are you teasing me? Qin Feng's lips curled slightly upward. Though many women around him were actively flirting with him, each one brought him a different kind of freshness. This Wu Zhaoti was quite interesting. Her eyes darted around, glancing secretly at Wu Zhaoti. She noticed that he was pretending to watch the movie with a serious expression, but all she could see was her stunning profile. Qin Feng couldn't help but let a smile slip, and the girl pretending to be serious was especially cute. Upon closer inspection, Wu Zhaoti's profile was flawless, resembling a ceramic artwork. With fair skin, a delicate nose, and a petite, cherry-red mouth exuding an enchanting charm, she was irresistibly alluring, making one long to kiss her. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread across the palm of her hand, as if someone were writing on it. Xin Feng immediately calmed down and focused on feeling the changes in Wu Zhaoti's fingers. Sure enough, she was writing. The first character was I, and the last four characters formed the phrase, "Am I handsome?" Xin Feng's face lit up with a suggestive smile. Every woman cares deeply about how men evaluate their appearance. This was the first time he had encountered such a way of chatting with a woman. Suddenly, he felt playful and started writing numbers on Wu Zhaoti's palm. His fingers slowly traced the lines on Wu Zhaoti's palm, and the soft sensation traveled from his fingertips. Xin Feng murmured to himself, "These hands are truly perfect. It would be a shame to use them for gaming." Just as Xin Feng's hand brushed past Wu Zhaoti's palm, a soft, tingling sensation surged through her palm, racing straight to her forehead, then radiating back down to her heart. It was like an electric shock. Wu Zhaoti's heart raced wildly. She felt Xin Feng's hand was burning hot, as if it were emitting some kind of special energy, constantly accelerating the flow of blood in her veins. Unconsciously, her face grew slightly warm, and Wu Zhaoti was extremely relieved that the light was dim, otherwise others would have noticed her blushing face. However, in this unique setting, the chains binding her heart began to loosen one by one, and she grew bolder, allowing Xin Feng to trace patterns on her palm with his fingers. Gradually, Wu Zhaoti's lips curled slightly upward, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. She had deciphered the words Xin Feng had written in her palm, "You are beautiful." Those 4 words made her feel sweeter than honey. How should she respond to him? Wu Zhaoti quickly thought it through and came up with an idea. She then wrote a few words on Xin Feng's palm. "You look so cool when you protect me. That's because you're worth protecting." Those few words made Wu Zhaoti's palms tighten, and she couldn't concentrate on the movie in front of her. The calm she had finally managed to achieve was once again disrupted. What did Xin Feng mean by that? Does he have feelings for me? No, that's absolutely impossible. He's such an outstanding person, how could he possibly notice someone as ordinary as me? Is it simply because he wants me? At this critical moment, Wu Zhaoti suddenly recalled what Xu Meiru had once said, "Xin Feng is very lustful." If that was the case, then it made sense for him to say such things to her. Wu Zhaoti felt an inexplicable sense of loss. This was the outcome she had been hoping for, yet as it drew near, she found herself unable to feel joy. "Have you said this to every girl?" Xin Feng chuckled to himself. Wu Zhaoti was indeed quite sensitive, but she wasn't wrong. He hadn't told anyone else that he was a loyal person either. "I've only said such things to pretty girls." This answer made Wu Zhaoti both happy and a little jealous. Sigh, it seems that she was right after all. Xin Feng is indeed a playboy. At least he still thinks I'm pretty. So, Wu Zhaoti secretly glanced at Xia Mengmeng lying in Xin Feng's arms and wrote a few jealous words. "This stepsister of yours sure is good to you. That's good. I feel like she wants to sleep with you." Xin Feng's heart tightened instantly. He lowered his head guiltily and looked at Xia Mengmeng, who seemed to sense something. She turned her face toward Xin Feng and said, "Brother, why aren't you saying anything?" "Your brother is concentrating on watching a movie. He doesn't want to disturb you," Xin Feng said calmly. He dared not tell the little girl that he was secretly chatting with Wu Zhaoti. And he even mentioned her. "It's okay, I just like watching movies while chatting with my brother." Wu Zhaoti heard this and couldn't help but giggle secretly, feeling as though she had won a battle. She then secretly wrote something on Xin Feng's palm. "You haven't answered my question yet." Xin Feng was torn. How should he address this matter? He couldn't help but blurt out, "Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Xin Feng truly wished he could slap himself. This sentence was meant to be written to Wu Zhaoti, but he had blurted it out without thinking. "Bro, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Are you even listening to me?" Xia Mengming's tone was clearly annoyed, and she muttered under her breath. Xin Feng glanced at Wu Zhaoti, who was smirking. For now, he should focus on appeasing his younger sister first, and deal with her later. "I love chatting with you the most. Don't let your mind wander," Xin Feng said with a forced smile. "That's more like it," Xia Mengmeng said cheerfully, then moved her neck slightly, as if searching for a more comfortable position. Xin Feng sighed in relief. "Of course, my sister is so cute and pretty. Of course, I enjoy chatting with you." Wu Zhaoti heard this and immediately pouted, looking clearly displeased. Suddenly, Wu Zhaoti's slender body trembled. "What's happening to me? Why am I jealous of Xia Mengmeng? Do I really care who Xin Feng likes?" The action scenes in the movie were completely lost on Wu Zhaoti. At that moment, her mind was growing increasingly chaotic. She silently admonished herself, "Wu Zhaoti, what's wrong with you? You know full well that Xin Feng is a playboy. You came here with a mission to get close to him, so why do you care so much about every word he says? Could it be that you really have feelings for him? Stay calm. Don't fall into his trap." In that moment, Wu Zhaoti wanted to pull her hand back, but she remembered her mission and forced herself to suppress the thought. This couldn't go on. She had to complete her mission as soon as possible and get away from this man, or else she would only get more deeply entangled. Wu Zhaoti took a deep breath. She must make a decision soon and put an end to this absurd situation. So, she wrote a few words on Qin Feng's palm. Tonight, I want to go to your house. Qin Feng was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that Wu Zhaodi would be so direct. Although he had long sensed that this woman was trying to seduce him, he hadn't expected her to be so bold. Meanwhile, Wu Zhaodi appeared to be watching the movie with a serious expression, but in reality, her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Soon, she felt Qin Feng begin to write another word on the palm of her hand. Good. Chapter 125, I want both of me. Wu Zhaodi felt extremely conflicted. She had been eagerly awaiting this word, but upon receiving Qin Feng's confirmation, a sharp pang of pain pierced her heart. She felt helpless about her own downfall. Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened, watching the movie without revealing the little secret between the two of them. Bro, why hasn't the fat guy come back yet? He probably bought something delicious and is eating it outside before coming back. Xia Mengmeng found the movie boring and, thinking about how long the others had been gone, couldn't help but complain a little. Probably because they bought too much stuff. Qin Feng said casually. As they spoke, Zhou Wenbin and Zhu Xiaoli were still outside picking out snacks. Zhu Xiaoli placed a bag of sunflower seeds in her lap, turned her face toward Zhou Wenbin, and said enviously, Qin Feng is really generous. He just gave you 2,000 yuan like that. The five of us couldn't possibly eat that much snack food. Your errand fee must be quite a lot. At least 1,000 yuan, right? Zhou Wenbin chuckled, his eyebrows arched in delight. That's just how generous Brother Feng is. Unfortunately, such opportunities don't come often. Zhu Xiaoli blinked her eyes, gently bumped Zhou Wenbin's shoulder, and joked half-heartedly, why not share some with me? Zhou Wenbin grinned, we'll split it 50-50, and use the remaining 1,000 or so to buy snacks. Anyway, it's not his money, so he doesn't care at all. Fatso, you're such a good guy. Zhu Xiaoli suddenly felt a lot more fond of Zhou Wenbin and smiled happily, saying, let us add each other on WeChat. We can go out together in the future. Sure. Zhou Wenbin didn't refuse and readily added her on WeChat. Zhu Xiaoli looked up at Zhou Wenbin and said earnestly, someone like Qin Feng, if you handle him well, it will be of great benefit to you. You must seize this opportunity and not let a small matter ruin the bigger picture. Zhou Wenbin remained silent, fully aware that Zhu Xiaoli was warning him not to poach Qin Feng, lest he ruin their friendship. Soon, the two of them returned home with bags of snacks. Zhou Wenbin saw Xia Mengmeng leaning against Qin Feng and felt a pang of jealousy. He quickly suppressed the frustration in his heart, recalling Zhu Xiaoli's earlier reminder, and forced a smile, saying, Brother Feng, we bought a lot of delicious snacks back. He then placed a large pile of snacks in front of Qin Feng. I prefer to sit in the back and watch, so I won't sit here. Zhou Wenbin said cheerfully. Zhu Xiaoli smiled suggestively, I'll go to the back with the fat guy. We won't disturb you. Qin Feng smiled faintly, do as you please. With someone behind him, Qin Feng didn't dare to make any excessive moves and simply watched the movie obediently. About halfway through the movie, Xia Mengmeng suddenly said, Bro, I think this Guo Jing is just a jerk. Ha? Qin Feng didn't react for a moment, feeling completely confused. As everyone knows, Guo Jing is renowned for his kindness and honesty, and he's as dull as a post. How did he become such a scoundrel? I think he's pretty honest. Why do you call him a scoundrel? Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes. He is about to marry Huajin, yet he still likes Huang Rong. If that is not being unfaithful, what is it? Qin Feng couldn't find a counterargument, so he just laughed and said, there's some truth to that. In my opinion, someone like Gui Jing deserves it. Huajin is a princess. If he had become the Golden Sword Prince consort, he would have been second only to the emperor, with power and influence beyond measure. Even Ouyang Khan would have to bow respectfully and call him Golden Sword Prince consort. Well, if that's the case, then it wouldn't be the legend of the Condor heroes. So, novels are just novels. If it were real life, I'd say 100% of men would choose Princess Huajin and not Gui Jing. Maybe. Brother, if you were Gui Jing, how would you choose? Xia Mengmeng looked up at Qin Feng with her eyes wide and teary, looking incredibly adorable. Qin Feng curled the corners of his mouth upward, simultaneously wrapping his arms around both women's shoulders and declared confidently, I want Huajin, and I want Huang Rong too. Why should one have to make a single choice in life? I just want to be a greedy, happy, ordinary person. Qin Feng laughed carelessly. Wu Zhaodi followed suit with a smile, showing no resistance to Qin Feng. A man with true ability is likely to be unfaithful those who aren't because they don't want to, but because they lack the means. Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes and gave a playful huff, feigning anger. Brother, you're so fickle. No wonder you're always chasing after women. After saying that, she gently pinched Qin Feng's thigh. It would be impolite not to reciprocate, so Qin Feng gently pinched her delicate face, feeling the softness against his skin, and smiled, if I weren't so fickle, how would you have had a chance? Stop it, Xia Mengmeng blushed with embarrassment, gently punching Qin Feng's chest. I'm not talking to you anymore. Hee, Qin Feng smiled and accepted the beauty's playful teasing with ease. The movie was incredibly boring. After watching most of it, Qin Feng didn't want to continue watching. If it weren't for the two beautiful women accompanying her, she would have fallen asleep long ago. Let's go shopping at the supermarket instead, Xin Feng suggested. Sure. Xia Mengmeng was the first to agree, as she always got excited at the mention of shopping at the supermarket. Wu Zhaodi had already lost interest and didn't object. As soon as the group stepped out of the cinema entrance, they saw Jiang Haitao and Xia Wenxiang squatting outside smoking. His two female companions were already gone. Out so early? What, trying to escape? Jiang Haitao flicked his cigarette butt on the ground and arrogantly blocked their path. The expressions on their faces changed instantly, and the smiles on their faces vanished quickly. Xin Feng had already anticipated that the two would be waiting here. Glancing around and not seeing anyone else nearby, he remained calm and asked, "Where are your men? Where are your men?" Xia Wenxiang was taken aback for a moment, then grinned and looked up, saying, "Kid, you dared to stay here even after guessing we went to call for reinforcements. That's pretty gutsy. Let me tell you the truth, my men are almost here." Jiang Haitao's eyes narrowed menacingly as he stared intently at Xin Feng, grinding out each word through clenched teeth. "You're finished." After speaking, he provocatively jabbed Xin Feng's shoulder with his index finger. Xin Feng's eyes darkened. He hated it when people poked him with their fingers. He suddenly grabbed Jiang Haitao's index finger and twisted it backward. Ah! Jiang Haitao let out a piercing scream, his entire body quickly bending downward. "It hurts. Let go of me. You're going to break my hand." Xin Feng looked down at Jiang Haitao sternly and said, "Since you don't know how to respect others, I'll teach you a lesson today. There's a price to pay for poking others with your hands." Xia Wenxiang assumed an offensive stance and shouted angrily, "Let him go immediately, or else the people from the Qilin Society will never let you off." Xin Feng snorted derisively, "The Qilin Society? In my eyes, you're not even worth a fart. Who's talking so arrogantly?" Chapter 126, blocked at the door by thugs. A few dozen men with a thuggish appearance stood in a straight line not far away. Some held sticks in their hands, while others brandished beer bottles, looking fierce and menacing. The leader, a man in his 30s with a crew cut, was muscular and wearing sunglasses, strutting with a swagger, exuding arrogance. This man was a low-ranking leader of the Qilin gang, known in the underworld as Wolf Brother. He had dozens of henchmen under his command and was responsible for collecting protection money in the surrounding area. When they appeared, Zhou Wenbin and the others were immediately intimidated by Wolf Brother's imposing presence, their bodies tensing up so much they dared not even breathe. They were afraid that those men might attack them at the slightest provocation. "I said it." Xin Feng glanced at Wolf Brother, completely unfazed by his intimidating presence. "Wolf Brother, save me." Jiang Haitao, upon seeing his boss arrive, endured the pain and hurriedly called for help. Xia Wenxiang, seeing the reinforcements arrive, also hurriedly complained, "Wolf Brother, it's this guy who beat up the brothers and refuses to compensate them." Wolf Brother's expression turned cold, and his gaze quickly shifted away from Xin Feng. When he noticed the two beautiful women standing on either side of him, his eyes lit up instantly. Absolute beauties. If I could have a wild time with these two beauties, it would be absolutely amazing. Once you've had your fill, you could even sell them to a club and make a nice profit. Wolf Brother has three main hobbies: drinking, sleeping with women, and making money. He knows exactly what kind of people work under him. 99% of them are just looking for trouble because they see beautiful women, but in his eyes, none of that matters. The aura of authority emanating from Wolf Brother was on a completely different level from anything seen in movies. He was a real-life gangster boss, and the two girls behind Xin Feng were so scared they couldn't even breathe. Especially when they saw the extremely aggressive glare in Wolf Brother's eyes, their entire bodies couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. Xia Mengmeng was timid and had never encountered such a situation before, so she was so frightened that her legs were trembling uncontrollably. "Brother, I'm scared. Let's call the police." Xia Mengmeng's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. Xin Feng remained calm. "Don't worry. I told you, as long as I'm here, he can't touch you." The words were spoken with unwavering certainty, ringing out clearly and firmly. Xia Mengmeng felt slightly reassured, but she didn't understand the current situation. She couldn't figure out how Xin Feng planned to handle it. No matter how she looked at it, they didn't seem to have the upper hand. She was torn between whether to call the police first. "Bro, you're pretty bold, aren't you? You even dared to touch my people. Who's your boss?" Wolf Brother glared at Xin Feng with a dark expression, thinking to himself, "This kid has an extraordinary demeanor. Even in this situation, he can remain so calm. Could he have some kind of background?" For a moment, he couldn't determine Xin Feng's background and didn't immediately order his men to attack him. "My connections are very powerful. You're not someone I dare to provoke." Xin Feng looked enigmatic. Wolf Brother furrowed his brows. Could this kid really have some kind of background? Or is he just putting on a show? Upon seeing his boss being deceived by Xin Feng, Xia Wenxiang hurriedly interjected, "Wolf Brother, please don't listen to this youngster's nonsense. He's just a freshman at Jiangnan University. He's no important figure at all." Upon hearing this, Wolf Brother's expression of caution vanished instantly, and he felt reassured. "I thought he was some rich kid, but he's just an ordinary student." Wolf Brother silently mocked himself for being too cautious. A cold gleam flashed in Wolf Brother's eyes. Beat the men to death, but don't touch the women. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dozen thugs, like starving wolves, slowly closed in on Chin Feng. Kid, get down on your knees and beg for mercy from my boss. Maybe we'll spare your life. Except for Chin Feng, the other four were so terrified that they were trembling uncontrollably, their faces as pale as paper. Xia Mengmeng and Wu Zhaodi were even worse off, their legs unable to bear their weight, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Chin Feng quickly pushed Jiang Haitao aside, grabbed their waists, and held them up. Otherwise, they would have fallen to the ground. Don't do this. I'm calling the police. Xia Mengmeng's lips trembled as she frantically fumbled for her phone. However, her hands were shaking so badly that her fingers slipped, and the phone fell to the ground. Ha! This caused a few thugs to burst into laughter on the spot. Beautiful lady, you're as pretty as a flower. We won't hurt you. Just come play with our boss, and we'll make sure you live in luxury. Chin Feng was both angry and amused. His adopted sister was truly clumsy and useless. In a critical moment, she was of no help at all. If he had to rely on her to call the police, he'd be doomed. Don't worry, these people will all be on their knees in less than 10 seconds. Even at the brink of death, he still dares to talk back. Jiang Haitao was writhing in pain, his teeth clenched tightly. Earlier, Chin Feng had nearly broken his hand with a single blow. Now, with both the current situation and old grudges piling up, he wouldn't miss the chance to strike while the iron was hot. He turned to look at Lang Gu with hatred and said, Lang Gu, you must avenge me. Beat this kid until he can't move. Before he could finish, Jiang Haitao's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. His mouth was so tight that he couldn't utter a single word. Before he could finish, Jiang Haitao's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He turned pale with fear, his mouth tied in a knot, unable to utter a single word. Wolf Brother noticed Jiang Haitao's unusual behavior and instinctively looked up, only to find the cold, black muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Get down! Hands on your head! Dare to resist, and I'll blow your head off with one shot. Standing behind Wolf Brother was a cold-blooded armed police officer, holding a submachine gun, pointing it at his forehead. Meanwhile, dozens of armed police officers surrounded them, forming a tight circle, each holding cold, gleaming firearms. This sudden turn of events completely terrified the thugs. Everyone froze in place, not daring to move a muscle. Chin Feng smiled faintly. His reinforcements had arrived. He never expected Shen Wanyan to have arranged such a large contingent for him. Wolf Brother had never been so close to death in his life. He forced a dry smile. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. I know the head of your district bureau. I even had dinner with him yesterday. Put the weapon down. There's no need for such a big commotion. Wolf Brother was extremely frustrated. He had only come out to teach Chin Feng a lesson. How could it have caused such a stir, even bringing out the real weapon? It wasn't like they were committing murder or arson. The armed police kicked Wolf Brother to the ground, stepped on his back, and pressed the gun against the back of his head, saying, I'm from out of town. Don't try to pull any tricks with me. Say another word, and I'll shoot you dead. Wolf Brother's face turned pale, and he silently cursed himself. He obediently lay down. Seeing their leader on the ground, the others dared not stand up. They quickly dropped their weapons and lay down, looking as though they would rather die than live. Handcuff them all and take them away. Chin Feng smiled indifferently, gently patting the two women on the shoulders. I told you before, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Do you believe me now? Xia Mengmeng stuck out her tongue and patted her full chest, saying, You scared me to death. Thank goodness those soldiers showed up in time. I thought I was going to get beaten up today. Wu Zhaodi was still shaken and asked, Chin Feng, how did these people show up here so quickly? Did you call the police to send them over? Chapter 127, Punishing the Coward. Chin Feng didn't deny it either. Jiang Haitao, who was lying in front, said fiercely, Kid, don't get too cocky. We didn't do anything wrong. At most, we'll be out in 24 hours. Just wait and see what we'll do to you. Still talking back? Chin Feng's eyes darkened, and he raised his foot and kicked Jiang Haitao hard in the stomach. The force of the kick was considerable, sending Jiang Haitao crashing to the ground, his body curled up in pain. They're beating him. They're beating him. Come quickly and catch him. Jiang Haitao endured the pain, gloating as he called for help. At that moment, a paramilitary police officer walked over, grabbed Jiang Haitao, and slapped him twice across the face, shouting harshly, What are you shouting about? Keep it up, and I'll beat you up. Jiang Haitao looked utterly wronged. Brother, you've got the wrong guy. It was this kid who hit me. You should arrest him instead. Shut up. I'm hitting you. The armed police officer struck him again with a heavy slap, leaving his face red and burning. Jiang Haitao was both angry and frustrated. He was clearly the victim, yet he was the one being punished. Little brother, you think you can just walk out of here? Qin Feng mocked, "Do you even know what crime you've committed?" Jiang Haitao had intended to curse angrily, but upon seeing the armed police officers before him, he suppressed his anger and said, "I haven't broken any laws. What crime could I possibly have committed? At worst, I'll be out in 48 hours. The armed police officer sneered, "You think you'll be out in 48 hours? According to our investigation, your Chilean society is involved in illegal business operations, forcing women into labor, usury, multiple instances of group fights, and illegal detention. At the very least, you're looking at 5 years. And you still think you'll be out in 48 hours? Boom! Boom!" Jiang Haidao suddenly felt a deafening roar in his head, and his entire body felt as though the sky had collapsed. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak, his entire body trembling. After a while, his lips trembled as he said, I didn't do it. Let me go." Qin Feng patted Jiang Haitao on the shoulder and mocked, "Stop shouting. You know exactly what you've done. Just behave yourselves and keep sewing in prison. One more thing, you shouldn't have added more charges against me." Jiang Haitao, upon hearing this, seemed to have guessed something and exclaimed in horror, "Who exactly are you?" Qin Feng replied with a meaningful look, "Someone even your older brother dares not offend." Jiang Haitao opened his mouth, but no words came out. At that moment, his heart was filled with regret. He finally realized he had hit a brick wall. Someone who could mobilize personnel from another region in such a short time was definitely no ordinary person. Tears of regret streamed down Jiang Haitao's cheeks. He knew his life was over. Xia Wenxiang, Lang Go, and Jiang Haitao, one after another, hung their heads in defeat as they were handcuffed and loaded into the car. Soon after, the Chilean gang was also wiped out, but that was all in the past. Zhou Wenbin watched the police cars drive away, still feeling uneasy. Thank goodness Feng Ge called the police in time, otherwise, we would have definitely gotten a beating today. He then laughed cheerfully, "Feng Ge, if you were going to call the police, you should have told us. We didn't need to worry so much. I was almost scared out of my wits just now." Qin Feng laughed maliciously, slapping the fat man on the back of the head. "Haha, it's because you didn't believe me. I told you, as long as I'm here, I'll definitely keep you safe. Couldn't you have warned us earlier? I was about to call the police secretly just now. Luckily, these people arrived in time." Wu Zhaodi smiled slightly. "I told you it was because you didn't believe me." Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. Zhou Wenbin stroked his chin, his eyes darting around. "I think the Chilean society is in big trouble this time. They might even be wiped out completely. They deserve it. These villains shouldn't even exist." Xia Mengmeng muttered under her breath. "Alright, let's not talk about such unpleasant things. Let's go shopping at the supermarket." Qin Feng didn't take this matter too seriously. Dealing with the Chilean society was just a matter of a few words. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhaodi looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. Although she was a girl, that didn't mean she couldn't think critically. The special police had arrived unexpectedly today, and they had immediately drawn their weapons, unlike ordinary police officers. Earlier, I also saw Qin Feng fight Jiang Haitao, and that armed police officer pretended not to notice. All of this proves that the armed police have a complicated relationship with Qin Feng. My suspicions were indeed correct. Qin Feng is a man with a powerful background and connections. Such a person is not someone I can afford to offend lightly. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng was growing increasingly important in Wu Zhaodi's eyes. "Take my car." Since these people knew they were wealthy, Qin Feng didn't bother hiding much and drove his own Rolls-Royce Cullinan to take them shopping at the supermarket. Zhou Wenbin was riding in Qin Feng's Cullinan for the first time, sitting in the passenger seat with an envious expression on his face. "This was my first time riding in such a luxurious car. I guess I'll probably only get to ride in Feng Ji's luxury car for the rest of my life. As long as you work hard, you'll be able to afford a car like this one day. Sigh, forget it. I know my own limitations." Zhou Wenbin looked dejected. Qin Feng and Zhou Wenbin were chatting in front, while Zhu Xiuli in the back row was busy taking photos to post on her social media. This was her first time riding in such a luxurious car, and she knew that if she didn't take photos now, she probably wouldn't get another chance. Sure enough, as soon as she posted a few photos on her social media, her friends were immediately envious. Zhu Xiaoli couldn't help but smile, and Xia Mengmeng leaned over, her big eyes fixed on her screen, smiling and asking, "What are you doing? Why are you smiling so happily?" Posting on WeChat moments. "They all know I'm riding in a luxury car and are so jealous. Why don't you post something to show off?" Xia Mengmeng smiled and said, "What's there to post? Anyway, it's not the first time I've ridden in my brother's car. There will be plenty of opportunities to ride in his car in the future. Who knows, maybe one day my brother will be in a good mood and give me a luxury car." Having said that, Xia Mengmeng secretly glanced at Qin Feng, who was driving, to see his reaction to her words and whether he would get angry. However, Qin Feng showed no reaction at all, and Xia Mengmeng finally relaxed, thinking to herself, "He probably doesn't mind me saying that. He's so rich, maybe he'll really give me a car someday." But her words had fallen into Zhu Xiuli's ears, causing a huge stir in her heart. Such a situation might actually happen. Thinking about how her roommate could meet such a great guy, and not even his biological brother, Zhu Xiuli couldn't help but feel envious. She said with a touch of jealousy, "Meng Meng, I'm so jealous of you. You have such a handsome, wealthy older brother who's so kind to you. Too bad your brother doesn't like me. Otherwise, I'd want to be his sister too." Zhu Xiaoli looked at Qin Feng with a glimmer of hope. However, to her disappointment, Qin Feng didn't react at all to her words. On the contrary, Xia Mengmeng felt overjoyed inside, her whole body floating on air, smiling so broadly that her eyebrows curved like crescent moons, making her even more adorable and charming. Just be jealous and envious. My brother has me as his sister, that's enough. Xia Mengmeng lifted her chin, her lips curled into a smirk. Chapter 128. There's a big shot at Jiangnan University. A few people arrived at a large supermarket in the area. Zhou Wenbin wore a flattering smile on his face, rubbed his hands together, and said, "Brother, didn't you just say you'd buy me a PS5? Is that still on the table?" This guy had been thinking about this the whole way there, afraid that Qin Feng was just joking with him and he'd end up getting his hopes up for nothing. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh, patting the fat man on the shoulder and saying, "This little bit of money isn't even worth picking up off the ground. If I said I'd buy it for you, I'll buy it." Zhou Wenbin was thrilled, giving him a thumbs up and flattering him. "Bro, I knew you were a man of your word. You're so generous. Brother, you're being biased." Xia Mengmeng feigned annoyance, crossing her arms across her chest and adopting a pouty expression. "Come and comfort me right now." Qin Feng smiled indifferently. He knew Xia Mengmeng well enough to know what she was thinking just by looking at her. He gently pinched Xia Mengmeng's snow-white, smooth face and laughed boldly, "This supermarket has a jewelry store. Pick out a few pieces you like, and I'll treat you." Xia Mengmeng's heart immediately filled with joy. As long as Qin Feng said those words, she could shop to her heart's content without worrying about money. She didn't even notice the people around her. She tiptoed up and quickly gave Qin Feng a light kiss on the cheek. "Brother, thank you. I knew you were the best to me." Xia Mengmeng was as happy as a cute little fairy, tightly wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's arms. Anyone who didn't know them would have thought they were a couple. Zhu Xiaoli was so envious her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Why didn't she have such a wonderful older brother? Gold isn't cheap these days. Even a simple piece must cost several thousand yuan. Wu Zhaodi gave a seductive smile. Since she had already abandoned the shackles of morality, and since she would become Qin Feng's woman tonight anyway, why should she suppress her desires? Both of them had received gifts, but why hadn't he given her anything? She felt so hurt. Wu Zhaodi's voice was soft and sweet, her eyes tinged with a hint of resentment. It was as if she were saying, "I'm about to become your woman, and you won't even give me a little gift?" Qin Feng curved his lips into a suggestive smile. He understood Wu Zhaodi's meaning. For this girl who was about to become his woman, he wouldn't be stingy, especially since he also wanted to take the opportunity to make some money. "Go pick out a few pieces of gold jewelry later." Before she could finish speaking, Wu Zhaodi's smile blossomed on her face at a visible speed, her vibrant red lips parting slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Her voice was sweet and syrupy, making Qin Feng feel completely at ease. Spending money is all about buying one's own happiness. Wu Zhaodi gave Qin Feng a subtle wink, as if to say, "Tonight, I'll definitely repay you properly." Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. "Then let's head to the Golden Palace first." With that, he stepped into the elevator accompanied by the two beautiful women. Zhu Xiaoli, who was following behind them, suddenly felt like she was invisible, feeling extremely awkward. She bit her lower lip, looking at Qin Feng with a conflicted expression. She wanted to ask him for a gift, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Xia Mengmeng, however, was more understanding. Seeing her roommate's expression, she knew exactly what she was thinking. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm and shook it playfully, acting all cute and spoiled. "Brother, could you give my roommate some too? She's such a nice person. She even helps me with my laundry all the time." Qin Feng heard this and was immediately moved. Since Zhu Xiaoli was Xia Mengmeng's roommate, giving her a little favor wouldn't hurt. Once she received the favor, she would certainly treat Xia Mengmeng with more courtesy. She then turned to look at Zhu Xiaoli, who was looking anxious, and immediately saw the hope in her eyes. She smiled and said, "I'll give you a few sets of clothes. You can pick whatever you like within 5,000 yuan. Zhu Xiaoli's excitement surged to her head, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, handsome. 5,000 yuan could buy several very nice outfits." It's no wonder that being friends with wealthy people is different. A casual remark can yield something of great value. This made her even more envious of Xia Mengmeng and the others, and she began scheming in her mind about how to integrate into this circle. Meanwhile, the Qilin Society suddenly came under joint attack from various organizations, and the premises they operated were sealed off. Many participants were detained, yet despite the scale of the operation, many factions were not informed in advance, leaving them deeply shocked. At the Zhao family residence in Jiangcheng, Zhao Lao and several high-ranking members of the family were sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. "Old master, why did you summon us here in such a hurry? Zhao Xinfeng, the eldest son of the Zhao family, rushed back urgently, even interrupting a meeting he was attending, only to find the old master sipping tea leisurely, leaving him feeling frustrated. The old man took a sip of tea. The years had left many wrinkles on his face, but his expression remained calm. Xinfeng, I've told you countless times. Even if the sky were to fall, you must remain calm. Couldn't you have sat down first and asked questions slowly? The old man was scolding him. Zhao Xinfeng dared not show the slightest disrespect. In front of the old man, he was just a child, so he politely sat down to one side. Although he was the CEO of a company worth billions, the true head of the Zhao family was still the old man. Old Master Zhao's cloudy eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as he spoke slowly. There's been a minor incident at Jiangnan University. A minor figure has been suddenly targeted. Zhao Xinfeng froze, turned to the butler beside him, and asked, Butler, have you ever heard of the Qilin Society? Young master, the Qilin Society is a lowly, insignificant gang in the underworld. They're not even worthy of your attention. Zhao Xinfeng was even more confused, thinking to himself, the old master is so busy with state affairs he wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Why is he suddenly bringing up this insignificant group? The old man, Xinfeng, couldn't figure it out. Why would such a small faction be able to disturb you, sir? The clan elder sitting beside Mr. Zhao's side said solemnly, Xinfeng, although the Qilin Society claims to have hundreds of members, their actual number is no more than 100. With my word alone, I could wipe them out. The key issue is that their leader has used female students to bribe some officials. As a result, it is extremely difficult to take action against them. Even our Zhao family has refrained from eliminating them due to their background. Zhao Laoyi took over, but just now, dozens of armed police officers stormed in and wiped out the Qilin gang in one go. Even our local organization didn't receive any intelligence about it, which means this operation was carried out bypassing local authorities. Zhao Xinfeng rose to the position of president because he thinks more strategically than others. Dealing with such a small faction doesn't require such a large-scale operation. Could it be that they're targeting local officials? No. No. Mr. Zhao shook his head firmly and said, after inquiring through multiple channels, I learned from a friend in Jiang province that there might be the child of a powerful figure studying at Jiangnan University. The Qilin Society was destroyed because they offended him. Chapter 129, A Small Profit of 10 Million. Zhao Xinfeng was startled. How much? Zhao Laoyi remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, it's bigger than our entire Zhao family. Zhao Xinfeng's expression changed drastically. The Zhao family was also one of the few prominent families in Jiangcheng, and the other party's family was even more powerful than his own, which likely meant they were already a family of provincial-level influence. I heard that Shen Wanyan treats this person with great respect. Shen Wanyan is a powerful figure in the financial circles of Jiang province, with connections that reach the highest levels of power. Even someone like him treats that person with such courtesy, which must mean that person's status is truly extraordinary. Zhao Xinfeng's heart suddenly gave a violent thud, and even his voice changed without him realizing it. That's why I called you back. This mysterious son of a powerful figure might be hiding out at Jiangnan University. Zhao Xinfeng immediately understood Zhao Laoyezi's intention. You mean you want me to visit him at Jiangnan University? No. Mr. Zhao said, since this person doesn't want to reveal his identity, he naturally doesn't want you to go looking for him in a big way. Even if you go, you might not find him. Zhao Xinfeng furrowed his brows. Old master, what do you mean? The old man suddenly smiled and said kindly, Xinfeng, isn't Nianchu studying abroad? You could have her come back to study at Jiangnan University and take the opportunity to get in touch with the most mysterious big shot. Zhao Xinfeng wore a bitter smile. He finally understood the old man's true intentions. Old man, you know her temper. It was because we wanted to form an alliance with the Xianyuan family in the provincial capital that she stormed off to study abroad. Now, even if we call her back, she definitely won't come. And if she finds out we're asking her to do this, she'll never come back. Mr. Zhao smiled confidently. That's why you can't think outside the box. Just tell Nianchu that she can return to Jiangnan University to study, and we won't force her to marry into the Xianyuan family. I'm sure she'll agree. Zhao Xinfeng was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly pulled out his phone, saying, You're the man, old master. I'll call her right now and tell her to come back. Old Master Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. Just as he pulled out his phone, Zhao Xinfeng looked up in confusion and asked, Old master, there are so many people at Jiangnan University. How are we supposed to find this mysterious big shot? Zhao Laoyi looked toward the door, his eyes deep and penetrating. I only know his surname is Qin. I don't know his full name either. My friend in the provincial capital is also trying to find out. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was strolling around a jewelry store with two beautiful women. Zhou Wenbin went to look for his video game console, while Zhu Xiaoli went to pick out the clothes she had her heart set on. Brother, I really like this necklace. It's even gem encrusted, but it's a bit expensive at 58,000 yuan. Xia Mengmeng held a delicate gold necklace, reluctant to let it go. If you like it, just buy it. Qin Feng didn't even hesitate for a moment. It was only 58,000 yuan. Even if it were 580,000 yuan, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. Xia Mengmeng wore a sweet smile on her face. No woman could resist the allure of gold. Throughout history, no woman has ever disliked gold. Brother, can you help me put it on? Xia Mengmeng raised the corner of her lips, gently sweeping her jet black hair to one side, revealing her fair, slender neck. Her delicate skin glowed with a soft luster, smooth and radiant. Xin Feng unconsciously walked behind Xia Mengmeng, took the golden necklace from her hand, and a faint fragrance quietly drifted into his nostrils. How fragrant! His fingers accidentally brushed against Xia Mengmeng's hair, feeling how smooth and silky it was. This girl must take good care of herself. Xin Feng muttered to himself, his gaze drifting to her smooth neck so beautiful. Like a work of art, his fingers involuntarily traced a gentle line along it. In an instant, a tingling sensation like an electric shock spread from the palm of her hand throughout her entire body. Xin Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably. However, he quickly noticed that Xia Mengmeng's ears were slightly red, and his lips curled into a smile. This girl is blushing. Xia Mengmeng's face grew even redder, and her heart raced wildly. She had thought that having Qin Feng wear the necklace would be a simple matter, but when Qin Feng stood behind her, her heart began to race uncontrollably. It seemed like the interaction between the two was too ambiguous, and the store clerk was also giving her a suggestive look, which made Xia Mengmeng even more embarrassed. Just as she was hoping it would end soon, Qin Feng's hand touched her sensitive neck again, sending a jolt like an electric shock from her forehead to her ears. Both ears felt as though someone were blowing hot air on them, quickly turning red and burning with heat. All right. Qin Feng enjoyed the shy expression of his younger sister, amazed that she was still so shy at her age. Qin Feng's tone carried a hint of teasing. Xia Mengmeng, embarrassed and angry, playfully punched Qin Feng's shoulder. Mind your own business. The two of them were playfully teasing each other, causing the salespeople to cover their mouths and giggle, their eyes filled with envy. Qin Feng cleared his throat and tapped lightly on the glass. Beautiful lady, I'll take this necklace. Can I just take it with me? Of course you can. Is there anything else you need, handsome? No, this necklace is more than enough for me. Xia Mengmeng hurriedly said, afraid that asking for too much might upset Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't press the matter. After all, it's better to let things develop slowly over time. You can't force someone to accept everything at once. Zhaodi, have you made your choice yet? Can I have this one? Wu Zhaodi selected an exquisite gold bracelet priced at 38,888. Sure. Qin Feng agreed readily. He then selected some small gold jewelry for the two of them, making up the full 10,000 yuan. Spend 100,000 yuan, receive a 100x bonus, and get 10 million yuan back. With just 100,000, you can easily win the hearts of two beautiful women and earn 10 million for free. Qin Feng couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. He wrapped his arms around the two beauties' shoulders and said, let's go. We'll check out other places and buy anything we like. This scene left everyone else envious. One beautiful woman is enough to make anyone envious, but to be able to embrace her on both sides is simply unfair. The gold salesman watched Qin Feng's departing figure and sighed. Rich people are just different, they even have to have two girlfriends. Another salesperson looked enviously and said, he's handsome, rich, and willing to spend money on women. Who wouldn't want a man like that? At least he's better than our boyfriends, right? One sentence silenced the few female salespeople present. Her own boyfriend, though not bad-looking, wasn't nearly as generous. He even had to complain about using more expensive cosmetics. How could he compare to that wealthy young man earlier, who casually gave away 10,000 gold pieces? In the end, the group spent the entire afternoon wandering around the mall, playing video games, and didn't leave until 6 o'clock in the evening. Everyone else went their separate ways, and Zhou Wenbin, having gotten his beloved video game console, had already returned to his dormitory to play games. In the end, only Qin Feng was left to send Wu Zhaodi home. The two of them were very much in sync and didn't mention the upcoming events. I heard that the Tinglong Academy is home to many beautiful women. Has any girl ever made a move on you? With only the two of them left, Wu Zhaodi's words became much bolder and more direct, no longer as shy and reserved as before. She leaned against the car door and glanced sideways at Qin Feng. Chapter 130, Taking Down Wu Zhaodi. I'm this handsome, do you really think no beautiful women would try to seduce me? Qin Feng answered with a smug smile. Wu Zhaodi didn't doubt his words, but suddenly thought of Chu Meiru, and her thoughts immediately became chaotic. Should she secretly take a photo of herself with Qin Feng tonight and send it to Chu Meiru? Once it's done, I'll be able to get the remaining 20,000 yuan. However, given his relationship with Qin Feng, he had already spent tens of thousands on her. As long as he maintained this connection, he would receive even greater benefits in the future. Why risk offending Qin Feng over such a small amount of money? Wu Zhaodi's look of confusion vanished in an instant, and she had already made up her mind. This matter must not be revealed to Qin Feng under any circumstances, and she would absolutely refuse to cooperate with Chu Meiru. At most, I will return the few $1,000s I received to Chu Meiru. What are you thinking about? Qin Feng's voice startled Wu Zhaodi out of her thoughts. Wu Zhaodi absent-mindedly fiddled with her hair and laughed nervously. Nothing, just daydreaming. Xin Feng didn't ask the first-year student any further questions. He always felt that Wu Zhaodi was hiding something from him. As long as it wasn't too much, Xin Feng didn't bother to pry. Everyone had their own little secrets. Besides, she wasn't his girlfriend. The car pulled into the Longting Academy parking lot. Wu Zhaodi got out and looked up at the towering buildings, exclaiming, "I've always heard this is the most expensive area with the best schools. I never thought I'd end up here one day." With her previous background, she had never even had the chance to set foot in this place before. "If you like it, you can stay here." Xin Feng stood beside Wu Zhaodi and said casually. Wu Zhaodi shook her head gently. "The rent here is too expensive, I can't afford it." "It's free. Are you suggesting I should support you?" Wu Zhaodi turned her head, her eyes twinkling with a hint of playfulness, and the corners of her mouth curled upward slightly. Xin Feng's words had been misunderstood by her. "We're good friends, talking about keeping someone is too vulgar." Xin Feng smiled calmly. "Good friends should do what good friends do. Don't you agree?" After speaking, his eyes held a hint of deeper meaning. Wu Zhaodi's lips curved slightly upward. She had understood Xin Feng's meaning. Between lovers and friends. "Should I reject this relationship?" "Sure." Wu Zhaodi laughed cheerfully. "You can help me pay the rent from now on. These are all small matters, we'll discuss them later." Xin Feng's eyes sparkled with desire as he openly admired Wu Zhaodi's sexy outfit. Wu Zhaodi curved her lips into a seductive smile. "Let's go." The two of them took the elevator and quickly arrived at their home. As soon as they entered the door, Wu Zhaodi was amazed by the luxurious interior decoration. "Wow, you live in such a big room by yourself?" Xin Feng casually closed the door and glanced at Wu Zhaodi's graceful figure from behind. His blood began to flow faster and faster, and his entire body grew increasingly hot. "You can also live in such a large room in the future. Should you take a shower first, or should I?" Wu Zhaodi raised her eyes, her gaze as gentle as spring water rippling in her eyes. She licked her sensual lips and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. "I want someone to help me scrub my back." Xin Feng swallowed hard, a mischievous smile spreading across his face, with pleasure. A few hours later, Xin Feng lay contentedly on the adult bed. This was the second MVP he had won since arriving at Jiangnan University. Wu Zhaodi's face was flushed red, still retaining a charming blush. From today onward, she had finally transitioned from a girl into a woman. "Xin Feng, can you give me 5,000 yuan?" Wu Zhaodi clung to Xin Feng's chest like a puppy. "Are you really that short on cash?" Xin Feng ran his fingers through Wu Zhaodi's messy hair, feeling the soft strands against his palm. Wu Zhaodi wouldn't ask him for money lightly. There was only one possibility: she was in trouble. Wu Zhaodi softly hummed in agreement. After they had broken through their relationship barrier, she finally dared to boldly propose this condition. She raised her head slightly, her chin resting against Xin Feng's chest, and asked, "Is that okay?" Her hands unconsciously tightened around Xin Feng's hands, afraid that he might refuse or dislike her. Xin Feng let out a mischievous smile, pulling Wu Zhaodi closer into his embrace, making their bodies press against each other so tightly there was no room for even a breath. "I'll give you 10,000. Wu Zhaodi was taken aback. She had been afraid that Xin Feng would refuse, but she never expected him to not only agree readily but also double the amount. This generosity and trust deeply moved her and made her feel valued. This feeling was something he had never experienced at home, where asking for money was extremely difficult and met with constant disapproval. It was the first time someone had been so generous, lending him so much money without even asking a single question. "My first time was indeed well spent. I made the right bet. Thank you. I'll definitely pay you back when I have the money." Wu Zhaodi was deeply moved and pressed her face against Xin Feng's chest again, afraid he'd see her vulnerability. The warmth emanating from his chest made her cherish the moment even more. Xin Feng smiled lightly. Obtaining a woman's body was easy for him, but making a woman devote herself entirely to him was relatively more difficult. Therefore, he never hesitated to spend a little money to win a woman's heart. "It's not a loan, it's for you to spend." These words struck Wu Zhaodi like a thunderclap, causing her to jump up from Xin Feng's chest in shock. She looked at him in disbelief and exclaimed, "Why?" The man's lips curled into a wicked smile as he reached out and pulled Wu Zhaodi into his arms, greedily inhaling the scent of her hair. "Because you're my woman, isn't it only natural for me to spend some money on you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhaodi felt a warm current flow through her heart. What had she done to deserve such treatment from Xin Feng? What else could she possibly want? A single crystal-clear tear slid down her cheek, and she reached out her hands to embrace Xin Feng even tighter. "No one has ever been as kind to me as you are. Not even my own parents have ever been this good to me. You are the first person to treat me this way." Wu Zhaodi's voice trembled with emotion. "Then you should be happy." Xin Feng smiled slightly, knowing that he had already won Wu Zhaodi's heart. He reached out to wipe away the tears from the corner of Wu Zhaodi's eyes and gently lifted her delicate chin. "Wu, since you know how good I've been to you, shouldn't you repay me?" Xin Feng's gaze grew suggestive. Wu Zhaodi blushed shyly. How could she not understand Qin Feng's meaning? You bad man, always picking on me. With that, he lay down. Chapter 131, by Ruoli goes live. Early in the morning, Qin Feng woke up early after a wonderful night's sleep. Qin Feng personally prepared a simple breakfast and placed it on the dining table. He entered the bedroom and gently woke up Wu Zhaodi, who was still asleep, saying, "You lazybones, it's time to get up and have breakfast." "What time is it?" Wu Zhaodi replied groggily. She had been tired all night last night and didn't even have the strength to get up. "It's already past 9 o'clock. Ah!" Wu Zhaodi let out a scream, quickly getting out of bed, and suddenly felt a chill all over her body. Looking down, she realized she was completely naked, and scared, she quickly hid back under the covers, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. "Where are my clothes?" Wu Zhaodi saw Qin Feng standing nearby, smiling slyly, and felt guilty, shrinking her head and saying, "Let me pick them up for you." Qin Feng picked up Wu Zhaodi's clothes from the ground and tossed them to her. "What's there to be shy about? I saw everything I should have seen last night, and even some things I shouldn't have." Saying that, she sat down boldly on the edge of the bed. Wu Zhaodi flashed back to yesterday's scene, blushing as she covered her face. "Last night was last night, now is now. Turn around quickly." "Alright, then hurry up and get dressed and eat breakfast." Qin Feng turned around, a mischievous smile on his face. There was a large mirror in his bedroom, and even though he had turned away, he could still see the beautiful woman behind him frantically getting dressed. "Don't turn around," Wu Zhaodi warned repeatedly. But when her gaze inadvertently fell on the mirror in front of Qin Feng, she was speechless. Her face turned as red as an apple in an instant, and she wished she could find a place to hide. "You big liar!" Wu Zhaodi muttered under her breath, hurriedly putting on her clothes. She dared not let Qin Feng know she had seen the mirror, or it would be even more embarrassing. Anyway, they were already in that kind of relationship, so what did it matter if he saw? "I'm ready. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first." Wu Zhaodi blushed and rushed into the bathroom. Qin Feng watched her awkwardly trying to escape and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Take your time, don't trip." The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and Qin Feng's thoughts drifted back to last night. The various scenes of the two of them left him with endless memories. During breakfast, Qin Feng handed Yi Yanhan's phone to Wu Zhaodi. The two of them would handle the rental arrangements, and the rent would be free. Yi Yanhong was a smart woman. After learning that the tenant was a woman, she had a vague idea about their relationship and didn't pry further. Wu Zhaodi had already accepted Qin Feng's favors and didn't waste any time. She called Yi Yanhong that same day to discuss the details of the move. Shen Ruoi sent a message to Qin Feng at noon, informing him that she would be live streaming with Bai Ruoli tonight to sell products and asking him to drop by if he had time. Since the two live streaming hosts he had been keeping an eye on were about to go live, as the big boss, he naturally wanted to observe their work performance. Evening, 7 o'clock. Bai Ruoli started her first live stream shopping event on time, dressed up beautifully, and with the beauty filter, she looked like a goddess descended from heaven. Shen Ruoi wasn't far behind, and the two of them appearing in the live stream simultaneously instantly captured the attention of countless viewers. Additionally, they had done extensive advertising before going live, so many people rushed into the live stream as soon as it started. The number of viewers easily surpassed 100,000. The two hosts clearly lacked experience in live streaming sales, and their product introductions were not yet polished, with several noticeable shortcomings. Fortunately, the prices were very competitive, and the first product, spicy noodles, sold over 30,000 orders. With high popularity comes inevitable attention, as various influencers and big names in the industry flooded the livestream with gifts. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan University dormitory, Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin were sitting in front of the computer, with snacks and a few bottles of beer on the table. "This time, I'm going to take first place. I've prepared 2 million. Zhang Haoyang exuded confidence, his eyes fixed on the computer screen as he watched the constantly flashing comments. To impress his idol, he had made thorough preparations. He just spent 30 carnival tickets in Bai Ruoli's livestream in one go, securing the top spot among the big spenders. Zhou Wenbin was sitting nearby, munching on sunflower seeds and watching the spectacle. "You're really going all out. Aren't you afraid it'll all be for nothing in the end?" Zhang Haoyang grinned widely. "You have to have confidence in yourself. How will you know it won't work if you don't try? My parents know I'm pursuing Bai Ruoli, and they fully support me. They even said that if 2 million isn't enough, they'll give me another 2 million. Zhou Wenbin gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive. Thank you, top viewer Carnival." Bai Ruoli gave a sweet smile and made a little heart shape with her hands. She looked extremely cute and adorable, sparking a wave of praise from the live stream viewers. Zhang Haoyang, hearing the goddess's praise, felt extremely pleased. He took a sip of beer and said, "Fatso, tonight I'm going to make a big splash and claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Tomorrow, I'm sure I'll get a lot of exposure online." Zhang Haoyang is full of confidence. He believes that as long as he invests 2 million, it will undoubtedly create a significant stir. As the two were talking, Zhang Haoyang's top spot on the leaderboard was overtaken by the second-place Caesar the Great. Zhou Wenbin checked the top-ranked player's information. This guy is impressive, he just spent $10,000 in one go. Pfft, just 100,000? I'll just spend 200,000 and surpass him. Zhang Haiyang didn't care, casually spending 100,000, with the screen filled with carnival effects. Wang Zong, the CEO of the Great Qin Guild, was also monitoring the data in the backend at that moment. Who is this Zhang Haiyang? This account has very ordinary information and few followers, so it's probably not a secondary account belonging to a guild. Everyone who plans to come to our live stream tonight to send gifts has already been informed. The top donor goes to our company account, but this guy keeps going against us. Don't worry, let's take a closer look first. Meanwhile, Qin Feng also noticed the changes on the rankings. The top spot was held by Caesar the Great, an account he recognized as an internal company account. Before the top spot had even had a chance to settle, it was snatched away by Zhang Haoren, who was ranked second. Upon seeing this name, Qin Feng immediately knew what was going on. This kid must be out of his mind, coming to the live stream to act like a sycophant? Qin Feng shook his head and scoffed. After thinking it over, he decided to send a message to remind Zhang Haoyang. Haoyang, I saw you sending gifts in by Ruoli's live stream. Take a brother's advice and stop. You won't get first place. If you want to keep going, you can stay in second place. Zhang Haoyang saw Qin Feng's message, and the smile on his face slowly faded. He thought to himself, Qin Feng told me not to compete. I think he's just jealous of me and doesn't want me to stand out. Besides, he doesn't even know my true strength. Getting the top spot is no big deal for me. Qin Feng, just mind your own business. I can afford to send gifts because I have the means. You should focus on yourself. Zhang Haoyang sent this message to Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head silently. Since he had made his intentions clear, and the other party remained so stubborn, he decided not to interfere further. Chapter 132, Qin Feng is super rich. Perhaps because Qin Feng's reminder had deeply shocked Zhang Haoren, he suddenly took on 50 million, instantly leaving the second-place Caesar Emperor far behind. The gap between the two sides was roughly around 30 million. Mr. Qin, I just checked and it seems like this Zhang Haoyang is your friend. How should I handle this? Mr. Wang dialed Mr. Qin Feng's phone to seek his opinion. Qin Feng knew that Zhang Haoyang was doing this merely to impress himself. Since the young man was ungrateful, Qin Feng decided to give him a harsh lesson. First, reach 1 million, surpass him by 50,000, and see how he reacts. Upon receiving instructions from Qin Feng, Mr. Wang immediately arranged for his subordinates to go all out in brushing the carnival. 10, 100 they were all going all out. The carnival effects in the entire livestream were too numerous to count, and the viewers were all fired up. Zhang Haoyang's face turned red with anger. The top donor he had just secured was overtaken by Caesar the Great, who also spent 1 million. Chow, are you messing with me? I don't believe I can't beat you. Zhang Haoyang cursed a few times and then frantically swiped through the carnival to catch up. Bai Ruoli also knew that the Caesar account belonged to the company, and she wouldn't get any of the money spent on gifts from the company account. On the contrary, she kept urging Zhang Haoyang to keep spending, because she could actually get a share of the gifts others spent. Thank you, brother Haoyang, for the carnival. Go Haoyang, you're the best. Zhang Haoyang was greatly flattered by the compliments and went all out at the carnival as if it were free. Zhou Wenbin saw him acting like a madman and began to worry about his friend. Hey, that's enough, there's no need to do so much. I think this Caesar guy is really powerful. He might be the company's account, and you won't be able to beat him. Zhang Haoyang was already in a bad mood, and hearing this made him even more annoyed. Damn it, Fatso, you don't believe in my skills? Even if he's a company account, I don't believe he can brush 1 million. I promised Ruoli I'd do it, and I will. Zhang Haoyang's face grew angrier. Zhou Wenbin gave a nervous laugh, scratched his head, and said, I didn't mean that. I just think that you've already spent over 1 million in less than 20 minutes since the live stream started. Those 2 million won't last long either. 2 million? I don't care about that much money. Zhang Haoyang, with his arrogance, didn't listen to Zhou Wenbin's advice and continued to keep brushing for the carnival. Qin Feng crossed his legs, lying casually on the sofa watching the livestream while chatting with Wang Zong on voice call. How are the sales figures looking right now? Selling 20 million in sales within half an hour of going live is an impressive achievement for a new streamer like her. The key products are yet to be featured, and I estimate that the total sales for the entire livestream could reach around 200 million yuan. Shen Ruoi's account should be able to reach 500,000 followers. On the other side, Zhang Haoyang began to feel desperate. He had already spent 1.9 million, but this Caesar the Great was spending on the carnival as easily as drinking water, having already spent 2.3 million on gifts. Even if he spent all the 2 million he had left, he couldn't possibly surpass Caesar the Great, which made him extremely frustrated. Damn it, I've spent 2 million. Damn it, I've spent all 2 million. Zhang Haoyang cursed angrily, thinking about how he had promised the goddess that he would get first place. If he couldn't do it, she would probably think he was a liar and had no ability. What should he do? Mom, transfer me 2 million yuan first. I need it urgently. Zhang Haoyang could only call his mother for help. On the other end of the line, a woman's impatient voice said, "I'm in a meeting. I'll have the company's finance department transfer the money to you in half an hour." Zhang Haoyang hung up the phone in frustration. He had to wait another half hour, and he didn't want to wait a single moment longer. He turned his gaze to Zhou Wenbin, who was playing a video game nearby, and said with a friendly smile, "Fatso, don't you still have 10,000 yuan? Transfer it to me first, and I'll pay you back next month." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenbin furrowed his brows into a shape and said with a bitter expression, "Brother, that's my living expenses for several months. Enough with the nonsense. It's only 10,000 yuan, isn't it?" Zhang Haoyang said impatiently. "Once my mom transfers the money, I'll pay you back, plus an extra 100 yuan as interest." Zhou Wenbin shook his head silently. 2 million yuan to tip a female streamer? He wouldn't agree to that under any circumstances. Only someone as foolish as Zhang Haoyang would willingly spend that much. Looking at his current state, there was no telling when he would be able to repay the money he had borrowed. "Haoyang, why don't you borrow some money from Qin Feng? He's super rich," Zhou Wenbin said with an awkward smile. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Haoyang looked extremely surprised. He had always believed himself to be the wealthiest among the three. Zhou Wenbin said, "What I mean is that he's richer than you. This game console I'm using was a gift from him, costing several $1,000s. Zhang Haoyang heard this and felt very uncomfortable, secretly looking down on him in his heart. A few $1,000s for a game console is supposed to prove you're rich? If you want to give it away, you can just give it away. It's just a matter of whether you want to or not. People like Fatso just don't have any taste. Pfft, giving you a few $1,000s makes you rich?" Zhang Haoyang mocked, still feeling a bit annoyed. He glanced at the wine glass on the table, picked it up, and downed it in one gulp. Seeing that Zhang Haoyang didn't believe him, Zhou Wenbin was afraid he'd keep asking for money, so he said while playing a game, "I'm really not lying. He bought 10,000 yuan worth of gold for Xia Mengmeng and the others today. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xia Mengmeng yourself." Put. Zhang Haoyang spit out the wine in his mouth, his mind reeling as if he'd been hit hard on the head, ringing in his ears. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You're not joking with me, are you? He gave 10,000 gold pieces to someone else?" Zhang Haoyang couldn't believe his ears. How could someone like Qin Feng be so wealthy? Plus, he had heard from Bai Ruoli before that Qin Feng was poor. How could he be so extravagant? He even suspected that Zhou Wenbin was lying to him, just making excuses not to lend him the money. Zhou Wenbin's eyes gleamed with envy, and he grinned widely. "What's that? The car I drive is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. If you don't believe me, you can check the photos on my phone." The fat man pulled out his phone and showed Zhang Haoyang the photos he had taken inside the car today. Zhang Haoyang felt as though the sky had fallen, unable to believe that Qin Feng was richer than him and drove a better car. In that moment, he felt as though he had swallowed a fly, utterly miserable. He was jealous. Zhang Haoyang said sourly, "No wonder this kid doesn't live in the dormitory and always insists on paying for everything when we go out. Turns out he's a rich kid, and he's been fooling us all along. If you need to borrow money, just ask him. I'm not lying to you, he's incredibly generous," Zhou Wenbin urged. Zhang Haoyang's heart stirred. He and Qin Feng were good friends, he wouldn't refuse to lend him money. His eyes gleamed with greed as he quickly pulled out Qin Feng's WeChat. Chapter 133, Refusing to Lend Money. Qin Feng quickly received the message and glanced at it, furrowing his brows slightly. "Brother Feng, are we still good brothers?" Immediately, Qin Feng's lips curled slightly upward. He knew Zhang Haoyang while speaking in this manner meant either trouble or a request, just like last time. "Just say what you mean. Don't beat around the bush. I'm really short on cash right now and need it urgently. Since you're so well off, could you lend me 2 million? I'll pay you back as soon as I have the funds available." Upon seeing this message, Qin Feng did not rush to reply. Why did this kid suddenly think of borrowing money from me? Qin Feng muttered to himself, then a sneer appeared on his lips. Although money was just a pile of numbers to him, he wouldn't give it away to just anyone. "If you're really in a bind, I wouldn't mind giving it to you. If it's just for eating, drinking, and having fun," Qin Feng sneered, "even if you called me father, I wouldn't give you a single penny. Giving it willingly and asking to borrow it are completely different concepts. He's not some sucker." "Zhang Haoyang, tell me the truth, why did you borrow money? Don't play games with me. Zhang Haoyang, tell me the truth, why do you need to borrow money? Don't play games with me." On the other side, Zhang Haoyang saw the message and felt a glimmer of hope. There's a chance. However, the tone of Qin Feng's words made him feel a bit uneasy, so he quickly replied, "Brother Feng, here's the situation. I promised Ruoli that I'd be her top supporter tonight, but I came across a really tough opponent. So I was wondering if I could borrow 2 million from you first. I'll repay you once I have some extra cash. Please transfer the money over first." Qin Feng was speechless. He was asking to borrow money for this, and it sounded like he owed him something. He simply sent back 2 words. "No way." Zhang Haoyang's expression froze instantly, and he felt betrayed. A surge of anger rose in his heart, and even his hand holding the phone trembled slightly. His fingers flew across the keyboard, quickly typing out a message and sending it. Why? Didn't you just give that fat guy a gaming console worth thousands of dollars today? And you gave Xia Meng Meng and the others $10,000 worth of gold? You're so generous with them, but you're so stingy with me, your own brother? You're really unfaithful. Or have you never considered me a friend at all? Qin Feng sneered. These were two different matters. But he didn't bother to explain to Zhang Haoyang. Have you ever considered me a friend? Qin Feng retorted. Zhang Haoyang froze, unable to respond. Before this, he had indeed wanted to consider Qin Feng a friend. However, ever since meeting Bai Ruoli, he had begun to see Qin Feng as a nuisance, even feeling jealous that Qin Feng had once been close to Bai Ruoli. This had subconsciously led him to view Qin Feng as a potential enemy. After thinking for a while, a cunning gleam flashed in Zhang Haoyang's eyes. He thought to himself, Qin Feng, that bastard, is nice to others but not to me. He probably doesn't consider me a friend. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not honoring our brotherly bond. Once I get his money back, I won't give it back to him. Fengge, of course I consider you a good friend, and I've always regarded you as my older brother in my heart. If you still consider me a brother, then lend me the money. Please, I'm begging you. This is the first time I've ever asked you for money. You wouldn't abandon me in my time of need, would you? Zhang Haoyang stared at the phone screen, his eyes filled with a playful glint. Zhang Haoyang stared at the phone screen, his eyes filled with a playful glint. I've already said it all. If you won't lend it to me, are you even human? Zhang Haoyang had already begun fantasizing about Qin Feng giving in to his pleas and agreeing to lend him the money. Soon, he saw the 2 words Qin Feng had sent over. No way. In an instant, Zhang Haoyang felt a rush of heat in his head, his expression darkening as he slammed his palm hard on the table, causing the beer on top to jump. Zhou Wenbin was startled by the sudden noise and quickly adjusted his glasses. What are you doing? This statement instantly ignited Zhang Haoyang's anger. He pointed at his phone and shouted angrily, damn it, Qin Feng refused to lend me money. He doesn't even consider me a brother. When I'm in trouble, he doesn't help me. Don't expect me to help him when he's in trouble. I don't need brothers like that anymore. I'm cutting all ties with him today. Zhang Haoyang's furious voice roared in Zhou Wenbin's ears, terrifying him so much that he dared not even breathe, quickly returning to his game. Fatso, you should stay away from people like him in the future. I can tell he's no good. He even tried to steal your girlfriend. He'll end up ruining you sooner or later. Zhang Haoyang cursed angrily, venting his frustration. On the other side, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He guessed that Zhang Haoyang must be furious right now. But what did that have to do with him? It was his own fault. Not long after, he saw Zhang Haoyang continuing to swipe through the carnival. Unfortunately, even if he spent all 4 million, he could only be the eternal second place. The first place was firmly held by Caesar the Great, who had 5 million and was directly ranked first. The total sales for the entire live stream amounted to 80 million. Approximately $12 million in gift money was received. Zhang Haoyang contributed 4 million. After deducting the union and platform commissions, Bai Ruoli earned 2 million tonight, and Shin Ruoi earned 1 million. Bai Ruoli immediately posted on her social media to boast about her impressive earnings. Meanwhile, Shin Ruoi immediately thanked Qin Feng. Thank you so much. Tonight felt like a dream. I couldn't stop receiving gifts. Sales have been skyrocketing, going from 0 to 1 million in just a couple of minutes. It's hard to believe it's real. Qin Feng smiled lightly, understanding how Zhang Haoyang had gone from an ordinary small-time influencer to a top-tier star overnight. How surreal that must feel. You'll get used to it over time. Your performance during tonight's livestream was a bit awkward, and there's still room for improvement. You need to work on it gradually. Yeah, I was too nervous. I'm on my way home. Wait for me for a bit. We'll talk when I get home. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoyang was desperately apologizing to Bai Ruoli. Ruoli, I'm sorry. If it weren't for the fact that I just ran out of pocket money and my mom was asleep, I would have stepped on it already. Bai Ruoli was in a great mood. She had already returned to Longting Academy and was now lying in the bathtub, enjoying a relaxing soak. Water droplets glided over her crystal clear skin, not leaving a single trace. The massive snow-capped peaks were partially hidden in the water, appearing and disappearing, incredibly alluring. 2 slender white legs, like water snakes, occasionally surface from the water. The young woman leaned against the basin, playing with her phone. It's okay, you've done your best, and I'm happy. Bai Ruoli's stunningly beautiful face curved into a smile. This little cutie. You're so adorable. First place is definitely not something you, Zhang Haoyang, can ever take away. But that's okay. With this little cutie around, I can spend some money and increase my earnings for tonight. The only downside is that Shin Ruoi has been riding my coattails and taking a big cut of my earnings. Thinking of Shin Ruoi, Bai Ruoli's face grew even colder. She must find a way to get rid of this woman once and for all. Chapter 134, Can you come to my house to fix the faucet? Shin Feng waited for a while but didn't see any messages from Shinruoi, so he decided to go to sleep. Just as he lay down on the bed, his phone screen lit up. Shinruoi, Shin Jr., the faucet in my house is broken. Could you come over and fix it? Shin Feng saw the message and was completely stunned. What was going on? In the middle of the night, he's asking me to come help him fix a faucet? Are you kidding me? Besides, I'm not a plumber, I have no idea how to fix a faucet. Plus, you live in a dorm at school. It's not convenient for me to come over there to fix your faucet. The main issue is that our fields of study are incompatible. Senior, is the situation serious? Yes, it's very serious. Can Shin Shuiken fix it? Shin Feng was torn. The other person had already said it so clearly, begging him repeatedly to help, so it felt a bit unreasonable to refuse. He could only try to suggest, why don't you call a plumber to come fix it for you? It's so late, I don't want to bother them, and I don't have their contact information. I can only reach you here. Junior, if you're free, come over now. I'll wait for you. Junior, if you're available, come over now. I'll wait for you. Shwedi, if you're available, come over now. I'll wait for you. Shin Feng was torn. If it were daytime, he wouldn't mind going over to help, but now it was late at night, and he was still in his pajamas, so he really didn't want to go. How about this? Just let it keep leaking. I'll cover your water bill for this month. Within 2 seconds, Shin Feng received a reply from Shinruoi. But I want you to plug it up right now and stop it from leaking. At the end, she sent a shy emoji, which caught Shin Feng's attention and immediately sparked his imagination. He thought to himself, I feel like there's a hint of teasing here. Could it be that Senior Shin is trying to trick me into helping her fix the faucet? I won't fall for that. Quick reply, Senior, even if you were to seduce me, I wouldn't go over. It's too late now, I've already changed into my pajamas and am lying in bed. Let it just keep flowing. After waiting for over 10 seconds, no more messages came through. Shin Feng chuckled to himself, after rejecting me so many times, you should know I won't come. Give up, I guess. Time to sleep. I put my phone aside and was just about to fall asleep when it vibrated again. Shinruoi sent another message. When Shin Feng opened the chat window, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. A sexy photo of Senior Shin in her nightgown, her figure barely visible. Shin Feng nearly fainted upon seeing the photo, feeling his blood boil. This single image revealed Shin Shuesher's voluptuous curves, utterly irresistible. Wait, the background of this photo isn't a dorm room, it's a luxury apartment. What's going on here? Shin Feng immediately noticed something was off. Hey, Junior, what a coincidence. I'm also wearing pajamas. Do you think my pajamas look good? Playful expression. Senior, aren't you living in the dormitory? That was before. I secretly moved to Longting Academy these past 2 days. Shin Feng suddenly felt a rush of heat throughout his body. This was an unexpected surprise. He was also at the Longting Academy, not far from Shinruoi. Combining this with the fact that her family needed to repair a faucet, even Shin Feng, who wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, came up with an idea that was hard to refuse. He swallowed hard and replied, which building and which room do you live in? Building B, room 707. Isn't that right above us? Shin Feng felt even more determined. Since his senior was in trouble, as a junior, he couldn't refuse. He would go up right away to fix the faucet for her. Shinruoi, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but smile triumphantly, her 2 beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. You said you were busy, didn't you? I didn't want to trouble you. You're so mischievous. Shin Feng found it amusing and quickly got out of bed, heading out the door in his slippers and pajamas. Senior, give me 10 seconds. You really came? Serving the senior student, I have to come for real. Shin Feng rushed out the door in one breath, didn't take the elevator, and ran straight up the stairs. Shinruoi smiled gently, her lips curving into a sweet smile. She had moved here secretly just to give Shin Feng a surprise. Less than 10 seconds later, the doorbell rang. Shinruoi opened the door and saw Shin Feng standing there in a casual pose, leaning against the doorframe with a rose in his mouth. Senior Shin, I'm here to fix the faucet. Can I come in? Shin Feng handed the rose from his mouth to Shinruoi, his gaze burning hotly on her delicate figure. Shinruoi didn't mind Shin Feng's intense gaze at all. Instead, she invited him in boldly and closed the door behind them. Senior, not only do you smell good, but your room does too. Shin Feng greedily inhaled the fragrance lingering in the air, which was filled with a strong hormonal scent, making his blood boil even more. Shinruoi smiled faintly. Junior, come with me. With that, she led Shin Feng forward, gently swaying her waist and swaying her hips, looking utterly adorable. Shin Feng followed behind, freely admiring the sultry figure, thinking to himself, Shin Shuesher's peach-shaped buttocks are too beautiful to go to the gym. The feel must be amazing. Senior, why not have a little drink before getting down to business? Shin Feng curved his lips into a mischievous smile. Shinruoi turned her face away and smiled sweetly. I'm afraid you'll get drunk and mess things up. We don't want to start and then have to stop because you're too drunk. Xin Feng couldn't stand such provocation. A man's dignity couldn't be compromised. He smirked, "Don't underestimate me. Even if you collapse, I won't. I promise you'll never forget me for the rest of your life." Shen Ruoyi smiled without speaking, but her eyes betrayed a spring-like passion. Xin Feng's heart stirred. He never expected Shen Ruoyi, who usually seemed so proper, to be so passionate and uninhibited in private. He preferred this kind of thing, and it seemed like tonight was going to be a wonderful night. But every few steps, Xin Feng felt something was off. Shouldn't the senior be taking him to the bedroom? Why are we going to the bathroom? Does she like being in the bathroom? What a mischievous girl. Xin Feng couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward, but the next second, his smile froze on his lips. The bathroom faucet was gushing water. At that moment, Xin Feng had an extremely bad feeling, and the small flame of hope that had just begun to rise in his heart was instantly extinguished. "Senior, you wouldn't really be asking me to fix the faucet, would you?" Xin Feng was speechless. Shen Ruoyi covered her mouth and giggled. She knew exactly what Xin Feng was thinking. Her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon. "What else would I have called you here for? What did you think I wanted you to fix?" Xin Feng gave an awkward smile, rubbing his face, and said, "I thought you called me to fix the faucet." After speaking, his gaze inadvertently glanced at Shen Ruoyi's delicate figure. Shen Ruoyi, who was as sharp as ice, knew exactly what Xin Feng was looking at and understood the meaning behind his words. A strange sensation coursed through her body, causing her face to flush red in an instant. "Spit it out, stop thinking nonsense, and get back to work." Shen Ruoyi feigned anger. Xin Feng felt like a mute eating bitter melon, feigning helplessness and saying, "I knew there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." After saying that, he felt depressed and tried to block the water from the faucet with his hand. The next second, a jet of high-pressure water sprayed toward Shen Ruoyi. Chapter 135, Returning to the Shen family. This sudden turn of events left both of them completely caught off guard. Shen Ruoyi was wearing a white silk nightgown, which was already thin and became transparent when wet, clinging tightly to her delicate body. Xin Feng's eyes widened, afraid to miss a single frame, his breathing becoming rapid. It felt as though a flame was burning within his body. In this moment, with just the two of them alone, the evil fire within him was also burning fiercely. Shen Ruoyi froze, looking down at her clothes. The blush on her face spread like the crimson clouds at the horizon, rushing straight to her forehead. And since it was a nightgown, there was nothing underneath. It's obvious. She was so scared that she quickly covered her chest, her face burning with embarrassment. She blushed and said, "Don't look, you big bully. You did that on purpose." Before she could finish speaking, Xin Feng had already forcefully sealed her lips with his own. Before she could finish speaking, Xin Feng forcefully covered her mouth with his hand. Shen Ruoyi's mind went blank, and her eyes widened in shock. She reached out to push Xin Feng's chest, but found that her entire body felt weak and unable to muster any strength. Xin Feng had a dream that someone was scribbling on his face with a brush, making him itch. When he opened his eyes to try to hit the person, he found that Shen Ruoyi's perfect, delicate face was right in front of him. Her two big, watery eyes were staring at his face, and she was holding a handful of hair, playing with her own nose. "You're awake." Shen Ruoyi blushed and murmured softly. Xin Feng snapped out of his daze, wrapped his arms around Shen Ruoyi, and smiled with a hint of mischief. "Senior, we didn't finish last night's homework. Why don't you give your junior another lesson?" Shen Ruoyi blushed and rolled her eyes. "Stop it, you're so mean. You almost killed me, and now you're making me feel guilty. Can't you let me catch my breath? Hee, now you know how powerful I am." Xin Feng smirked triumphantly, hugging the beauty in his arms even tighter. "You're just bullying me." Shen Ruoyi pouted, but her heart was as sweet as honey. She obediently nestled into Xin Feng's embrace and said, "My family is calling me back home. Can you come with me?" Xin Feng furrowed his brows. "Is something wrong at home?" "No, it's just that they watched my live stream last night, so they want me to come back for dinner to celebrate. A lot of relatives know about my live stream and have come over to my house. My parents want me to go back and make them proud." Xin Feng understood. "Alright, I don't have anything to do today either, so I'll drive you there." Shen Ruoyi blinked and smiled. "They all think you're my boyfriend, so you have to play the role of my boyfriend too. Senior's orders, junior must obey." Xin Feng gave her a mischievous smile, his hands starting to get restless again. "But before that, shouldn't you catch up on your studies first?" Shen Ruoyi felt a sudden wave of heat wash over her body and blushed shyly. "You're so annoying." At noon, Xin Feng drove to Shen Ruoyi's house. From a distance, he could see her family setting off firecrackers, with many relatives gathered at the entrance. Many of them were poor relatives who had come from the countryside. As soon as they parked the car, the Shen family gathered around. They were admiring the luxury car, unable to hide their envy. If this were her boyfriend's car, he must be a big boss. It's clearly not cheap. A young guy was touching the car, drooling all over it. "That's a Cullinan, it cost several $1,000,000. Upon hearing this, the Shen family relatives looked at Xin Feng with even more intense admiration. Xin Feng held two large bags of gifts in his hands, wearing a kind smile on his face. "Uncle, I came in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare anything special. I just bought a few gifts. Please don't think they're insufficient. Mr. Shin couldn't stop smiling. Xin Feng's arrival had greatly enhanced his prestige. It's okay, it's okay. Your presence is enough. There's no need to go to such trouble. Though he said no, he honestly accepted the gift the man handed him. One of the bags was filled with red envelopes, heavy with cash. Mr. Shin was puzzled and asked, "What is this?" Shinruoi smiled broadly, grabbed a handful of red envelopes, and stuffed them into her father's hands. "Dad, Xin Feng heard that we have many relatives coming over today, and since it's their first time meeting everyone, he didn't prepare any gifts. He asked you to give these red envelopes to the relatives on his behalf as a token of his goodwill." "Alright, I'll just have to be bold and distribute the red envelopes for you." Shin's father felt the thickness of the red envelopes and was secretly surprised. This thickness must be worth hundreds of dollars, even if it's just $10. What a great son-in-law. Doing this really makes him look good, and he likes Qin Feng even more now. "Everyone come over here. My daughter's boyfriend is going to give you all red envelopes. Everyone gets one." Upon hearing about the red envelopes, the relatives quickly gathered around. These people couldn't wait to open the red envelopes once they received them. Inside were all 100 yuan bills, and there were exactly 10 of them 1,000 yuan in each red envelope. Everyone was stunned. Who has ever received such a large red envelope? And there were dozens of people there, so the red envelopes alone amounted to tens of thousands of dollars. This display of extravagance completely won them over, and their admiration for Qin Feng skyrocketed. Some elderly gentlemen in their 70s and 80s had never received such a large red envelope in their entire lives. They had only ever given them to others. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. Wishing you a speedy arrival of a healthy baby and a happy family. I've heard for a long time that Ruoi found a wealthy boyfriend, but I didn't believe it before. Now I do. Only someone as kind-hearted as Mr. Qin could be worthy of our Ruoi. Everyone is scrambling to flatter him. You're too kind." Qin Feng smiled faintly. A little money was enough to make these people grateful and win their favor, a win-win situation for everyone. Spend 35,000, get a 100x bonus, and receive a refund of 3.5 million. Made another 3.5 million yuan profit, no loss at all. Qin Feng remained as calm as ever, showing no signs of emotion. Mrs. Shin smiled with narrowed eyes. "Everyone, don't stand here. Hurry inside. I've prepared some fine wine and delicious dishes to entertain you all." Qin Feng's status was unquestionably that of the host, and everyone raised their glasses to toast him. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shin's eldest uncle smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Mr. Qin, with your skills, you must be a big boss. My son is unemployed at home. Could you find him a job?" At this, everyone fell silent, all of them looking at Qin Feng with hopeful eyes. Qin Feng remained completely composed. He had anticipated this situation beforehand and, without rushing, put down his chopsticks and looked up at his uncle. "What did your son used to do for a living?" "He was a security guard." What kind of job do you want me to find for him?" My uncle's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "He doesn't have much skill, and I don't expect him to amount to much, so I'll just find him a security guard job." Qin Feng nodded. This was still reasonable. If the demands were too high, he would refuse without hesitation. "Alright, as long as he works diligently and doesn't disgrace me, I promise to find him a job." My uncle said excitedly, "Absolutely not. He's a very honest person. Ah Xiang, hurry over and thank Mr. Chen." A middle-aged man with an honest face approached, his gratitude evident on his face. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. It's no big deal," Qin Feng said. Shinruoi watched the scene unfold, a smile playing on her lips as her heart warmed. Before this, her branch of the Shin family had no standing whatsoever within the Shin clan, let alone the kind of cohesion that would bring relatives running here. In the past, when the family was poor, everyone avoided them. Now, these people treat them like they've seen their saviors. All of this is because of the man standing before them. "Ruoi, you must hold on to Qin Feng tightly and never let such a good man slip away," Shin's mother whispered in her ear. "Mom, I know." Shinruoi smiled, not daring to tell her mother that Qin Feng was never short of women. In fact, many of them were more outstanding than her, and she simply didn't have the confidence to stay by Qin Feng's side forever. She only knows to cherish the present and do everything in her power to stay by Qin Feng's side. Just then, an unpleasant voice rang out from the crowd. "Why did you start the banquet without waiting for me?" Chapter 136, First Meeting with Aunt Wang. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a beer belly, in his early 50s. He wore a large gold chain around his neck, held a small bag in his hand, and sported a prominent gold ring on his finger. His face was round and plump, easily evoking the image of a wealthy nouveau riche with a pig-like appearance. Beside him stood a woman dressed in a seductive manner, in her early 30s, wearing a wine-red cheongsam that accentuated her mature figure. Mr. Shin gave an awkward smile, his expression slightly uneasy. "You're a busy man, I thought you wouldn't come." The man frowned and said arrogantly, "Alright, now that your daughter is doing well, do you think you've made it and don't even bother with me anymore?" "That's not true. How could he compare to you, the big boss?" Shin's father kept apologizing, bowing his head and bending his waist. Other members of the Shin family also stood up and hurried to greet the man. Shin Feng could tell that this man held a high position within the Shin family, but he couldn't figure out the relationship between Shin's father and this man. He only noticed that Shin's father seemed very afraid of him. He whispered, "Ruei, who is this man? It feels like he and your father don't get along very well. He's Shin Mingshu. He owns a stone quarry, and he's the most powerful person in the entire family. When my father was poor, he once asked him for a loan, but he was met with scorn and didn't get a single penny. Every time there was a family banquet, he would seat us at the last table. Now that my father has turned his life around, he must be unhappy. Your aunt is still pretty young." Shin Feng's gaze fell on the woman beside Shin Mingshu. From his experience, this woman was definitely not an honest woman. She was dressed up in flashy clothes, heavily made up, and adorned with numerous pieces of jewelry. Since she entered, she hadn't greeted anyone, adopting a haughty attitude, as if she looked down on these poor relatives, standing out like a sore thumb in this setting. "Oh, you mean Aunt Wang? She's uncle's third wife." Shin Feng chuckled, "So your uncle's children have such a stepmother, how unfortunate for them." Shen Ruoyi replied with an odd expression, "My uncle doesn't have any children yet." "No way, he's that old and doesn't have any children?" Shin Feng exclaimed in surprise. A man nearly 50 years old without children is unusual. Shen Ruoyi glanced around furtively, making sure no one was paying attention, then whispered into Qin Feng's ear, "I heard they say my uncle can't have children, which is why he doesn't have any kids yet. His previous wife might have divorced him because of that. That's really pitiful." Shin Feng looked at Uncle Shin Ming with sympathy. What's there to feel sorry about? He brought this upon himself. He had a bit of money when he was young, partied every night, and ruined his own life. Shen Ruoyi looked down on him. At that moment, Aunt Wang looked impatient. If it weren't for her husband calling her here, she wouldn't have bothered coming to this boring place. It was full of country bumpkins, all smelling of sweat. Just as she was bored out of her mind, her peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Feng's figure, and her gaze was immediately locked onto him, as if she had been drawn to a magnet. Aunt Wang had seen her fair share of handsome men and had even frequented nightclubs. Qin Feng had an intellectual air about him, yet he also possessed an aura of purity, untouched by the world, unlike the young, inexperienced men at the nightclub. He also exudes a sense of composure and elegance, standing out from the crowd like a wealthy young gentleman. Aunt Wang suddenly thought of the phrase graceful gentleman, as if it had been coined specifically for such a person. Her eyes grew brighter, her previously icy expression melting away instantly. The corners of her lips curved upward slightly, revealing a hint of allure, as she batted her eyelashes at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had already noticed the woman. Upon seeing her greet him from across the room, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and blinked his eyes, as if engaging in some form of communication. Wang Auntie's smile grew even brighter as she pulled Shin Ming's hand and said, "Let's go see our internet sensation." Mr. Shin Ming replied indifferently, "You're right. If it weren't for her, her father wouldn't have been able to turn his life around." He straightened his clothes and walked over to Qin Feng with a confident stride. Shen Ruoyi hid her fingers under the table, gently pinching Qin Feng, and teased, "Is flirting with your aunt exciting?" It turned out that Qin Feng and Aunt Wang had exchanged glances earlier, and she had secretly noticed it. Her jealousy had already been stirred up. Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened, reaching down to take her hand and play with it, his eyes filled with a suggestive smile. "If something really happened, would you be angry?" Shen Ruoyi looked pitifully at him and said with a hint of jealousy, "I wouldn't get angry. But I will be jealous." Qin Feng chuckled silently. Their relationship was nothing more than a transaction, and Shen Ruoyi wasn't his girlfriend yet. Shen Ruoyi gave a sly smile and whispered in Qin Feng's ear, blowing warm breath on his ear, "If you're capable, just take her. After all, why let the good things go to strangers?" Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The warm breath tickling his ear made his ears itch. Shen Ruoyi's words made him feel impulsive. This Shen Ruoyi is truly a woman who is impossible to resist. With just a few words, she had stirred up his inner desires. "Ruoyi, is this your boyfriend? He's pretty handsome." Wang Ani's sweet voice rang out, her eyes boldly appraising Qin Feng as she spoke, her gaze as if that of a starving woman seeing the man she desired. This gaze made Shen Ruoyi feel uneasy. She forced a smile and said, "Of course. He's the hottest freshman in our school this year." Wang Auntie's eyes sparkled even more brightly. "Oh, he's a university freshman, which means he's only 18 or 19 this year. Hello, Auntie. Nice to meet you. I'm Qin Feng." Qin Feng's broad hands rested on his hips, his eyes holding an unusual gaze. Chapter 137, Auntie's hands are so white. We're so lucky to have found such a handsome boyfriend. Aunt Wang extended her flawlessly white hand and gently grasped Qin Feng's massive wrist, her face adorned with a seductive smile. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise her silently. Wang Auntie's hands had never done any heavy work. They were white, delicate, and soft to the touch, making them irresistibly tempting to hold. Whether intentionally or not, Aunt Wang's slender fingers gently traced the palm of Qin Feng's hand, sending a tingling sensation through him. It felt like teasing, yet also like an accidental gesture. Qin Feng's heart fluttered. As an experienced man, he knew this was no coincidence. Combined with her husband's incompetence, it's likely that Aunt Wang is feeling lonely at home. Qin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a meaningful smile. Auntie, you're young and beautiful, more charming than flowers. Shen Mingshu is truly fortunate to have married you. No woman dislikes being praised, especially when it comes from a handsome guy. Aunt Wang's lips curved upward slightly, her eyes sending a subtle glance, as she withdrew her delicate hand and smiled. You have a sweet mouth. Without waiting for Shen Mingshu, she picked up a nearby chair and sat down next to Qin Feng. Her two round, full thighs were pressed together, the cheongsam clinging tightly to her hips, outlining an alluring silhouette. Through the gaps in the cheongsam, Qin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. From his angle, he could see Wang Auntie's white thighs, perfect like porcelain, even the small blood vessels beneath the skin were clearly visible. He took a deep breath through his nostrils, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He felt a vague sense of familiarity with the scent, suddenly recalling having seen it in a certain brand store. It was a Chanel perfume, worth over 30,000 yuan. Aunt Wang must have a pretty high standard of living. Auntie is older than you, so if you don't mind, I'll call you Xiao Qin from now on. Auntie can call me whatever she likes. Aunt Wang gave Qin Feng a suggestive look, sizing him up from head to toe, and asked with a smile, You look pretty muscular. You must work out a lot, right? Yeah, I go to the gym and run whenever I have time. I really like sports. Qin Feng smiled faintly, poured Aunt Wang another glass of beer, and handed her a bowl and chopsticks. Auntie, have some beer. Aunt Wang smiled faintly. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't even bother to drink such wine. However, this cup of wine was poured for her by Qin Feng himself, and it gave her the feeling of being pampered by someone else. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. Back then, her husband would treat her with courtesy and tenderness. After marriage, he would only focus on eating and drinking during meals, never thinking to do such things. Her feelings for Qin Feng grew even stronger. He took the wine cup and sipped it lightly. Seeing his wife sitting next to Qin Feng, Shen Mingshu's expression turned slightly displeased. If she were sitting next to anyone else, he wouldn't have reacted much, but the problem was that Qin Feng was more handsome and younger than him, which made him feel insecure. Plus, his wife had even gone over to sit next to him on her own. Shen Mingshu plopped down on the chair with a half smile, glancing at Qin Feng and saying, Ruwei is like a daughter to me. She's grown up to be a pretty successful streamer now, earning way more than her peers. What does your family do? I wonder if you're worthy of Ruwei. Qin Feng smiled faintly, while Shen Mingshu's body emitted a faint aura of hostility, as if he were intentionally targeting him. We run a small family business. Oh. Shen Mingshu's lips curled slightly, a fleeting look of disdain flashing in his eyes. He straightened his posture instantly, his chin tilting upward slightly, a sense of superiority filling his chest. He deliberately spoke loudly, Can your family earn 3 million a year? As if he were afraid no one else could hear him. Qin Feng smiled faintly. 3 million was nothing to him. Shen Ruwei said coldly, Shen Ming, 3 million is just a drop in the bucket for my boyfriend. The car he drove here today is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked right at the entrance. You should have seen it, right? I don't know how much his family earns in a year, but it's definitely more than yours. Shen Ruoi had long harbored resentment toward Shen Mingshu, and seeing him deliberately targeting Qin Feng, she naturally didn't give him a friendly look. Shen Mingshu's expression darkened immediately. He shot Shen Ruoi a glance and thought to himself, back when your father was begging me for money, you were groveling before me. Now that you're following a famous live streamer to sell products and have gained a bit of fame, you've forgotten your own status and background? She actually thinks she can stand on my head and do whatever she wants? That's just a pipe dream. If I don't crush your family under my feet today, everyone else will think you're more successful than me, Shen Ming. Shen Ming's uncle sneered, I was just asking casually. Why are you so anxious? What's a Cullinan worth? I stopped driving this kind of car 3 years ago. No matter how great your boyfriend is, he's still relying on his dad. He's just a rich kid, and all his money comes from his dad. I'm different. Every penny of my fortune is something I've built up with my own 2 hands. Can he even compare to me? Shen Mingshu shouted in a rough voice. Everyone around them fell silent, clearly noticing that Shen Mingshu was getting angry. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Shen's father quickly poured Shen Mingshu a glass of wine, smiling apologetically, have a drink to calm down. Everyone in the family knows you're the most capable in the Shen family. Ruwei is still young. If she said anything to offend you, don't take it to heart. Shen Mingshu's expression softened slightly, and he snorted heavily through his nose. I'm not angry. I just speak loudly. Then, he adopted the demeanor of an elder and began lecturing. Ruwei, it's not me, your uncle, who's telling you this. You may have gained some fame by working with a big live streaming host, but you never know, one day you might not be able to stream anymore, and they won't want you anymore. What would you do then? That's why being an influencer isn't a viable career path. If I were you, I'd find a stable job and stick to it instead of taking shortcuts. Qin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter at this point. Shen Mingshu, don't worry about her. Just mind your own business. Shen Mingshu flew into a rage upon hearing this, scowling and scolding, "You're not even Ruoi's husband yet, and you dare to talk back to an elder? Whether it's age or status, you should still call me uncle. You're just a young upstart who hasn't even grown any hair yet. Besides your face, what else do you have to offer? You're just living off the money your father earned, aren't you? What gives you the right to act so high and mighty in front of me? Chow, just a good-looking but worthless guy." Shen Mingshu didn't bother to hide his contempt for Qin Feng. And Wang's eyes widened. "Shen Ming, how dare you speak to him like that? He's just a child, only a freshman in college. How dare you speak to him in such a tone? Besides, isn't his father's money his money too? You can't expect him to work while studying, can you?" After saying that, he spoke gently to comfort Qin Feng. "Little Qin, don't be afraid. Your aunt is here, your uncle wouldn't dare to harm you." Chapter 138, Shi Shenming's uncle. Shen Mingshu was so enraged that he glared angrily, a surge of jealousy rushing to his forehead. He was nearly 50 years old, with wrinkles covering his face. Relying on his wealth, he had married a wife in her early 30s who was fair-skinned and beautiful, which made him feel quite proud. However, as time went on, he noticed that his wife was always looking at handsome men. Additionally, he was unable to have children, which made him increasingly suspicious and afraid that his wife was having an affair. Qin Feng was handsome and full of vitality, which made him extremely jealous. His wife's favoritism toward this fair-faced young man had long since overturned the vinegar jar in his heart. Qin Feng smirked, noticing Shen Mingshu's furious glare. Since the old man was deliberately making things difficult for him, he would make him suffer even more. "Auntie, you're so kind." Qin Feng praised her sincerely. "If Uncle Shen Ming ever dares to bully me again, I'll make you help me get revenge." After saying that, he deliberately looked at Shen Mingshu in a provocative manner. Shen Mingshu clenched his teeth in anger and muttered under his breath, "This kid really knows how to handle things. His wife won't agree to this, will she?" At this thought, he felt panic rising within him. If his wife agreed to Qin Feng in front of everyone, wouldn't he lose all face? He quickly gave his wife a warning glance, urging her to watch her words and not embarrass him in front of everyone. Aunt Wang seemed oblivious to his glance, smiling warmly at Qin Feng and saying, "Don't worry. Your uncle Shen Ming isn't the kind of person who acts unreasonable. If he really bullies your aunt, I'll stand up for you." Shen Ming's face turned red, then pale, and he quickly downed a glass of beer to hide his embarrassment. "Thank you, Auntie." Qin Feng chuckled inwardly and poured another glass of beer for his aunt. "This glass of beer is my toast to you, Auntie. I'll drink first to honor you." So young and already so smooth-talking, just trying to curry favor with the elders. Shen Mingshu mocked sarcastically. He put down his wine cup and said, "What good will come of that?" Qin Feng heard this and was displeased. He put down his chopsticks and said, "Shen Ming, how do you know I have no future? Is my current achievement so poor?" Shen Mingshu grinned and adopted his usual arrogant demeanor to scold Qin Feng. "In the words of ordinary people, you're just an ordinary rich second-generation kid. Even if your family has some wealth, if you don't strive to improve yourself, you'll eventually squander it all. I advise you to read more books, be humble, and keep a low profile." Then, changing his tone abruptly, he said coldly, "Don't go around flaunting your father's money." Aunt Wang glared at Uncle Shen Ming, placed her hand under the table, and gently tapped Qin Feng's thigh, her face adorned with a faint smile. "Little Qin, don't mind Uncle Shen Ming. He's just that kind of person, especially when he's had a few drinks. He tends to talk big. But deep down, he's actually a good person." Qin Feng suddenly felt an unusual sensation on his thigh, a tingling, numbing feeling, and the unpleasantness from being teased by Shen Mingshu vanished into thin air. "Auntie, Uncle Shen Ming has a point. I'll be more careful in the future." This was the Shen family's home dinner, and Qin Feng didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Since Auntie had given him a way out, he would let it go. Aunt Wang gently patted Qin Feng's thigh, seeming very satisfied with his attitude, before withdrawing her hand. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and placed it in Qin Feng's bowl. "You're still at an age when you need to grow, so eat more meat." "Thank you, Auntie." Shen Mingshu frowned, feeling that his wife was being overly kind to Qin Feng. He thought to himself, perhaps I'm overthinking it. She's just treating him as an elder. Like him, there was another person at the dinner table who felt extremely depressed, and that was Shen Ruoi. As a woman, she had a strong intuition that Aunt Wan was being overly affectionate toward Qin Feng. Combined with the rumors she had heard about Aunt Wang in the past, Shen Ruoi was certain that the promiscuous aunt had feelings for Qin Feng. At this thought, the jealousy in Shen Rui's heart had already been stirred up. Fortunately, she was well aware of her own status and dared not harbor any illusions that Qin Feng would be completely devoted to her. She pretended not to notice anything and quietly enjoyed her meal. At that moment, Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, "I came here in a hurry today and didn't prepare any gifts. I didn't know Auntie was coming. If I had known, I would have prepared a gift for Auntie." Aunt Wan smiled gently, "It's okay. It's the thought that counts. Next time you have the chance, you can bring me something then." She thought to herself, what kind of expensive gift could a young relative possibly give? She didn't need any more gold or silver jewelry, and anyway, her husband had plenty of money. Shin Mingshu sneered, Xiaoqin, your aunt has high standards. Don't bother giving her those gifts meant to please children. In a year, I spend no less than 5 million on jewelry for your aunt alone. Shin Mingshu held up his index finger and gestured, speaking loudly. This year, I also plan to buy your aunt a Cartier jade necklace worth over 2 million yuan as a gift for her. Everyone was stunned. They were all country folk, or from ordinary families, and hearing this, they couldn't help but feel envious. Especially some women, who envied, look at Shin Ming, he can just give away jewelry worth millions. Big bosses are just different. We ordinary people can't even dare to dream about such things. Hearing these compliments, Shin Mingshu's nose almost touched the sky, and the arrogance and sense of superiority deep within him returned once more. Even Shin's parents were intimidated by his aura and sat awkwardly to the side. Whenever Shin Ming was at a family gathering, he was always the center of attention. Xin Feng smiled faintly. Shin Mingshu really had found the right person to show off his wealth to. He didn't want to be outdone in this setting. Shin Mingshu, don't worry. Your aunt is so beautiful I couldn't possibly give her something so low class. Last time I accompanied Ruai to the Hermes boutique, I happened to see a newly released limited edition bag that was quite nice. It costs over 300,000 yuan. Next time I have some free time, I'll buy this bag and give it to my aunt. Shin Mingshu snorted with a sharp, sarcastic tone. Who can't say nice things? Next time, I'll give everyone 10,000 yuan each when I'm in a good mood. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be generous. Aunt Wang gave Uncle Shin Ming a disapproving look, then softened her tone and said, you have the thought, and Auntie is happy not to have to give a gift. On the contrary, Auntie feels truly sorry that you didn't bring a gift on your first visit. I'll take you shopping for a few outfits another day. Upon hearing this, Shin Mingshu's face turned as dark as if he had swallowed a fly, so gloomy it seemed like ink was about to drip from it. After being married for so long, Wang Auntie had never bought him a single piece of clothing. But he couldn't say such things in public, lest he become the laughingstock of everyone. So he could only drink his wine in silence, feeling miserable. Xin Feng watched this unfold, smiling to himself. Shin Mingshu, this is all your own doing. Auntie, you better keep your word. Next time you have some free time, you have to buy me a few sets of clothes. I don't want anything too cheap. Shin Mingshu was so angry he glared at him. This kid is even imitating my tone, trying to provoke me, isn't he? Chapter 139, Auntie isn't being honest. Alright, Auntie agrees. Here's the plan, after dinner today, I'll take you there. Aunt Wang smiled gently, deeply fond of this younger relative who was more than 10 years her junior, and couldn't bear to refuse. Thank you, Auntie. Xin Feng smiled faintly. Shin Mingshu said in a low voice, Rui, I watched your live stream last night. You were selling products pretty well. You must have received a lot of gift money, right? As soon as he said that, it immediately sparked the curiosity of his relatives at the same table, and the conversation couldn't be stopped. I heard that live streaming product promoters make a lot of money, earning hundreds of thousands in a single broadcast. Is that true? It's definitely possible to make money. I heard that top live streamers can earn hundreds of millions of dollars in a year. I watched last night's live stream too, and the gifts kept coming non-stop. I'm confident they made at least a few million. Everyone was envious, and Shin's father immediately stood up straight with a smile and said, Rui, why don't you tell everyone how much you made last night? Shin Ruai knew exactly what her father was thinking. He just loved to save face. Not much, just around 100,000. Everyone gasped in astonishment. I've never earned that much money in my entire life, and to make $1 million in a single livestream is just ridiculous. His father is going to make it big, he has such a successful daughter. Shin Ruai smiled faintly. She knew all of this was thanks to Xin Feng. Otherwise, she would still be struggling with money. She wouldn't have achieved anything like this, nor would she be enjoying the fawning glances of her relatives. Shin Mingshu scoffed with a smile, what's there to envy? She doesn't stream every day, and even if she earns a few million a month, that's nothing special. A few million is already a lot. We could work our whole lives and never earn that much, a younger member of the Shin family chimed in. Let me put it this way, even if Ruai could earn millions a month, she wouldn't be able to enter my circle. Shin Mingshu said defiantly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with growing arrogance. A few days ago, I had dinner with several high-ranking officials from the town. These people could crush you with a single step. Everyone's gaze immediately changed, and they looked at Uncle Shin Ming with a mix of respect and fear. These days, anyone associated with a powerful figure is no ordinary person. Shin Mingshu grew even more arrogant, relishing the admiring glances from the crowd. He continued, as you all know, those of us in the military must have strong connections. We have contacts in both the underworld and the authorities. Without such connections, we wouldn't be able to survive in this line of work. I've been in this business for so long without any trouble because I have powerful connections. If anything happens to anyone in your family, just give me a word and I'll take care of it. Shin Mingshu's voice is so loud, it's as if he wants the whole world to hear him. Sure enough, the Shin family members grew even more respectful toward Shin Mingshu, vying to flatter him. The Shin Ruai family's prominence was quickly overshadowed. Shin Feng looked calm and composed. His connections and influence were undoubtedly far superior to Shin Mingshu's, but he saw no need to boast about it. Suddenly, Shin Feng's body trembled, and a tingling sensation spread down his thigh, as if he had touched soft silk. Soft and smooth. Even through the thin fabric, Shin Feng could feel how soft and smooth the skin beneath was, absolutely top-notch. Shin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was Wang Auntie's leg pressing against him. They were sitting close to each other to begin with, so if they accidentally touched, Shin Feng wouldn't have thought much of it. The problem was that Aunt Wang's leg was constantly pressing against his thigh. She couldn't possibly not have felt it. There's only one truth: Aunt Wang did it on purpose. Shin Feng suddenly felt an unusual sensation welling up in his heart. He pretended not to notice and glanced sideways at Aunt Wang. The latter, however, acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to eat her meal with graceful movements. Auntie, Uncle Shin Ming is so impressive. He even knows such a prominent figure. I must ask him to introduce me to him someday. Shin Feng smiled faintly. Aunt Wang gave Shin Feng a suggestive glance and said in a soft voice, "Well, you should learn more from your Uncle Shin Ming. He's truly skilled in this area, there's no denying it." Shin Feng chuckled to himself. Uncle Shin Ming might be skilled in this particular area, but he's probably not very good at anything else. I just hope Shin Mingshu won't refuse to take me along. Then it depends on how you behave. As long as you treat Shin Mingshu well, he will definitely give you a chance. Shin Mingshu had overheard their conversation and was secretly pleased with himself. Now you know how to flatter me? Xiaoqin, it's not that Mingshu doesn't want to take you out. Those leaders aren't people you can just see whenever you want. Even I can't just ask them out whenever I feel like it. If I really took you there, it might make the leaders unhappy. Every word implied that Shin Feng wasn't important enough. Shin Feng was just speaking off the cuff. He wasn't interested in meeting those leaders at all. On the contrary, his aunt brought him more joy. I understand that, given my status, I'm certainly not qualified to meet those important figures. Only someone like Uncle Ming, a big shot with connections, has the standing to drink with them. Shin Feng remained composed and, out of respect for his aunt, granted Uncle Ming some face, satisfying his vanity. Shin Mingshu grinned broadly, clearly pleased. You know your place, he said. Then, with a mysterious expression, he said, let me tell you, dining with these high-ranking officials not only allows you to hear all sorts of business information, but also to overhear many secrets that ordinary people like us could never hope to access. This remark immediately piqued everyone's interest, and they all leaned in to listen closely. Shin Feng also became curious and wanted to see what kind of impressive story this Shin Mingshu could come up with. However, Shin Mingshu, seeing that everyone was hooked by his teasing, didn't rush. Instead, he gently swirled his empty wine cup and turned his eyes to Shin Feng with a meaningful look. Want to hear it? Shin Feng glanced at the empty wine cup, immediately understood, stood up, and poured him a full cup of white wine, smiling. Uncle Ming wants to speak, of course we want to listen. Shin Mingshu smirked to himself, thinking, you little brat, you were acting so tough earlier. Now you're obediently pouring me wine. Alright, since you're pouring wine for me personally, I'll share a super explosive secret with you. As soon as Shin Feng sat down, Wang Auntie's full, rounded thigh pressed against him again, as if she were addicted to it. She even gently rubbed against him, causing the pores on Shin Feng's thigh to open instantly, sending a tingling sensation through his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Shin Feng exclaimed, wow, Aunt Wang is so bold. Doesn't she fear others seeing? Or maybe she's just someone who can't stand being alone. Who knows how many hats Shin Mingshu has worn? I really feel sorry for him. Shin Mingshu didn't notice the little game the two were playing under the table. He spoke mysteriously. Let me tell you the truth. I overheard some important figures talking in private. A very mysterious important figure has arrived in the city. He has got a lot of clout. All we know is his surname is Qin, and everyone calls him Mr. Qin. Chapter 140, the prominent figure in the capital, Mr. Qin. Shin Feng was secretly surprised. For a moment, he thought Shin Mingshu was talking about himself. Could it be such a coincidence that someone happened to have the surname Qin? Shin Ruoyi also instinctively glanced at Shin Feng with her eyes, but quickly returned to her usual composure, because she thought it was impossible. Although Shin Feng was wealthy, he definitely wasn't the kind of person who could have private conversations with influential figures. Shin Feng asked curiously, Mr. Ming, what special things has this Mr. Qin done? Shin Ming replied, how would I know? Even the high-ranking officials don't know, so there's no way I would. However, I did hear them mention it in passing. It seems that this important person did something very remarkable. There's a very powerful underworld organization with hundreds of henchmen running rampant in the city. I think it's called the Qilin Society. For some reason, Mr. Qin offended the Qilin Society. Their leader was furious and called in hundreds of men to surround Mr. Qin, threatening to kill him. Can you guess what happened next? Shin Mingshu deliberately teased them, leaving everyone hanging in suspense. Shin Feng's lips twitched slightly. By now, he had figured out what was going on. The Mr. Qin Shin Mingshu was referring to was almost certainly himself. When had he become such a mysterious big shot? Why didn't he know anything about it? And how did this story get so out of hand? Mr. Ming, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us how Mr. Qin resolved the situation. The Shin family couldn't contain their impatience anymore and were eager to know how this mysterious Mr. Qin would handle the situation with hundreds of people trying to break the deadlock. Shin Mingshu grew even more arrogant, speaking slowly and calmly. At the time, the situation was extremely dangerous. Mr. Qin was alone, with no helpers, while the members of the Qilin society were all armed with various knives and water pipes. By all accounts, Mr. Qin should have been killed. Guess what happened? Shin Mingshu pretended to be cool and pulled out a cigarette. Someone quickly lit it for him. Uncle Ming, what happened next? Shin Mingshu grinned that Mr. Qin isn't someone to mess with. Before those men could even act, they were surrounded by over 1,000 special forces soldiers. The crowd was in an uproar. It seemed as though everyone had been stunned by Mr. Qin's identity. Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he laughed awkwardly. Mr. Ming, you're exaggerating. How could Mr. Qin possibly mobilize over 1,000 special forces soldiers? That's because you're uninformed, Shin Ming said in a lecturing tone. Mr. Qin isn't just anyone. He's said to be the prince's son from the capital. Mobilizing 1,000 special forces soldiers is as easy as giving an order for him. Qin Feng was completely speechless and could only let Shin Mingshu continue to boast. Others had long been captivated by Shin Mingshu's topics and eagerly sought his advice, greatly satisfying his vanity. Thus, Shin Mingshu embellished his stories, speaking endlessly, exaggerating everything he had heard and seen. Qin Feng had no interest in listening to Shin Mingshu boast any further, so he continued to exchange subtle glances with Aunt Wang and occasionally poured her a cup of wine. After several rounds of wine, Aunt Wang could no longer hold her liquor. She was already flushed like a peach blossom, her blush making her look shy and alluring. Her actions below grew increasingly bold. Aunt Wang suddenly said, Shin Ming, it's time to go back. Uncle Shen Ming was in the middle of a good story and had already had quite a few drinks. He wasn't about to stop now. If you want to go back, go ahead on your own. I'm busy here. After saying that, he didn't bother with his wife anymore and continued to brag to the others. Aunt Wang didn't seem upset, as if she had expected this to happen. She smiled and said, Xiao Qin, I think we've had enough to eat. Why don't I take you to buy some clothes? A hint of ambiguity flashed in Aunt Wang's eyes, and a faint smile lingered on her lips. Qin Feng's heart fluttered, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something interesting was about to happen. He turned to Mr. Shin and said, Uncle and Aunt, I'll head back to school first. I'll stop by and buy some things with Aunt Wang. Ruwei, do you want to come back with me? Shen Ruwei glanced at Aunt Wang and said calmly, I'll go back to school later. Drive carefully. Alright, I'll go first. Everyone, eat well and drink well. Qin Feng bid farewell to everyone and left with Aunt Wang. Shen Mingshu didn't mind and was busy boasting to everyone else. As they stepped out of the Shin family gate, Aunt Wang was sitting in the passenger seat, her seatbelt tied across her chest, creating a striking curve that resembled a small hill, making it hard to look away. Aunt Wang didn't mind Qin Feng's passionate gaze. Instead, she stood up straight, her chest thrust forward, her red lips slightly parted, and she smiled seductively. You're pretty bold. You didn't hold back from flirting with your aunt just now. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Uncle Ming? Qin Feng continued to gaze at the intoxicating beauty without restraint, smiling suggestively. Auntie, don't say such things. I didn't do anything. It's you. Aren't you afraid Uncle Ming will get jealous? What's there to be afraid of? Aunt Wang tilted her head, her face adorned with a half smile, gazing at Qin Feng. Her two long legs were crossed, revealing her full, rounded thighs. Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at those stunning legs that had made countless men drool, then started the car and drove onto the road. Auntie, you've been married to Uncle Ming for so long. Why haven't you had a child yet? Aunt Wang's face darkened, and she sighed. Oh, you think we don't want a child? It's that old man who's useless. I can't do anything about it either. Oh, didn't you go see a doctor? Qin Feng wasn't surprised, as Shin Ruoi had mentioned it to him before. When he went to see the doctor said the survival rate of those things was too low. The probability of pregnancy is less than 1 in 1,000. Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion. Discussing such a topic in such a confined space made the atmosphere grow increasingly intimate. He casually turned on some soothing car music, and the atmosphere inside the car grew even more intimate. Auntie, are you planning to never have children? This statement seemed to hit Aunt Wang right where it hurt. She adjusted her chair to make herself more comfortable and forced a smile. Auntie is already in her 30s, which is considered an advanced age for childbirth. I've been hoping day and night to get pregnant and have a child soon. I don't want to spend my entire life without children. But your Uncle Ming is no help. Despite the good food and clothes I have, my heart is not happy at all. Aunt Wang looked so gloomy and pitiful that I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. That's truly unfortunate. It must be hard for Auntie. Qin Feng said calmly. Aunt Wang suddenly fixed her eyes on Qin Feng and said softly, Little Qin, if I were to tell you that your aunt is in trouble, would you help me? Qin Feng was startled. Aunt Wang's gaze seemed off. Could she be? This thought quickly took root in Qin Feng's mind, spreading like an evil seed. He swallowed hard and said, "Auntie, if there's anything I can do to help, just ask." Chapter 141, Auntie's Unbelievable Proposal. Aunt Wang didn't respond immediately, but instead stared intently at Qin Feng, her mind seemingly in turmoil. Qin Feng didn't disturb her either. Inside the car, only the soothing music played, and the two of them remained in an eerie silence. After a full minute, Aunt Wang seemed to have made a major decision. She leaned forward toward Qin Feng, bit his ear tightly, and whispered a few words. A wave of scorching heat washed over his ear, making it tingle. But that wasn't what made him most unable to resist. It was Aunt Wang's words that made his heart race, almost causing him to lose his grip on the steering wheel. "Auntie, isn't this a bit much?" Qin Feng suppressed his racing heart, for Aunt Wang's words had been too shocking. Aunt Wang looked sorrowful and said softly, "I don't want to do this either, but I have no choice. Auntie, if it's anything else, I can help you. But if I help you with this, it'll eventually come out. Auntie, if it's anything else, I can help you. But if I help you with this, it'll eventually come out." Qin Feng looked torn, completely unable to focus on driving. Shen Mingshu knew it would definitely lead to a fight with you. Aunt Wang didn't know if it was because she had drunk a little and wasn't thinking clearly, or if she had just given up and was speaking without restraint. "I'm not afraid, why are you? Besides, he knows what people are saying behind his back. That's why he likes to show off how rich he is in front of others, just to regain a little of his masculine dignity." Aunt Wang spoke passionately, "I'm doing this not only for myself, but also to spare his fragile self-esteem, so he can hold his head high in front of others. Xiao Qin, you'll help your aunt, won't you?" Aunt Wang's eyes held a pleading look that was hard to resist. In fact, this thought had already formed in her mind, but she simply didn't think much of most people. She wanted to find the best. "Auntie, if we could just talk it over, I'd be happy to." Qin Feng sighed helplessly, "But your demand is really asking too much." Aunt Wang's expression changed abruptly, and her demeanor grew stern. She coldly replied, "Since you refuse to help, I'll find someone else. This matter will need to be handled sooner or later." Qin Feng's expression changed, and he felt extremely reluctant. He clenched his teeth and said, "Auntie, we shouldn't let this opportunity go to someone else. I'll definitely help you with this." Aunt Wang covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes sparkling with cunning, as if she had already achieved her scheme. She knew that as long as she provoked him, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to resist. Men are just like that. After coming to terms with it, Qin Feng felt no lingering regret, and his mindset became remarkably carefree. After all, he was just helping others out of kindness, making his aunt's family happier and more fulfilled. "Auntie, you found the right person to drive you. My driving skills are top-notch, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Qin Feng's lips curled into a suggestive smile. Wang Auntie, being an experienced woman, could easily discern the underlying meaning in Qin Feng's words. Unlike the shy young girls, she merely smiled seductively, blustering with words as useless, "Let's see the real deal. Don't let Auntie's call make you give up so easily." Those fiery words made Qin Feng feel hot all over, and he stomped on the gas pedal. The Cullinan sped down the road and soon came to a stop in front of a hotel. Qin Feng stared intently at Aunt Wang, his eyes burning with intensity. "You still have time to regret this." Wang Auntie replied with a seductive smile, "Get out of the car." Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly. "If Auntie isn't afraid, why should I be? Just follow along and it'll be fine." A few hours later, night had fallen outside, and the lights were bright. Qin Feng helped Wang Auntie into the car. Wang Auntie's face lit up with a happy smile, and she looked radiant, as if she had been rejuvenated by several years. Upon closer inspection, there was still a faint blush on her face, as if it were the lingering flush from having had a drink. "Xiao Qin, Aunt Wang is very happy today." Aunt Wang's tone was very gentle, not at all like how an elder would speak to a younger person. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Qin Feng was tinged with a hint of longing, and her hand gently caressed her flat abdomen, as if she felt a warmth there. Perhaps she had eaten too many delicious dishes at the hotel, so her stomach felt warm and cozy. Qin Feng smiled contentedly, "Auntie, I'm very happy today too." Aunt Wang smiled sweetly, her lips curving upward. I'll find time to play with you later. Now, let me go buy you a few new outfits." Qin Feng understood immediately and quickly started the car and headed to the commercial district. After getting out of the car, Aunt Wang took Qin Feng's hand and started shopping, completely oblivious to the people around them. Those who didn't know them might have thought they were a couple. After what had just happened, their relationship quickly grew closer. Aunt Wang was very generous, choosing clothes that cost tens of thousands of yuan per set. Qin Feng looked like a walking model no matter what he wore, he was incredibly handsome. Aunt Wang was very pleased. Such a handsome man, the children he has in the future will definitely be handsome too. If her own children turned out like him, Uncle Shen Ming, that would be terrible. Ugly. Qin Feng wanted to pay, but Aunt Wang firmly refused. "Listen to Aunt Wang." Aunt Wang scolded him in the tone of an older sister. Qin Feng had no choice but to let Aunt Wang pay as she pleased. The two first bought several sets of clothes, then a pair of shoes, and after shopping until they were tired and hungry, they went out for a late-night snack. Aunt Wang paid for everything. She also let Qin Feng experience what it's like to be kept by a wealthy woman. This feeling was actually quite interesting. He had always been the one treating others to meals, entertainment, and fun, but today he was the one being treated for an entire day. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that Uncle Shen-ming finally called. "What's going on? Why aren't you back yet?" The impatient voice of Uncle Shen-ming came from the other end of the phone. "Got it, I'll head back right away." Aunt Wang furrowed her brows. "We were finally having such a good time, and now the old man at home is interrupting us. Where are you? I'll come pick you up right now." Aunt Wang gave him the address, and 20 minutes later, Uncle Shen-ming arrived in a BMW. After getting out of the car, he could still smell a faint scent of alcohol on him. He frowned at the several large bags on Qin Feng's body, feeling very unwilling. "Why did you buy so many things for little Qin?" He confronted her harshly. Aunt Wang was displeased and said, "What's extra? I'm buying more than he is, and you're being so stingy. Besides, you earn money to spend on me, don't you?" Shen Mingshu was speechless and forced a smile. "Xiao Qin, I was just joking with you. This little amount of money isn't even worth mentioning. Your aunt has been so kind to you, you mustn't be ungrateful to your uncle." Qin Feng said with a smile, "I will certainly remember your kindness. I'll treat Uncle Ming to a meal another day. Let's talk about it another time." Shen Ming didn't take Qin Feng's words to heart, thinking he was just being polite. "Mingshu, take your time." Until Shen Mingshu drove away, Qin Feng stood there and exhaled deeply. Today's events felt like a dream. The phone screen suddenly lit up. Looking down, he saw that it was a message from Shenruoi. Chapter 142, The Little Gift from Auntie. "Qin, are you having fun?" Teasing. Qin Feng couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. He wasn't just having fun, he was absolutely thrilled. Not bad. Meanwhile, Shenruoi had already returned to the Tinglong Academy and was lying in bed reading Qin Feng's reply. Men are all the same, big perverts." Shenruoi muttered under her breath, her heart feeling as though she had drunk several jars of vinegar. Despite her words, Shenruoi quickly replied with her fingers, "Junior, Auntie is okay to hang out with occasionally, but don't get too close to her." Qin Feng smiled wryly and sent a voice message. "You wouldn't be jealous, would you?" Shenruoi felt immediately guilty. "I'm not. I was just trying to remind you out of kindness." Fearing that Qin Feng might misunderstand, she hurriedly added, "I was just worried that your aunt might bother you. She's the kind of person who's lonely and empty inside. Didn't you see the way she looked at you? It was like she'd found a treasure, as if she wanted to devour you whole." Qin Feng chuckled. Although Shen Shuesher hadn't admitted it, he could still sense her jealousy. "Don't worry, I've got it under control." Shenruoi squinted at the message and thought to herself, a woman like Aunt Wang, who's so desperate, going out with Qin Shui, it just doesn't feel right. But it's broad daylight, they probably didn't do anything like that, right? Thinking of this, Shenruoi felt a pang of unease, as if something precious had been taken away from her, leaving her with a sense of loss. She bit her lower lip and, as if possessed, sent another message to Qin Feng. "Did you guys just go shopping today? Where did you go to play?" Qin Feng's heart fluttered. Of course they didn't go out to play, but there were some things that didn't need to be stated so explicitly. He had just gone shopping with his aunt to buy a few outfits and hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. Shenruoi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was very satisfied with this answer, and a happy smile blossomed on her face. "Alright, then focus on driving back and get in touch with me later." On the other side, Aunt Wang was sitting in the passenger seat next to Uncle Shen-ming, holding a mirror to fix her hair. Mr. Shen-ming occasionally glanced at Aunt Wang, feeling a bit uneasy inside. His wife hadn't spoken a word to him since getting into the car, and there was a red mark on her neck that looked like it had been left by another man. Could she have been unfaithful to me with Qin Feng? Shen Mingshu's expression grew increasingly somber. "No, absolutely impossible. I love her so much, my wife would never betray me. Maybe it's just a skin allergy, but the seeds of doubt have been planted in my heart, like a thorn lodged there." "Wife, what did you do with Qin Feng today?" Shen Mingshu asked in a low voice, his eyes quietly observing the changes in Wang Auntie's facial expressions. Wang Auntie remained composed, still staring at the mirror in front of her, and replied casually, "What else could we have done? I just bought him a few sets of clothes." She then put down the mirror, turned her face, and glared sharply at Shen Mingshu. "Shen Ming, you don't suspect that I'm having an affair with Qin Feng, do you?" Shen Ming's uncle forced a nervous laugh. "No, I definitely didn't mean that. My wife would never be interested in such a young kid." Aunt Wang rolled her eyes and said irritably, always thinking about such nonsense. If you have that kind of mindset, you'd be better off spending more time finding a doctor to fix your own issues. Don't always last less than 2 minutes with billions of descendants, not a single one can fight back. In a few years, who will give you anything? Will your thing even work then? Who will take care of you in your old age and bury you when you die? Aunt Wang scolded him harshly, and Uncle Shen Ming's face turned grim, hanging his head like an ostrich. "Wife, I'm sorry. Enough, it's always the same thing. Can't you come up with something new?" Aunt Wan looked disgusted. If it weren't for you being useless, I wouldn't have had to ask Jin Feng today. And I certainly wouldn't have done such a thing. Aunt Wang didn't think she had done anything wrong. The biggest mistake was that Shin Ming was useless. Seeing his wife angry, Uncle Shin Ming quickly smiled and said, "Don't be angry, dear. I'll transfer you 1,000,000 yuan as pocket money later." Aunt Wang's expression softened slightly. You're only good at that. You're good for nothing else." "Yes, my wife is right." Shin Mingshu bowed and scraped to curry favor. He had no choice but to flatter her. At his age, that thing was useless, and if he divorced again, it would be difficult to find a wife he liked. Even if some young girls were interested in him, it was only for his money. Plus, at his age, his desire for that sort of thing isn't as strong as it used to be. Shin Mingshu had also come to realize this, so he didn't plan to divorce her either. He just wanted to keep Wang Auntie by his side. Qin Feng's car had just pulled into the parking lot of Longting Academy. As he got out and reached for his keys, he felt something unusual. When he pulled it out, he was completely stunned. "Isn't this Aunt Wang's triangle-shaped undergarment? How did it end up in your own pants pocket?" After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Auntie, you're really playful, sneaking me such a gift." He casually stuffed it into his pocket and glanced up at the window upstairs. The room next door, where Lu Piaoxua lived, was dark. Had she gone to sleep? After returning home and taking a nice shower, he still felt wide awake and couldn't fall asleep. Qin Feng, bored, opened his phone and started scrolling through Douyin. After scrolling through a few videos, he came across Shi Rujing's live stream again. This person was streaming live and had even changed their name to Jingjing, the milk tea seller. The live stream is taking place in her milk tea shop, with Lu Piaoxua standing beside her. Starting a new live stream again? Qin Feng immediately noticed that Shi Rujing had transformed from a singing and dancing talent streamer into a boss lady selling her skills. This new approach also left her former fans feeling refreshed and impressed. At that moment, Shi Rujing was wearing a very tight-fitting white shirt, with a red undershirt peeking through, the round collar covering a large area, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Additionally, her bust was naturally large, resembling two round spheres. As she stirred the ice with a stick, her entire body trembled. This scene nearly caused the fans in the livestream to drool uncontrollably. The viewership surged directly to 60,000. "Madam, are those two real? Are they natural or artificial? Both the son and the father are in for a treat. Real milk dragon. Can I call you mom?" A bunch of old perverts are going crazy, flooding the screen, and the little gifs in the livestream are also coming in non-stop. Shi Rujing felt extremely excited, her face flushed with a smile. She had accidentally opened up a new avenue for herself. Originally, the store was quite busy today, so she helped out with the ice cubes, but she never expected the livestream's viewership to skyrocket instantly. Not only that, but it also attracted a large number of orders, with many men who had received orders nearby rushing over to the scene to show their support. Shi Rujing is also very smart and even expressed her willingness to take photos with these people. As a result, at midnight, there were still many people queuing up to drink milk tea, with dozens of people waiting in line, and the store was also packed with customers. Several small-time live streamers had also come to the area to broadcast the scene and join in the commotion. Chapter 143, by Ruoli Picks on Shi Rujing. Qin Feng quietly entered the live stream, but his rank was too high, and his strength wouldn't allow him to stay low-key. The low-key Feng Gu entered the live streaming room. Shi Rujing happened to catch a glimpse of him and immediately broke into a smile, cheerfully exclaiming, "Welcome, my wind brother." Lu Piaoxua's eyes lit up as well, and she quickly waved at the screen with a smile, saying, "Welcome, Feng Gu." Qin Feng was a familiar face in the quiet live streaming room. As soon as he appeared, his loyal fans immediately started fawning over him. "The top donor has arrived. Welcome, my brother Feng." Qin Feng was in a great mood. "Jingjing, you're busy, no need to greet me. Keep up the good work." "All right." Shi Rujing, seeing her older brother arrive, worked even harder, shaking the ice vigorously, as if she wanted Qin Feng to see an even more impressive performance. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Feng also chatted and joked around with the old perverts in the livestream. Qin Feng wasn't idle either. He clicked on the gift list. Sent 10 carnival gifts in a low-key style. "Thanks to my brother Feng." Shi Rujing took one look at the carnival and her whole face lit up. She quickly bowed toward the livestream camera. Whether it was intentional or not, as she bowed in gratitude, another large patch of light shone on her. The live stream erupted instantly. People were frantically refreshing the screen and shouting wildly. The popularity easily reached 80,000 people. Qin Feng feasted his eyes and stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "This little brat has some serious capital. Not bad, not bad." He kept buying gifts until he reached 5,000 before stopping. Spend 50,000 yuan, get a 100x bonus, and receive a refund of 5 million yuan. Bored and made an extra 5 million. Shi Rujing couldn't stop smiling. A 5,000 yuan tip meant she'd get over 2,000. That was more than she made running her milk tea shop today, and with the tips from other netizens, she'd have over 3,000 in total tonight. She quickly pulled Lu Piaoxue aside to thank her. Thank you, Fengge. Wishing Fengge smooth sailing and good fortune. Host, what good is just saying thanks? Why don't you dance for Fengge? The kind where two people hold each other and dance together. Shi Ruo understood immediately and smiled coquettishly. Then I'll dance with Piaoxue and give it to my brother Feng. Lu Piaoxue was quite cooperative, and Shi Rujing played the song Nan Ke as background music to set the mood. The two of them gently embraced each other's waists and swayed their hips lightly. Lu Piaoxue's expression was slightly aloof, but Shi Rujing was different. Her eyes occasionally made some teasing gestures. One was as passionate as fire, the other as cold as an ice queen. The visual impact of the two dancing together was incredibly striking. Combined with their breathtaking beauty, this impact is amplified several times over. The atmosphere in the live stream once again erupted with excitement. I want both of them too. What should I do? Get lost. You're just a poor guy who hasn't even reached level 9, and you want two fairies? Do you even deserve them? He's mine. None of you dare to compete with me. Dream on. Anything can happen in your dreams. Stop arguing, both of these are from the top-ranked players. Although many people are desperate, there are always haters who, unable to get what they want, resort to destroying it, and they're cursing in the live stream. How embarrassing. What would your parents think if they saw this? You're a college student and you're not ashamed? These kinds of college students are all out to make a quick buck. Report them. Xinfeng won't tolerate these haters. The admin will immediately kick them out and permanently ban them. Upon receiving Qin Feng's instructions, the live stream administrators dared not disobey him and quickly blocked all the haters. Anyone who dared to speak ill of him would be immediately kicked out. The live stream became much quieter as a result. At that moment, something unexpected happened that caught Qin Feng off guard. Bai Ruoli suddenly appeared in the live stream. Live connection. At that moment, Bai Ruoli's live stream also had over 100,000 viewers watching her broadcast. She was bored and wanted to challenge someone to a duel, when suddenly she came across Shi Rujing. Bai Ruoli still had some recollection of Shi Rujing and Lu Piaoxue. Friends of Qin Feng. He is also a student at the same school. Based on these two reasons alone, Bai Ruoli felt it was necessary to challenge them to a showdown and make them realize their place. At Jiangnan University, there was only one top-tier influencer, and that was her, Bai Ruoli. Seeing Shi Rujing dressed so provocatively while selling milk tea, Bai Ruoli curled the corners of her lips into a playful smile, a hint of contempt flashing in the depths of her eyes. A woman actually using her looks to attract fans? That's so tacky. It's a disgrace to women. Thinking about how she was once so high and mighty, having become a top-tier celebrity, Bai Ruoli was filled with a sense of superiority. Shi Rujing and Lu Piaoxue never imagined they could connect with such a top-tier streamer, with over 300,000 people already online. That was several times more than her side. Both of them were very excited. They had already heard of Bai Ruoli's name. Ruoli, hello. Bai Ruoli's expression turned cold. She was deeply offended by the two calling her junior, even feeling that they were insulting her. We're not very familiar with each other, so please don't call me that. Although we attend the same school, I don't know you, so please just call me by my name. This statement left Lu Piaoxue and the others feeling a bit awkward, and their aura was subdued. I'm sorry, Shi Rujing said awkwardly, forcing a smile. Bai Ruoli seemed to be enjoying herself, deriving her happiness from others' pain, and said casually, go ahead, what's the punishment for losing? Shi Rujing bit her lip, her eyes darting around nervously, her voice lacking confidence. If we lose, we'll dance. Facing a million-follower influencer, she had no confidence she could win. She just hoped not to lose too badly. Bai Ruoli curled the corners of her mouth into a mocking smile and said, dancing is pointless. Then what kind of punishment do you want? Lu Piaoxue furrowed her brows. She always felt that this junior was not easy to get along with. It's simple. Doesn't your milk tea shop have a large screen Coke machine? Bai Ruoli leaned her hands on the table, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, her eyes sparking with teasing. Place a 1.5-liter bottle of Coke on the table. If I lose, I'll drink this bottle of Coke. If you lose, each of you must drink a 1.5-liter bottle of Coke within 3 minutes. Dare you play? Bai Ruoli glared defiantly, her aura overwhelming the two of them. The live stream erupted into chaos. Everyone knew this punishment was just bullying. Shi Rujing's expression stiffened. Drinking an entire bottle of large Coke in such a short time was a bit harsh. This punishment is a bit harsh, isn't it? Why don't we switch to a smaller bottle of cola instead? Shi Rujing humbly begged for mercy. PK is just for fun, to have a good time. You're a big streamer with millions of fans, why are you being so hard on us small streamers? Lu Piaoxue was also a bit annoyed and no longer spoke politely. Bai Ruoli sneered disdainfully, thinking to herself, who told you to be friends with Qin Feng? I can't mess with him, but I can mess with you, can't I? Alright, I won't make things difficult for the two of you. If you lose, you'll both have to finish a bottle of large Coke together. Is that acceptable? Chapter 144, Private Ambiguous Deal. Shi Rujing and Lu Piaoxue exchanged a glance. This request was still acceptable to them. Plus, Fonggu is still in the livestream, and he will definitely help us out. The two exchanged glances, and Shirujing suppressed her frustration and said, "Alright, we agree." Shirujing wasn't someone with a good temper to begin with. If the situation hadn't been so dire, she wouldn't have humbled herself like that. All they could do was hope that Fonggu would stand up for them and teach Bairuoli a lesson. "You still have some guts." Bairuoli sneered triumphantly, seemingly certain of her victory and eager to see the two senior sisters humiliated before her. "Don't think I'm picking on you. Getting to go head-to-head with a big streamer like me is something others would beg for. You should be thanking me for agreeing to go live with you." Bairuoli looked down on the two of them, lecturing them as if she had done them a huge favor. Shirujing felt extremely uncomfortable inside. Even if she wanted to gain followers, she wasn't willing to endure such humiliation. "Well, I guess I should thank you then. Let us get started." Shirujing kept a straight face, with not a single trace of a smile on her face. The countdown for the PK began, with only 5 minutes remaining. Both sides have gone silent. Xin Feng shook his head silently. Bairuoli was such a woman, give her a little attention and she'd shine brightly. She was too easily swayed. Once she gained power, she looked down on everyone else. "Tonight, I'll give her a good lesson." On Bairuoli's side, her manager said in the livestream, "I just went over to check and there's a guy on the other side who's level 75. He's got some skills, but not much." Other managers said, "What are we afraid of? Just go for it." Our livestream also has 3 level 75 big shots, each of them could take him down with a single blow. Bairuoli dismissed the idea with a shrug. "Our boss is the real deal. Those guys over there are just pretenders. Everyone, if you have gifts, please send them. If you don't have gifts, please give a little heart. Share and like." Her older brother over there was also extremely generous, easily spending 10,000 yuan on gifts, instantly outshining Shirujing in points. Shirujing didn't rush to ask her fans to send gifts. Instead, she opened WeChat and sent a message to the main account. "Main Silver, can you help me win? Please? I really hate that woman on the other side. She's so arrogant. Please, God, help me win. I'll do anything you ask." Xin Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Shirujing's suggestion made him daydream, and he tentatively asked, "Does that mean I can ask you to do anything? Including that kind of thing?" Although he could guess some things, he wanted to hear Shirujing admit it. The thrill of making the other person confess their secret was far more satisfying than simply guessing. Shirujing wasn't stupid. When a man suddenly said such things to a woman, there was only one possible meaning. She had long sensed that something like this would happen between them sooner or later, so she didn't hesitate for a moment. "As long as you're free, you can come over any time to hang out with me." After sending this message, Shirujing's heartbeat suddenly accelerated for no apparent reason. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she still felt nervous as the moment drew near. I thought to myself, what if the boss hears that I agreed to his request? Will he come looking for me tonight? Am I really going to become a woman tonight? This made her feel nervous, yet also a hint of anticipation. Xin Feng immediately understood Shirujing's meaning and chuckled. "Shirujing, this little apple doesn't need to be eaten so quickly, we haven't had enough fun yet." But I can't just help her for nothing. After a moment's thought, Xin Feng had already come up with a very interesting idea. "Do you know about little monsters?" Shirujing froze for a moment, a strange look flashing in her eyes. For children, little monsters might bring to mind Ultraman fighting little monsters. But for someone like her, little monsters are very clear. The boss is really good at this. "Are you trying to make me?" Xin Feng gave a suggestive smile. This woman really knows her stuff. "This is better, it saves me from having to explain. You're such a clever little dog. I'll send you a package later. Just follow my instructions when it arrives." Shirujing felt uneasy and sneakily glanced at Lu Keshua beside her. Fortunately, the latter didn't notice her at all and was instead interacting with the livestream viewers, which finally allowed her to breathe a slight sigh of relief. "Master, I'll do whatever you say. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Alright, I promise you'll win this PK tonight." "Thanks, boss. I love you." Shirujing's heart was in full bloom, determined to defeat Bairuoli across from her. Without tens of thousands, it was definitely impossible. It was just a little game with the master to play with some minor monsters. This deal was too good to pass up. Xin Feng was also in a great mood, with a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If one day Shirujing were to walk past him with that thing, he would have to control himself. Or maybe have her wear it during a live stream. Just thinking about it is incredibly thrilling. This is getting more and more fun. Xin Feng refocused his attention on the live stream. At that moment, Bairuoli's gifts were far ahead, totaling over 20,000. On Zyrajing's side, there were only a few thousand gifts. They knew that Bairuoli's opponent was too strong, and no matter how much they spent, it would be in vain. Bairuoli reopened her microphone and laughed sarcastically. "Why isn't your big shot sending any gifts? Are you afraid of our big shot over here? I told you your big shot doesn't have any real power." Meanwhile, she pulled out her phone, logged into a secondary account, and rushed over to check the rankings. Upon seeing it was the low-key Fongu, he was taken aback. She wasn't unfamiliar with this name, she had even added this Fongu as a friend in private, and now she felt a bit awkward. Fongu, why did you go over there to become the top guy? Shin Fong didn't even bother to acknowledge Bai Ruoli, he just casually spent 5,000. Bai Ruoli laughed awkwardly, brother Fong, you're being way too generous. Please go easy on me. Shin Fong didn't even acknowledge her and continued scrolling through the carnival. He quickly reached 60,000. Bai Ruoli saw that something was wrong and quickly turned off her microphone, shouting to her older brother, everyone, hurry up and send some gifts. We've been overtaken. 3 level 75 powerhouses acted simultaneously, pushing the gifts up to 80,000 in one go. Before Bai Ruoli could fully reveal her smile, the gifts on the opposite side surged to 100,000, once again leading her by 20,000. The way she was spending money was utterly reckless, as if she didn't care about it at all, truly extravagant. Bai Ruoli panicked. If she lost, she'd have to drink 1.5 liters of coconut to kill her even if she forced herself to drink it. If she ran away, she would definitely be mocked by others, and her video would be edited and posted online. She couldn't afford to lose face like that. Chapter 145, The Scheming Bitch by Ruoli. Big brother, keep it up. We absolutely can't lose to the guy across from us. We're 3 people, and he's only 1. No matter how you look at it, we're bound to win. Bai Ruoli was extremely anxious. The 3 older brothers were also quite helpful. The carnival was throwing money around like it was going out of style, blowing through 10 at a time. The entire screen is filled with special effects, and the atmosphere in the livestream is extremely heated. However, no matter how much they tried to catch up, Shin Feng's side remained far ahead. Shin Feng has already reached 150,000 gifts, while they are only at 140,000. One of the big shots, Chaozone, an angler, furiously spent 30,000, instantly reaching 700,000, surpassing Shin Feng's side by 20,000. Before he could even celebrate for a second, Shin Feng immediately turned the tables and sent gifts worth 200,000 to his side, once again surpassing him by 30,000. Chaozone, the fishing rod seller, also got fired up and quickly followed with another 100,000. This bold move once again sent the live stream into a frenzy. In just under 3 minutes, the big shots on his side had already spent a staggering 30,000 on gifts. The vote count completely overwhelmed Shin Feng's side, with Bai Ruoli holding the advantage. Bai Ruoli was so excited that she stood up, clapping her hands and exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Chow. Everyone, please follow the top-ranked account. Those interested in purchasing fishing rods can contact Mr. Chow." Shin Feng remained calm, opened the carnival gifts again, and swiped to the next page. The screen was once again flooded with carnival gifts, and he continued to send gifts until he reached 50,000 before finally stopping. You think you can compete with me? You just shut down the 3 big shots across the table. Should we keep going or not? If I brush again, what if the other side follows suit? Bai Ruoli could no longer remain calm. Her face filled with urgency as she pleaded, "Mr. Chow, time is running out. Act quickly, or it will be too late." Mr. Chow, the fishing rod, sighed in frustration, "I refuse to believe it. Brothers, if the 3 of us can't handle one of them, it'll be a laughingstock. Let's all work together and take him down." Rank 2 suggested, "Don't rush. Wait until the end, then sneak in and take out the tower in one go. That's it." Bai Ruoli's gift should stop around 300,000. Shin Feng's side was at 50 million, with only 20 seconds left on the countdown. Everyone knew that the final showdown would come down to the last few seconds. Both sides are extremely tense. Shi Rujing and the others were also silently praying, fearing that their tower would be stolen at a critical moment. Bai Ruoli was so nervous that cold sweat was beading on her forehead. She was extremely worried that these 3 top-ranked players wouldn't be able to overtake the opponents when it mattered most. "Please don't let me down. Family, please help me with the gifts. I really appreciate it." As time ticked away, the countdown reached 5 seconds. The atmosphere in the live stream grew even more tense. Netizens noticed that both sides had stopped sending gifts early on and realized that the final showdown would come down to the final few seconds. "Be careful, the opposing team is preparing to sneak attack the tower. Be careful, don't let the enemy monkey steal the tower." Shin Feng remained calm, silently watching the countdown numbers. Only 2 seconds remained. "Go for it." Shin Feng's expression darkened, and he swiftly pulled out the gift he had prepared earlier, handing it over in one swift motion. At the same time, the 3 top-ranked players across from him, who had been waiting in readiness, also simultaneously flashed their gifts in anger. The 3 big shots seemed to have coordinated their actions, and with a speed that shook the heavens and moved the spirits, they immediately spent 300,000 gifts to reach 1 million. Bai Ruoli couldn't suppress the smile curling at the corners of her lips, her eyes brimming with ecstasy. This wave of gifts was definitely going to secure their victory. "You 2 are doomed." However, Bai Ruoli's expression didn't last even a second before it froze solid. His eyes seemed to have witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Just a moment ago, she was way ahead, but the next second, her score was completely crushed. And the competition had just ended. How is this possible? Ruoli's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe she had lost. How much money had the other person spent? However, when she saw that the score had doubled, she gasped in shock. The other side must have spent 2 million. 3 top-ranked players were completely crushed. Although Ruoli made a fortune of several $100,000, she couldn't muster a single smile. She had lost to a small-time influencer she looked down on, and now she had to drink a whole bottle of Coke as a humiliation. Ruoli looked utterly dejected, her hands fidgeting nervously, clutching something and twisting it aimlessly. She deeply regretted making such a reckless bet, otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a humiliating situation now. On Zairongjing's side, the two of them excitedly embraced each other. The two large balls collided with each other, flattening them, but they didn't seem to care at all. This left the live stream viewers drooling with envy. Wow, this is such an amazing treat. Thank you, Feng Ge. Thank you, Feng Ge. Thank you so much, Feng Ge. Not only did I win the PK, but I also got a share of 1 million. Shirujing's excited face turned bright red as she pressed her face tightly against Lu Piaxue's fair, delicate skin. Xin Feng smiled, satisfied with this happy ending. Spend 2 million, receive 10 times the reward, and get 2 million returned. Made another 20 million yuan profit, not a single penny lost, and I can even have Shirujing accompany me to play some games, while Ruoli gets the short end of the stick. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, it's so satisfying I can't even describe it. Ruoli, it's time to keep your promise. Drink the Coke already. Shirujing sneered triumphantly, her eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Let you gloat now. Now you're the one in trouble, aren't you? Ruoli tightly pressed her lips together, her eyes flashing with unwilling anger. Drink it if you must. You're just lucky to have your older brother to help you. Without him, you're nothing. If you want to blame someone, blame your big brother for being useless. Our side's Feng Ge is the real deal. Don't look at me like that. If you're not satisfied, you still have to drink. You wouldn't dare refuse because you can't admit defeat, would you? Shirujing, with her sharp tongue, mocked him. She had been holding back her anger all this time and finally found an opportunity to vent. Ruoli was so angry she clenched her teeth. How dare this insignificant internet celebrity dare to give her orders in front of her? It's all those 3 useless idiots' fault. They can't even beat 1 person. Glancing at the full can of cola, Ruoli felt a sudden dizziness and stomachache. Making her drink so much cola in just a few minutes, wasn't that trying to kill her? Running away wasn't an option either. What should she do? Just then, Ruoli suddenly had an idea. She sat there motionless, and the entire scene seemed to freeze in place. Shirujing furrowed her brows. Hey, what are you doing? You're not backing down after losing a bet, are you? But Ruoli remained motionless, as still as a wooden statue. Could it be that the opposite side is stuck? After a full 2 seconds, Ruoli finally moved, looking apologetic. Sorry, my mom called. I need to take it. She immediately ended the live stream. Cut it out. Shirujing flipped the middle finger at the screen, mocking with a hiss. If you can't handle it, just leave. What are you pretending to be? Xin Feng shook his head. Ruoli really is quite cunning. He also exited the livestream and opened the shopping platform to look for his little monster. Chapter 146, Running into Mr. Su by Chance. A quick search on Taobao yielded a plethora of options, with every color and style imaginable, leaving Xin Feng dazzled. In the end, he selected 5 different types, all of which can be controlled remotely. Ruoli couldn't sleep at all after ending the livestream, so she angrily pounded her large teddy bear on the bed. Useless. You can't even beat that little kid. Seeing her smug expression, I really want to slap her. With that, she threw the bear on the ground and stomped on its hair to vent her anger. At that moment, the sound of a WeChat call rang out. Ruoli was in a bad mood and impatiently said, "It's so late. Who's calling? Don't they need to sleep?" She picked up her phone and saw the name Zhang Haoyang, the sycophant, on the screen, and her brows immediately furrowed into a frown. Ruoli felt even more irritated. She had wanted to throw the phone on the bed and ignore it, but then she changed her mind and answered the WeChat call. She needed someone to vent to right now. On the other end of the call, Zhang Haoyang's excited voice rang out. Ruoli, tonight was such a pity. You were so close to winning, but the guy on the other side was too ruthless. Don't be upset. Once I have the money, I'll help you get revenge. Ruoli chuckled. By the time you have money, it'll be too late. But at least it's something. You didn't come to help me tonight, making me lose and look like a fool. Luckily my mom called in time, otherwise, I really would have had to drink Coke. She doesn't even blush when she lies. Shumeiru didn't call her at all. Zhang Haoyang was hiding under the covers, tossing and turning, secretly chatting with his goddess. Sorry. What good does an apology do? If you're really that powerful, you wouldn't let me get bullied by others. You say you want to pursue me, but every time I'm in trouble, you hide and avoid me. What if one day I really need you, will you just disappear like this too? Bai Ruoli delivered a barrage of scorn, ruthlessly wounding Zhang Haoyang's self-esteem. Zhang Haoyang didn't find anything wrong with the goddess's words. Instead, he felt utterly helpless for being unable to protect even the woman he loved. I'm sorry. What good does I'm sorry do? If you're really that good, let me win next time. When are you going to pay me back? Zhang Haoyang felt extremely embarrassed. He had no idea how to respond to this question. He had spent a lot of money recently, and his father was also dissatisfied, making it difficult for him to secure more funds. Ruoli, don't worry. In another half month, my family's company will go public, and at that time, my net worth will skyrocket. Rest assured, I will make sure you are compensated for all the hardships you've endured today. Bai Ruoli was startled. Your company is going public? Will your family become very wealthy then? Noticing the change in the goddess's tone, Zhang Haoyang said smugly, definitely no less than 10 billion, and possibly even more. Then your family must be quite powerful. Bai Ruoli's voice softened, hinting at envy. Zhang Haoyang's tail was held high, and his habit of boasting resurfaced. Of course. Once my company goes public, I'll have plenty of money to spend. I'll buy you lots of high-end luxury items and let you live like a princess. Don't you dare lie to me, I'm keeping you to your word. Bai Ruoli's pent-up frustration vanished instantly, replaced by a faint smile on her face. I wouldn't lie to you. Zhang Haoyang paused for a moment, then sped up slightly. Ruoli, can you be my girlfriend then? Bai Ruoli heard this, her lips curled into a smile, and she teased, well, that depends on how well you treat me. Zhang Haoyang perked up and exclaimed excitedly, don't worry, I'll definitely treat you with all my heart 100 times, 1,000 times better than that Qin Feng. Bai Ruoli's expression changed. Hearing that name made her feel uneasy all over, and Qin Feng's figure flashed through her mind like a nightmare. I understand. Let's leave it at that for now. It's getting late. You should get some rest as well. Goodbye. Bai Ruoli hung up the phone and muttered to herself, the mysterious big shot who called tonight was called Low-Key Feng, and Qin Feng's name also has the character Feng. Could it be that this mysterious big shot is actually Qin Feng? That's impossible. Someone as poor as him couldn't possibly be a super rich tycoon. I must be losing my mind. Bai Ruoli silently mocked herself for overthinking, changed into a sexy nightgown, revealing her 2 snow-white long legs, and lay down on the bed to sleep. The next morning, Qin Feng was already running on the school playground. Since arriving at Jiangnan University, he hadn't done any fitness exercises in a long time. Ha! A stunning figure ahead instantly caught Qin Feng's attention. A woman was running, and although she was wearing loose-fitting workout clothes, Qin Feng could immediately tell that she had an absolutely stunning figure. A good figure can't be hidden, no matter how loose the clothes are. Her 2 pert buttocks swayed gently from side to side, full and round, unlike those of an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Qin Feng immediately concluded that this woman was definitely over 23 years old, not a student, but more likely a teacher. This was his professional judgment. As he moved forward, he caught a faint scent in the air. It felt familiar, as if you had smelled it somewhere before. A faint scent of orchids. Suddenly, Qin Feng let out a surprised smile and hurried forward to catch up with the woman ahead. Ms. Su, what a coincidence. The person running ahead was none other than Ms. Su Nianwei. Hearing someone call her name from behind, she slowed down, turned around, and exclaimed in surprise, Qin Feng? Qin Feng felt a flash of brightness before his eyes. At that moment, Su Nianwei's face was flushed red, shy and delicate, and she was breathing lightly. As she ran, her breasts trembled up and down, making it impossible to ignore her presence. Qin Feng merely glanced at her without giving her much thought, his lips curving into a smile as bright as the sun. Ms. Su, do you usually enjoy running? Su Nianwei smiled slightly. She had a favorable impression of this student, and her mind drifted back to the subtle flirtation between them during their last encounter in the office. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a girl. I used to be a sports star, and running is the most basic skill for me. Oh, if the teacher likes running, I actually have a great recommendation. Are you talking about the Wutong Mountain behind our school? Su Nianwei blinked her eyes. Behind Jiangnan University, there is a Wutong Mountain, which is an open park. Whether it's daytime or nighttime, many people go there to jog, and there are also many tourists who visit for sightseeing. It is also a popular spot for college students to hang out and enjoy themselves. Since Mr. Su already knows about it, I won't recommend it. Su Nianwei smiled slightly. I used to go there often to run. Next time I have some free time, I'll invite you to join me for a night run. Alright, it's settled. Qin Feng agreed readily. I have something else to do later, so I'll stop running for today. See you next time. Su Nianwei waved goodbye and left. Qin Feng watched Su Nianwei's departing figure, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He always felt that something wonderful might happen during his night runs. Chapter 147, Wu Zhaodi and Aunt Chu meet. At a certain cafe. Wu Zhaodi sat nervously at table number 3, occasionally craning her neck to look out the door. Soon, a woman wearing a hat and sunglasses walked in, her red high heels clicking on the floor. She was a very beautiful and curvy woman wearing an elegant black dress. As soon as she entered, she immediately caught the attention of many people. The woman was none other than Chu Meiru. She scanned the cafe and quickly zeroed in on Wu Xiaodi. She took a step forward, her long, shapely legs gliding toward her. "Miss Chu, please sit down." Wu Xiaodi stood up to greet her. Chu Meiru sat down gracefully, her slender fingers tapping the armrest of the sofa absent-mindedly. She elegantly crossed her left leg over her right knee, her eyes slightly raised as she glanced sideways at Wu Xiaodi. "I'm very busy. Why did you rush me here? Did you already handle the matter I assigned to you?" Wu Xiaodi shook her head gently and said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid I can't complete the task you assigned me. Here is the deposit you gave me earlier, I am returning it to you in full." Wu Xiaodi pushed a stack of newspapers wrapped around the money toward Chu Meiru. Chu Meiru's expression turned cold, and a flash of coldness gleamed in her eyes. "What do you mean by this? You promised me back then, and now you're backing out? Do you think I'm so easy to fool?" As he spoke, his entire demeanor was intimidating. It seemed as though if Wu Xiaodi couldn't give her a satisfactory reason, she wouldn't let the matter drop. Wu Xiaodi shrunk back, knowing she was in the wrong, and patiently explained. "Aunt Chu did help me back then, but you said our relationship was a transaction. The difference is that I found a better deal, so I'm canceling our deal. That's all." Wu Xiaodi stood up straight, her eyes calm as she looked directly at Chu Meiru. She was no longer the timid young girl she once was. Chu Meiru furrowed her brows. She had noticed the changes in Wu Xiaodi immediately and thought to herself, "This little girl used to be so timid and never dared to speak to me in such a tone. How could she become so confident after just a short time? Even this deal has been cancelled, something must have happened to her. Aren't you desperate for money? Don't you need it anymore?" Chu Meiru suppressed her anger and coldly demanded. "I don't need it anymore because Qin Feng gave me a lot," Wu Xiaodi said calmly. Chu Meiru looked utterly astonished and asked, "Does he give you more than he gives me?" Wu Xiaodi nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Meiru's expression darkened, and she had already lost her previous composure. "This is impossible. As far as I know, he's not a wealthy man. It's likely that what you've seen is just a facade. Maybe all that money is borrowed. You mustn't let him deceive you." Wu Xiaodi shook her head. She thought this woman was really quite foolish, completely unaware of who she was dealing with. Someone like Qin Feng couldn't possibly be broke. "Aunt Chu, do you really know Qin Feng?" "No one knows him better than I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let my daughter." Chu Meiru originally intended to tell her daughter to break up with Qin Feng, but then felt it wasn't appropriate to say such things, so she swallowed her words. Wu Xiaodi became even more certain of her guess. Chu Meiru knew nothing about Qin Feng. Well, considering that she had cooperated with her before and that she hadn't provided any valuable information, she might as well tell her about some of Qin Feng's affairs. "Auntie, I don't know what grudge you have against Qin Feng, but I must remind you that Qin Feng has spent hundreds of thousands on me, and the car he drives is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Do you really think he's a penniless young man? That's impossible." Chu Meiru's entire body trembled, her face filled with shock. She knew all about Qin Feng's background. There was no way he could afford a luxury car like a Cullinan. He must have rented the car. Chu Meiru was absolutely certain. Wu Xiaodi didn't say a word. Instead, she pulled out the items she had prepared earlier from her pocket and bag. "This is the bill for my expenses paid by Qin Feng. All of these are receipts from the store. If you don't believe me, you can go to their store to verify the charges." Chu Meiru's expression changed abruptly. She quickly flipped through the receipts one by one, and the more she looked, the worse her expression became. These bills were all from luxury stores, ranging from 50,000 to 100,000, totaling hundreds of thousands. How is this possible? How did he suddenly become so wealthy? Chu Meiru was nearly out of her mind, staring wide-eyed at the numbers on the bills. The poor boy she once looked down on had suddenly become so extravagant? Wu Xiaodi said indifferently, "Could it be that Qin Feng has always been rich, and you just didn't know? By the way, the other day I asked him to borrow 5,000, and he didn't even hesitate before giving me 10,000. He even said I didn't have to pay it back. Do you think a poor person could be so generous?" Chu Meiru was feeling overwhelmed, gently rubbing her forehead. She needed time to process this information. How could this happen? If what Wu Xiaodi said is true, then the Qin Feng family's assets are at least several tens of millions, and might even be close to 100 million. If I had known he was a rich second-generation heir back then, I wouldn't have stopped him from dating my daughter. No, even if his family is worth billions, so what? His own daughter has already become a top-tier livestreamer, and she can easily earn millions in a single livestream. Earning over 100 million a year is as easy as playing a game. Someone like Qin Feng still doesn't deserve my daughter. Thinking of this, Chu Meiru's sense of imbalance returned to stability, and she sneered, "So what? Let me tell you the truth, Bai Ruoli is my daughter, and you must know her reputation. In the future, she will definitely become a top-tier live streaming host, and selling hundreds of millions in a single sales event will be no problem at all." Chu Meiru regained her confidence once again. This time, it was Wu Zhaodi who was left speechless with shock. Bairuoli's name was renowned throughout the entire Jiangnan University. There wasn't a single person who didn't know her. What she never expected was that Chu Meiru and Bairuoli were actually in such a relationship. Then why did she make herself seduce Qin Feng? Could it be that this matter has something to do with her daughter? Wu Zhaodi suddenly felt that this matter was like a conspiracy surrounding her, and she didn't want to get involved. What Aunt Chu needed to say, I've already said. Since our cooperation has come to an end, I'll be on my way. Wu Zhaodi said, picking up her bag and making as if to leave. However, before she could take a step, she was stopped by Chu Meiru's stern voice. Stop right there. Wu Zhaodi paused, stopped in her tracks, maintained a polite expression on her face, and turned her head to ask, Auntie, is there anything else you need? Chu Meiru stared intently at Wu Zhaodi with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Why did you refuse to cooperate with me? Even if he offers you more, you could take double the money. Why would I refuse? Because he's been good to me, and I don't want to do anything that would betray him. Wu Zhaodi hesitated for a moment. Chu Meiru sneered, don't tell me you like him. Chapter 148, The Overly Sentimental Aunt Chu. Wu Zhaodi took a deep breath. She had asked herself this question countless times before. Yes, I like him. Because no one has ever been as kind to me as he has. Wu Zhaodi spoke with conviction. Chu Meiru's face turned pale, and a surge of anger welled up in her heart. Wu Zhaodi was the person she had sent to infiltrate Qin Feng's inner circle, and now this infiltrator had actually fallen for Qin Feng. This was a disgrace. Anger caused Chu Meiru's chest to rise and fall violently, her breathing unstable. Wu Zhaodi's mind flashed with the image of Qin Feng, and her eyes softened. Qin Feng wasn't just handsome, he was also incredibly wealthy and generous. He was the perfect Prince Charming in every girl's eyes. I simply can't find a better guy than him. Wu Zhaodi seemed completely oblivious to Chu Meiru's increasingly gloomy expression, her eyes darting around as she said, I dare say there are few women in this world who could resist him. Chu Meiru sneered coldly, her eyes blazing with anger, and mocked without mercy, so, you've fallen for him? Wu Zhaodi gave a self-deprecating smile, her expression melancholy. Unfortunately, men as outstanding as him are never short of women. For an ordinary girl like me, being his woman is already an honor. I don't deserve his love. You're crazy. Chu Meiru was baffled. How could there be such a foolish woman? What kind of love potion did he give you to make you so infatuated with him? Have you ever truly loved someone? Wu Zhaodi stared at Chu Meiru, as if asking a question, yet also mocking her. Chu Meiru froze, opening her mouth but unable to find the words to respond. Her marriage had been arranged by her parents and was not based on love. After marriage, the couple lived in mutual respect, but her husband passed away unexpectedly a few years later. Did she ever love him? Chu Meiru snapped back to reality and realized that Wu Zhaodi had already left without her noticing. That insolent girl doesn't know her place. She was easily swayed by those men with a few words. She'll have her comeuppance someday. Chu Meiru muttered angrily for a moment before stuffing the stack of money back into her bag and leaving the cafe with a heavy heart. She had to go back and think carefully about how she could get something to hold over Qin Feng, to prevent him from exposing those secretly recorded videos. She also needed to tell her daughter about this and warn her to be careful. Chu Meiru started the car and drove slowly toward Tinglong Academy. Just as Chu Meiru's car approached the Dragon Ascending Academy and came to a stop at a traffic light, another car pulled up beside her and waited for the light to change. Chu Meiru glanced at the car next to her and was immediately startled. Her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. Because the driver was Qin Feng, and the car was the very same Cullinan that Wu Zhaodi had mentioned. Chu Meiru quickly rolled up the car window, afraid that Qin Feng would notice her. What the hell? I can't believe I ran into this jerk here. Those shameful memories were once again brought back to her, of being harassed in the hotel, helping him massage his thigh, and finally streaming live to dance for Qin Feng. Every single thing felt like a nightmare to Chu Meiru. However, what you fear most is what comes to pass. Qin Feng was bored waiting for the traffic light and happened to turn his face toward her, recognizing Chu Meiru at once. Miss Chu, what a coincidence. Qin Feng smiled and greeted her, then honked the horn again. Chu Meiru glared angrily at Qin Feng, refusing to speak to him. As soon as the green light came on, she immediately slammed on the gas and sped off. Qin Feng curled the corner of his mouth into a teasing smile. This Miss Chu sure has a temper. Could it be that she's on her period today? His hands didn't stop moving, skillfully starting the car and following behind. Chu Meiru sighed in relief, finally shaking off that annoying guy. Ugh, what bad luck. I just stepped out and ran into that guy. I really hope he gets hit by a car and dies. Chu Meiru muttered under her breath, her gaze inadvertently glancing at the rearview mirror, only to catch sight of Qin Feng's car closely following her own. Her expression instantly turned cold, as if covered in a layer of frost. What a persistent ghost. Chu Meiru angrily stepped on the gas pedal, trying to shake off Qin Feng. Unfortunately, the traffic was extremely dense, and she could only move forward at a snail's pace. After turning several times down side streets, Qin Feng's car continued to follow behind like a ghost. Chu Meiru seethed inwardly. What the hell was that pervert following her for? Could he be trying to hassle me? Or maybe we just happened to be taking the same route? Shu Meiru sneered. She didn't believe such a coincidence could happen. I'll see what tricks you're up to. Shu Meiru, seething with anger, drove straight toward Tinglong Academy. Sure enough, Xin Feng's car was right behind her. Shu Meiru was now absolutely certain that Xin Feng was tailing her, intending to harass her. As she parked her car, Xin Feng's car happened to pull into the parking spot next to hers. Stepping out of the car, Shu Meiru's face was as cold as ice, her hands tightly crossed over her chest, her eyes fixed on Xin Feng with suspicion. She asked in a hostile tone, "You've been following me all the way. What do you want?" Xin Feng curved his lips into a teasing smile. "Auntie, maybe you're just overthinking things." Shu Meiru giggled and raised her eyebrows slightly. "You followed me for several blocks and even parked your car next to mine. You're telling me that's a coincidence? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, so easy to fool? A 3-year-old kid isn't as big as you." Xin Feng glanced at Shu Meiru's curves, smiling teasingly. Shu Meiru felt a tingling sensation in her chest, as if someone were staring at her in a lecherous manner, making her feel uncomfortable. She quickly crossed her arms over her chest and sneered, "Disgusting. Thank you for the compliment. At least I'm an honest person, unlike some who are truly hypocritical." Xin Feng has a thick skin and doesn't care about Shu Meiru's mockery. "Pfft, smooth-talking scoundrel." Shu Meiru looked down on him and said, "Stop following me. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Shu Meiru angrily spread her long legs, swayed her full, curvaceous hips, and turned to leave. She didn't want to stay here for even a second. Xin Feng smiled faintly. "Auntie, your back view is truly stunning." After admiring Shu Meiru's beautiful back for a while, he followed behind her and said, "Is it possible that you've been following me all this time? If you keep this up, I'll call the police." Shu Meiru was almost laughing from anger. She turned her head and said, "You're really shameless. It's clearly you who's been harassing me, and you still have the nerve to call the police? Is there any possibility that I live here, and you're the one who came here?" Xin Feng smiled slightly. Shu Meiru was startled. Could it really be that coincidental? This pervert also lives here? It wasn't impossible. She knew that many students from Longting Academy lived here. So, has she been misunderstanding Xin Feng all along? Thinking about the words she had just spoken, Shu Meiru's face turned beet red with embarrassment, and she hurriedly quickened her pace toward the elevator door. Chapter 149, Encountering a Pervert in the Elevator. Shu Meiru pressed the elevator button. Xin Feng laughed beside her. "Auntie, why aren't you saying anything? You haven't told me why you're here yet." In fact, he had already guessed that Shu Meiru was definitely here to see Bairuoli, and he was just teasing her on purpose. Shu Meiru raised her eyebrows slightly and managed to hold back. She wisely chose to remain silent. She muttered to herself, "What bad luck. If I had been alone with him in the elevator, he might have taken advantage of me. This kind of person is capable of anything. Let him go first. I'm not in a hurry. It's better than sharing the same air with this trash." Shu Meiru turned her head away, unwilling to speak. Xin Feng saw her expression, rolled his eyes, and smiled faintly. "When the elevator comes, I'll go up first. You can't get in." "Why not?" Shu Meiru glared at him angrily and said, "This elevator isn't your house. Why can't I ride it?" Xin Feng mocked her sarcastically. "A man and a woman alone in an elevator, how am I supposed to know you won't make a move on me?" Shu Meiru was so angry she almost laughed. She had never seen such a shameless man before. Gritting her teeth, she said, "You won't let me in, so I'll go in anyway. Stay away from me. I can't stand the smell of that cheap perfume on you. I'm sensitive to low-quality fragrances." Xin Feng deliberately pinched his nose, wearing a look of deep disgust, and took a step back. Shu Meiru was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. Her breasts were about to burst out of her clothes. She was wearing an international brand. A single bottle of perfume cost over 10,000 yuan. Now she was being mocked by Xin Feng for using cheap perfume. This wasn't just an insult to her taste, it was an insult to her very character. She can tolerate others saying she has a bad temper, but she absolutely will not tolerate anyone criticizing her taste. Shu Meiru clenched her teeth and spoke slowly and deliberately. "You're saying the perfume I'm wearing is cheap? Stay away from me, you stink. I told you, I'm sensitive to cheap perfume." Xin Feng deliberately frowned in disgust, but he couldn't help but smile to himself. Shu Meiru not only didn't back away but moved even closer to Xin Feng, angrily saying, "Then take a good whiff. Is this low-quality perfume or high-end perfume? Stay away from me. If you make my skin allergic, will you pay for the medical expenses?" Xin Feng backed away as if avoiding a plague, retreating step by step. "Get away from me." Shu Meiru's eyes flashed with a hint of narrow-mindedness, and an inexplicable joy rose in her heart. She loved seeing Xin Feng afraid of her. Good, finally found a weakness in Xin Feng. What does this have to do with me? Shu Meiru pressed forward relentlessly, nearly colliding with Xin Feng's chest. Xin Feng feigned disgust, covering his nose and saying, "It stinks. It stinks. Stay away from me." Just then, the elevator doors dinged open. Shin Feng quickly turned around and rushed into the elevator, pressing the close button as fast as he could. Shu Meiru was startled. This little pervert actually wanted to leave her behind and go up first. You dare! Shu Meiru charged in angrily, and a wave of fragrance followed her into the elevator. Shin Feng took the opportunity to sneak a whiff of the fragrance, secretly exclaiming how good it smelled. He pretended to be helpless and said, "What are you doing here? Get out. If anyone should leave, it's you. Why should I leave?" Shu Meiru pressed the door opening button, glaring at Shin Feng with unwavering determination. Shin Feng suddenly curved his lips into a mischievous smile and said, "Auntie, aren't you afraid I'll take advantage of you? Do you dare?" Shu Meiru straightened her back and sneered, "Don't think you can scare me away with such a tactic." Shin Feng swallowed hard, unable to deny that Miss Chu's breasts were truly astonishing. He felt he couldn't even control one of them. Does this woman not realize she's playing with fire? Damn it, if you push me too far, don't blame me for being rude. Thinking is one thing, but Shin Feng wouldn't actually do such a thing. Alright, let's go up together then. Seeing Shin Feng give in, Shu Meiru felt as though she had won a battle, feeling extremely pleased with herself. The elevator doors began to close, but just as they were about to shut completely, a thick arm suddenly reached inside, causing the doors to open once more. A security guard in his 50s followed him inside. Shin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, as he immediately detected a strong smell of alcohol. This guy must have been drinking on the job. Shu Meiru also frowned, forcing herself to endure the discomfort in her body. She quietly moved back a little, also finding the smell of alcohol unpleasant. As soon as the security guard entered, his eyes locked onto Shu Meiru, staring at her intently, like a starving man who had finally seen a woman. "You're so beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat?" The security guard opened his mouth, and a foul smell of alcohol hit her. He then pulled out his cheap phone and opened WeChat. Shu Meiru pinched her nose in disgust and said, "No, please don't bother me." The security guard, oblivious to her dislike, grinned lewdly, "Beautiful lady, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" "Sir, please behave yourself." Shu Meiru furrowed her brows, feeling sick to her stomach. This guy is even more disgusting than Shin Feng. Who would want to be the girlfriend of such a disgusting man? Why don't you just take a look at yourself in the mirror and see what you look like? Beautiful lady, are you saying I'm not good enough for you because I'm a security guard? A dark look flashed in the security guard's eyes as he slowly approached Shu Meiru. That's not what I meant. I just think we're not suited for each other. Shu Meiru was startled, fearing this pervert might do something extreme, and quietly stepped back. Unfortunately, the elevator was very small, and after taking just 2 steps back, her body bumped into Shin Feng's. Shu Meiru suddenly remembered that Shin Feng was still beside her and quickly sought his help with her eyes. At this point, she didn't care about such things anymore. At least Shin Feng knew his limits, unlike this pervert, who had the nerve to demand she become his girlfriend right off the bat. Shin Feng rolled his eyes and looked up at the elevator. What does it have to do with me? Shin Feng rolled his eyes and looked up at the elevator, thinking, what does this have to do with me? Shu Meiru was both angry and annoyed. These two despicable men weren't any good. Maybe he's even hoping I'll make a fool of myself. I absolutely must not ask him for help. Uncle, if you keep this up, I'll call the police. Shu Meiru suppressed her fear and warned him sternly. The words "call the police" immediately triggered the security guard's sensitivity, and his face grew distorted. "If you dare to call the police, I'll fight you to the death. Does the law say that using WeChat is illegal? Stop pretending to be so proper, you." Shu Meiru was furious and humiliated. She had never been insulted like this before, not even by Shin Feng, who often scolded her but had never called her a whore. She shouted angrily, "Speak with some respect. Your butt is so big you must have been with a lot of other men." The security guard ignored Shu Meiru's threats, leering at her but with a perverted gaze, his eyes flashing with momentary madness. He extended his rough palm and reached toward Shu Meiru's pert buttocks. Ah! Shu Meiru was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she screamed in terror, frantically hiding behind Shin Feng and instinctively clutching his back with both hands. Chapter 150, Shin Feng is stabbed with a knife. Shin Feng was startled by Shu Meiru's shriek, and the next moment, 2 massive figures were tightly pressed against his back. The soft, fleshy sensation felt like an electric current surging from his back to his forehead. There was only one feeling: pure ecstasy. So big. Shu Meiru's face turned pale, her delicate body trembling. She peeked out from behind Shin Feng and screamed angrily, "You filthy security guard, you pervert. You must be an old bachelor who'll never get married in your life." These words struck the security guard, Uncle Wang, right where it hurt. He was 51 years old, looked sleazy, loved gambling and drinking, and was a spendthrift who couldn't find a wife. One day, he read a novel called Security Guard Shin De Yi, which inspired him. He started adding women from Tanglong Academy on WeChat, hoping to find a wealthy young woman so he wouldn't have to work hard anymore. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. No woman was willing to add him on WeChat. Even if they added him in person, they would block him as soon as they turned around. Or they'll add you on WeChat and insult you, mocking you for being a security guard who thinks he can get something he doesn't deserve. Therefore, he hates it most when others mock him for being a security guard. Shumeiru's words completely ignited the dark, insecure part of his heart. Old Wang suddenly slapped the elevator door hard, making a loud noise that startled Shumeiru, causing her body to shrink and press even closer to Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth. This was her own doing, it had nothing to do with him. What's wrong with being a security guard? Security guards are people too. What gives you the right to look down on me? Old Wang suddenly went berserk, glaring at Shumeiru and bellowing at her, his eyes seeming as though he wanted to devour her. Old man, calm down. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. He could tell the old man was in a rage, his emotions highly unstable. Calm down, you old fool. Wan Lao Tu glared at Qin Feng with a vicious look in his eyes. Mind your own business, or else I won't go easy on you. Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he said seriously, drinking on the job and cursing people? How does your superior manage you? Don't you fear losing your job? Old Wang's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle, and his demeanor visibly weakened. Shumeiru saw that old man Wang's aura had weakened and knew he was worried about losing his job, so she felt slightly reassured. But then she remembered the scare she had just experienced, and the anger in her heart surged back up to her head. You stinking security guard, just wait and see. I'll definitely file a complaint against you, and you'll be fired for sure. Old Wang, who had been hesitating, suddenly erupted with a fierce glare and growled from his throat, if you dare to complain about me, don't blame me for being unkind. Old man, don't keep accusing me. Shumeiru snapped angrily. Wan Lao Tu's lips twitched slightly, his eyes fixed on Shumeiru like those of a ravenous wolf, as if he were struggling to suppress something. His hand instinctively reached into his pocket. Qin Feng glanced over and noticed the old man's subtle movement. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly covered Shumeiru's mouth with his hand and laughed. Old man, she's just a sharp-tongued person with a kind heart. I promise you, she won't report you. Woo-woo. Shumeiru was so angry her face turned bright red. Qin Feng's hands were wide and large, and a masculine scent wafted straight to her nose. But the words Qin Feng spoke infuriated her further. She violently pried his hands away and shouted at him angrily, you coward. You're too scared to stand up for yourself. I'm not like you. I'm going to report him. I'll make sure he loses his job. Qin Feng was both angry and anxious. Doesn't this stupid woman know that pushing someone to the brink is asking for trouble? Just then, Old Wang's face suddenly turned extremely agitated, and his body trembled slightly. Don't push me, or I'll kill you. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I'll call the police right now. Shumeiru's face turned as cold as ice, furious to the extreme, and she immediately pulled out her phone to call the police. Old Wang's face twisted into a hideous grimace, his eyes wild with madness. If you want to let me live, then I'll take you with me. Before he could finish speaking, he pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket and, without any hesitation, charged toward Shumeiru's throat like a madman. Shumeiru's pupils contracted sharply. A wave of overwhelming fear swept over her, sending a chill down her spine. It was the fear of death. Ah! Shumeiru screamed in terror, so frightened that she forgot to dodge. The piercing screams echoed throughout the elevator shaft, and by then, the elevator doors had already opened. Qin Feng cursed the foolish woman under his breath, but at that moment, he had no time to dwell on their past grievances. He grabbed Shumeiru and pulled her behind him. Wang Laoda's dagger was already inches away. In that split second, Qin Feng's adrenaline surged, and he stared intently at the fruit knife as it came toward him, spreading his arms and clamping the knife firmly between his armpits. Old man Wang was utterly shocked. He only saw the fruit knife piercing into Qin Feng's body, but he couldn't tell exactly where it had entered. His mind was in complete chaos. Had he really killed someone? The rage erupted like a flood, followed by the terrifying fear of having to pay for the murder with his life. Taking advantage of the old man's momentary daze, Qin Feng kicked Wang Lao out with a single blow, sending him sprawling on the ground like a dog eating dirt. The elevator doors closed behind him. Damn it! After narrowly escaping death, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. If that dagger had been just a little off, it would have pierced his flesh, and if it had been just a little to the left, it would have struck his heart. Qin Feng, you've been stabbed. Shumeiru had already been scared senseless, collapsing to the ground and trembling against the elevator, her eyes wide with fear. Qin Feng seethed inwardly. If it weren't for this foolish woman provoking the old man, such an absurd situation wouldn't have occurred, and he nearly lost his life. He couldn't let this stupid woman get off so easily. I'm going to die. That old man stabbed my heart. Qin Feng feigned a look of agony, covering the spot where the fruit knife was with his hand to prevent Shumeiru from noticing anything amiss. Then he leaned against the elevator, tilting his body sideways as he slowly collapsed. Qin Feng, don't scare me. Shumeiru was already terrified out of her wits. Upon hearing that someone had been killed, tears of fear streamed down her face. I'll call an ambulance right now. You mustn't get hurt. Shumeiru fumbled with her phone, her hands shaking so much she couldn't even unlock it. It's no use, it's too late. Qin Feng feigned weakness. I'm about to die. I have a few words to say to you. Come here, cough cough. Qin Feng, don't scare me. Shumeiru cried as she crawled over, her heart filled with self-blame and guilt. If only she hadn't spoken out of turn, she wouldn't have enraged that old man, and Qin Feng wouldn't have died trying to save her. Although she had often cursed Qin Feng to die sooner, seeing him die to save her made her conscience tormented, and she was also deeply puzzled. Shumeiru cried out, "Don't you hate me? Why did you save me just now?" Chapter 151, Shumeiru becomes a girlfriend. Qin Feng saw Shumeiru crying like a tearful person, and felt much better inside. However, he didn't want to let Shumeiru off so easily. "Because I love you," Qin Feng gazed at Shumeiru with deep affection. Shumeiru looked utterly disbelieving, asking in confusion, "You like me? How is that possible? What time is it? Are you still joking around? Can you be serious?" Shumeiru was both angry and annoyed. If Qin Feng had said something like that under normal circumstances, she would have already scolded him for being shameless. But now, she couldn't bring herself to scold him too harshly. Qin Feng held back a smile and put on a sorrowful expression, saying, "Who would joke about their own life? If I didn't care about you, how could I possibly step in front of a knife for you?" Shumeiru was speechless. Yeah, who would dare to joke about someone's life? Given the conflict between the two of them, Qin Feng absolutely had no reason to risk his life to save his own. Unless he truly cares about her. But that's just ridiculous. "I'm old enough to be your mother, how could you possibly like me?" Shumeiru was completely flustered, utterly overwhelmed by the situation before her. Qin Feng's eyes flashed a hint of teasing as he sighed dramatically, "Actually, I fell in love with you at first sight back when we were in high school. Dating your daughter was just a way to get close to you. I knew you could never like me. So I thought, if I marry your daughter, I'll be able to see you every day." Qin Feng spoke haltingly. Shumeiru was completely shocked, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. Things were getting more and more absurd. "Why are you doing this to yourself? There's no future between us." Shumeiru felt deeply conflicted. No matter how twisted Qin Feng's love was, he had died to save her, and all past grievances had been forgiven. "I know," Qin Feng said with a pained expression, "I opposed you at every turn before, all to catch your attention. For you, I wouldn't even fear death." Shumeiru couldn't help but shed tears of sadness. No man had ever been willing to sacrifice his life for her, not even her former husband, and she didn't believe he could have done something as selfless as giving his life for her. Though she felt no romantic affection for Qin Feng, she couldn't help but be moved by his deep devotion. "I'm sorry, I've been misunderstanding you all along." Shumeiru spoke softly with a trembling voice, "It's a pity that it's impossible between us. It's okay. Being able to see you cry for me once in this lifetime is worth dying for." Qin Feng looked at Shumeiru with feigned emotion. "Don't say another word. I'll call an ambulance for you." Shumeiru quickly grabbed her phone and tried to make a call. "No, it's no use. I'm almost gone." Qin Feng suddenly reached out and grabbed Shumeiru's wrist, his eyes filled with sorrow as he said, "Auntie, I only have one small wish left. Can you help me fulfill it?" Shumeiru was overcome with grief, a bitter taste rising in her throat. She dared not meet Qin Feng's pleading gaze, fearing that he might close his eyes forever at any moment. "Just tell me what you need. Whatever I can do, I will do it for you." Qin Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of a smile, but he put on a very sad expression and said, "I'm about to die. My only wish is to be your boyfriend for a few seconds before I die. Is that okay?" Shumeiru was struck speechless, her entire body frozen in shock. Her sensual lips parted, but no words came out. Becoming Qin Feng's girlfriend was something she had never even considered, let alone the idea of finding a boyfriend. How could she possibly agree? Moreover, the two had been at odds with each other before, and the sudden change left her completely unable to adapt. Shumeiru bit her lower lip lightly, her heart torn in 1,000 pieces. She simply couldn't bring herself to say such words, but Qin Feng was on the brink of death, and if she didn't fulfill his final wish, she felt she couldn't forgive herself. Qin Feng forced a bitter smile, "Never mind, I won't force you, auntie. Let me leave this world forever with this regret." Hearing this, Shumeiru felt deeply distressed. Suddenly, Qin Feng coughed violently again, as if he were trying to cough up his lungs. Shumeiru saw this and was genuinely afraid that Qin Feng might die, feeling a pang of sympathy. Thinking about how Qin Feng had died to save her, she felt that fulfilling his small wish wasn't too much to ask. Besides, he was already on his deathbed, making a verbal promise wouldn't cost him anything. After coming to terms with it, Shumeiru took a deep breath and said with a mix of emotions, "I'll agree to it. You can go in peace. Every year on this day, I'll burn some money for you." Qin Feng couldn't help but curve his lips upward. This woman was really easy to manipulate. "Then can you call me husband?" Shumeiru's body trembled. Besides her former husband, she had never called another man by that name. How humiliating. She couldn't scream. "Can I not scream?" Shumeiru asked with a troubled expression. "Cough, I can't hold on much longer. This is my last little wish. My eyelids are so heavy, I really want to sleep." Qin Feng squinted his eyes, looking as though he might fall asleep at any moment. Shumeiru was instantly terrified. She was all too familiar with this line, it was straight out of a TV drama. Once someone said their eyelids felt heavy, they declose their eyes and never wake up. Husband. Shumeiru finally managed to utter those 2 words, silently thinking to herself, Shin Feng, you can rest in peace now. I will definitely burn more money for you in the future. Thank you for loving me, even though we were never meant to be. I will always remember you for the rest of my life. Shin Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he almost couldn't hold back a laugh. However, this subtle movement was noticed by Shumeiru, who had been staring intently at his face. She felt an uneasy sensation in her heart. Hadn't Shin Feng been stabbed in the heart? Why hadn't he died yet? Why isn't there any blood on his chest? Earlier, she had been too panicked to look closely, but now, upon closer inspection, Shumeiru realized that the knife was inserted in the wrong place. The knife was stuck in the armpit. In that instant, the anger at being deceived by Shin Feng surged like a raging inferno, drowning Shumeiru's rationality. New grudges added to old ones. The gratitude she felt toward Shin Feng for saving her earlier vanished without a trace in an instant. Not only that, but she had made herself look so foolish, shed so many tears, been deceived into thinking she was his girlfriend, and even called him husband. Anger. Shame. Scum, you big liar, you dared to deceive me. Shumeiru, like an enraged tigress, charged forward and tackled Shin Feng to the ground. Her full, peach-shaped buttocks landed heavily on his waist, and she grabbed his neck with both hands, squeezing tightly. Haha, it's your own fault. What does it have to do with me? Shin Feng grabbed Shumeiru's hands and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After teasing this woman, he felt particularly satisfied. Shumeiru was so angry that her face turned bright red. She clenched her teeth and shouted angrily, You've deceived me so cruelly. I've only ever cried for my husband, I've never shed a tear for another man. If I don't strangle you to death today, I'll change my surname. Chapter 152, The Ambiguous Moment in the Elevator. Shin Feng grabbed Shumeiru's hand, controlling his strength so she wouldn't squeeze too hard, while pretending to be in great pain. Help! Murder! Murder! She shouldn't have said anything, but as soon as Shumeiru heard it, she got angry and squeezed harder. I thought you were a good person, but you're even more despicable than that old man. Go die. Shin Feng cooperated by sticking out his tongue and pretending to be on the verge of suffocation. I'm suffocating. I can't breathe. Please let go. If I don't let go, I'll choke you to death. Shumeiru saw that Shin Feng still had enough strength to speak and knew he was faking it. But the more Shin Feng acted like this, the more Shumeiru felt deceived and toyed with, and the angrier she became. Help me. Shin Feng cooperated fully. After taking so many advantages earlier, letting her get a little back wasn't a loss. Moreover, Shumeiru's huge peach-shaped buttocks were sitting on his stomach, and the soft, smooth sensation was so clear that he could feel it even through the thin pants. It was amazing. This silly woman doesn't even realize she's already been taken advantage of. Hee hee. Shin Feng pretended to be in distress while enjoying Shumeiru's massage on his buttocks. Every slight movement she made created a different sensation of friction. Hey, it's about time to let go. In less than 5 seconds, Shin Feng quickly called a halt. If this continued, he feared he might accidentally fire his gun. Don't let go. Shumeiru snapped, her tone as firm as iron. I'm about to die. Then go die. You have such a cruel heart. No matter how poisonous you are, you can't be as poisonous as you. Shin Feng glanced at the elevator door and joked, Someone's coming. Let go quickly. Don't even try to fool me. I won't believe a single word you say. Shumeiru clutched Shin Feng's neck tightly, her eyes red and her breath labored as she shouted angrily. Shin Feng smiled at the elevator door and said, Your daughter is here. Shumeiru sneered, Do you really think I'd believe your nonsense? Trash, go die. Shumeiru's face was filled with anger as she used all her strength to try to choke Shin Feng to death. Clang! The sound of something heavy falling came from behind. Shumeiru startled, turned around, and saw Bairuoli standing at the elevator door, with a pile of cans at her feet. The noise she had heard earlier was the sound of the cans hitting the floor. Bairuoli's fingers trembled slightly as she pointed at the two of them, her face filled with disbelief. What are you two doing? She had been pressing the elevator button downstairs, but the elevator had been stuck on this floor, making her extremely annoyed. She decided to climb the stairs to see whose apartment had intentionally stopped the elevator, only to witness a scene that left her speechless. Her mother was sitting on top of Shin Feng, in a position that was incredibly intimate. If she hadn't seen that they were still wearing clothes, she would have suspected they were doing something disgusting. Shumeiru, like a startled deer, jumped off Shin Feng's body, her face turning bright red in an instant. Such an embarrassing scene had been witnessed by her own daughter. How humiliating. Don't misunderstand, nothing happened between us. Shumeiru hurriedly explained. Then, she angrily added, It was that filthy trash who deceived me. My mother was just fighting with him earlier. Shin Feng stood up calmly, brushed off his clothes, and smiled, Your mom was indeed fighting with me. She even tried to kill me just now. If he had explained it seriously, people might have believed him more easily, but Shin Feng's smiling expression made it hard to take him seriously. Bairuoli frowned. She absolutely believed her mother wouldn't get along peacefully with Shin Feng. Lowering her gaze, she noticed that Qin Feng's crotch was prominently bulging. Instantly, her face turned icy cold. It must be that scumbag who encountered my mother in the elevator. Seeing how beautiful she is, he took advantage of the situation to bully her inside, which is why my mother wants to beat him up. Shumeiru also noticed by Ruoli's gaze and followed her line of sight, her face turning red with embarrassment. She had been so focused on seeking revenge that she hadn't noticed how intimate their posture was. Now that she thought about it, it was probably that posture that had caused Qin Feng's reaction. She has been taken advantage of by this scumbag again. A surge of anger welled up in Shumeiru's heart. Mom, let's call the police and say he assaulted you. Ruoli angrily said, quickly pulling out her phone to record evidence of Qin Feng's crime. Shumeiru panicked upon hearing the mention of the police. The incident earlier was extremely embarrassing, and if the staff reviewed the surveillance footage, their actions would be exposed. Never mind, I'm fine. He didn't do anything to me, so I'll let him off this time. Shumeiru, feeling guilty, tidied up her disheveled clothes. Don't do that. We can't not call the police. Qin Feng said with a smirk, otherwise, no one will prove my innocence. I just saved your mother's life, you know. Ruoli frowned. If Qin Feng really had bullied her mother, he must be afraid she'd call the police. Why wasn't he afraid now, and even claimed to have saved her mother's life? Mom, what's going on? Let's go home and talk about it later. Shumeiru hurriedly pulled Ruoli away, feeling too embarrassed to mention what had just happened. Qin Feng smiled faintly. He had thoroughly humiliated Shumeiru today and even made her call him husband in a pitiful manner. He pulled out his phone and secretly sent Shumeiru a message, "You just promised to be my girlfriend. I took you seriously. You can't go back on your word." Shumeiru's eyes flashed with anger, and she replied instantly, "Liar, get lost." Qin Feng smiled wryly, "You sure have a temper, but I like it. We also need to deal with that old man. Someone like him is no longer suitable to work as a security guard here. Qin Feng, call the property management to handle it." Upon receiving Qin Feng's call, the property management immediately fired old Wang on the spot and compensated him with N1. The rest of the matter was handed over to the property management company to handle. Mom, what's going on between you and Qin Feng? Back in her room, Ruoli hurriedly pulled her mother aside to ask her. Shumeiru briefly explained that she had encountered a perverted security guard in the elevator, and then Qin Feng had stepped in to help her. She used the word help casually, without mentioning that he had saved her. The security guards here are really unprofessional. We must file a complaint with the property management. Ruoli was both shocked and angry. Fortunately, her mother was unharmed, otherwise, she would have felt guilty for the rest of her life. Never mind, let's just forget about it. Shumeiru thought about what had just happened. It was all because she had pushed him too hard, causing the old man to take such extreme measures. What mattered most was that she didn't want the matter to become public, lest it tarnish her personal reputation. Ruoli saw that her mother wasn't pursuing the matter and didn't want to waste time on it either. She sighed, just thinking about having to live in the same neighborhood as Qin Feng makes me feel uneasy. This is so unlucky. No matter where I go, he's always there, clinging to me like a ghost. Shumeiru's expression turned serious as she said sternly, I came here today specifically to discuss the matter of Qin Feng with you. His identity may be more complicated than we imagined. Chapter 153, Forming the Drone Dragon Group. Mom, isn't Qin Feng just a poor guy? What kind of status could he possibly have? Ruoli looked utterly astonished. Shumeiru shook her head and told Ruoli everything she knew. Ruoli was utterly shocked. It took her a while to process the information. She never would have guessed he was a rich second-generation heir. No wonder he was so generous with other girls. A faint pang of regret began to grow in her heart. If only I had known that Qin Feng was a rich second-generation heir, I shouldn't have broken up with him in the first place. Even if I had broken up with him, I shouldn't have done it so soon. At the very least, I should have used more of his money. Just thinking about how Qin Feng was still pretending to be poor in front of her, not letting her get a single penny, made Ruoli furious. He deliberately hid his identity when we were dating. He must have been afraid I'd use his money. What a loser. Exactly. This guy is cunning, treacherous, and utterly despicable. He'll stop at nothing to get what he wants. Shumeiru knew this all too well. Don't dwell on the past and breaking up with him. With your current achievements, you'll leave him in the dust in the future, and he'll be the one regretting it in the end. Ruoli was filled with resentment, almost grinding her teeth as she said, in his heart, I'm probably just a materialistic woman obsessed with money, which is why he deliberately kept it a secret and never told me about his wealth. I actually thought he was so deeply in love with me. But Ruoli grew angrier the more she thought about it. Her first love had been completely deceived by Qin Feng, this scoundrel, from start to finish. I will make him understand that even without him, I can be better than him. Ruoli silently swore to herself that one day, she would make Qin Feng regret it. Mom believes you can do it. Shumeiru was absolutely certain of this. We can't let others look down on us. Shumeiru gripped Ruoli's hand and urged her. I still have a little extra money, and you've earned quite a bit too. I was thinking of using this money for an investment. What do you think? Shumeiru is no longer satisfied with being the owner of a gym. As her financial resources grow increasingly robust, her ambitions continue to expand. Great! Ruoli perked up at the mention of it. The low-altitude economy has been gaining momentum recently, and the drone industry chain is relatively mature. I'm considering investing in drones. Shumeiru is not only beautiful but also has a keen business acumen. While the mother and daughter were discussing investing in the drone industry, Luo Changqing, the vice president of the basketball club, arrived with a market research report in hand, looking quite pleased. Mr. Qin, drones definitely have a bright future. I have a few friends who work in AI, so I'm thinking about getting into the drone industry. Currently, there are over 100,000 drone manufacturers in China, with a mature industrial supply chain. If we enter the market, we can start with private labeling and focus on gaining a competitive edge in intelligent technology. Once we accumulate sufficient capital, we can hire larger intelligent teams to develop more advanced artificial intelligence. Additionally, we can also develop more powerful components to enhance the market competitiveness of our products. Luo Changqing spoke eloquently. Xin Feng had little expertise in technology, but spending money was his specialty. Money isn't an issue. I want you to hire an experienced professional team. The company must have at least 500 employees. Just tell me how much it will cost. He also has a very positive outlook on the drone market. Since we're going to do this, let's do it on a large scale. Luo Changqing swallowed hard. A research and development team of 500 people would require several $1 million in wages alone for a single month, and the product couldn't possibly be developed in just 1 or 2 months. It might take several months or even half a year. So the initial investment would be at least nearly 100 million. Xin Feng's boldness also made him feel exhilarated, growing increasingly daring in his heart. Xin Xiao, if you have sufficient funds, I can complete the conditions you've set as soon as possible. What we lack most right now is talent. I need 100 million upfront. Luo Changqing said solemnly, fearing that Xin Feng might be intimidated by the figure. 100 million is too little. Xin Feng shook his head. I'll give you 500 million. Don't be afraid to spend money. As long as I see the research and development results, I'll pour money into it. Luo Changqing's entire body trembled violently. This figure far exceeded his expectations. Such a large sum of money could significantly enhance the completion of the plan. This Xin Feng is indeed from a prominent family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have trusted himself so easily and acted so boldly. Xin Xiao, no, father, I will definitely make good use of this money and develop high-quality products for the market as soon as possible. Luo Changqing was extremely excited and started acting irresponsibly again. While other students were still worrying about finding jobs, he was already the CEO of a large company while still in school, holding 500 million in cash. It was almost too good to be true. Xin Feng chuckled lightly, enough with the flattery. Just do your job properly, and I won't shortchange you. Use this money to hire people with real skills. Don't let any good-for-nothings come to our company. The salary must be twice as high as what other companies in the industry are offering. Only then can we attract talented individuals to join us. I hope to see your research results as soon as possible. Xin Feng spoke with a casual demeanor, yet there was an underlying air of authority, completely devoid of the naivety and innocence typical of his peers. Luo Changqing chuckled admiringly. Mr. Qin, when you have no money, you use strategies suited for those without money. When you have money, you naturally do what those with money can do. Currently, there are many small companies developing drones. These companies often lack funds and struggle to survive, but they do have some R&D experience and even some semi-finished products. We can acquire these promising small companies and integrate their resources. This way, we can significantly reduce R&D time, integrate resources, and launch a formal product in a short period of time. Luo Changqing spoke confidently, clearly having conducted thorough market research. All right, go ahead and handle this matter with confidence. If you need more funds, just let me know. Yes, Mr. Qin. Xin Feng called Mr. Zhao and arranged a 5 billion yuan transfer with just one phone call. Invest 500 million in a new company and receive a 5-fold return, totaling 2,500 million. Made another small profit mindset as steady as an old dog. He's just messing around with his investment company. He doesn't care whether he makes money or not. Of course, if he could come up with a product that would really impress the market, that would be the best outcome. Have you thought of a name for the drone company yet? Naming is something that should be left to Qin Xiao. As expected, I'm not very good at it. Luo Changqing said with a smile. Xin Feng stroked his chin. The hottest drone on the market right now is the Dajiang. He decided to name his own drone something more imposing. Let's name our drone Flying Dragon, and the company Flying Dragon Group. That's a great name. Luo Changqing, as always, was quick to flatter, and after securing the funds, he immediately got to work. Chapter 154, The Host is Coming to School. After handling Luo Changqing's matter, Xin Feng checked the delivery status of the little monster's package again, and a smile appeared on his lips. This little treasure would be delivered to Shi Rongjing tomorrow. Hee hee, I can't wait to see what kind of experience it will give her when she uses it. Today there were classes, so Xin Feng didn't go out to play either. He just stayed in school and attended class properly. He placed his books on the desk, pretending to read them carefully, but secretly played with his phone. Bro, are we going out today? I'm so bored. All I do is go to class. Xia Mengmeng sent a message. I'm not going out today. I've been out too much lately. Xin Feng declined his younger sister's invitation and chatted with a few girls for a while longer. Apart from the school beauty Lu Piaxue, who didn't initiate contact on WeChat, the girls Xin Feng knew would check in on him every now and then, showing genuine concern and staying in touch actively. After breaking through that barrier with Shen Ruoi, she also became much more proactive, speaking more intimately, and even occasionally teasing Xin Feng. Shi Rujing remained as bold as ever, constantly talking about money and acting flirtatiously. At that moment, the fat man sat beside Xin Feng. His eyes darted around, and a flattering smile appeared on his lips. Brother Feng, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Xin Feng glanced at the fat man. Seeing his smug expression, he knew he had something up his sleeve. He silently turned off his phone screen to prevent him from seeing the chat content. What are you thinking? Xin Feng asked in return. Zhou Wenbin chuckled, rubbing his hands together and said, I just received reliable intelligence that a fairly well-known celebrity is coming to our school tomorrow for a variety show interview. The event is organized by Mango TV, and I heard that even the famous host Jin Mengjia is coming this time. Zhou Wenbin was drooling all over his face. Xin Feng was startled upon hearing this. The name Jin Mengjia was not unfamiliar to him. She was the top female host of a variety show on Mango TV, around 25 years old. She launched the show Happy Camp shortly after her debut. As soon as the show aired, it immediately sparked a terrifying ratings frenzy, completely overshadowing all other similar programs. With her sweet appearance and humorous hosting style, Jin Mengjia quickly gained a large following of loyal fans. She once became the most popular female host of the year, and some even referred to her as the national goddess, making her an idol in the eyes of many young women. Even when Xin Feng was still in high school, Bai Ruoli also looked up to Jin Mengjia as her idol. Influenced by Bai Ruoli, Xin Feng also once regarded Jin Mengjia as his own idol during that period. However, he is no longer as naive as he was in high school when it comes to idol worship. How did she end up coming to our school to host a program? Xin Feng was still quite surprised. Zhou Wenbin's eyes lit up with excitement. You might not know this, but Jin Mengjia is actually a graduate of our university. She's even our senior. Some people online speculated that since Jin Mengjia has become so popular, the Mango TV network wants to create a show documenting her life during her university days. Xin Xiao, why are you so calm? Shouldn't you be excited? Zhou Wenbin saw Qin Feng's indifferent reaction and found it highly puzzling. What's there to get excited about? She's not my idol. But she's my idol and the most perfect goddess in my eyes. Zhou Wenbin looked utterly obsessed, his eyes seeming to drift back to memories of his youth. When I was in high school, I used to collect her posters and gather information about her. Everyone in our class looked up to her as an idol. Xin Feng smiled faintly. He had done such dramatic things before, but now he was much more mature and wouldn't go as crazy over a celebrity like the fat guy. Even if she comes to our school, what's the big deal? You can only watch her from afar. Why get so worked up about it? Zhou Wenbin narrowed his eyes and smiled ingratiatingly. Father, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. Get lost. Xin Feng knew from his expression that he was up to no good, and replied impatiently. Please, it's just a small favor. Could you help me get a signed photo of Jin Mengjia? Zhou Wenbin didn't mind Qin Feng's attitude and smiled thick-skinnedly. Just ask her directly. Why bother me? I'm not your goddess. Bro, there must be a lot of security guards at the school where Jin Mengjia is, and there must be a lot of people who want her autograph. I don't have any connections or special contacts, so getting her autograph is like winning the lottery. This might be difficult for others, but for someone as handsome and invincible as Qin Xiao, it should be a piece of cake. So I'm asking Qin Xiao for a favor. Zhou Wenbin went on a wild rampage, showcasing his thick-skinned nature to the fullest. You still know how to flatter people, don't you? Xin Feng laughed and scolded him. This wasn't difficult for him, all he had to do was give the principal a heads up. Zhou Wenbin saw the smile on Qin Feng's face and knew there was hope. Excitedly, he asked, Mr. Qin, does that mean you've agreed? Alright, I'll give you a call later to get you an autograph. Thanks, Qin Xiao, I love you. If I absolutely have to add a time limit, I would add 10,000 years before these 3 words. Zhou Wenbin was overjoyed. The flattery was smooth and seamless. Get lost. Xin Feng slapped Zhou Wenbin on the forehead. I'm not. As he stepped out of the classroom, Xin Feng heard the students chatting, all about Jin Mengjia coming to school. The class group chat was also buzzing with discussions about the matter, with everyone expressing great excitement over Jin Mengjia's arrival. Fatso, let's go find the principal. Shin Feng, with his hands in his pockets, walked ahead confidently. Why go find the principal? Zhou Wenbin was confused and quickly followed Shin Feng. Aren't you the one who wanted Jean Mingjia's autograph? What does this have to do with the principal? Are you seriously asking the principal to get Jean Mingjia's autograph for us? Zhou Wenbin quickly realized what was being suggested and shook his head vigorously. That's impossible. The principal wouldn't help us with something like this. We're not even close to him. Shin Feng curved his lips into a mysterious smile, wrapped his arm around Zhou Wenbin's shoulder, and teased, "Silly son, if your father says it's okay, then it's okay." Zhou Wenbin was surprised and asked, "Are you really that close to the principal?" The thought crossed his mind, but he found it plausible. Given Shin Feng's mysterious background and his wealth, it wasn't impossible for him to have connections with the principal. The next moment, an utterly absurd thought began to take root in his mind. "Qin Xiao, are you the principal's illegitimate son?" Zhou Wenbin's eyes widened, his face brimming with curiosity. "Get lost. I'm his father, if anything." Shin Feng kicked Zhou Wenbin. "Ouch, Dad, go easy on me." Zhou Wenbin pretended to be in pain and fell to the ground. "Stop pretending, you fatso. You'll find out soon enough what my relationship with the principal is." Shin Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Chapter 155, The principal helped me get an autograph. Zhou Wenbin was startled. Jiangnan University was already a top-tier university, ranking among the top 20 in the country. To be the president of such a university, his background must be no ordinary one. Shin Feng had just brushed it off lightly, showing no signs of reverence toward the president. There was only one possibility: his status was likely far greater than he had imagined. This speculation excited Zhou Wenbin greatly. The stronger Shin Feng's background, the more benefits he could gain, and Jean Mingjia's signature was as good as secured. He quickly got up and followed closely behind Shin Feng. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoli had already arrived at the principal's office door. Today, the company's CEO, Mr. Wang, had revealed some insider information to her. Jean Mingjia is coming to the school to host a program and will select a student to participate in the program and accompany Jean Mingjia on a tour of the school. She also reminded Bai Ruoli that if she could seize this opportunity, it would significantly attract a large wave of traffic. Bai Ruoli was naturally eager to seize it. Jean Mingjia was not only her idol but also offered her a chance to ride the wave of the celebrity's popularity. As an influencer, she always feels inferior in the presence of these big stars, so this is a golden opportunity to elevate her status. Bai Ruoli didn't want to miss out, but the only thing she was worried about was whether the principal would agree. "Bai Ruoli, you will definitely succeed. No one can stop you from moving forward." Bai Ruoli took a deep breath through her delicate nose to encourage herself, then knocked on the principal's door. "Come in." The principal's voice echoed from inside the room. Bai Ruoli pushed open the door and saw the principal wearing glasses, busy with paperwork. The principal glanced up at him, then returned his gaze to the documents. "Ruoli, is there something you need?" Bai Ruoli suppressed her nervousness and sat down in front of the principal, her hands resting on her thighs, speaking cautiously. "Principal, I heard that Jean Mingjia is coming to our school tomorrow to host a program and needs a student to assist her. Do you have anyone suitable?" The principal put down the documents he was holding, looked up, pushed his glasses up his nose, and asked in surprise, "Are you interested in this?" Bai Ruoli nodded and looked up excitedly. "Principal, I believe I am qualified for this position. I am now a social media influencer with millions of followers and am highly representative of our school. If I could co-host a program with Jean Mingjia, it would also enhance the reputation of Jiangnan University." Bai Ruoli spoke all in one breath, feeling extremely nervous inside, fearing that the principal might refuse. This matter was crucial to her future and of the utmost importance to her. Once she can work on a program with Jean Mingjia, her status will rise significantly, and she might even gain access to resources in the entertainment industry. "No matter what, we must seize this opportunity." Bai Ruoli's eyes grew increasingly determined as she clenched her fists tightly, her breathing becoming rapid. The principal furrowed his brows slightly. In truth, he had also considered Bai Ruoli, but he had someone else in mind who he believed was more suitable. He just didn't know if that person was willing. "All right, wait here for a moment. I'll make a call to inquire." Bai Ruoli looked puzzled. Isn't this something the principal should decide? Why does he need to consult someone else? Just as she was puzzled, the principal picked up the phone, his previous serious expression replaced by a kind smile. "There's a great opportunity coming your way. Are you interested?" On the other side, Shin Feng was almost at the principal's office when he suddenly received a call from the principal. He answered calmly, "What good news?" "It's like this, Jean Mingjia is coming to our school to host a program, and they need someone to assist them. I think you're the perfect person for the job. Would you be interested? Actually, you won't have to do much. It's more like an assistant role. Just give Jean Mingjia a tour of the school and help them with the program's production." Apparently afraid that Shin Feng would refuse, the principal added a few more details about the nature of the work. Sitting across from the principal, Bai Ruoli's expression suddenly changed drastically. She couldn't believe the principal would say such a thing. Could there really be someone more suitable than herself in this school? How is that possible? With my influence, no one can compare to me. Plus, I'm so beautiful it should be me without a doubt. Before she realized it, Byruoli was already tense all over, unable to sit still. If she hadn't seen the principal on the phone, she would have blurted out who could possibly be more qualified than her. On the other end of the phone, Shin Feng smiled faintly. He had always been a low-key person. If he had liked to seek the limelight, he would have become a big name on the internet long ago. Moreover, he doesn't want to be in the spotlight or answer boring questions alongside Jin Mingjia. These variety shows are basically scripted, pre-arranged acts designed to deceive the audience. Given his status, he wouldn't stoop so low as to do something like that. I'm not interested. I'm almost at your office now. I have something to ask you for. Alright, come on over. Shin Feng hung up the phone, and Zhou Wenbin curiously asked, Mr. Qin, who was that on the phone just now? The principal called to ask if I was interested in collaborating with Jin Mingjia on a program, but I declined. Zhou Wenbin gave me a strange look. Bro, you're not just bragging, are you? That's Jin Mingjia. Forget about doing a show, even just taking a photo with her, many people couldn't refuse. Zhou Wenbin just thought Shin Feng was bragging and didn't take his words to heart. Just as the principal hung up the phone, Byruoli couldn't wait to stretch her neck and asked anxiously, Principal, what's going on? Seeing how nervous she was, the principal smiled faintly. Byruoli, there's no need to be nervous. You just said I agreed. Go home and prepare well. Tomorrow, you'll assist Jin Mingjia with the program. Byruoli was deeply shaken, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had finally seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to co-host a show with Jin Mingjia. This was sure to bring in a steady stream of views. The next moment, Byruoli suddenly stood up, her hands pressed against the table, and exclaimed excitedly, Thank you, Principal. You can go out first. I need to see someone. The principal pushed his glasses up and smiled faintly. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a loud knock on the door. Come in. The office door was pushed open, and Zhou Wenbin pushed it open and walked in first. Byruoli looked surprised. Could the principal be here to see Zhou Wenbin? Immediately afterward, Shin Feng walked in with his hands in his pockets, exuding confidence. Byruoli's pupils suddenly contracted. How could it be him? Shin Feng, what are you doing here? Byruoli looked at Shin Feng warily, afraid that he would say something that would put her in a bad light. Shin Feng glanced at Byruoli, his gaze not lingering on her for even a second. Principal, what is this guy doing here? Chapter 156, I'm actually a wealthy individual. Byruoli frowned upon hearing this. Shin Feng's words made her feel very uncomfortable, as if she didn't belong there. She said arrogantly, What business do I have here with you? What are you doing here? Shin Feng shrugged, brushed past Byruoli, and sat down in the chair she had just vacated, crossing his legs casually. Principal, isn't that Jin Mingjia supposed to come to our school tomorrow for the program? The guy behind me wants an autograph from Jin Mingjia. Can you get one for me? The principal looked surprised and said, You came to see me just for something so trivial? Zhou Wenbin's eyes went dark. It's over. The principal's attitude seemed to indicate that he wasn't familiar with Shin Feng at all, and he was also surprised by Shin Feng's request. This was a disaster. I shouldn't have expected anything from Shin Feng in the first place. Zhou Wenbin covered his face, hoping the principal wouldn't say anything too harsh. Put. Byruoli couldn't help but giggle. She had never seen anyone so foolish, asking the principal for an autograph just to get their idol's signature. Who does he think he is? What a foolish rich kid. Unfortunately, Shin Feng's idol, whom he had always admired, was his own business partner. If he had just asked himself, Jin Mingjia would definitely not have refused to sign for him. Thinking about how something Shin Feng had always desired was now within her grasp, a sense of superiority filled Byruoli's chest, and her lips curled upward without her noticing. Shin Feng, are you out of your mind? This is the principal's office. If you're going to chase after someone, you shouldn't be doing it here. Don't make a scene here. Get out of here immediately. Byruoli crossed her arms across her chest and looked down at Shin Feng. Unconsciously, her eyes emitted an air of arrogance and superiority. Shin Feng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He pointed at Byruoli with his thumb and looked at the principal in confusion. What is this guy doing here? The principal smiled faintly. Jin Mingjia came to our school to organize a program, so I arranged for her to assist. Byruoli, please step out for a moment. I need to discuss something with Shin Feng. Byruoli shot Shin Feng a disdainful glance and turned around, leaving with the air of a princess. From start to finish, Shin Feng didn't even glance at her, his composure as steady as an old dog's. The principal hurriedly stood up, changing his previous attitude, and with a friendly smile on his face, poured a cup of tea for Shin Feng. Such a small matter, why bother coming to me personally? Just give me a call, and I'll handle it for you. Don't mention 1, even 10 or 100, I'll take care of it all. The sudden change in attitude left Zhou Wenbin, who was standing nearby, speechless. When had the principal become so accommodating? Could it be that the principal has become a great philanthropist? No way. Qin Feng took a small sip of tea, furrowed his brow, and stared at the teacup in confusion. What kind of tea is this? It tastes strange. It's top quality De Hong Pao. Is there something wrong with it? The principal asked in return, puzzled. How much did you pay for it? Qin Feng put down his teacup and asked curiously. Someone gave it to me. I heard it's 1,000 yuan per gram. It was a gift from someone else. I heard it costs 1,000 yuan per gram. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Someone also gave me 100 grams of handmade De Hong Pao, 15,000 yuan per gram, but the taste is completely different from yours. Zhou Wenbin, standing behind him, was so shocked that his eyes bulged out and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. 15,000 yuan for a gram of tea? Is this something ordinary people can afford to drink? And what kind of person is so generous as to give away 100 grams in one go? That's a whopping 15 million, isn't it? Qin Feng isn't just bragging, is he? The principal gave an awkward smile. It seems I received a counterfeit product. However, the taste is still quite good. Just drink it as is. Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to this matter. He asked the principal to handle the matter of Jin Mengjia's signature. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Wait a moment. The principal hurriedly called out to Qin Feng. Since you don't want to be a guest on the show, there's a dinner party tomorrow night, and I hope you can come too. What dinner party? Jing Mengjia invited us teachers to dinner, so I took the liberty of inviting you. Qin Feng was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered something. He raised the corners of his mouth and asked, Can I bring a friend? Of course, you can bring whoever you want. The principal smiled approvingly. Zhou Wenbin, standing nearby, had been holding back a flood of questions. He couldn't figure out why the principal was being so polite to Qin Feng, even going so far as to invite him to such a banquet. However, due to his status, he didn't dare to ask. The next moment, the principal smiled and said, You're a great contributor to our school. Don't mention bringing one person even if you bring two more, it's no problem. Zhou Wenbin was startled and blurted out, Principal, you said Qin Feng is the school's great contributor. What does that mean? The principal didn't answer but first glanced at Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't object, he smiled and said, The new sports hall for this year's freshmen was entirely funded by him. If that's not a contribution, what is? Boom! Zhou Wenbin suddenly felt as though the back of his head had been struck by a baseball bat, and his entire head was buzzing. That sports arena was incredibly luxurious, worth over 100 million. Could such a grand gesture really have been donated by Qin Feng? Such a top-tier wealthy individual is actually right here? Zhou Wenbin felt like he couldn't even dare to dream about such a thing, yet it was happening right before his eyes. Zhang Haoyang was already a wealthy individual beyond his reach, and Qin Feng was an even more unimaginable tycoon. Zhou Wenbin had no idea how he managed to leave the principal's office. All he knew was that Qin Feng had dragged him out. Qin Xiao, from now on, you're my own father. Please take good care of me. Zhou Wenbin grabbed Qin Feng's hand excitedly, as if he had grasped his own fortune. Choice always trumps effort. As long as you're on the right path, why bother trying so hard? Someone who can casually donate 100 million can live comfortably even if a little bit of oil leaks through their fingertips. Enough, stop disgusting me. Qin Feng quickly pulled his hand back and wiped it on his clothes. This fat guy's hands were sweaty, making his hands dirty. Don't go around telling everyone about this. Qin Xiao, rest assured, this is our secret. Zhou Wenbin hurriedly nodded and bowed excitedly. The fewer people who know about this, the better. That way, no one will compete with me for Qin Feng's favors. Not even Zhang Haoyang or Zhou Wenbin wanted to tell him. What? Afraid your shameful deeds will be exposed and bring dishonor? A sudden, mocking voice rang out. Not far away, Ruoli leaned against the wall, her arms crossed over her chest, glaring sideways at Qin Feng. Her eyes betrayed her disdain for him. Back when we were in high school together, Jin Mengjia was your idol, and I knew you really wanted her autograph, so you came to the principal's office to ask for it, right? Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. You can think whatever you want. It's your business. Ruoli curled the corners of her lips into a mocking smile, her expression arrogant. You were kicked out by the principal, weren't you? If you want to get an autograph, I can help you, but I have a small request. Chapter 157, Fixing Things Until My Ex-Girlfriend Begged for Mercy. Qin Feng happened to pass by Ruoli's side and immediately stopped in his tracks. What's wrong with this woman? Is she out of her mind? But then he thought better of it, his eyes twinkling with a hint of teasing. I'd love to hear what the conditions are. Ruoli's lips curled upward. She had finally found an opportunity to get back at Qin Feng, and a fleeting sense of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she grabbed Qin Feng's clothes and pulled him toward her, her stunning face almost touching his ear as she whispered, I want you to admit it, you've been deceiving me from the very beginning. You're a scum, a liar. Qin Feng's expression changed, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. Ruoli was his first love, he had never deceived her. Now Ruoli actually wants him to call himself a liar. This is trampling on the genuine feelings he once had for her. Even if he no longer loves this woman, he will not allow her to use this matter to humiliate him again. By Rooli, you can call me a scoundrel, you can call me a womanizer, but I will never admit to something I never did. Shin Fong spoke coldly, his eyes carrying a hint of chill. He didn't feel the slightest stir of emotion despite the woman getting so close to him. By Rooli's expression darkened upon hearing this. This trash still refused to admit that they were in a relationship. It had been a scam from the very beginning. A surge of anger welled up inside her, and she raised her left hand, slapping it hard across Shin Feng's face. Shin Feng had already anticipated Bai Ruoli's move. He acted swiftly, grabbing her wrist and glaring at her with a sharp expression. What do you think you're doing? Bai Ruoli, seeing that she had failed to strike him and was instead being restrained, grew furious. You scum. You still won't admit you deceived me? From the very beginning of our relationship, you've been deceiving my first love. You're clearly a rich second-generation heir, yet you pretend to be poor in front of me. The gift you gave me, you said it was from your own pocket money. I was so touched at the time. Bai Ruoli stubbornly lifted her head and looked down on Shin Feng with disdain. You must have been so proud of your masterpiece when you saw how moved I was, right? Shin Feng was taken aback. At the time he was dating Bai Ruoli, he didn't have the system yet and was just a poor kid. He couldn't explain such a thing, and he didn't bother to try. Well, then just assume I'd been deceiving you from the start. Shin Feng's dismissive attitude made Bai Ruoli even angrier. If Shin Feng had explained himself, she might not have been so upset. But Shin Feng just shrugged it off, acting like he didn't care what she thought. This made her feel like she was worth less than a dog in his eyes. Scum! How dare you toy with my feelings? Bai Ruoli was so angry that she clenched her teeth, glared at him, and slapped Shin Feng across the face with her right hand. Shin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and he could no longer control his anger. He quickly raised his hand to block Bai Ruoli's surprise attack. You madwoman, do you really think I'm afraid to lay a hand on you? Shin Feng roared angrily, grabbing Bai Ruoli's hands with both of his and slapping her firm buttocks hard. Smack! The delicate buttocks were severely struck, emitting a loud thud. Bai Ruoli was caught off guard, completely unprepared, and her perfect buttocks were severely injured. A searing pain spread throughout her body from behind. Ah! Bai Ruoli's pain-racked mouth opened, emitting a piercing scream. Zhou Wenbin froze on the spot, his eyes wide with shock. The pure and pristine Bai Ruoli was spanked in public? What the? Is this something I should be looking at? Pervert, let go of me. Bai Ruoli was so angry that her face turned bright red as she struggled violently. Unfortunately, her strength was too weak to break free from Shin Feng's grip, and she ended up looking like a large ragdoll being controlled by him. I'll make you proud. Shin Feng roared, slapping her again with all his might. Ah! Bai Ruoli just opened her mouth to curse, but let out a painful scream instead, swallowing the words back into her throat. Stupid woman, I'll show you for thinking you're so clever. A sudden rain shower, and I dare not lay a hand on you? Smack! 3 slaps landed on her face, leaving Bai Ruoli in pain, her eyes welling up with tears. She clenched her teeth and said, let me go, or I'll scream for help. Smack! In response, Shin Feng slapped her hard across the face, mockingly saying, go ahead and shout then. If you don't, you're a coward. Bai Ruoli clenched her teeth in anger. If anyone saw her like this, it would be a scandal. If it got posted online, her reputation would be ruined. Shin Feng, don't go too far. I'm still a girl. How can you hit me like that and still call yourself a man? Why didn't you say anything when you wanted to hit me earlier? I'm a guy too. If someone saw you hitting me like this, I'd lose face too. Bai Ruoli was speechless, knowing she was in the wrong. Her momentum weakened instantly. So what do you want? Slap. Shin Feng slapped him again and shouted angrily, apologize to me. Bai Ruoli was so furious she felt like her lungs were about to explode. After enduring so much humiliation, she was now being told to apologize? Was there no justice in this world? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize to you? If you've got the guts, just kill me. Bai Ruoli's eyes were filled with hatred as she turned her face away and glared at Shin Feng. Shin Feng roared angrily, this was your own request. I'll grant you your wish. With that, he showed no mercy, slapping her delicate buttocks hard, one after another. Bai Ruoli clenched her teeth tightly, her face flushed red from the pain, but she refused to utter a sound. In her heart, she hated the man who was tormenting her with every fiber of her being, wishing he would be torn to pieces. Zhou Wenbin felt extremely awkward. Seeing Bai Ruoli beaten so brutally, he felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to plead for mercy, but feared offending the male enforcer, so he pretended not to notice anything. Sigh, Xin Xiao has such a twisted hobby. I guess that's just a trait of the wealthy. Just then, the door to the principal's office opened, and the principal emerged carrying a briefcase. Upon seeing the scene, his body froze in place. Bai Ruoli immediately clung to him like a drowning person clutching a lifeline, crying out, Principal, please save me. Shin Feng is bullying me. The principal widened his eyes, completely confused by the situation. However, he couldn't just stand by and let this happen right under his nose. Shin Feng, what are you doing? Zhou Wenbin quickly whispered into the principal's ear. The principal's expression changed slightly, and he smiled ambiguously, saying, "Sorry, I left my phone in the office. I'll go back. You guys continue." Bai Ruoli was speechless. Was the principal blind? Didn't he see that she was being bullied by Qin Feng? It's no use. Calling anyone won't help. Qin Feng delivered another series of hard slaps in quick succession. Bai Ruoli felt utterly hopeless. Even her only savior refused to help her and sided with Qin Feng, so she had no hope left for Zhou Wenbin. Oh, that hurts. She couldn't hold on for even 3 seconds, and Bai Ruoli was in so much pain that she began to question her existence. Please stop hitting me. Just hit me. I was wrong, please let me go. After dozens of slaps, Bai Ruoli had long since lost her previous arrogance, crying with tears streaming down her face, looking extremely pitiful. Chapter 158, The ex-girlfriend was beaten to a pulp. Do you regret it now? Qin Feng also stopped hitting her. He had hit her hard just now, but it felt good, and his anger had subsided considerably. If he kept hitting her, she'd probably end up in the hospital. He wasn't that cruel to beat her until her butt was bloody. Bai Ruoli trembled all over, her eyes flashing with hatred, but she dared not act on it. She lowered her head and said angrily, "I was wrong." "Where did you go wrong?" Qin Feng demanded harshly. Bai Ruoli bit her lip, tears welling up uncontrollably, and said humbly, "I shouldn't have hit you." "What else?" "You shouldn't call me a liar." "What else?" "Nothing else." Snap. Ah. Bai Ruoli's eyes filled with tears as she felt the pain, her heart filled with hatred. "Beast! Don't let me catch you. I'll get my revenge someday. Have you come to your senses yet?" "I'm clear-headed now." Bai Ruoli choked out, sniffling. "I'll never scold you again. Remember what you said. Otherwise, don't blame me for spanking you next time." Qin Feng let go of Bai Ruoli's hand. "Fatso, let's go." Zhou Wenbin looked at Bai Ruoli with pity. He really didn't know why Bai Ruoli had broken up with Qin Feng, a super-rich second-generation heir, but such matters weren't his place to meddle in. Bai Ruoli leaned her hands against the wall, her buttocks throbbing in pain, feeling as though thousands of ants were biting her there, causing a burning sensation. "Qin Feng, the humiliation you inflicted on me today, I will never forget for the rest of my life. One day, I will make you beg for mercy at my feet." Bai Ruoli's eyes blazed with furious anger, grinding her teeth in hatred. With great effort, she took a step forward, but her delicate buttocks burned with pain, constantly reminding her of the humiliation she had endured. "You worthless scum, I'll make sure you never have children." Bai Ruoli screamed in agony, her hatred boiling over. On the other side. "Qin Xiao, I just saw you beat her pretty badly. Are you sure you don't need to call a doctor for her?" Zhou Wenbin felt sorry for Bai Ruoli. "It's fine. If you don't teach her a lesson, she won't know her place. Once she realizes the difference in our strength, she'll behave herself." Zhou Wenbin also agreed that Bai Ruoli was the kind of person who needed to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, the Mango TV production team was also on the way. Jean Mingjia was sitting in the back of the private car touching up her makeup. Her features were exquisitely crafted, like a masterpiece by a master artist. With her fair skin, striking beauty, and fresh, refined demeanor, she was easy to find charming. No wonder she was so popular among her many fans. "Jinyu Jia, returning to your alma mater for this program, you're sure to be a hit with the school." The one speaking was the driver, who was also Jean Mengjia's assistant, surnamed Zhang. Jean Mengjia smiled faintly. She had never doubted this. Given her current influence, even the school coming to pick her up personally would not be out of place. "Zhang assistant, there will be many people from the school, so please ensure security measures are in place to prevent any unforeseen circumstances that could disrupt our program recording." "Driamjia, don't worry. I've already taken care of everything. I just received the information from the school. They have arranged for a female influencer to be your partner." "Who is it?" Jean Mengjia's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of displeasure. She was also a celebrity-level host and had a natural aversion to influencers, or perhaps looked down on them. The entertainment industry also has its own cultural conflicts. Online celebrities who rose to fame through unconventional means are absolutely looked down upon. Even celebrities who started out as ordinary people are often isolated by those who received formal training. Zhang's assistant sneered disdainfully. "Bai Ruoli, you've heard of her, right?" "Oh, you mean Bai Ruoli, who was all over the news recently?" Jean Mengjia raised her eyebrows. She was certainly familiar with that name. Recently, under Qin Feng's promotion, the entire internet had been buzzing about Bai Ruoli. Jean Mengjia opened her phone and saw nothing but news related to Bai Ruoli. A social media influencer becoming this popular was enough to make her, someone from a respectable background, feel uneasy. Fortunately, Bai Ruoli was from a prestigious university and attended the same school as her. Otherwise, she might have mocked Bai Ruoli on the show. Zhang, the assistant, noticed the subtle change in Jean Mengjia's expression through the rearview mirror and guessed what was going on. He said sarcastically, "It's just because she's got a bit of looks, and those brainless fans are hyping her up as a beauty that comes once in 3,000 years." Now, I wonder what underhanded tactic she used to curry favor with the school's higher-ups and secure this opportunity to appear on the show with Dreamja. This is great if the show airs, it'll definitely ride on Mengjia's popularity and get a huge boost in views. These influencers are really shameless. Zhang's assistant sneered. Jean Mengjia smiled faintly. Never mind. As her senior, I'll just consider it a favor to these juniors. Dreamja really has a big heart. Zhang's assistant flattered her. You really have a big heart, Jinhue. Zhang, the assistant, quickly flattered her. Then he complained again. The principal has also arranged the guest list for tomorrow night's banquet, and there's one more person than we originally planned. Oh? Jean Mengjia asked in surprise. She had already handed the list to the principal in advance, so the sudden addition of another person caught her off guard. Could it be another company executive? Jean Mengjia smiled faintly. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Some people would try to get to know her by forcing their way in through their connections. There are also wealthy business owners who have their own agendas and will use their connections to get to know you. She simply cannot refuse these people, and she certainly cannot afford to offend them. Fame brings controversy, and with her beauty, she inevitably attracts the attention of some powerful businessmen. Sister Mengjia, you really guessed wrong this time. Zhang's assistant laughed. It's not some big boss, it's just a freshman named Qin Feng. What? Jean Mengjia was truly shocked this time, thinking of all sorts of possibilities, but never once considering that it could be a student. Could he be the child of some influential figure? I don't know, but one thing is certain, without connections, he would never have been allowed to sit at the table. Mengjia, why don't you call the principal and ask? Maybe you can find out the identity of this mysterious young master. Jean Mengjia is a very intelligent woman who knows how to leverage her advantages to expand her network. She became the host of the popular TV show Happy Camp, but her beauty alone wasn't enough to make her a sensation on television. She had to know how to build her network. By frequently interacting with big bosses, she developed a keen sense for such matters and immediately sensed that this man named Qin Feng was no ordinary individual. Principal, it's me. How's your health been? Jean Mengjia dialed the principal's phone, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she asked with concern. The principal smiled and asked, Are you eating well and sleeping well? Are you calling because you're almost here? Not yet. Didn't you arrange for someone named Qin Feng to join us for tomorrow's dinner? I just wanted to find out more about Qin Feng beforehand so that we won't be at a loss for words during the meal. Chapter 159, the female host makes an appointment. The principal smiled slightly. I really can't answer that question. All I can tell you is that this person is very mysterious and acts with great boldness. Before he came to our school to study, he donated 100 million yuan to build a sports hall, stating that he loves sports. Apart from knowing that he is wealthy, I know nothing else about him. However, one thing is certain, his family's assets must be worth at least several billion, and possibly even over 100 billion, otherwise he wouldn't be allowed to spend so freely. Jean Mengjia hung up the phone in shock, her mind unable to calm down for a long time. Through the principal's explanation, she finally understood just how formidable Qin Feng truly was. A freshman who just entered university is only 18 or 19 years old, and he casually donated 100 million to the school just because he likes to play basketball. What kind of family could possibly afford to let Qin Feng squander such a fortune? This person is definitely no ordinary individual. If I could get to know Qin Feng, it would be beneficial for me in every way. If I could get him to advertise on my show, it would be a huge boost to my career. Don't be fooled by Jean Mengjia's glamorous exterior. The competition at the TV station is extremely fierce. After the show Happy Camp became a hit, many well-known hosts joined the program, posing a serious threat to her position. Jean Mengjia wants to secure her position as the top hostess, and she can't rely solely on her own abilities. She also needs the support of her wealthy backers. Only then can she maintain her position as the top hostess. The television station staff dare not easily reassign her position and must continue to pamper her. Jean Mengjia is an extremely intelligent person. While on the phone, she managed to obtain Qin Feng's WeChat from the principal. Meanwhile, Qin Feng returned home and soon received a friend request. Jean Mengjia requested to add you as a friend. Jean Mengjia? Qin Feng was a bit puzzled and clicked to check the message sent with the friend request. Hello, I'm Jean Mengjia, a host from Mango TV. I obtained your contact information from the principal. Could you please accept my friend request? Qin Feng pondered, wondering why Jean Mengjia, whom he wasn't very familiar with, would suddenly want to add him on WeChat. After a moment's thought, he clicked to accept the request, curious to see what she wanted to talk about. Hello, is there something you need? On the other side, Jean Mengjia saw Qin Feng through her friend and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She didn't rush to chat but instead looked at Qin Feng's social media feed first, hoping to see if he had posted any photos of luxury cars or mansions. However, she was once again disappointed. Qin Feng's WeChat moments were very clean, with only occasional photos of scenic views he had snapped while passing by, including buildings and some small dogs. If I didn't know his identity, I wouldn't dare believe he was a super rich person. These people are really low-key. This guy seems to really like cats. A picture featuring a cat caught Jin Mengjia's attention. Before adding Qin Feng as a friend, Jin Mengjia had assumed he was someone who loved to show off his wealth and was very extravagant, but she never expected him to be so low-key. What piqued her curiosity even more was that someone who could casually spend 100 million to renovate a sports stadium lived such a low-key life, completely unlike a typical rich second-generation heir. Hello, nice to meet you. I happened to see a photo of you with a cat on your social media. Do you enjoy keeping cats in your spare time? A man is lying lazily on the sofa with his legs crossed. An assertive woman, she must have an agenda. Moreover, this woman just added you as a friend but didn't start chatting with you first. Instead, she checked your social media feed first. This shows she wants to understand what kind of person you are before taking targeted action. This reveals her meticulous and calculating nature. Let's be straightforward, just say what you need. If there's anything you want, just let me know. Jin Mengjia stared at her phone screen and thought to herself, this Qin Feng is so direct, he doesn't play along with what I say at all. He's also very composed and steady, completely unlike a freshman in college. If she were to propose a deal outright, she feared he would reject her. She must first warm up their relationship before making her demands, so that everything would fall into place naturally. No wonder he comes from a prominent family. If an ordinary person were told that you added them on WeChat, they'd be so excited they couldn't form a coherent sentence. There's nothing much going on, I just wanted to get to know you. I'll be near Jiangnan University tonight. Would you consider joining me for dinner? Qin Feng stroked his chin. This Jin Mengjia was being so proactive, she must have something to ask of him, though he wasn't sure what it was. Seeing her wouldn't hurt, anyway. He was just idle. Since the lady has made an appointment, I will naturally accompany her to the end. Just let me know in advance when you'll be arriving. Jin Yuejia's lips curved into a slight smile. As long as a man was willing to go on a date, she was 90% certain she could get what she wanted. She knew men all too well, and with her unique charm, she was confident that any man would find it hard to refuse her invitation unless he was incapable. Zhang, the assistant, glanced at the rearview mirror and caught Jin Mengjia's smile. Curious, he asked, Mengjia, what is making you so happy? I have a meeting tonight with someone very interesting. It might just bring me a pleasant surprise. You wouldn't be referring to Qin Feng, would you? Zhang, the assistant, was secretly startled. Jin Mengjia also frequently met with those bosses privately, but her expressions were mostly reluctant, or she was very perfunctory. Rarely did she seem as happy as she did with Qin Feng, which made Zhang, the assistant, increasingly curious about what charm Qin Feng possessed that could make Jin Mengjia willingly agree to a date. Jin Mengjia nodded and continued scrolling through Qin Feng's social media feed. Finally, she reached the end and saw a photo of Qin Feng. He looked sunny, handsome, and youthful, a true heartthrob. He's so handsome. Jin Mengjia's eyes lit up, and she zoomed in to study the photo closely. Compared to the fat, pig-like bosses she usually dealt with, he was so much better. To entertain those ugly, wealthy patrons, she had to force a smile and flatter the bosses. How could she ever meet someone as young, handsome, and wealthy as him? Her feelings for him grew even stronger. Scrolling further down, I came across another photo of Qin Feng working out, showcasing his impressive 8-pack abs. Jin Mengjia couldn't help but curve her lips upward, her eyes narrowing in a way that resembled a guy seeing a beautiful woman undressing. Qin Feng suddenly sneezed and muttered to himself, which kid is cursing me? After muttering a few words under his breath, he opened another WeChat app and found his digital pet, Shirujing. Little darling, the delivery is almost here. Your master has prepared a huge surprise for you. Meanwhile, Shirujing, who was in class, sneakily glanced around to make sure no one was looking before opening the message. A mischievous smile immediately appeared on her lips. Chapter 160, The Main Bank's Requirements. A couple of days ago, Qin Feng had already mentioned the idea of buying toys to Shirujing. Shirujing had already guessed what the little surprise Qin Feng was talking about was. Instantly, her heart fluttered. If she got her hands on it, the master would surely find ways to tease her. How would he tease himself? Master, you're not really going to send me that little thing, are you? Shirujing smiled slightly. She didn't mind accompanying the main silver in his madness, as long as there were enough benefits to be gained. Qin Feng knew that Shirujing had misunderstood, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. She realized that the small toy she understood and the one he intended to give her were not the same thing. He had considered giving her that kind of toy earlier, but later changed his mind, wanting to tease Shirujing and give her a surprise. He then ordered a pure gold cat-shaped accessory online, valued at 300,000 yuan, weighing approximately 400 grams, which could be worn around the neck. Jin Mengjia is coming to our school tomorrow to record a program. You should know about this, right? I know. I even mentioned it to my best friend, Piao Shui. We're planning to go see Jin Mengjia tomorrow. She's our idol. I know some of the school administrators at your school, and I just received reliable information that the school administrators in Jinmengjia are having a dinner meeting tomorrow, and Qin Feng has also been invited. He can bring one extra person to the dinner. I want you to ask Qin Feng to take you along. Shi Rujing was utterly shocked. Such a high-class dinner gathering, how could Qin Feng possibly be qualified to attend? Master, you're not joking with me, are you? Qin Feng is so poor, how could he possibly qualify to attend such an upscale dinner party? If it weren't for the fact that the message was sent by the mysterious host, Shi Rujing would have thought the other party was talking nonsense. But even coming from the main silver, it was hard for her to believe. She even began to doubt whether the main silver had made a mistake. Qin Feng smiled faintly. At this moment, Shi Rujing was still unaware of his true identity and naturally had no idea of his true power. He was doing this to make Shi Rujing seek his help in reality. Then, he would torment her thoroughly. Qin Feng replied, "My information is 100% accurate. I'm on good terms with the school's leadership, so you must follow my instructions." He is now issuing orders to Shi Rujing using the identity of Fenggu. Shi Rujing's face was filled with conflict. She was a million times unwilling to go beg Qin Feng. Just thinking about Qin Feng's smug expression made her feel disgusted. Moreover, if she were to go and beg him, she would definitely be mocked and made to suffer. What if he takes advantage of the situation and makes those perverted demands? She was stunningly beautiful, with a face as delicate as a flower. He would definitely be tempted by her beauty. Shi Rujing was torn inside, her face filled with conflict. But this was the master's order, and she couldn't refuse. The head of the bank, Qin Feng, and I have a very poor relationship. If I go to beg him, he definitely won't agree. Maybe I shouldn't go after all? Shi Rujing bit her lip, nervously staring at the screen waiting for the message to come through, afraid that Fenggu on the other end might be upset. Qin Feng had no intention of letting Shi Rujing off so easily. He had gone to such trouble to prepare such a precious gift for her. Naturally, he expected some sort of return. Just do as I say, and rest assured that I won't shortchange you. Once everything is settled, you'll receive a little surprise from me. I guarantee you'll be delighted. After sending the message, Qin Feng's lips curved into a smile. Making Shi Rujing beg him in real life would allow him to take her to the banquet openly and honestly. I just love seeing her hate herself so much that she grits her teeth, yet she has no choice but to beg me. On Zirajing's side, the previously troubled expression on her face suddenly gave way to a faint smile. This mysterious Fenggu had always been a man of his word. If he said he could prepare a gift that would satisfy her, he would certainly deliver. Thank you, Master Yin. I will definitely ask Qin Feng to take me to the banquet. Shi Rujing completely changed her previous resistance. If she could have Qin Feng take her to such an exclusive banquet, she wouldn't only receive the host's reward but also have the chance to dine with her idol, Jin Mengjia. This would be an immense honor. I must post a photo on my social media to show off. My friends will be so jealous. Shi Rujing grew more and more excited the more she thought about it, and she no longer felt so averse to asking Qin Feng for help. However, within 3 seconds, Qin Feng sent her another message using the nickname Wind Brother. Don't forget to bring the little surprise I gave you to the banquet. Shi Rujing misunderstood again. Staring blankly at the screen, she had once imagined countless scenarios for playing this little game. In the classroom, on the street, on the school rooftop, at the gym, and so on. However, at that time, she was still a student and wasn't allowed to bring her phone to school, so she never dared to try these wild ideas. She had always wanted to give it a try. But she had never imagined doing it in front of her idol. That would be way too crazy. Shi Rujing's suppressed desire was instantly amplified, and she found herself replying involuntarily, "Master, you're so mean. How did you even think of that? You're a genius." Qin Feng saw the reply and his smile grew even broader, knowing he had been misunderstood again. He muttered to himself, "This Shi Rujing is truly exceptional. She has immense potential to be developed. Not only is she good at teasing, but she's also very open-minded. She truly lives up to her nickname, Electronic Puppy." After saying that, Qin Feng stroked his chin, pondering how to prank Shi Rujing. His next plan was to tell Shi Rujing, using Feng Ji's identity, that her Fenggu had also bought a house at Longting Academy. However, he cannot reveal his true identity and instead plans to arrange for Shi Rujing to meet him on the rooftop at night. Then have her cover her eyes and wait there for you. Once I went up there, I could give her a lesson step by step. After finishing, he left first, and Shi Rujing still had no idea about his true identity. He. With this ingenious idea, Qin Feng felt a bit more fond of Shi Rujing and replied to her using his alias, Wind Brother, "Little darling, if you can ask Qin Feng to take you to the banquet, I'll give you 10,000 yuan as pocket money. Following me will never be a loss for you." Shi Rujing's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and the corners of her mouth curled upward involuntarily. Earning an extra 100,000 yuan was simply too good to be true. Her resolve grew even stronger. She was determined to ask Qin Feng to take her to the banquet. "Thank you, Master Yin. I love you so much, Master Yin. Hold on a moment, Jingjing also wants to repay my Master Shy expression." Chapter 161, Zirajing's Special Photos. Xin Feng, who was lying down and playing with his phone, saw the message and couldn't help but smile suggestively. This little guy knows how to win over good people. You weren't spoiling him for nothing. Immediately afterward, a stunning photo was sent over. Xin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and he stared at the photo for over 10 seconds before swallowing hard. Shi Rujing was wearing a swimsuit and swimming with Lu Piaoxue. Both of them displayed extremely beautiful figures, fair-skinned and beautiful, with curves in all the right places. Shi Rujing's figure was naturally stunning, but Lu Piaoxue's figure was even more breathtaking than he had imagined. This was the first time Xin Feng had ever seen Lu Piaoxue in a swimsuit. Who would have thought that someone who usually keeps a low profile could hide such a beautiful figure? Xin Feng zoomed in on the photo to admire it. Shi Rujing really knows how to please people. She knows what men like to look at. Just as he was enjoying the view, Shi Rujing sent another message. Master, is it nice? Shy. Xin Feng curled the corners of his mouth upward, forming a mischievous curve. He had intended to say it was beautiful, but upon second thought, he wanted to test how crazy this woman was. You're beautiful. Tell me the truth, how many people have seen this photo? Don't lie. No, absolutely not. I only sent it to you. I'm not that kind of person. Alright, since you're being so good, I'll give you a little reward. Xin Feng curled the corners of his mouth upward, quickly tapped the transfer button, and entered a string of zeros. Transfer 10,000. Thank you, my dear. I love you, kissing emoji. Shi Rujing smiled and accepted it. Master Yin is truly generous, giving himself 10,000 so casually. Although she doesn't need this money right now, she wouldn't complain about it either. Spend 10,000 yuan and receive a tenfold bonus, with 100,000 yuan returned. The rewards obtained this time were relatively small, but Xin Feng didn't mind. The multiplier for rewards can vary from time to time. As long as you follow instructions, the boss won't shortchange you. Over here, Shi Rujing wore a faint smile on her face. She had gradually figured out what Xin Feng liked. As long as she flattered him and gave him some small perks, as long as the master was in a good mood, he would give her money. Master, as long as you're kind to Jingjing, I'll do whatever you say in the future. The two chatted for another half hour before Xin Feng logged off. At the same time, in front of the Juanhao 5-star hotel, hundreds of people stood at the entrance, both men and women. Some of them were holding banners that read "Welcome Jin Mingjia." These people are all fans of Jin Mingjia. They had already received word that Jin Mingjia would be staying at this hotel. There are also many netizens here live streaming the event. The hotel has also deployed dozens of security guards on high alert. Soon, one after another, Alfa Romeo vehicles appeared at the hotel entrance. The fans became extremely excited and rushed forward, but fortunately the security guards intervened, otherwise, a stampede would have occurred. Jin Mingjia stepped out of the car. Standing at 1.7 meters tall with a graceful figure, she stood there elegantly. Hello, everyone. Jin Mingjia's lips curved into a smile as warm as spring breeze, and she waved to the crowd. Instantly, the fans were as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, screaming with excitement. Jin Mingjia, I love you. Stop working. I'll take care of you. Ah, Dreamjia, can you sign my autograph? Be careful, don't push. Quick, step back. The scene was extremely chaotic. Jin Mingjia smiled gently, showcasing the charm of the top hostess of Mango TV. The show Happy Camp has helped her gain over 10 million followers on her social media accounts, making her an extremely popular top host. Please don't crowd, and stay safe. Kids, let me sign your autograph. Jinyu Jia is kind and approachable, very considerate of her fans, and quickly won their affection. She is a very intelligent woman who knows how to manage her public image. Shang, her assistant, was also very cooperative, arranging for some people to come over for autographs and photos. Half an hour later, Jin Mingjia finally entered the hotel. Zhang, the assistant, poured Jin Mingjia a glass of water and smiled. Mingjia, your popularity is incredible. Your fans are already so enthusiastic just after you arrived. Jin Mingjia's lips curled into a faint smile, her bright eyes fixed on Zhang, as if she could see through everything. Zhang, did you leak the news about where I'm staying? It seems nothing can escape Miss Mingjia's sharp eyes. Zhang, the assistant, smiled ingratiatingly, subtly flattering her. Jin Mingjia rolled her eyes but didn't pursue the matter. Such things were, after all, tacitly accepted by her. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhang, the assistant, went to open the door and saw a stranger wearing sunglasses standing at the door. Who are you? Zhang asked in confusion. The man's face was cold. I'm from the Zhao family. I was asked to deliver a message to Jin Mingjia. Zhang's assistant's expression changed. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. He had experience handling it. Many celebrities would go to concerts or events and make sure to greet the local bigwigs. Come in. Zhang's assistant said politely, stepping aside to let the other person enter. The man walked in arrogantly, his gaze landing on Jin Mingjia, and he froze. What a beautiful woman. Jin Mingjia had a faint smile on her lips. She was already used to this kind of situation. Sir, what can I do for you? The man snapped back to his senses and said awkwardly, "Have you heard of Mr. Zhao?" Jean Mengjia's delicate eyebrows twitched. She had heard about Mr. Zhao when she was studying at Jiangnan University and knew that the Zhao family held significant influence in the area. "Are you from the Zhao family?" Jean Mengjia's eyes narrowed slightly in scrutiny. She was also a bit puzzled why would old Master Zhao send someone to find her. "Yes, our boss, Zhao Guangming, would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Please be sure to arrive on time." "Zhao Guangming?" Jean Mengjia smiled faintly. "I've heard of the Zhao family, but I've never heard of a Zhao Guangming. Are you trying to deceive me? He's a distant relative of the Zhao family." The man explained, but he also holds significant power within the Zhao family and manages a company worth over $1 billion. At this point, the man's lips curled into a smug smile, as if he believed that Jean Mengjia would surely agree to go on a date with his boss if she heard about this. Jean Mengjia smiled faintly. Even if Mr. Zhao himself came, she would find a way to postpone it, because she had a meeting scheduled with Qin Feng. Besides, he was merely a distant relative of the Zhao family. "I'm very sorry, but I have important matters to attend to tonight. Please inform your boss, Ms. Zhao, that I will schedule another meeting with her at a later time." The man's expression changed, and he pulled out a check from his pocket. "Jean Mengjia, my boss said that if you have dinner with him tonight, this check for 50,000 is yours." Chapter 162, 50,000 yuan and you want me? A $50,000 check? Jean Mengjia froze for a moment, then a dismissive smile appeared on her lips. She elegantly picked up the tea and took a small sip. A year ago, before she became famous, Jean Mengjia would have accepted the $50,000 check without hesitation. Unfortunately, her current status is no longer what it once was, and 50,000 yuan is no longer something she would even bother to consider. "Go tell your boss that I have more important things to do tonight." Jean Mengjia was graceful in her demeanor and had a pleasant voice, but her tone was unquestionable. The man's expression changed instantly, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger. "Not enough? Or do you look down on the Zhao family?" Jean Mengjia smiled faintly. "I don't mean to look down on the Zhao family. I can only tell you that." After a pause, Jean Mengjia's expression turned serious, and she raised her eyes sharply, "Because the person I'm meeting tonight has a much more powerful background than your boss. If you don't want your boss to offend someone, let us just drop this matter. Another time, when the opportunity arises, I'll host the gathering and invite your boss." Jean Mengjia softened her tone, not speaking too harshly, leaving room for both sides. The man's expression darkened. He couldn't gauge the sincerity behind Jean Mengjia's words, but he didn't want to offend those he couldn't afford to provoke. "Since you have important guests tonight, I won't disturb you. I'll relay your message exactly as you said it to my boss. Goodbye." The man left with a cold expression. "Zhang, see him out." After seeing them off, Assistant Zhang frowned and said, "Sister Mengjia, will rejecting Zhao Guangming cause us to offend the Zhao family? After all, they are quite influential in the local area." Jean Mengjia remained composed, lying lazily on the sofa with her long legs propped up on the armrest, her posture extremely alluring. "The Zhao family is decent, but I have a feeling he can't match Qin Feng. Moreover, Zhao Guangming is merely a collateral branch of the Zhao family, at best a wealthy second-generation heir riding on the family's coattails, and hardly worth mentioning." Zhang, the assistant, sighed. "People fear fame as much as pigs fear fat." Jean Mengjia was both beautiful and talented, a well-known female host with millions of fans. Such an outstanding woman was easily the object of desire for some big bosses. Even some underworld bosses are competing fiercely, secretly vying for the chance to go on a date with the goddess. Some people even spread rumors, claiming that Jean Mengjia charges 1 million yuan for a single meal. On the other side, Shi Rujing and Feng Ge finished chatting with the main account holder and came out of the room. They approached Lu Piaoxue, who was sitting on the living room sofa, and said, "Honey, do you want some fruit? I'll peel an apple for you." Lu Piaoxue was reading Hamlet. At home, she was dressed rather lightly, her thin shirt barely covering her body. Her short shorts revealed two snow-white, slender legs, as smooth as porcelain, a sight to behold. Flattery is either insincere or deceptive. Lu Piaoxue put down her book and rolled her eyes. "Spit it out. What do you want from me this time?" After spending so much time together, Lu Piaoxue knew all too well that her best friend never went out of her way without an ulterior motive. Shi Rujing didn't bother pretending anymore. She quickly put down the apple in her hand, wrapped her arms around Lu Piaoxue, and pressed her body tightly against hers. Her pretty face rubbed against Lu Piaoxue's smooth cheek, and she smiled mischievously, saying, "Honey, I knew you were the best. Give me a kiss." Saying this, she puckered her lips and leaned in to kiss her. Lu Piaoxue quickly reached out to block him, looking disgusted and said, "Little one, if you keep doing that, I'll scream for help." Shi Rujing ignored her completely. The little mouth didn't get what it wanted, but she still smiled mischievously and said, "Can you give me Qin Feng's WeChat? I have something important to ask him." "What?" Lu Piaoxue looked shocked. "Aren't you very much in dislike of him? Why do you suddenly want his WeChat?" Of course, the two of them didn't know at the time that Qin Feng had two WeChat accounts. One was the mysterious online tycoon known as Fenggu. The other is his real self, Xin Feng, whose WeChat contacts are all his real-life friends. As for the Fenggu account, it is specifically used to add girls he has met online. Shi Rujing's eyes flashed with a cunning gleam as she thought to herself, I mustn't tell Piaoxue that adding Xin Feng was at the request of the master. Didn't she just figure it out all of a sudden? After all, they were all classmates, there was no need to treat them like enemies. I'm not very confident, so I'll add him on WeChat first to ease the tension. At least it won't be so awkward when we meet in person. Shi Rujing lied through her teeth, putting on a sincere expression. Really? Lu Piaoxue looked at Shi Rujing in disbelief and asked, why did you suddenly change your ways? Isn't that good? Do you want to see me arguing with him every day? Shi Rujing said, then reached out her claw-like hand toward Lu Piaoxue's snow-white long leg. Lu Piaoxue's delicate body trembled. This area was extremely sensitive. Even a single touch from another person would evoke a tingling sensation. Alright, I'll give it to you. Lu Piaoxue quickly removed Shi Rongjing's mischievous hands, afraid that Shi Rongjing would take advantage of the situation. Shi Rongjing smiled secretly. She knew that Lu Piaoxue's thigh was extremely sensitive, even a slight touch would send her into a frenzy. Lu Piaoxue quickly forwarded Qin Feng's WeChat to Shi Rujing. Thanks. Upon receiving Qin Feng's WeChat, Shi Rujing was overjoyed. With lightning speed, she quickly planted a small kiss on Lu Piaoxue's charming face. Honey, I love you. After saying that, he hurriedly rushed into his own room. The playful laughter echoed in Lu Piaoxue's ears, making her both angry and annoyed. She picked up a pack of tissues from the side and threw it at Shi Rujing's back. Get lost. Next time you dare to kiss me again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lu Piaoxue protested in shame and anger. In response, she heard the sound of Shi Rujing closing the door. Back in the room, Shi Rujing was lying face down on the bed, her legs shaking uncontrollably, her round, pert buttocks high in the air, a sight that was extremely pleasing to the eye. Sigh, adding this scum to my friends list is so annoying. If it weren't for the matter with the main account, I really wouldn't want to add him. I hope he doesn't refuse out of ignorance, or else I'll peel your skin off. Shi Rujing muttered under her breath, reluctantly sending the friend request. Xin Feng received the friend request quickly, and it was all within his expectations. He wasn't in a hurry to accept it, he just wanted to test Rongjing's patience. As he had anticipated, after waiting for 2 or 3 minutes without seeing Xin Feng agree, Shi Rujing's heart grew restless, and she began to curse under her breath. This deadbeat guy isn't rejecting me, is he? You're really taking advantage of me. I'm as beautiful as a flower, and adding me as a friend is your good fortune. If it weren't for my boss's orders, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to add me on WeChat. May you be as lucky as Yang Wei, impotent, and a 3-second man. Shi Rujing generously used every insult she could think of on Xin Feng. Just then, a message popped up, Xin Feng has accepted your friend request. Chapter 163, Shi Rujing's surprise for Xin Feng. Shi Rujing's lips curled upward, she had finally added him as a friend. Xin Feng, I heard you received an invitation to attend Jin Mengjia's banquet tomorrow night, right? Although she didn't know why Xin Feng had this opportunity, given Shi Rongjing's current mental capacity, she simply couldn't fathom the reason behind it. Perhaps it's just because the school thinks Xin Feng is good-looking and is this year's freshman representative, so they invited him to the banquet. This was Shi Rujing's innocent thought. In her eyes, Xin Feng was just a penniless beggar who didn't even deserve the privilege of tying his master's shoes. Xin Feng smiled faintly and muttered to himself, this one is really straightforward. Let me tease her a bit first. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Shi Rujing raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling a bit annoyed, and muttered under her breath, what kind of attitude is that? Acting so arrogant, like a fool. She had intended to vent further, but upon remembering that she couldn't afford to offend Xin Feng at the moment, she forced herself to hold back. I just sent him a voice message in a soft voice, Xin Feng, can you give me that spot? I really want to meet Jin Mengjia tomorrow. Please, I really want to meet her. She's my idol. Xin Feng heard this coquettish voice and couldn't help but laugh again. This guy always acts so arrogant in front of me, but when he needs something, he suddenly turns into a little puppy. Xin Feng sent a voice message, he's your idol, not mine. What's it to me? If you don't have anything important, don't bother me. I'm busy. Shi Rujing was so angry she could barely breathe. She clenched her teeth and snapped, this good-for-nothing jerk really has the nerve to act like this. If it weren't for the master, I wouldn't have to put up with your nonsense. Despite her curses, the next moment Shi Rujing put on a sweet, coquettish tone in a voice message, don't rush, Xin Feng brother. Please help me. Whatever conditions you ask, I'll agree to them as long as I can do it. But don't be too unreasonable, okay? Her voice was both sweet and seductive. Xin Feng chuckled, knowing she was asking for help. Why should I take you? What's in it for me? We're not that close, and if I'm going to bring someone, I could bring Lu Piaoxue instead. Shi Rujing was startled and immediately grew anxious. This matter not only concerned her master's mission but also the reward of $10,000, and she could also meet her idol. No matter what, she couldn't miss this opportunity. This matter not only concerned her master's mission but also a reward of $10,000, and she could also meet her idol. No matter what, she couldn't miss this opportunity. What do you want to do? Shi Rujing suppressed her anger and asked. It's simple. Just do something that makes me happy, and I'll take you there. Shi Rujing's eyes darted around, and she thought to herself, this scum is so bold he'll definitely take this opportunity to make some lewd demands. Since that's the case, she might as well play along with him, but she wouldn't let herself get the short end of the stick. So, Shi Rujing replied in a gentle tone, how about this? I'll give you a small gift as a token of my gratitude. Would that be okay? Oh, what is it? Xin Feng also became interested. I can't tell you yet, but if you promise me, I'll bring this gift to your door right now. Alright, but if this little gift doesn't surprise me, I won't take you there. Xin Feng didn't ask for much, his goal was simply to get Shi Rujing to go to the banquet without her knowing, making it seem natural. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a little surprise later. Alright, I'll wait for you. Wait for my message. Shi Rujing's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She opened the door and walked straight to the balcony where the clothes were hanging to dry. Looking up, she saw the sexy lingerie hanging there, and she couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl upward. Xin Feng lay on his sofa with his legs crossed, thinking to himself, I wonder what little surprise this woman has prepared for me. This feeling of anticipation is truly magical. Just as he was thinking, Shi Rujing sent a message, you jerk, open the door right now. I've already left the stuff at the door. Xin Feng jumped up from the sofa and hurried to the door. Opening the door, he found a small red bag lying at his feet. Xin Feng peeked out cautiously, looked around, and seeing no one, quickly picked up the bag and closed the door behind him. The bag felt soft in his hands, so Xin Feng was certain it didn't contain anything hard or edible. Wait, there was a faint fragrance. Xin Feng instinctively took a deep breath. It was a subtle, pleasant aroma. What little surprise does this guy have in store for me? Xin Feng opened the bag with a smile on his lips. Inside was a light red material. When he reached in and pulled it out, Xin Feng was speechless. The familiar lace trim, the smooth fabric, and the triangular shape. Xin Feng's lips twitched slightly. No need to say it, he already knew exactly what this thing was. A proper girl would never wear something so provocative. Shi Rujing, that crazy woman, actually sent herself this thing. She's really twisted. Ding dong. Ding dong. Shi Rujing sent another message, smiling emoji, how about it? Did you like the little gift I sent you? It's a treasure that ordinary people can only dream of getting. Xin Feng was speechless, why are you giving me this? I don't need it. Shi Rujing smiled slightly, lying on the bed and shaking her legs triumphantly as she replied, how could you not use it? You can put it on and use it to increase your attack speed. Put. This woman is really perverted, she even thought of this. But why can't I bring myself to hate her? Am I a pervert too? No, you should take this back and wear it yourself. I don't need it. This little woman really thinks she's a shut-in? Do I need this thing to redeem myself? Are you sure you don't need it? No, I don't. Xin Feng's gaze was as firm as that of a loyal comrade. This is snowflakes, are you sure you don't want it? Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lu Piaoxue seemed so proper on the surface, but her private attire was so sexy? Are you serious? If I'm lying, I'm a dog. This is a little surprise I went out of my way to get for you. I'm only responsible for shipping, I don't handle returns or refunds. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Xin Feng stared at it for a full 3 seconds, sighed, and said, it's still so new, you could use it again. Throwing it away would be a waste. We'll wait for the right opportunity and return it to Lu Piaoxue. With that said, he naturally hung the precious item in his wardrobe. You jerk, I've already given you the little surprise you wanted. You better make sure you keep your promise. Got it. I'll make sure to bring you along when I go tomorrow. Alright, I'm not the type to let you lose out. I'll cover all the transportation costs. Shi Rujing was in a good mood and didn't mind the small expense. Xin Feng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a mischievous smile. No, let's just take the bus. Shi Rujing didn't think much of it and agreed, as her main purpose was to meet her idol and complete the task assigned by her boss. Chapter 164, Jin Mengjia confidently wins over Xin Feng. Chapter 164, Jin Mengjia confidently wins over Xin Feng. Zhao Family Branch Company. Zhao Guangming sat upright in his office on the 38th floor, his face dark and gloomy. Standing before him was a man who had recently been seen in Jin Mengjia's room. Boss, that woman refused your 50,000. I don't think she had any clients, she's just not giving you face, or maybe she thinks the money is too little. Zhao Guangming remained cold-faced. No one dares to refuse me on my turf. Does she really think she's some pure and virtuous goddess? Everyone knows she's just a social butterfly behind closed doors. Who knows how many old men she has slept with? Zhao Guangming was seething with anger inside. He had always believed that with his own strength, he could easily win over the goddess that others only dared to dream of. He had even planned out how to toy with her, preparing candles, whips, and ropes, all set for her to show up. But she didn't give him the time of day. Damn it, I'm going to have my way with you. Zhao Guangming said angrily. Boss, why don't I call a few of my brothers tonight and have them bring her over? No, send someone to check the situation first. If Jean Mengjia is really on a date with some important figure, don't disturb her. If she's lying to me. Zhao Guangming paused, his face twisted into a grimace. Then don't blame me for not giving her face. Bring her over directly. Once I've had my fun, I'll let you have a taste. Thank you, boss. All the subordinates were immediately very excited. Go out and get to work. Zhao Guangming waved his hand, signaling his men to step back. Although Zhao Guangming was arrogant, he wasn't reckless. He wouldn't act rashly until he had a clear understanding of the situation. As for Jean Mengjia, in his eyes, she was nothing more than a high-class socialite, not worth worrying about. He had dealt with plenty of second- and third-rate celebrities in the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhao summoned his son, Zhao Zhenfeng, to his study. How is Nianchu doing over there? Has she considered coming back? Old master, Nianchu has agreed. Zhao Zhenfeng's lips curved into a relieved smile, but she also made a suggestion: no matter how things turn out, we must not force her to do anything. As for this Mr. Qin, she is only responsible for helping us gather information. She is not responsible for sacrificing her own happiness in a deal. Mr. Zhao, the old man, narrowed his eyes and smiled like an old fox. It's fine. We can agree to these terms, but the key is to get her back first. This child has been away for so long and should have had enough of causing trouble. Zhao Zhenfeng hesitated, unable to hide his expression from Zhao Laoye's sharp gaze. Just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. Zhao Zhenfeng sighed helplessly. Nianchu agreed to come back, but she also brought a foreigner with her. Zhao Laoye's expression changed drastically. His cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp gleam, and he spoke sternly. Did she say anything about her relationship with this man? She did, Zhao Zhenfeng replied. She said she met him while studying abroad. He's a Chinese American with some business connections both domestically and internationally, and he's currently pursuing her. She did. They met while studying abroad. He's a Chinese American with some business interests both domestically and internationally, and he's currently pursuing Nianchu. Mr. Zhao's expression eased slightly. He was genuinely worried that his rebellious granddaughter might end up dating a foreigner. This girl must have found a scapegoat to come back with, probably to avoid us forcing her into marriage. Mr. Zhao figured out the truth in an instant. That child has a particularly stubborn temper. I'm afraid if we push her too hard, she'll really run off with that man. Zhao Zhenfeng felt uneasy. He knew his daughter's temper all too well. She always liked to go against her family. Once, when her family wouldn't let her go to a bar, she went anyway, and nearly got drunk. Fortunately, there were bodyguards following her, who managed to protect her. No big deal. She's a spoiled princess. She needs to learn some discipline. Mr. Zhao has long since grown accustomed to it. Has Nianchu decided when she'll be returning to the country? She didn't say, but it might be in the next few days. She still needs to finish some paperwork there. Mr. Zhao changed the subject. How is the investigation into Mr. Qin's matter coming along? So far, we haven't found anything. However, Jean Mengjia came here to film a program, causing quite a stir. Several bosses tried to invite this socialite out to dinner, but she turned them all down. Zhao Laoyi smiled faintly. He had no interest in such women, but he was quite intrigued by the network of connections she had behind her. A woman like her, who could refuse the invitations of these bosses, had only one possibility. It wasn't that she had changed her ways, but that someone else was offering her more. Don't bother with these gossipy news stories, and don't get involved. Don't bring shame upon the Zhao family. Mr. Zhao's gaze carried a stern warning. Zhao Zhenfeng gave an awkward smile. In fact, he had heard that Jean Mengjia was coming and had wanted to spend a fortune to go on a date with this goddess, but Zhao Laoyezi had seen through his intentions and extinguished that thought. At Zhao Zhenfeng's level, ordinary women simply didn't register on his radar. Only women of noble birth, who are sought after by many men of status, can arouse his interest. At the Juanhao Grand Hotel, Jean Mengjia wore a black Dior dress made of premium fabric with a luxurious, masterful design, exuding opulence and sophistication. The tailored design accentuates her flawless figure to perfection. The elegant S-shaped curves left Zhang, her assistant, mesmerized. Although he often stayed by Jean Mengjia's side, every time he saw her, he felt a sense of awe. It seemed as though every outfit she wore exuded a different aura, and in his eyes, there was no other woman as perfect as Jean Mengjia. Jean Mengjia was very satisfied with this outfit. It not only highlighted her figure but also retained elegance and dignity, with a graceful demeanor like orchids. Most importantly, she is exceptionally skilled at understanding and capturing a man's heart. Low-class women rely on exposing their bodies to attract men's attention, but after seeing it too often, men grow tired of it. High-class women wear more clothes and reveal less, yet they manage to arouse men's curiosity to the point where they want to peel them off and take a closer look. Mengjia, your outfit is absolutely stunning. Qin Feng is having a date with you tonight, and I'm really worried he won't be able to control himself. Zhang, the assistant, joked half seriously. Jean Mingjia smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with joy, and said cheerfully, "No way, I'm usually pretty good at judging people. This young man is different from other boys. He's not like those old guys who can't wait to strip me naked the moment they see me. What if he's charmed by you?" Jean, the assistant, asked with a half smile. Jean Mingjia curled the corners of her lips upward, looked up at her reflection in the mirror, and admired her flawless appearance. "Isn't it normal to be captivated by me? Don't you have confidence in my charm?" Zhang, the assistant, froze for a moment, then realized he was right. With Dream Jia's charm, how could a young man like Qin Feng resist? Even those seasoned playboys were completely captivated by her. Chapter 165, A Private Evening Date with Jean Mingjia. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was time for Qin Feng's private date with Jean Mingjia. Qin Feng hadn't gone out of his way to dress up and was dressed quite casually. He drove his Cullinan to the hotel entrance. Zhang, the assistant, was already waiting at the entrance. As Qin Feng drove in, he noticed him immediately. He thought to himself, this student is indeed quite capable, no wonder Meng Jia treats him so specially. "Mr. Qin, I am Zhang, Ms. Meng Jia's assistant. She specifically asked me to wait here for you. Please follow me." Zhang, the assistant, walked over with a warm smile on her face, secretly observing Qin Feng while feeling secretly shocked inside. He had assumed that someone so young would be inexperienced and unreliable, but to his surprise, Qin Feng exuded an air of confidence and poise, as if he had everything under control. Such an aura was something he had never seen before in any other wealthy second-generation heir. Just their first meeting was enough to impress Zhang, the assistant. "Thank you for showing me the way, Zhang." Qin Feng remained calm. As soon as he stepped into the hotel, several men wearing sunglasses nearby noticed everything and took photos. Within 10 seconds, the photo of Qin Feng and Zhang, his assistant, meeting appeared on Zhao Guangming's phone. "I thought you had Zhang assistant meet someone important outside. Turns out it was just this young upstart." Zhao Guangming dismissed the idea. "Is this kid Jean Mingjia's lover? You guys hurry up and find out who this guy is. Take a photo of his license plate number and have someone look into it." At that moment, Zhang, the assistant, led Qin Feng to the door of a VIP room. "Mr. Qin, Ms. Mingjia is waiting for you inside. I won't disturb your meal." Zhang, the assistant, left discreetly. Qin Feng pushed open the door and saw Jean Mingjia giving him a half smile, her hands resting on her chin as if admiring a precious object. Her beauty and elegance were even more stunning than in his photos, truly deserving of her status as the goddess adored by countless otaku. Although Qin Feng had seen many top-tier beauties, he couldn't help but admit that Jean Mingjia was equally stunning in her own way. "Little brother, you're here." Jean Mingjia spoke with a cheerful tease, as if she were greeting an old friend, showing no trace of awkwardness. Qin Feng thought to himself, no wonder she used to be a TV host. She managed to break the ice so quickly with just a few words. "My sister has an appointment, so as her younger brother, I naturally have to come along." Changing the subject, Qin Feng sat down confidently across from Jean Mingjia, his gaze suggestive as he said, "You can call me little brother, but you can't call me little brother, because I'm not little anymore, I'm quite big." Jean Mingjia was taken aback. She had intended to tease Qin Feng to ease the awkwardness of their first meeting, but she never expected him to speak so smoothly. He didn't seem like a young boy just beginning to experience love. Instead, he reminded her of a seasoned lover. "Interesting." A faint smile appeared on Jean Mingjia's face. Such a small scene was no match for her. "What's so small? Let me see." Jean Mingjia remained completely unfazed, her gaze instead carrying a hint of challenge, as if to say, "Dare you show it to me?" Qin Feng wasn't that perverted. Instead, he found this woman intriguing, unlike other women who were so coy. This kind of woman was clearly an experienced player. As long as she didn't dislike someone, she could definitely get the conversation going. "There will be plenty of opportunities to see, but not now. I still want to know why you called me here. Please don't tell me you called me here just to see your younger brother." Qin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile, his gaze calmly observing Jean Mingjia. He was certain that this woman had invited him here with ulterior motives. Jean Mingjia giggled, her eyebrows arching like a crescent moon, her teeth sparkling brightly. "You're so witty. I bet a lot of girls would love to be your friend, right?" "Indeed, there are many. If your sister says she just wants to be friends with you, would you believe her?" "There are many ways to make friends, but I don't know what kind of way she wants to be friends with me." Jean Mingjia blinked her eyes, rested her chin on her hands, and curiously examined Qin Feng, thinking to herself, "If any other old man said that to me, I'd just find it disgusting and repulsive." Qin Feng's gaze always carried a hint of teasing, but there was no lecherous undertone to it. This was something Jean Mingjia was certain of. Because those lecherous men looked at her differently, it was a blatant expression of desire. That look made her feel disgusted, but Qin Feng's gaze made her unable to feel even a hint of dislike, instead finding it quite intriguing. Realizing that Qin Feng wasn't like those perverted men, Jean Mingjia felt more relaxed and opened a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for both of them. She smiled and said, "How come I feel like you're flirting with me?" Qin Feng took a light sniff of the red wine, looking utterly intoxicated. "This red wine smells so good." "Of course it is. It's imported French red wine, costing 18,000 yuan per bottle. No wonder it's a famous wine, the taste is truly unique. Xin Feng couldn't stop praising it. Jin Mengjia wore a smile on her face. For this date, she wouldn't be stingy and treat Xin Feng to some cheap wine. It was just a bottle of red wine costing over 10,000 yuan. Was it really necessary to look so intoxicated? Someone of his status should have tasted better red wine. Isn't he a wealthy young master? Jin Mengjia muttered to herself. She heard Qin Feng's voice, tinged with regret. What a pity. What's a pity? Jin Mengjia asked instinctively, her face also showing a hint of tension. Could it be that the red wine was of too low a quality for this young master to appreciate? What a pity. No matter how fragrant the red wine is, it can't compare to the fragrance of Miss Mengjia. Qin Feng curved the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile, as if he were expressing regret, yet also seeming to praise someone. A delicate, alluring smile bloomed on Jin Mengjia's face. She had seen plenty of such love-struck words online, and even found such people particularly boring. Who would react to such words? Today she finally understood that it doesn't matter what you say, what matters is who says it. She now feels incredibly happy, with all her worries completely gone. How many girls have you said that to? Jin Mengjia stared intently at Qin Feng, her face adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile. She was curious to know just how carefree and indulgent this young man, who was several years her junior, truly was. A lot. Qin Feng answered with a carefree smile, unwilling to pretend to be a loyal man. You're very honest. Jin Mengjia wasn't surprised and didn't look down on Qin Feng, because she didn't consider herself to be a noble person either. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, admired the beauty before him and smiled calmly. That's one of my virtues. By the way, let me tell you something. The words I just spoke were the first time I've ever said them to you. Jinyu Weijia couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curve upward. Women adorn themselves for those who appreciate them. No woman dislikes being praised by a man. Otherwise, those smooth-talking scoundrels wouldn't be able to win over so many young women's hearts. Suddenly, Jin Mengjia's entire body trembled. Chapter 166, the host takes the initiative. Jin Mengjia looked surprised. She had originally invited Qin Feng over with the intention of seducing him and, if possible, securing some project collaboration opportunities. Even if she couldn't secure the partnership, occasionally playing around with a young guy like him wasn't so bad either. Who would have thought that I ended up being teased by Qin Feng instead? In that instant, a stubborn thought arose in Jin Mengjia's heart, wanting to suppress Qin Feng's intentions. In the blink of an eye, a delicate smile appeared on Jin Mengjia's exquisite face, her red lips parted slightly, and a soft, sweet voice followed. I want the truth. Among all the women you know, where would I rank in terms of beauty? Jin Mengjia stared intently at Qin Feng, her seductive eyes filled with alluring glances. Anyone with even a hint of weakness would find it hard to resist the urge to pounce on her. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. This woman had been flaunting her charms since he entered the room, clearly trying to seduce him. She should be able to rank in the top 10, right? Jin Mengjia was secretly surprised. She was quite confident in her appearance otherwise, so many big bosses wouldn't go out of their way to ask her out. But when it came to Qin Feng, she could only rank in the top 10. It seemed like he had many beautiful women around him, and if she didn't take the initiative, she might not even catch his attention. As she pondered, Qin Feng spoke calmly, Miss Jin, let's not beat around the bush. I know you didn't invite me here for no reason. Jin Mengjia's expression turned serious. I heard you invested 100 million in the school to build a sports hall. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng began to suspect something, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Indeed, that is correct. But what does that have to do with us meeting here? Qin Feng slowly picked up his wineglass, looking at the woman in front of him with confidence. He knew that this woman would inevitably reveal her true intentions next. I need a powerful sugar daddy who can help me secure the position of top hostess at Mango TV. Jin Mengjia put away her alluring expression and looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression. This is why I wanted to meet you. Qin Feng wasn't surprised. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke slowly. Why do you think I would help you? We just met today, didn't we? Jin Mengjia stood up, a hint of a flirtatious smile on her lips, and took small steps toward Qin Feng. Mango TV is the hottest TV station right now, and the show I host is also extremely popular. If you can place an advertisement on my program, it will definitely bring you huge benefits. Qin Feng didn't deny it. He caught a faint fragrance in the air. The woman was already standing behind him, her two snow-white hands resting on his shoulders. The warm breath of Jin Mengjia brushed against his ear, as if someone were blowing hot air into his ear. Of course, the benefits aren't just limited to that. I also know many wealthy people. If you ever need any help in the future, I can connect you with the right people. I also know the big bosses at Changfeng Company, Gaojing Nanotechnology, and Xiaoding Financial Investment, among others. I'm sure you've heard of these companies. Jinyu Jia showcased her connections while her hands restlessly rubbed Qin Feng's shoulders. It seemed like a massage, yet also like a teasing gesture. Xin Feng could only feel a very comfortable sensation on his shoulders, thinking to himself, this woman must not be doing this for the first time, otherwise her technique wouldn't be so skilled. However, he wasn't particularly interested in Jean Mingjia's network of connections. If it came to advertising, he did have an idea. The drone company led by Luo Changqing, Flying Dragon Group, could actually run an advertising campaign. This deal sounds very tempting, but why do I have to advertise on your show? I can go to other TV stations or use short video platforms to run ads. I don't have to do it on your channel. Jean Mingjia was intrigued this could work. It seems that without offering him some benefits, it will be impossible to get this man to cooperate. Well, it's not the first time this has happened. Besides, he's such a handsome guy, so it's not like I'm getting the short end of the stick. After coming to terms with it, Jean Mingjia boldly bent forward, leaning almost against Qin Feng's back, with both hands slithering down his shoulders like a water snake. What do you want me to do before you'll invest? A seductive voice, as if appealing to some primal desire. The two were already in an extremely suggestive position, and these teasing words made Qin Feng's whole body burn with desire. A real man absolutely couldn't back down and give in at this moment. It all depends on your performance. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with a fiery intensity as he glared at the woman with a scorching gaze. Jean Mingjia gave a faint smile, her eyes brimming with seduction. Qin Feng's gaze made her very satisfied. She knew that this man had been completely captivated by her charm. Her delicate hands cradled Qin Feng's face, and her soft lips pressed against his. She took the initiative and offered a passionate kiss. A few minutes later, Jean Mingjia's eyes were like threads, and her pretty face was slightly red. Is that enough? Not enough. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with a bestial light, and his entire body exuded a dangerous aura. This woman was playing with fire. Strong arms wrapped around the woman, pinning her down on his thighs. A domineering move. An hour later, the fierce storm gradually subsided. The two of them rested against the sofa. The soundproofing in this top-tier private room was still quite good. Qin Feng took a few sips of mineral water. Jean Mingjia leaned weakly against his chest, her face flushed, still lingering in the afterglow of satisfaction. You are the first man to make me this happy. Qin Feng smiled triumphantly. This woman had been so arrogant at first, but now she could only admit her mistake and beg for mercy. He remained highly confident in his combat abilities. Aren't you afraid your boyfriend will find out about this? Jinyu Jia gave a self-deprecating smile. Can't I even have a boyfriend yet? Why? Qin Feng sensed there was more to her words and his hands began to fidget nervously. Jean Mingjia rolled her eyes but didn't stop him, letting Qin Feng continue to cause trouble. Don't let my outward appearance fool you. I may seem like a goddess in public, but deep down, I'm not in control of my own life. Would you like to hear my story? Jean Mingjia said softly. With great pleasure. Qin Feng was also curious about what secrets this elegantly dressed woman might be hiding. After their brief but insightful conversation, the two quickly grew closer. This is probably what you call chemistry. I just started working at the TV station, and I was able to host a new program. Do you think I, as a newcomer, deserve such an opportunity? Qin Feng isn't some naive newbie. He knows there's definitely a deal involved. Though he didn't say a word, his expression spoke volumes. Jean Mingjia was observant and quick-witted, noticing the change in Qin Feng's expression. You must know that a beautiful woman like me is bound to attract the attention of many men. As soon as I entered the television station, I was immediately noticed by the station director. Jean Mingjia's face darkened, as if recalling a bad memory. Chapter 167, The Female Host's Dirty Deal. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng knew there must be a story behind it. Jean Mingjia's face betrayed a hint of mockery. You guessed right. The station director wanted me, but I rejected him. I believe that by relying on my own abilities, I can certainly make a name for myself at the TV station. Unfortunately, I underestimated human nature and overestimated my own abilities. Jean Mingjia's tone carried a hint of hatred and resentment. Qin Feng didn't interrupt. As a man, he understood men just as well. Jean Mingjia sighed softly. The old station director deliberately assigned me to a marginal position and never let me host any programs. I've been working at the TV station for 3 months, and all I've done is menial tasks. I know that if this continues, I'll never amount to anything. Seeing my colleagues, who are less capable than me, living it up, I can't accept it. After a brief pause, Jean Mingjia sighed bitterly. In the end, I had to give in to fate. I went drinking with the old station manager, intentionally getting myself drunk, and he took advantage of me for the first time. Qin Feng remained silent. Jean Mingjia's ordeal was truly pitiable, but he wasn't a savior, nor did he harbor any notions of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. Do you regret it? Jean Mingjia shook her head. No, at least I got what I wanted. Every woman has a price, and I've simply obtained the price that belongs to me. Do you think I'm cheap? Jean Mingjia looked up at Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I'm not a noble person either. Jean Mingjia smiled faintly. I know we're the same kind of person, so I'm willing to talk to you about these things. These things have been bottled up inside me for a long time, and I feel uneasy until I get them out. Xin Feng gently pinched Jin Mengjia's delicate face, enjoying the soft texture, and asked with a smile, since you have the old station director as your backing, why sacrifice yourself to attract investments? Jin Mengjia snorted disdainfully, it's laughable. That old man is a useless. He can't even get hard for half a day, and each time it lasts no more than 10 seconds. But he won't let me date anyone. That was the agreement we made from the start. Xin Feng finally understood. Following such an old man, what woman could possibly be satisfied? No wonder she came to him. If it were just that, I might be able to endure it for another year or two. Unfortunately, this old man is so selfish that he is trying to use me as a gift to win over others. Jin Mengjia's face grew angrier. I know that if I comply with his wishes, I will be doomed forever and will never be able to escape his control. So I refused his suggestion, thereby offending him. That old man then made a threat, saying that if I didn't cooperate with him, he would marginalize me. Jin Mengjia said angrily. Xin Feng sensed something and whispered, so you want to secure your position at the TV station, and you need a sugar daddy to support you? Yes, that's exactly why I wanted to find you. Jin Mengjia didn't hide her true intentions. You're young, wealthy, and powerful. The risk of something going wrong is also lower, unlike those older men with families, who might end up in some negative news about an affair, which could harm my career. What do you think? Want to be my sugar daddy? I won't take advantage of you. I can be your one and only woman, and I can use my connections to help you in your career. Jin Mengjia was straightforward and laid all her cards on the table. Xin Feng thought to himself, Jin Mengjia is quite shrewd. Collaborating with her wouldn't be a bad deal, especially since I'm not short on money. Jin Mengjia also has some influence, perhaps she could be of assistance in the future. Xin Feng was deep in thought, while Jin Mengjia was also very nervous, as she had also taken a gamble this time. If she was right, she could break free from the station director's control. If you lose, there's not much to lose, but you miss out on a great opportunity, and she refuses to accept defeat. So, Jin Mengjia's small hands began to restlessly roam over Xin Feng's body, while she teased him with a seductive gaze. Xin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. This woman was trying to disrupt his decision with such tactics, there was no need for that. As long as you can show me your sincerity, I'll cooperate with you and help you get rid of the old station manager. Xin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Jin Mengjia instantly understood Xin Feng's gaze, her heart immediately filled with joy, and she exuded a seductive charm. She pulled out all the stops to please Xin Feng. After a while, Xin Feng was satisfied and said, I'll invest 20 million first to help promote my company. You can use your name to attract more investments. If anyone from the TV station dares to harm you, I'll withdraw my investment immediately. Thanks, honey. Jin Mengjia smiled sweetly, completely unconcerned that she was several years older than Xin Feng, and called him by his first name with ease. Xin Feng lifted Jin Mengjia's chin, admiring her flawless face, and said domineeringly, since we've already reached an agreement, from today onward, you belong solely to me. Do you understand what I mean? Jin Mengjia grabbed Xin Feng's broad palm, gently pressing it against her own face, feeling the intense heat radiating from his palm. She smiled sweetly and said, don't worry. From today onward, I'm yours alone. However, I must make one thing clear, if our partnership ever comes to an end, you will no longer have any say in my affairs. We should part ways amicably. Understood. Xin Feng didn't press the matter, the suggestion was exactly what he had in mind. Gulp. Jin Yujia playfully poked Xin Feng's 8-pack abs and teased with a smile, this part is hungry. It's all your fault, you little devil. Let's order some more fresh food. Xin Feng's lips curled upward. After working out earlier, he was now starving and needed to replenish his energy. Just then, outside the private room, Zhao Guangming walked toward their booth with 3 men in tow. Zhang, the assistant, was also observing these people. Suddenly, he recognized one of them as someone he had seen today and immediately realized that these were people from the Zhao family. He inwardly cursed, fearing they had come to cause trouble. Are you Zhang, the assistant? Zhao Guangming coldly stared at Zhang, his eyes filled with disdain. Yes, you must be Mr. Zhao Guangming, right? Zhang assistant responded politely, not wanting to offend these people. Nonsense, I heard that Jin Mengjia is here on a date with another man. I'll see who has more face than me. Open the door. Zhang, the assistant, was startled. He had a vague idea of what Jin Mengjia and Xin Feng were doing inside the room, so he naturally couldn't let Zhao Guangming go in. Otherwise, something serious would happen. Mr. Zhao, you can't go in. Zhang, the assistant, quickly spread his arms to block the door. Zhao Guangming was furious inside. Jin Mengjia, that little brat, didn't give him any face, but even this trash dared to act so brazenly in front of him. He roughly pushed Zhang assistant aside, get out of the way. He kicked the door open with a single kick. Chapter 168, Xin Feng's ace in the hole. In the private room, Xin Feng and Jin Mengjia sat calmly by the table. The table was still littered with leftover food, but not much had been eaten. Zhao Guangming grinned, his eyes fixated on Jin Mengjia, and he couldn't help but think to himself, what a beautiful woman. Her face is as delicate as a peach blossom, and her skin is fair and flawless. However, his heart sank suddenly. Jin Mangja's face turned an abnormal shade of red, resembling the flush left on a woman's face after exercise. This was a sight he was all too familiar with. A strange odor also crept into his nostrils. What was that? Zhao Guangming's face turned pale. Damn it, I knew this woman was but I never thought she'd actually be doing this with that pretty boy here. A wave of jealousy surged through him, and Zhao Guangming said with a dark expression, I've heard that Jin Meng is a goddess before and after. Bro, was that satisfying? Zhao Guangming grinned, fixing his gaze on Qin Feng with a hint of hostility. Jin Mengjia's face flashed a hint of unease, but her composure was strong, and she quickly returned to normal. Who do you think you are, showing up uninvited and spouting nonsense in front of me? Qin Feng spoke without anger but with authority, standing straight and glaring coldly at the unwelcome guests. Dream Jia, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop them, Zhang, the assistant, said helplessly. It's okay. Jin Mengjia's expression was icy, but she didn't blame Zhang. I don't think I know you, do I? Jin Mengjia quickly regained her composure. She didn't recall knowing any of these people. Zhao Guangming raised his chin slightly, his expression arrogant, speaking slowly and deliberately, no problem. I am Zhao Guangming of the Zhao family. My men just visited you earlier today. I assume they have already conveyed everything that needed to be said. There's no need for me to repeat myself. Oh, so you're one of Mr. Zhao's men. Jin Mengjia realized with a start, her eyes filled with disdain. But I heard that Mr. Zhao is extremely strict with his family members. You, as the eldest son of the Zhao family, dared to come here in such a domineering manner to bully a weak woman like me. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Zhao will find out? Zhao Guangming snorted with laughter. You're just a high-ranking concubine's daughter. Even if the old master finds out, he won't blame me. What are you pretending to be pure for? You're just someone who can be played with because you have money. Come with me today, and I'll give you 50,000. Otherwise, Zhao Guangming glared at him with a vicious look and shouted, Don't blame me if I send people to disrupt the filming tomorrow. You don't want tomorrow's headlines to read about a famous host being doused with dog blood, do you? Are you threatening me? Jin Mengjia's face turned pale, and a surge of anger welled up in her heart. If such a thing were to happen, it would cause immense damage to her reputation, bring negative publicity to the television station, and be extremely detrimental to her future prospects. Well, I suppose so. Zhao Guangming laughed brazenly. He enjoyed conquering women who refused to submit. The angrier Jin Mengjia became, the more excited he grew. Jin Mengjia was both shocked and angry. These local thugs really dared to do such a thing. What should we do? If I can't handle Zhao Guangming, it might cause major trouble for my program team. I instinctively looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood immediately, patted Jin Mengjia's hand, and smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'll handle this for you. Qin Feng understood immediately, patted Jin Mengjia's hand, and smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'll handle it for you. Zhao Guangming raised his eyebrows. You two dogs dare to flirt in front of me? Qin Feng turned his head, his disdainful gaze landing on Zhao Guangming's face. Brother, are you treating me like I'm not even here? You dare to mess with my woman? Zhao Guangming's expression darkened instantly, a flash of cruelty gleaming in his eyes. He roughly pulled out the chair opposite Qin Feng and sat down heavily, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng. You think you're pretty tough, do you? I looked up your personal information using your license plate number before I came here. You're just an ordinary college student. I don't know how you managed to get involved with Jin Mengjia. But let me tell you this, before I lose my temper, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, Zhao Guangming will curl his lips into a sinister smile, and I have over a dozen brothers waiting downstairs. If they beat you to death, don't blame me. Jin Mengjia was startled. If Zhao Guangming really brought people, they were outnumbered and might end up in trouble. Zhao Guangming, don't push it too far. Jin Mengjia scolded him in a soft yet angry voice. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Don't get angry. I'll deal with him properly. Jin Mengjia looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. She didn't understand how he could remain so calm in such a dangerous situation. Could it be that he had a way to resolve the crisis before them? Suddenly recalling Qin Feng's mysterious identity, Jin Mengjia fell silent, taking the opportunity to observe his abilities. Zhao Guangming frowned, his mind filled with uncertainty. By all accounts, after revealing so many of his trump cards, this young man should be terrified. How could he remain so composed? What kind of trick is he playing? However, he wasn't afraid. The Zhao family was wealthy and powerful in this area, and there was no one he dared to offend. Zhao Guangming sneered disdainfully, mocking him. Young people as arrogant as you are rare these days. I'd like to see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Do you believe me or not? I can make you pour this glass of wine for me in less than a minute. Qin Feng pushed the glass toward Zhao Guangming, his lips curled into a mysterious smile, his eyes seeming to pierce through Zhao Guangming's very soul. Zhao Guangming laughed so hard he couldn't help but throw his head back, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The few henchmen behind him were also laughing so hard they were falling all over the place. Hey, kid, who do you think you are? Even the Zhao family doesn't have many people who dare to say such things. The stone statues quickly knelt down to apologize. Qin Feng didn't get angry either, he remained confident. Jin Mengjiao was secretly amazed she saw something different in Qin Feng. He was calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. This made her fully believe what Qin Feng had said. Yet she was also deeply curious, what method could Qin Feng possibly use to make these rogues obediently pour him wine? Jin Mengjia curved her lips into a smile. She realized she was growing increasingly curious about this man. Have you had enough of laughing? Qin Feng asked casually. Zhao Guangming suppressed a smile and said teasingly, little brother, you're so funny, it's a shame you're not a comedian. Immediately, Zhao Guangming's expression turned serious, and he tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making a clicking sound. His eyes narrowed sharply as he said, do you think you have the qualifications to have me pour you a drink? Qin Feng tilted his head back, his expression calm, and said, I've heard that many people are currently inquiring about a Mr. Qin. I assume your Zhao family has also received this information, right? Zhao Guangming's expression flickered upon hearing this. This matter was no secret, many families were discussing it in private, and the Zhao family had also heard rumors. His expression changed abruptly, and he exclaimed in disbelief, you wouldn't be telling me that you're the Mr. Qin, would you? Chapter 169, Conquering Jin Mengjia. Chapter 169, Conquering Jin Mengjia. Jin Mengjia was startled. Who was the Mr. Qin that Zhao Guangming was referring to? Moreover, judging by Zhao Guangming's expression, it seemed that this Mr. Qin was no ordinary person. So much so that Zhao Guangming feels a sense of awe toward him. She knew nothing about this matter. Qin Feng said with a half smile, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me, would you? Zhao Guangming's breathing grew rapid, and his heart raced wildly. This matter was completely beyond his control. He recalled that during the last family meeting convened by Old Master Zhao, it had been mentioned that Mr. Qin was a figure so influential that even Shen Wanyan, a financial tycoon, had to treat him with the utmost respect. Even the Zhao family had to show him the utmost respect, let alone that mysterious Mr. Qin. And this young man also bears the surname Qin. Could he really be that mysterious Mr. Qin? Zhao Guangming's expression fluctuated wildly, filled with shock and doubt. But he had investigated Qin Feng's background, and he was just an ordinary person. I simply cannot believe you are the Mr. Qin in question. If you wish to prove your identity, please provide evidence. Zhao Guangming spoke slowly, no longer as arrogant as before, and had unconsciously become more cautious. If you are indeed the mysterious Mr. Qin, what harm would it do for me to pour you a drink? There was another thought on his mind that he didn't voice, if you're not the one, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Feng smiled faintly, pulled out a black card from his pocket, and placed it gently on the table. As soon as the card appeared, everyone's attention immediately focused on it. Jin Mengjia and Zhao Guangming's eyes widened in shock. The two felt a tidal wave of emotion surge through their hearts, as if they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Black card? Zhao Guangming's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he let out a shrill scream.